As the world plunged into apocalypse, only Zhao Ziyi had prepared in advance. He had crossed back to 2 months before the end, and with the aid of a system, he successfully built an ark descending like a savior to command the ruined age. On June 3, 2120, volcanoes across the globe erupted at the very same moment. The nation with the greatest number of volcanoes was swallowed by fire and reduced to a sea of magma. At the same time, dozens of countries and regions suffered varying degrees of volcanic devastation, with catastrophic casualties and unknown losses. On June 8, 2120, the world's highest mountain collapsed at 7 o'clock before dawn. Several climbing teams vanished without a trace. Global temperatures continued to rise, with many regions reaching 50 degrees Celsius, setting yet another record. On June 17, 2120, volcanoes around the world continued to erupt, accompanied by global earthquakes. More than a dozen countries and regions were destroyed by the quakes, while those nearest the oceans had already vanished beneath the sea. On July 30, 2120, the world entered the apocalyptic era. Glaciers melted, drowning more than half of the planet's land beneath the rising seas. With volcanoes, typhoons, lightning, earthquakes, and every kind of natural disaster descending at once, nation after nation and region after region disappeared from the face of the earth. September 13. Humanity's final city, Tianqi City. Zhao Ziyi frowned, his deep eyes fixed on the cold waves surging toward them from afar. Behind that frost front lay a terrifying sea, and the black mass of freezing air was bearing down at 3 times the speed of sound. A surge of bitter cold pressed in, and many people's bodies began to freeze. Zhao Ziyi roared, "Activate the cold resistance formation." A thunderous rumble answered him. A layer of transparent white defense shield, like an inverted bowl, covered the sky above Tianqi City. The cold wave descended in an instant. The defense shield trembled violently, spiderweb cracks crawling across its surface. Bitter cold seeped through, and many people were instantly sealed into ice like frozen statues. In the end, however, the defense shield held back that wave of cold. It stopped it. On the city wall, everyone watched the retreating cold wave with wild excitement. At intervals, the sea outside Tianqi City would form waves of extreme cold under absolute low temperature and hurl them against the city. This had already been the 100th assault. Just then the sky filled with dark clouds. Lightning flashed, and countless bolts of thunder struck fiercely against the defense shield. Zhao Ziyi raised his head toward the thunder above, his heart heavy with worry. As the city lord of Tianqi City, he had led the last remnants of humanity here for half a month, resisting disaster after disaster. Bolts of lightning as thick as bowls smashed down again and again upon the defense shield, threatening at any moment to break through and annihilate everyone within. "Fire the thunder-guiding projectiles," Zhao Ziyi shouted. In an instant, one projectile after another shot into the sky, drawing away all the lightning above. Tianqi City fell quiet at once. "We did it. We held them back again." Everyone leapt and waved with joy, and the tension on Zhao Ziyi's face finally eased. "City Lord, that meteor is coming." At that moment, a white-haired old man rushed over in panic. Zhao Ziyi was stunned. At the very center of Tianqi City stood Tianyan, a kilometer-wide astronomical telescope, the largest of its kind in the world, invented before the apocalyptic era. Through Tianyan, Zhao Ziyi saw beyond the solar system. A gigantic meteor was racing toward Earth at a terrifying speed. "Fortunately, it is still far from us. We should be safe." Yet as the meteor continued toward Earth, everyone in Tianqi City set aside their work and stared fixedly into the sky. In the sky, the meteor became like a blazing shooting star and fell instantly upon Yang Zhao. A thunderous roar shook the world. "It's over." Zhao Ziyi sighed inwardly. He had calculated everything, yet misjudged the meteor. One wrong step had doomed every step after. Minutes later, a heaven-shaking wall of water swallowed Tianqi City, and humanity was extinguished. Zhao Ziyi's eyes snapped open. Before he could recover from the memory of that monstrous wave, he found himself standing at a podium with a row of teachers seated in the classroom, all staring at him. A teacher glared at Zhao Ziyi in displeasure. "Zhao Ziyi, you actually fell asleep during your graduation defense. Even if you are an outstanding graduate, this is going too far." Graduation defense. Zhao Ziyi's head rang. Had he truly crossed back in time? His defense had been on July 13th, exactly 2 months before the extinction of humanity. "Zhao Ziyi, your thesis topic is interesting, but several arguments are insufficient. You claim the world may enter an apocalyptic era, but that is impossible. Go back, revise it carefully, and discuss it with your supervisor." Department Director Zhang Tao said in a grave voice. Zhao Ziyi looked calmly at him and said, "I need to see the president." Zhang Tao replied coldly, "Why do you need to see the president? Pass your defense first." Zhao Ziyi stepped down from the podium, opened the door, and walked straight out. He could not afford to waste time. Only 2 months remained. "Zhao Ziyi, what are you doing? Come back." Zhang Tao and the others were furious and hurried after him. Zhao Ziyi headed straight for the president's office. Nan Born, the president of Guiyuan University, was one of China's top astronomers and had once taken part in the development of Tianyan. China's Tianyan had taken 30 years to build. It was the largest astronomical telescope in the world. He remembered that the meteor had also been discovered by Tianyan, but too late. Humanity had simply had no time to escape it. They had calculated the meteor's landing point and believed it would not threaten Tianqi City. But reality proved they had misjudged its power. The colossal waves raised by the meteor had wiped out all of humanity. This time he would never allow it to happen again. He had to contact Lin Dong, Tianyan's chief engineer, tell him about the meteor, and make them believe everything he was about to say. And Nan Boren, the president of Guiyuan University, was Lin Dong's close friend. In the president's office, Nan Boren frowned as he looked at Zhao Ziyi. What Zhao Ziyi had said was simply too shocking to believe. Go back to your defense for now. I will consider this matter, Nan Boren said calmly. President, there is no time left. You have seen the natural disasters that have occurred recently. But Earth's calamities are not the greatest force that will end humanity. The true culprit is that asteroid. Zhao Ziyi spoke to Nan Boren in a low, grave voice. Tianyan runs every day. If such an asteroid truly existed, we would have known long ago. Student, you should go back for now. Nan Boren issued a clear dismissal. After returning to his dormitory, Zhao Ziyi opened his computer and accessed a hidden dark website through a bypassed network. This hidden network specialized in selling classified information from various countries, including the private contact details of the world's leading scientists. In short, whatever one needed could be bought there. Zhao Ziyi directly purchased the email addresses of every astronomer involved in the Tianyan project. At 2013 on July 13, 2050, an epic flood will erupt in the Atlantic Ocean and submerge 3 countries. At 2115 on July 13, 2050, an 18th magnitude earthquake will strike the East Island nation and the entire country will sink beneath the sea. At 2218 on July 13, 2050, apocalyptic thunder will appear over the Great Eagle nation and the country will be devastated by lightning. Timed emails were sent out one after another, each describing a disaster that would occur that very night. Several hours later, Lin Dong had just stepped out of the laboratory after finishing an experiment when his phone chimed. Puzzled, he took out his private phone. It was an email. At 2013 on July 13, 2050, an epic flood will erupt in the Atlantic Ocean and submerge 3 countries. He checked the time. It was exactly 2010, which meant that according to the email, the Atlantic flood would begin in 3 minutes. He looked at the sender and saw an unfamiliar number. His brow furrowed. Ordinary people could not possibly know his private email address. Could this be a prank? 3 minutes later, he opened his phone again. The screen was filled with news reports that an Atlantic flood had submerged 3 countries. The prophecy was true. Lin Dong stared dumbfounded, having thought it was merely a prank. At 2110, Nan Boren was organizing papers, wearily rubbing his temples when his phone rang. He picked it up and saw that an unfamiliar email had been sent to his private inbox. At 2115 on July 13, 2050, an 18th magnitude earthquake will strike the East Island nation and the entire country will sink beneath the sea. Seeing the email, he rolled his eyes. Absurd. According to the message, the East Island nation would sink beneath the sea in 5 minutes. How could that be possible? 5 minutes later, news spread across the world. The East Island nation had been struck by an 18th magnitude earthquake and sunk beneath the sea. Nan Boren collapsed weakly into his chair, eyes wide. Then he tried to contact the person who had sent the email, but there was no way to reach them. Every astronomer involved in the Tianyan project lost sleep that night. Old Lin, you're not asleep, are you? I need to tell you something. Nan Boren called Lin Dong. Strange. I also have something to tell you, Lin Dong said in surprise. A few minutes later, both men fell silent. His prophecies have all come true. We must find him, Lin Dong said gravely. At 1 o'clock in the morning on the 14th, at the Tianyan base, Lin Dong and more than a dozen astronomers involved in the project were summoned together. Lin Dong frowned as he looked at Nan Boren beside him. Why has everyone been summoned in the middle of the night? I don't know. It seems to be national security. Everyone, I believe you all received an email. That email accurately foretold the disasters that occurred, which is why you have been summoned here so late. Li Changfeng looked at everyone. As director of the National Security Bureau, he had learned of the matter immediately. By analyzing the sending times of all the emails, they discovered that the pattern formed a cipher from the Second World War era. After decoding it, they learned that the sender wanted to use Tianyan and meet Lin Dong and the others who had participated in its construction. You all received it. Lin Dong looked around. Everyone nodded and shock filled his eyes as well. Do we know who that person is? Lin Dong asked loudly. Our people are already on their way to bring him here, Li Changfeng replied calmly. At Guiyuan University, Zhao Ziyi sat calmly in his dormitory with his eyes closed as if resting. Soon someone knocked on the door. His eyes opened instantly. When he opened the door, several strong men in suits stood outside. Lead the way, Zhao Ziyi said calmly. The suited men were all taken aback. It was as if Zhao Ziyi had been waiting for them all along. They breathed a quiet sigh of relief. This would spare them considerable trouble. Zhao Ziyi was blindfolded and taken into a long black limousine. Before long, he arrived at the Tianyan base. After the blindfold was removed, he narrowed his eyes slightly and saw Lin Dong and the others standing before him. "It's you." Nanborn was shocked when he saw Zhao Ziyi. He had never imagined that the sender would be him. "Brother Nin, you know him." Lin Dong looked at Nanborn in surprise. "He is an outstanding astronomy graduate from our university. He came to me before, but I did not believe him. I never imagined that what he said was true." Nanborn replied, his emotions complicated. "Enough. We do not have much time. Use Tianyin now to lock onto that asteroid," Zhao Ziyi said loudly. His eyes were unwavering, and an imposing pressure seemed to emanate from him without conscious intent. "Wait. Even if your prophecies have come true, Tianyin is a national treasure. Ordinary people are not permitted anywhere near this place. Besides, why should we trust you?" Lin Dong said gravely to Zhao Ziyi. "That asteroid is moving at nearly the 6th cosmic velocity and is traveling through the Milky Way. In half a month it will arrive extremely close to Earth," Zhao Ziyi said in a deep voice. Seeing Zhao Ziyi speak with such confidence, Lin Dong and the others looked at one another. Thinking back to his previous prophecies, they began to waver. "If you can prove that what you say is true, we will listen to you," Lin Dong and the others said after a brief discussion. "All right." Zhao Ziyi nodded confidently, then walked to Tianyin. With practiced ease, he began operating the telescope, preparing to lock onto the asteroid. Lin Dong and the others watched as Zhao Ziyi operated Tianyin directly, as if he had used it countless times before. How is he doing this? He has never touched Tianyin, yet now he is so skilled. No one besides us can access the heavenly eye. Who exactly is he? Lin Dong and the others were utterly astounded. Zhao Ziyi operated the heavenly eye with even greater proficiency than they did, leaving them all in shock. Theoretically, the heavenly eye could receive information from 13.7 billion light-years away. What Zhao Ziyi had said was too shocking to believe. Yet he had already made many accurate predictions, forcing them to accept his words. Zhao Ziyi deftly manipulated the heavenly eye, calculating the meteorite's position based on its flight speed. He had to lock onto it precisely to proceed with his next plan. However, there was a problem. Although the heavenly eye could receive information from 13.7 billion light-years away, the meteorite was hurtling toward Earth at the 6th cosmic speed. Even the heavenly eye couldn't accurately pinpoint its location. As currently known to humanity, the first cosmic speed is 7.9 kilometers, the second is 11.2 kilometers, the third is 16.7 kilometers, the fourth is approximately 110,120 kilometers, the fifth is roughly 15,002,250 kilometers, and the sixth is expected to approach the speed of light. Humanity has only achieved the third cosmic speed, which allows travel within the Milky Way. The fourth cosmic speed remains beyond our reach. Now this meteorite was racing toward Earth at the 6th cosmic speed, nearly the speed of light. Even the heavenly eye struggled to capture it, a monumental challenge. Lin Dong and the others, all top-tier astronomers in the country, stared intently at Zhao Ziyi, eager to know if such a meteorite truly existed. Zhao Ziyi, his expression grave, guided the heavenly eye in search of the meteorite. He could only vaguely recall that it was heading straight for Earth in a linear path, but the margin for error was immense. He first directed the heavenly eye to lock onto the Milky Way, scanning outward from Earth across the galaxy. The heavenly eye had an astonishing observation range, capable of receiving information from 13.7 billion light-years away. The Milky Way's diameter reaches up to 2.0 light-years, more than sufficient for the heavenly eye to survey. However, the universe was vast. Even scanning along a straight line, precisely locking onto the meteorite's position, was no easy feat. Zhao Ziyi strained his memory, calculating the meteorite's location. Unfortunately, after an hour of scanning the heavenly, I had still not detected it. At this rate, it might take 10 days or half a month to find that meteorite. Are you sure it really exists? Lin Dong said in a low voice to Zhao Ziyi. Please remain quiet. Give me a little more time. Zhao Ziyi cast a calm glance at Lin Dong. Let him keep searching, Li Changfeng said sternly from the side. Lin Dong nodded faintly, and everyone continued to wait as Zhao Ziyi searched for the meteorite. In the following hours, Zhao Ziyi still hadn't found the meteorite after 2 hours. Lin Dong and the others were growing impatient. I think I might have been wrong. The meteorite's speed is the 6th cosmic speed, nearly the speed of light. But the Milky Way's diameter is up to 2.000 light-years. For the meteorite to cross the galaxy would take 2.000 years. Yet it will reach Earth in 2 months. That means it's already in the solar system, very close to Earth. I need to lock onto the starfield near Earth. Zhao Ziyi thought to himself. Then calculating based on the 6th cosmic speed over 2 months, he directed the heavenly eye to scan the starfield 2 months away, searching for the meteorite near Earth. No, I can't find it. Zhao Ziyi was filled with confusion. Try searching at the 3rd cosmic speed. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck his mind. He then set the heavenly eye to the 3rd cosmic speed, searching for the meteorite over a 2-month period. The heavenly eye locked onto the starfield 2 months away, meticulously scanning for the meteorite. In the cold, dark void of space, countless planets clustered densely dreamlike and surreal. Hey, what's that? Zhao Ziyi exclaimed in surprise. Hearing this, the others quickly gathered around the heavenly eye. Through it they saw a terrifying wormhole suddenly appear in the starfield 2 months away. At that moment the wormhole was expanding and contracting continuously like the beating heart of the universe. The surrounding starfield trembled violently, shattering like a spider's web. A wormhole. I understand now. The meteorite came to the solar system through a wormhole. It traversed space-time, not merely relying on speed. Zhao Ziyi exclaimed excitedly. Zhao Ziyi spoke with agitation. Beyond the 6th cosmic speed there exists the 7th, 8th, and even more cosmic speeds. The 7th cosmic speed might already exceed the speed of light, allowing travel to any corner of the universe. As for even faster speeds, breaking free from the universe entirely is entirely possible. This meteorite may have surpassed the 6th cosmic speed, arriving at the 7th or higher. It was so fast that it tore through space, creating a wormhole across time and space. Perhaps it's about to burst out of this wormhole at any moment. Zhao Ziyi stared unblinkingly at the wormhole. Lin Dong and the others, upon hearing this, also fixed their eyes on the wormhole in the heavenly eye. At this moment, everyone sensed that this wormhole was where the meteorite had come from. Zhao Ziyi stared unblinkingly at the wormhole. Lin Dong and the others, upon hearing this, also fixed their eyes on the wormhole in the heavenly eye. At this moment, everyone sensed that this wormhole was where the meteorite had come from. The wormhole continued to expand and contract like a heartbeat, growing ever stronger. Even some barren planets nearby were shattered by the tremors of the wormhole, generating more debris. It's coming. At that moment, the wormhole expanded to its extreme like a cannonball about to be fired. Suddenly, it emitted a blinding light that illuminated the entire universe as if the sun god had descended. Boom. The next second, a colossal meteorite shot out of the wormhole like a cannonball. It's out. There really is a meteorite. Its speed is decreasing, now at the 6th cosmic speed, dropping to the 5th. Quickly calculate and find a way to stop it. Lin Dong and the others stared in horror at the meteorite, finally realizing that Zhao Ziyi had been telling the truth. They had been observing the solar system with the heavenly eye every day and had never seen any meteorite. They thought Zhao Ziyi was boasting. Now, having witnessed the meteorite flying out of the wormhole with their own eyes, they believed everything Zhao Ziyi had said. In that moment, Zhao Ziyi appeared mysterious in their eyes like a prophet. At that moment, the speed of the meteorite was rapidly decreasing, eventually dropping from the 6th cosmic velocity to the 3rd cosmic velocity. The 3rd cosmic velocity is precisely sufficient for traveling within the Milky Way, and the meteorite was heading toward Earth. According to calculations based on the 3rd cosmic velocity, we only have 57 days left. We must find a way to prevent this meteorite from landing on Earth. Lin Dong said in a deep voice. Earth is experiencing various apocalyptic disasters, and many countries are disappearing. At a time like this, with this meteorite appearing, I'm afraid we don't have much energy to resist it. Then Bourne frowned and said, regardless, we have now locked onto its position. We cannot let it fall to Earth. The dinosaur extinction event cannot happen again. We must destroy it. This concerns the life and death of all living beings in the world. We must inform everyone and let them think together. No telling the public now will only cause greater panic. Lin Dong and the others were arguing while thinking of ways to destroy the meteorite, each one flushed and shouting at the top of their voices. Stop arguing. We cannot stop this meteorite. It will eventually raise a catastrophic wave that will destroy all of humanity. Zhao Ziyi shouted, and the people around him instantly fell silent. However, the next second, they began arguing again. There must be a way to stop this meteorite. It absolutely cannot be allowed to fall to Earth. Moreover, we don't necessarily have to destroy it. We can change its trajectory of descent. Lin Dong said in a deep voice. How can we make the meteorite deviate from its trajectory? That's almost impossible. We can use a spacecraft to collide with the meteorite and change its trajectory. Enough. Stop arguing. The methods you've mentioned cannot stop the meteorite. Now listen to me. Zhao Ziyi shouted, stopping Lin Dong and the others who were still arguing. What method do you have? Lin Dong took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. I want to see Elder Long. Zhao Ziyi's gaze turned to Li Changfeng beside him. Li Changfeng frowned. Although all of Zhao Ziyi's prophecies had come true, Elder Long was not someone just anyone could meet. What? Do you still not believe what I say? Zhao Ziyi said to Li Changfeng in a deep voice. Finally, Li Changfeng solemnly dialed a phone number. I'll come over myself tonight, the person on the other end said in a deep voice. After hanging up, Li Changfeng felt a long sigh of relief inside. Zhao Ziyi's eyes also lit up. He believed that this time, under his leadership, they could surely avoid the catastrophic disaster caused by the meteorite. Night fell. A long black armored limousine pulled up to the Tianyin base. Then a burly old man in a Chinese tunic suit stepped out of the car. Zhao Ziyi and the others stood respectfully to the side, watching the dignified old man approach. Let's go inside and talk, the old man said with a kind smile. At the Tianyan base, the old man looked seriously at the meteorite locked onto by the Tianyan, remaining silent. Shall we arrange an online meeting for me immediately? After a long moment, the old man said in a deep voice. Yes, Elder Long. Li Changfeng replied respectfully. Half an hour later, an online summit of global leaders was convened at the Tianyan base. Elder Long stood solemnly beside the Tianyan, pointing at the meteorite displayed on it, and gravely informed everyone about the meteorite and Earth's fate over the next 57 days. Why didn't you tell us about this earlier? Now we only have 57 days, and this meteorite will definitely fall to Earth. We only discovered this meteorite today. If the Tianyan hadn't detected it in advance, by the time you found out, we would have been finished. Having 57 days now is already the limit. Enough pointless talk. From now on, let's work together to find a way to deal with this meteorite. Elder Long said in a deep voice. Elder Long, we are already on the verge of extinction and cannot afford to divert our attention to this meteorite. We can't manage this meteorite. I'll take my leave now. There are still 57 days before the meteorite falls. Whether our country can survive even 57 days is uncertain. We can't manage this meteorite either. One by one, each person hurriedly said a few words and left. They were all on the brink of destruction and had no energy to worry about this meteorite. This meteorite was discovered by you. You should quickly come up with a way to deal with it. The task of saving the world is entrusted to you. In the end, only a dozen or so people remained. Elder Long, we will be submerged by seawater in a few days. We have no way to deal with this meteorite. Please forgive us. After a moment, everyone had disappeared. Elder Long let out a long sigh. This meteorite relying on us alone, we have no ability to stop it. Elder Long, this meteorite will fall into Yangmiazhou, creating a monstrous wave that will be enough to submerge all land. If you trust me from now on, let me be the one to avert this disaster. Zhao Ziyi said to Elder Long in a deep voice. Elder Long's gaze turned to Zhao Ziyi for the first time. He had already learned all about Zhao Ziyi before coming. Young man, what method do you have? Elder Long knew that all of Zhao Ziyi's prophecies had come true. Perhaps Zhao Ziyi really did have a solution. From now on, let us build Noah's Ark. A Noah's Ark large enough to accommodate our people. Build 10 of them. Noah's Ark will surely be able to avoid that monstrous wave. Zhao Ziyi said in a deep voice. Noah's Ark. We don't have that technology right now. Elder Long said gravely. Elder Long, I have a plan. I want you to hold a live broadcast to the entire nation, calling on all people to contribute all metal products from their homes to build Noah's Ark. Zhao Ziyi said in a deep voice. Good. Elder Long nodded heavily. At this moment, Long Lao placed immense trust in Zhao Ziyi, even appointing him as the chief engineer of the Noah's Ark, granting him full authority over its construction. Long Lao, at 11 o'clock in the morning the day after tomorrow, a magnitude 10 earthquake will strike Haishang City. Order the immediate evacuation of all its citizens. Zhao Ziyi suddenly spoke to Long Lao with grave solemnity. Hearing this, Long Lao was stunned, and Lin Dong and the others beside him were also dumbfounded. A magnitude 10 earthquake. Zhao Ziyi, is what you're saying true? Long Lao asked in a deep voice. Long Lao, order the evacuation now. Not a single moment can be wasted. If we delay, countless lives may be lost in that earthquake. Zhao Ziyi said with a grave expression. Seeing his solemn demeanor, Long Lao took a deep breath and then dialed a phone number. Everyone now knew that a magnitude 10 earthquake would strike at 11 a.m. the day after tomorrow. On the streets, vehicles were bumper to bumper, clogging traffic and rendering an effective evacuation of the entire city impossible. Eventually, everyone resorted to walking or cycling, traveling light as they fled. Since the dawn of the apocalyptic era, all disaster predictions had become unreliable. Earthquakes, tsunamis, sudden temperature swings. None could be foreseen with any certainty. Long Lao, trust me. Everyone must evacuate now. Zhao Ziyi declared with unwavering firmness. Below on the streets, the citizens of Haishang City were retreating swiftly. With official personnel directing the flow, the evacuation proceeded in an orderly manner. Moreover, with over 30 hours remaining until 11 a.m. the day after tomorrow, everyone could leave the area if they forwent sleep. Meanwhile, Long Lao also addressed the entire nation in a live broadcast, appealing to all citizens to contribute all iron and other metal products to the state for the construction of 10 Noah's Arks. The strength of the entire nation was formidable. United in purpose, within a single day they gathered enough metal products to build the basic equipment for 10 Noah's Arks. The greatest challenge ahead was constructing 10 arks capable of accommodating the entire population. The news that the people had surrendered their metal products to the state for the Noah's Ark project was also reported by foreign media. The Noah's Ark was a legendary vessel. Building one capable of holding billions was nearly impossible. Hence all foreigners were skeptical. Long Lao was also filled with anxiety about the Noah's Ark, fearing it might not be completed. But Zhao Ziyi thumped his chest and assured him that 10 arks would definitely be built. Long Lao nodded, temporarily trusting Zhao Ziyi. Zhao Ziyi, I've staked an entire city's evacuation on your prophecy. I hope you won't let me down. Long Lao's imposing gaze fell upon Zhao Ziyi with profound intensity. At 11 a.m. on July 15th, a deafening roar erupted from Haishang City, and the entire land sank into a chasm. As if the gates of hell had opened or the maw of a demon had swallowed the city whole in mere seconds of magnitude, an earthquake devoured all of Haishang City. At that moment, the entire nation was watching Haishang City. Seeing it engulfed by the earthquake precisely at 11 a.m., the people were astounded. Those who had evacuated Haishang City were now filled with lingering fear, yet deeply grateful for heeding the state's orders and escaping in time, thus surviving the catastrophe. Long Lao immediately sought out Zhao Ziyi and gave him a hearty slap on the shoulder. Zhao, from now on, whatever you need to do, I'll support you. I believe in your decisions. Long Lao exclaimed with emotion. At this moment, he had come to fully trust Zhao Ziyi. Had he not heeded Zhao Ziyi's words and ordered the evacuation of Haishang City, today's earthquake would have claimed nearly 10 million lives. Zhao Ziyi had saved the 10 million people of Haishang City. Long Lao, the earthquake has created a deep crater. Let's build the Noah's Ark right beside it. Once the Ark is completed, the floods will come and carry it westward. We'll depart from Haishang City, heading straight west, evacuating all citizens along this route. As we go, we'll pick up people and supplies. Zhao Ziyi said solemnly. Good. Long Lao replied loudly. We must prepare ample supplies of water, grain, meat, fruit, and vegetables. Also bring healthy animals of all kinds and various plant and vegetable seeds. The hybrid rice technology and its team must board the Ark to ensure a steady food supply. And cotton-padded clothes. Cold waves will keep coming, and we must withstand the freeze. Zhao Ziyi declared gravely. Excellent. Elder Long nodded emphatically. Zhao Ziyi continued, elaborating on the extensive preparations required. 10 Noah's Arks were not merely vessels capable of housing the entire nation's population, but floating cities unto themselves. Zhao Ziyi estimated that each Noah's Ark would occupy an area as vast as a county's territory. Aboard these colossal vessels, there had to be not only residential quarters for humans, but also thriving environments for animals. Water sources, vegetables, grain, and other vital resources for human survival had to be mass-produced on the Arks. The foremost challenge was food. Arks accommodating over 1 billion people demanded an assured supply of provisions. Fortunately, the team of the late academician Yuan, the father of hybrid rice, had decades ago designed a super hybrid rice strain capable of flourishing in seawater and air, thereby achieving mass production. This technology boasted an average yield of 5,000 kilograms per mu, setting a brand new world record. With such yields of 5,000 kilograms per mu, implementing this technology on the Noah's Arks could easily satisfy the food requirements of over 1 billion people. Furthermore, this technique could even be applied at sea. Even though the world would eventually be completely submerged, they could cultivate rice directly on the ocean's surface by then. Thus, the first challenge, food security, was entirely resolved by the super hybrid rice technology. The second challenge then was the cold. As seawater gradually engulfed the globe, temperatures were also plummeting. Just as now, though it was only July, traditionally the height of summer. The relentless advance of the sea had driven temperatures to several degrees below zero. Everyone was forced to bundle up in thick down jackets, wrapping themselves tightly, like dumplings, to barely withstand the biting cold. Even so, the number of people catching colds was rising daily. If the cold problem were not addressed promptly, as temperatures continued to plummet and infections mounted, it could easily escalate into a full-blown influenza pandemic. Therefore, measures to combat the cold were paramount. Once the Arks were built, they could install underfloor heating, air conditioning, and other warming systems. However, these were merely temporary measures. The world ahead was a frozen one. To truly withstand the cold, one needed to cultivate a robust physique. Beyond physical exercise, consuming cold-resistant foods rich in vitamins was essential. Vitamin B2 and vitamin E were known to help humans resist the cold. Supplementing these two vitamins could enhance humanity's ability to adapt to the frigid environment of the doomsday era. Taking vitamin B2 alone could lower the threshold at which a person suffers cold damage by 2 to 3 degrees Celsius. For instance, an average person might incur mild frostbite at -5 or 6 degrees. However, with vitamin B2 supplementation, frostbite would only occur at -7 to 9 degrees. If both vitamin B2 and vitamin E were supplemented together, one's resilience to cold in the doomsday era would be even greater. In the coming months, global temperatures would continue to drop, potentially reaching tens of degrees below zero. Supplementing with cold-resistant vitamins like B2 and E would become absolutely necessary. Moreover, these vitamins offered additional benefits. Vitamin E, for example, could scavenge oxygen-free radicals in the human body, bolster the immune system, improve blood circulation, and help prevent cardiovascular diseases. In the ensuing deep freeze, supplementing with vitamins B2 and E would not only fend off the cold, but also prevent and reduce cold-induced illnesses, disease itself being a catastrophic threat looming over the doomsday era. Diseases possessed powerful contagiousness, much like a pandemic 30 years prior that infected the entire global population. Fortunately, China's medical teams had rushed to the front lines fighting for hundreds of days and nights, and ultimately vanquished the infection by developing a vaccine, saving the entire world. On that occasion, China demonstrated to the world the true stature of a great power, its formidable medical capabilities, and the unwavering dedication of its healthcare professionals. Following that outbreak, people across the nation felt immense pride in being born in China, for it was China that resolved the crisis first and provided selfless assistance to the rest of the world. Consequently, preventing disease was of paramount importance. Avoiding a repeat of the pandemic from 30 years ago was the third critical issue that had to be resolved in constructing the Noah's Arks. Therefore, proactive disease prevention was essential. Since many of these ailments stemmed from vitamin deficiencies, it was crucial to stockpile foods rich in these essential nutrients. Dairy products are a primary source of vitamin B2, which is found in high concentrations in various cheeses and yogurts. Eggs, fruits, legumes, nuts, organ meats, leafy green vegetables, poultry, whole wheat bread, and grains also contain vitamin B2. These foods and animals were indispensable and needed to be mass-produced on the ark to prevent disease. Foods rich in vitamin include wheat germ oil, peanut oil, sesame oil, cottonseed oil, corn oil, lettuce leaves, and citrus peel. Almost all leafy green vegetables are abundant in vitamin E, as are milk, eggs, and cod liver oil. These foods had to be prepared especially considering the cramped conditions where over 1 billion people would be confined, dramatically increasing the risk of disease outbreaks. In the doomsday era, most people would perish from the cold. Low temperatures lead to vitamin deficiencies within the body, which in turn trigger a host of diseases. A lack of vitamin C can lead to symptoms like oral ulcers, swollen and bleeding gums, and constipation, afflictions that would only compound the suffering of humanity in the doomsday era. In the biting cold, people needed to consume more sweet potatoes and potatoes, which are rich in vitamin C, B, and A, helping to maintain the body's vitamin levels. Consuming more tubers during the doomsday era could supplement the body's necessary vitamins, clear internal heat, and reduce the occurrence of various diseases. Furthermore, vegetables like Chinese cabbage, white radish, carrot, soybean sprouts, and mung bean sprouts are rich in vitamins and can fulfill the body's requirements. Therefore, all the aforementioned foods needed to be stockpiled, especially the seeds, which would be mass-produced on the Noah's Ark in the future. Zhao Ziyi compiled a list of these foods and handed it to Elder Long, who established a dedicated food procurement team. The team was led by a major general to whom Zhao Ziyi would directly communicate his food requirements. Zhao Ziyi was effectively his superior. General Cheng, thank you for your trouble. Zhao Ziyi solemnly handed the food list to Cheng Zhan. I will go prepare these foods and seeds right away. Cheng Zhan took the food list, and in that moment he felt an immense burden resting on his shoulders. For this list contained the essential provisions for every citizen aboard Noah's Ark. If preparations are inadequate, the consequences will be catastrophic. All populations and food supplies from cities surrounding Haishur City shall be relocated to the Noah's Ark construction site. Once the ship's foundation is complete, we will journey westward. Zhao Ziyi spoke with grave seriousness. This apocalypse was a global catastrophe, and Huagua could only focus on self-preservation at this point. All 10 Noah's Arks were being constructed beside the massive craters left by the earthquake in Haishur City. At that moment, the land where Haishur City once stood had become a series of bottomless chasms, like abysses gazing upon all of humanity. Haishur City was one of Huagua's 4 Tier 1 metropolises and the nation's economic hub. Its destruction by the earthquake represented a colossal blow to Huagua. The only comfort was that the citizens had been evacuated in advance, so there were no casualties. However, everything that could not be carried away, entire cities' worth of infrastructure, was swallowed by the earthquake, including the instruments from countless laboratories, all priceless treasures to Huagua, now lost forever to the quake. On the 20th day, the ocean will engulf all of Haishur City. We must complete Noah's Ark's foundation within these few days, then lead the surrounding people westward along the current. The task is arduous. Thank you all for your hard work. At the Noah's Ark construction base, Zhao Ziyi looked solemnly at the dozens of Huagua infrastructure experts surrounding him. They were the top engineering experts from across Huagua's infrastructure enterprises, and this time, they were required to fully cooperate with Zhao Ziyi. On the table before Zhao Ziyi was a 3D dynamic model of a Noah's Ark. Every detail of the vessel could be clearly seen in the holographic projection. Our time is limited, so we must first construct a hull capable of floating on the sea. Everything else will be built as we go. How are the construction materials from the infrastructure team? Zhao Ziyi's gaze fell upon a man in his 50s. Report, Commander-in-Chief. All materials have been prepared, and forging has already begun. We can commence formal construction today. Duan Chirue spoke in a deep voice. Excellent. All departments must fully support the infrastructure team's material needs. How about the transportation corps? Have the surrounding civilians arrived? Zhao Ziyi turned his gaze toward a young general officer beside him. Report, Commander-in-Chief. My 10,000 soldiers of the Transportation Corps are fully engaged in evacuating the surrounding populace. We estimate all civilians will be transported here within 2 days. However, some of our transport vehicles were requisitioned by the procurement team. Otherwise, we could have completed the mission sooner. Li Chang said gravely. After your Transportation Corps completes this task, you will fully assist the procurement team in transporting food. And the clothing team, clothing and bedding, are equally critical. Zhao Ziyi declared loudly. Yes, we guarantee mission completion. Li Chang shouted back. As captain of the Transportation Corps, his pressure was immense, but he was a soldier of Huagua. The people were his foundation. As long as the people needed them, no matter how daunting the task, they would grit their teeth and push forward, charging to the forefront. Unless they fell, this was the spirit of Hua, was warriors. By the way, the university students in Haisha City have been looking for us these past few days. They wish to help, claiming they received military training in college and are capable of assisting. Commander-in-Chief, what should we do? Li Chang suddenly spoke up. When the youth are strong, the nation is strong. Every student in our country undergoes military training upon enrollment precisely for this day when the motherland calls upon them. Foreigners have long wondered why our nation seems to produce additional soldiers every summer. Every student in our country is a warrior. Since they are willing to serve the motherland, let them show the world that Huagua's university students can not only excel in academics, but also become soldiers of the nation in moments. Zhao Ziyi spoke with gravity, and at this moment a surge of patriotic fervor coursed through his veins. Everyone present felt an overwhelming sense of pride. This was Huagua, united as one. The pressure in their hearts subtly eased. With such unity among the people, what difficulty could not be overcome? I have brought a student representative. I will have her come in now. Li Chang said, then turned and walked out, soon returning with a female university student. All eyes fell upon the young woman. Her large, wise eyes shimmered with intelligence. Her face was as beautiful as any actress's, calm and composed, with none of the immaturity typically associated with university students. Tall and slender, her hair tied in a ponytail, she faced everyone's gaze without fear, as if entirely accustomed to such scenes. Commander-in-Chief, this is Li Ziyue, senior at Haisha University. She has come as the student representative to attend this meeting. Li Chang reported. Since we have agreed to allow university students to participate in this mission, I will be direct. The students will form their own unit. Call it the Student Corps. You will provide support to other departments. Whenever any division requires assistance, you will respond immediately. But you must learn to protect yourselves. Zhao Ziyi looked at Li Ziyue with seriousness. Thank you, Commander-in-Chief. The Student Corps guarantees mission completion. A resolute expression flickered across Li Ziyue's beautiful face, along with deep curiosity toward Zhao Ziyi, a peer, yet commander of Noah's Ark. Zhao Ziyi was roughly her age, yet he commanded the entire Noah's Ark project for Huagua. She was profoundly shocked. Priding herself as a gifted individual, she nonetheless felt a hint of inadequacy in his presence. The clothing team is currently short-staffed. Take the Student Corps and assist them immediately. Zhao Ziyi instructed Li Ziyue. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. Li Ziyue spoke with excitement. As a student representative, she would no longer return empty-handed. She was overjoyed to contribute to her nation. After Li Ziyue departed, Zhao Ziyi and the others formally launched the Noah's Ark construction project. Zhao Ziyi hailed from the apocalypse 2 months in the future, when humanity's last city, Tianqi City, stood against the encroaching end times. Scientists from around the world had already been researching Noah's Ark blueprints. The designs for Noah's Ark had long been completed. However, given the resources available at that time, there was no capacity to actually construct it. Since all regions across the globe had been submerged, only one city remained. The resources of a single city were simply insufficient to construct the Ark of Noah. Now Zhao Ziyi had been reborn, carrying the blueprints for the Ark of Noah that he had developed 2 months in his past life. With the entire nation mobilized to build the Ark, there was still time. Around the massive crater formed by the earthquake in Haisha City, 10 Arks of Noah were under vigorous construction. Countless infrastructure workers surrounded the deep pit, beginning the monumental task of building the Arks. Each Ark of Noah spanned an area as vast as a county's territory, requiring an enormous workforce. To complete the mission as early as possible, Zhao Ziyi appealed to the surviving citizens of Haisha City for help. The city's population numbered around 18 million, among whom millions were migrant workers. As soon as Zhao Ziyi issued the call, these migrant workers, learning it was for the nation, unhesitatingly joined the construction of the Ark of Noah. In the hearts of these migrant workers, the nation was the greatest force. Without it, they would have nowhere to stand. Most of them lacked diplomas and could find no work, yet the nation's construction projects had provided them employment, enabling them to survive in this rapidly developing society. Now, hearing that the nation faced crisis and needed their help, they did not hesitate for a moment. As they often said, the nation had given them food. Even with their last breath, they would dedicate themselves to the country. With millions of migrant workers joining in, the construction plan for the Ark of Noah advanced significantly, even though they could not handle the technical tasks. However, they took on the task of transporting all the various materials needed to build the Ark. The involvement of millions of migrant workers also stirred the intellectuals of Haishang City. As teachers, our duty is to educate and nurture students, but with the nation in peril, how can we stand idly by? Professor Wang, a renowned figure at Haishang University, declared loudly. Representing all teaching staff, he voluntarily approached Zhao Ziyi, expressing their willingness to participate in the construction of the Ark of Noah. Zhao Ziyi was deeply moved. The teachers from primary schools, middle schools, high schools, and even kindergartens across Haishang City numbered several 100,000, a force not to be underestimated. Construction of the Ark of Noah would inevitably result in injuries. Medical professionals from Haishang City spontaneously arrived at the construction site, setting up a temporary tent nearby. Whenever anyone was injured or fell ill, they responded immediately. With medical personnel on standby, the workers felt completely at ease. With these medical angels by their side, they could work boldly without fear for their lives, knowing these angels would save them if needed. No medical professionals in any other nation could provide such profound reassurance to their people. Only the medical workers of Hua country could give people complete peace of mind. Because 30 years ago, during that great epidemic, Hua country's medical professionals had proven their capabilities to both their people and the world. Wherever Hua country's medical professionals were present, one could face any challenge with confidence. They were angels who brought peace of mind. The earthquake destroyed our homes, and we can no longer go to work. Everyone is helping out. We cannot simply watch from here. We must do something for the nation. Those young people who had only recently entered the workforce gathered together elected representatives and voluntarily approached Zhao Ziyi, eager to help their country. Zhao Ziyi assigned them to assist the transport teams. Food, clothing, bedding, various daily necessities, and air conditioners all required transportation. These office workers joined the transport teams, collectively moving all supplies. Beside the Ark of Noah, countless materials were piled up awaiting transport onto the vessel once construction was complete. We old folks can still dance square dances, but we cannot carry those heavy materials. However, the nation needs us, and we cannot simply stand by. Everyone working is tired, so let us cook meals for them nearby. An elderly grandmother in her 60s, representing the senior citizens, approached Zhao Ziyi. Grandmother, we troubling you then? Zhao Ziyi was deeply moved. He never expected the people of Hua country to be so patriotic. Of Haishang City's 18 million population, nearly everyone, excluding elementary school students, kindergartners, and the sick, came to help build the Ark of Noah. Even middle school students carried bottles of mineral water through the construction site, delivering them to the workers. Many infrastructure workers worked so tirelessly that they forgot to eat. High school students brought meals to them, and many took only a few bites before returning to work. Upon learning this, Zhao Ziyi asked the high school students to supervise the workers nearby, ensuring they finished their meals. Without proper nutrition, how could they have the strength to work? At that moment, everyone was united in effort to build the Ark of Noah, treating even the smallest tasks with great seriousness. Watching all people stand united with one heart, Zhao Ziyi felt immense pride. This scene of an entire nation mobilizing for its country could only be seen in Hua country. Seeing those teenagers barely past adolescence gritting their teeth and running about the construction site, Zhao Ziyi felt tears welling in his eyes. These children might be rebellious at times, but when the nation needed them, they stepped forward without hesitation. Perhaps their minds were not yet fully mature, but they knew what the nation meant. They knew the nation needed them, and they rose to the occasion without a second thought. Zhao Ziyi took a moment to walk over to those children. He watched the sweat on their tender young faces, which they casually wiped away before continuing to help. When the youth are strong, the nation is strong. Zhao Ziyi's heart surged with emotion. He looked up at the dark mass of clouds on the horizon. The storm was approaching. Over the past few days, sea levels had been rising continuously, and the melting of glaciers at both poles was accelerating. Within a few more days, Haishang City would be submerged by seawater. They had to complete the foundation of the Ark of Noah as soon as possible and evacuate all people and supplies. Nevertheless, witnessing everyone working together with such determination, Zhao Ziyi was confident that before the seawater engulfed Haishang City, he could lead everyone to safety. Big brother, have some water. At that moment, an 11 or 12-year-old girl approached Zhao Ziyi, holding a bottle of water. Zhao Ziyi turned to look at the young girl still wearing her school uniform, deeply moved within. Are you in middle school now? He asked gently. I just started 7th grade this year, but I am already a big kid now. The nation needs me, and I can deliver water to everyone. The little girl smiled sweetly. Zhao Ziyi was deeply moved by the sweet smile of the little girl. At that moment, a surge of national pride rose within him. This was Hua country. Believe in our motherland, we will surely overcome this difficulty together. Zhao Ziyi gently patted the little girl's head. He then walked over to the Noah's Ark. At this moment, with millions working together, the foundations of 10 arks were gradually taking shape. The 10 arcs were massive, so Zhao Ziyi adopted the segmented construction method. The segmented construction method is a modern shipbuilding production management model. Based on the principle of family manufacturing, in group technology, it produces hull parts, components, and sections. Finally, production lines are organized according to the technological process. The main technological processes in modern shipbuilding include steel treatment, material processing, component and part assembly, section assembly, and welding, hull assembly, and welding, alignment, and boring, ship launching, main engine commissioning, mooring trials, sea trials, and final delivery. Given the limited time, the 10 arcs could only have their seaworthy hull foundations built first. The rest would have to be constructed while heading west. With the concerted efforts of all, the steel had already been processed and the materials were ready. Already in the component assembly and section welding stage, the hull foundations would soon be completed, allowing everyone to board and leave this place. Report, Commander-in-Chief. The transport team has completed its mission. Awaiting your orders. Captain Li Chong of the transport team announced loudly. Report, Commander-in-Chief. The clothing team has completed its mission. Captain Chen Long of the clothing team announced loudly. Beside him stood Li Ziyue, the student representative. Report, Commander-in-Chief. The student team has assisted the clothing team in completing its mission. Li Ziyue also declared loudly. Report, Commander-in-Chief. The procurement team has completed its mission. Captain Cheng Zhan of the procurement team also arrived by Zhao Ziyi's side at that moment. Very well, all necessary supplies are ready. Now we just wait for the arc foundations to be completed. You've all worked hard, oh please rest for a while. Commander-in-Chief, time is of the essence now. Our student team still has strength to offer. We can not only wield pens, but also carry construction materials. Please allow me to petition on behalf of the student team to join the construction. Li Ziyue declared loudly, radiating a heroic spirit. Zhao Ziyi was visibly moved as he looked at her. The construction materials have mostly been transported already. What we lack now are technical personnel. Zhao Ziyi shook his head. Many of us college students majored in construction-related fields. Although we haven't had hands-on experience, we possess theoretical knowledge. Perhaps we can help. Please let us assist. Li Ziyue again spoke loudly. Hearing this, Zhao Ziyi felt a stir in his heart. Commander-in-Chief, you are also a senior graduate. If you can become the Commander-in-Chief, then we college students also have the confidence to help. Please give us a chance. Li Ziyue looked at Zhao Ziyi seriously. All right, I approve your petition. Your student team shall use the knowledge you've learned to help with the construction of the arcs. Zhao Ziyi smiled and shook his head. This Li Ziyue was quite impressive. She had left him without a rebuttal. Thank you, Commander-in-Chief. Li Ziyue jumped with joy, then left to lead the students to assist. Commander-in-Chief, what can we do? We don't want to stay idle either. Li Chong and the others shouted. Although their missions were complete, everyone else was working hard, and they didn't want to just rest. Zhao Ziyi's gaze fell upon Li Chong and his men. They were soldiers of the people, having charged to the front lines this time and accomplished the most arduous tasks. His intention was to let them rest, for they were human too, flesh and blood, and had been working tirelessly for days without sleep. He didn't want them to push themselves to the point of collapse. Commander-in-Chief, as soldiers of the people, it is our duty to charge forward for the people. Now that the people need us, how can we stop? Please give us your orders. Cheng Zhan also spoke loudly. Both generals, you have been working continuously for days and your soldiers are exhausted. Why not rest for a while? Once you've regained your strength, you can help again. The people need you, and if you collapse from fatigue, the people will be uneasy seeing your upright backs absent. Zhao Ziyi said in a deep voice. Commander-in-Chief, rest assured. Over the years, we have always been at the forefront and have long been accustomed to various hardships. This time we should go up even more. We should stand before the people, shielding them from wind and rain. Even just appearing in their sight can bring them peace of mind. Please give us your orders. Li Chong said with firm eyes. Seeing such determination from Li Chong and Cheng Zhan, Zhao Ziyi's eyes involuntarily reddened. In his heart, he suddenly recalled a certain conversation. Have you ever crossed a bridge? Yes. Does the bridge have railings? Yes. Did you hold onto the railings when crossing? No. So does that mean the railings are useless to you? Of course they're useful. Without the railings to protect me, what if I fell? But you didn't hold the railings. Well, but without the railings I would be afraid. The people's soldiers are like the railings on a bridge. Though the people may not need them, often their presence brings peace of mind. The people will not be afraid. Just like now, when the people need them, their mere presence in the people's sight is enough to reassure them and dispel their fear. Fine, I agree. I want you to appear in the people's sight. You don't need to do anything. You are the people's railings. Zhao Ziyi declared loudly. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. Li Chong and Cheng Zhan exchanged a glance, both breaking into joyful smiles. Shortly after Li Chong and Cheng Zhan left, Zhao Ziyi summoned the captain of the security team. The security captain was also selected from among the people's soldiers, as many had taken advantage of the chaos after the apocalypse broke out to commit crimes. The security team's mission is to maintain order and arrest those who exploit the chaos. Many prisoners have escaped from Haiqing prison. I want your security team to capture them all before nightfall. They must not cause any trouble. Zhao Ziyi said sternly to the security captain Wang Dahai. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. Wang Dahai responded loudly. I appreciate the hard work of your security team. During this period, no criminal activity may occur. We must ensure the Noah's Arks are completed ahead of schedule. Zhao Ziyi said gravely. Rest assured, Commander-in-Chief, with the security team on guard, any illegal acts will be nipped in the bud before they occur. Wang Dahai declared with confidence. Good, I trust you. Zhao Ziyi affirmed firmly. Huaxia differs from other nations on Earth in many ways. One of the most distinctive traits is that in times of chaos or large-scale disturbances, the probability of crime plummets to near zero. Just like a catastrophe decades ago, everyone obeyed orders, staying indoors without causing any disorder. Meanwhile, other countries across the globe saw a steady rise in chaos, even descending into severe turmoil. Many rioters seized the opportunity to loot shops, banks, and even occupy official zones, deliberately spawning all kinds of mayhem in a highly complex situation. But here such things do not occur. This is Huaxia. Living here, the people can rest assured. No matter what happens, they can stay safely at home without fear of threats. Even if the doors of street shops are left wide open, no one would enter to rob them. Such incidents are virtually unheard of. Although this is the doomsday era, which may well annihilate all of humanity, even under such terrifying circumstances, Huaxia has seen almost no crime. Recently, due to the earthquake, the prisoners in Haiqing prison were also released. They joined the others in seeking shelter, and during this process, many took the opportunity to escape. Zhao Ziyi, worried that they might commit crimes amid the chaos, contacted the security team, Captain Wang Dahai, urging him to recapture these fugitives as soon as possible. Commander-in-Chief, what if these criminals refuse to return and resist to the death? Wang Dahai asked in a low voice. We must prioritize the greater good. Anyone who threatens the people is to be dealt with severely. We cannot allow even one threat to harm any of our citizens. If they are willing to return, we can offer them a place of refuge. Here, everyone is equal. Zhao Ziyi declared solemnly. Good, I understand. Wang Dahai turned and left. The burden on his shoulders was immense. He had to maintain order during this period, ensure that all criminal acts were stifled, and guarantee the safety of the people. Zhao Ziyi took a deep breath. Having arranged everything, he shifted his focus to the Noah's Ark. He personally went to the Noah's Ark base, taking part in its design and construction. At the same time, he also took a moment to video call Old Long for a while. Old Long had now returned to the mainland, coordinating the nationwide movement of people to the routes along which the Noah's Ark would travel. As soon as the Noah's Ark built by Zhao Ziyi was completed, it would sail westward, and the waiting people along the route would board the vessel one after another. Old Long, a massive typhoon has struck Taiwan. The people are homeless, and seawater has already submerged most of the land. Everyone has taken refuge on the highest peak, Yushan. They are pleading for our help. Should we go and rescue them? Zhao Ziyi asked Old Long with a grave expression. That place is not far from us, but it could be swallowed by the sea in an instant. In theory, we should of course do our utmost to help. However, the area may be submerged within a few days. Do you have a way to save them? Old Long's gaze was also solemn as he looked at Zhao Ziyi. In fact, the leader of Taiwan had called him several times in the past few days begging for help, but they were simply powerless. After all, they were now separated from Taiwan by terrifying seas. Even the strongest ships on Earth would likely be destroyed by the stormy waters along with the horrific typhoons. To rescue those people with their current strength seemed nearly impossible. This was beyond human capability. Yet out of humanitarian concern, they should still attempt to save the many lives about to be drowned. He had been racking his brains these past few days. Now Zhao Ziyi became his last hope, for Zhao Ziyi had already accomplished many seemingly impossible tasks. Old Long, there is only one way to save those people now. Wait until the Noah's Ark is built, then dispatch one to sail there and bring everyone back. However, this carries a great risk. The Noah's Ark sent might be destroyed along with them by the sea, and the typhoon, as the typhoon there is now extremely fierce. Zhao Ziyi said gravely. On the other side of the video call, Old Long was silent for a few seconds, then stared at Zhao Ziyi with determination. Even if it's extremely dangerous, we must rescue every single person. Can you do it? I want to entrust this mission to you. Even if it costs my life, I will not hesitate. I will bring everyone back safely. Zhao Ziyi declared resolutely. Good. Old Long gave Zhao Ziyi a heavy nod, his satisfaction with the man growing even deeper. Zhao Ziyi hung up the video call with a solemn expression, but his heart was burdened with a heavy weight. The responsibility on his shoulders was not light. Taiwan is located off the southeastern coast, consisting of the largest island in the surrounding waters, Taiwan, along with its adjacent islets, and the Penghu archipelago comprising over 80 islands. At Yushan, the highest peak in Taiwan, the entire population of 23 million had gathered. Everyone looked haggard and filled with terror. Due to the melting of polar ice caps and the rise in global sea levels, Taiwan, as an island region, had seen 80 of its land submerged by seawater. All the people of Taiwan had come to the island's highest peak, trembling with fear as the seawater threatened to engulf them at any moment. The leader of Taiwan, Zhu Zheng, was on the phone with Old Long, pleading for the rescue of the Taiwanese people. In previous calls, Old Long had said he was working on a solution but had been unable to send help. This time, Old Long directly told him that in 2 days they would dispatch a Noah's Ark to rescue the people of Taiwan. Old Long, when did you get a Noah's Ark? I didn't know. Zhu Zheng was both surprised and puzzled. If Hua Xiao possessed a Noah's Ark, he would have been the first to know, but it was impossible for Hua Xiao to have one. Only in the past few days had there been rumors that Hua Xiao was building 10 Noah's Arks, but he refused to believe such a feat was possible, so he instinctively dismissed the idea of the Ark. In just a few days we will have built 10 Noah's Arks. Then I will send one to pick you up. Be prepared, Old Long said in a deep voice. Old Long, is this true? Are you really going to send a Noah's Ark? Zhu Zheng asked, sternly, a hint of anger rising within him. He felt that Elder Long was fooling him. It was impossible to build 10 Noah's Arks within a few days. He felt that Elder Long was fobbing him off, just like before. If a Noah's Ark truly arrived within 2 days, then the people of Tai Dao could indeed be saved. But if no Noah's Ark came after 2 days, the people of Tai Dao would be completely swallowed by the sea, and over 20 million lives would be lost. He felt that Elder Long was being perfunctory about such a serious matter, and his emotions became somewhat unstable. Believe in the motherland. Elder Long only said those 4 words. Zhu Zheng looked at Elder Long's resolute gaze, and involuntarily felt a sense of peace in his heart. Elder Long, the over 20 million people of Tai Dao are your people. You must come and save them, Zhu Zheng said with a sobbing tone. Elder Long was his last hope. The thought that over 20 million people on Tai Dao would be swallowed by the sea was unbearable for him. He wanted everyone to survive. The Chuanghua, which had previously supported them, directly cut off the call when he requested assistance, completely ignoring them, even leaving them to fend for themselves. His heart turned thoroughly cold. In the end, he turned to Elder Long for support. A friend in need is a friend indeed. At that moment, he understood the true meaning of the motherland. Tai Dao has been an inseparable part of Huaghua since ancient times. When the people are in distress, the motherland will never refuse to help. After 2 days, the people of Tai Dao will be safe, Elder Long said solemnly to Zhu Zheng. All right, Elder Long, we'll wait 2 days, said Zhu Zheng. After hanging up, Zhu Zheng told the over 20 million people on Tai Dao the news that the Noah's Ark would arrive in 2 days. Knowing that the Noah's Ark would come from the mainland to save them in 2 days, everyone cried with excitement. I knew the motherland would not abandon us. The motherland will always be our strong backbone. We just need to wait 2 days to be saved. Only the motherland comes to save us. If anyone speaks ill of the motherland again, I'll be angry with them. The people of Tai Dao embraced each other excitedly, eagerly waiting for the arrival of the Noah's Ark in 2 days. They believed that the motherland had promised to send the Ark to pick them up, and it would definitely come. Everyone believed. Even many people who had a negative impression of the motherland had completely changed their views at this moment. However, there were still many stubborn elements who believed this was a lie. Huaghua doesn't have a Noah's Ark. Don't be deceived. How could there be a Noah's Ark in just 2 days? In 2 days we will all be drowned by the sea. Yeah, they've been fooling us all along, trying to make us admit that we are part of them. Even Chuanghua doesn't have such a thing as a Noah's Ark. How could Huaghua have one? Many stubborn elements shouted loudly, and their words made many people very angry. You stubborn elements keep saying the motherland is bad. The motherland has already said it will send people to pick us up in 2 days, yet you are still here misleading the public. We've long been displeased with you. Now you slander the motherland like this. I suggest we lock you all up. You dare. Who dares to make a move? The stubborn elements shouted. There were many of them, and they all harbored a bit of hostility toward the motherland. Humph, you stubborn elements. In 2 days you'll see whether the motherland truly comes to save us. If you can, don't board the ship then. Someone shouted loudly. Haha, how ridiculous. Do you really think a Noah's Ark will come in 2 days? Let me tell you directly, just wait here to die. No Ark will come. The stubborn elements laughed loudly. We believe in the motherland. It will not abandon us. A Noah's Ark will definitely come. When it does, you stubborn elements should not board the ship. Many patriots said angrily. Humph, even if a Noah's Ark really comes, we won't board it. Besides, it's impossible. The stubborn elements sneered. Humph, you parasites. Meanwhile, in the international community, many foreign media reported that Huaghua would send a Noah's Ark to rescue the people of Tai Dao in 2 days. How could Huaghua possibly build a Noah's Ark? Moreover, there are over 20 million people on Tai Dao. What kind of ark could carry so many? Huaghua is definitely deceiving the people of Tai Dao deliberately. The people of Tai Dao are so foolish to believe this. If Huaghua really sends a Noah's Ark in 2 days, I'll eat my own excrement live. Let's just watch Huaghua make a fool of itself. Almost all foreigners were pessimistic about Huaghua, and on various social media and the internet they were all bashing Huaghua. No one believed that Huaghua could rescue over 20 million people from Tai Dao. Humph, these riffraff dare to slander our country like this. Our country always keeps its word. Since it said there will be a Noah's Ark in 2 days, it will definitely appear. I believe in the motherland. Even Long Hai, the spokesman of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, said firmly at a press conference. Tai Dao is an inalienable part of Huagua. We will rescue all 23 million people of Tai Dao within 2 days. Please, those with ulterior motives, do not incite the public behind the scenes. Hello, I am a reporter from the Western Daily. May I ask, can Huagua really build a Noah's Ark? And foreign reporter asked. Of course. Our country's over 1 billion people will all board the Noah's Ark and survive this catastrophe by riding the waves. Moreover, I advise all other countries to prepare early and not to regret when disaster strikes. Long Hai said solemnly. Hello, I am a reporter from Dunhuangnet. Only Chuangguo in the world has the technology to build a Noah's Ark, but it can only accommodate 10 million people. Is Huagua's claim to build an ark for over 1 billion people an exaggeration? The Dunhuangnet reporter said. Huagua is a great country with many talents. In the past, only Chuangguo had the technology to build a Noah's Ark, but in recent years our country has produced countless geniuses. The Noah's Ark is not just talk. What is Chuangguo compared to us? Long Hai said with domineering confidence. Meanwhile, Zhao Ziyi was solemnly building the Noah's Ark at the base alongside infrastructure experts. In 2 days the Ark's hull must be completed, and they must also rescue all over 20 million people from Tai Dao. The burden on him was extremely heavy. To finish the task ahead of schedule, he had stayed awake for 2 days and 2 nights. I must complete the mission and let those mockers know that Huagua always keeps its word. Zhao Ziyi shouted in his heart. He had not slept for nearly 2 days, and he must complete the construction of Noah's Ark's foundation. Moreover, each day the sea level rose at an alarming rate. The water level beside the earthquake pit in Haishang City had already surged by over 10 meters, and within a few days the entire city would be submerged. Thus he had little time left. Commander, please take a rest. With us here we guarantee to finish the foundation in 2 days. Duan Shirue, the head of the construction team, looked at Zhao Ziyi with solemnity. I'm fine, let's continue. Zhao Ziyi waved his hand lightly, then forced himself to keep working alongside the construction team on Noah's Ark's foundation. In fact, it wasn't just him. Many members of the construction team were the same, spending all their time working except for meals. Everyone was holding their breath, eager to build Noah's Ark as quickly as possible. Tens of millions of people worked together, and Noah's Ark took shape at a visible pace. With one heart and one mind, everyone saw hope. Over 30 hours later, the sky turned a grim gray, threatening a torrential downpour. But beside Noah's Ark, everyone cheered and rejoiced. Many hugged each other emotionally, tears streaming down their faces. We succeeded. We have built Noah's Ark. We can leave this place. Amid the cheers, Zhao Ziyi's tense expression finally relaxed. However, his mission was not yet complete. He still needed to rescue over 20 million people on Taiwan Island. I will go to Taiwan Island myself. The rest of you take the other 9 arks and head west. Zhao Ziyi looked around and spoke in a deep voice. Commander, it's too dangerous. Let me go? You must lead the nation to survive. You cannot take risks. Li Chong shouted. Yes, Commander. The Ark's foundation is only the beginning. Many tasks remain. If something happens to you, what will become of the rest of the Ark? Duan Shirue also spoke solemnly. I promised Grandpa Long that I would bring all 20 million people from Taiwan Island out. So I must go. If something happens to me, let Li Ziyue take my place. She has the ability to complete the rest of Noah's Ark. Zhao Ziyi's gaze fell on Li Ziyue, who was beside him. Over the past 2 days she had assisted him in completing many projects, and had become his most capable aide. Li Ziyue was highly talented, grasping things with just a hint, and Zhao Ziyi felt deeply gratified. Everyone's eyes turned to her, and Li Chongzhan and the others felt a sense of familiarity when they saw her. Hey, she seems to be Grandpa Long's granddaughter. Duan Shirue suddenly remarked. Yes, Grandpa Long's granddaughter is named Li Ziyue, and she studied at Haishang University, graduating this year. Li Chong and the others also recalled this. Zhao Ziyi was taken aback. He had sensed that Li Ziyue's talent was extraordinary, unlike an ordinary college student. Now, hearing Duan Shirue's words, everything made sense. Seeing that she had been recognized, Li Ziyue admitted it openly. Grandpa Long is my maternal grandfather, but that doesn't stop me from contributing to the nation. The commander will surely bring all 20 million people from Taiwan Island back. I believe in him. Li Ziyue declared firmly. Tomorrow at 11 a.m., the tide will rise. I will take 1 ark and ride the current out to sea, heading for Taiwan Island. You will follow the current and go west. After rescuing the people, I'll catch up quickly. You must leave as soon as possible. In 2 days, the entire Haishang city will be submerged. Zhao Ziyi said gravely. Yes, Commander. Duan Shirue and the others could only nod in agreement. On July 18th at 11 a.m., beside the earthquake pit in Haishang City, all 10 Noah's Ark foundations were completed. Nearly 20 million people and countless supplies had boarded 9 of the arks. Zhao Ziyi led 100 soldiers onto the 10th ark, bringing nothing but some food supplies. The tide is rising and the water is coming up. On the arks, everyone gazed fearfully at the approaching sea. At that moment, waves dozens of meters high surged violently toward the earthquake pit of Haishang City. Rush! The seawater poured into the pit, rapidly filling it, and the water seeped through every crevice, spreading into the surrounding depths. The 10 arcs were docked beside the pit, waiting for the water to flood it completely, allowing them to launch into the sea. Each arc was as vast as a county's territory, standing 10,000 meters tall. Now nearly 20 million people stood on the decks, gazing solemnly at the pit below. The water level inside rose rapidly, and the sea surface climbed at a terrifying pace. Dark clouds gathered overhead, with lightning flickering. Boom! Suddenly the sky turned pitch black, thunder rumbled, and raindrops as large as hailstones began to fall furiously. The people on the decks could only take shelter in the makeshift huts built atop them. Originally, the plan was to construct living quarters for billions after the Ark foundations were laid. But time was insufficient, so only simple shelters were hastily erected, barely enough for temporary accommodation. However, the construction teams were still working on building more structures while at sea. The arcs would head west, and the people could continue building the remaining parts as they traveled. Slap! The heavy raindrops pounded into the pit, accelerating the flooding. Bolts of lightning struck beside the arcs, and everyone cowered in fear inside the huts, afraid of being hit. Ignite the electric thrusters! Zhao Ziyi bellowed, and all 10 arcs activated their electric thrusters simultaneously. Conventional methods could not launch the arcs, so Zhao Ziyi had opted for electric thrusters. The electric thrusters at the bottom of the arcs absorbed seawater to generate electricity, which was then manually ignited to produce a tremendous propulsion force, driving the arcs forward. These thrusters could even move an asteroid, altering its trajectory. In theory, they could even move the Earth itself, but that would require building thrusters of a colossal scale far beyond current human capabilities. Nevertheless, it was feasible to propel all 10 arcs using electric thrusters. Once ignited, the thrusters generated a terrifying force, and the arcs rumbled as they moved toward the pit, like towering mountains shifting across the land. With a thunderous roar, the colossal Noah's Ark plunged into the abyss, sending waves thousands of meters high into the air. All aboard felt the vessel shudder violently, as if struck by an earthquake. We've done it. The launch is a success. Duan Shirue and his companions stood on the deck, braving the rain, gazing down into the chasm below. By now, all 10 arcs had safely entered the deep pit, resting within the surging seawater that filled it. The waters rose furiously, the pit filling ever more until all the pits merged into one vast sea. Set sail! Zhao Ziyi bellowed. The 10 arcs, riding the wind and cutting through the waves, sped toward the open waters ahead. The electric thrusters drove the arcs forward with relentless power. Zhao Ziyi breathed a sigh of relief, for this was the first trial of the electric propulsion system. Now that it had succeeded, the weight he had carried was finally lifted. In the next moment, the 10 arcs, each 10,000 meters high, surged across the ocean, slicing through the waves. The sea expanded relentlessly, swallowing the land bit by bit. 9 of the arcs headed west toward the inland regions, following the encroaching waters. The last arc suddenly turned, making its way toward Taiwan. The successful launch of the 10 arcs was captured by satellites from various nations. When the world witnessed the breathtaking sight of the 10 arcs plowing through the seas, shock rippled across the globe. China's Noah's Ark has truly succeeded. They have set sail and are safe. How awe-inspiring. What kind of nation is China that it could actually build Noah's Ark? How could they possess such formidable technology? With these 10 arcs, China may indeed accommodate all its billions of people. Look, one arc is heading toward Taiwan. It truly intends to rescue its 20 million residents. Amazing. China keeps its word, just as the ancient Eastern civilization, with 5,000 years of history, would say. They are true to their promise. At that moment, the eyes of the entire world were fixed on China's 10 arcs. When the 10 arcs successfully entered the sea, all dissenting voices fell silent, replaced by quiet reverence. Just days ago, everyone had mocked China's seemingly impossible dream, convinced that the nation could never build such vessels. But now, under the watch of the world, the 10 arcs rode the waves, a perfect rebuttal. Those who said they would eat their words can now make good on their promise. China is a great nation with 5,000 years of history. Unlike certain leaders who speak without substance. When our country makes a promise, we deliver. Who dares to speak ill of our nation now? How the tables have turned. As a Chinese citizen, I am proud. Enough said. We must gather near the arcs now, for they will carry us through all calamities. You wretched ones may be left to perish in the flood, but we have the ark. In this moment, countless Chinese netizens felt an unprecedented pride. All the frustration they had endured online was now released as the 10 arcs successfully took to the sea. Even the most ardent critics fell silent. They had mocked China because they believed the ark would never be built, or that even if built, the launch, the most difficult part, would surely fail. But faced with reality, they had no words left, and a hint of bitterness crept into their hearts. China has the ark, but our country has nothing. Even the leaders have fled to high altitudes, abandoning us. When disaster strikes, how will we survive? We should build arcs like China. But the technology belongs only to Chuangua and China. No other nation possesses it. Can we only wait for death? Flee while there is still time. Head for the highlands before it's too late. The appearance of the Ark awakened a sense of crisis in people across the world, making them fully realize the terror of the apocalypse. Countless people fled toward higher ground. The world is not flat. Some nations are high in altitude, others low. Traveling across the globe, one can feel this difference. Some countries are mountainous and high while others are flat and low. Low-lying nations will soon be submerged. Only high-altitude countries can offer temporary refuge, but even that is fleeting as the entire world slowly becomes an ocean. The 10 highest altitude countries on Earth became the destinations for humanity's exodus. China, one of the 10 highest, saw a massive influx of people from neighboring small nations, all seeking to escape the rising waters. The highest point on Earth was Mount Everest, but it had already collapsed into a perilous state, forcing nearby residents to flee. Yet the surrounding high-altitude regions still drew many. The sea rose relentlessly, country after country being devoured. Meanwhile, the sea had already submerged 90% of Taiwan. The island's 20 million people were crowded onto Yushan, its highest peak. Zhu Zheng had received a message from Long Lao, one of China's arcs was speeding toward Taiwan. Everyone prepare. The motherland is sending the ark to pick us up. Gather essential supplies like food and clothing. Leave behind anything useless. And dress warmly. Zhu Zheng cried out to the people of Taiwan with emotion. The motherland is coming. I knew they would never abandon a single citizen. We have finally received their aid. I regret nothing about being born in China. We are saved. Those who spoke ill of the motherland, remember your words. Now that the ark is here, don't you dare board. Stay on Yushan and wait for death. Many glared coldly at the stubborn dissenters, savoring the vindication. The motherland's ark had arrived, silencing those who had doubted. We are all Huawa people. Why should we be forbidden from boarding Noah's ark? We are all sons and daughters of the motherland. Don't discriminate against us. That's right. We are also the motherland's children. When Noah's ark arrives, we want to get on too. Many stubborn individuals declared with righteous indignation, showing no sign of shame. You parasites. Weren't you the ones bad-mouthing the motherland before? How do you have the face to say such things now? The law of true fragrance. These diehards are utterly shameless. Now they claim to be the motherland's people, but before they were the bootlickers of Chuangua. The Chuangua masters of these diehards have abandoned them, and now they come back to acknowledge their ancestors. How nauseating. I suggest we leave these people on Yushan and not let them board. They have been disloyal to the motherland and have no right to step onto the motherland's ship. Many glared angrily, deeply displeased with those who had slandered the motherland. A considerable number proposed leaving these people on Yushan, and the commotion even reached Zhu Zheng, who had to come over to take charge. Zhu Zheng watched the two factions argue. Both sides had a fair number of people, but the patriots outnumbered the diehards who were no match. All right, we are all Huawa people. Let's stop arguing. Noah's ark is almost here. Everyone prepare to board soon. Yushan is about to be submerged. Zhu Zheng said loudly. Hearing Zhu Zheng's words, everyone stopped and looked at the surrounding sea. The water was rising too quickly now, and Yushan was being swallowed bit by bit. When will Noah's ark come? We're about to drown, someone cried out in terror. For some reason, the sea was rising at an alarming speed, eerily fast. It's coming. At that moment, someone pointed excitedly into the distance. A massive Noah's ark riding the wind and cutting through waves surged over 1,000-meter-high breakers, racing toward Yushan. Noah's ark. The motherland has come to save us. We are rescued. Over here. We're over here. In that moment, tears streamed from everyone's eyes. Children and elders waved their arms with excitement. Over 20 million people cried out in jubilation. Long live the motherland. On board Noah's ark, Zhao Ziyi stared solemnly at the approaching Yushan. The mountain had already been heavily submerged and was visibly sinking at an alarming rate. Commander, a typhoon is coming. Just then a roaring typhoon howled ferociously toward Noah's ark. Take cover. Zhao Ziyi bellowed. Everyone retreated into the interior of Noah's ark as the terrifying typhoon lashed against the vessel. The colossal body of Noah's ark trembled violently under the assault of the typhoon. The sea formed massive whirlpools that spun wildly. Noah's ark's course was thrown into chaos. Zhao Ziyi gritted his teeth and steered the ship resolutely, heading toward Yushan. The typhoon is here. At Yushan, a terrifying typhoon struck. Everyone huddled together in panic. Typhoons were frequent in the island region, especially now. A powerful typhoon was bearing down on Yushan, as if intent on devouring everyone. We're doomed. Zhu Zheng stared in horror at the approaching typhoon. Everyone seemed destined to perish beneath its fury. The sky was dark with dense clouds, gale-force winds, and torrential rain. All were battered by the storm, and many wept in terror. The cries of children, the terrified screams of adults, and hail like rain pounded relentlessly on Yushan. Despair gripped everyone. Just when all thought death was certain, a colossal Noah's Ark tore through the typhoon, riding the wind and waves, and appeared instantly beside Yushan. The massive bow of Noah's Ark docked against Yushan. Board now, Zhao Ziyi shouted from the deck, braving the storm. At the same time, 1,000-meter-high doors opened at the bottom of Noah's Ark. We're saved. Hurry on board. Everyone who had escaped death rushed desperately toward the doors, stumbling along the way, many in a sorry state. Faster! Zhao Ziyi roared. The typhoon had not subsided yet continued to slam into Noah's Ark, whose hull shuddered violently. Noah's Ark's electric thrusters worked frantically, generating immense force to push the vessel against the typhoon's opposite direction. The typhoon struck, and Noah's Ark's electric thrusters counteracted it, the two forces colliding fiercely. Noah's Ark trembled violently. Many who had already boarded swayed and shook along with the vessel. They fell to the floor, crawling forward with hands and feet, like drowning people, their survival instinct incredibly strong. Over 20 million people, a massive number that could not board in a short time. But the typhoon was terrifying. Worse still were the thunderbolts within the storm, bolts of lightning striking down at any moment, threatening to kill anyone. Fire the lightning-attracting missiles! Zhao Ziyi roared. Boom! Hundreds of missiles were launched from Noah's Ark. The missiles soared into the sky and exploded, drawing countless lightning bolts. All the lightning around Noah's Ark suddenly veered toward the missiles. Boom! Boom! The sky flashed with lightning as the missiles attracted every bolt, like 1,000 fireworks exploding. The sky had never looked so beautiful. Yet no one dared to appreciate this beauty. It was the fireworks of death. The missiles drew away the lightning, and the boarding pace quickened. Soon most of the people had entered Noah's Ark. Everyone cowered inside Noah's Ark, not daring to peek out, merely lying on the floor, gasping for breath, cherishing this hard-won chance to survive. Before the fury of nature, humans were so fragile. Boom! The missiles lost their effect. Terrifying lightning struck down again. The sea beside Noah's Ark was hit, sending up 100-meter-high waves. The waves surged. Many who were boarding were swept away by a single wave, tumbling into the sea. Hurry on board! Zhao Ziyi shouted, urging everyone to move faster. Those who fell into the ocean sank like stones, disappearing without a trace. Even the strongest swimmers would be instantly swallowed by such monstrous waves. Falling into the sea meant death. After an unknown span of time, the last person stumbled aboard Noah's Ark, and the 10 massive doors slammed shut. Get out of here! Zhao Ziyi roared. Noah's Ark sped away, riding the wind and cutting through the waves. The electric thrusters of Noah's Ark roared at full power, their immense force driving the colossal vessel to turn around. At that moment, violent winds howled, torrential rain lashed down, and terrifying lightning tore across the sky. The ferocious typhoon battered Noah's Ark, making its turnaround agonizingly difficult, like a man trapped in a quagmire struggling desperately for survival in the mire. Most terrifying of all were the dreadful thunderbolts in the sky, each one striking the hull of Noah's Ark with devastating force. Rumble! Inside Noah's Ark, everyone huddled together in terror, not daring to venture out to see what was happening beyond the walls. Under the assault of the typhoon, Noah's Ark finally completed its turn. Propelled by the electric thrusters, it sped away from Yushan Mountain, while the raging seas churned into towering waves that crashed violently against the vessel. The typhoon around them grew ever more horrific, and the lightning in the sky became thicker and more densely packed. The electric thrusters of Noah's Ark were pushed to their maximum output. The mighty vessel braved the wind and waves, carving a difficult path forward across the surging sea. A few minutes later, Noah's Ark escaped the typhoon zone and reached a stretch of calm waters. Only here did everyone finally feel safe. The typhoon had dissipated, the lightning was gone, and nothing remained but a sky shrouded in dense dark clouds, like the ominous calm before a storm, as if a downpour could break loose at any moment. We made it! Zhao Ziyi let out a profound sigh of relief. Despite the peril he had endured, he had ultimately completed his mission, rescuing all 20 million people from Taiwan. Commander Elder Long is on the line. A soldier hurried to Zhao Ziyi's side. Zhao Ziyi answered the call. Elder Long asked about their situation, and Zhao Ziyi informed him that they had successfully rescued over 20 million people from Taiwan and were now pursuing the 9 Noah's Arks ahead of them. Excellent! Elder Long was overjoyed. Meanwhile, Long Hai, the spokesperson of the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs, announced to the world at a press conference that China had successfully saved more than 20 million people in Taiwan. The entire world was stunned, shaken by China's miraculous achievement. China actually succeeded. They truly did it. As expected of the great ancient Eastern power accomplishing what was nearly impossible. Their Noah's Ark has stood the test of calamity. The Chinese people are blessed. Why am I not Chinese? Is it too late to change my nationality now? Chinese nationality is the hardest in the world to obtain. I'm afraid there's no hope. How I envy the Chinese people to have such a great motherland. Noah's Ark successfully rescued more than 20 million people from Taiwan, drawing worldwide attention. China proved its strength to the world once again. People across the nation were watching the Taiwan rescue closely. Seeing their motherland successfully bring the people of Taiwan to safety, the whole country rejoiced. Everyone felt immense pride in the nation's power and counted themselves fortunate to be born in China. With our motherland so strong, who would dare bully us? We have 10 Noah's Arks. No disaster can ever defeat us. Since ancient times our people have stood united as one. Any hardship will be overcome. We shall ride the wind and waves with our motherland surviving in this apocalypse. The pride of the entire nation soared. At this moment China was the safest country in the world, for it possessed 10 Noah's Arks. Zhao Ziyi led over 20 million people from Taiwan rapidly toward the mainland. At the same time he sought out Zhu. How many infrastructure experts are there in Taiwan? I want you to gather them all. We need to continue building Noah's Arks. Zhao Ziyi said to Zhu in a deep voice. All right, I'll have them come over right away. Zhu, now aware of Zhao Ziyi's identity, dared not delay. He summoned all of Taiwan's infrastructure experts, and soon over 100 of them stood before Zhao Ziyi. Zhao Ziyi showed them the remaining blueprints of Noah's Ark and instructed them to continue its construction. Commander, we don't have enough manpower. One infrastructure expert exclaimed. There are over 20 million people here. Zhu asked if anyone is willing to volunteer for the construction team. Zhao Ziyi said to Zhu beside him. All right, no problem. Zhu quickly left. Zhao Ziyi continued discussing with the infrastructure experts. When they saw the remaining blueprints of Noah's Ark, they were all astounded. This is simply the work of God. Absolutely miraculous. So only the ship's base has been built so far. There are still so many parts left to complete. Commander, we don't have the materials. How are we supposed to build it? One infrastructure expert asked in confusion. Constructing the rest of Noah's Ark required enormous quantities of materials. But when they fled from Yushan, they had brought only food and clothing, nothing else. How could they possibly build Noah's Ark? The materials were prepared long ago. Now that we have enough manpower, we can begin work. Zhao Ziyi said solemnly. The materials needed to build Noah's Ark had already been transported onto the vessel back in Haisher City. Though it was only a portion of what was required, it was enough to sustain their construction for a considerable time. As they continued westward, more materials were waiting for them along the way, more than enough to complete the task. Soon Zhu returned. His inquiry about volunteers for the Noah's Ark construction had received an overwhelming response, with millions of people willing to join. Since we have enough people, let's begin. Our first priority is the residential area. As we travel, more citizens will board the Ark, and we must provide them with lodging. Zhao Ziyi declared in a deep voice. Yes, Commander. Everyone answered in unison. And so they began their work. The residential area of Noah's Ark would be nothing like ordinary high-rise buildings. Since Noah's Ark would one day sail across the vast oceans, facing all manner of natural disasters, especially the battering of giant waves, the residential structures had to be built with extraordinary strength. At the outermost edge of Noah's Ark, they constructed a city wall towering 1,000 meters high and 100 meters thick. This wall was the Ark's most formidable defense, and it was behind it that they began building houses. Moreover, every dwelling was connected tightly to the next, leaving not a single gap between them. Each Noah's Ark needed to accommodate a population of 1 to 200 million people. It was a colossal project requiring the construction of countless residences while ensuring their quality. A towering mansion begins with its foundation. Thus, the laying of these structures' foundations was of paramount importance. While constructing the dwelling, other projects also demanded attention. The Noah's Ark was to be a floating city upon the sea, thus every aspect required perfection. Especially the animals brought aboard the Ark. They needed a designated zone where they could thrive naturally. In this doomsday epic, it was not only humanity that must survive, but also the other creatures. Humans had to preserve biodiversity, for the multitude of living beings were humanity's precious treasure. Biodiversity provided humanity with abundant food, medicine, fuel, and other daily necessities, as well as vast industrial raw materials and resources vital to human survival and development. Biodiversity furnished a favorable living environment for humanity and safeguarded the natural ecology, achieving a delicate balance. Moreover, biodiversity was an indispensable component of the natural ecosystem. Humanity relied on ecosystems to purify the air and water and to enrich the soil. Thus, it was not merely a matter of human survival, but also the preservation of biodiversity. All living beings on Earth were interdependent and mutually constrained. The extinction of each species led to the extinction of more species. All life was intimately connected. Furthermore, biodiversity was the most fundamental foundation for human society's survival and development. It provided humanity with food, fibers, medicinal herbs, timber, and various industrial raw materials. All human food originated from the natural environment. Only by maintaining biodiversity could the variety of human food be enriched and the quality of people's lives be improved. Without biodiversity, humanity's extinction would not be far off. Additionally, biodiversity preserved soil fertility, ensured water quality, and regulated the climate, all crucial for the human living environment. Biodiversity also had a profound impact on the composition of the atmosphere, increasing the oxygen content within it. Before the doomsday epoch, the Earth's atmospheric oxygen content was about 21, primarily due to the photosynthesis of plants within biodiversity. However, after the outbreak of the doomsday epoch, natural disasters struck. Forests were submerged, vegetation diminished, and a vast swath of biodiversity vanished. Consequently, the atmospheric oxygen content plummeted sharply to only 18. And if the current trend continued, the atmospheric oxygen content would keep decreasing, posing a fatal threat to humanity. If the oxygen content dropped to 0, all humans would die from hypoxia. Human life was inseparable from oxygen, so biodiversity was of paramount importance to humanity. In the early development of Earth, the atmospheric oxygen content was extremely low. Scientists calculated that if plants ceased photosynthesis, the oxygen in the atmosphere would be depleted within a few thousand years due to oxidation reactions. But now, with seawater flooding the Earth and plants disappearing, photosynthesis had ceased. The source of atmospheric oxygen would vanish rapidly and humanity would perish within an extremely short time. The maintenance of biodiversity benefited the continuation of endangered species. Once any biological race disappeared, it could never be regenerated. Ultimately, humanity would forever lose these priceless biological resources and human survival would be affected. Moreover, biodiversity played a crucial role in regulating the Earth's temperature, the redox potential of surface sedimentary layers, and pH values. Therefore, protecting biodiversity, especially endangered species, was of great significance for the reproduction of future generations and for the advancement of science. On the Noah's Ark, there was a park planted with various trees from around the world, and a dedicated storage room preserved the DNA of all species. To prevent the extinction of humanity, human DNA, as well as sperm and eggs, were cryopreserved using advanced technology. For survival, humanity had too many tasks to undertake. The Noah's Ark would henceforth be a human ecosystem. Commander, all the top scientists from Tai Island are gathered here. Just assign them whatever you need them to do. Zhu Zheng led hundreds of scientists before Zhao Ziyi. These scientists covered various fields, and Zhao Ziyi needed those specializing in biodiversity. I want you to design a dedicated zone for preserving biodiversity. Those organisms must be fully protected. They are the foundation of our future survival. Zhao Ziyi said gravely to everyone. Commander, I'm a historian. While biodiversity is crucial, so is history. If history is severed from our generation, future generations will face a vast blank in their knowledge of the past. An elderly man with white hair spoke solemnly. History has shaped human society, culture, and civilization. From birth, humans are influenced by society and culture. History is like our ancestors reaching out from their cold graves, firmly gripping our necks, forcing us to advance in a specific direction. Learning history allows us to loosen those hands to look at other directions, to try different paths. Without history, human civilization would regress countless years and human development would be severely impacted. Another historian also spoke solemnly. Zhao Ziyi nodded gravely. He had overlooked this point. History was also vital to humanity, indispensable. Both seniors are right. I was remiss in my consideration. You shall be responsible for the preservation of history. Humanity cannot be without history. Zhao Ziyi said gravely. The two historians showed gratified smiles. Other scientists also raised their different perspectives. Every field of knowledge held immense significance for human development. Thus, Zhao Ziyi earnestly adopted all the scientists' suggestions and set them to work on preservation efforts in their respective fields. He decided to preserve everything, not abandoning any discipline. Every field had been accumulated through countless years of human exploration and could not be lightly discarded. All the scientists busied themselves, and the Noah's Ark became lively. At the same time, rows of houses suitable for human habitation were rapidly constructed. Within less than a day of the Ark's departure, the entire Tai Island was submerged by seawater. Even the summit of Yushan, the island's highest peak, was completely swallowed by the ocean. Thus, Tai Island vanished entirely from the Earth's map. A day later, Zhao Ziyi led everyone into the top 10 inland regions. By then, the seawater had already submerged all the coastal lands of Hua country, and it was still rising, rapidly advancing toward higher elevations. Zhao Ziyi, several million people in Fukushima are waiting for your Noah's Ark. Go there and pick them up. They have prepared ample construction materials and are waiting for you. After Elder Long connected with Zhao Ziyi, he relayed this good news. Yes, Elder Long. Zhao Ziyi replied joyfully. After hanging up, the Noah's Ark sped toward Fukushima. Those millions of people had been specially arranged by Elder Long to wait for Zhao Ziyi. Their main task was to prepare construction materials for the Noah's Ark. Now Zhao Ziyi piloted the vessel and soon arrived at Fukushima. Millions of people were waiting for the Noah's Ark, gathered on the highest mountain in Fukushima. It's here. The crowd, who had been waiting on the mountain for a long time, gazed excitedly as the Ark came into view. Then they quickly ran down from the mountain peak. By now, the foot of the mountain had already turned into seawater. Moreover, the seawater was rapidly spreading toward the summit, and in just a few hours the entire mountain would be submerged. The Noah's Ark cut through the waves and soon arrived at the mountain's edge. Zhao Ziyi looked at the millions of people on the mountain and the massive piles of construction materials at the summit, and a wave of relief washed over him. "Open the doors," Zhao Ziyi roared. The next second 10 huge doors, each over 100 meters tall, opened at the bottom of the ark. The people on the mountain peak carried construction materials and filed through the doors into the ark. "You all go help too," Zhao Ziyi said to the people of Taiwan Island inside the ark. With over 20 million people, there were at least 10 million able-bodied individuals. If they all worked together, the materials could be moved quickly. Soon most of the people inside the ark walked out to help transport the construction materials inside. Boom. Dark clouds filled the sky, thunder flashed, and a violent storm seemed imminent at any moment. Hearing the thunder, many people's hearts tightened. Everyone hurried to move all the construction materials from the mountaintop into the ark. "Commander, we are all construction workers. Many of us are migrant laborers. We volunteered to stay and help." A middle-aged man in his 40s approached Zhao Ziyi. He was the leader of all the people on Fukushima. "Thank you for your hard work." Zhao Ziyi looked at the man before him. His expression was somewhat simple and honest, perhaps from years of toiling at construction sites. His face was dark, but his build was very sturdy. "Commander, a storm is coming. I'll go help first," Wang Wu said with a smile to Zhao Ziyi. Zhao Ziyi nodded slightly, his gaze turning to the sky above. A sea breeze swept over him, and he couldn't help but tighten his down jacket. The weather was getting colder. It was already -7 or 8 degrees Celsius. Everyone was wearing down jackets bundled up thickly. Watching the people busy below carrying construction materials, Zhao Ziyi's expression grew very grave. "The seawater is not the greatest disaster. Other natural calamities are the most difficult for humanity. Hail is coming. Have everyone take shelter in the ark first," Zhao Ziyi said solemnly to a soldier beside him. "Yes, Commander." Soon the ark's loudspeakers sounded, calling everyone to enter the ark to avoid the impending hail. Hearing that hail was about to fall, everyone on the mountaintop, who was carrying construction materials, was startled. They quickly entered the ark through the 10 huge doors. Within less than 10 minutes of everyone entering the ark, terrifying hail began to fall from the sky. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. Hailstones the size of beads struck the walls of the ark, producing a terrifying sound. The hearts of those sheltering inside pounded violently. Zhao Ziyi watched the hail outside, his heart growing heavier. The hailstones have doubled in size and will keep growing larger. Their speed has also increased twofold. Before long, the hail falling from the sky will be as terrifying as bullets, and many people will be killed by it. His heart was filled with deep concern. Due to the harsh global environment, various natural disasters would become increasingly fierce in the later stages. For instance, in 2 months, the hail falling from the sky would be as deadly as bullets. Anyone standing outside who was struck by hail would be killed instantly, just like being hit by a bullet. Moreover, the hailstones would grow larger and larger, eventually becoming as big as fists. If a person was even grazed by such hail, they would die. The hail falling now was already the size of ordinary glass beads. Striking a person, it could cause injury or even death. This hailstorm might last about an hour. We can't transport the construction materials outside anymore. The seawater is rising, and that mountain peak will soon be submerged. "Let's leave," Zhao Ziyi said in a low voice. "But there are still many construction materials outside. It would be a shame to abandon them. Why don't we risk going out to bring more in?" Zhu Zheng beside him said gravely. "No, the power of this hail will only increase. It's too dangerous to send them out. Besides, I cannot gamble with the lives of the people. There aren't many materials left outside, and what we've already loaded is enough for construction for a while. Let's go now." Zhao Ziyi shook his head. The Noah's Ark soon set sail, cutting through the hail and waves, and quickly left the mountain peak behind. Although there were still many construction materials left behind, Zhao Ziyi knew in his heart that they couldn't be loaded without risking many lives. Forcing the issue would cost countless lives. There would be plenty of construction materials ahead. He didn't need to sacrifice many people for these few. On the Ark, the construction materials that had been loaded earlier were used to build the remaining parts of the Noah's Ark. Those millions of people were all construction workers, most of them migrant laborers. They were highly familiar with construction, each one a professional. After all, the towering skyscrapers and cities were mostly built by migrant laborers. They were the nation's treasures. The remaining parts of the Noah's Ark gradually became more complete, taking shape. With nearly 30 million people aboard the Ark, although only a few million were infrastructure workers, the rest could also lend a hand. Thus, nearly 10 million people worked together to construct the Ark. Meanwhile, the other 9 arks had already ventured deep into the inland regions. All 10 arks advanced westward together, picking up local residents and supplies along the way, constructing the Ark as they traveled. The remaining parts of the Ark were gradually becoming more complete. Shijing, one of the 4 great ancient capitals of Huaguo, was known as the capital of 6 dynasties and the metropolis of 10 dynasties. It was situated in the lower reaches of the Yangtze River with a subtropical monsoon climate. By now, the seawater had already submerged Shijing, and the Yangtze River had also produced catastrophic floods, joining forces with the sea to engulf the city. All 9 arks were now docked at the edge of Shijing. For the moment, the seawater had only reached this point with land still visible nearby, though that land was being swallowed moment by moment. The Ark required deep waters to navigate, so it remained anchored here, both to pick up residents and supplies, and to await the seawater's advance inland. As the water passed, the Ark could continue sailing. On the 9 arcs, countless infrastructure workers were building the remaining sections. A vast stream of people from the nearby land was heading toward the Ark, forming a long, orderly queue as they boarded. On one of the Ark's Long Lao held a telescope and gazed toward the direction of Haishang City. Here it comes. Through the telescope, he spotted an Ark approaching from the sea, cutting through the waves toward Xijing. This was Zhao Ziyi's Ark hurtling toward Xijing at an astonishing speed. Seeing Zhao Ziyi return safely, Long Lao breathed a sigh of relief. An hour later, Zhao Ziyi's Ark arrived at Xijing and rendezvoused with the other 9. Long Lao, I have fulfilled my mission. Zhao Ziyi brought Zhu Zheng to Long Lao's side. Long Lao. Zhu Zheng also bowed respectfully to Long Lao. The over 20 million people of Taiwan Island have all returned safely. Excellent. Long Lao laughed heartily. They had proven to the world that no matter how terrible the disaster, Huahua would never abandon any of its people. Whenever citizens were in danger, they would rush to rescue them without delay. Long Lao, the Ark will become increasingly crowded, and the population will keep growing. We need to prepare food for over 1 billion people in advance. So we must start stockpiling grain now. All the reserves from across the country should be transported onto the Ark. Zhao Ziyi said solemnly. I'm already handling that. Food will be loaded first. We must survive this calamity. Long Lao nodded gravely. Hybrid rice can also be cultivated at sea. Let's plant the seeds now. In a few months we can return to harvest. Zhao Ziyi said. Long Lao nodded gravely. Decades ago, hybrid rice had already achieved yields of over 1,000 kilograms per mu. Although the scientists of the hybrid rice team had passed away many years ago, the hybrid rice project had continued and only improved. Now, not only could it be cultivated at sea, but it could also achieve yields of 5,000 kilograms per mu. By now, all the land from Xijing eastward to Haishang City had been submerged by seawater. Although the sea churned violently, some areas remained calm. These placid waters were best suited for rice cultivation, since they had decided to plan in advance to prepare food for the billions in a few months. Work had to start immediately, so one of the arks laden with a massive quantity of seeds headed eastward in search of calm waters to begin planting. With the advanced cultivation technology of super rice planting could be done directly at sea. The scientists of the current hybrid rice team personally led the sea cultivation efforts. 3 days later, the seawater will reach Xichang. Are all the people near Xichang ready? We must board everyone at the first opportunity. Zhao Ziyi found Long Lao. I have notified them. They will wait for us along our route. As we follow the seawater, we can rescue all the people along the way. Long Lao said gravely. From now on, the number of people will only increase, so the construction of the Ark must be accelerated. Zhao Ziyi said solemnly. Then he left Long Lao and summoned many infrastructure experts. We must not only build 10 Arks capable of housing over 1 billion people, but also ensure their quality. The Ark is not only a shelter for the people, but must also withstand other natural disasters. The most terrifying calamities of the doomsday era are the thunderbolts from the sky and the cold waves that follow the seawater. The glaciers at the North and South Poles are melting at a terrifying rate, and the sea level continues to rise. Eventually, all land will be submerged, and the global temperature will drop to a dreadful level. So we must prepare for the cold. Simple clothes and bedding will not be enough to withstand such extreme cold. Air conditioning and underfloor heating must be fully installed in all areas of the Ark. And we need to stock up on spare air conditioners and underfloor heating systems. The current ones cannot resist that cold wave. They must be upgraded. I have a set of design plans here. I need the design team to finish within 1 month the designs for all air conditioners and underfloor heating systems capable of withstanding the cold wave. Zhao Ziyi looked around and said sternly. The infrastructure experts around him listened intently. When they saw the upgraded design plans for air conditioners and underfloor heating that Zhao Ziyi held in his hand, they were all astonished. The air conditioners and underfloor heating used by people around the world were generally excellent and could withstand cold and heat. But now Zhao Ziyi was telling them that these systems would not be able to withstand the upcoming cold wave. They were deeply shocked. This meant that all current air conditioners and underfloor heating must be replaced with upgraded versions, a monumental challenge. Commander, must all the air conditioners and underfloor heating on the Arks be removed? Someone asked. Install and replace simultaneously. This progress must be advanced. Zhao Ziyi said firmly. Yes, Commander. Everyone replied in unison, then dispersed. The Noah's Ark was visibly taking shape with all the houses on it tightly interconnected. Unlike the skyscrapers of the past, each room was separated by walls half a meter thick, ensuring the structural integrity of the dwellings. Viewed from a distance, the houses on the Ark formed a massive rectangular grid filled with countless tiny compartments where people resided. Thus, the entire housing structure was a single unified entity. Zhao Ziyi was acutely aware of how terrifying the natural disasters would become in 2 months. The calamities they faced now were merely child's play, but as time passed the disasters would grow increasingly severe. The rain is increasing. The sun will never appear again. The sky will turn into a haze obscuring the horizon. Zhao Ziyi stood on the deck of the Ark, gazing up at the gray, murky expanse above. Water vapor condensed into thick, misty fog accumulating in the high atmosphere to form a dismal gray overcast. Raindrops hammered violently against the walls of the Ark, growing heavier with no sign of letting up. Everyone was building the Ark in the pouring rain, but the downpour posed a tremendous obstacle. Commander, the rain is getting worse, and the humidity is too high. The concrete won't dry. We can't proceed with construction. A construction expert rushed over to inform Zhao Ziyi. Then use artificial temperature control, Zhao Ziyi declared loudly. We don't know how, the expert shook his head. I do, Zhao Ziyi said calmly. He then personally went to the construction site and pulled out a blueprint. Artificial temperature control could regulate the temperature of a specific area to the desired level. The concrete at the construction site needed sufficient warmth to dry before work could continue. First, set up large canopies to block the rain, then control the temperature within the designated zones, Zhao Ziyi explained in detail. The nearby construction crew followed his instructions, and soon large canopies were erected shielding the area from the rain. Zhao Ziyi handed the design plan to some scientists, tasking them with creating temperature control devices that use steam to raise the temperature in the construction zone, enabling the concrete to dry. Soon the devices were manufactured and transported to the site, regulating the local temperature. The damp concrete dried rapidly, allowing the construction team to continue building the Ark. Meanwhile, the rainwater blocked by the canopies flowed into puddles beside them, and the water from these puddles was channeled into adjacent equipment. The temperature-controlled devices absorbed water, converting it into thermal energy, thereby raising the temperature in the area. The temperature soon rose, and the construction workers no longer needed to wear down jackets to fend off the cold. They could work in shorts in that area as the temperature control equipment had elevated the environment to a normal warm level. Extreme cold had been one of the most difficult factors hindering construction, but now it was resolved by the temperature control devices, accelerating the Ark's construction pace. One after another temperature control devices were produced and distributed to the 10 Arks, much to the delight of the construction crew. With these devices normalizing the temperature in designated zones, they could work properly, without fear of frostbite. The commander is truly an incredible person. He doesn't seem like someone from this era. He's like an omniscient prophet solving every problem with ease. Many construction workers were filled with admiration for Zhao Ziyi, especially the foundation experts who had initially looked down on him due to his youth and even disobeyed his orders. But everything Zhao Ziyi had done during this time won them over completely. Now when he gave orders, they followed without any resentment. Pay attention, build a lightning cannon every 10 meters. We need them to deflect the lightning bolts falling from the sky. Zhao Ziyi shouted to the construction crew. He had already distributed the blueprints for the lightning cannons to everyone. Under his direction, a cannon was erected every 10 meters on the Ark. Zhao Ziyi knew well that in the later stages the world would be left with only the cold waves formed by seawater and the lightning bolts from the sky. Both of these were massive disasters threatening humanity, and as time went on the frequency of lightning strikes would increase, eventually turning most of the globe into a lightning zone. The combination of lightning and seawater would be enough to annihilate all humans on Earth. Of course, there were other terrible catastrophes, the most fearsome of which was crustal movement. Once it occurred, it would wipe out all humans within a vast area. Crustal movement was a colossal disaster triggered by the internal dynamics of the Earth. The mechanical motion of materials inside the Earth caused this phenomenon. The internal forces altered the structure of the crust and displaced materials, leading to tectonic activity. Ultimately, the lithosphere underwent continuous transformation. Crustal movement could cause continents to vanish, mass extinctions, and the formation of ocean trenches and mountain ranges on the seafloor. At the same time, it could trigger terrifying earthquakes and volcanic eruptions on both land and sea. With the entire globe submerged, crustal movement would create deep-sea whirlpools and abysses that would swallow everything on the surface. If a massive crustal movement occurred, the resulting ocean abyss could even consume the Noah's Ark itself. Thus, even possessing the Ark did not guarantee safety. The Ark had to avoid ocean abysses, for once one appeared, its terrifying suction power could drag the entire vessel down. At that point, everyone would perish. And accompanying the ocean abyss, monstrous tidal waves would arise. Zhao Ziyi recalled from his past life that humanity's extinction was caused by a meteorite striking the ocean, creating a colossal wave that submerged the last human city. This demonstrated the immense threat of such giant waves. Commander Senior Long is looking for you. Just then a soldier came to Zhao Ziyi and spoke solemnly. Zhao Ziyi followed the soldier to meet Long Lao, who looked at him with a grave expression. Just now, leaders from several countries contacted me. They want us to send personnel to rescue their citizens. I'd like to hear your thoughts. Long Lao looked at Zhao Ziyi and said, Old Dragon, the Noah's Ark we built can only accommodate over 1 billion people from our nation. If we rescue people from other countries, they would all come aboard the Ark, and there would be no room for our own citizens. Therefore, my suggestion is that we prioritize rescuing our own people first. Zhao Ziyi spoke solemnly. Although this sounded somewhat ruthless, it was the harsh reality they had to face. Their Noah's Ark could only accommodate over 1 billion people from Hua Nation, leaving no room for anyone else. Old Dragon, the leader of Ba Nation, requests to speak with you. At that moment, a soldier approached Old Dragon and reported, Ba Nation is our closest ally, a true brother nation. They are likely calling to seek our assistance. Old Dragon frowned and replied, Ba Nation has a population of 200 million. If we rescue them, then 200 million of our own citizens would be left behind. Zhao Ziyi spoke gravely. Is there any other way? Old Dragon asked with a heavy heart. There is only one option now. We share the Noah's Ark blueprints with them and let them design and build their own. Zhao Ziyi continued solemnly. That could work. Ba Nation is our closest brother nation, and we should help them. Old Dragon said firmly. Shortly after, Old Dragon connected the call with Ba Nation's leader. Upon seeing Old Dragon, the leader of Ba Nation appeared deeply troubled and spoke with a heavy heart. Old Dragon, I would not have dared to call you if there were any other option. But our nation is suffering a devastating catastrophe. Millions of our people have perished, and the survivors are displaced and homeless. Ba Nation is on the verge of annihilation. I am begging for your aid. I hope you can send a Noah's Ark to rescue our people. The leader of Ba Nation looked at Old Dragon with desperate, pleading eyes. We also wish to come and rescue you, but the Noah's Ark can only navigate in deep seas. Ba Nation shares no ocean border with us. Your entire nation is landlocked. We cannot reach you directly. Here is what we can do. We will share the Noah's Ark blueprints with you, so you may design and build your own. Old Dragon said this with a warm smile to the leader of Ba Nation. Really, Old Dragon? The leader of Ba Nation was so overwhelmed with emotion that he could barely form coherent words. Although the bond between Ba Nation and Hua Nation was exceptionally strong, the Noah's Ark blueprint was an extraordinary state secret, the core survival design of an entire nation. Now Old Dragon was willing to share it with them. This was nothing short of a monumental act of grace. Ba Nation and Hua Nation are the closest brother nations in the world. When Ba Nation faces disaster, how could Hua Nation stand idly by? Old Dragon said with a gentle smile. Yes, Ba Nation and Hua Nation will be brother nations forever. Ba Nation will never forget your kindness. The leader of Ba Nation said, his voice choked with emotion. Hua Nation providing the Noah's Ark blueprint was like extending the hand of God to save an entire nation. With the blueprint, Ba Nation's 200 million people would have a chance at survival. The Noah's Ark was not designed overnight. Once you have the blueprints, you must work as swiftly as possible, ideally completing it within 1 month. Otherwise you will perish. Old Dragon spoke gravely to the leader of Ba Nation. Zhao Ziyi had once told him that within a month the entire earth would be submerged into ocean, leaving only a fraction of land above water. If Ba Nation could not design and build the Noah's Ark within a month, they too would face extinction, completely swallowed by the rising seas. Hearing Old Dragon's words, the leader of Ba Nation's expression darkened. Designing an ark capable of holding 200 million people within a month was an enormous challenge for Ba Nation. Ba Nation was no match for Hua Nation in infrastructure. Hua Nation was the world's foremost construction power, capable of accomplishing tasks others deemed impossible. For instance, constructing a large-scale hospital within days. Only Hua Nation could achieve such feats. Projects that other nations required months or even years to complete could be finished by Hua Nation in merely 10 or 15 days. This was precisely why Hua Nation had managed to build 10 Noah's Arks in such a short span of time, because Hua Nation was the greatest infrastructure power on Earth. Old Dragon, thank you. Thank you, Hua Nation. We will go and begin constructing the Noah's Ark immediately. The leader of Ba Nation said with solemn determination. With the Noah's Ark blueprints in hand, he had to seize every moment and lead his people in construction. Not a single second could be wasted. Old Dragon also ended the call, but soon after phones began ringing incessantly. Leaders from many nations around the world were calling, and Old Dragon frowned with growing frustration. Old Dragon, what's wrong? Zhao Ziyi asked in confusion. The purpose of all these calls is the same. They want the Noah's Ark blueprints from us. Old Dragon replied grimly. The Noah's Ark blueprints are our nation's closely guarded secret. How can we simply hand them over? Unless it is a brother nation like Ba Nation, other countries have shown us nothing but hostility, or even open antagonism. We cannot give away the blueprints for free. Zhao Ziyi spoke with a heavy tone. I have already rejected several nations, but they keep calling non-stop. I am growing weary of this. Old Dragon said irritably. Then let them wait. Ignore them for now, Zhao Ziyi replied. Old Dragon, the leader of Chuan Nation, requests to speak with you. At that moment, the soldier beside him announced loudly. Chuan Nation. Both Old Dragon and Zhao Ziyi furrowed their brows. Chuan Nation was the largest country on Earth, always regarding itself as the global hegemon, looking down upon all other nations. In recent years, its suppression of Huan Nation had been particularly egregious. Given the timing, they are certainly calling for the Noah's Ark blueprints, Zhao Ziyi said grimly. Then connect the call, Old Dragon said, knowing there was no way to avoid it. After the call connected, the leader of Chuan Nation greeted Old Dragon warmly and enthusiastically. What is it? Old Dragon asked calmly, getting straight to the point. Well, Old Dragon, I'd like to discuss something with you. Could you share your nation's Noah's Ark blueprints with us? We are willing to pay for them, the leader of Chuan Nation said with a smile. The Noah's Ark blueprints are the fruit of our nation's painstaking efforts. They cannot be measured by money alone. Moreover, I suspect you cannot afford them. Does your nation not already have its own Noah's Ark design? Old Dragon replied calmly. Our nation's Noah's Ark can only accommodate tens of millions of people. It cannot compare to yours. The leader of Chuan Nation replied with a smile. I'm sorry, but the blueprints for Noah's Ark are our nation's most classified top-secret information and cannot be sold to you. Long Lao shook his head firmly. People across the globe are suffering in dire straits, with countries and regions being submerged by seawater every day. You should share the Noah's Ark blueprints with everyone to save all of humanity. Chuan was leader Pute said in a deep voice. Our country's population of over 1 billion is more than we can save right now. We have no time to rescue others. Long said in a deep voice. You are too selfish. Claiming to be the great Eastern power, yet under these circumstances you show such disregard for others' lives, purely self-serving. Pute's face darkened. Doesn't Chuangwa claim to be the world's hegemon? Your country also has Noah's Ark blueprints. Why don't you share your designs with all nations and regions worldwide? Long Lao stared coldly at Pute. Selfish nation. Pute roared in fury, and Long Lao ended the call directly. Zhao Ziyi, who had been present throughout, felt a sense of unease upon hearing the Chuangwa leader's words. Go supervise the construction of Noah's Ark first. I'm fine. Long Lao wearily rubbed his temples. After Zhao Ziyi returned to the Noah's Ark construction team, a lingering unease remained. Commander, take a look at the news. The entire international community is condemning Huagua. A construction worker rushed to Zhao Ziyi. Zhao Ziyi opened his phone and saw overwhelming news, all targeting Huagua. Huagua is so selfish. They won't even share the Noah's Ark blueprints with us, leaving us to die. They always claimed they wanted to save the world. Now that the world needs them, they are so cold and indifferent. How disappointing. We are suffering disaster on the brink of death. The sea is about to drown us. We need Noah's Ark. We need Huagua's support. Why is Huagua so heartless? Why do they refuse to help? Why? Huagua is so selfish. I suggest we bomb their Noah's Ark. If we all must die, they shouldn't survive alone. Watching the flood of condemnations against Huagua online, Zhao Ziyi's face grew increasingly grim. Many of the voices were extremely radical, especially those who harbored hostility toward Huagua. They seized the opportunity to incite netizens, with some even calling for an attack on Huagua's Noah's Ark. Activate the defense system and be on high alert for any attack. Realizing the severity of the situation, Zhao Ziyi immediately arranged the defenses for Noah's Ark. Huagua had already installed many advanced weapons on the Noah's Ark. Now, seeing the online rhetoric urging an assault on their Ark, Zhao Ziyi had no choice but to activate the defense system. Regardless of whether those online statements were true, they had to be treated as genuine threats. Otherwise, if someone did attack the Noah's Ark, all their efforts would be in vain. If the Ark were destroyed, Huagua's population of over 1 billion would face death. The 10 Noah's Arks activated their defense systems, keeping a tight watch on the skies above. All 10 Arks were equipped with Huagua's most advanced defense systems, comprising 3 major components: air defense, naval defense, and ground-to-ground defense. The all-round zero blind spot defenses would intercept any attack in the first instance. Zhao Ziyi immediately went to Long Lao. His only concern now was that in this apocalyptic era some nation might recklessly use nuclear weapons. If nuclear weapons were deployed, it would be an unparalleled catastrophe for humanity. After hearing Zhao Ziyi's words, Long Lao was also deeply worried. The greatest threat to Huagua came from nuclear-armed nations led by Chuangwa. In this apocalyptic era, many rules could be broken. I fear they might tear up the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Nuclear weapons are devastating, with terrifying destructive power and severe contamination. Long Lao said with concern. In war, if a nuclear missile defense fails, the country's major cities would be destroyed. The nation would be crippled, instantly left to be carved up. Even without a direct nuclear strike, a hydrogen bomb detonated in the stratosphere would be enough to cripple a major power. In short, it would be a death sentence. The most terrifying part was the low interception rate of nuclear weapons. If anyone actually used them, it would be a catastrophic disaster for any nation. Especially at this moment, if someone launched a nuclear attack on the Noah's Ark, all 10 of Huagua's Arks could be destroyed. Then Huagua's over 1 billion people would be left helpless, at worst completely submerged by the rising seas, signaling the end of the entire nation and possibly dragging all humanity into destruction through nuclear fallout. Right now the threats online haven't come from official sources. But eventually someone will take that step, Long Lao said in a deep voice. In the apocalyptic era, all rules would be shattered, including treaties targeting nuclear-armed nations. Once those treaties were torn up, it would mean a catastrophic disaster for all humanity. Thus Long Lao was fraught with anxiety. Should he release the Noah's Ark blueprints or not? The Noah's Ark blueprints are our nation's classified information and cannot be so easily handed over. Since no foreign official has stepped forward yet, let's wait and see how things develop, Zhao Ziyi said firmly. Long Lao nodded slightly. The online incitement was growing and more people were turning against Huagua. Eventually the rhetoric became increasingly radical, with many calling for the destruction of Huagua's Noah's Ark. Gradually some foreign officials openly demanded that Huagua hand over the blueprints. If Huagua refused, they would take military action against the Ark, and everyone would die together. On behalf of the world's people, I urge Huagua to release the Noah's Ark blueprints. This concerns the survival of all humanity. We hope Huagua will not be so selfish. The Ark should be shared by all nations so that everyone can build one together, allowing humanity to survive this apocalyptic disaster. Chuan was leader Pute posted this on his social media account, and the reading count instantly surpassed 1 million. The number of likes grew rapidly, exceeding 10 million in just an hour. Finally, with hundreds of millions of views and nearly 100 million likes. Our nation is on the brink of destruction and the sea is about to engulf us. We hope that Hua country can provide us with the design of Noah's Ark to save our people. A leader of a coastal nation appealed online. Although our country still has time, the water will soon come. We also need Hua country's design for Noah's Ark. Another national leader also spoke online. Leaders from various countries and regions stepped forward wanting the design of Hua country's Noah's Ark. Even many foreign ministry officials came to Hua country to negotiate, seeking the design. The design of Noah's Ark is our country's confidential matter. You cannot hold us hostage like this. Please, those who are stirring up trouble, stop your actions immediately. Long Hai, the spokesperson for Hua country's foreign ministry, said solemnly. Now all humanity is heading toward extinction. At this moment, Hua country, as one of the strongest nations in the world, should come forward to help everyone. At the press conference, many reporters shouted, if Hua country does not hand over the design of Noah's Ark, then let's all die together. We will sink all 10 of your Noah's Arks. A radical reporter said, our country is about to be submerged by the sea. If Hua country does not hand over the design of Noah's Ark, then we will drag you down to death with us. Yes, if we perish, you won't survive alone. We'll all die together. Many people's comments were extremely radical, and Long Hai was under immense pressure. He immediately suspended the press conference and called Old Long, asking what to do. Old Long convened the nation's top-level meeting, where all the senior figures gathered to discuss the incident. Old Long, the leader of Chuan country, has spoken again. If we do not hand over the design of Noah's Ark, he will take the lead in targeting our Noah's Arks and sink all 10 of them. Wang Dao, the dean of the foreign ministry, said solemnly, that troublemaker. Old Long also slammed the table in anger. Zhao Ziyi, what do you think we should do to solve this problem? Old Long's gaze turned to Zhao Ziyi. Now virtually every country in the world is targeting us. Even the treaties have been torn apart. If we don't hand over the design of Noah's Ark, then the countries led by Chuan country will definitely sink our Noah's Arks. At that time, our nation's over 1 billion people will become homeless and face extinction. The key is that if so many countries attack together, our defense system cannot withstand it. So under this immense pressure, we have no choice but to hand over the design. Zhao Ziyi sighed. We cannot hand it over. These people have shown us no kindness. I don't believe they really dare to sink our Noah's Arks. The dean of the National Defense Academy said angrily, Old Long, we are not weaklings. We don't need to be afraid. They are only threatening verbally, they wouldn't actually act. That's right, we don't need to bother with them. Just leave them hanging. Many senior officials disagreed. Bad news. Chuan country has launched a long-range missile, and it exploded in the sea area where Haishang City is located. At that moment, a middle-aged man with the rank of lieutenant general ran in. What? Old Long was shocked, and everyone else stood up. Then the video screen in the meeting room was instantly turned on, showing the sea area where Haishang City was located exploding. The horrific explosion directly blasted a chasm in the sea surface, and the water churned violently. The blast radius covered almost the entire former territory of Haishang City. Had this missile struck any other land city, the whole city would have been destroyed. Since Haishang City had already been submerged, there was no defense there, and Chuan country's missile easily reached it. Damn it. Chuan country blatantly fired a shot. This is a direct declaration of war. We can't just let this go. The dean of the National Defense Academy roared, preparing to retaliate. Not appropriate. Don't act rashly. Old Long stopped him. Old Long, the leader of Chuan country, requests a call. At that moment, the screen flickered. Connected. Old Long said loudly. The next second, Pute, the leader of Chuan country, appeared on the screen, looking at Old Long calmly. Old Long, that missile was not the unilateral decision of our country, but the collective opinion of over 200 countries worldwide. After Pute spoke, the scene around him shifted, and the figures of leaders from over 200 countries appeared on the screen. Pute looked around, glancing at the figures of over 200 countries around him, then turned to Old Long and said, "Old Long, this is now a meeting of all nations globally. This is not a threat, but a consultation with you. You must hand over the design of Noah's Ark, or that missile will land on your Noah's Arks." Pute said with a smile, "You've gone too far." Old Long suppressed his inner anger and tried to keep his voice calm. "Old Long, now all countries in the world demand that you hand over the design of Noah's Ark. If you go against all nations, you won't come to a good end. Even if you don't consider yourself, think of the over 1 billion people of Hua country. Do you think the strength of one country can withstand the attacks of all of us? We only need one round of attack to completely destroy Hua country. I hope you consider this seriously," Pute said loudly. Such arrogant threats and blatant robbery infuriated everyone present. Old Long took a deep breath, trying to calm his anger. "We need to discuss this," Old Long said calmly. "You may discuss it. We give you 1 day. After that, if you don't hand over the design, Hua country will face annihilation and the world's shells will fall on your territory," Pute said coldly. After hanging up, Old Long could no longer contain his anger. "Outrageous," he roared furiously. "Old Long, let's fight them. Yes, it's been a long time since our country was threatened like this. If they want war, then we'll fight to the end and see who dies first." Everyone was extremely angry. This was an utter humiliation. Almost all countries in the world had come to threaten Hua country. It was too much. We cannot confront them head on. The only way now is to hand over the design of Noah's Ark. For the safety of Hua country's over 1 billion people, we have no choice but to do this," Zhao Ziyi said solemnly. Zhao Ziyi speaks the truth. No single nation can withstand the combined force of the entire world. For the safety of our billion-plus citizens, we must surrender the design blueprints of the Ark. Elder Long concurred. Having spoken those words, he seemed to have aged a dozen years in an instant. All of this was for the people. The safety of over 1 billion citizens had to be guaranteed. They could not in a moment of impulse sever everyone's only path to survival. Sigh. The others also let out a long sigh. They understood all too well that this decision was correct. Yet they could not stomach the indignity. Being openly threatened in such a brazen manner was something they found unbearable. But for the safety of Huagua's billion-plus people, they had no choice but to endure such threats. 1 day later, the news that Huagua was willing to hand over the Ark's design blueprints spread across the globe, and the nations that received them were ecstatic with joy. Why? Why must we surrender the Ark's design blueprints to them? We cannot comprehend this decision. We are not afraid of them. We possess nuclear weapons as well. Exactly. At worst, we perish together. Many netizens in Huagua expressed their incomprehension online, feeling that this decision was nothing short of humiliation. They believed Huagua's decision this time was far too weak, yielding the Ark's design blueprints so readily. Citizens of Huagua, this decision was unanimously approved by all national leadership. Our original intention in making it was your safety. The entire world's arsenal is pointed at us. If we do not hand over the Ark's blueprints, all of us will be annihilated in a single night. We hope you can understand. Elder Long addressed everyone through a nationwide broadcast. Upon hearing Elder Long's explanation, the entire nation understood the situation. A wave of anger surged within their hearts. Almost every nation in the world had come to threaten Huagua. These nations have gone too far. We built roads and bridges for them, and yet they joined Chugwa in threatening us at this very moment. They are nothing but ingrates. We did so much for them, and this is how they treat us. Chugwa is utterly despicable, rallying so many nations to threaten us. Once the truth was revealed, the entire populace was consumed by fury. Many of the nations that had threatened Huagua had previously received great kindness from them. Huagua had built bridges, high-speed railways, and countless other infrastructure projects for them, a debt of gratitude far greater than they could repay. Yet these same nations had come to threaten Huagua. That day the entire nation was furious. But they all knew the state acted for their own good. If the Ark's blueprints were not surrendered, over 1 billion people would be utterly destroyed. Let this matter rest. As long as our Ark remains, we still have hope of survival. Elder Long urged the people not to make rash moves at such a critical moment, reminding them that the safety of the people must come first above all else. After Huagua surrendered the Ark's design blueprints, every nation on Earth obtained them. They began racing against time to construct the Ark. But as they followed the blueprints, they discovered that building it within a month was as impossible as reaching the heavens. The Ark required vast quantities of infrastructure materials and many other critical components, yet numerous nations lacked these essentials. Without the necessary parts, a complete build was unachievable. Moreover, given the pace of the approaching disaster, they simply had no time. The catastrophe would not wait for them. How on earth did Huagua manage to build the Ark? Are they even human? This is too unbelievable. Even with the blueprints, we cannot build it. It is simply impossible. With so little time, not to mention a month, even 10 years wouldn't be enough. This can't be done. We're finished. After receiving the Ark's blueprints, all nations set to work building it. But they faced a monumental problem, a severe shortage of parts, and the Ark could not be completed in such a short time given their limited technology. The most terrifying issue was the lack of manpower. Building the Ark required massive numbers of construction workers, yet many nations had extremely limited labor forces. Not every nation's people were as united as Huagua's. When Huagua issued a single order, even children would join the effort. But in other countries, achieving such unity was impossible. Haha, they can't build it. Giving them the blueprints was useless. Trash is trash. Even with the plans, what good are they? They dared threaten us, and now they reap what they sowed. Huagua is the world's premier infrastructure nation. Our entire population can participate in building the Ark. How could these minor countries compare? Learning that many foreign nations could not build the Ark, over 1 billion Huagua citizens couldn't help but laugh. The anger from earlier threats was vented considerably in that moment. Even Chugwa, clutching the Ark's blueprints, wore a thoroughly bewildered expression. Despite claiming to be the world's greatest nation, their infrastructure capabilities paled in comparison to Huagua's. After obtaining the blueprints, they found it extraordinarily difficult to construct the Ark in such a short time. They had neither a shortage of materials nor technicians, but they lacked time. In the apocalypse-era, disasters would never afford them the luxury of time. In normal circumstances, a single year would have been more than enough to complete the Ark, but now they were utterly powerless. How did Huagua accomplish this? Why can they build it when we cannot? At this moment, all nations turned their gaze toward Huagua. They could not fathom how Huagua managed to construct the Ark, something so impossibly difficult, in such a brief span of time. Not every nation had someone like Zhao Ziyi. As a reborn individual, he hailed from 2 months into the future. In his previous life, they had already deciphered the Ark's design blueprints and begun construction. Zhao Ziyi was intimately familiar with the Ark's construction. It was only in his previous life, due to shortages of materials and time, that they failed to complete it. Now all of this was merely retracing the steps of his previous life, so he crafted it with effortless ease. Of course, this was primarily due to the immense number of infrastructure workers involved in constructing Noah's Ark, as tens of millions of people worked together. Moreover, these tens of millions of people were all willing participants, allowing their work efficiency to reach its maximum. Other countries lacked infrastructure workers and could not mobilize such a large workforce in a short time. If they mustered the entire nation's strength, however, there was still hope. The leader of Ba country also contacted Long Lao, inquiring about the method to build Noah's Ark within a short period. Long Lao told him to have all the people of Ba country participate. Only by mobilizing the entire nation's strength could they build it in a short time. Following Long Lao's advice, the leader of Ba country immediately called upon the entire nation to participate. Many people volunteered, and only then did the construction of Noah's Ark speed up somewhat. Moreover, Ba country was confident it could be built within a month because Long Lao had dispatched some infrastructure experts who had participated in building Noah's Ark to assist Ba country in its construction. Of course, these experts went to help Ba country primarily to build the ship's foundation. Once the foundation was completed, the remaining parts would be built by Ba country itself. These infrastructure experts had all participated in building the foundation of Noah's Ark and were very familiar with the process. With their guidance, the people of Ba country should be able to construct the ship's foundation quickly. At that point, they could return to their country. With the help of Hua country's infrastructure experts, Ba country was also rapidly building the foundation of Noah's Ark. Many countries around the world could not build Noah's Ark, and in the end, they could only turn to Hua country for help. However, Hua country could only tell them to mobilize the entire nation's strength, but most countries mainly lacked materials. They could not even gather enough materials for a single Noah's Ark, missing many crucial components, so they could not complete the construction. This was especially true for the technology of the electric thruster for Noah's Ark. Hua country had not disclosed the core secrets of this technology, as it was the most important core of Noah's Ark. Without this technology, even if the Ark were built, it could not be moved within the sea. Each Noah's Ark was as large as the territory of a county. To move such a colossal Ark required terrifying propulsion. The electric thruster technology was the key to moving Noah's Ark. Of course, most countries were stuck at the material stage and could not gather the necessary materials to build the Ark. Only a few countries could gather the materials, but they lacked the core technology. Chuan country was the third country after Hua country and Ba country to build the foundation of Noah's Ark. They had sufficient materials and technology and could also mobilize infrastructure workers nationwide. Within a month, they could construct the ship's foundation. However, they soon discovered that they lacked the technology to move Noah's Ark. Did you leave out something for us? The leader of Chuan country immediately questioned Long Lao. We have given you the design for Noah's Ark. What more do you want? Long Lao replied bluntly. The design of Noah's Ark is fine, but you didn't give us the core technology. Even if we build the Ark, it's useless if we can't move it. Pute said in a deep voice. That's your problem. We can't help you. Aren't you claiming to be the world's #1 technology power? I'm sure your scientists can figure out a way to move Noah's Ark. Long Lao said and hung up the phone. The leader of Chuan country was furious, but now he could no longer attack Hua country, because Hua country had already handed over the design of Noah's Ark. He wanted to contact other countries and again pressure Hua country to hand over the core technology. However, many countries could not even build the foundation of Noah's Ark, and they had no interest in joining Chuan country to pressure Hua country. You fools, even if you build Noah's Ark, you can't make it move. To make it move, you have to force Hua country to hand over the mobile technology. The leader of Chuan country secretly communicated with many country leaders. He wanted them to join him in pressuring Hua country to hand over the mobile technology. But many country leaders were unwilling to offend Hua country again, having already done so once before. If you help me get that technology, I will share it with you and promise to provide you with the materials needed to build Noah's Ark. Pute said in a deep voice. Are you serious? Don't deceive us. Hearing Pute's words, many country leaders were tempted. If Chuan country could indeed provide them with materials, then they might take the risk. Of course I'm serious. We are the top technology power. What materials don't we have? As long as you help me get that technology, I will transport the materials you need to you. Pute said loudly. But how will you get the materials to us? The whole world is now covered in seawater, and our countries are so far apart. Those materials simply cannot be shipped. That's right, the risk is too great. How can you fulfill your promise? Facing these questions, Pute smiled slightly and said confidently, Chuan country is the world's top technology power. Although we cannot build a Noah's Ark that can hold billions of people like Hua country, our country's Ark can hold tens of millions. We have already built several of them, and I can have these arks transport the materials to you. Now you don't have to worry. Hearing Pute's words, many country leaders felt relieved. Chuan country's Noah's Arks were no secret, though everyone knew about them. Previously, everyone thought that only Chuan country in the world could build Noah's Ark. Now, after receiving Pute's promise, many country leaders agreed to help Chuan country pressure Hua country to get that mobile technology. Pute nodded with satisfaction. If it weren't such a special time, he wouldn't have bothered to ask for Hua country's mobile technology. With their country's technological strength, it was not a problem to develop a technology that could move Noah's Ark. However, this required time, and what they lacked now was time, so he had no choice but to do this. Putin, together with leaders from over 100 countries, once again pressured Huagua. Elder Long was also very troubled by this. Putin was truly disgusting, pressing the issue once more. Elder Long, we cannot easily hand it over this time. They must pay a price, Zhao Ziyi said in a deep voice. When Elder Long heard Zhao Ziyi's words, his eyes lit up, and he asked Zhao Ziyi what should be done. Zhao Ziyi had already prepared a list. He handed it to Elder Long, instructing him to make the countries led by Chuangua deliver the materials listed on the list to them. Then they would hand over those core technologies. After Putin saw the materials on the list, his expression changed instantly, and he said with a dark face, "Impossible. These materials are also very important to us. We cannot give them to you. If you want that core technology, then you must gather all the materials on the list and transport them to Huagua within 3 days. If you refuse, even if it means war, we will not hand over that core technology to you," Elder Long said firmly. Seeing Elder Long's resolute tone, Putin's face darkened terribly. "We can only provide half of these materials," Putin said in a deep voice. "I don't care whether you can provide them or not. You must transport all these materials to Huagua within 3 days. Only then will we give you the technology. Otherwise, no discussion," Elder Long said decisively. Seeing that Elder Long was unyielding and insisted on all the materials, Putin's expression was extremely unpleasant. In the end, he had to consult with other countries to gather the materials and deliver them to Huagua. "We agree to give you all the materials, but you must give us the technology first," Putin finally said to Elder Long. "No, you must transport the materials to Huagua first. Then we will give you the technology," Elder Long insisted. After some negotiation, Putin could not change Elder Long's mind and eventually had to compromise. Subsequently, all countries led by Chuangua began to gather the materials needed by Huagua. The materials on the list were dispatched to Huagua by Chuangua on a Noah's Ark capable of carrying tens of millions of people. When this Noah's Ark arrived in Huagua, Huagua received all the materials and also handed over the core technology to Chuangua. "Excellent. With these materials, our Noah's Ark can be almost fully constructed, and we will have obtained many essential supplies," Zhao Ziyi said excitedly. Having experienced the destruction of the world once, he knew what was most important for human survival. Therefore, everything on that list was crucial for the survival of humanity. With this batch of supplies, he was confident that he could lead the population of over 1 billion in Huagua to survive. Now the main issue was to complete the construction of the Noah's Ark before the asteroid struck. Zhao Ziyi also went to the Tianyan base and observed the asteroid through the Tianyan. At this moment, the asteroid had already arrived near Earth. According to the timeline, it would take only about 40 days to reach Earth. Lin Dongnan, Boren, and others had been observing the asteroid during this period. They observed the asteroid day and night, even taking shifts to rest, not daring to miss a single second, and strictly calculated the asteroid's speed. "There are only 45 days left. We must complete the Noah's Ark as soon as possible," Zhao Ziyi said gravely. Through the Tianyan, it could be seen that the asteroid was approaching Earth at a certain speed. With 45 days left, they should be able to complete the Noah's Ark. When the asteroid falls, it will generate a monstrous tidal wave that will sweep across the globe, submerging all land. By then, their Noah's Ark must be perfectly constructed. If there is any flaw, it would likely be completely overwhelmed by the colossal wave. The Noah's Ark must not only sail on the ocean surface, but also be capable of traveling underwater. Only then can we evade that immense wave, Zhao Ziyi said solemnly. He clearly remembered that the monstrous wave engulfed the entire world, devouring everything. After building the Noah's Ark, it would inevitably be capsized and swallowed by that colossal wave. Therefore, the Ark must be able to travel underwater. Otherwise, if it capsized at the bottom of the sea, everyone on the Noah's Ark would drown. Thus, they could descend into the deep ocean before the wave arrived, thereby avoiding the surge. After the wave passed, they could emerge from the sea and survive. Commander, the speed of the seawater flooding the land has increased. At that moment, Li Ziyue came to Zhao Ziyi's side. She had become his assistant, reporting any situation to him at any time. Increased. Zhao Ziyi frowned. Then he followed Li Ziyue to the deck of the Noah's Ark. The Ark was currently advancing with the seawater. Wherever the seawater flooded, the Ark followed. He stood on the deck looking at the water ahead and could see that the surging speed of the water was accelerating. Moreover, it was visibly submerging the land ahead at twice the previous speed. Check the polar ice caps of the north and south, Zhao Ziyi said in a deep voice. They then entered the Noah's Ark and pulled up satellite imagery of the poles. The polar ice caps could be seen melting madly. Every second, countless icebergs melted into seawater. The melting of the polar ice caps was causing the sea level to rise. Now the melting rate of the polar ice caps had accelerated, and the speed of seawater flooding the land had also increased. Everyone looked at the terrifying scene of the polar ice caps melting on the satellite feed, and their faces turned pale. Now the polar ice caps were melting almost non-stop. Perhaps in a few months they might all melt completely. No one could imagine whether any land would remain on Earth if all the polar ice caps melted. But looking at the terrifying image of the melting ice caps on the satellite feed, everyone believed that if all the ice melted, the last piece of land on Earth would be completely submerged. This is terrifying. It cannot be stopped. The sea will drown every landmass on Earth. Li Ziyue's voice trembled as she spoke. We must finish building every part of Noah's Ark before the glaciers completely melt so that we have a chance to survive. Zhao Ziyi said gravely. He had clung to a sliver of hope, thinking that while the Ark was under construction, they could also erect a city on the highest peak. If they could weather the colossal waves, they might emerge from the sea and live in that final city. But now, gazing upon these glaciers, he realized that the last patch of land would be swallowed too. Their hopes of building a city would be dashed. Even if constructed, it would inevitably be submerged. Commander, the temperature has suddenly dropped by 10 degrees, and many people are suffering from frostbite. Just then a soldier rushed in and shouted. Hearing this, Zhao Ziyi's expression shifted. They left the Ark and stepped outside. The moment they emerged, a bone-chilling cold assaulted them. Everyone instinctively clutched their down jackets tighter, yet the cold still seeped through. Li Ziyue's teeth chattered uncontrollably, and the others fared no better. All were pale-faced, and even their breaths seemed to freeze into ice. Some of the weaker ones collapsed on the spot. Get back inside. They were forced to retreat into the Ark, relying on its heating and underfloor warmth to fend off the cold. With such a plunge in temperature, many will freeze to death. Li Ziyue worried. This terrible cold, ordinary heating and underfloor systems won't be able to withstand it. Some now finally understood why Zhao Ziyi had insisted on upgrading the heating and underfloor systems. If the temperature kept falling, even those could be frozen solid. I'll say it again, the building materials must be uncompromising in quality. If they fail, everyone aboard Noah's Ark will die. Even if construction slows, that's acceptable. But any quality defect will trigger a butterfly effect. The entire Ark will be destroyed, and no one will survive. Zhao Ziyi shot a piercing gaze at everyone. Yes, Commander. All present realized the gravity of the issue. Quality was non-negotiable, otherwise they would all perish. Just like the current extreme cold, when temperatures plummet to their lowest, the hull could crack. Once that happened, the cold would seep through the fissures and freeze everyone inside. Moreover, the temperature was still dropping, likely reaching tens of degrees below zero, or even 100. Research team, I want you to develop clothing that can resist this cold. Zhao Ziyi said gravely to the team leader. Yes, Commander. Chi-Hai, the leader, answered loudly. This was a formidable task. Developing cold-resistant clothing was no easier than designing a spacesuit. Because global temperatures were plummeting ferociously, they needed garments that could withstand dozens or even 100 degrees below zero. It was an immense burden, but as the leader of the research team, he had to shoulder the responsibility. So he departed and led his team in a frantic race to create such clothing. The sun has been gone for days. The light is gone, replaced only by smog. Rain falls every day. A storm is coming. Everyone must be prepared. Zhao Ziyi said softly. When he left the Ark, he saw hail falling from the sky. already the size of walnuts. Anyone caught in the open could be killed by these hailstones which fell with the speed of bullets. The hail slowed the construction of the ark considerably, as many dared not be struck. They could only resume work once the hail paused. Zhao Ziyi knew the hail would grow even larger, eventually as big as fists, but they had to complete the ark to survive these disasters. Therefore, he ordered the construction crew to brave the danger and erect shelters that could block the hail using them as shields overhead. Then the crew resumed construction without a moment's pause. Time was money. They had to race against the clock. At that moment, all were united. The builders braved the hail to quickly set up the shelters, and once done, everyone returned to building. Boom! Just then a dull rumble echoed from the sky, and within the thick smog countless bolts of lightning appeared. The terrifying lightning, like galloping steeds, crashed down from the heavens toward Noah's Ark. Fire the lightning rods! Zhao Ziyi roared. The operators launched one thunder-guiding projectile after another which soared into the sky and exploded, diverting the lightning away. The lightning is growing denser. We need to produce more, Zhao Ziyi said in a low voice. He then arranged for more to be manufactured, as they would later be the most critical equipment. Months later, the sky was nearly filled with lightning, so they had to have enough thunder-guiding projectiles to block it. Without them, the lightning would shatter Noah's Ark into fragments. They would be lost before any other disaster struck. Boom! The projectiles diverted all the lightning. Watching the bolts high above, everyone on the Ark turned pale. Had there been no thunder-guiding projectiles, those bolts would have struck them all down. Fortunately, Zhao Ziyi had prepared ample stock in advance, so the lightning harmed no one aboard. Had there been no thunder-guiding projectiles, those bolts would have struck them all down. The weather is worsening. I fear for the people waiting along the routes. We need to speed up and also have them gather as close to the Ark as possible, Zhao Ziyi said gravely. If they left those people waiting in specific locations, they would face countless disasters. The weather was deteriorating rapidly. The longer they stayed in one spot, the greater the danger they faced. So Zhao Ziyi wanted them to make their way to the vicinity of Noah's Ark. If they do that, their journey will be fraught with danger. Elder Long furrowed his brow. If they stayed in one place, they could at least find some shelter, but if they kept moving, they could encounter disasters at any moment. Don't worry, Elder Long. Following the route I've plotted for them, they should be safe. They only need to withstand the bitter cold along the way. Zhao Ziyi sketched out a route map and handed it to Elder Long, instructing him to distribute it to the civilians so they would follow it. Meanwhile, the seawater was rising at an accelerating pace, surging inland with Noah's Ark trailing behind the floodwaters. Boom! The weather grew increasingly dire. Disasters struck every passing moment as the world's landmasses shrank rapidly. Seafloor tectonic activity was occurring with growing frequency. Zhao Ziyi watched the asteroid through Tianyan. It was hurtling toward Earth at a terrifying speed. They had only 40-odd days remaining, and Noah's Ark had to be completed as soon as possible. A typhoon is coming. At that moment, a typhoon bore down from the distance. It swept across everything in its path, bearing straight toward the 10 Noah's Arks. Everyone aboard Noah's Ark took shelter inside, and the construction workers were forced to halt their operations and retreat into the vessel. The typhoon closed in with terrifying speed, battering Noah's Ark relentlessly. The massive structure shuddered violently. Boom! The typhoon's power was monstrous. Noah's Ark rocked ferociously as though it might be capsized at any moment. On board Noah's Ark, many construction materials were swept away by the typhoon and numerous ongoing projects were destroyed. The storm dealt devastating losses to the vessel. But everyone was huddled inside, too afraid to venture out. All they could do was watch as the typhoon ravaged them. The typhoon relentlessly battered Noah's Ark while the vessel itself struggled desperately within the storm, fighting to break free. Noah's Ark's electric thrusters were pushed to maximum output, generating a tremendous thrust that drove the vessel to wrench itself free from the typhoon's grip. The typhoon ravaged the surrounding waters for 100 li, reaching an estimated intensity of Category 13. Thankfully, the area around them was already entirely submerged. This was deep ocean territory. If it had been land, the losses would have been far more catastrophic, with countless deaths. Each of the 10 Noah's Arks was as vast as a county's territory, immense in both weight and scale. Even a typhoon could not overturn them. An hour later, Noah's Ark finally broke free from the typhoon's grasp. As soon as they put distance between themselves and the storm, the vessel steadied, and those who had taken shelter emerged. When Zhao Ziyi and the others stepped onto the deck, they found Noah's Ark in utter disarray. The construction sites had been reduced to wreckage. Noah's Ark had been transformed into a ruin, setting their progress back by several days. All our efforts over the past few days have been wasted. We must start rebuilding from scratch, and countless construction materials have been swept away. The construction workers scoured the area and discovered that countless materials had been lost. Their hearts ached. Especially for those nearly completed projects which the typhoon had simply swept away. They were devastated. We don't have much time left. We must race against every second to complete Noah's Ark. Although their losses were severe, they had only 40-odd days to begin with. The typhoon had cost them several more. Now they had to seize every remaining moment. They had to make up for lost time, which meant the construction workers needed to labor day and night without cease. Zhao Ziyi called on more people to join the construction of Noah's Ark, and once again the entire populace rallied with one heart. Even many students volunteered. Report Commander-in-Chief. Our construction materials are critically insufficient. We need resupply. Li Ziyue approached Zhao Ziyi and reported grimly. Understood. We'll hurry to the shore and have the civilians transport construction materials aboard. Zhao Ziyi spoke with gravity. He had already instructed Elder Long to have the civilians along the route wait at the shore. Those civilians were indeed carrying substantial construction materials. If they could reach the shore in time, the civilians there could transport the materials aboard. With that, they could build Noah's Ark without pause. The 10 vessels would ride the waves, pressing forward rapidly alongside the floodwaters. Boom! Noah's Ark traveled at great speed, reaching the shore in less than half a day. Countless civilians awaited them there along with vast quantities of construction materials. Open the doors. Zhao Ziyi roared. The 10 massive doors at Noah's Ark's base swung open instantly. The civilians on shore surged aboard. They had been waiting there, and the terrible cold had left many with pale, lifeless faces. Many were so frozen that their bodies had grown rigid, making even the simplest movements agonizing. They had exhausted every means of staying warm, yet the cold only deepened, and many were on the verge of losing consciousness. Now that Noah's Ark had arrived, everyone on shore rushed aboard frantically. So many construction materials were left behind that Zhao Ziyi had no choice but to send people down from the Ark to help carry them. Zhao Ziyi looked at those frozen, shivering people, his heart heavy with sorrow. If we don't gather everyone onto Noah's Ark as soon as possible, many will freeze to death. He realized the horrifying truth: the temperature was plummeting every day, and even households with air conditioning could not withstand such cold. Moreover, in many parts of southern Huagua, there was no central heating or underfloor heating. People relied on burning coal and firewood to stay warm. But that was no match for this dreadful cold. Though he longed to evacuate the entire population of Huagua onto Noah's Ark, the vessel could only navigate in deep sea. Noah's Ark could not travel on land, so he was unable to transport all the people aboard. The only solution now was to have the people wait along the route, but during this process many might freeze to death. He immediately contacted Dragon Island and relayed to Elder Long the design for a heating device, instructing him to share it with all the civilians. However, this heating device could only sustain itself for a limited time and could not operate indefinitely. Therefore, Zhao Ziyi contacted the head of the scientific research team, urging him to expedite the development of cold-resistant clothing. The team leader was under immense pressure. Meanwhile, scientists around the world were also researching cold-resistant garments to help the public withstand the freezing temperatures. The sea level was rising rapidly, but Zhao Ziyi wished it would rise even faster so they could quickly evacuate the people along the route to the Noah's Ark Luoyang. Not only Huagua was suffering from the terrifying low temperatures, but the entire globe was experiencing the same ordeal. Millions of people were dying every day across the world. To combat the cold, many were forced to construct buildings in high-altitude areas, gathering everyone together to raise the temperature collectively. Those waiting for the Noah's Ark along the route also built oven-like structures, entering them to use high temperatures to fend off the cold. The Dashi Daily reported that the world had entered the lowest temperatures in history, with many regions and countries reaching -5 degrees Celsius. The Solar Monthly stated that July had become the greatest disaster month, with countless people dying in this catastrophe and millions dying every day. Many regions and nations were submerged, and humanity was gradually heading toward extinction. The Guangming Post asked, "Have we entered the final era? Is this the end of humanity?" Global media reported daily, and people browsing on their phones saw nothing but pessimistic news, filling many with fear. Humanity is doomed. The Earth is being destroyed. The planet will be completely submerged by the sea, and all living creatures will be wiped out. This is far worse than the extinction of the dinosaurs. No living being on Earth will survive. Online netizens from all countries were deeply pessimistic. Many were in despair, believing they were merely prolonging their agony and would all die soon. The entire globe was being violently submerged by seawater. The temperature in the water was even lower, reaching -100 degrees Celsius in many places, freezing most marine life to death. Small fish and seabed creatures were almost entirely killed. Only the larger species managed to hold on for a while, but as temperatures dropped further, they too began dying in vast numbers. Countless species went extinct, vanishing completely from the Earth. Many once rich oceans had turned into dead seas. No fish or marine life remained in the sea. Everything had been killed by the extreme cold. "We are finished." This cry resonated the loudest online, striking a chord with everyone. Many gave up all resistance. Some chose suicide, while most either froze to death or were drowned by the rising waters. Citizens of Huagua, I am Zhao Ziyi, the overall commander of the Noah's Ark. No matter how pessimistic the outside world may be, you must never give up. Hold on, and when our Noah's Ark arrives, you will survive. I promise you this. Zhao Ziyi addressed the entire nation of Huagua via live stream. He knew that many had lost hope and were even abandoning themselves to wait for death, but he wanted them to cling to the chance of survival. They still had an opportunity to be saved. We can't hold out any longer. Our coal is almost gone. The firewood up in the mountains is too damp to burn in this cold, and we're running out of coal. We're going to die. Many coal mines have no one working. There's no one to transport coal for sale, so we can't buy any. Once the coal at home runs out, we'll freeze to death. In the southern regions of Huagua, many netizens posted these words online. Soon after, their profile avatars turned gray, never to light up again. The most devastating impact of the terrible cold was on Huagua's southern regions, where people normally lived without air conditioning or underfloor heating. In the south, many cities enjoyed spring-like weather year-round with distinct seasons, unlike the north, which only had summer and winter, hot summers and cold winters. However, in the south, the climate was mild all year, so people didn't need to worry about temperature. They could even wear short sleeves in winter. Thus, air conditioning and underfloor heating were not widely adopted. Most households in the southern regions relied on burning coal for warmth. This led to disastrous consequences. When the terrifying cold wave struck, many people in the south froze to death directly. Without air conditioning or underfloor heating, relying solely on coal was unsustainable. Moreover, the south generally had a larger poor population, and many couldn't even afford coal burning wood instead. But the extreme cold made the wood too damp to ignite, and people dared not risk going out to chop more. So countless poor people froze to death in their homes. Every day, countless southern residents died in their own houses. The south was also mountainous, preventing the Noah's Ark from sailing in unless the seawater rose to cover those areas. But by then, many southerners would likely have already perished in the cold. We must gather all southern residents together and let them share warmth. They cannot stay in their own homes. That will kill them. Zhao Ziyi immediately contacted Long Lao. I know what to do, Long Lao said in a deep voice. Following this, the authorities in the southern regions began to concentrate the population into designated cities, supplying large amounts of heating so they could huddle together for warmth. No one was allowed to stay at home. Everyone had to be centrally managed for heating. This approach greatly reduced losses. With official support, many people braved the risks to reach the gathering points where government-provided heating kept them alive. The gathering points were mostly located along the Noah's Ark's route. Many poor people in remote mountainous areas could not reach these points. Fortunately, a previous policy had built roads to every village, so vehicles could now enter each village. For those living far away, the authorities dispatched vehicles to pick them up. We will not abandon a single citizen. No matter how remote the area, as long as vehicles could reach it, they would be sent immediately to transport the people. Moreover, a previous relocation project had already moved the poor from the mountains into centralized towns, so most people were now in accessible locations. Thus, virtually all the citizens were in places with convenient transportation. When the authorities sent vehicles, they could pick up everyone. Of course, throughout this process, many people still perished from the cold within their homes. The authorities were already doing everything in their power to rescue every soul, yet such tragedies were unavoidable. Thankfully, official rescue efforts arrived in time, and numerous citizens were gathered into shelter zones, huddling together against the bitter cold while awaiting the arrival of Noah's Ark. The southern regions were rich in coal mines, so, in order to fend off the freezing temperatures, workers were inevitably dispatched to extract coal. By burning coal to generate intense heat and ward off the cold, every settlement was equipped with a colossal furnace, so massive that it consumed tens of thousands of tons of coal each and every day. Only in this way could everyone withstand the freezing cold. However, the pace of coal mining could not keep up with the rate of consumption, and they could not hold out much longer. The coal reserves stored across major mining areas were also transported to all the major settlement zones. Yet even so, supply remained far short of demand. At that moment, everyone shared a single thought: let Noah's Ark come quickly. Thus all secretly wished for the seawater to rise and engulf the world even faster. Only when the seawater completely submerged the continent of Huagua could Noah's Ark come to rescue everyone. Of course, Noah's Ark served as the primary means of survival, and many cities had also been constructed in high-altitude regions. These cities formed fortified strongholds where citizens gathered to keep warm. In the absence of Noah's Ark, they could only rely on themselves to survive. Meanwhile, the North had dispatched numerous experts to design air conditioning and underfloor heating systems for the southern regions. However, this was an enormous undertaking, and equipping every city with full underfloor heating and climate control would take a considerable amount of time. They could only concentrate the population into gathered zones, install air conditioning units, and limit underfloor heating to specific areas where all citizens could congregate to stay warm. Through this method, many places temporarily withstood the cold. However, ordinary air conditioners and underfloor heating were simply no match for such terrifying low temperatures. Because the temperature dropped every single day, many air conditioning units froze and broke down due to the extreme cold, making it impossible for them to operate for extended periods. Cold waved. Aboard Noah's Ark, Zhao Ziyi gazed ahead at a massive cold wave advancing toward them. His expression darkened instantly. The cold wave was the most devastating disaster of the later stages. "Get inside," Zhao Ziyi roared. Everyone immediately took cover within Noah's Ark. The cold wave surged inward with terrifying speed, and its dreadful low temperatures caused numerous buildings to shatter into fragments instantly. Fortunately, Noah's Ark was constructed from special materials built with exceptional thickness and rigorously quality controlled. Though the cold wave was terrifying, it did not cause significant damage to the structures aboard the Ark. Even sheltered within Noah's Ark, Zhao Ziyi and the others could feel a chilling cold seeping through the walls, causing many to shiver uncontrollably with pale, lifeless faces. The cold wave formed from evaporated seawater mist carried temperatures low enough to kill every living thing. Without taking immediate shelter, all would have been frozen into shards. Zhao Ziyi clearly remembered the first cold wave. They had failed to defend themselves in time, and many people's bodies had shattered like broken mirrors, reduced to fragments in an instant. At that moment, every country and region across the globe was struck by the cold wave. Many who failed to take timely shelter were instantly frozen into pieces. Worse still, the cold wave invaded inland, and many buildings along with the people inside them were directly frozen into fragments. Towering skyscrapers collapsed outright, crumbling into shards. Fortunately, most people near the shoreline had already evacuated, leaving behind mostly ghost towns. Now those empty cities were utterly annihilated by the invading cold wave, reduced to nothingness in an instant. Satellite imagery captured the devastating scenes of the cold wave destroying entire cities. All surviving humans watching through their phones were filled with sheer terror at the horrifying footage. This cold wave is even more terrifying than I imagined. We're finished. The seawater is dreadful enough, but this cold wave is the true nightmare. Wherever there is sea, the cold wave will follow. Even if we escape the rising seas, we cannot escape this cold wave. The internet was awash with despair, and everyone was gripped by terror at the cold wave. Those hiding inside buildings watched in horror as the cold wave reduced everything to dust and ashes. If this was what the cold wave could do, then when the seawater eventually reached them, they would not be drowned. The cold wave born from the sea would freeze them and their buildings into fragments instead. How were they supposed to survive? Noah's Ark can withstand the cold wave. Satellite footage captured 10 Chinese Noah's Arks emerging completely unscathed from the cold wave's assault. They could see the cold wave furiously battering against Noah's Ark, yet the Ark stood firm, repelling every attack. After an hour of relentless assault, the cold wave finally retreated, and Noah's Ark remained entirely intact. Moreover, Zhao Ziyi and the others emerged from within the Ark, confirming that everyone aboard had survived. Upon seeing this, netizens across the world suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. Noah's Ark can save us. If we want to live, we must board Noah's Ark. Huagua can build Noah's Ark. We should go to their arks for refuge. Perhaps they will accept us. Our country cannot build Noah's Ark. Only the top-tier powers possess that capability. Let us all head to Huagua. In that moment, Huagua's Noah's Arks became the beacon of hope for all humanity. Many immediately thought of fleeing to Huagua, desperate to board the Ark and seek sanctuary. As a result, many surviving humans abandoned their attempts to reach high-altitude areas and instead headed straight for Huagua. High ground won't save us. Once the seawater rises, the cold wave will destroy us. Only Noah's Ark can withstand it. Our own nations cannot save us. Only Huagua can. In that instant, Huagua became the sole hope of all humanity, and everyone rushed toward it without delay. Of course, many still chose to flee to the Chuan Kingdom and other major powers, as they too had constructed Noah's Arks. Our Noah's Ark will not admit a single non-citizen. Go to Huagua. The Chuan Kingdom's leader coldly ordered all those heading toward their territory to turn back. They would accept no one. His words struck like ice water, chilling everyone to the bone. Isn't the Chuan Kingdom the world's greatest power? How can it be so merciless? The people of the world are suffering, and the Chuan Kingdom can so callously turn us away. On the internet, countless people cursed at the Chuan Kingdom, feeling they were too heartless and cold-blooded. However, no matter how fiercely they cursed, the Chuan Kingdom resolutely refused to let anyone enter their Noah's Ark. Instantly, many people fell into despair and could only head toward China. Sorry, our Noah's Ark can only accommodate our own citizens. As for extra people, there is simply no room. Please find other solutions. By the way, today's press conference is also addressed to all Chinese people worldwide, as well as those holding Chinese citizenship. You may come to our Noah's Ark, for you are part of China. Longhai, spokesperson for the Foreign Affairs Office, said solemnly at the press conference. Is it still possible to obtain Chinese citizenship now? And many reporters asked. The most difficult nationality to obtain in the world is Chinese. Now is a special period, and we are temporarily not accepting applications. Longhai said calmly. China already had over 1 billion people. The 10 Noah's Arks could barely accommodate them all. If citizenship quotas were opened further, countless people would flock to obtain Chinese nationality. At that point, the Noah's Arks would not be able to hold them. I suggest you head to high-altitude areas. Perhaps there will be a sliver of hope. Long Hai said gravely. Countries around the world that could not build Noah's Arks had already given up. In the end, they could only flee toward high-altitude regions. Only a handful of nations had managed to build Noah's Arks. The Chuan Kingdom had even constructed 3 and was currently transporting its entire population aboard. Of course, their Noah's Arks were not yet fully completed. Like China, only the ship bases had been built, and the remaining parts still needed to be constructed tirelessly. The speed of rising sea levels was accelerating. The glaciers at both poles were melting at an astonishing rate, with countless icebergs calving and dissolving every day. Global sea levels rose wildly. Vast stretches of land were submerged and many small islands had already vanished. At this moment, not a single island could be seen across the globe. Only patches of land remained above the waters. However, the land area was also shrinking rapidly. Earth's continental plates were disappearing before people's eyes. Rumble. Along with the rising seas came not only bitter cold waves, but also terrifying thunder. Lightning flashed across the sky as the atmosphere was being torn apart, creating gaping wounds. Global temperatures plummeted to a horrifying extreme, averaging around -40 degrees Celsius. The residents and animals living at both poles had long been killed by the freezing cold. The temperature there had already dropped to over -100 degrees Celsius. Both poles had turned into dead zones with no life remaining. Moreover, the icebergs there were still melting frantically. The roaring of the churning ocean and the earth-shattering crash of waves filled all survivors with terror. Images captured by satellites chilled everyone's hearts to the bone. China's 10 Noah's Arks were heading inland. Along the way, countless residents boarded the Arks. More and more people were joining the Noah's Arks, and construction materials were piling up as well. Everyone worked together to build the vessels. The remaining sections of the Noah's Ark were also being constructed at a rapid pace. The first part to be completed was the 10,000-meter-high walls surrounding the Ark. Indeed, this encircling wall was nothing less than the Great Wall. This Great Wall was 100 meters thick. The moment the wall was finished, Zhao Ziyi let out a long sigh of relief. This section of the Great Wall should be able to block most of the cold wave's thunder and wave impacts. Of course, this wall could not resist the extreme cold. It could only defend against physical disasters. As for invisible and terrifying disasters like low temperatures, it was powerless against them. Fortunately, the interior of the Great Wall had been designed as a sealed space equipped with countless heating devices to maintain temperatures within a range suitable for human survival. Meanwhile, the outer surface of the wall was fitted with numerous lightning-attracting cannons, which would prove crucial in the later stages. Countless bolts of lightning would descend relentlessly. These lightning-attracting cannons could divert those strikes. The principle behind them was remarkably simple. They used a kind of thunder wave to draw lightning away. Each shell fired by the lightning-attracting cannon emitted a thunder wave. Once released, these waves could automatically attract lightning within a 100-meter radius. Since the lightning-attracting cannons could fire thunder waves continuously, one was installed approximately every 10 meters across the surface of the Noah's Ark. Only such a dense array of lightning-attracting cannons could defend against all lightning attacks. However, the lightning-attracting cannons had one fatal weakness: the cold wave. Each time a cold wave struck, the devastating low temperature could freeze the cannon barrels into solid ice, blocking them. The ice inside the barrels would need to be melted. But this was extremely difficult. In his previous life, Zhao Ziyi had never solved this problem, and many people perished because of the cold waves. When the cold waves rendered the lightning-attracting cannons useless, the descending lightning could inflict devastating damage on the Noah's Ark. Commander-in-Chief, the cold wave is coming. At some point, a cold wave swept in from the east. The terrifying low temperature arrived first. Everyone else had already entered the interior of the Noah's Ark to take shelter from the cold wave. Zhao Ziyi's gaze fixed intently on the approaching cold wave before he retreated into the Ark. From inside, he watched the cold wave descend upon the Noah's Ark, sweeping through everything in its path. Suddenly, countless bolts of lightning appeared above the cold wave. Upon seeing them, Zhao Ziyi's expression shifted. Fire the lightning-attracting shells. The next moment, the lightning-attracting cannons on the surface of the Noah's Ark fired frantically, launching shell after shell that instantly absorbed all the lightning. Commander-in-Chief, many of the lightning-attracting cannons cannot fire. They have malfunctioned. Almost immediately, a problem arose. The cold wave's low temperature has frozen the lightning-attracting cannons. Another such problem had occurred. Zhao Ziyi's expression darkened considerably. If this issue could not be resolved, they would be unable to defend against the lightning, and the Noah's Ark would be shattered by the strikes. Fortunately, this time only a portion of the cannons had failed. The majority were still operational. After all, the intensity of this cold wave was not particularly strong, capable of freezing only some of the cannons. But in the later stages, the cold waves would become extraordinarily fierce. If the cannon problem remained unsolved by then, the Noah's Ark would be unable to withstand those devastating lightning strikes. I must solve this problem, Zhao Ziyi thought with grave determination. Meanwhile, his gaze remained fixed on the cold wave outside. This wave had battered the Noah's Ark for a full 3 hours longer than usual. As the cold wave relentlessly assailed Noah's Ark, countless lightning rods were rendered inoperative. When the cold wave finally receded, an incalculable number of the Ark's lightning-guiding cannons had failed. Fortunately, the thunderous currents in the high sky had also dissipated. "Hurry up and repair the lightning-guiding cannons," Zhao Ziyi commanded in a grave tone. Not only had most of the lightning-guiding cannons on their Ark failed, but those on the other 9 Arks had also suffered extensive malfunctions. Repairing the lightning-guiding cannons was not a particularly difficult task. Standing on the deck, Zhao Ziyi watched the infrastructure crews working frantically to restore the cannons. His brow furrowed deeply. Even if the cannons were repaired this time, what about the next? His mind raced with the looming threat. If the next cold wave was even more ferocious, freezing all the lightning-guiding cannons completely, they would be utterly defenseless against the thunder. At that point, every soul aboard Noah's Ark could be struck dead by lightning. Thus, he had to resolve this critical vulnerability. The greatest weakness of the lightning-guiding cannons was their susceptibility to being frozen by the cold wave. He needed to devise a means to thaw them the instant they froze. Thawing required immense heat, so he planned to install heating devices on the barrel of every lightning-guiding cannon. He summoned the research team and instructed them to study what kind of heating system could render the cannons impervious to the cold wave's extreme low temperatures. Moreover, these heating devices had to be integrated into a single system with one master switch. When activated, all heating units on every cannon would operate simultaneously. Once engaged, they would emit intense heat, counteracting the cold wave's freezing temperatures, thereby protecting the cannon barrels and ensuring continuous operation. Following this concept, he urged the research team to develop such a heating device as swiftly as possible. Since this device was a matter of life and death for everyone on Noah's Ark, the research team descended with solemn determination to begin development. "Have the cold-resistant suits been developed yet?" Zhao Ziyi asked Li Ziyue gravely. "The research team has been working day and night. So far, they've only managed to create suits that withstand temperatures around -30°C. Suits capable of withstanding -50 or even -100 degrees are still under intensive study and need more time," Li Ziyue replied solemnly. Li Ziyue's tone was heavy as she delivered the update. "We're running out of time. We must develop them within a month. Once the global temperature plunges to -100 degrees, without these suits we will all freeze to death," Zhao Ziyi stated with grave urgency. Li Ziyue's face turned pale. She had been serving as Zhao Ziyi's assistant by his side all along. Having witnessed how Zhao Ziyi's predictions of numerous catastrophic events had come true, she believed with conviction that this would also become reality. At -100 degrees, no human could survive. "We will definitely develop them," Li Ziyue declared firmly. "The most challenging part of Noah's Ark has been completed. Now the critical issue is temperature. The internal temperature of the Ark must be maintained within a survivable range, and it must not be easily affected by the outside. If that equilibrium is disrupted, everyone inside would die in an instant." Zhao Ziyi said, his voice full of gravity. "Is it really that severe?" Li Ziyue asked in a trembling voice. "Of course. In a month the global temperature will drop to -100 degrees or lower. We'll keep the Ark's interior within a habitable range. But if that temperature is compromised, say the Ark suffers a breach and the freezing air floods in, the bone-chilling cold could kill everyone instantly," Zhao Ziyi explained gravely. "Just like nuclear radiation, a month later the deadly extreme cold outside Noah's Ark would act like radiation. Noah's Ark must remain a sealed hole. If even a crack appears, the deadly radiation outside could seep in and irradiate everyone, and that level of exposure would be lethal to all." Hearing Zhao Ziyi's explanation, Li Ziyue's face grew increasingly pale. At that moment, she truly understood how terrifying the catastrophe facing humanity was. In this apocalyptic era, humans truly walked on thin ice. If any single link failed, humanity faced extinction. Just then a soldier rushed over in panic. "Commander, a flood has struck Chongshi. It submerged half the city, countless people are dead, and supplies have been swallowed by the flood." At that report, Zhao Ziyi's expression changed dramatically, his brow knitting tightly. That shouldn't happen. In his previous life, Chongshi had not experienced such a devastating flood. The residents there should have been able to evacuate safely. Something has changed. He gazed at the gray, murky haze in the sky. He could sense that these disasters were unfolding much faster than before, and many of them he could no longer predict. Although he had been reborn, he could not remember every catastrophe with precision. He could recall only the major ones, but the fine details were lost to him. Just like a person in real life who can remember the year of a great national disaster, but cannot recall its specific circumstances. We can't afford to stay put. We must move everyone to the evacuation routes as soon as possible. Unfortunately, the weather is so extreme that no aircraft dares to fly. He let out a long internal sigh. If the sky weren't so treacherous, they could use transport planes to ferry the people. Huagua had already produced a massive transport aircraft capable of carrying 1,000 people, but at this moment the high sky was filled with flashing thunder and thick haze, making visibility extremely low. Even the most skilled pilot could not guarantee survival. We have no choice but to travel by land. Everyone beware of the cold. The entire nation began converging toward the evacuation routes. Previously, many had stayed in place huddling together for warmth. But after the Changsha incident, Zhao Ziyi realized that remaining stationary would only invite terrible disasters. Just like the Changsha flood, which had submerged half the city in an instant, claiming countless lives. Commander, just now over 100 earthquakes of varying magnitude struck across the country, with casualties exceeding 10 million. Hearing this, Zhao Ziyi's face turned ashen. So many earthquakes occurring simultaneously were beyond his ability to predict. He had foreseen the major quakes, but not these smaller ones. Rumble. At that moment, everyone felt as if the world had suddenly shattered. The sea beneath Noah's Ark churned violently, while simultaneously the land of Huag was split apart into 7 or 8 pieces. The land is splitting. Huagua was divided into 700 islands as seawater surged, transforming those 7 or 8 pieces into 7 or 8 large islands. Over 10 million dead. As the continent tore apart, the death toll continued to rise, and the entire nation was engulfed in catastrophe. Zhao Ziyi's face turned pale. Although many have died, this is also an opportunity for us. With the nation splintered into 7 or 8 large islands, Noah's Ark could now ride the seawater to reach these islands and bring everyone aboard. Previously, when the land was still one piece, they could only follow the rising waters to reach the continent. Although the sea rose quickly, it was extremely slow to bring the entire nation's people onto Noah's Ark, and many would die waiting in the process. That would result in enormous losses with countless deaths. But now that the land has split into 7 or 8 large islands, an opportunity has arisen, even though many died in the rupture. Yet they now have a chance to bring all the nation's people onto Noah's Ark. Therefore, Zhao Ziyi ordered the 10 Noah's Arks to head toward the 8 large islands respectively, their mission being to bring all the people on those 8 islands aboard. Soon the 10 Noah's Arks separated, riding the seawater toward the 8 large islands. Zhao Ziyi boarded one ark heading to the former location of Yun Province, which had been torn into a single large island. Yun Province had a very high elevation, averaging over 300 meters. It was one of the highest provinces in Huagua, though still slightly lower than the highest Xishan region. However, for many, Yun Province was also one of the best places to escape the seawater because the ocean would have to submerge most of the country before reaching it. Yun Province was almost entirely mountainous, with very high altitude, no underfloor heating or air conditioning, and most of its people relied on coal and wood for warmth. Of course, with the global temperature drop, the death toll here was also extremely high, as many people in the mountainous regions failed to evacuate in time and froze to death. Fortunately, the authorities managed to locate those in the mountains in time, gathering them together to huddle for warmth. As the terrifying land rupture unfolded across the nation, Yun Province was torn into a separate large island. Zhao Ziyi rode Noah's Ark, skirting the lower part of the Huagua map, heading toward Yun Province. Along the way, the sea was turbulent, with waves reaching 100 meters high, crashing violently against Noah's Ark. Fortunately, the Ark's walls were 10,000 meters high, blocking all the waves as it surged forward toward Yun Province. On Noah's Ark, Zhao Ziyi was constantly in communication with Elder Long, who was on another ark heading to a different large island. Zhao Ziyi also contacted the leader of Yun Province, instructing him to gather the people as close as possible to the shore where the ark would arrive, so that once it arrived, everyone could board immediately. It's impossible. If we leave now, we can't guarantee everyone can withstand the cold. Many will freeze to death on the way. Li Chuan said in a deep voice. As the leader of Yun Province, he had to be responsible for the people. With a population of tens of millions, if they all moved toward the shore, they couldn't guarantee everyone could resist the cold during the journey. Many would freeze to death on the road, and he dared not take that risk. Our Noah's Ark will reach the shore soon. If you can't arrive in time, there will be even greater dangers. Besides, when we reach the shore, you must also come to the shore. Zhao Ziyi said solemnly. How long until you arrive? Let's time it, so that we reach the shore at the same time, minimizing the risk. Deal. Then the people of Yun Province calculated the time and began moving toward the shore, while Zhao Ziyi's Noah's Ark sped rapidly toward the large island of Yun Province. Along the way, fierce winds, torrential rain, and lightning flashed. Zhao Ziyi worried that this terrible weather would bring disaster to the people of Yun Province. But to save the people of Yun Province onto Noah's Ark, they had to bring them to the shore. And time was running out. Zhao Ziyi looked up at the sky. The Tianyan had been installed on Noah's Ark. Through the Tianyan, he could see the asteroid rapidly approaching Earth. In 1 month, the asteroid would strike Earth. If they couldn't gather the entire nation's people onto Noah's Ark within that month, the colossal waves generated by the impact would likely engulf everyone. Therefore, they had to bring as many people as possible onto Noah's Ark. If there were enough time, they could let the people stay put, follow the rising seawater, and gradually pick them up. But now time was short. At the same time, the remaining parts of Noah's Ark were being rapidly constructed. Noah's Ark had to be fully sealed, capable of navigating underwater because the colossal waves from the asteroid impact would submerge all land on Earth. At that time, Noah's Ark would have to dive into the sea to avoid those devastating waves. Of course, navigating underwater was essential. With no land left on Earth, they couldn't simply drift on the surface forever. Moreover, they had to withstand various maritime disasters, so Noah's Ark had to be able to survive both above and below water. Yun Province also had a lot of construction materials and many critical components were located there. Thus, they had to go to Yun Province to pick up the people and also load all the construction materials onto Noah's Ark to complete the remaining parts. A day later, Noah's Ark surged through the waves, rapidly approaching Yun Province. From a distance, Zhao Ziyi spotted the land of Yun Province through a telescope. They haven't arrived yet. Zhao Ziyi's expression changed. According to the plan, they were supposed to reach the shore simultaneously. But now they were almost at the shore and the people of Yun Province had not yet arrived. Something must have gone wrong. Zhao Ziyi contacted the leader of Yun Province to find out what had caused the delay. We've encountered a landslide. The road is blocked. Li Chuan's voice came through. Zhao Ziyi's expression darkened as well. Any casualties? A landslide has buried several hundred people. We're trying to rescue them. Li Chuan said. Hurry. Have the others continue to the shore. Don't stay put. Zhao Ziyi said gravely. All right. Li Chuan replied in a low voice. Zhao Ziyi contacted the head of the research team to inquire about the progress of the cold-resistant clothing design. The research team leader's face was grim. So far, we've only developed clothing that can withstand minus 50 degrees Celsius. That's enough. Send them over. We're going to rescue the people, Zhao Ziyi said firmly. Then he organized the team and had the research team transport the cold-resistant clothing to Li Chuan and his group. Commander, it's too dangerous. You stay on the Ark, I'll go. Li Ziyue blocked Zhao Ziyi's path, offering to take his place. No, I have to go myself. You don't know how to counter these disasters. I do. Zhao Ziyi said resolutely. You stay on the Ark. I'll go pick them up. Zhao Ziyi instructed Li Ziyue gravely. Li Ziyue had no choice but to obey Zhao Ziyi's orders and remain on the Ark. Zhao Ziyi departed the Ark with 10,000 people. Each person carried 10 sets of clothing on their backs as they began their journey deep into Yun Province. Yun Province was a high-altitude, cold mountainous region with rugged terrain. Because of the disasters, many roads had been destroyed, making vehicle travel impossible. They could only proceed on foot. Keep up, Zhao Ziyi shouted. Then everyone moved forward swiftly. The temperature was extremely low, already below minus 30 degrees Celsius. Fortunately, each of them wore cold-resistant clothing that could withstand temperatures down to minus 50 degrees. However, visibility was extremely poor due to thick fog and haze everywhere. They could barely see beyond 3 meters. They had to stay close together, fearing to fall behind. The clothing they were transporting was for the frostbitten victims. With tens of millions of people in Yun Province, not everyone could board the Ark at once. They were arriving in batches, and each batch included many frostbitten individuals who urgently needed these clothes. The road ahead was extremely rough, and with such low visibility, Zhao Ziyi had to keep in constant contact with Li Chuan to determine their location. Li Chuan's first batch of people had already reached the vicinity, but were blocked by a landslide. Now Zhao Ziyi and his team were heading to that area. Besides the deadly cold, there were other terrifying disasters all around. Sometimes the surrounding mountains would suddenly collapse, causing landslides, so Zhao Ziyi and his team moved with extreme caution. Among their group were many geologists who could survey the terrain and predict potential disasters. There's a cave-in ahead. Let's take a detour. Thanks to the geologists, they avoided many dangers, but the journey remained arduous. Boom. Suddenly, a thunderous roar came from the side as a massive mountain collapsed. Everyone was terrified. Fortunately, the mountain was far away and they were unharmed. Watch out. A geologist suddenly cried out in alarm. But it was too late. The first few people in the front of the line fell into a suddenly appearing abyss. A huge crack had opened in the earth ahead, swallowing several people. Back. Everyone retreated in panic, not daring to approach the fissure. Zhao Ziyi's gaze was fixed on the chasm ahead with grave concern. He looked at the geologist beside him. The terrain here is too complex. It's beyond our knowledge. We can't accurately predict where disasters will strike using existing theories. Take a detour. Eventually, they had to bypass the area. Cracks continued to appear all around, as if the ground were still shaking from an earthquake. They could see that many mountains were shattered and the earth was scarred with fissures, as if a major earthquake had just occurred. It seems a real earthquake did happen here. There are still aftershocks. We must be careful. Everyone moved forward with trepidation. Visibility was extremely low, and they had to stay alert for possible aftershocks at any moment. The thermal imager is picking up something, someone shouted excitedly. Zhao Ziyi's face lit up too. He went to the front and saw that the thermal detection devices had located people ahead. There are many of them. It must be our people. Zhao Ziyi contacted Li Chuan and confirmed that it was indeed Li Chuan's group. Then they quickly moved toward them. Soon they met up. "How many are injured?" Zhao Ziyi asked Li Chuan gravely. Li Chuan was slightly stocky, about 1.8 meters tall, with a crew cut and a commanding stern face. "Several thousand." Zhao Ziyi saw the injured, all frostbitten, being carried by others. Zhao Ziyi quickly ordered his people to distribute the cold-resistant clothing to the injured, and then the remaining clothes to those who were weak. "We need to get back to the Ark immediately." After picking up Li Chuan and his group, they returned the same way they came. This batch alone consisted of 1 million people. With batch after batch, tens of millions of people would require a long time to board the Ark. This first group of 1 million was just a scouting party. They needed to find a safe route so that the main force could follow later. Zhao Ziyi and Li Chuan led the way, with the others following quickly along the same path. They encountered no dangers and soon arrived at the Ark. "Open the doors." Li Ziyue, who had been monitoring the situation from the Ark, shouted. Then the 10 doors at the bottom of the Ark swung open rapidly, and Zhao Ziyi and his people entered quickly. 1 million people entered the Ark in an orderly fashion. "Notify the rest. They can come now," Zhao Ziyi said to Li Chuan. "We need to go back and guide them," Li Chuan said in a low voice. "We volunteer to guide them." Several hundred soldiers shouted in unison. They had just escorted the first 1 million people here, and now that their mission was complete, they were willing to continue escorting the others. "All right, follow me back to bring the main force over," Li Chuan said loudly. "Commander, you don't need to go, we can handle it," Li Chuan said in a deep voice. "Leader, you shouldn't go either, we'll go," Wang Zhan said in a deep voice as the commander of these people's soldiers. "No, they are my people, oh, I must stand with them. I will bring them back safely," Li Chuan said, his gaze resolute. In the end, Li Chuan led several hundred soldiers back the way they came to meet the main force. Zhao Ziyi watched Li Chuan's retreating figure with admiration. However, Zhao Ziyi still dispatched over 10,000 people to follow Li Chuan and his group, each carrying clothes. This time, going to meet the main force, there would surely be more people suffering from frostbite, so they had to be prepared. In fact, most of the main force had been transported by vehicles, although most of the roads had been damaged. But they had repaired the roads as they advanced, and at this point they were not far from the Ark. Standing on the deck of the Ark, Zhao Ziyi watched Li Chuan and the others leave. He looked at the sky, which was a murky gray with nothing visible, though he could faintly see lightning flickering. His expression changed. "Unload the lightning guiding cannons and go support them." The Ark had produced many spare lightning guiding cannons which could be detached and reattached. Now, seeing those thunderbolts, Zhao Ziyi understood that soon lightning would strike here, sending down countless bolts. If Li Chuan and the others returned, they would be in grave danger, and many could be killed by the lightning. So he dispatched tens of thousands of people to carry out the lightning guiding cannons. These people then formed 2 columns in front of the Ark, advancing forward. Every 10 meters, they placed a lightning guiding cannon ready to fend off the thunderbolts falling from the sky. The 2 columns of cannons extended for tens of thousands of meters. After preparing all this, Zhao Ziyi breathed a long sigh of relief. This distance of tens of thousands of meters was just within the range where the lightning would strike. Rumble. The lightning in the sky flickered wildly, as if a storm were about to break, ready to fall at any moment. Zhao Ziyi's expression grew increasingly grim. The people standing by the lightning guiding cannons in front of the Ark were also extremely tense. Although they knew the cannons could divert the lightning, they were still very afraid. Many looked at the lightning that could fall at any moment, their faces pale, worrying that the cannons might malfunction. If the cannons failed to divert the lightning, they would be struck dead. They had witnessed those terrifying thunderbolts, dense and relentless, attacking everything around without mercy. Any mistake would result in many deaths. "They're coming." Soon thermal detectors picked up people appearing ahead, and then a dense crowd returned. Li Chuan was at the front. Seeing him appear, Zhao Ziyi felt a sense of relief. He looked up at the sky above, where the lightning could strike at any moment. Rumble. Just as he worried the lightning would fall, the thunderbolts in the sky suddenly flickered violently. Then dense lightning descended like a storm, covering tens of thousands of meters of sky, engulfing everything in its fury. Fire. Those standing by the cannons who had been waiting quickly fired the lightning guiding cannons. One by one, lightning guiding projectiles shot into the sky, attracting the surrounding thunderbolts. Move quickly. The projectiles soared high, drawing the attention of all the lightning, creating a safe passage for Li Chuan and the others. Then Li Chuan and the others hurried toward the Ark. Everyone was terrified of the lightning above, and many children burst into tears. "Hurry!" Zhao Ziyi stood on the deck, watching the lightning outside with a grave expression. The lightning guiding cannons he had deployed successfully diverted all the thunderbolts. But Zhao Ziyi felt a growing unease, as if something bad was about to happen. He watched the people already at the front of the Ark, hoping that everyone would quickly get inside. Li Chuan stood at the roadside, directing everyone to enter the Ark. Countless soldiers formed 2 columns, and whenever someone fell or was frostbitten and couldn't move, they rushed forward to carry them on their backs into the Ark. All the soldiers were shivering from the cold, but they gritted their teeth and continued carrying the frostbitten to the ark. Take a rest. Li Ziyi saw a soldier collapse to the ground due to frostbite and exhaustion, but he gritted his teeth and stood up to continue carrying people into the ark. Li Ziyi's heart ached. I can still do it, the soldier said firmly. His steps were unsteady, but he still gritted his teeth and carried the person toward the ark. Li Ziyi couldn't bear to watch and went over to support him. I can make it. The soldier smiled and carried the person inside with determination. Around him, many soldiers like him were at their limits, yet they continued to persevere. Seeing their persistence, many on the ark were moved, and many eyes became moist with emotion. Let's go help too, a teacher shouted. Then many people rushed out of the ark, joining the soldiers and carrying the weak. After the long journey, many people from Yun province had reached their limits, and along the way many had suffered frostbite. Being able to make it this far was already their limit. Now seeing the ark, many felt their tense nerves suddenly relax. Then they collapsed to the ground, unable to move further, relying on others to carry them inside. There were already over 10 million people inside the ark. Seeing those outside needing help, many went out. Alas, I'm too old, otherwise I would go out too. Some elderly people sighed longingly, seeing many outside who had fallen from frostbite with no one to help due to a shortage of hands. They also wanted to go out. But they knew that with their physical condition, going out would only add to the chaos. So they could only pray that those people would hold on and make it to the ark. The thunder from the sky above grew increasingly relentless. We are running low on shells. Many who stood by the roadside operating the lightning-guiding cannons shouted loudly toward the ark. Zhao Ziyi quickly ordered more thunder-guiding projectiles to be sent over. Soon numerous people carried endless supplies of the projectiles to the shore and distributed them. These lightning-guiding cannons differed from those aboard the ark. The ones on the ark had a continuous supply of shells, but these detached cannons were standalone units requiring manual reloading. Bad news. A thunderstorm is approaching. A meteorologist rushed quickly to Zhao Ziyi's side and called out urgently. Hearing this, Zhao Ziyi's expression darkened. A thunderstorm at a time like this was going to complicate things greatly. A deafening boom echoed from the sky, and then a terrifying rainstorm poured down with ferocious intensity. The raindrops were as large as bullets and fell at incredible speed. Striking people's faces, the rain caused sharp pain, and the temperature of the water was extremely low. Many who were drenched by it collapsed instantly, unable to withstand it, falling directly to the ground. The destructive power of this rain was terrifying, like the final straw that breaks a camel's back. Far more people now needed rescue. Countless people lay on the ground, unable to rise again. Many aboard the ark rushed out to carry the fallen back inside. Hurry! The rain grew ever heavier, and countless puddles formed on the ground. Streams emerged and small rivers carved their way across the land, their waters steadily deepening. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Ziyi's expression darkened once more. The rain had turned the land below into rivers, making it impossible for many to reach the ark. Given the situation, Zhao Ziyi had no choice but to dispatch numerous boats to ferry people. Although the rain made their work far more difficult, it also provided an unexpected advantage. Transporting people by boat was significantly faster than carrying them by hand. However, the thunderstorm was so fierce that many small boats filled with water and required someone constantly bailing it out, or they would capsize. With boats available, there was no longer a need to carry people on foot. The exhausted soldiers could have rested, but they did not simply sit idle. Instead, they paddled small boats to retrieve survivors. Using their remaining strength, some rowed, while others bailed water, shielding the civilians as they sped toward the ark. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck the water, sending a spray tens of meters into the air. The people on many small boats huddled in terror, their faces pale with dread. Terrible! The lightning-guiding cannons didn't cover that area. Although the cannons could draw away most lightning, there were still many places beyond their protection. Even with a cannon, every 10 meters numerous blind spots remained. In those unprotected zones, lightning seized the opportunity to strike down mercilessly. Don't go that way. Areas where lightning had struck became forbidden zones, and all small boats detoured around them. What made it even more terrifying was that no one knew how many other places might be struck next. Casualties mounted as many small boats were hit by lightning, killing and injuring numerous people. In just a short while, hundreds were injured and dozens killed. Zhao Ziyi's expression shifted once more. They were so close to safety, and yet casualties still occurred. Avoid those areas. But there was no other choice now. Continuous lightning strikes served as a grim lesson, teaching them which paths to take and which to avoid. Through the sacrifice of hundreds, a safe passage was finally established, and all small boats followed this corridor into the ark. The lightning-guiding cannons along the shore were submerged by the rising water, so many small boats had to be sent to retrieve them and bring the cannons aboard. Those who had not yet been rescued moved away from the ark, heading farther into the distance toward some high mountains. The seawater continued to rise relentlessly as the surrounding land was swallowed. They could only stand atop the mountains, waiting for rescue boats to carry them to the ark. Since the water here was too shallow for the ark to approach, it had to remain in deeper waters waiting for small boats to ferry people one by one. Those waiting on the mountains faced extreme danger as landslides could occur at any moment. Small boats continuously transported people to the ark, and soon only millions remained on the peaks. They waited anxiously, weakened by the storm and terrifying lightning. The only consolation was that they had moved far from the lightning zones. Lightning did not target them, so they only needed to endure the rainstorm. The rain battered them relentlessly, and many umbrellas were destroyed. Many huddled together for warmth against the cold and rain, yet still numerous people suffered frostbite and collapsed to the ground. Come aboard. When the rescue boats arrived, the frostbitten were prioritized for evacuation along with many children and the elderly. The physically strong young men remained on the mountain waiting for their turn. Even though they were stronger, the brutal weather was taking its toll. Many young men turned pale and were on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, a massive landslide erupted from a nearby mountain, swallowing hundreds of young people in an instant. Those on surrounding mountains were filled with terror, fearing their own peaks might collapse next. In these conditions, anyone caught in a landslide would be impossible to rescue. There was neither time nor manpower. Moreover, the area of any landslide would soon be engulfed by the surrounding seawater. Once buried by a landslide, no one could survive. This was the ruthless cruelty of nature. Aboard the ark, everyone was filled with anxiety. Millions remained, and they had to be rescued as quickly as possible, but anxiety alone could not change the situation. We can approach now. The seawater around the ark had risen significantly, and the ark was finally able to move forward. The ark advanced steadily, quickly, closing the distance to the mountain ahead. Those waiting on the peak saw the ark finally approaching and were overcome with emotion. The ark and the high mountain were nearly halfway when they could no longer advance, for the seawater ahead was too shallow for the ark to navigate. Nevertheless, having covered half the distance, the workload for the rescue teams was effectively halved. Immediately, numerous small boats sped toward the mountain, ferrying the stranded people back to the ark. Rumble. During the rescue operation, a landslide struck, sweeping away many more people. The remaining survivors were filled with terror, but with so many people, rescue could only proceed gradually, and landslides kept occurring throughout the process, claiming many lives. Rumble. Not only did landslides threaten everyone's safety, but the thunderstorms and lightning from above also posed a severe danger to the people's lives. The lightning-guiding cannons could not cover the entire sky. So many bolts of lightning struck through the gaps, killing numerous people. The rescue efforts continued for a long time, and when the sky finally darkened completely, everyone realized that a day had passed and night had fallen. Although sunlight could not penetrate and was blocked by the haze in the upper atmosphere, the sun still provided some illumination. As night descended and everything went dark, the rescue was nearing its end. When the last group of people returned to the ark via small boats, Zhao Ziyi finally breathed a long sigh of relief. We succeeded. Almost all of Yunnan province's tens of millions of people had been rescued. Apart from some missing and deceased individuals, the majority had made it aboard the ark. There might still be people scattered across Yunnan province's land, but they could no longer be searched for. Let us follow the seawater and search further. In the end, they decided to follow the seawater into Yunnan province's interior at their own pace. The seawater rose furiously, and toward the later stages, its upward speed increased dramatically. The polar ice caps were melting at an accelerating rate, and Yunnan province's land was being rapidly submerged. The other 7 continents faced the same situation, with rescue operations proceeding relatively smoothly there as well. Most people had been rescued aboard the ark, though some remained on the 8 continents. So now the ark was anchored near the continent, moving inward with the seawater, hoping to save a few more people. Disasters kept multiplying while temperatures dropped lower and lower. The research team worked frantically to develop cold-resistant clothing. -60 degrees. The temperature had plummeted to an unprecedented low. Everyone on the ark understood that those still on the continents were likely already frozen to death. At such extreme temperatures, death would come quickly without proper warming equipment. Those who stayed behind on the continents were mostly those who had hidden away rather than joining the main evacuation. They might have their own heating supplies, but those would not last long. As temperatures continued dropping, even standard air conditioning and floor heating would fail. Moreover, with most people evacuated to the ark, many essential facilities had already stopped functioning. The power grid was down, and without electricity, heating systems could not operate. Those left on the continents without power had no choice but to burn coal and firewood, but those resources were finite and would not provide lasting warmth. The seawater kept pushing deeper inland as the ark followed, but they encountered no one along the way. Everyone's mood grew increasingly heavy. The prolonged absence of any sign of life told them that no one could have survived. Let us rendezvous with Elder Long. Zhao Ziyi ultimately decided to turn the ark around and meet with Elder Long. Even if anyone survived in Yunnan province, they would not last long. So he made the call, and the ark quickly turned around, heading toward the continent where Elder Long was. The ark cut through the waves at high speed, making its way toward Xishan. Xishan is the highest altitude province in China where Elder Long's ark had gone to conduct rescue operations. Xishan had always had a very sparse population due to its high altitude, which made it unsuitable for human habitation, and the temperatures there were extremely harsh. So people rarely lived within dozens of kilometers of each other, but with the arrival of the apocalyptic era, many flocked towards Xishan. Not just people from China, but individuals from around the world were heading towards Xishan, since it was one of the highest elevation places on Earth. Many people were fleeing the rising seas by moving to higher ground, and now Xishan was teeming with people. Foreigners made up a significant portion of the crowd. Xishan was already China's border region adjacent to many countries, so people from numerous nations had come to Xishan to escape the flooding. At this point, people from all nations were gathered in Xishan, and when the foreigners learned that China's ark was approaching to rescue Chinese citizens, many began demanding to board. "We are on Chinese territory now, and you should let us aboard. We have lost our homes, our countries have been submerged. China is one of the most powerful nations in the world, and out of humanitarianism, you should not abandon us. If you leave us behind, we are all doomed. Please, I beg you, let us onto the ship." Countless foreigners gathered where Chinese people had congregated, pleading with them to allow them aboard when the ark arrived. "This is not something I can decide on my own. We need orders from Elder Long." Yun Dao spoke solemnly. Though he was the leader of Xishan, he could not make that call himself. Every day, countless foreigners came to ask him to let them aboard the ark, but all he could do was wait with his people for the ark's arrival. Whether these foreigners could board the ark was not his decision to make. It was up to Elder Long. Over 10 million foreigners had gathered in Xishan, coming from all corners of the world. "Our nation's ark can only accommodate our own people. We simply do not have the capacity for more. Xishan's high elevation might actually protect you from the seawater, so you could survive here." Yun Dao spoke solemnly. "That is impossible. Xishan will be submerged soon. In just a few months, no land on Earth will remain above water. The seawater will flood all the continents, turning the entire world into an ocean. Without an ark, we will all perish. Please, please let us board Noah's ark. We can do anything just to have a place on it." Countless foreigners begged, and Yun Dao's heart could not bear to watch these millions of foreigners die here. In the end, he could only tell them that he would discuss with Elder Long and see what Elder Long decided. The Noah's ark that Elder Long was on was now at the edge of the seawater near the continent of Xishan, moving in with the incoming tide. Because Xishan's altitude was extremely high, Elder Long did not let the people of Xishan run to the shore to wait for the Noah's ark. Instead, he had them wait in the high-altitude areas of Xishan for the arrival of the Noah's ark. Because the temperature was now too low, if they traveled a long distance, many people would freeze to death along the way. Staying in the high-altitude areas, they still had various power supply equipment, air conditioning, and underfloor heating to support them, allowing as many people as possible to survive. Therefore, everyone stayed in the high-altitude areas, slowly waiting for the arrival of the Noah's ark, relying on air conditioning and underfloor heating to survive. Because many foreigners had flooded into Xishan. Although these foreigners had brought their own rations, they finished them within a few days. They had no food in Xishan, and in the end the people of Xishan could only distribute grain to them. With millions of foreigners here, the amount of food needed was enormous. Xishan could only open its official grain reserves to save everyone, barely managing to keep everyone alive. However, with so many people gathered together, heating was also a problem. Heating was all powered by electricity, and electricity came from hydropower, but many hydropower stations had been submerged by seawater. Every time a hydropower station was submerged by seawater, it would cause a large area to lose power, leading to many people freezing to death. The largest power supply facility in Xishan was located on a nearby turbulent river, where a huge hydropower station specifically supplied electricity to Xishan. However, the dam here was also about to be submerged because of continuous heavy rain, causing the water to rise wildly. The hydropower station was gradually being submerged. If this hydropower station was completely submerged, then Xishan would lose power. When that happened, without air conditioning and underfloor heating, everyone would freeze to death. "No, we can't just wait to die. Let's head toward the shore and actively seek the Noah's ark," Yun Dao said loudly. That hydropower station would soon be submerged. If they continued to wait here, once the hydropower station was submerged, the power supply would vanish and everyone would freeze to death. Therefore, the only thing they could do now was to proactively go to the shore. However, such a long journey to the shore was extremely risky. Many people might freeze to death on the road. But they had no choice now. If they stayed here, everyone would die. If they went to the shore, many people would survive. Yun Dao also sought everyone's opinion and held a vote to see what people thought. Countless people voted, and many rationally chose to go to the shore. Because they all understood that the hydropower station was being submerged. If it was submerged, everyone would die here. Therefore, in the end, the minority yielded to the majority, and everyone unanimously passed the decision to go to the shore. "We will follow you to the shore. Staying here is waiting to die. China is one of the most powerful countries in the world. We beg for your protection. If you don't care for us, we will die. We have no way out." No place can save us except the Noah's Ark. We hope you can let us follow you to the shore. Countless foreigners begged Yun Dao to take them to the shore. Yun Dao looked at the millions of foreigners, his heart struggling. If he took these millions of foreigners to the Noah's Ark, and if the Ark couldn't accommodate so many people, then many troubles might arise. There might even be incidents of many foreigners forcibly rushing onto the Noah's Ark, in which case force might be used, resulting in even more casualties. But he couldn't bear to leave these millions of foreigners here to die. After all, these were living lives, and millions of them. In the end, his heart decided to let these foreigners follow them to the shore. He would take them there. As for whether they could board the Noah's Ark, that would depend on Elder Long's decision. However, he understood in his heart that Elder Long would certainly not let these people board the Noah's Ark. If these people boarded, then many Chinese people would be unable to board. Thank you, China. When these foreigners learned that Yun Dao was going to take them to the shore, everyone wept with joy, and many were filled with gratitude toward him. Next, the people of Xishan, along with millions of foreigners, quickly headed toward the shore. It was a long journey. The temperature dropped every day, and many people were frostbitten or even frozen to death because they couldn't withstand the cold. But this was unavoidable. If they wanted to survive, they had to reach the shore quickly. Only by boarding the Noah's Ark could they survive. Although the seawater was rising very quickly now, it would still be very slow for the sea to submerge Xishan. After all, Xishan was one of the highest places on Earth, not easily submerged. Dense crowds of people formed a long line, quickly moving toward Xishan, but the dangers along the way were terrifying. Various disasters, earthquakes, landslides, thunderstorms, lightning, cold waves, struck, and many people died on the road. Rumble, rumble. Less than half a day after the people of Xishan left, a deafening roar came from the distance. Then the hydropower station that supplied all of Xishan's electricity was completely submerged by seawater in that roar, and all power in Xishan was cut off. After hearing this roar, everyone was filled with fear. If they had not left Xishan, then Xishan would have lost power, and everyone would have frozen to death. They had only been gone for half a day, yet the hydropower station was already submerged and Xishan was without power. Yun Dao also got in touch with Elder Long. Yun Dao did not tell Elder Long that he was taking millions of foreigners to the shore because he was afraid Elder Long would refuse, and then he wouldn't know what to do. He decided to first bring the foreigners over and then see Elder Long's decision. Rumble, rumble. Along the way, various terrible disasters occurred, the most terrifying being earthquakes and landslides. Once an earthquake struck, many people would die. Moreover, landslides would claim many lives on the road. Numerous geologists and meteorologists along the way continuously speculated about the disasters ahead. However, in this apocalyptic era, all calamities struck without any warning. Even the most brilliant geologists and meteorologists could not predict the disasters with precision. Moreover, their predictions could only be made seconds before the catastrophe struck, but those few seconds were far from enough for them to react. This road to the shore was a path of blood built upon lives. Countless people perished along the way, exchanging their deaths for the hope of survival for the majority. Everyone's heart was heavy, and the number of frostbitten people was increasing rapidly as the temperature plummeted violently. Fortunately, the roads in Xishan were numerous and wide, allowing vehicles to traverse them. Many large vehicles carried coal and firewood. People burned coal and wood inside the vehicles to keep warm, barely managing to survive. The vehicles also had air conditioning, which helped them stay warm during the long journey. However, once the vehicles ran out of fuel, all heating would cease. Therefore, tanker trucks flanked the main convoy. Whenever a vehicle ran out of fuel, it was refueled immediately. All the fuel from every gas station in Xishan had been extracted, and this fuel was the lifeline that determined whether everyone could survive. Beware of the lightning. At a certain moment, terrifying lightning bolts appeared in the sky, dense and numerous, striking down from the heavens and crazily hitting all around everyone. Detour. A minefield of lightning appeared ahead, with bolts striking the ground from every angle, leaving deep craters. The people at the front frantically changed course. Detouring was a highly risky move, as no one knew what dangers or disasters might await on unfamiliar roads. But with the lightning minefield ahead forcing their way through would result in many being struck dead by the bolts. The main force detoured, attempting to bypass the lightning, but the minefield was mobile and erratic, striking here one moment and there the next. Many were struck by lightning, while detouring instantly reduced to charred corpses. Protect the oil tankers. Yun Dao sent experts to guard the tankers, for if lightning struck one, a massive explosion would occur. These tankers were the guarantee of their survival. If lightning struck them, they would be doomed, and everyone might freeze to death on the road. Thus, many experts came to the tankers and installed lightning rods. Elder Long, we are in trouble. Yun Dao also reported the dangers they encountered on the road to Elder Long. Upon hearing that lightning could strike the tankers and cut off their retreat, Elder Long's expression turned extremely grave. He then contacted Zhao Ziyi and asked for a solution. After hearing the situation, Zhao Ziyi directly contacted Yun Dao and told him the method to build a lightning-attracting cannon. Following Zhao Ziyi's instructions, Yun Dao had the experts manufacture the lightning-attracting cannon. In the current situation, only the lightning-attracting cannon could save the oil tankers. The top experts in Shishan began designing the lightning-attracting cannon. Meanwhile, others bought time by doing their best to avoid the lightning and prevent it from striking the tankers. These experts worked quickly and soon designed the lightning-attracting cannon. One by one, the cannons were produced and rapidly installed onto the oil tankers. Then the lightning-attracting cannon fired a thunder-guiding projectile into the sky. The lightning was drawn away, protecting the oil tankers. Having neutralized the lightning that threatened the tankers, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The tankers were safe, and they now had the method to build the lightning-attracting cannon. They then frantically began mass-producing them. They no longer needed to detour. Everyone halted in place, waiting for the cannons to be built. Soon the cannons were produced and distributed to everyone. Boom. Rumble. One thunder-guiding projectile after another soared into the sky, diverting the lightning. Under the cover of the cannons, everyone quickly passed through the minefield and headed toward the shore. The lightning in the sky flashed violently, and many were terrified, fearing that the bolts would strike them down. However, their fears never materialized. The lightning-attracting cannons perfectly diverted all the lightning, allowing everyone to safely cross the minefield. Huaguo is truly a miraculous nation, able to divert lightning with such a method. No country in the world can be like Huaguo. They have protected their own people. How I wish I were a Huaguo citizen. We must get on the Noah's Ark. Huaguo can protect us, oh, we need their shelter. At this moment, the tens of millions of foreigners following the main force witnessed the strength of Huaguo. They saw Huaguo overcome the thunder and conquer nature, and they all saw hope. By any means, we must get on the Noah's Ark and seek Huaguo's protection. Only Huaguo in the entire world can protect us. If we want to survive, we must follow Huaguo. At this moment, tens of millions of foreigners felt that only Huaguo could save them. The main force hurried toward the shore as the sea surged violently, flooding vast areas of land in Shishan. The Noah's Ark followed the rising waters, speeding deep into Shishan. The distance between the Ark and the people of Shishan was rapidly closing. Soon we will be on the Noah's Ark. Everyone hold on. Yun Dao shouted encouragement to all. Many were already covered in frostbite as the temperature continued to plummet violently. Even inside the vehicles, the air conditioning could not save them. The air conditioning could not withstand such low temperatures, it could only barely keep them alive. If the temperature dropped further, even the air conditioning would fail to sustain them. Thus, everyone prayed that they would reach the Noah's Ark before the air conditioning stopped working. Only then could they survive. Disasters struck relentlessly and countless people were dying across the world. The sea level rose wildly and land areas shrank continuously. Fortunately, most humans had already fled to higher altitudes, so the number of people drowned by the flood was relatively small. But the number of people killed by the terrifying cold was rising sharply. Every second, many were frozen to death by the dreadful low temperatures. With the temperature plummeting to minus 50 degrees Celsius, such a terrifying cold could be endured by very few. Many had fled from all over the world, arriving at new places without any means to keep warm. Thus they froze to death. Moreover, high-altitude areas generally lacked air conditioning or underfloor heating, relying solely on coal for warmth, and in normal times heating was unnecessary. Due to the high altitude, ample sunlight and warm temperatures, heating was not needed, but now it had become the cause of countless deaths. The surviving nations began mobilizing their people to seek warmth, and many even constructed cities at high altitudes to withstand this dreadful cold. Although they knew the seawater would surge, and their only option now was to survive as best they could. At Shishan, Yun Dao led everyone along with tens of millions of foreigners hurrying toward the coast. The seawater was madly pushing deeper into the land while they moved in the opposite direction. They had already spotted the Noah's Ark moored ahead. The Ark had sailed in with the tide, but the shallow waters prevented it from coming closer, so it remained anchored at a distance. At that moment, many small boats had been lowered from the Ark, advancing with the seawater to pick up the people of Shishan. One by one, the small boats cautiously approached the shore, spotting the crowd coming toward them. Help! From afar, upon seeing the boats, many shouted loudly. Desperate to board the small boats, the people cried out. The boats, hearing the calls, carefully broke through the mist and headed toward the shore. Many frostbitten individuals were carried to the shore. Once the boats arrived, they prioritized these frostbitten people, ferrying them back to the Noah's Ark. Why are there foreigners? A people soldier on one of the boats asked in a low voice. 10 foreigners, all frostbitten, have been sent aboard. They are foreigners who lived in Shishan, fleeing with us now. They are injured, let them board first. Yun Dao said solemnly. How many foreigners came with you? The people's soldier asked gravely. A foreboding feeling had already settled in his heart, and he had to know the truth, for this was not a decision he could make. Yun Dao looked into the soldier's eyes, struggling inwardly, but finally told the truth. Tens of millions of foreigners had followed them. Upon hearing that tens of millions of foreigners were coming, the people's soldier's face instantly changed. He said in a low voice, I must first consult Elder Long. Without his orders, I will not bring any foreigners aboard the Noah's Ark. The Ark must first consider our own people. Yes. Yun Dao nodded gravely. He understood the soldiers' concern for the Noah's Ark had originally been designed to accommodate the entire nation. Now if these tens of millions of foreigners boarded the Ark, it would mean many citizens of Huagua would lose their places. Yet he could not bear to watch all these tens of millions of foreigners die outside. The people's soldier also called Elder Long with a heavy heart reporting the situation. When Elder Long heard that tens of millions of foreigners had followed, he fell silent for a few seconds on the phone. Those few seconds felt like an eternity to everyone present. Yun Dao held his breath, wondering what Elder Long would decide, for it concerned the safety of both the Huagua people and the tens of millions of foreigners. First, transport the injured foreigners aboard the Noah's Ark. Let the able-bodied foreigners stand by. We must prioritize our own people. Finally, Elder Long's voice came through. Yun Dao breathed a sigh of relief. This was the best possible decision. He had feared that Elder Long might refuse even the injured foreigners. Then the injured foreigners began to be ferried back to the Ark on small boats. There were tens of thousands of frostbitten foreigners, and transporting so many to the Ark was extremely difficult. Thank you. Some frostbitten foreigners, realizing they were being taken to the Ark, expressed their gratitude to the people's soldiers transporting them. Tears streamed uncontrollably down many foreigners' faces. Their own countries had abandoned them. They had escaped here relying only on their own strength, and now Huagua was saving them. Yun Dao had once told them that he did not know if they could board, for it was Elder Long's decision. They had held little hope, but now being ferried to the Ark, they were overwhelmed with emotion. Huagua is the best country in the world. I wish I had taken Huagua's citizenship earlier. A friend in need is a friend indeed. Our countries abandoned us, but Huagua took us in. We will never forget this kindness. If I survive this time, I will strive to become a Huagua citizen. These foreigners now aboard the Ark were filled with gratitude. Meanwhile on the Ark, many people watched the foreigners being brought aboard, their hearts full of worry. They went to Elder Long and voiced their concerns. Elder Long, the Ark cannot accommodate so many foreigners. If they all come aboard, many of our own people will lose their spots. Yes, Elder Long. When the Ark was designed, it only considered our own people, not foreigners. Now that tens of millions of foreigners are gathered outside, what shall we do? If we let all these foreigners board, many of our own people will be unable to get on. We must prioritize our own people. Even if we want to save foreigners, let our own people board first, and only give them the remaining spots. Many high-ranking officials spoke gravely to Elder Long, urging him to put the people of Huagua first. I understand your concerns, and I will prioritize the people of Huagua. Elder Long nodded solemnly. Upon hearing this, the officials breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that Elder Long might allow all tens of millions of foreigners to board, which would cause chaos. Outside the Noah's Ark on the shore, Yun Dao stood among the crowd. Numerous foreigners had also gathered at the shore, desperate to board Noah's Ark, so they loudly pleaded with the small boats to take them away. However, those small boats only picked up Chinese citizens, completely ignoring the foreigners. Panic set in among the foreigners, their hearts filled with dread. Please let us board your boats. We don't want to die here. China is the most generous nation in the world. Noah's Ark is so vast, there should be room for us. Please take us with you. We won't cause any trouble. We only ask for a small place on Noah's Ark. We are willing to do anything in exchange for a chance to survive. On the shore, all the foreigners cried out in despair, begging and pleading, desperate to reach Noah's Ark. Watching one Chinese citizen after another being rescued while they were left behind, their fear only intensified. They feared Noah's Ark would save all the Chinese people and abandon them just as their own nations had abandoned them. Many foreigners sought out Yun Dao, for he was the leader here. Yun Dao regarded these foreigners with a complicated expression, his heart filled with compassion, yet he had to prioritize the Chinese people. So he took a deep breath, looked at them solemnly, and spoke in a heavy voice. The seats on Noah's Ark are limited. We must prioritize our own people first. If there are remaining spots after everyone from our country has boarded, we will certainly take you all aboard. I hope you can understand. Noah's Ark is so vast, there must surely be room for us. Are you truly meaning what you say? Many foreigners looked at Yun Dao with hope in their eyes, praying that his words were genuine and not a deception. I give you my word, everything I say is true. Yun Dao spoke firmly. He tried to soothe the foreigners, hoping to calm their panic. Under Yun Dao's reassurance, the foreigners' emotions gradually settled. They watched enviously as the Chinese citizens were rescued, secretly wishing they themselves were Chinese. If only our country could be like China. Our nations have already been destroyed by the disaster. We are homeless. China is our last hope. The foreigners gathered here came from nations all across the world. Some of their countries still existed, but for the most part their homelands had been swallowed by the catastrophe. Displaced and homeless, they had fled across the globe. One by one, Chinese citizens were ferried away by small boats. Many of the foreigners left on the shore had already suffered severe frostbite from the extreme cold. These frostbitten foreigners were secretly arranged onto the boats and transported to Noah's Ark. The reason for the covert transport was to prevent other foreigners from mimicking the frostbite, which could trigger a mass stampede and complicate their operations. Zhao Ziyi immediately raised his thoughts. If the other party possessed such valuable resources, allowing one person to hoard them all would be utterly meaningless. Zhao Ziyi continued, "As for sharing weapons, I will certainly not let you suffer any loss. I will offer you conditions that you will find satisfactory." Hearing Zhao Ziyi speak thus, anyone else listening would likely assume this was merely a straightforward transaction. In the apocalypse, whoever obtained resources first claimed them as their own. Since you've spoken so plainly, it would seem impolite for me to refuse. Your sincerity is quite evident. Very well. Here's my offer. If you agree, I'll tell you exactly where I've hidden my weapons, and everything inside will be yours. Luo Zhikai spoke with remarkable composure. In his view, Zhao Ziyi's sincerity was genuine, but he would never accept so easily. He himself was considering joining Zhao Ziyi's group. If he accepted such favorable terms now, it would be difficult to maintain any real rapport in the future. Moreover, those weapons were extraordinarily powerful. If he handed them over directly to Zhao Ziyi, there was no telling whether the other man might turn hostile. At that point, no matter how many advantages or strategies he possessed, escaping Zhao Ziyi's grasp would be nearly impossible. I hardly know this man, so I have no idea what he's truly thinking. I'd rather not take such a risk. It would be wiser to do him a favor now, allowing me to stay within his group and enjoy a relatively stable life ahead. Luo Zhikai pondered silently to himself. Unfortunately, all of this was already within Zhao Ziyi's calculations. Though Luo Zhikai appeared shrewd, Zhao Ziyi clearly understood the man's hidden motives. He knew Luo Zhikai desired to join his team. If not, the man would have left long ago. Such a person was no lone wolf, merely someone unable to find a suitable group. Now that Zhao Ziyi had built a powerful team, if Luo Zhikai failed to seize this opportunity, he would surely regret it. Nevertheless, Luo Zhikai was remarkably shrewd and knew how to raise his value, refusing to agree to join Zhao Ziyi's team immediately. But this was only natural human nature. Zhao Ziyi did not mind and was willing to play along. Zhao Ziyi put on an appearance of being open to negotiation, which satisfied Luo Zhikai greatly. Smiling, Luo Zhikai said, "Never mind. In this apocalypse, money is as useful as a stack of paper. Useless, unable to even exchange for basic supplies. Better to seek something tangible. But since you've hunted zombies, I'm willing to join your group. However, won't you at least establish a proper command structure? Give me a leadership position so I won't be suppressed from the moment I join." Though Luo Zhikai had never met Zhao Ziyi's members, he possessed rich experience. Zhao Ziyi rarely overthought things, whereas Luo Zhikai, despite not having witnessed as many events, understood that Zhao Ziyi never dwelled on past causes and consequences, only reflecting carefully afterward. But Luo Zhikai cared most about interests, so now he sought to negotiate favorable terms with Zhao Ziyi. Luo Zhikai cared most about securing his own interests, so he sought to negotiate favorable terms with Zhao Ziyi. If he were to join Zhao Ziyi's team only to occupy a position of no standing, Luo Zhikai would certainly be most unwilling to accept that. Luo Zhikai was well aware of this truth in his heart, which was why he kept emphasizing such matters. Now Zhao Ziyi simply shook his head. When it came to certain things, Zhao Ziyi was never stingy, for those things could always be earned back. Thus, in certain matters, Zhao Ziyi would appear quite generous. But now Zhao Ziyi simply would not allow Luo Zhikai to hold too high a position. "First of all, the people I form my team with must all be exceptional. I don't see any remarkable qualities in you. If you're merely trying to trade those weapons for a high command position, I will absolutely not agree." Zhao Ziyi had no intention of deceiving the other man, so he responded directly and decisively. Seeing how quickly Zhao Ziyi responded, Luo Zhikai felt a bit uncomfortable at first. But then he thought that a person like this would surely be very responsible to follow in the future. So Luo Zhikai instead smiled slightly and said, "That's fine. Since you're unwilling, how about this? Write me an IOU owing me a favor. What do you think?" Luo Zhikai felt that Zhao Ziyi was currently the leader among the survivors and a man of his word. If trouble ever arose in the future, or if he ever crossed paths with Zhao Ziyi, Luo Zhikai could simply produce the IOU and cash in that favor. Luo Zhikai certainly had quite a few schemes brewing in his mind. Hearing Luo Zhikai's words, Zhao Ziyi first furrowed his brow. Originally, the other party was simply trying to trade weapons for food or other goods. He hadn't expected this man to have so many other ideas. It seems Zhao Ziyi had underestimated him. But after hearing so much from him, it's clear this man is not entirely simple. At the very least, his ambitions are considerable. A person like this will probably accomplish great things in the future. Zhao Ziyi quietly analyzed this in his mind. Zhao Ziyi couldn't guarantee much about other matters, but the conditions Luo Zhikai had proposed were something he could barely accept. So Zhao Ziyi immediately took out paper and pen from his storage ring, and right in front of Luo Zhikai wrote out an IOU. Intending to trade a single favor for so many weapons, Luo Zhikai was rather pleased when he received the IOU from Zhao Ziyi. He smiled faintly and nodded, saying, "In that case, I'm more than willing to accept. Since it's settled, I'll be joining your team from now on." As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhao Ziyi did not deny the claim. He then continued, "That's right. From now on, you're a member of my team. Now take me to see where you've hidden all those weapons. I'm curious to see what kind of weapons you took from the squad. Zhao Ziyi was always decisive in his actions. Without even seeing how many weapons there were or asking what kind they were, he had already written the IOU. But Zhao Ziyi had always operated with such swiftness, and he never regretted the things he had done. After the IOU was written, Luo Zhikai began to fulfill their agreement. First he peeked out from a corner, and seeing that the zombies had wandered far away, he finally felt safe enough to lead Zhao Ziyi out. So you're taking me to find the weapons now? Zhao Ziyi asked abruptly. Luo Zhikai nodded and replied, there were a great many weapons in that military unit. I was worried someone might discover the place, so I moved them all to another hidden location. I've made that place my personal armory. It seems that armory is quite useful. Otherwise you wouldn't care so much about it. Zhao Ziyi began to analyze seriously. Hearing Zhao Ziyi's words, Luo Zhikai didn't refute the point. In fact, he rather agreed. He continued, there's quite a lot of equipment in there, and it's all top quality. The reason I stored it all away in the first place was that I couldn't possibly use it all by myself. There were still many zombies outside, but most had been shaken off by Zhao Ziyi, so they could walk unimpeded along the main road. Luo Zhikai calmly explained to Zhao Ziyi, I'm taking you to the armory now. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, feel free to speak up. What would I be unsatisfied with? Probably nothing, I suppose. But since I haven't seen the actual weapons, yet I can't tell whether your description holds true. Zhao Ziyi said this to the other man. Then he continued, give me a rough estimate. Can those weapons equip a team? About 20-odd people. Can they all be armed? Rubbing his chin, Luo Zhikai was clearly thinking it over carefully. Then he said, probably yes. There's plenty of weaponry in there. Arming the other survivors shouldn't be a difficult task. After saying this, Luo Zhikai continued, leading Zhao Ziyi toward the armory. The location wasn't far from where they were, so they soon arrived at the armory's entrance. Zhao Ziyi looked at a storage shed and asked with curiosity, this place looks quite run down. Are you sure you've stored all the weapons here? Those were supposed to be many fine weapons. Zhao Ziyi couldn't imagine the other man choosing to hide everything in a place like this. Clearly, he found Luo Zhikai's approach hard to comprehend. Luo Zhikai then explained, the reason I hid all the weapons here is so that no one else would discover them. That way I can guarantee the weapons stay safe inside. Hearing this explanation, Zhao Ziyi finally understood the other man's thoughtful intentions. He nodded and said, you've certainly considered this more carefully. Very well, I have nothing more to say. Let's go inside and take a look. With that, Zhao Ziyi stepped through the door first. He didn't believe the other man would set any kind of trap, so he walked in with complete ease. But unexpectedly, the moment he pushed open the door and was about to take a step forward, he found a large pile of mousetraps scattered across the floor, which gave Zhao Ziyi quite a start. What the hell is going on? Zhao Ziyi's eyes widened in shock, barely avoiding the trap. Luo Zhikai quickly explained, I almost forgot to mention it. I was worried about intruders, so I placed these mouse traps and set up some electrical devices. If anyone breaks in without entering the password, the room will sound an alarm. As he spoke, Luo Zhikai promptly entered the password inside the room, and no alarm sounded at all. This made Zhao Ziyi think highly of the man's meticulousness. Nodding, Zhao Ziyi said, you are quite capable, and you know a great deal. With a modest smile, Luo Zhikai replied, not really. I was mainly concerned that the weapons might be stolen. Everything in this armory is extremely valuable, and in this post-apocalyptic world, it is nearly impossible to produce more. So we must protect them well. They will be a tremendous advantage in the future. Before his words had faded, Zhao Ziyi walked straight in. The room was filled with weapons from floor to ceiling. The storage room looked shabby from the outside, but inside everything was practically brand new, spotless, and immaculate. I didn't expect you to keep this place so tidy. It seems you understand that these weapons must never be exposed to dust. Zhao Ziyi nodded, clearly satisfied. Luo Zhikai responded immediately, it is all a disguise. No one would believe that such a dilapidated room could hold so many treasures, so it won't attract attention. Zhao Ziyi smiled. You are indeed very cautious, afraid that someone might steal these weapons. As he spoke, Zhao Ziyi approached the weapon at the very front. A machine gun looking remarkably new, almost as if it had just rolled off the assembly line. Whenever I have free time, I come here to inspect them. Each time I clean and wipe every weapon, worried that dust might get inside and damage their condition. Luo Zhikai said this earnestly. Zhao Ziyi paid it little mind, and then casually remarked, now that I've given you the IOU and you are essentially part of my team, these weapons should all be mine now, correct? Nodding firmly, Luo Zhikai confirmed, of course. These weapons all belong to you now. I hope you will put them to good use and clear out all the zombies here. That goes without saying. You can rest assured. You will join the zombie killing mission yourself, and then you'll see whether these weapons truly prove useful. Zhao Ziyi smiled, then took out his storage ring and immediately collected all the weapons in the room into it. Witnessing the weapons instantly vanish in a swirl of wind, a scene he had never seen before, Luo Zhikai was utterly stunned. His eyes wide with shock, he exclaimed, what are you doing? Where did my weapons go? Didn't you say these weapons all belong to me now? I'm just storing them for safekeeping. When I need them again, I'll take them out of the storage ring. Zhao Ziyi said calmly. Knowing Luo Zhikai would likely misunderstand, he explained further, don't worry. The weapons are perfectly fine. Once all the survivors gather, I'll distribute them so that everyone gets a weapon. There are enough here to arm 50 or 60 people. Are your surviving members currently in the city? Earlier you mentioned they were all on Lake Heart Island. I actually wanted to go see them. Luo Zhikai asked curiously. That's correct. Most of the survivors are still on Lake Heart Island, but I am currently conducting evaluations to select the best among them to form a combat team. So right now I'm in the assessment phase, which is why I came to this armory with you. Zhao Ziyi said with a smile. Yet Zhao Ziyi felt no anxiety at all. After all, he had the super survival system to alert him. If any survivor encountered trouble, the system would notify him immediately. He saw nothing wrong with having such an advantage. So what should we do now? Luo Zhikai couldn't help but ask. Honestly, he also wished to join Zhao Ziyi's team. Rather than being an ordinary survivor living a quiet life on the island, this was not the life Luo Zhikai desired. Before the apocalypse, Luo Zhikai had always been a law-abiding, unremarkable man who never did anything extraordinary. But now that such a great opportunity had presented itself, if he could join Zhao Ziyi's team and continuously hunt zombies, it would be an honor most people would kill for. Luo Zhikai was more than willing to participate. Thinking of this, Luo Zhikai said calmly, since I've given you so many weapons, how about this? Could you give me a spot in the team? You previously said I couldn't have a command position, so let me at least be an ordinary team member. That shouldn't be too difficult, right? Hearing this, Zhao Ziyi smiled. It's not particularly difficult, but I absolutely will not do it. Why? Luo Zhikai furrowed his brows. He hadn't expected Zhao Ziyi to refuse even such a reasonable request, which left him somewhat disappointed. Zhao Ziyi explained calmly, I could directly make you a team member, as I do have that authority. But I absolutely will not. If I let you join without going through the assessment, how could I fairly evaluate the other survivors? That would be completely unfair to them. Since everyone trusts me and chose me as captain, I must uphold fairness and cannot give anyone special treatment. Zhao Ziyi said solemnly. Luo Zhikai was clearly a bit displeased by Zhao Ziyi's words, but at the same time he respected the fact that Zhao Ziyi would not casually reward someone just because of a favor. This showed the man had clear principles and discipline. Zhao Ziyi continued, I must insist on fairness. Otherwise no one will respect my leadership, and I would be sacrificing something significant for a trivial gain. Frowning slightly, Luo Zhikai's brows slowly relaxed. He found Zhao Ziyi's reasoning entirely reasonable. If you want to be the good guy, I will not stop you. You can rest assured about that. Nodding, Zhao Ziyi said, my promissory note remains valid at any time, but there is one condition: it must not violate common decency. If I am asked to do something disloyal or unjust, I would rather die than comply. You can rest assured about that. I would never go that far, Luo Zhikai reassured him. Then Luo Zhikai continued, although I can't directly become a team member, that doesn't matter at all. I fully agree with your insistence on fairness, but I wonder if you could give me a chance to join the assessment with a quota. After a moment of thought, Zhao Ziyi also felt that Luo Zhikai had some real skill. With a bit of training, he might become a fairly good member. Zhao Ziyi was in need of talent, and now that such a capable person had appeared before him, he certainly wouldn't miss this opportunity. Zhao Ziyi couldn't stay here any longer, his time was precious. If he lingered and other survivors encountered danger, there would be great trouble. With no other Legion members available to help, Zhao Ziyi would be stretched thin if trouble arose. Follow me out now. There's no need to stay here any longer. I'll take you to other places, Zhao Ziyi said, and immediately led Luo Zhikai away. Luo Zhikai's weapon arsenal had already been taken over by Zhao Ziyi, and it was now empty inside. There was little point in staying there any longer. Since there's no point, come with me. I'll take you to a better place. A real man's direction is to carve out his own path, not to hide and dodge. Zhao Ziyi's words instantly struck a chord in Luo Zhikai's heart, making him feel that what the other said was absolutely right. Luo Zhikai and Zhao Ziyi immediately walked out. Zhao Ziyi said calmly, although I can't give you a direct slot right now, I can let you participate in this assessment. If you truly have the skill, you'll naturally be qualified to become a team member. Having thought he had lost all qualification, Luo Zhikai heard Zhao Ziyi's words and instantly rekindled his fighting spirit. Luo Zhikai quickly asked, how should I go about the assessment? Can it start right now? Letting you suddenly join the assessment would be unfair to you, and also unfair to others. It would easily invite gossip. Zhao Ziyi said in a deep voice. Frowning again, Luo Zhikai said, from what you're saying, does that mean I can't participate in this assessment? Zhao Ziyi shook his head and replied, that's not what I meant. I mainly want to make it clear that you can't join midway, or you won't get the full effect of the assessment. Then what do you want? Tell me clearly first. If I think it's acceptable, I'll agree, Luo Zhikai said calmly. After a brief thought, Zhao Ziyi had an idea and quickly said, I'll set up a special assessment for you. It will only take a day and a half. If you can pass it within that time, you'll become a team member from then on. He paused and added, if you fail, you'll have to return to Lake Heart Island and live there peacefully. That's also fine, there are people there who will arrange work for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Zhikai shook his head and replied, I don't want to be an ordinary person. If I keep living on Lake Heart Island, I'd be extremely bored. If I can become a team member, I would naturally feel very honored. From the very beginning, Luo Zhikai had wanted to join the team and become one of its members. Zhao Ziyi immediately said to Luo Zhikai, then you can set off now. The rules are the same as for other survivors. You must handle everything on your own. Survive for a day and a half, and then gather at the opposite shore of Lake Heart Island. Luo Zhikai felt something was off and quickly asked, from what you're saying, there doesn't seem to be any difference. With a slight smile, Zhao Ziyi explained, it may seem the same, but during this day and a half you'll encounter many troublesome situations that you must face alone. I'll also set some restrictions. You can't team up with others. You must survive alone in the city center for a day and a half. Understand? After understanding all the rules, Luo Zhikai asked no more questions. Since he was determined to join this team, he had to take real action, not just talk. Then I'll go take the assessment now. See you in a day and a half. Luo Zhikai was clearly very confident in himself. He said this lightly, and then parted ways with Zhao Ziyi. After Luo Zhikai walked away, Zhao Ziyi began to instruct the super survival system to enable real-time monitoring of Luo Zhikai. Since his participation time was different from others, Zhao Ziyi had no reason to give him special treatment. I need to find a way to add some extra difficulty for him just to balance things out. Zhao Ziyi said calmly. If he didn't increase the survival difficulty for Luo Zhikai, it would definitely be unfair to the others. Soon a plan formed in Zhao Ziyi's mind. If he didn't add some difficulty, the assessment would indeed be unbalanced. Zhao Ziyi murmured, apart from zombies, there's probably no other way to increase the difficulty here. Just as he thought of this, Zhao Ziyi began to prepare the added difficulty. As for the other survivors, they could be trained later. Let's uphold fairness first. If there are other issues, we'll deal with them later, Zhao Ziyi said in a deep voice, and then he started preparing for the assessment. The super survival system was now very quiet, not sending any alerts to Zhao Ziyi. If an alarm did sound, Zhao Ziyi would definitely rush out at the first moment. There were many weapons in the ring, enough to equip all team members. However, Zhao Ziyi didn't want to tell them so soon to prevent them from becoming dependent on him. If the team roster is confirmed, then equipping all of them with weapons will be perfectly timely. Zhao Ziyi remarked indifferently. Earlier, Luo Zhikai had handed over his cannon to Zhao Ziyi for safekeeping, meaning he now had no weapons on him. If encountered by zombies, he would undoubtedly choose to flee. I refuse to believe Luo Zhikai has any better solution. If he truly possesses such capabilities, then I would genuinely admire him. Zhao Ziyi muttered to himself. Other ideas surfaced in his mind. Merely provoking a zombie horde was far from entertaining. Luo Zhikai was after all a survivor who had killed dozens of zombies. Though he claimed to still fear them, Zhao Ziyi refused to believe that. It seems I must not only create a zombie horde to test him, but also add more challenges for Luo Zhikai. Zhao Ziyi sneered, then walked away slowly, evidently to make arrangements. Luo Zhikai walked silently along the street, as if everything had returned to his old life, as if he had never met Zhao Ziyi. Yet Luo Zhikai knew well that he was undergoing an assessment. If he passed, it would be wonderful, but even if he failed, he would not mind. Even if I don't pass the assessment, I can still live here safely. Luo Zhikai appeared fearless, strolling freely down the street. Suddenly, Luo Zhikai realized a major problem. If he encountered zombies, he had no weapon to defend himself. Fighting them barehanded was impossible. Even without a weapon now, I will never turn back to get one. Luo Zhikai shook his head. He had initially wanted to retrieve a weapon to deal with zombie attacks, but recalling Zhao Ziyi's contemptuous expression, he refused to be looked down upon. Thus, he became utterly stubborn. Finding more weapons didn't seem too difficult to Luo Zhikai. In Fujiang City, one could easily find tools to fight zombies. He was well aware of that. He walked directly on the street, as if he would not panic even if zombies suddenly appeared. However, finding firearms would be somewhat challenging. After thinking this, a new idea struck Luo Zhikai. Luo Zhikai strode into a fast food restaurant. The interior was in utter disarray, as if it had been ransacked. He frowned and murmured, "This is the apocalypse. Chaos everywhere." Seeing the scene before him, Luo Zhikai felt displeased, but said nothing. Instead, he entered the kitchen. On the counter, he found several sharp kitchen knives. After comparing them, he selected the sharpest one. Nodding with satisfaction, Luo Zhikai praised. With this cleaver to slay zombies, as long as they aren't too many in number, I can manage for a day and a half. He had always been confident in his own abilities. Just as he stepped out of the kitchen, he heard a strange guttural sound. He was all too familiar with that noise. Instinctively tightening his grip on the weapon, Luo Zhikai pressed himself against a corner, peering through the window. He caught a glimpse of a familiar figure darting past in the distance. Upon seeing that figure, Luo Zhikai immediately furrowed his brows. Anyone could tell it was Zhao Ziyi's doing. It seems he wants to test my mettle. If I back down now, this assessment would be utterly meaningless. Luo Zhikai said calmly. The more the other side tried to probe him, the less he would yield. Zhao Ziyi's every move was within Luo Zhikai's grasp. If trouble arose, Luo Zhikai would immediately know it was Zhao Ziyi's doing. Now he had no time to ponder other matters, the priority was to break the stalemate. Luo Zhikai understood that he had to eliminate these zombies, or the situation would only worsen. Don't provoke me, or I'll find a chance to strike back. Luo Zhikai gritted his teeth and growled. In his view, though the other party was a captain, he had yet to see any real skill from him. Thus, while the opponent tried to increase the difficulty, Luo Zhikai decided to give him a taste of his own medicine. Then this assessment would be interesting. Brandishing the cleaver, he swiftly dispatched the few zombies before him. Luo Zhikai was ferocious in his strikes. In an instant he had hacked them to the ground. These few zombies can never stop me. Luo Zhikai sneered, his tone dripping with contempt. Having finished the fight in record time, Luo Zhikai set out to seek new battles. There were still many zombies in this area. In truth, Luo Zhikai and Zhao Ziyi shared a common goal to cleanse this place together. If he could reclaim Fujiang City as soon as possible, Luo Zhikai would certainly be the first to contribute. At this moment, he continued pushing forward. If he could only live on a small island in the lake, he would feel utterly confined. If there was a chance to return to the city and make it safe again, free of any danger, then even if he became an unsung hero unknown to anyone, he would be more than willing to do so. I never do things just to show off. I only want to prove what I have accomplished. If I can help others, then I am truly happy. Luo Zhikai murmured. Soon after, he spotted 3 zombies not far away. As they approached, he did not underestimate them. After eliminating all those zombies, Luo Zhikai continued walking down the street. He now had a weapon. Though the cleaver did not significantly boost his combat ability, at least it made him less afraid of the zombies. It's still better than being unarmed. If I were surrounded by zombies, resisting them with my bare hands would almost certainly lead to infection, Luo Zhikai stated calmly. The others were unaware of the situation, but Luo Zhikai knew every detail of the place intimately. Normally Zhao Ziyi would always stay here, but unfortunately Zhao Ziyi hadn't chosen to directly employ Luo Zhikai yet. Otherwise Zhao Ziyi would have instantly secured this talent. Whether Luo Zhikai was truly trustworthy remained questionable. No one could know his true character from the very beginning. I've always been aware of your every move. Not only do I need to understand your current abilities, but I also need to know what kind of person you truly are. Zhao Ziyi said coolly. Before him, every action of the other was under his complete control. He had activated the real-time monitoring function. Though it was the super survival system that granted him this capability, it still allowed him to observe the other's movements. Everything that had just happened was orchestrated by Zhao Ziyi primarily to test Luo Zhikai's reaction speed. The result was satisfactory, though Luo Zhikai had managed to find a usable weapon in such a short time, which was something Zhao Ziyi hadn't anticipated. I originally thought this guy would simply choose to run away. Looks like he's tougher than I expected. He took out those zombies all by himself. Zhao Ziyi said lightly, but his implication clearly indicated his satisfaction with Luo Zhikai's actions. Luo Zhikai had no idea what Zhao Ziyi was planning. In his view, the road ahead was still long and arduous, with many steps yet to be taken. If I ever get the chance to fight back, I'll definitely teach Captain Zhao a lesson, and also get a taste of his real strength. Luo Zhikai walked silently down the street, saying this to himself. In Luo Zhikai's mind, Zhao Ziyi's strength was undoubtedly formidable, but the exact gap between them remained an unknown. I did get a glimpse of Captain Zhao's strength before, but I didn't get to see enough to satisfy my curiosity. Luo Zhikai recalled what had happened an hour or two ago. It felt like a long time had passed, yet it was only such a brief period. Everything was still vivid in his memory. Zhao Ziyi had been able to weave through the zombie horde earlier. His strength left Luo Zhikai with no complaints. The other's power was truly exceptional, and Luo Zhikai firmly believed in that fact. But deep down, Luo Zhikai still felt a bit unconvinced. It wasn't about Zhao Ziyi as a person, but rather whether Zhao Ziyi was truly fit to be the captain. Although Luo Zhikai hadn't seen any other survivors, he still felt that Zhao Ziyi seemed rather fierce. Despite being a young man, Zhao Ziyi's presence was overwhelmingly strong. To be honest, even if I could look him straight in the eye right now, I'd probably still feel a bit scared inside, Luo Zhikai said. As soon as he finished speaking, a large wave of zombies appeared in the distance. Though the number hadn't yet reached the scale of a horde, facing so many zombies alone would be a difficult challenge for Luo Zhikai to withstand. Luo Zhikai tightened his grip on his weapon again. Going all out against them might be exhausting, but Zhao Ziyi wouldn't care much about other matters. I'm the one who set all this up. When the time comes, I want to see just how formidable you really are. From the corner, Zhao Ziyi kept a constant watch on the other's movements. Clearly he was quite interested in Luo Zhikai. After all, Luo Zhikai possessed both courage and intelligence, making him highly suitable for further cultivation. Compared to the other survivors, Luo Zhikai's potential was outstanding. Moreover, Huang Jiang, Damao Duxingxia, and Hu Ming had not yet become close acquaintances with Zhao Ziyi. Everyone was starting from scratch, and it could be said that they had never witnessed each other's true abilities or character. The reason I want to conduct this assessment is not only to let everyone's ability shine, but also to understand everyone's character. If I can know what kind of people they are in such a short time, then even if someone's strength isn't great, I won't have anything more to say. Zhao Ziyi murmured to himself. In his view, character was paramount. If someone's character was questionable, Zhao Ziyi would definitely reject them. Zhao Ziyi had many purposes in holding this assessment. If it were a simple test, he wouldn't have gone to such great lengths. I now have a general idea of your situations. Some of you have issues with your character. Zhao Ziyi muttered, as if speaking to the other survivors, though none of them could hear him. Still, he said it anyway. Earlier, Zhao Ziyi had used the real-time monitoring function to detect that some survivors had been stealing and plundering. Although he wanted to cultivate a wolf-like spirit in them, this situation had exceeded his expectations. Even though those people were still undergoing the assessment, Zhao Ziyi had already recorded their names in his notebook. Once the assessment period ended, the results for these survivors would no longer be a secret. Zhao Ziyi never wanted to offend anyone, but he was never afraid of doing so either. If someone tried to cause trouble for him, he would immediately step forward and explain himself seriously. However, nothing was as simple as Zhao Ziyi had imagined. Human nature was the most difficult thing to explain, and Zhao Ziyi had always been well aware of this. It wasn't too late yet, so Zhao Ziyi still had time to handle everything. In his heart, he had always wanted to find people with real strength. Otherwise, investing so much effort just to train ordinary individuals would be a waste of both sides' energy, a truly regrettable outcome. Luo Zhikai has potential, but I must temper his edges first or others will not accept him. Zhao Ziyi said this with quiet calmness. Alone once more, his mind continued to churn without pause. So much time had passed that the assessment period was drawing to a close. Zhao Ziyi counted the days in silence, eagerly anticipating his return to Lake Heart Island. After all, his 2 wives waited for him there. He had to return as soon as possible, but now was not the right moment. As team leader, he bore the responsibility and awareness to never abandon his members in danger. To do so would make him solely accountable, a complication he could not afford. I have no desire to return to Lake Heart Island only to be cursed behind my back. Zhao Ziyi murmured to himself, fully aware of the crux of the matter. If he himself could not resolve these issues in such a short time, no one else would manage it either. Zhao Ziyi always took these matters seriously. From the beginning, he had made everything clear to his team. There would be troubles during the assessment period, even threats to their lives. Yet none of that deterred him. He remained ever vigilant to the movements of others. Should any member face danger, the super survival system would notify him immediately, allowing him to step in and protect them without hesitation. These people are not yet formidable, but I can continue training them. Given enough time, their potential will be immense. Zhao Ziyi spoke calmly. He could not place all his hopes on his Legion members alone. The reason he invested so much effort was his deep understanding of one truth: a team is everything. Raising an army might not be particularly difficult, but forging a force capable of eradicating the undead, now that was far from simple. I have always done extraordinary things. No matter how difficult, I never fear. Zhao Ziyi cared deeply about all of this. While his Legion members would ultimately be the ones to eliminate the undead, the matter was far from straightforward. His attention remained fixed on the surviving members. Zhao Ziyi held no grand ambition, yet his goals were considerable. His immediate objective was to build a squad of 20. Should his team succeed in eliminating the undead, he would consider himself a success, and no one understood this better than he did. Even though my Legion members currently surpass the survivors in strength with a considerable gap between them, that gap can be closed over time. Legion members may be reliable now, but they possess little room to grow. Zhao Ziyi spoke softly, his words carried away by the wind, though he could not help but voice them aloud. Zhao Ziyi never panicked at anything. Yet witnessing Luo Zhikai's capability left him impressed. Luo Zhikai was attempting to lure an even larger horde of undead, a feat not difficult for Zhao Ziyi, but clearly a precarious task for someone whose skills were still unrefined. I refuse to accept this. You've set me so many obstacles. I will find a way to strike back. Luo Zhikai walked slowly along the street, murmuring to himself. More and more undead pursued him as though he were digging his own grave. But Zhao Ziyi, with his real-time surveillance ability, watched everything unfold, and Luo Zhikai had no idea. Zhao Ziyi stood still, observing every move. Luo Zhikai made a faint smile, crossing his lips. So you know quite a few tricks. This young man is not as simple as he appears. Zhao Ziyi's words carried weight. Luo Zhikai was indeed capable, but to Zhao Ziyi, he remained far too inexperienced. The horde of undead Luo Zhikai had drawn trail behind him, always close enough to threaten, yet never quite catching him. Do I harbor some deep enmity with him? Is it really necessary to fight this desperately? Zhao Ziyi could not help but mutter in complaint. He was far from satisfied with Luo Zhikai's approach. One misstep and the undead would overwhelm him. There would be no escape. Yet Luo Zhikai was never a man without preparation. He never acted without certainty, making Zhao Ziyi's concerns somewhat unnecessary. Luo Zhikai was now searching for Zhao Ziyi. The horde had grown large enough, yet Zhao Ziyi's figure remained elusive. That makes no sense. He should be nearby. Why can't I find him? Luo Zhikai frowned. His stamina was slowly draining away, soon he would be utterly exhausted. He had to find Zhao Ziyi while he still had strength, handing the horde over to him. But Zhao Ziyi remained hidden, and the undead behind him continued to multiply, growing ever more troublesome. I should have been more careful about stirring up trouble this early. With so many undead, I cannot handle this alone. Luo Zhikai said quietly, his voice tinged with frustration. But suddenly Luo Zhikai recalled that Zhao Ziyi had once told him that if he saw Zhao Ziyi during the probation period, it would be tantamount to failing the assessment. Upon recalling this, Luo Zhikai was well aware that Zhao Ziyi was always extremely strict. If he took the initiative to seek out Zhao Ziyi, now the other might think he was disobedient, and the consequences would undoubtedly be dire. Damn it seems like getting rid of this horde of zombies is going to be a real headache. Luo Zhikai swallowed hard, clearly terrified of Zhao Ziyi's actions, but what truly frightened him now was the massive wave of zombies chasing after him. Who? A group of zombies waved their arms, constantly closing in on Luo Zhikai. Their stamina was naturally limited, but their numbers were overwhelming. Now the zombies had developed their own thoughts and consciousness, even knowing how to execute a pincer maneuver. They burst straight through the alley, attempting to surround Luo Zhikai. At that moment, Luo Zhikai was only focused on fleeing. How could he have imagined that zombies would use tactics? He was running desperately ahead, when suddenly several zombies appeared, followed by more surging out. At first Luo Zhikai didn't pay much attention, but soon he sensed something was off. Damn, these bastards are deliberately waiting here for me. Luo Zhikai shouted in astonishment, quickening his pace even further. Initially Luo Zhikai had hoped Zhao Ziyi would step in to help him, but now he had completely changed his mind. If he could shake off this horde of zombies on his own, he would be quite satisfied. A massive swarm of zombies could not be eliminated in a single day. Although the zombies' stamina was inferior to Luo Zhikai's after chasing him for so long, and having rested briefly, they likely held a significant advantage over him. Luo Zhikai ran desperately ahead, but the zombies behind him only grew in number. If he encountered more zombies blocking his path up ahead, he might very well meet his end here today. I really brought this upon myself, overestimating my abilities and daring to take on such a task. Luo Zhikai sighed with despair in his voice. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Ziyi appeared right behind him, as if descending from the heavens. Zhao Ziyi turned his back to Luo Zhikai and said calmly, "Next time focus on surviving. Don't think about other things. In the apocalypse you must assess your own strength in advance. You go first. I'll handle all the zombies here." Zhao Ziyi did not face Luo Zhikai directly, which meant he wouldn't be eliminated immediately. Yet now an inexplicable sense of gratitude welled up in Luo Zhikai's heart, and his perception of Zhao Ziyi changed dramatically. "Captain, there are too many zombies here. You should run too," Luo Zhikai urged Zhao Ziyi. Although he had witnessed Zhao Ziyi charging through zombie hordes before, Luo Zhikai was still worried whether Zhao Ziyi could hold out, so he couldn't help but plead with him. Zhao Ziyi clearly wasn't bothered by the swarm. He said indifferently, "Stop wasting words with me. Get out of here. It's very dangerous. Don't do something like this again." This implied that Zhao Ziyi had witnessed everything Luo Zhikai had done. Realizing this, Luo Zhikai's face flushed with shame. But there was no helping it. The other party had some way of observing others. At that moment, Luo Zhikai had no time to dwell on such matters. Watching Zhao Ziyi face the approaching horde of zombies, without flinching, he was filled with admiration. "Captain, I will remember this great kindness for the rest of my life." After saying this, Luo Zhikai turned and ran away. He had no choice. He had no strength left, and there were far too many zombies for him to handle. Facing the countless zombies, Zhao Ziyi remained remarkably composed. Having experienced countless battles, a mere handful of zombies was nothing to him. Standing before the tide of zombies, he clenched his fist, stared at the endless horde, and murmured, "This Luo Zhikai does have some skill, able to attract so many zombies." The foul stench emanating from the zombies still bothered Zhao Ziyi, but he had to eliminate them all to avoid any future trouble. "Take one last breath of fresh air. You won't see tomorrow's sun." Zhao Ziyi sneered. Ding! Detected an excessive number of zombies. The system is granting the host a new skill. The super survival system spoke in its mechanical voice. As the words fell, Zhao Ziyi's body involuntarily twitched. The super survival system then introduced Kamehameha, able to eliminate zombies over a wide area with a chance to trigger a critical hit and kill zombies in one blow. This skill consumes a large amount of stamina. Use it with caution, host. Zhao Ziyi nodded, understanding the skill's utility. Then the super survival system warned him, after extensive calculations based on the host's current cultivation level and blood energy value, you cannot fully withstand the zombies' assault. Did you calculate how many zombies I can kill, and how many of them will be afraid? Zhao Ziyi's lips curled into a faint smile. He already had a good plan in mind. The super survival system didn't know how to respond, so it simply stayed silent. Then Zhao Ziyi placed his hands on his hips, and a ball of flame gathered in his palms. Clearly, he was charging energy for the Kamehameha. He then blasted it toward the massive wave of zombies. The steps for using the Kamehameha were deeply ingrained in Zhao Ziyi's mind. He could execute it effortlessly without even thinking. The zombies closest to Zhao Ziyi were the first to suffer, immediately struck by the Kamehameha. They were sent flying backward, and some were even more dramatically obliterated into dust by the powerful attack. The Kamehameha was indeed devastatingly powerful. Zhao Ziyi had a very intuitive understanding of its effects. This is absolutely incredible, truly formidable. I want to see for myself, after this who would dare cross me. Zhao Ziyi couldn't help but chuckle with a touch of smugness. Yet Zhao Ziyi was not one to grow arrogant. He knew he had to find the right moment to deal with the overwhelming horde of zombies, for he could not rely on this skill indefinitely. The system is right. I've indeed expended a considerable amount of blood energy, Zhao Ziyi murmured. Watching so much blood energy drain away in an instant left him somewhat disheartened. But Zhao Ziyi was not a pessimistic man. Whatever he did, he always approached it with unwavering confidence, so even surrounded by so many zombies he felt no fear. Gazing at the zombies, Zhao Ziyi understood clearly that they had already developed a basic human-level consciousness. If that were the case, then zombies could also feel fear. Since Zhao Ziyi could not defeat such a massive horde through brute force alone, he could exploit their fear and teach them a lesson. These zombies probably have no idea what the empty city stratagem is. Let me show them its true power. I can handle this entire horde by myself. Zhao Ziyi said this with great confidence. His blood energy had dropped to just over 400. Using the Kamehameha wave in one go had instantly depleted 50 points, which surprised even him. Zhao Ziyi had always regarded such matters with equanimity, harboring no complaints whatsoever. Zhao Ziyi could see that many more zombies were closing in on him, yet not a trace of panic stirred within his heart. He was fully aware that the gap between his strength and that of ordinary zombies remained considerable. In a direct confrontation, Zhao Ziyi did not believe he would lose. However, in many situations it was precisely because the enemy's numbers were so overwhelming that he had no choice but to retreat. This time I will absolutely not back down. I may not be able to eliminate all of them, but even if I exhaust every last drop of blood energy, I will hold this ground. Zhao Ziyi said this calmly. Having grown accustomed to a life of hiding and fleeing, he now had to stand tall, otherwise spending his entire life on the run would be utterly meaningless. Zhao Ziyi immediately prepared to unleash his ultimate technique once more. The Kamehameha wave had become his signature move, and no matter how many zombies drew near, he would meet them with everything he had. I refuse to believe it. What exactly makes these zombies so formidable? How could they possibly surpass me? Zhao Ziyi was not entirely without arrogance, and he spoke his honest thoughts aloud. Facing such a massive horde of zombies alone was no easy task. Clenching his fist, Zhao Ziyi's heart burned with hatred toward the undead, and now he was determined to wipe them all out. Today I'll fight you to the death. I refuse to believe you're truly unstoppable. Zhao Ziyi growled fiercely, his gaze so terrifying it made one's blood run cold. Just as Zhao Ziyi was about to charge into battle, several survivor members suddenly appeared beside him. They had merely been passing through this street, when almost simultaneously they heard those chilling, eerie screams. The sound was all too familiar to these survivor members. One of them remarked, "Looks like another zombie horde has appeared nearby. We need to make some preparations, otherwise this is quite dangerous." No sooner had he spoken than some members began peering cautiously down the street to observe the situation. These survivors had only intended to investigate what was happening on this street, but upon arriving they were astonished to discover their captain was already here. Zhao Ziyi was so consumed with the task of eliminating zombies that he had not noticed any movement around him. It was only when 5 members approached that he briefly registered their presence. "What are you all doing here? I advise you to leave immediately, or it may already be too late," Zhao Ziyi said calmly. Although he had previously stated that members should avoid being caught by him during the assessment period, this was now a special circumstance. Zhao Ziyi's situation was extremely perilous. He could barely save himself. "I strongly advise you not to linger here. If the zombies charge over, the 5 of you combined would stand no chance against them." Zhao Ziyi wanted them to leave this dangerous place as quickly as possible, so he urged them rather harshly. They would not listen to Zhao Ziyi at all. Had it been any other advice, these 5 survivors might have considered it, but asking them to abandon their captain and flee alone was simply unthinkable. "Captain, if we're leaving, we leave together." "What do you mean asking only us to go?" one of the members shouted loudly at Zhao Ziyi. None of them were willing to abandon Zhao Ziyi at such a critical moment. They all insisted on staying together. They had long ago agreed to share both blessings and hardships. Now that their captain was in trouble, they were all willing to lend him their support. As the captain of Lake Heart Island, Zhao Ziyi was in essence the captain of all the survivors. Regardless of whether everyone had officially joined his squad, they were all still willing to step forward and assist him. "Captain, we fully understand your determination to eliminate these zombies. However, they are endless, and we are at a distinct disadvantage. We urge you not to act recklessly. A member wearing glasses couldn't help but speak to Zhao Ziyi. Their current strength was truly limited, and everyone possessed a clear sense of their own capabilities. If they could not win, they would never recklessly throw their lives away in a futile confrontation. With so many zombies before them, a direct confrontation would almost certainly prove hopeless. Even with Zhao Ziyi added to their ranks, they would still stand no chance against the horde. The disparity is simply too great, Captain. Let's retreat for now and strike back when the opportunity presents itself. One member understood that Zhao Ziyi's head had been clouded by emotion and that he was unlikely to be thinking rationally at this moment. Zhao Ziyi was not infallible. No one could be perfect in every situation. There were times when he lost his composure, even though as a captain he was generally outstanding and often delivered unexpected results. Nevertheless, mistakes were still possible. Furrowing his brow deeply, Zhao Ziyi deliberated repeatedly, silently thinking to himself, "Perhaps I was too rash wanting to eliminate this entire horde of zombies without considering the stark disparity in strength." Had they chosen to engage in a head-on clash, Zhao Ziyi might very well have met his end here. He had always possessed keen insight into such matters, yet having endured so much today, Zhao Ziyi's mind had begun to grow hazy and clouded. Letting out a sigh, Zhao Ziyi conceded, "You're all right. It seems I wasn't rational enough, thinking too little, foolish enough to want to charge out and fight the zombies to the death at a time like this." None of the survivors had witnessed Zhao Ziyi unleash his ultimate technique earlier, otherwise they might have believed he truly possessed the strength to take on an entire wave of zombies. Yet whether Zhao Ziyi actually harbored such power, only he himself knew the truth. The zombie numbers aren't overwhelming yet. If more were lying in wait here, I doubt I could handle them alone. Zhao Ziyi murmured quietly. But everyone understood the implication all too well. No matter how formidable Zhao Ziyi might be as an individual, he could never rival the strength of a united team. A lone man at his peak was merely a formidable sheep, but a group working in unison was a pack of ruthless wolves. Since you all urge me to retreat, I won't let you down. Let's leave this place together. With those words, Zhao Ziyi immediately led the entire group in a swift evacuation. The 6 of them fled in a flurry, the zombies behind them steadily multiplying. Zhao Ziyi quickly drew his weapon and unleashed continuous long-range barrages with his laser gun. Many zombies were mowed down by Zhao Ziyi, but this was only the beginning. Seizing a moment when his companions weren't watching, Zhao Ziyi swiftly produced the cannon Luo Zhikai had given him from his Na ring and fired shells directly into the oncoming horde. The cannon shells detonated within the zombie swarm, instantly claiming countless undead lives. Such a spatial ring was bound to astonish others, and the sudden appearance of a cannon left everyone utterly taken aback. However, Zhao Ziyi felt it was best they adapt to such things sooner rather than later. There was still a long road ahead, and he had many secrets they had yet to uncover. If they ever realized just how formidable Zhao Ziyi truly was, they would all surely be left dumbfounded. Zhao Ziyi spared no further thought on the matter. With the zombie numbers this overwhelming, the best course of action was to bring out his most powerful weapons as early as possible. There's no need to be so astonished. These weapons are quite ordinary. If you ever have the chance to join my squad, an excellent arsenal will be at your disposal. Zhao Ziyi spoke with remarkable calm, turning back to impede the zombies' advance even as he addressed the survivors. Everyone genuinely admired Zhao Ziyi's capabilities. To have reached such an impressive level at such a young age inevitably stirred envy among others. But admiration alone was far from enough. Zhao Ziyi possessed many more skills that the others had yet to discover. "Captain, save the rest of your words for later. We need to run now." One of the members didn't find Zhao Ziyi verbose, but this was no time for the slightest misstep. A single careless moment could easily result in being caught by the zombies. Zhao Ziyi nodded and ceased his introductions, firing off several more shells in succession. Explosions echoed behind them, accompanied by the anguished screams of zombies, which brought a measure of reassurance to everyone's hearts. Many zombies were eliminated in the blasts, but the sheer number of undead this time was far too great. A few volleys of cannon fire alone could not solve the problem. At best, they bought a brief moment of reprieve, but this was utterly insufficient to address the root issue. "Everyone, let's get out of here quickly. Shaking off these troublesome zombies is what matters most." Suddenly, one companion shouted at the top of his lungs. His intent was merely to alert the others, yet it was painfully clear that this was an extremely perilous move. Apart from Zhao Ziyi, everyone else considered this action perfectly ordinary. Only Zhao Ziyi understood that such behavior would inevitably invite catastrophe. "You must be more careful with your words. Shouting like that will easily give away our position." Zhao Ziyi hurriedly cautioned the man. Unfortunately, the warning had come too late. The moment the words left Zhao Ziyi's mouth, one of the zombies extended its arm to an almost absurd length. The companion who had just shouted had already been spotted by the long-armed zombie. Its extended limb shot forward with terrifying speed, faster even than a human could run, leaving Zhao Ziyi and the others utterly stunned. Seeing the zombie's arm hurtling toward the survivor, Zhao Ziyi shouted at once, "Everyone be careful. Don't let that zombie grab you." All the members were certainly sharp-witted, but their reflexes still needed honing. Before anyone could even register the incoming arm, one survivor's shoulder was already seized in the zombie's iron grip. Zhao Ziyi reached out immediately to grab hold of the man, but realized that pulling back and forth would only cause the survivor immense agony. Moreover, the tug-of-war between Zhao Ziyi and the zombie had already reached superhuman strength, so he began frantically searching his mind for alternative strategies. The more critical the moment, the harder Zhao Ziyi found it to remain composed. Rescuing this survivor swiftly would prove to be quite a challenge. Captain, think of something fast. The survivors around him were panic-stricken, their composure crumbling in an instant. Even with Zhao Ziyi's extensive experience, he had never encountered such a situation. He shut his eyes tightly, desperately, trying to steady his racing mind. Yet the harder he tried, the less composed he became. It was akin to trying to fall asleep amidst a cacophony of noise. The more desperately one sought slumber, the more elusive it became. The principle of extremes meeting was exactly this. Zhao Ziyi furrowed his brow, his mind almost completely blank at this moment, incapable of conjuring even a shred of a plan. Stop rushing me. I'm thinking. Don't panic. Zhao Ziyi barked back at them directly. Everyone else could sense that Zhao Ziyi was under considerable pressure, so they all fell silent, daring not to speak for fear of disrupting his concentration. The long-armed zombie seemed determined to claim the fat survivor, drool dripping from its mouth, sending chills through everyone watching. All Zhao Ziyi could do for now was grip the zombie's arm tightly, preventing any other moves. You several use the mortars to distract the zombies. I'll handle this long-armed one. Zhao Ziyi issued these orders to the nearby survivors, and as he spoke, drew several mortars from his storage ring, distributing one to each person. After briefly instructing them on how to use them, Zhao Ziyi returned his focus to the battle. Actually shaking off this long-armed zombie was not particularly difficult. He could have obliterated it instantly, with a Kamehameha wave reducing it to ashes in an instant. But under the current circumstances, that was hardly feasible. Zhao Ziyi always acted with careful consideration, and during the earlier fight and flight, his blood energy had been steadily depleting. If he used the Kamehameha, now he might truly lack the strength to lead the other survivors to safety later. Don't worry about ammunition. Fire freely at the zombies until they're down. Zhao Ziyi was never stingy with weapons or ammunition. He understood well that every investment would yield returns. Though he kept explaining this to the survivors, his true priority remained eliminating the long-armed zombie. Moreover, using the Kamehameha would likely expose his true strength. Zhao Ziyi thought silently to himself, I don't want to burn through my blood energy so quickly, nor do I want these men to discover my true power just yet. Valuable cards should always be reserved for critical moments. But at this moment, Zhao Ziyi found himself in a rather troublesome predicament. He gripped the long-armed zombie's hand firmly, refusing to loosen even a fraction, and glanced sideways at the creature. Its horrifying face made Zhao Ziyi's stomach churn, and he quickly averted his gaze. You really are disgusting, he muttered. He spoke loud enough for the nearby long-armed zombie to hear. Since the zombies had gained human-level consciousness, his words immediately infuriated it. Grrr. The long-armed zombie let out a deafening roar and yanked backward with tremendous force. Had Zhao Ziyi not been more cautious, the survivors he was protecting would have been dragged away. Zhao Ziyi quickly turned and said to the survivors, do not be afraid. As long as I'm here, nothing will happen to you. Though the words sounded somewhat sentimental, they were genuinely heartwarming. The fat survivor, seeing Zhao Ziyi risk everything to save him, was filled with overwhelming gratitude, his eyes welling with tears. Captain, I will never forget your kindness. From this day forward, I am yours. The fat man, overcome with emotion, blurted out without thinking. Zhao Ziyi paid it no mind, and continued his struggle with the long-armed zombie. Infected and mutated zombies possessed enormously enhanced strength. At this moment, the long-armed zombie's force was nearly enough to break free from Zhao Ziyi's grip, but he held on firmly, granting it not even the slightest opportunity. Zhao Ziyi sneered, still hoping for a desperate counterattack. You're playing with fire, you know that. Before the words had even faded, Zhao Ziyi immediately drew a weapon from his storage ring. It was not his laser gun, but another sharp blade, the Ziwu soul-cleaving sword. For Zhao Ziyi, it had been a long time since he last wielded this sword, but he would not abandon it so easily. With so many zombies around, Zhao Ziyi would never be foolish enough to abandon ranged weapons and engage in close combat, which would consume even more stamina. But this soul-cleaving sword is sharp enough to sever your arm in one strike, Zhao Ziyi said calmly. No sooner had he spoken than Zhao Ziyi raised the soul-cleaving sword high with his left hand and brought it down forcefully toward the zombie's arm. The long-armed zombie watched from a short distance away with crystal-clear visibility, understanding that his opponent meant to kill. It struggled desperately to pull the fat man closer, but Zhao Ziyi held fast, pinning it down like a massive vice. The long-armed zombie's eyes bulged in disbelief. Its opponent's strength had reached unimaginable heights. This creature was simply too powerful. It had picked the wrong prey. Haha, if you don't want to die, let go. The long-armed zombie issued a warning in a horribly broken voice. A slight smirk played on Zhao Ziyi's lips. He was utterly unconcerned, finding the threat almost comical, as if the creature could do anything to him. The soul-cleaving sword in his hand continued its rapid descent. In just a moment more, it would sever the long-armed zombie's arm completely. Fearful as it was, the zombie knew when to yield. It immediately yanked its arm back, unwilling to continue the struggle, lest it suffer even greater losses. "You were quite talkative just now. Why don't you keep going?" Zhao Ziyi smiled faintly and said to the long-armed zombie. Without other zombies around to interfere, eliminating one so quickly would certainly be an impressive feat. But Zhao Ziyi knew that eliminating a high-tier zombie almost entirely on his own was rarely within his capability. Right now his Legion members were resting and recovering inside his storage ring, gradually regaining their strength. Unfortunately, it would still take considerable time before they reached full condition. He had never been willing to send nearly depleted Legion members into battle. That result was far too dangerous. Zhao Ziyi cared deeply for his strong fighters, and one careless mistake could cost him irreplaceable allies. Something he was unwilling to risk. The long-armed zombie's strength, while formidable, was not beyond Zhao Ziyi's ability to handle directly. There were still quite a few survivors around. If Zhao Ziyi could get them to leave within such a short time, he would be quite willing to accept it. "You all leave first with Fatty. I'll cover your retreat," Zhao Ziyi said to the other survivors. Although it sounded somewhat noble and selfless, Zhao Ziyi's main intention was simply to get them out of the way, so he wouldn't be troubled. If others were to find Zhao Ziyi, many unpredictable situations could arise. Zhao Ziyi typically kept his distance from such matters, but circumstances had shifted dramatically. The key was focusing on his own responsibilities rather than worrying about what others thought. Zhao Ziyi wanted to eliminate that long-armed zombie creature directly, and the experience points he would gain would certainly be substantial. Just as he was thinking silently, the other members spoke up. "Captain, stop talking. If you don't leave, none of us will leave either. I only said I'd cover your retreat, not that we should part ways. Besides, you'd only be in my way if you stayed. Just listen to me. I won't harm you. Leave this dangerous place quickly, and I'll handle everything else." Zhao Ziyi shouted at them, clearly growing impatient. If these survivors still refused to leave, it would be quite troublesome for Zhao Ziyi, as no one else could adequately resolve the situation. But what Zhao Ziyi said was indeed the truth. Even if these survivors stayed, they would likely be of little use. They looked at each other, pondering Zhao Ziyi's words. After careful consideration, they agreed that he made a reasonable point and accepted his suggestion. "Captain, if you need anything, just say the word. Whatever we can do, we'll give it our all," one member said to Zhao Ziyi, then immediately led the others and fled down the street. At this moment, only Zhao Ziyi and the zombies remained. Gripping his purple martial soul-reaping blade, Zhao Ziyi called out to the zombies with a cold voice. "If you have the courage, come at me all at once. I'll eliminate every last one of you in a single breath. Don't believe me? Come and try it." His words instantly enraged all the zombies. They let out continuous guttural moans and charged toward Zhao Ziyi. Alone, and without any backup, Zhao Ziyi faced hundreds upon hundreds of zombies. Inside, he felt a flicker of panic, but he absolutely could not show it. "I really don't believe it. Just how formidable are these zombies? They may have the numbers advantage, but I haven't even unleashed my ultimate techniques yet," Zhao Ziyi murmured silently to himself. The survivors' earlier artillery bombardment had already eliminated many of the frontline zombies, frightening the ones behind so much that they dared not advance, shoving and jostling each other, terrified of meeting the same fate as their comrades. Zhao Ziyi tilted his head, secretly pleased in his heart. His plan had succeeded. Raising his purple martial soul-reaping blade, Zhao Ziyi said coldly, "With a bunch like you still want to fight me? You're still 10 or 8 years too early." Upon hearing these words, the other zombies widened their eyes in shock, yet they were genuinely afraid of Zhao Ziyi's strength. They could only growl low, daring not to advance even half a step. The long-armed zombie had nearly had its arm severed by Zhao Ziyi in the previous exchange, a narrow escape at best. The long-armed zombie panted heavily, clearly infuriated by Zhao Ziyi. Zhao Ziyi sneered, "If you're not convinced, come forward and duel me now. I'd be more than happy to welcome you. But looking at all of you zombies, you're nothing but cowards daring to roam the streets in a pack only because of your numbers. I see nothing impressive about you." The effect of these words was immediate, instantly enraging all the zombies. They roared at Zhao Ziyi in all directions, and some zombies with human-like speech capabilities cursed at him repeatedly. But none of it mattered, for Zhao Ziyi paid them no mind. The corners of his mouth curled upward slightly. Today Zhao Ziyi intended to fight these zombies to the bitter end. If they dared to charge, their numbers were more than enough. He would unleash his ultimate technique, the Kamehameha wave, and wipe them all away in one strike. "If you have the courage, come forward. Hiding and refusing to fight, relying only on your sharp tongue. What fun is there in that?" Zhao Ziyi looked at the zombies with a cold sneer, his words dripping with disdain. Zhao Ziyi wanted to provoke them. As long as the zombies charged forward, he had the full ability to eliminate them. If the zombies still refused to approach, Zhao Ziyi would simply hold his ground. In truth, he had been maintaining a combat stance earlier, but now he decided to pull a large sofa from his storage ring, a piece he had collected during his scavenging trips. He lounged casually on the sofa, his eyes full of contempt resting silently, while a massive horde of zombies dared not charge, fearful that Zhao Ziyi might be laying another trap. Having just annihilated so many zombies, Zhao Ziyi showed no sign of fleeing, which meant he was thoroughly confident. Otherwise, he would not have been so bold as to disregard death itself. In truth, Zhao Ziyi's heart was already racing with panic, but he deliberately maintained an air of calm, silently observing the massive horde of zombies before him. Zhao Ziyi intended to fight these zombies to the end. With so many zombies gathered here, they would likely not trouble others anymore. Roughly half of all the zombies in the entire Fujiang urban area had congregated at this location. Gazing out at the dense tide of zombies, Zhao Ziyi felt a tremor of fear deep within. But he absolutely could not show weakness. Not even a hint of fear or panic could be revealed to the zombies. That kid looks like a cunning schemer. He might be setting a trap for us. Perhaps we should retreat first. One relatively high-level zombie said to the others nearby. Another zombie with an unusually large head sneered coldly, "What's there to fear? This bastard is just one person. We have an army of thousands, we could drown him in our spit alone. What is there to fear? Retreating is absolutely out of the question. It would be like releasing a tiger back into the mountains." Among the zombie horde, the sentient ones began to discuss amongst themselves, their opinions boiling down to two outcomes: retreat or hold their ground. Both sides argued fiercely, oblivious to the fact that Zhao Ziyi had already closed his eyes and was resting in calm indifference. Zhao Ziyi silently directed his order to the super survival system. "System, do me a favor. I'm going to rest for a bit and restore my blood energy as quickly as possible. If those zombies realize I'm sleeping, they'll definitely make a move. You have to warn me in advance." The super survival system replied with its mechanical voice, "Rest assured, host. Should you be in danger at any moment, the system will issue an early warning." Hearing the super survival system's promise, Zhao Ziyi felt somewhat reassured. He nodded silently, deeply satisfied with the arrangement. Zhao Ziyi simply lay down on the sofa and fell into a deep sleep, paying no heed to what the group of zombies before him might do next. Zhao Ziyi had always held those zombies in utter contempt. Even now, he remained perfectly composed. When Zhao Ziyi truly let go of everything, he became utterly indifferent to all. After a cold sneer, he closed his eyes once more and simply went to sleep. The zombies exchanged awkward glances. These creatures, known for their ferocity and terror, could make most humans tremble and beg for mercy, yet this Zhao Ziyi treated them as if they were invisible. His dismissive attitude ignited a furious rage within them. They bared their fangs and snarled, eager to charge, yet no leader emerged among them. They feared that Zhao Ziyi's brazen confidence was a trap. From the very beginning, Zhao Ziyi had planned to gamble. After all, he possessed an indestructible body who no zombie could bite through to kill him. The worst-case scenario would be capture. But he believed the zombies were different. A single powerful blast would send them scattering in terror. Comparing the two outcomes, it was clear which side held the advantage. Zhao Ziyi was utterly exhausted. His blood energy was hovering around 260 points, and he had to replenish his strength quickly, or he would easily slip into a near-critical state. He switched off the real-time monitoring function. Nothing could be allowed to drain his blood energy now. Sleep was the fastest way to restore it. The super survival system did not disturb Zhao Ziyi. If he were to encounter danger, the system could foresee it through vast computations and issue an immediate warning. At that moment, zombies from all over Fujiang City were converging on this very street. It seemed that word had spread among them, calling for massive reinforcements. The zombies before Zhao Ziyi hesitated, standing their ground in silence. They neither retreated nor advanced, as if waiting for something more. Despite the cacophony around him, Zhao Ziyi slept soundly. With the super survival system as his guardian, he remained utterly calm. After about half an hour, hordes of zombies swarmed in from every direction. The vast street was soon packed to suffocation, with zombies encircling Zhao Ziyi from all sides. Breaking through would be an almost impossible feat. Even with his advanced, indestructible body, the wall of zombies formed by the horde was nearly as solid as iron. Zhao Ziyi's single-handed stand had caused such a commotion that many survivors learned of the countless zombies converging on Jinhua Street. For now, all survivors were safe, as the zombies' primary target was not them. Unfortunately, aside from a few individuals, most people had no idea what was happening on Jinhua Street. It seemed something momentous was about to unfold. All attention was fixed on Zhao Ziyi, surrounded by a massive horde of zombies, with no escape route in any direction. Zhao Ziyi slept soundly, oblivious to the zombies' machinations. He was always a man of measure. If the zombies tried any tricks, he would charge out at the first sign of trouble. As long as Zhao Ziyi was here, the zombies weren't going anywhere. Today he would hold this very street, a lone warrior guarding the pass against 10,000 foes. Could those zombies be planning some kind of gathering? That's going too far. Should we brothers go take a look? Dumao couldn't help but suggest to his comrades. Mao and his team had already gathered a substantial amount of food and had joined forces with Meng, Huangjiang, and others. Mao naturally welcomed the addition of Huangjiang's group. Mao's proposal immediately drew everyone's serious attention. Huangjiang mused, "There's definitely something suspicious going on over at Jinhua Street. Checking it out wouldn't hurt, but the number of zombies there is enormous. If we're not careful, we could all be trapped. So, Brother Huang, what do you suggest?" Mao asked quickly. Mao held Huangjiang in high regard. A man of both courage and wit was bound to achieve great things. Mao had always admired such versatile talents. Thus his earnest inquiry at this moment was entirely genuine. Huangjiang frowned, sinking into deep thought. He had never encountered a situation like this. Everyone needed to consider all possibilities carefully, or they risked being captured by the zombies. The consequences were clear to all: either get bitten and become a zombie themselves, or become food in the belly of the undead. Meng, always full of ideas, spoke up. "I wonder if any other survivors are on Jinhua Street. Our main priority should be figuring out what's happening there. But we only need 1 or 2 people to sneak in and check it out. There's no need to send everyone." As soon as the words were spoken, they were met with widespread approval. Everyone nodded in agreement, with some companions voicing their support. 1 or 2 people is enough. There's no need for more. They can look out for each other and see what's going on in the middle of that zombie horde on Jinhua Street. Scarface Chao Zheng immediately raised a doubt, saying abruptly, "Now Jinhua Street is full of zombies everywhere. Even if a person wanted to squeeze and they would be discovered immediately." Everyone nodded, also feeling that this statement was very true. Trying to squeeze through the zombie horde to see the truth was probably impossible, so this proposal was immediately rejected by everyone. Before he finished speaking, Chao Zheng added, "But we can find some binoculars and observe from a distance to see what's happening on Jinhua Street." This suggestion was immediately agreed upon by everyone. Although they couldn't find drones or similar items, there were plenty of tall buildings in Fujian City, and Jinhua Street was a famous commercial street with countless high-rise buildings. "Let's go out and scavenge. First, find a good pair of binoculars as soon as possible, and then select 2 capable brothers to help check the situation on Jinhua Street," Mao instructed. As the oldest and most senior member of the team, Mao was naturally elected as the current leader by everyone. Although the captain was still Zhao Ziyi, they were in the assessment period. Without rules, there would be chaos. They absolutely could not be without a leader, or else everything would fall into disarray. Thus, for the sake of the future, Mao was chosen as the leader so that any actions would have some measure of restraint. As soon as Mao's words fell, everyone immediately shouted, "Understood." They all rushed out, starting to search for suitable binoculars. Everyone searched with a purpose, not wandering aimlessly. So it wasn't long before Huangjiang found a very high-resolution telescope from the Science and Technology building. He asked a few brothers to help carry it back, but Huangjiang thought it was too troublesome. It would be better to find a portable telescope. There were still many telescopes in the Science and Technology building. Before long, Huangjiang selected a suitable one. Carrying the telescope, which was neither heavy nor light, he quickly returned to the base camp. Some of the other brothers had also found several telescopes. After waiting a bit longer, everyone had returned. "Now that we have binoculars, we need to decide who will go. Finding a suitable person is very important," Mao said calmly. Everyone fell silent. They all knew this was a very dangerous mission, quite possibly a one-way trip. Sneaking into the nearest high-rise building to Jinhua Street among so many zombies was an extremely arduous task. Mao pondered. This requires great courage and the ability to adapt to changing circumstances. Without these qualities, one absolutely cannot set out. Looking around at everyone, Mao thought for a moment and said, "Since no one has decided, I'll take on this task first. This mission is to go to Jinhua Street and see what the zombies are up to. With such a big commotion, the matter definitely won't be small. If we can discover some secrets from this, it will be very beneficial to our survivor team." He paused, then continued, "No one answered me, so I'll go on my own initiative. However, this mission is very difficult and requires at least 2 people to support each other. Is anyone willing to go with me?" Meng and Huangjiang were the 2 people Mao valued most at the moment. They were both talented and resourceful. Among them, Meng had the closest relationship with Mao, and their cooperation was naturally good. However, there was still one thing that made Mao a little uneasy. If he left, and his best brother, Meng, also went with him, the remaining brothers would have no one to manage them. If they encountered danger, it could really lead to the entire team being wiped out. As for Huangjiang, although Mao thought he had some ability, they had only known each other for a short time. Mao absolutely could not entrust a large group of brothers to his care. So leaving Meng to take care of the rear was the best choice. "Brother Huang, do you think you can handle it?" Mao smiled at Huangjiang and extended an olive branch to him. In front of everyone, Huangjiang was naturally not in a position to directly refuse. Moreover, his own brothers were also there. If he said he was unwilling to go, it might make his brothers look down on him. Fatty Zheng, Scarface Chao Zheng, and Curly Chin Bing had always called Huangjiang their big brother. If Huangjiang left, it would probably be difficult for them to become brothers with others, which was what Huangjiang worried about most. But now Mao's question pulled Huang Zhang out of his thoughts. He looked up at the other man, quickly thought it over in his mind, and finally felt that the others probably couldn't handle this heavy responsibility. So Huang Zhang directly took up the conversation, saying, "I'm willing to go. Let's set off together." Mao was quite satisfied with Huang Zhang's response. He wasn't trying to test him, but he needed to further understand Huang Zhang's true capabilities. After hearing Huang Zhang's reply to Mao, was very pleased. He nodded and said to Hu Ming, Ming, you are now the leader here. If zombies appear, you must organize everyone to deal with them, and you must take responsibility for everyone. Is that clear?" With a very firm gaze, Hu Ming replied, "Brother Cat, rest assured. As long as I'm here, I can guarantee the brother's safety. You two also need to be careful. If you run into trouble, come back as soon as possible. Safety is the most important thing." After hearing Hu Ming's admonition, Mao didn't say anything else. He continued, "There's no time to waste. Let's set off now, the two of us." With that, Mao and Huang Zhang set off together, carrying portable binoculars and enough dry food, and immediately headed toward Jinhua Street. Under the watchful eyes of all the brothers, the responsibility of Huang Zhang and Mao became extremely heavy. Although this was just an ordinary mission, it could not be missed. If they didn't know what the zombies were up to on Jinhua Street, they might lose a very good opportunity. So they had to seize this chance and absolutely not let the zombies gain the upper hand again. On the way, Huang Zhang said to Mao, "Brother Cat, do you think our captain might also know about this? The captain is resourceful, but he always appears and disappears unpredictably. Even if we can't find him, I suspect he knows everything." Mao said calmly. Having once witnessed Zhao Ziyi's capabilities, Mao still felt inferior to this day, convinced he could never be Zhao Ziyi's match. Furthermore, Zhao Ziyi was still within this urban area, a fact Mao firmly believed. Mao and Huang Zhang quickly arrived at Jinhua Street, where zombies nearly blocked the entire road. They immediately began searching for nearby high-rise buildings while avoiding the zombies' line of sight, fearful of being discovered. Zombies were everywhere along Jinhua Street, so Huang Zhang and Mao had to tread with utmost caution. The consequences of being spotted would be dire. "I wonder what the zombies are doing on this street. They seem to be blocking the road, but I can't figure out their purpose." Huang Zhang couldn't help but voice his thoughts. Mao smiled and replied, "You don't need to overthink it. Some things are unpredictable. Let's just find a tall building and secure a vantage point." Hearing Mao's suggestion, Huang Zhang didn't object, further recognizing the logic in his companion's reasoning. They spotted a commercial building nearby with its entrance wide open. Without hesitation, they entered the structure. "Be careful. Zombies might still be inside. We should proceed cautiously and leave immediately if we encounter any." Mao warned Huang Zhang calmly. Huang Zhang understood and nodded. They then conducted a thorough search of the building's lobby, and soon 3 ordinary zombies appeared, which Huang Zhang quickly dispatched. Both carried machetes at their sides and pistols at their waists. However, they reserved firearms for critical moments, saving their best weapons for last. These zombies suggest the building isn't heavily infested. Most likely they've already moved outside, leaving only a few behind. Huang Zhang observed quietly. Mao grew curious and asked, "What if other survivors have already cleared out the zombies? That might explain why they're not here." A slight smile crossed Huang Zhang's face as he explained, "You're mistaken, Mao. If survivors had eliminated the zombies, their corpses would still be here. But there's nothing, meaning they all went outside. That's also why the main doors are left open." Hearing Huang Zhang's analysis, Mao nodded in agreement, deeply convinced. He found the young man's reasoning sharp and sound, and understood why he had assembled his own team. "Let's hurry to the rooftop then. The view should be excellent there," Mao urged quickly. However, Huang Zhang disagreed with rushing to the roof. The rooftop isn't necessarily the best vantage point. There may be other suitable locations here that you haven't noticed yet. Mao frowned at this, admitting he hadn't considered alternatives, and asked, "In your opinion, where is the best place to use binoculars?" Huang Zhang pondered before responding. "From the rooftop, we can overlook the area, but we'd only see the tops of the zombies' heads, not enough to observe their specific movements. I suggest we check the 20th floor first to see if nearby buildings block our view. If that doesn't work, we can always go to the roof later." This approach was quite reasonable. Since the entire Fuqing urban area had lost power and the elevators were non-functional, they could inspect the 20th floor first. If nothing useful was found, proceeding to the roof would still be timely. "Why the 20th floor specifically? Have you been here before?" Mao remained skeptical toward Huang Zhang, but didn't dare to question him directly. Instead, he circled around trying to draw out information. Huang Zhang didn't mind and replied calmly, "It doesn't have to be the 20th floor exactly. I was just using it as an example. Somewhere around that height would likely be a good position." Mao nodded, finding the reasoning sound, and stopped pressing the matter. He and Huang Zhang continued ascending the stairs together. Reaching the 20th floor wasn't difficult for them, and soon they arrived at the commercial building's 20th level. The environment here was quite good, with some furnishings still undisturbed. Actually, this could serve as a decent base camp. "It's quite concealed here, making it unlikely zombies would discover us," Huang Zhang said with a slight smile. Demao wasn't particularly concerned about shelter and replied dismissively, "Even if this place is livable, there's no power generation. Nothing matters right now. Hushin Island is a far better location. Stop worrying about details. Let's set up the binoculars first and see what's happening down there." Both were eager to understand why so many zombies had gathered. Since they had come out on a mission, they needed to uncover the truth, or their effort would be wasted. This was a crucial opportunity they couldn't afford to miss. Huang Jiang was quite familiar with setting up the tripod, and soon positioned the binoculars by the floor-to-ceiling window on the 20th floor. "Demao, take a look at what's wrong down there." Huang Jiang let Demao examine the scene, first speaking calmly. By now Demao had grown less guarded toward Huang Jiang, trusting his companion's judgment more readily. He recognized the value in Huang Jiang's words, and understood that while leaving the area quickly would be safe, they first needed to understand what the zombies were doing on Jinhua Street. Once Big Cat leaned against the telescope, everything became remarkably clear. What had previously appeared as a dense mass below was revealed to be a swarm of zombies in motion. They seemed to be circling around someone, though Big Cat could not yet make out who that person was, yet a strange sense of familiarity lingered in his mind. Frowning, Big Cat murmured, "I must not be mistaken. The center of those zombies' attention is fixed on that human. The person appears to be lying motionless on a sofa. I wonder who it could be." The telescope's resolution was not yet ideal, so the person's features remained indistinct. However, judging by the figure's build, it bore a striking resemblance to Captain Zhao, which surprised Big Cat. Huang Jiang, having overheard Big Cat's words, felt a quiet curiosity well up within him. He then said, "Let me take a look. Perhaps I can discern something." Big Cat promptly shifted aside, yielding the telescope to Huang Jiang. Pressing his eye to the lens, Huang Jiang gradually adjusted the angle. The field of view was filled with an overwhelming multitude of zombies. They were not entirely still, yet they remained pinned along Jinhua Street, for their numbers were so vast that the road could scarcely contain them. Following the direction in which the zombies were about to move, Huang Jiang quickly spotted a figure casually reclining on a sofa in the middle of Jinhua Street. The sight felt inexplicably familiar. He continued adjusting the telescope until the image sharpened, then said calmly, "That person looks like the captain. Could those zombies be surrounding him?" The lens settled on Zhao Ziyi's face. Huang Jiang dialed the telescope's resolution to its highest setting, revealing the man with perfect clarity. It truly was him. "Let me see. You haven't mistaken him, have you? The captain is surrounded." Big Cat spoke in utter disbelief, then hurriedly leaned forward. Through the telescope, he too could see with perfect clarity. The person lying on the sofa was indeed Zhao Ziyi. "This is terrible. So all of this commotion was caused by Captain Zhao." Big Cat suddenly realized and couldn't help but exclaim aloud. Huang Jiang quickly clamped a hand over the other man's mouth, then released him, and said quietly, "Brother Cat, haven't you been cautioning me to be careful? Never make too much noise, or we'll attract more zombies." Taking Huang Jiang's warning to heart, Big Cat nodded eagerly, and said, "You're absolutely right. I was too careless. Fortunately, you came along with me, so we can look out for each other." Huang Jiang paid little mind to those words. His gaze remained fixed intently on Zhao Ziyi below. Why had the captain drawn such an enormous horde of zombies? And why was he lying so calmly on a sofa without any sign of struggle? Moreover, where had that sofa come from, and why was it placed in the middle of the street? A cascade of questions nearly overwhelmed Huang Jiang's thoughts, but he quickly forced his mind to stay clear. He muttered to himself, "The captain is blessed by heaven. Nothing will happen to him." It had been Zhao Ziyi who had brought Huang Jiang and his brothers to Lake Heart Island, where they had enough to eat. Everything they had was thanks to him. Now that Zhao Ziyi was in danger, Huang Jiang knew he had to find a way to help. But how? For a moment, both Huang Jiang and Big Cat fell into hesitant silence. One wrong move, and they would be swallowed along with him. After all, even combined, they hardly stood a chance against Zhao Ziyi, so the idea of rescuing him seemed nothing short of fantasy. "The captain is in danger. We cannot simply stand by. How about this? One of us stays here to keep watching, while the other runs back and gathers all the brothers. If we can find other survivors as well, even better. There's strength in numbers. I refuse to believe we can't come up with a solution." Big Cat said this to Huang Jiang in a measured tone. Solutions are born from action, not from sitting idle and fretting. The two of them needed to resolve this quickly, for every moment of delay risked missing the best opportunity entirely. Through the telescope's field of view, they could already see other zombies continuously converging on Jinhua Street. "Go back and rally all the brothers. United we stand. I don't believe we can't help the captain break through." Big Cat said this calmly, though the approach was clearly naive. With so many zombies, a single bite would turn any of them into one of the horde in no time. The cost would far outweigh any benefit. Huang Jiang's brows immediately knitted together. He dismissed Big Cat's proposal outright. It was far too dangerous. One misstep, and they would be trapped. They needed a better plan, one that wouldn't falter at such a critical moment. Noticing Huang Jiang's troubled expression, Big Cat quickly asked, "What's wrong? Is there something flawed with my idea?" Big Cat seemed entirely unaware of any problem with his suggestion. He always believed that pooling everyone's ideas would be far more useful than the two of them sitting here worrying. Shaking his head, Huang Jiang said bluntly, even if you manage to bring everyone here safely, to what end? What kind of plan would that be? Forming an assault team, charging in headfirst, slaughtering every zombie in your path, and somehow rescuing Captain Zhao. Brother Cat, we're not filming a movie. The reality is far crueler than anything on screen. That approach will never work. Hearing Huang Jiang's words, Big Cat fell into genuine thought. Only in hindsight did he realize his plan had been poorly considered. He nodded and said, Brother Huang, you're always the one with the best ideas. Please think of a way to rescue Captain Zhao quickly. He's in grave danger right now, his life hanging by a thread. They continued watching the scene below through the window. By now the zombie horde had grown even denser, yet no progress had been made. It seemed that Zhao Ziyi standing in their path was the sole reason the horde hesitated and dared not advance. Summoning all the brothers here might not be the wisest idea. They lacked combat capability and would only end up losing their lives in vain. Instead of saving the captain, we might end up getting ourselves trapped as well. Huang Jiang couldn't help but remark. Yet Huang Jiang intended no malice. He merely sought to awaken the others' awareness of the grim reality. If even such a simple truth eluded him, the future would hardly be promising. Big Cat, however, grew displeased. He had merely voiced a feasible suggestion only to be met with such a rebuttal, which naturally left a bitter taste in his heart, a feeling of indignation that was hard to swallow. Frowning deeply, Big Cat retorted, what do you mean by that? It sounds like you're dismissing my opinion. If you have an issue with me, just say it outright. This remark made Huang Jiang frown as well, but he was too weary to argue. He said calmly, don't misunderstand. I'm only thinking of everyone's well-being. But calling all the brothers here won't necessarily solve the problem. In that case, it's better for just the two of us to stay. Moreover, gathering everyone would only attract more zombies along the way. I'm advising you with good intentions. Huang Jiang spoke flatly. The moment he finished, Big Cat grew agitated, glaring and snapping, are you sure this is for my own good? I can't see how. Don't be so hasty. I know you care about the captain, but rushing won't solve anything. Huang Jiang replied calmly. Huang Jiang spoke to him in a composed tone. But Big Cat remained convinced that Huang Jiang looked down on him, hence the contemptuous words. With eyes wide and fists nearly clenched, he continued, I originally thought you were a decent person, but I never expected this. I merely offered a suggestion. If you find it unfeasible, just say so directly. No need to beat around the bush, gets utterly annoying. After those words, Huang Jiang grew agitated as well. He had never been evasive. He had long sensed that Big Cat didn't trust him, yet he had refrained from speaking out. Now that the other had voiced his inner thoughts so openly, if Huang Jiang continued to endure, he would only be trampled upon. Hearing Big Cat's outburst, Huang Jiang replied, I never meant anything else. You're simply interpreting my words through your own prejudice. What do you mean by that? Are you accusing me of being petty and projecting my own pettiness onto you? Fine, you have plenty of tricks. But don't think I can't handle you without you. Big Cat retorted angrily. Big Cat confronted Huang Jiang with such fervor. Not out of fear for in a direct confrontation, he believed he might still gain the upper hand. However, Huang Jiang remained more composed. From the start, he had merely pointed out a flaw in Big Cat's reasoning, but Big Cat misunderstood it as disdain. Big Cat had always been sensitive to others' opinions, which was why his usually calm demeanor gave way to such embarrassment. The awkwardness left Huang Jiang momentarily at a loss. Yet Huang Jiang, not one to dwell on things, quickly realized that a rift had formed between them. If not resolved swiftly, the misunderstanding would only deepen. All right, let's both say less and calm down. We both care about the captain and don't want him to be in danger, right? Huang Jiang said earnestly. Huang Jiang spoke with great sincerity. Only then did Big Cat realize that they had nearly come to blows over a trivial quarrel. To engage in internal strife at such a critical moment for Zhao Ziyi would be a grave mistake. Shaking his head, Big Cat sighed, immediately recognizing his error. He promptly apologized. Brother Huang, you've got good insight. Thank you for pointing out my mistake. Rest assured I won't be so rash again. Desperate to erase the earlier scene from his mind, Big Cat wondered why he had been so impulsive. Had Huang Jiang not intervened in time, the consequences might have been unimaginable. While Huang Jiang and Big Cat were debating, a commotion erupted below. It seemed Zhao Ziyi had been awakened by the zombies. Stretching lazily on the sofa, Zhao Ziyi yawned and rubbed his sleepy eyes. Glancing around at the disturbance, he sneered, quite a lively gathering. It seems all the zombies in Fujian City have come. At first, seeing so many zombies surrounding him, Zhao Ziyi felt a flicker of unease. Assessing his own strength, he knew he couldn't possibly kill all of them. Yet Zhao Ziyi had never been overly concerned about such matters. At this moment, the zombies were nothing more than a numerical problem to him, no different otherwise. Rising slowly from the sofa, the surrounding zombies clearly showed wariness toward him. Humans were usually terrified of zombies, but today, because of Zhao Ziyi, the roles were reversed, a thought-provoking turn of events. The zombies had thoroughly scouted the area, ensuring there were no ambushes. I wonder what tricks that guy still has up his sleeve. He should have no backup by now. Unless he unleashes some ultimate move, there's no way he'll survive today. One zombie spoke clearly, and the others nodded in agreement. If Zhao Ziyi had no hidden cards, he was as good as dead. Surrounded layer upon layer escape was impossible. Even if he could fly, it would be useless. Among them, some mutated zombies still possessed the ability to fly. As soon as Zhao Ziyi took to the air, they could charge forward and eliminate him in an instant. However, these individuals had overthought the situation. Zhao Ziyi was not afraid of this horde of zombies at all. If the zombies attempted to surround him, he would simply employ other methods to deal with them. In this regard, Zhao Ziyi had never been afraid. At this moment, the zombies were preparing to launch their first assault. Even if some of them were to be sacrificed, they had already made preparations for that. However, whether Zhao Ziyi truly possessed such strength was something everyone was curious about. The only one who truly knew the answer was Zhao Ziyi himself. Gazing ahead, Zhao Ziyi was well aware that he had been surrounded. The current situation was quite startling to him, for zombies filled every layer both inside and out, nearly encircling him completely. Breaking out directly at this moment would be an extremely difficult task. I refuse to believe this. No matter how formidable you are, you can never be my match, Zhao Ziyi muttered to himself. But reality was brutally laid out before Zhao Ziyi. Even though he knew in his heart that these zombies could never truly destroy him, he still found it difficult to withstand such a vast number. The sheer magnitude of their numbers almost made him feel a hint of fear. Now that he was the captain, he absolutely could not show fear, otherwise he would have no value as an example. Zhao Ziyi stared at the massive crowd of zombies before him, fully aware that they were always ready to charge from behind. Thus he maintained one principle: if the enemy does not move, I do not move. If the enemy moves, I move first. Indeed, just as Zhao Ziyi was silently thinking, several zombies from behind suddenly launched an attack on him. Those 2 or 3 zombies probably relied on their greater boldness, but boldness did not necessarily equate to strength. Zhao Ziyi was very clear on this point. If the survivor members were bold, Zhao Ziyi might have been quite pleased. However, the boldness of those zombies was hardly a good thing. Zhao Ziyi saw the zombies charging from behind without a second thought. He immediately drew his thermal weapon and fired a shot at each of those zombies, every bullet finding its mark, causing them to fall to the ground one after another. The zombies were instantly struck by the laser gun's bullets. The bullets were quite powerful, and the zombies at the forefront had very ordinary combat abilities. Soon Zhao Ziyi realized that their strength was not so formidable. After a brief moment, he quickly eliminated them. The laser gun's bullets wiped out many zombies. Zhao Ziyi did not care how powerful those zombies were. Once they encountered the bullets, they could not survive. The zombies were quickly shot down and killed, causing those behind to become even more terrified. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Zhao Ziyi was quite concerned about these matters. If any other zombie tried to attack him, he could simply eliminate them directly. Unfortunately, up until now, only a scattered few zombies had stepped forward. Zhao Ziyi was never particularly concerned about these zombies. He continued to spray bullets at them incessantly. Before long, he suddenly heard the voice of the super survival system. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the Foundation Establishment Stage Level 2. Reward: 5 bottles of blood energy supplements. Zhao Ziyi was now quite excited. If all these zombies had attacked him at once, he might not have been able to handle them. But since they had missed their chance, Zhao Ziyi was determined to seize this excellent opportunity. This reward was not very generous, but the supplement bottles were exactly what Zhao Ziyi needed most. Even if he had received other rewards, he might not have required them. If his blood energy were to be completely drained, the result would of course be unimaginably terrible. It was hard to imagine what would happen if the blood energy value dropped to 0. Zhao Ziyi silently stood in the street, making no move. The brief rest had allowed Zhao Ziyi to recover a small amount of blood energy, but it was only a slight increase, barely enough to sustain him. For the upcoming battle, it was probably just a drop in the bucket. So much blood energy is useless after all. We can clearly see what you intend to do. One of the zombies could tell that Zhao Ziyi relied on blood energy to fight. The reason they could discern this was that zombies themselves had such experiences. Zhao Ziyi glared at the zombie that had spoken, showing clear impatience toward it. If he were directly exposed, the result might be somewhat unbelievable. What exactly do I need to do? Can anyone tell me? Zhao Ziyi was not desperate, but he had to speak to the zombies in this way to create a false impression. Otherwise, defeating them in the future would be a much more difficult task. Striking at the heart was the most effective tactic. Even if Zhao Ziyi's ultimate moves were extremely powerful, they could only eliminate a few insignificant zombies. For him, the benefits these zombies brought were not worth considering. If Zhao Ziyi killed a higher level zombie, he would gain more experience, and his own level would increase significantly as well. If you have the guts, attack me all at once, charging one by one. What kind of skill is that? Or are you trying to wear me down with a war of attrition? Zhao Ziyi deliberately said this, but his act was very convincing. He spoke to the zombies in such a casual tone, and they actually believed him. The zombies discussed among themselves and finally settled on a fairly good idea to exhaust him through a war of attrition. They thought Zhao Ziyi would be afraid of such a strategy, but he was actually not concerned about this arrangement at all. In fact, he was secretly delighted because these zombies had fallen right into his trap. Zhao Ziyi sneered, "Are you truly incapable? If you wish to defeat me, then charge at me together. Don't tell me you're afraid I have some ultimate move. Don't any of you believe what that kid says? He has blood energy, so let's wear him down with a revolving battle and gradually drain his blood energy." That zombie had no idea that Zhao Ziyi had the assistance of the super survival system, nor did it know that Zhao Ziyi could continuously replenish his blood energy using supplements. If they used a revolving battle, Zhao Ziyi would not be overwhelmed by multiple opponents, allowing him to steadily raise his level. Zhao Ziyi stared at the zombies, appearing somewhat flustered, but it was all an act. The zombie knew about Zhao Ziyi's blood energy not because it could see his health bar, but because of its sharp hearing. It had occasionally overheard Zhao Ziyi muttering to himself. Even if it couldn't perceive the super survival system in his mind, it didn't matter. In any case, don't fall for his tricks. Surround him and devour him alive. The zombie snarled viciously. Its hearing was keen, but Zhao Ziyi's ears were just as sharp. He could clearly hear the commands the zombie issued, and he could tell that the zombie's rank was not low. Zhao Ziyi tilted his head, realizing that sometimes having an incompetent leader among the enemy was actually a good thing. At least it gave him a significant advantage. If that zombie hadn't proposed using a revolving battle to exhaust his stamina, Zhao Ziyi might have struggled to break the deadlock. At this moment he was quite excited because with this opportunity he could keep harvesting zombies to gain experience. Zhao Ziyi had broken the deadlock smoothly, but he had no intention of escaping. Instead, he chose to continue fighting the zombies, slowly aiming to eliminate them all and then boost his own strength. Right now Zhao Ziyi desperately needed massive amounts of experience to grow stronger, which was crucial for him. As long as I can keep it up and not let the zombies see through me, everything will be very favorable. Zhao Ziyi thought silently in his mind, but he didn't say it aloud. Zhao Ziyi called out to the zombies, "Since you want a revolving battle, that's fine. Who's going to charge first?" He waved his hand to beckon the zombies. Immediately many of them rushed forward. Zhao Ziyi didn't plan to use his ultimate move anytime soon. Instead, he kept mowing them down with bullets. Even at this moderate pace, he could still eliminate a great number of zombies. Zhao Ziyi's plans were always flawless. Soon 3 or 4 zombies charged ahead. They were bold enough, but they were quickly taken down by him. His experience points soared, but his blood energy kept running out. Fortunately, he had supplements to replenish it in time, or else he would have been done for. Half an hour later, Zhao Ziyi had killed over 100 zombies. As he wished, the super survival system appeared announcing, "Congratulations, host. You have successfully advanced to Foundation Establishment Stage Level 3, gaining the skill Basic Instant Step. This skill allows you to teleport a significant distance instantly, without consuming any blood energy." Hearing this introduction from the super survival system, Zhao Ziyi was overjoyed. Though this skill wasn't as powerful as his ultimate move, it was still useful. Since he might as well test it now rather than later, he immediately teleported behind several zombies and blew their heads off at close range. The zombies were baffled. How could Zhao Ziyi have become so fast? And his position kept changing unpredictably, which frustrated the entire horde. What trick is that kid pulling now? One of the zombies noticed Zhao Ziyi's movement pattern. The speed was incredible, but eventually they could see that he couldn't keep moving constantly. It was a series of starts and stops. His movement was instantaneous, but after each burst he would come to a halt. Having spotted this weakness, the zombie monsters regrouped. They didn't have any brilliant strategies, though they possessed basic human consciousness. Their tactics were far from perfect. Zhao Ziyi immediately teleported toward the zombie monsters. A few gunshots later, the monsters took heavy damage at close range. Since his bullets were unlimited, Zhao Ziyi had no qualms about spraying them freely. The zombie monsters felt aggrieved. Before they could react, they were struck by Zhao Ziyi's devastating attacks, and soon they fell to the ground dead. However, with so many zombies around, the loss of 1 or 2 wasn't a big deal to the rest. But for Zhao Ziyi, the meaning was completely different. Now that he had the basic instant step skill, which consumed no blood energy, he could move indefinitely. Previously, when attacking ordinary zombies from a distance, he could kill them in one hit. But long-range attacks on mid to high-tier zombie monsters were a different story. Their defense and blood energy were much thicker, so Zhao Ziyi often had to spend a long time dealing with them. Fortunately, the mid to high-tier zombies also gave him a generous amount of experience. But now it's different. I use instant step to get close, then blow their heads off at close range. Whether it's a zombie monster or an ordinary zombie, they all die in one shot. Zhao Ziyi murmured with a smile. This way his experience points rocketed up, and his efficiency improved dramatically, preventing his blood energy from draining too quickly. When Zhao Ziyi leveled up again, he not only had a chance to receive blood energy supplements from the super survival system, but also could hope to increase his own blood energy. At this moment, Zhao Ziyi's blood energy had already exceeded 1,000, but that was still not enough to satisfy the demands of this battle. Nowadays, the sprawling city of Fujian was teeming with zombies numbering in the thousands. If Zhao Ziyi did not possess sufficiently powerful abilities as his foundation, then at the very least his blood energy had to keep pace. After fighting for another half-day, the super survival system appeared as promised, speaking in its familiar mechanical voice. Congratulations, host, on successfully reaching the 4th stage of foundation establishment. You have obtained the skill Basic Shredding Wind, which can be used to control monsters, and has a chance of causing zombies to die from critical hits during the control process. Why am I receiving skills so frequently now? Before it was always rewards and the like, but now it's nothing but skills. Zhao Ziyi couldn't help but grumble, though his heart was filled with delight. In the past, Zhao Ziyi had always wished to acquire more skills, but now his blood energy desperately needed replenishment supplements. Therefore, he had constantly hoped the super survival system would gift him some blood energy supplements, or something even better. However, constantly receiving skills was truly an unexpected gain. Zhao Ziyi murmured, "Control monsters. Then I should give it a try? Perhaps this skill will prove quite useful." After speaking those words, Zhao Ziyi immediately extended his hand. At that moment, a faint wind erupted from his palm, rapidly intensifying into shredding wind. Strands of wind carried 5 or 6 zombies, dragging them straight toward Zhao Ziyi. The moment he saw the zombies charging toward him, Zhao Ziyi was somewhat startled. But upon closer observation, those zombies were clearly acting against their will, all drawn in by shredding wind, and their offensive capabilities had been temporarily neutralized. Seizing this opportunity, Zhao Ziyi quickly opened fire, bang bang bang, shooting them repeatedly until all the zombies were dispatched. The first time using a skill always brought a degree of unfamiliarity, but Zhao Ziyi could slowly adapt and correct his shortcomings. Zhao Ziyi gradually mastered the skills at his disposal. At the instant, the super survival system granted him the skill. He had already understood the method of activation, but the specific operational details still relied on Zhao Ziyi to slowly comprehend through practice. Shredding wind continuously drove the zombies charging toward Zhao Ziyi, and as the super survival system had described, it indeed caused zombies to suffer critical hits and die instantly. For Zhao Ziyi, this skill felt even more advantageous than the basic instant step. Although shredding wind consumed a small amount of blood energy overall, it had little impact, yet it made Zhao Ziyi's combat far more relaxed. Zhao Ziyi could use instant step to close the distance and execute zombies up close, but during its use he would occasionally feel slightly disoriented. Moving such a vast range in an instant, the fierce cold wind continuously lashed against him, leaving his face stinging. Now with shredding wind, only the zombies felt the dizziness, while Zhao Ziyi became remarkably at ease. Continuing his frenzied slaughter of zombies, Zhao Ziyi soon heard the super survival system's voice again. "Congratulations, host, on successfully reaching the 5th stage of foundation establishment. You have obtained the skill Basic Qi Healing Technique, primarily used to restore health and recover stamina. It has a cooldown period of approximately 1 minute. Upon hearing the super survival system's introduction, Zhao Ziyi was utterly astonished. In a single day, he had acquired 3 skills. This was nothing short of a skill explosion. Without wasting a moment to ponder, Zhao Ziyi's blood energy desperately needed restoration, so he immediately began using it. Since this was only the Basic Qi Healing Technique, the amount of blood energy recovered was not substantial, roughly only 30 points. However, for Zhao Ziyi's current condition, this was actually sufficient to sustain him. On average, Zhao Ziyi could control his blood energy loss to around 20 points per minute. As long as he did not unleash his ultimate techniques, he would not exhaust his stamina so quickly. Taking advantage of this skill explosion, Zhao Ziyi hurried to level up, hoping to encounter even better skills. With this thought in mind, his enthusiasm for killing monsters grew even greater. Relying on the complementary nature of his skills, Zhao Ziyi could barely hold his ground at this moment, while continuously farming experience points. But soon his actions made the zombies realize that a war of attrition was unfeasible. Watching Zhao Ziyi grow stronger with each battle, the zombies gradually sensed something amiss. "We can't continue like this. I don't know why this lad keeps growing stronger, but I have a strong feeling we've fallen into his trap." One of the zombies began to analyze, and this assessment was surprisingly accurate. Zhao Ziyi was in the midst of a fierce slaughter, completely unaware that the other zombies were plotting some scheme. At that very moment, several higher-level zombies were conspiring against Zhao Ziyi. If they failed to eliminate Zhao Ziyi this time, they would miss countless opportunities. Ugh, he's too powerful. We cannot clash with him head-on. Why don't we gang up on him? We've already surrounded him, so let's just finish him off. One zombie proposed this idea, causing the surrounding zombies to fall into deep thought. They were uncertain whether they should proceed. Although the zombie numbers were still considerable, if they fought Zhao Ziyi, it would likely cause no major issues. Zhao Ziyi was no longer the same as before. He possessed numerous skills. Though all were in their basic stages, they were sufficient for combating zombies. I simply cannot believe how formidable this bunch of zombies could be. Even if each one charges out to fight me individually, none of you will ever be my match," Zhao Ziyi said in a deep voice. The moment those words left his mouth, all the zombies erupted in agitation. They had never encountered anyone so arrogant, someone who could flaunt his prowess before thousands upon thousands of zombies. It was utterly outrageous. Zhao Ziyi had never feared zombies. He had never felt such fear before, and he certainly would not now. Even if these zombies managed to see Zhao Ziyi at this moment, it would be futile. Zhao Ziyi already possessed the advanced diamond indestructible body, so no matter how formidable these zombies were, they could never harm him. Observing the zombies around him, he could see they were restless, as if ready to charge at any moment. Even so, Zhao Ziyi remained utterly unafraid. The corners of his mouth curled upward slightly as he murmured, "So many zombies attacking me at once. My experience points will keep climbing. Perhaps within this single day, I could level up continuously." Zhao Ziyi's desire for advancement surged intensely at this moment. All of this depended on these zombies delivering experience points. He had never cared about others' strength, but now his combat power was growing stronger, all thanks to the zombies' assistance. If these zombies hadn't gathered together, Zhao Ziyi would have no idea where to find them for grinding experience. Such a golden opportunity was one he would never let slip away. If he missed the chance to kill zombies, now waiting for the next opportunity would be extremely difficult. When slaying zombies, Zhao Ziyi fought with all his might. Besides the hatred he harbored for them, the primary reason was that zombies brought him abundant experience, allowing him to level up continuously. Zhao Ziyi desperately needed to improve his strength through leveling up, otherwise even more troublesome challenges awaited him in the future. The number of zombies kept climbing, and their individual cultivation levels grew increasingly formidable. If Zhao Ziyi lacked the strength, he would surely be eliminated. Yet he paid no heed to such concerns. Had the apocalypse not occurred, Zhao Ziyi would still be a worthless nobody, continuing to fawn over the wealthy young masters. This was something he would never forget in his lifetime. I can say that the apocalypse brought me new opportunities and challenges, so I must cherish these moments and never give up on the chances before me. Zhao Ziyi murmured to himself. Often without opportunities, Zhao Ziyi could never have reached such a high status. Now all the residents of the Lake Heart Island relied on him because he possessed sufficient strength. He was immensely powerful. The fact that so many zombies couldn't defeat Zhao Ziyi in such a short time proved that his formidable strength had instilled fear in them. He silently contemplated this, but the zombies remained restless, utterly indifferent. Zhao Ziyi, unconcerned, said to himself, "If I can't wipe out all these zombies today, I won't leave. Only after eliminating this horde will my blood energy value increase and my strength slowly grow. Otherwise, I'll never see the light of day." Zhao Ziyi approached every task with great enthusiasm. The reason was that he fully understood the nature of his current environment. If he couldn't even handle such a simple battle, then staying here alone would be utterly meaningless. Realizing these key points, Zhao Ziyi immediately began firing at the surrounding zombies. Whenever the cooldown ended, he would use Qi healing art to restore his blood energy value. If the zombie tide truly launched a frenzied assault on him, everything would be a drop in the bucket. Zhao Ziyi himself knew well what was more important. If I had to choose again, I would never give up easily. No matter how powerful your zombie combat strength is, you can never stop me, Zhao Ziyi said with great confidence. The zombies continued using the tactic of attrition against Zhao Ziyi, but it seemed futile. The other zombie monsters were seriously considering concrete plans. If they could capture Zhao Ziyi, it would be ideal. Zhao Ziyi began to notice that the zombie monsters had seen through his strategy and were adopting other tactics. If they truly discovered his plan and devised alternative approaches, he would be in real danger. All dangers were slowly approaching, filling Zhao Ziyi with a strong sense of crisis. He frowned, hardly able to imagine what would happen if a huge horde of zombies attacked him. Zhao Ziyi began preparing alternative strategies, lest he fall here. He absolutely couldn't die at such a critical moment. So he thought of other methods, but the surrounding zombies continued their assault, leaving him no time to deal with them, while still pondering solutions. What method can solve these problems? If I can eliminate these zombies, the result will certainly be good, Zhao Ziyi said calmly, but he was already somewhat flustered. Clearly the zombie monsters had seen through his plan, so he could no longer think about other things. The zombie monsters began to realize that the attrition tactic was ineffective against Zhao Ziyi. The combat power of other zombies was formidable, but that was not the most important thing now. However, if Zhao Ziyi wanted to deal with these zombies, he had to put in tremendous effort, otherwise he would suffer greatly. In this regard, Zhao Ziyi was exceptionally skilled. Even so, others didn't pay much attention to other matters. Zhao Ziyi had the ability to handle zombies, but if other zombies tried to deal with him, they could eliminate him directly. With the advanced, indestructible diamond body protecting him, almost no zombie could harm Zhao Ziyi. Even if you zombies have some ability, you can never defeat me. Even if you all charge at me together, I won't be afraid. Even if the number of zombies is huge, my heart remains calm. Zhao Ziyi said this very calmly. But in truth, this was just him cheering himself on. Deep down, Zhao Ziyi knew very well that if he wanted to deal with these zombies, he wouldn't be too concerned. Effortlessly, he could eliminate the zombies, but though Zhao Ziyi's combat prowess was formidable, his blood energy level had always been a persistent constraint. If he lacked the ability to change this situation, altering anything else would prove exceedingly difficult. Zhao Ziyi had always been acutely aware of this truth. With this in mind, Zhao Ziyi raised his voice again to the zombies. If you have the guts, charge at me together. What's the point of whispering among yourselves now? His voice immediately drew the attention of the other zombies, yet they still feared his strength. Even at this moment, Zhao Ziyi could not dispatch them in a short time. Though the zombies were not exceptionally powerful individually, when they gathered in a horde, Zhao Ziyi might not hold the upper hand. After all, the strength of a collective always far surpasses that of an individual, and the disparity in power was immense. Zhao Ziyi understood this well in his heart, yet none of the zombies perceived any sense of urgency from him. Perhaps he was simply too composed in his actions, but it was all an illusion. I care nothing about such matters. If you zombies wish to charge together, I have no objections. But if you keep whispering among yourselves, that I find displeasing. Zhao Ziyi said calmly, clearly dissatisfied with the zombies' behavior. Even though Zhao Ziyi's strength was remarkable, he lacked the means to eliminate so many zombies. The sheer number was overwhelming, and relying solely on his foundation establishment stage cultivation, it was far from sufficient to eradicate them all in such a short time. No matter how formidable you are, you cannot withstand the combined assault of all our power. Stay there and await your death. The zombie monster shouted arrogantly at Zhao Ziyi, but he was utterly unfazed, standing calmly in place without making any move. In Zhao Ziyi's view, even if he made no move, it was meaningless. None of these zombies could become his match, so he was quite at ease about that. Yet he would never let his guard down, always treating every possible danger with caution and vigilance. Even if these zombies are not the most formidable, I will never relax my vigilance, Zhao Ziyi murmured to himself inwardly. Zhao Ziyi had never been one to let his guard down. At this moment, he would never simply rely on bluster against the other zombies. He saw clearly that arrogance could never solve the problem. Arrogance might intimidate the weak, but if the opponent possessed sufficient strength, and you had no means to counter them, then even the greatest arrogance was futile. Many things were beyond imagination, and Zhao Ziyi understood this principle most clearly. No matter how many zombies there are, they cannot keep me here indefinitely. Even if I stay alone and continue to wear them down relying on my current state, I will have no problem. Zhao Ziyi had always been confident in his own strength. In truth, Zhao Ziyi was never arrogant. He simply believed he possessed sufficient power. Otherwise, he would never have chosen such a path. The other zombies could all perceive Zhao Ziyi's extraordinary strength. Even if he achieved such accomplishments today, it would be of no use. Because Zhao Ziyi had to stay here. If he wanted to retreat, he could have done so long ago, and wouldn't be lingering at this moment. Though the survivor members had repeatedly urged Zhao Ziyi to preserve himself for better opportunities, he stubbornly refused to believe it. He had to clean out all these zombies today, or he would never be at ease. Even if other zombies are powerful, they are useless against me. If they had the guts, they would have charged together long ago. There's no need to wait until now. Zhao Ziyi calculated silently in his heart. The other survivor members should not run into trouble. Zhao Ziyi was somewhat reassured about that. Those survivors were carefully selected by him to be brought into the city for training. If they encountered trouble one after another in such a short time, he would be at a loss for words. I have no time to deal with them now. They can only rely on their own luck. Zhao Ziyi said lightly, though he knew they could not hear him. Still, he couldn't help speaking out loud. Those survivor members were deeply entrusted by Zhao Ziyi. If any of them were injured or met with an accident, he would certainly feel great pain. But now he could barely save himself, and he wasn't sure if he had the strength to deal with so many zombies. The number of zombies is indeed enormous, but if I have enough strength, I will surely be able to eliminate them all. Zhao Ziyi said with self-awareness, his tone calm. The other zombies had already devised a plan and rallied all their forces to attack Zhao Ziyi. Even if they used a zombie horde to ram him, he would likely suffer. Zhao Ziyi kept firing bullets at the zombies, but the horde was still formidable. Even at this point, he lacked sufficient confidence to eliminate all these zombies completely. This situation is proving rather difficult to handle. If I truly meet my end here today, I would be filled with immense regret. Zhao Ziyi thought to himself. Yet even harboring such thoughts proved utterly futile. For others, possessing strength as formidable as Zhao Ziyi's would be more than satisfactory, but Zhao Ziyi was not one to be compared with ordinary men. His ambition was to eradicate every last zombie completely, otherwise he would remain consumed by indignation. I must eliminate every single zombie here today. It's either your death or mine. Zhao Ziyi declared with fierce determination, his resolve firmly set, and his perseverance unquestionable. The surrounding zombies surged forward to attack Zhao Ziyi, yet his prowess remained formidable. Even against their ferocious combat abilities, he paid little heed to whether they could possibly overcome him. Facing the dense sea of zombies around him, Zhao Ziyi stood his ground with an unwavering expression, clutching his laser gun in both hands and relentlessly firing upon the advancing horde. Countless zombies fell to Zhao Ziyi's attacks, yet for the vast zombie tide, these losses were barely a drop in the bucket. A slight smirk curled at the corner of Zhao Ziyi's mouth as he regarded the scene with utter disdain. Even as legions more zombies continued their approach, he paid them no mind. No matter how numerous these zombies become, it makes no difference to me. I can still do as I please. Yet somehow I sense those zombies beginning to stir restlessly. Something feels amiss. Zhao Ziyi furrowed his brow and muttered softly. Following the zombie commander's directive, the horde launched a coordinated assault on Zhao Ziyi, leaving him momentarily overwhelmed and struggling to hold his ground. But once he adapted to the rhythm of the onslaught, Zhao Ziyi's killing speed gradually accelerated. Zhao Ziyi had always been meticulous in his actions, and now no zombie could approach within half a step of him. All were kept at bay beyond a 2-meter radius. This is my safe zone. Though I possess an indestructible body, and their bites cannot kill me if they all piled on at once, I certainly wouldn't withstand it. Zhao Ziyi mused aloud. His analysis of the battlefield situation was exceptionally sharp, and he could not afford even a moment's carelessness. Otherwise, he would inevitably face grave trouble. The zombie forces proved formidable, and Zhao Ziyi's health bar plummeted rapidly. However, he gained substantial experience points from each kill, which served as a motivational boost. Within Zhao Ziyi's ring of holding lay his trump card, the members of his legion. Yet he deemed it sufficient to remain and fight alone. In such a colossal battle, a mere handful of legion members would be of little use. Zhao Ziyi intended to single-handedly contend with these tens of thousands of zombies. Even if the zombie tide launched a full assault, he need not worry unduly about danger, for he could still seize the opportunity to escape. The sheer number of zombies provided Zhao Ziyi with a chance to break through the horde. From the very beginning, he had spotted several winged zombies among the mass, identical to those he had encountered before, capable of flight through the air. Previously, Zhao Ziyi had relied on other legion members to help eliminate such foes. Otherwise, he would never have had the opportunity to take down high-tier zombies. Flying zombies were generally of a higher rank, and for Zhao Ziyi, they represented a significant threat he would inevitably face sooner or later. If he failed to devise countermeasures now, the future would likely bring far greater complications. If Zhao Ziyi wished to escape by taking to the air, it was not entirely impossible, but every flying zombie would swarm upon him at once, instantly surrounding him in a single moment. You think you can corner me? Do you believe I'm unaware? Even if that's your plan, it will never succeed. Zhao Ziyi said calmly. With the zombies encircling and pursuing him from all sides, Zhao Ziyi felt increasingly on the defensive. Unless he could break the deadlock immediately, he would remain trapped in this predicament indefinitely. After pondering for a long while, he continued slaughtering zombies, while ruminating over strategies, searching desperately for a way to escape this place. If he did not leave soon, Zhao Ziyi would inevitably face increasingly troublesome circumstances. As he relentlessly slew the zombies, Zhao Ziyi's level continued to climb steadily. After a considerable time, the super survival system kept sending him congratulatory notifications. He had ascended to the 9th stage of Foundation establishment. Judging by my momentum, I must have killed over 1,000 zombies by now. Zhao Ziyi murmured, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. He had to eliminate the zombies here and now, otherwise he would face countless troublesome complications ahead. At times, Zhao Ziyi considered simply leaving within this short window, but that too posed complications. In his heart, escaping this perilous place as quickly as possible was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Though even if he did manage to flee, the other zombies would likely continue their pursuit. Whether these zombies will ever let me go, I don't need to think twice to know how that will end. Zhao Ziyi stated flatly, well aware of the conditions under which this matter could truly be resolved. The zombie commanders possessed intelligence rivaling that of humans, so any clever strategies humans might devise were likely already anticipated by these creatures. What weighed most heavily on Zhao Ziyi's mind was his desire to keep leveling up rapidly within this short span of time. Ascending from the 1st stage of Foundation establishment to the 9th stage. This process had taken merely a single day. For anyone, such progress was astonishingly swift. Opportunities like this may never come again. If I don't seize it properly, it will be lost forever. Zhao Ziyi remarked softly. Zhao Ziyi was fully aware of the current situation, yet if he could eliminate this many zombies, it would undoubtedly be a remarkable achievement for him. Unfortunately, all of this was merely wishful thinking. At present, the zombies were nearly impossible to eradicate entirely, which is why Zhao Ziyi felt somewhat disheartened. If he could not leave now, he would likely be trapped here. Even with his exceptional abilities, he could hardly stand against such a horde. In truth, they were all exploiting one another. Zhao Ziyi sought to gain experience from the zombies, and having achieved so much in such a short time, he felt quite satisfied. Thus he decided it was wise to quit while he was ahead. However, the zombies also intended to use Zhao Ziyi to re-establish their dominance. After rallying, such a massive horde, being outmaneuvered by him would leave them utterly humiliated. After Zhao Ziyi advanced to the 9th level of Foundation establishment, his blood energy exceeded 2,000, but it was still insufficient and would soon be depleted. From time to time, he received alerts from the super survival system. Whenever this happened, Zhao Ziyi would reluctantly use a blood energy replenisher. although such supplements should only be used when absolutely necessary. And this was indeed such a moment. He still felt a pang of regret after using one. After all, these blood energy replenishers were extremely rare. Once used, they were gone forever, and Zhao Ziyi could never bear to part with them. But reluctance was futile. He had to gain enough experience from this battle. It was an inevitable path he must tread. The number of zombies was growing larger and larger. Zhao Ziyi had to seize the opportunity to escape, or it would only become harder in the future. With this thought, Zhao Ziyi leaped upward, attempting to break free from the zombie tide. But he had underestimated the situation. The zombie horde had already set up an inescapable net waiting specifically for Zhao Ziyi to fall into it. At this moment, he had walked right into their trap, leaving him no choice but to endure this suffering. The moment he jumped, a barrage of long-range attacks came hurtling toward him. The flying zombies were generally of no low rank, and they could all spew flames from their mouths, forcing Zhao Ziyi to hastily land back in place. He brushed the dust off his clothes. His garments had nearly caught fire. He needed to quickly devise another foolproof plan. After much deliberation, Zhao Ziyi immediately decided to break through the zombie tide directly. Now that he had mastered the initial flash step and his sprinting was no joke either, he figured the zombies would never catch him. So clenching his teeth, he charged straight out. The zombies flailed their arms menacingly, but Zhao Ziyi showed no fear and calmly dashed forward. But at this moment, the zombie horde's prearranged net had made the area as impregnable as a fortress. Zhao Ziyi's thinking was still too naive. The zombies constantly shifted their positions, continuously intercepting him, which threw him into great distress. This is so infuriating. They clearly want to fight me to the death here. Zhao Ziyi suddenly saw through their intention, and he found himself in a stalemate, or rather in a perilous predicament. It was extremely difficult to escape, and the zombie horde's basic formation had not been disrupted by Zhao Ziyi at all. Thus the zombies still held a huge advantage, emboldening the horde further. They gradually closed in on Zhao Ziyi, all the while clamoring and taunting. Zhao Ziyi had been handling the zombies with ease just moments ago, but now his blood energy had dropped to its lowest point. If he did not replenish it soon, it would likely be completely drained. This was a tremendous challenge for Zhao Ziyi. He quickly used another blood energy replenisher, but the other zombies still launched a frenzied assault. Zhao Ziyi raised his laser gun and kept firing. Even if he could kill one zombie per second, such efficiency was still not enough to keep up with the current battle tempo. Even this pace can't turn the tide. What's going on? Zhao Ziyi frowned and couldn't help complaining. Zhao Ziyi's stamina was the biggest problem. Though he had continuously upgraded and could keenly feel his physique growing stronger, it all meant nothing. The zombie horde was still just as ferocious. Even though it couldn't rely on Zhao Ziyi's cultivation level to get stronger, it had shifted from passive defense to a full-scale assault, causing his situation to deteriorate sharply. Zhao Ziyi murmured to himself, "If this continues, my situation will be extremely unfavorable. Unless there's some other turning point, I'm basically done for here." As he spoke, he let out a sigh. He had planned everything so perfectly, but reality was so cruel, leaving him with almost no way to cope. He had been struggling to fend them off, and in the end the zombies broke through his initial safe zone. Some zombies even reached out to grab him. Fortunately, he had the advanced, indestructible diamond body for protection. But if a large number of zombies rushed in and each grabbed hold of him, the consequences would be unimaginable. The result would likely be that Zhao Ziyi would be seized by the zombies and rendered immobile. At the thought, a wave of goosebumps ran over his body. He quickly shook his head. He had to prevent such a tragedy. I absolutely cannot be captured by these creatures. Even if I die fighting here, I'll do it willingly. Zhao Ziyi gritted his teeth and glared at the surrounding zombies as he spoke. Now he could no longer continue with long-range attacks. The zombies had begun to reach him, and to protect himself, he had to engage in frantic close combat. Zhao Ziyi put away his laser gun and quickly took out his violet weapon's soul-slashing blade from his ring, slashing at the zombies repeatedly. The close-quarters combat yielded obvious results, immediately driving back a large wave of nearby zombies. However, Zhao Ziyi did not feel any sense of satisfaction. Because in Zhao Ziyi's view, all of this was merely a temporary phenomenon, as sooner or later the zombies would still catch up. He desperately searched his mind for a solution, but Zhao Ziyi could find no way out, his brain nearly going blank. What should I do? What on earth should I do now? Zhao Ziyi said to himself, yet there was no one to help him. He was entirely on his own. At this thought, Zhao Ziyi began to grow tense. At first, everything had been going smoothly, and he never expected the zombies to discern his strategy so quickly. Had they not been able to see through his plan, Zhao Ziyi could have maintained the situation, relentlessly hacking down the zombies. But now that was no longer possible. The frequency of his soul-severing blade grew faster and faster. Not knowing when he would be completely exhausted, Zhao Ziyi simply resolved to fight to the death, and to his surprise, he gradually managed to push the zombies back beyond the safe zone. But all of this was an illusion. Zhao Ziyi knew they would seize the opportunity and swarm him at any moment. As for the current situation, he could not have cared less. With the soul-severing blade growing faster, Zhao Ziyi was harvesting more and more experience. When he had first reached the 9th stage of Foundation establishment, it had taken over 300 zombies to fill his experience bar, and now it was nearly full. The moment the soul-severing blade struck down, a zombie fell with it, and the super survival system appeared as promised, giving Zhao Ziyi a faint sense of comfort. At least he no longer felt like he was fighting alone. Zhao Ziyi paid no mind to anything else. Riding the momentum still surging within him, he slashed at the zombies with even greater ferocity. Just then the super survival system spoke in its mechanical voice. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully advanced to the first stage of the core formation realm and acquired the skill Chi Blast. This skill deals massive area damage, but requires gathering human chi before it can be unleashed." Frowning, Zhao Ziyi said, "This skill is perfect for the current situation, but such a powerful ultimate move. Would it consume a tremendous amount of stamina? My vitality is nearly depleted. If I unleash another devastating attack like this, even if the zombies are wiped out, I'll be finished too. Please do not worry, host. Chi Blast requires gathering human chi, but will not consume any vitality. However, accumulating sufficient chi is quite difficult, so please use it judiciously," the super survival system stated calmly. Although the super survival system was fully aware of how dire Zhao Ziyi's situation was, it was powerless to intervene. Not all of these zombies had been drawn solely by Zhao Ziyi, but he had previously had the ability to escape quickly. Yet he had chosen to fight to the end. Now that they had reached this point, Zhao Ziyi bore undeniable responsibility. "This Chi Blast skill seems rather troublesome to use, but I'm willing to give it a try." After receiving the skill from the super survival system, Zhao Ziyi immediately grasped the method of activation in his mind. Without overthinking it, Zhao Ziyi briefly familiarized himself with the controls and prepared to unleash Chi Blast. Closing his eyes, Zhao Ziyi spread his arms and began channeling Chi Blast within his heart. His entire body grew remarkably light to the point where he felt as though it no longer belonged to him. The floating sensation nearly deceived him, but after briefly adjusting in the blink of an eye, Zhao Ziyi's entire body began to rise into the air. "I am Zhao Ziyi of the human race. I am currently fighting against a zombie horde and need to unleash Chi Blast to deal with them. Survivors, please lend me your strength. Donate your chi and let me activate this ultimate move to eliminate all the zombies." Zhao Ziyi kept his eyes closed, silently chanting these words in his heart. Zhao Ziyi was fully aware that during the activation process, the words he silently spoke could be heard simultaneously by all other survivors. That was precisely why he chose to vocalize them. As for whether it would work, that depended entirely on the resolve of the other survivors. "System, roughly how many people's help do I need to activate this Chi Blast?" Unable to contain his curiosity, Zhao Ziyi asked the super survival system. The super survival system, ever forthcoming, silently replied, "A total of 1,000 people's chi is required. For humans, this chi can be naturally regenerated. After donating, one may feel a slight sense of fatigue in the short term, but it will recover within a few days." 1,000 people's chi seemed like an unreachable goal, but everything Zhao Ziyi had ever done had been equally impossible, and he would never allow anyone to look down on him now. Since he had chosen to walk this path from the beginning, Zhao Ziyi would never give up. "All human survivors, listen. I, Zhao Ziyi, am eliminating zombies today solely to protect the safety of our people. I hope you will unite and help me successfully activate Chi Blast." Zhao Ziyi silently repeated these words once more in his heart. The super survival system carried his message to every corner. Not only the survivors in Fujian City, but almost every survivor across the entire nation received his words. In truth, most people were unclear about what Chi actually was, but if it could be used to eliminate zombies, everyone was more than willing to contribute. Zhao Ziyi's name instantly spread far and wide. Everyone remembered it, for they all knew that Zhao Ziyi was the one fighting. "Then how exactly do we donate our chi?" a survivor murmured from somewhere far away. The super survival system detected this question through massive data processing and immediately responded, broadcasting the answer to every survivor. "Raise your hands and welcome it with a devout heart. Your chi will naturally gather together." These words were instantly understood by all the survivors, and everyone eagerly followed along. Chi continuously converged toward Fujian City. Not far from Zhao Ziyi, in a commercial building, two people named Huang Jiang and Mao knew that Zhao Ziyi was in grave danger. Hearing Zhao Ziyi's call, they were both stunned, but dared not delay. They quickly raised their hands and offered their chi. Although the survivors on Huxin Island were unaware that Zhao Ziyi had encountered trouble, they had now come to understand the peril he was facing. "Hurry up and gather your yuan chi for the captain, otherwise he'll really be in danger," Huang Jiang urgently urged Mao. Without hesitation, the two of them extended their hands, offering their yuan chi without a second thought. Soon a massive cluster of yuan chi gathered at their palms, swiftly passing through the French window and moving down to Zhao Ziyi below, converging around him. The zombies looked up at Zhao Ziyi, but none of them remembered to attack him. Suspended in midair, no zombie reacted to strike him. They stared at him in a daze, uncertain of what was happening. Closing his eyes, Zhao Ziyi felt countless forces converging upon his body. Now Zhao Ziyi felt that it was not merely 1,000 streams of yuan qi gathering, but rather tens of thousands of powers surging endlessly into his body. The power is almost too much to contain. You zombies prepare to die. As he spoke, Zhao Ziyi raised both hands, and a massive sphere of light gathered at the center of his palms, radiating an overwhelming sense of power. The zombies murmured among themselves about Zhao Ziyi's actions, truly unable to fathom what he intended, but they could see that his strength was escalating at an astonishing rate. This is terrifying. We must stop him immediately. Many zombies quickly exclaimed. Hovering in midair, Zhao Ziyi hurled the massive sphere of light downward, like a blend of fire and hailstorm, instilling terror in the zombies. The zombie horde began to surge in panic, all of them trying to flee, none daring to confront Zhao Ziyi's yuan qi bomb. Let me show you the power of the yuan qi bomb. See if you can withstand it. Zhao Ziyi snarled viciously, immediately unleashing the ultimate technique of the yuan qi bomb. The super survival system had warned Zhao Ziyi earlier that this yuan qi bomb could only be forcibly activated once every 10 days, and forcing it could cause severe harm to himself. Zhao Ziyi was well aware that this ultimate move could not be casually used, so he treasured every opportunity. He had to eliminate all these zombies in one go, or he would find it unbearable to accept. Zhao Ziyi stared at the scene before him. If no zombie could interfere, the yuan qi bomb would proceed smoothly. Still, a hint of anxiety lingered. If a zombie suddenly attacked during the activation, the chance to turn the tide would be lost. Zhao Ziyi needed to activate the skill as quickly as possible to seize the moment. Yet he could not release it too hastily, as that would greatly diminish the power of the yuan qi bomb, something he was unwilling to accept. With such a perfect opportunity, I will not let it slip away, otherwise the other survivors would blame me. Zhao Ziyi placed immense pressure on himself, transforming it into motivation that carried him through. Feeling that the timing was right, Zhao Ziyi immediately unleashed the yuan qi bomb. The moment it struck down from midair, every zombie felt an overwhelming pressure, a tangible weight that crushed them, nearly suffocating. Unable to resist, they fell to their knees, as if a chaotic current oppressed them, leaving them breathless. The yuan qi bomb exploded like a nuclear blast, obliterating the zombies on the ground in an instant. The collected yuan qi was sufficient, and the unleashed yuan qi bomb swiftly eliminated the zombies. The bomb targeted only the zombies, leaving the surrounding buildings completely untouched. Tens of thousands of zombies turned to ash, yet the ground remained pristine. Seeing the zombies annihilated, Zhao Ziyi breathed a sigh of relief. Exhausted, his vision went blank, and he fainted from the air, plummeting straight to the ground. After using the yuan qi bomb to wipe out the massive horde, Zhao Ziyi gained a tremendous boost, consecutively advancing to the 6th level of the core formation stage. However, the strain on his body was immense, and after fighting for so long, his physical limits were reached. Thus, Zhao Ziyi lost consciousness in midair. The fall to the ground did not hurt. He was already in a deep slumber, and with his body tempered like steel and his extraordinary cultivation level, such a drop posed no harm. Fortunately, all the surrounding zombies had been eliminated, allowing Zhao Ziyi to finally rest. Huang Jiang and Damao, witnessing the scene from the commercial building, rushed downstairs. Seeing Captain Zhao with his eyes closed, they called out a few times, but there was no response. He had apparently fallen into a temporary coma. Let's take the captain back to our base immediately. We don't know his condition yet. We have Dr. Peng on Hushin Island. He was a chief physician at a major hospital. He might be able to save the captain, Damao said urgently to Huang Jiang. But the assessment isn't over yet. If we take the captain and all the survivors back, it might not be appropriate. Besides, we can't contact the other survivors right now. How can we just go back? In my opinion, we should bring Dr. Peng here to examine the captain personally. Huang Jiang offered his suggestion. This line is actually part of the previous dialogue, but since the input has separate IDs, I'll treat it as a continuation. Huang Jiang proposed his own idea. After hearing Huang Jiang's suggestion, Damao thought it over carefully and found it feasible. Huang Jiang continued, this place should be relatively safe now. The zombies have been mostly wiped out by the captain. The captain is truly formidable. Let's save the rest of the talk for later. Take the captain back and let him rest properly. Damao urged, then added, you and the other brothers take care of the captain. I'll take a boat back to Hushin Island and fetch Dr. Peng. There were a few doctors on the vast Hushin Island who had escaped from the hospital when the apocalypse broke out, and together with some nurses they had set up a small clinic on the island. Dr. Peng, with the highest seniority and most experience, was naturally elected by everyone as the director of the Hushin Island Hospital. The captain must be too exhausted, otherwise he wouldn't have fallen straight from the sky, Huang Jiang said to Damao along the way. Damao made no remark regarding Zhao Ziyi's sudden collapse. He knew that Zhao Ziyi's strength was indeed formidable, but it had not reached a level that demanded constant flattery. After the two men quickly sent Zhao Ziyi back to the base camp, all the brothers in the camp were well aware of what Zhao Ziyi had done. When he wanted to gather spiritual energy, he had already communicated with all the survivors through his inner thoughts. The survivors gathered around inquiring about Zhao Ziyi's condition, but he had already fallen into a complete coma. He could not hear a word anyone said. Naturally, everyone was anxious. None of the men had any medical knowledge, so reviving Zhao Ziyi was nearly impossible. What happened to the captain? Wasn't he fighting zombies just a moment ago? Why has he collapsed? Surrounding survivors were very puzzled by Zhao Ziyi's condition, so they asked Huang Jiang and Damao about it. But Damao remained silent. He did not want to explain too much. He took all these matters lightly, but at this moment he still cared somewhat. You don't need to be so long-winded. Just remember that the captain single-handedly eliminated a huge number of zombies, almost wiping out the entire zombie horde in the city. Damao said this calmly, then instructed the brothers to take good care of the captain. He would personally return to Huxin Island to fetch Dr. Peng to treat Zhao Ziyi. After Damao left, the other survivors came to ask Huang Jiang. Some of them were afraid of Damao, but they had no fear of Huang Jiang, so they came to ask him about what had happened. After all, Huang Jiang and Damao had gone to observe the zombies, so they must have witnessed the fight between Zhao Ziyi and the zombies. Unable to resist their eager questioning, Huang Jiang told all the survivors everything that had happened to Zhao Ziyi on Jinhua Street. In fact, everyone knew from the beginning that Zhao Ziyi was fighting zombies there, but they were not aware of the brutal details. I never imagined the captain was so formidable. He could take down tens of thousands of zombies alone. If it were us, we would have been scared out of our wits. One of the survivors commented. What he said was not without reason. What Zhao Ziyi had done was truly remarkable, undoubtedly earning the admiration of many. Therefore, before the assessment period ends, we must persevere. Together with the captain, we will contribute our strength to protecting the survivors of Huxin Island. Huang Jiang, taking advantage of the excited mood, quickly added this sentence. Everyone nodded in agreement, finding nothing wrong with Huang Jiang's words. They had come to the city center in the first place precisely to join the squad, though otherwise they would never have come here. But the captain still hasn't woken up. I'm just saying, hypothetically, if he hasn't woken up by the end of the assessment period, what should we do? Another survivor asked Huang Jiang. Huang Jiang thought for a moment and immediately gave his answer. He said calmly, you can rest assured about this. There's no need to worry too much. If the captain still hasn't woken up by then, we will retreat to Huxin Island one by one and continue to wait for him. Upon hearing Huang Jiang's reply, everyone felt a little relieved. They had initially worried whether they had to wait here until Zhao Ziyi regained consciousness. Although everyone respected Zhao Ziyi, that did not change anything, even though the nearby zombies had all been eliminated by him. However, danger was still everywhere. Of course, the weapons they had could be lethal, and if they worked together, they might be able to take down a few zombies. But if they were caught in another zombie horde, that would be something they could not handle. All the survivors were living in fear, mainly because they had never undergone professional training. Otherwise, the outcome would have been completely different. Everyone silently thought this, but no one would say it out loud. They buried this thought deep in their hearts. Zhao Ziyi would surely wake up, but no one knew exactly when. It was impossible to continue living in fear here for his sake. That might not be fair to everyone. Better safe than sorry. If the captain hasn't woken up by then, we definitely need to go back first. If we encounter any danger without the captain to protect us, the consequences would be unimaginable. Another survivor said this calmly. Upon hearing this, Huang Jiang frowned. He began to feel dissatisfied with their attitude. If they truly wanted to be part of the squad, they should first ensure the captain's safety. Yet some were willing to disregard whether the captain would wake up for their own safety. Such behavior was extremely irresponsible. What do you mean by that? If one of your teammates is injured, would you abandon them and return to safety yourself? Moreover, the captain collapsed precisely for our safety. Otherwise, why would he have fought so hard? Huang Jiang demanded, repeatedly pressuring the survivor until he was almost speechless. After a pause, Huang Jiang continued to address everyone. Listen up, all of you. After the assessment ends, you can naturally return to Huxin Island, but we must bring the captain back with us. Dr. Peng will come soon to examine him. No one knows the outcome, yet so don't make any random assumptions. Everyone lowered their heads in silence, lost in thought, perhaps feeling guilty about what had been said. Zhao Ziyi had collapsed from exhaustion after fighting the zombies. If all survivor members only think about their own interests, such behavior is truly selfish. Huang Jiang has always held such selfish conduct in contempt. If anyone actually did such a thing, he would be the first to voice his opposition. Confronted with selfish individuals, Huang Jiang would never mince his words. After only an hour or two, Damao arrived in a hurry with Dr. Peng. Damao said to Dr. Peng, "Please take a look and see if the captain can wake up. Thank you for your trouble, Dr. Peng." Nodding, Dr. Peng replied, "This is my duty. I will do my utmost." As he spoke, Dr. Peng carried his medical kit to Zhao Ziyi's side. Zhao Ziyi lay on the bed, eyes tightly shut, without the slightest movement. "Captain, can you hear me? If you can, please blink your eyes," Dr. Peng said to Zhao Ziyi. But Zhao Ziyi showed no reaction at all, which confirmed Dr. Peng's first judgment. Zhao Ziyi had temporarily lost consciousness. Dr. Peng took out many tools from his kit and continuously examined Zhao Ziyi. After a long while, Dr. Peng removed the stethoscope from his ears and said calmly, "The captain is simply exhausted. Let him rest enough and he will naturally wake up." "Don't you need to prescribe medicine for the captain?" Dumao asked Dr. Peng hurriedly. In his impression, giving medicine to a patient was the safer approach. Dr. Peng shook his head slightly and said, "Rest assured, the captain has no illness. He is merely overtired." Then Dumao immediately understood Dr. Peng's meaning and urged the survivors, "The captain needs a good rest. What are you all still doing here? Get out now. Don't disturb the captain's rest." As soon as he finished speaking, many survivors filed out, afraid they might truly disrupt Zhao Ziyi's rest. Zhao Ziyi remained in deep sleep, completely still. So many survivors worried about whether he was in danger. But all speculation was pointless now. Even the doctor said Zhao Ziyi was only resting because he was too tired and there was nothing serious. If everyone continued to worry like this, it would be meaningless. Soon it was time for dinner. They didn't have to worry too much about food, as they had previously sent many people to scavenge, and all the survivors had collected plenty of provisions. The number of zombies outside was not too large, so everyone could barely stay holed up in the base. Even if they didn't go out for the whole of tomorrow, it would be fine. If Zhao Ziyi still hadn't woken up by tomorrow, they would have to carry him back to the island and the lake together. "Do you think the captain will wake up? He's our backbone now. Without exaggeration, he's our pillar," said a tall survivor, leaning in a corner to his companion. "If the captain never wakes up, we'll all be leaderless," the tall survivor added. His companion was a dark-skinned young man. The dark-skinned survivor had always held Zhao Ziyi in high regard, deeply admiring his strength and character. Hearing the tall man's words, the dark-skinned survivor immediately cut him off, saying bluntly, "The captain will definitely be fine. Don't think so negatively." Soon the last day of the assessment period was nearly over, yet Zhao Ziyi remained unconscious. Survivors from other teams gradually returned to the shore. Damao and Huang Jiang explained the situation to everyone, and each person went to see Zhao Ziyi. "The captain shouldn't stay like this forever, right? Dr. Peng, we hope you'll tell us everything and not hide anything," Damao said, looking at Zhao Ziyi, who still showed no response. "If it were just sleep and rest, it shouldn't take a whole day and night." Zhao Ziyi remained in a deep sleep without waking. Damao's brow was furrowed the entire time. Then survivors arrived at the shore one after another. Du Jie, who had been managing the island in the lake, heard the news of Zhao Ziyi's coma, quickly instructed a few trusted subordinates to temporarily maintain order on the island and hurry to the shore. Now a large crowd had gathered on the shore. Zhao Ziyi lay in a house by the shore, still sleeping with his eyes closed. No one dared to wake him. Luo Zhikai estimated that the time was almost up, so he rushed to the shore. But when he arrived, a large group of people were gathered there. Since the apocalypse broke out, Luo Zhikai hadn't seen so many humans. He was momentarily excited, but when he reached the shore, no one seemed to notice him. Everyone's attention was on Zhao Ziyi. Zhao Ziyi had always been fair and just in his dealings, so now that this had happened, everyone naturally hoped he would wake up as soon as possible. "It's all my fault. I didn't control things well and attracted a huge horde of zombies, causing the captain to suffer." Luo Zhikai silently blamed himself. When Zhao Ziyi needed vitality, Luo Zhikai, upon learning the news, immediately donated his own spiritual energy. But Luo Zhikai still felt deeply guilty, believing that he had caused Zhao Ziyi's condition. Luo Zhikai lowered his head, constantly blaming himself, and murmured, "If it weren't for me, Captain Zhao wouldn't be unconscious." Those around him heard clearly. A burly man turned around, glanced at Luo Zhikai, and asked flatly, "What did you just say?" To be safe, the burly man wanted to confirm, but Luo Zhikai made no attempt to hide his mistake. He recounted how he had attracted the zombies, and how Zhao Ziyi had rescued him, midway telling everyone everything. Some hot-tempered people, upon hearing Luo Zhikai's words, immediately grabbed him by the collar and scolded him fiercely. "So it was you who caused all this. If anything happens to the captain, we'll settle the score with you." They showed no politeness toward this unfamiliar-faced Luo Zhikai. If Zhao Ziyi were to truly meet with an accident, then the culprit would naturally be dealt with without hesitation. Luo Zhikai always believed it was his own responsibility, so he would have no objections to any punishment or reprimand. In truth, Luo Zhikai himself was utterly unaware of one simple fact: if Zhao Ziyi had wished to leave in the first place, he would have had countless methods to deal with the zombies, and could have escaped at any moment. However, at this very moment, there was hardly any opportunity left to accomplish such things. Don't all of you think he is the culprit? Back then the captain could have left, but he resolutely chose to stay and fight the zombies on Jinhua Street, in order to protect the rest of us. Suddenly, several other survivors stepped out from the crowd. These were the people Zhao Ziyi had rescued from the zombies during the confrontation, and they were naturally filled with immense gratitude toward him. Some also began to blame themselves, lamenting that if only their abilities were stronger, the captain would not have had to face the zombie tide alone. If everyone's strength could have taken down a few zombies, perhaps they could have helped the captain break the siege. Unfortunately, their cultivation levels were far beneath Zhao Ziyi's, leaving them utterly helpless and unable to escape. Alright, stop arguing all of you. The captain is resting now, and all this noise will disturb his rest. Damao roared at the crowd with a loud voice. After hearing his shout, everyone immediately fell silent, not daring to utter another word. Zhao Ziyi was now resting utterly exhausted. Eliminating the zombie tide had nearly drained all his blood energy. Thus at this moment he needed to find a suitable opportunity to formulate a perfect plan. Deputy Captain, do you now hold the highest authority here? Whatever orders you give we will obey. Damao spoke calmly to Du Jie beside him. Du Jie had not participated in the team's assessment, but his abilities were evident to all. During Zhao Ziyi's absence, Du Jie managed Lake Heart Island with meticulous order, and the island's residents continued to live in peace. All thanks to Du Jie's competence. Now that Zhao Ziyi was unconscious, the group could not remain leaderless, so someone had to step up to guide everyone. Since the captain is unconscious and unaware, I will temporarily take his place. You must all cooperate with me and not think of causing trouble at this critical juncture. When I came, I specially brought 5 speedboats from Lake Heart Island. Everyone will take turns returning to the island by boat. I've counted that a total of 53 people passed this assessment plus Luo Zhikai, who joined midway. All of you are gathered here without exception. Now let's all head back to Lake Heart Island. Du Jie gave these instructions to everyone. Each speedboat could carry at most 6 people, so they would have to make multiple trips back and forth to transport everyone to the island. Du Jie could barely manage this arrangement, but as for who would go first, that was a different matter. Everyone wanted to be among the first batch to return to Lake Heart Island. No one was willing to be left behind. The journey from the shore to Lake Heart Island took over half an hour, and the back-and-forth process was quite troublesome. Hence no one wanted to be among the last, for they were all sick of living in fear and longed to return as soon as possible. Zhao Ziyi had remained unconscious throughout, so he would naturally be sent back first. Otherwise no one would agree to leave before him. Letting the captain go first was almost an unchangeable rule. However, there were simply too many people, so deciding who would leave in the first batch became a difficult judgment. Du Jie furrowed his brow. If Zhao Ziyi were here to arrange things, there would certainly not be so many complaints. In an instant, Du Jie found himself in a deadlock, uncertain of what to do. Then Luo Zhikai said to Du Jie, Deputy Captain, I have a suggestion. Would you be willing to consider it? Do you have a good idea? You can tell me directly. If the idea is good enough, I will certainly adopt it. Du Jie replied calmly. Du Jie was not very familiar with Luo Zhikai, so he would not trust him completely. But if Luo Zhikai truly had a good suggestion, he could at least listen and consider it. It might even work. The reason everyone is reluctant is mainly because they feel the arrangement is unfair. But I see it quite simply. If the deputy captain sets an example by leading the way, I believe no one will object. Luo Zhikai calmly proposed his suggestion, the key being whether Du Jie could accept it. When he said this, Luo Zhikai had to observe Du Jie's expression. At present, Luo Zhikai was not a person of high status. Although he thought highly of himself, it counted for nothing at the moment. Your idea is not bad, but you still need to tell me how to go about it specifically. Du Jie suddenly felt that this suggestion was quite good. At least it would make others feel it was fair. If someone was willing to take a little loss, then the others would have nothing to say. If someone still complained after the greatest loss was taken, Du Jie could simply ask them if they wanted to swap places with him. Then surely no one would agree. If Zhao Ziyi were to wake up at this moment, he would pay great attention to such matters. If anyone was unwilling or dissatisfied, Zhao Ziyi would certainly step in immediately. But since Zhao Ziyi remained unconscious, all the responsibility naturally fell on Du Jie's shoulders. If Du Jie could not set this example, then he would likely be unable to hold on to his position as deputy captain. Du Jie was a reasonable man, so upon hearing Luo Zhikai's suggestion, he was willing to accept it immediately. However, Luo Zhikai had not yet provided a concrete and feasible plan, so it still seemed somewhat like empty talk. Nodding slightly, Du Jie continued to ask, since you were able to propose this suggestion, you must have a relatively good method in mind. If you have any approach, please let me know directly, so I can implement it concretely. Du Jie's words immediately furrowed Luo Zhikai's brow. At first, Luo Zhikai hadn't given it much thought, but if someone was willing to take the lead, and that person held a significant position, then the matter could naturally be handled exceptionally well. Luo Zhikai could see this quite clearly. Many things are not so simple that they can be done well directly, let alone when Luo Zhikai had just arrived at this place and was not familiar with so many people. Moreover, someone had even grabbed his collar right at the beginning, an attitude that left Luo Zhikai deeply dissatisfied. Although Luo Zhikai bore some responsibility for the entire incident, he was by no means the primary party at fault. Therefore, even at this moment, he still could not recover from what had happened at the very beginning. The question Du Jie asked Luo Zhikai was originally something Luo Zhikai had proactively raised to him, so now it had nothing to do with Luo Zhikai at all. Whether it could be adopted depended entirely on Du Jie's own comprehension. If Luo Zhikai couldn't think of another solution, to be honest, it had little to do with him. Having thought of this, Luo Zhikai continued, actually we could decide by drawing lots. Everything is left to fate, so this method is quite fair. In fact, this method had just occurred to Luo Zhikai. If he failed to deliver at this critical moment, no one would be able to bear the responsibility. Unfortunately, Luo Zhikai had only just arrived here, so he was not very familiar with many things. Even under the current circumstances, Du Jie would still give it some thought. He nodded, effectively adopting the other strategy. Luo Zhikai's ideas were not yet mature. If Zhao Ziyi had been the one to think, he would have chosen a better method. However, Zhao Ziyi was now unconscious, so they had to rely on others for advice. Luo Zhikai's suggestions to Du Jie were still commendable, at least proving that even if Zhao Ziyi never woke up, it wasn't a major problem. Others also possessed such capabilities. Still, Zhao Ziyi was a comprehensive talent. When faced with an issue, his mind would also be a flurry of panic. It was only after experiencing a great many things that one became relatively calm at this moment. The suggestion Luo Zhikai had proposed was sufficient to deal with the current problem. Everyone might have some minor complaints in their hearts, but nothing too serious. Still, Du Jie placed greater importance on the matter. If anyone was unsatisfied, Du Jie would help resolve those issues for each person at the first opportunity. You are all taking things too seriously. You simply don't understand what I'm trying to convey. But even if you have grievances in your hearts, you can voice them directly to me. There is no problem with that. Du Jie walked before the survivors and spoke to them like this. Then someone did express their dissatisfaction directly. Du Jie merely smiled faintly, not taking the others' words to heart. Even if the most venomous words were spoken before him, it was no issue. Du Jie did not care about such things. However, if someone questioned the management strategy, Du Jie would certainly pay close attention. Because whenever a question arose, it indicated that some individuals were dissatisfied. If not resolved in time, this discontent could easily spread to many others. Vice Captain, we understand everything you've said, but deep down we feel a bit unconvinced. If someone gets to leave early, why shouldn't it be me first? This thought kept troubling me, but feels somewhat unfair. One of the bolder individuals directly questioned Du Jie. Nodding, Du Jie actually appreciated the other's perspective and the courage to speak out directly. This very act earned Du Jie's admiration. Now Du Jie responded calmly. Then I have a solution right now. It mainly requires each of you to cooperate a little. If everyone is unwilling to cooperate with me, then no matter how much I say, it will be futile. Du Jie's calm words were quite satisfactory to everyone. However, even at this point, there was no way to change things. Du Jie's method had not yet been spoken, and some people had already mentally prepared themselves. I always strive to be fair and just in my actions, and I am self-aware enough to know that you all are somewhat unconvinced by me. You think in your hearts, why should this person be the vice captain? Yet I am just an ordinary person. Every one of you must have this thought right. Du Jie saw through the thoughts in everyone's hearts, and thus directly posed the question to them in a calm tone. The others looked at each other, unable to respond to Du Jie's words in time. There was simply no good way out. If an accident truly occurred, then only those in higher positions would have to take responsibility. But Du Jie, though seemingly making no contribution to this lake island, was actually working hard every day and serving everyone diligently. It was just that the others had not yet personally experienced it. Du Jie had always been aware of this situation, but he said nothing. Resentment would sometimes arise in his heart. He was still merely a deputy captain. Without the support of others, things would likely be quite troublesome. In Du Jie's view, the petty calculations in everyone's hearts had to be resolved as soon as possible. He needed to make everyone truly believe in him. Now Du Jie formally stated, I have a solution for you all. I believe you will all be willing to accept it. We shall decide everyone's fate through a lottery draw. With this method, you should have no complaints, correct? Du Jie shook his head, slightly seeming to understand the difficulties Zhao Ziyi had faced. Managing dozens of people was already challenging, let alone more. A trace of exhaustion crossed Du Jie's mind, but he could not show it openly. Thus, he calmly proposed this approach to everyone. After hearing Du Jie's words, everyone fell into deep thought, uncertain of what they should do. If matters could not be properly resolved from the very beginning, Du Jie would encounter numerous troubles. Of this Du Jie was well aware. You may voice any thoughts you have. At the very least, do not wait until later to regret and make excuses. Since there is still time, come forward and share your ideas now. Du Jie said this calmly to everyone. Previously, Luo Zhikai had offered Du Jie this advice, which Du Jie had genuinely appreciated. Seeing that everyone remained hesitant, Du Jie continued, This method is quite reasonable. If any of you have objections, please raise them directly with me. It is of no consequence. Luo Zhikai had stood nearby the entire time, watching Du Jie coldly. He found that Du Jie was a decent person, handling matters fairly without relying on his position as vice captain to show off authority. Du Jie always conducted himself with proper restraint, largely learning from Zhao Ziyi's approach to handling situations. If anyone here has a better suggestion, feel free to share it. As long as the idea is sound, I will never refuse. Du Jie calmly addressed the entire group. In essence, this was a precaution to ease everyone's concerns. In the past, Du Jie would never have spoken so openly. But now everything he did no longer represented only himself. To casually voice personal thoughts at such a time would be far too hasty. Keeping these thoughts quietly in mind, Du Jie was not entirely unchanged. Yet one thing remained constant, his conscience. This reminded him always that all survivors must be treated equally, without any bias. Should anyone suffer injustice, Du Jie would naturally bear the responsibility. Of this he had no complaints. With his head lowered in silence, Du Jie had long been a man of few words. But now he needed to let everyone feel his sincerity. I know some of you may not be entirely willing, but that is all right. Choosing by lottery is comparatively fairer. Du Jie said this calmly, then added, since I serve as your vice captain, I must take responsibility for each of you in everything I do. Therefore let me be the last to depart today. Captain Zhao Ziyi will also return to Lake Hard Island in the final group. If anyone remains unwilling, come forward and find me. Let us see whether you wish to exchange this arrangement with me. Upon hearing Du Jie's words, everyone finally felt truly convinced. Du Jie was remarkably bold. To prevent any grievances, he offered no further explanation. Hearing his words, everyone raised their heads to look at Du Jie, their gaze completely different from before. It seems Luo Zhikai's advice was quite useful. At least some people appear willing to accept my proposal. Du Jie murmured silently in his heart. Du Jie had no intention of letting others know that Luo Zhikai had offered the strategy. Otherwise it might easily lead to further complications. Du Jie preferred to play it safe, and without assurance he would never proceed. However, Luo Zhikai clearly understood everyone's attitude. He thought quietly to himself, although this method is quite good, it seems few are willing to accept it. Perhaps my approach was somewhat flawed. Even in such a situation, Luo Zhikai had no way to change anything. He could only silently accept the circumstances, powerless to alter what would come. Seeing that everyone had no further objections, Du Jie said nothing more. He understood well that too many words often lead to mistakes. He quickly instructed Huang Jiang and De Mao to organize the lottery draw. Zhao Ziyi had always placed great trust in Huang Jiang and De Mao, and now Du Jie naturally entrusted them with the task. Fortunately, De Mao and Huang Jiang were remarkably reliable. They had always treated Du Jie with respect, and even now neither raised any doubts. The three quickly organized everyone for the lottery draw. In the end, the group was divided into two waves. Du Jie repeatedly instructed Huang Jiang to lead the group carefully and ensure nothing went wrong. Huang Jiang promised, Vice Captain, leave it to me. You can rest assured. Nodding with satisfaction, Du Jie watched as 5 speedboats set off immediately. Loaded with survivors, they headed toward Lake Hard Island. The two groups returned to the island in succession. To avoid unnecessary trouble on the island, no one was informed of Zhao Ziyi's coma. Inside the speedboat, the roaring sea wind and the sound of waves crashing against the hull continuously disturbed Zhao Ziyi's rest. His eyelids twitched slightly. This subtle movement immediately caught everyone's attention, especially Du Jie, who was by Zhao Ziyi's side. Du Jie grew startled and quickly leaned down, calling out softly, Captain, are you awake? Hearing the call, Zhao Ziyi merely uttered a soft offering his reply. Du Jie's heart raced with excitement. He had originally planned to shout the good news to the surviving brothers on the other speedboats, but the captain had just woken up and was still weak, needing a period of quiet recuperation. So Du Jie only relayed the matter to the men on the same speedboat. Captain, you're finally awake. That's wonderful. The survivors crowded around, greeting Zhao Ziyi with such enthusiasm. Zhao Ziyi was still very weak, so he had no energy to respond to their words. He merely nodded slightly, which served as a greeting. Everyone was still very excited about Zhao Ziyi's awakening. Then Du Jie said in a low voice, Don't shout. Don't disturb the captain's rest. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone tactfully fell silent, not uttering a single word. In fact, everyone was well aware that Zhao Ziyi was not injured at all. He had simply been fighting for too long, and now desperately needed an extended period of rest. How long have I slept? Lying on the speedboat, Zhao Ziyi felt full of vitality, yet his body still felt a bit soft and weak. He needed to stretch his limbs. He asked Du Jie beside him in a casual tone. Du Jie quickly replied, Captain, you've been asleep for a full day and night. The assessment period has ended, so I took the liberty of having everyone return to the lake island. We're on our way back now. After a pause, Du Jie added, You still look a bit weak. You must be starving, right? Now he didn't feel too tired. Upon hearing Du Jie's reminder, his stomach immediately began to growl. Zhao Ziyi smiled and said, I am a bit hungry. Is there anything to eat? Yes, we have food. But we're still on the speedboat. Let's have something to settle your stomach first. When we get back to the island, we'll have Chef Nan Wei make a feast for you. Du Jie said cheerfully. Now that Zhao Ziyi had awakened and appeared to be in good condition, all major and minor matters could be left to Zhao Ziyi to decide. Having truly taken charge of the situation, Du Jie found it extremely difficult, and thus admired Zhao Ziyi even more. He held great respect for Zhao Ziyi, which was why he had always supported him. That's not necessary. I'll just eat a little something, and my strength will naturally return, Zhao Ziyi said calmly. He had been too tired and sleepy before now. As long as he filled his stomach, there would be no other issues. Zhao Ziyi's words left Du Jie speechless. It was certainly a cause for celebration that Zhao Ziyi had single-handedly eliminated most of the zombies in the urban area of Fujian. But Zhao Ziyi regarded such matters with great indifference, even unconcerned. He was not numb, but he did not think what he had done was particularly great. Everything was just normal, and there was no need to consider too much. Captain, many things happened while you were unconscious. If you hadn't woken up, I really wouldn't have known what to do. Du Jie said this to Zhao Ziyi, clearly overjoyed at his awakening. Zhao Ziyi said in a deep voice, "You've worked hard during this time. I'll teach you more about management in the future, so you'll know how to handle things on your own." It seemed Zhao Ziyi had high hopes for Du Jie. If not, he would not have kept asking Du Jie to help him with affairs even now. Now he had to find someone with outstanding abilities and management skills as soon as possible. In the future, Zhao Ziyi would often lead the team on scavenging expeditions. If no one helped him take care of the rear, the consequences would be unimaginable. If you encounter any problems in the future and don't know how to solve them, feel free to ask me. That way you'll gain experience through practice. Zhao Ziyi said this to him calmly. Du Jie naturally followed Zhao Ziyi's advice, so he always listened respectfully to everything Zhao Ziyi said. Nodding, Du Jie replied, "Captain, rest assured. I will adapt to all this as soon as possible. If I encounter anything I don't understand, I'll come to you for advice." Previously, Du Jie was the first follower to support Zhao Ziyi on the island. Now in everything he did, he still looked to Zhao Ziyi as his leader. Zhao Ziyi was actually quite satisfied. It was a good thing to have someone so sensible, but handling other matters was still somewhat difficult. While you were on the island, did anything unusual happen? For example, the movements of each person, or any complaints from the survivors I sent back? Zhao Ziyi was helped up by the other person, and then asked Du Jie this. First he found some food and handed it to Zhao Ziyi. Then Du Jie replied, "No major incidents, but small ones kept cropping up. For example, the vegetable shed needed more seeds, and a young couple had a quarrel. I've been mediating all along." Nodding, Zhao Ziyi could see that the other party had been doing his best. So he said, "You've really worked hard during this time. Once I return to the island, you won't have to deal with so many things every day. I'll set up a dedicated office for you and give you a few assistants. To be honest, Captain, I do have some helpers. They are all my trusted confidants. If there's trouble, they come to help me." Du Jie said seriously. But Zhao Ziyi clearly didn't care about that. He continued, "Trusted confidants aren't necessarily capable. They might be useful for running errands, but for giving advice and resolving disputes, you still need assistance. Otherwise, you won't be able to handle everything alone." After a pause, Zhao Ziyi added, "If you have your eye on any talented people, just bring them up to me. I'll generally agree." Zhao Ziyi's way of speaking was relatively safe, but it wouldn't offend anyone. There were still some talented people in the team, and Zhao Ziyi naturally didn't want to give them up. So if he were to give Du Jie some talented people, as long as they weren't selected from those he had his eye on in the team, Zhao Ziyi would generally approve. "Actually, I've noticed one talented person. That person is very capable, good at giving advice, and has a sharp mind." Du Jie smiled faintly, clearly having observed for quite some time. Zhao Ziyi asked, "Do you only need one assistant? In that case, if we encounter more troublesome matters in the future, even two people might not be able to handle them." Hearing Zhao Ziyi's serious words, Du Jie continued, "Captain, you need not worry too much. The island is currently short of hands, but there aren't that many people either. With two people handling affairs, and with you overseeing the overall situation, I believe there should be no problems for now." Zhao Ziyi found this reasonable. If truly difficult matters arose, he would naturally step in to help. This was something he would certainly agree to. Nodding, Zhao Ziyi said, "All right then. For now, I want to continue building the island and make it better and better. But if you ever find yourself overwhelmed, you must tell me directly. Never hide anything. When I get back, I'll immediately allocate a room for you as an office dedicated to handling island affairs." After a brief pause, Zhao Ziyi suddenly asked, "By the way, after all this talk, you haven't mentioned who it is you want as your assistant." A slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth, Du Jie replied, "Actually, this talent was brought in by you, Captain. It's Luo Zhikai. Previously, when the brothers had minor disputes during the island boarding process, it was all thanks to Luo Zhikai's advice and strategies that we could return so smoothly. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have known what to do by now." Thinking of Luo Zhikai, Zhao Ziyi suddenly had a moment of realization and nodded, saying, "So it's him. It seems Luo Zhikai really did come. That fellow has decent strength too. Back then he alone could attract a large number of zombies. Clearly his mind works faster than others." Zhao Ziyi had no particular aversion to Luo Zhikai, even speaking well of him. But at this moment Luo Zhikai couldn't hear the praise, as he had already arrived on Lake Hard Island with the first batch of speedboats. By now he was probably gathered with a large group in the cafeteria. After training in the city center for a while, everyone felt they had gained considerable experience. At least they had encountered zombie hordes and fought hand-to-hand with the undead. Returning to Lake Hart Island, everyone felt a rare sense of familiarity. If Zhao Ziyi hadn't sent them to train in the city center, most would probably not have understood what Lake Hart Island truly meant. Many might have thought it was just a place to live. But after truly facing so many dangers, everyone couldn't help but feel that Lake Hart Island was a home, a place filled with warmth. There was safe protection and a beautiful environment with nearly all facilities fully equipped. Basically, there was nothing more anyone could ask for. At that moment, Huang Jiang instructed everyone gather in the cafeteria to rest first. Once the second batch of brothers arrives, we'll have a proper gathering together to celebrate the successful completion of this assessment. Great. Everyone applauded in approval, satisfied with Huang Jiang's suggestion. After experiencing so much, they had all come to cherish their current lives even more. Many survivor residents gathered around, as well, including family members of the team. Fortunately, this assessment mission resulted in no casualties. Only 12 people were eliminated. For those who remained, such spots had become increasingly precious. Zhao Ziyi had stated from the beginning that the combat team would only consist of 20 people. If there were too many, future operations wouldn't be as convenient. Zhao Ziyi was well aware of this, but no one had been able to tell him who exactly would meet these conditions. What Zhao Ziyi needed were team members who were bold and willing to fight with excellent overall qualities. They absolutely couldn't show fear in front of zombies. Otherwise, they had no right to join the team at all. Zhao Ziyi had always been paying attention to these matters, but even now he still couldn't finalize the team roster. There were too many people wanting to join the team, so layers of screening were necessary. Those who managed to make it to the end might not necessarily be the strongest or the most suitable, but it was the fairest method. Everyone would be convinced. If you were eliminated for lacking skill, who would dare to say a word against it? Huang Jiang invited everyone to take their seats in the cafeteria. A large number of residents also came to celebrate. In particular, Fang Chuyi and Wei Shiyu had arrived at the shore of Lake Hart Island early in the morning, waiting for Zhao Ziyi's return. Zhao Ziyi had led the team out for 3 days. What exactly had happened, the two sisters weren't sure. They only knew that yesterday Zhao Ziyi had required everyone to donate their vital energy. Fang Chuyi and Wei Shiyu naturally received this message as well and donated all their vital energy without hesitation. Many people were now somewhat weakened, but they were slowly recovering overall. It wasn't a major problem. Fang Chuyi kept scanning the crowd, then pulled a team member aside and asked, "Excuse me, where is your captain, Zhao?" The captain. He. The team member was momentarily at a loss for words. Everyone in the team knew about Zhao Ziyi's unconsciousness, but they weren't aware that the captain had already woken up. Du Jie had previously instructed them never to tell the island residents about such matters to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Now this team member's mind went blank, and facing the captain's wife, he was momentarily speechless. His gaze kept shifting elsewhere, deliberately trying to avoid Fang Chuyi's eyes. Seeing the other person in such a state, Fang Chuyi immediately furrowed her brows, vaguely sensing that something was wrong. If Zhao Ziyi were fine, people would naturally tell her directly. But this hesitant and stuttering manner immediately made Fang Chuyi suspicious. Huang Jiang, standing not far away, immediately noticed the situation and hurried over. With a smile, he explained to Fang Chuyi's sister-in-law, "You don't know this, but the captain is still at the shore boarding the boat. He should be back shortly. No need to worry too much." Fang Chuyi was half convinced. Just then cheers suddenly erupted from the shore. "They're all back. The captain is awake." Upon hearing the call, all the residents on the island lifted their heads and gazed into the distance. They saw Zhao Ziyi standing energetically on a speedboat with waves relentlessly splashing against his face. Zhao Ziyi could no longer feel any pain. Having cultivated an indestructible body, such a mild sting was utterly insignificant to him. "Captain, do you hear those calls? Now your status in everyone's heart has truly been established," Du Jie said to Zhao Ziyi with great seriousness. Zhao Ziyi's heart was still filled with excitement. After being away for so long, he deeply cared for those he had been longing for. Stepping off the speedboat, Zhao Ziyi immediately said to everyone, "How have you been on the island?" Before anyone could respond, his gaze fell upon his two wives not far away. As Zhao Ziyi's wives Fang Chuyi and Wei Shiyu enjoyed very high status on the island. Many addressed them as sisters-in-law, and the residents tried their best to fulfill any needs they had. "Honey, you're finally back. Have you been tired these past few days?" Fang Chuyi immediately asked Zhao Ziyi. Wei Shiyu also showed great concern for Zhao Ziyi and quickly asked, "Honey, are you hungry? What would you like to eat? I've been learning to cook from Master Nen these past few days. Do you want me to show you my skills?" A slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Zhao Ziyi said, "No rush, there will be plenty of time later. I still have something to do now. Both of you please stand aside for a moment." Zhao Ziyi did not want his wives to stay by his side constantly, as that would make him appear too sentimental. Fang Chuyi and Wei Shiyu were obedient. Hearing Zhao Ziyi's words, they immediately stepped aside, not daring to disturb his work. Then under everyone's watchful eyes, Zhao Ziyi walked before each person and called out loudly, "Your first round of assessment is over. Aren't you happy?" Hearing the captain's question and seeing Zhao Ziyi awake, everyone's spirits were naturally very high. Especially after returning to the island, each person felt excited and responded in unison, "Happy. But seeing Zhao Ziyi's stern, cold expression made everyone uneasy. He then added, "Don't think that just because you're back you've passed the assessment. Let me tell you now, originally 66 members participated in the assessment. Over the past few days 12 were eliminated. One survivor, Luo Zhika, joined midway. Now there are 55 members." Zhao Ziyi said this loudly to everyone. His main intention was to make sure everyone heard clearly, otherwise some might feel discontent. Even though Zhao Ziyi had slaughtered tens of thousands of zombies, he could not afford to be complacent. He had always been very strict with himself, which was why he addressed them so seriously at this moment. "What does the captain mean? Is he planning to cut people now?" A member muttered under his breath. Even though the voice was low, Zhao Ziyi still heard it clearly. He immediately said, "You guessed right. What I'm telling you now is preparation for the upcoming layoffs." Pausing, Zhao Ziyi continued, "I've seen everything you've done these 3 days. I told you before that you must be united in everything, but when it came to resources like food, you all scrambled for them, without caring about others' feelings." Now that the words were laid out, no one could refute them, because what the captain said was completely true. Everyone lowered their heads in shame. Each person knew in their heart who had done such things. Zhao Ziyi was always very serious in his work, so he could never tolerate such behavior. Although he wanted to cultivate a wolf-like spirit in everyone, this was absolutely not the way to do it. "I do things with clear principles. Since you couldn't follow what I said, don't blame me for being harsh." Zhao Ziyi said this to everyone with great severity, who had committed these acts of robbery and plunder. Everyone knew in their hearts, and Zhao Ziyi didn't need to say more. He simply stated, "Those of you who did these things, step forward voluntarily. Don't force me to expose you." Zhao Ziyi's words struck deep into everyone's hearts. No one knew exactly how to handle this, but Zhao Ziyi had already decided on the method of dealing with it long ago. "Since you won't listen to my orders and do whatever you please, then there will be no chance for you to do much more in the future." Zhao Ziyi said calmly, then added, "Those who committed robbery and plunder, step forward. Don't make me urge you again." Zhao Ziyi was still willing to give them face. Even though he made this decision in front of the residents, he allowed them to admit their mistakes. It was better to correct mistakes voluntarily, but if they concealed it, the result would be Zhao Ziyi exposing them publicly. "Being pointed out by me in front of so many people would definitely make you feel bad," Zhao Ziyi said calmly. He knew this, which was why he believed they would voluntarily admit their mistakes. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited until now to speak to them. During the assessment, no one had taken responsibility, but now that the assessment was over, it was fine to point it out. As soon as he finished speaking, a few people stepped forward first. Since someone had taken the lead, several others followed suit, all lowering their heads, apparently aware of their mistakes. "Captain, we all know we were wrong. We really want to stay in the team. What we did before was wrong, and we will definitely change. We will also apologize to those we robbed." A team member who was articulate quickly stepped forward to apologize to Zhao Ziyi. Zhao Ziyi had once been an immature youth, but after experiencing so much, he had matured considerably, perhaps even more discerning about people than some far older individuals. Seeing the sincerity in their expressions, Zhao Ziyi gave a slight nod and said, "I am strict in my dealings, but I am never unreasonable. I understand how you all feel." He paused, then continued, "Since you are all willing to remain in the team, I am naturally pleased. However, I must also insist that you abide by the rules we established. Without rules, there can be no order, a principle I trust you understand better than anyone." Hearing these words, everyone's hearts sank. They had no idea what further measures the captain might impose. They kept their heads bowed, daring not to offer any excuses, for the fault truly lay with them. "You may continue to be part of the team, but you must take responsibility for your past actions. As I said from the beginning, unity is essential. No matter the circumstances, you must never act solely for your own benefit. If you are too selfish in your conduct, no one will ever help you again. And when you need assistance, why would anyone lend a hand?" Zhao Ziyi spoke in a calm, measured tone. Such moral lessons were not lost on the group. Having weathered many experiences themselves, they understood these principles well. Yet in the heat of the moment, they often struggled to navigate relationships properly. After a quick head count, Zhao Ziyi noticed that none of them dared to play games with him. He was satisfied with this. At least it spared him the need to lose his temper further. "It seems you are all showing a degree of self-awareness. Very well, I will give you one final chance. Apologize to those you wronged, and if they are willing to forgive you, you may remain in the team and continue with the next round of assessments." Zhao Ziyi said this with quiet authority. The group fully understood Zhao Ziyi's methods and dared not attempt any deceit. They trusted that his words were absolute. If they had tried to hide anything, they knew exactly what consequences would follow, far worse than anything he had just proposed. "I always act with fairness and justice. If they are willing to forgive you, you may stay in the team." Zhao Ziyi made this promise to each of them. Hearing his assurance, everyone set out to find the individuals they had bullied. In truth, they had not gone too far. Driven only by near starvation and desperation, they had resorted to seizing food. "I am sorry. I was wrong. I hope you can forgive me and let the past remain in the past." Such pleas for forgiveness echoed throughout the crowd. Seeing this scene, Zhao Ziyi felt a sense of satisfaction. Such matters were not unforgivable. Everyone had been living in peace up to this point, and while the incident had been frustrating in the moment, time had allowed tempers to cool. Zhao Ziyi then continued, "In this post-apocalyptic world, we survivors are like family. Only by standing together hand in hand can we truly survive. 3 days apart, and one must view him with new eyes." The captain's authority grows ever stronger. Nearly everyone now follows his lead. Watching the scene unfold, someone couldn't help but sigh with emotion. "Captain, now that everything is settled, may we brothers go eat? Master Nanwei has prepared a feast in the cafeteria and is waiting for us." Zhao Ziyi nodded. He was a reasonable man, and since everyone was hungry, he saw no reason to deny them the chance to eat their fill. Zhao Ziyi then led his 2 wives directly to the cafeteria on Lake Heart Island. "Let's go see what delicious dishes Master Nan has prepared." A faint smile graced Zhao Ziyi's lips as he held Feng Chuyi's hand in his left and Wei Shiyu's in his right. To any observer, he was a man who had won at life. The 2 beautiful women of Lake Heart Island were both Zhao Ziyi's wives, and the people under his command were deeply loyal. They worked diligently and cooperated willingly, eager to follow Zhao Ziyi's orders. They would not dare to head to the cafeteria until Zhao Ziyi gave his approval. If he had refused, none of them would have dared to eat. "Look at yourself. How could you have been so harsh just now?" Feng Chuyi said this to Zhao Ziyi. When he had reprimanded the survivors earlier, his sternness had nearly frightened her as well. Fortunately, Zhao Ziyi was always gentle with his 2 wives. He smiled at them softly and said, "Very well, I promise to be gentler with them in the future. Does that satisfy you?" Feng Chuyi pretended to be angry, pouting as she said, "Your anger earlier truly frightened me." Hearing this, Zhao Ziyi quickly wrapped his arms around her and spoke softly, "Then I was wrong. I will never raise my voice at you again. Please don't be upset, okay?" The tone was almost coquettish. If anyone else had heard it, they would have been astonished. The great hero who had slain countless zombies was so devoted to pleasing his wife. But this was not fear of his wife. Zhao Ziyi simply loved his wives deeply, and it was this love that made him so tender and protective toward them. Hearing his promise, Feng Chuyi naturally had no intention of continuing to press him. She said, "Then let's go eat. You must not have had proper meals in the city center these past few days." Feng Chuyi cared deeply for Zhao Ziyi, otherwise she would not have been so attentive to his well-being. Zhao Ziyi nodded and replied, "Don't worry, I know how to take care of myself. There simply wasn't much time to cook, so I subsisted on instant noodles and other quick meals." These words only made Feng Chuyi more concerned. She quickly said, "Then you should hurry to the cafeteria to eat. There might not even be any seats left." "Honey, don't worry about that. There will definitely be seats. I'm a captain after all. They'll surely save a spot for me to eat." Zhao Ziyi said with a smile. Feng Chuyi replied, "You're such a smooth talker. Stop standing around here and go eat." Zhao Ziyi nodded, then continued to hold Feng Chuyi's and Wei Shiyu's hands as they quickly walked into the cafeteria. The survivor members inside the cafeteria saw Zhao Ziyi and stood up one after another, saying to him, "Captain, there's plenty of delicious food here. We've all been waiting for you." Faced with their respectful attitude, Zhao Ziyi didn't feel particularly flattered. He gradually pushed aside his past as a poor boy to avoid the contrast with his current status. If he kept dwelling on those memories, it would inevitably constrain him in everything he did. "Don't be so polite. You all must be starving. Eat while it's hot." Zhao Ziyi waved his hand to tell everyone not to be too formal. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone began to eat. Zhao Ziyi led his 2 wives to the main seat. He had repeatedly instructed that everyone should be treated equally and no special meals should be prepared for him. Nanwei, the head chef, had always been fair and impartial. Even without Zhao Ziyi's instructions, he would never act otherwise. Despite that, there was still an abundance of delicious food on the table. Zhao Ziyi picked up his chopsticks and immediately put a slice of meat into his mouth and chewed. Those meat products were no longer very fresh. They were all stored in the cold storage. Nanwei planned to use the food as quickly as possible. Since such meat products could no longer be produced, every meal meant one less portion for everyone. "But even if the meat is all gone, I will never let anyone go hungry," Nanwei said calmly, but these thoughts were only in his own mind. Apart from Nanwei, only Zhao Ziyi truly knew the current state of the food supplies. There were nearly 300 residents on the island. Zhao Ziyi called on everyone to be self-sufficient by cultivating farmland on the island. The geographical environment of the island was quite favorable, and the climate was good, so growing vegetables would yield results quickly. Unfortunately, even so, food supplies were still running low. Zhao Ziyi still had a large amount of food stored in his ring. If it were given to these 300 people, even if they did no work for half a year, they would still not starve. Zhao Ziyi didn't mind this. Only by giving could there be gain. What he was doing now would never make him regret it. Looking at the scene before him, Zhao Ziyi couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Many survivor members were eating, but they had no idea how much food was actually left. "Captain, today we're celebrating for you. The entire island's residents know that you wiped out a large group of zombies. The news has spread to every household. Your prestige is definitely the highest on the island. An elderly survivor sitting at the same table gave Zhao Ziyi a thumbs up and couldn't stop praising him. Zhao Ziyi felt a bit embarrassed. This was actually a very ordinary thing, not worth being exaggerated by everyone. But if everyone still wanted to respect him, Zhao Ziyi naturally wouldn't refuse. That's up to you. Actually, killing zombies is my duty. There's no difference at all. You don't need to pay too much attention to it. Zhao Ziyi said calmly, then picked up some vegetables and put them into Feng Shui's and Wei Shui's bowls. This heartwarming scene was noticed by everyone. It was evident that Zhao Ziyi was very family-oriented, dedicated to the island's residents, brave in fighting zombies, and attentive to his family. Such a man was certainly an object of admiration for many. Zhao Ziyi paid no attention to others' gazes and simply focused on being himself. During the meal, Chef Nan Wei slowly walked over to Zhao Ziyi, leaned down, and whispered, "Captain, do you have a moment? There are some things I need to report to you." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziyi immediately frowned. Seeing Nan Wei's expression, it was certainly nothing good. Zhao Ziyi was always accurate in judging situations. If good things didn't happen and bad things kept coming, Zhao Ziyi would be very unhappy no matter what. After thinking about it, Zhao Ziyi immediately said to Nan Wei, "Chef Nan, can't this wait until after the meal?" Nan Wei looked somewhat embarrassed standing beside Zhao Ziyi. In fact, he didn't want to disturb Zhao Ziyi's meal time, but this matter had to be dealt with quickly, or otherwise other problems would only become more troublesome later. Problems should be resolved as soon as they arise, never put off. If they were postponed, it might be easier at first, but when a pile of issues accumulated, they would have to be dealt with all at once, and it might be impossible to handle them. All right, let's talk somewhere else. Zhao Ziyi wiped his hands, then stood up immediately and said to the others, "Eat and drink well, everyone. Don't waste any food. Don't worry, Captain. We'll clean our plates. Not a single grain left," someone shouted cheerfully to Zhao Ziyi. Zhao Ziyi nodded and said nothing more, but Nan Wei immediately frowned, looking troubled. Seeing Nan Wei's expression, Zhao Ziyi also felt that the matter was not to be underestimated. The two left the cafeteria and went to a secluded place. Zhao Ziyi began to ask Nan Wei, "Chef Nan, what's troubling you? If there's anything, you can tell me directly. As long as I can solve it, I will do my best to help you." This was the duty of a captain, so Zhao Ziyi would never miss any opportunity. Zhao Ziyi was fairly clear on this point. Just then Nan Wei began to speak. "Captain, you may not know this, but the harvest on the island has not been good, and the daily consumption of food is extremely high." The moment Nan Wei opened his mouth, Zhao Ziyi could roughly grasp what he intended to convey. He immediately replied, "It's about the food issue, isn't it? Whatever help you need, just say the word. You're the expert in this area. How can we ensure everyone is well fed, while still managing to save a bit on provisions?" Zhao Ziyi was well aware of the food situation on Huxin Island, as the two of them were the only ones who truly understood it. After a moment's thought, he added, "I still have some food reserves. If the island's supplies truly run out, just let me know. My stock can hold out for a while." As soon as he said this, Nan Wei shook his head in refusal. It hasn't come to that yet. But if the food supply isn't balanced, even the largest reserves will be useless. Nan Wei's words carried a deeper meaning. On Huxin Island, there were still people dedicated to growing grain and vegetables, yet even that made no difference. Everyone knew that the island's residents needed to eat every day. 300 mouths to feed 3 meals a day. Nan Wei had to prepare an enormous amount of provisions daily. Day after day the consumption continued, but the growth of grain and vegetables could not be sped up, leading to a constant deficit. This situation must be made known to the captain. Food is the first necessity of the people. I'm sure the captain understands its importance. We need to discuss exactly what to do. Nan Wei said this to Zhao Ziyi in a calm tone. Zhao Ziyi merely nodded. He was well aware that if this matter was not handled properly, countless troubles would arise, something that no one needed. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Ziyi said, "I think we don't need to let others know about this. It would only cause widespread panic." The initial intention was good, but it was misplaced. From the very beginning, Zhao Ziyi had been unable to leave the island, and Nan Wei was unwilling to trouble the captain. Since becoming the captain of Huxin Island, Zhao Ziyi had been overwhelmed with countless tasks, everything requiring his personal attention. Nan Wei knew that Zhao Ziyi was still young. To manage such a large group of people at such a young age must have placed immense pressure on him. Fully aware of this, Nan Wei was reluctant to impose on him. Yet the more this was the case, the more Zhao Ziyi could not shirk his responsibility. Food was the most critical issue on the island, and it was impossible for Nan Wei to bear it alone. In fact, I am also at fault. I should have explained everything to Zhao Ziyi from the very beginning. Now having to trouble the captain again, I feel truly guilty," Nan Wei said softly. But judging by Nan Wei's expression, Zhao Ziyi knew he was not lying. Nan Wei was a 5-star chef, not only exceptionally skilled in cooking, but also of impeccable character. That was why Zhao Ziyi had entrusted the grain storehouse to him and put him in charge of everyone's meals. "Actually, you've done the right thing. There's no need to blame yourself at all. You can rest assured on that point. Don't carry any psychological burden, understand?" Zhao Ziyi explained to Nan Wei. He was well aware of Nan Wei's good intentions, and even so there was absolutely no reason to refuse. Zhao Ziyi said calmly, everyone's meals need improvement. Right now I know you've been using up the meat first to prevent it from spoiling. Am I correct? Hearing Zhao Ziyi's question, Nan Wei felt there was no need to hide it, so he quickly nodded. Meat spoils easily. Rather than let it go bad and cause diarrhea, it's better to use it all up at once. But have you considered what will happen if everyone gorges on meat and fish every day, and then the meat runs out? Just think about it. You can probably imagine how they'll feel. Zhao Ziyi said calmly. These words struck a chord with Nan Wei. In fact, he had thought about this problem long ago, but with no one to help him find a solution, he had simply kept silent. Now that Zhao Ziyi was personally helping him solve the problem, Nan Wei felt that everything was no longer as difficult as before. Even if the food ran out, as long as Captain Zhao Ziyi was there would surely be a way to deal with it. Zhao Ziyi had always understood these principles, yet even so there was no problem. He knew that no one else could solve this issue, so he had to step in. But if he couldn't solve the food shortage, everyone else would be in serious trouble. If the food truly disappeared one day, the others would likely starve to death. At the thought of this, Nan Wei couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. He dared not even imagine what would happen next. Have you heard of artificial meat? If we can actually develop it, even if all the current meat is consumed, it won't matter. Zhao Ziyi said to Nan Wei. In fact, Nan Wei's idea was to ask Zhao Ziyi to find some poultry or livestock from outside, so they could be raised conveniently. But that idea was immediately dismissed. After all, this was the apocalypse, a land that yielded nothing. It was already a stroke of luck for these survivors to have found refuge on this lake island, and everyone knew full well that the food supply would eventually run out. If they couldn't achieve self-sufficiency in food as soon as possible, the consequences would be dire. Even if I knew that, what am I supposed to do about it? To be honest, I'm just a cook, not a scientist. There's no way I can just whip up some artificial meat out of thin air. Nan Wei shrugged, clearly unconvinced by Zhao Ziyi's suggestion. But Zhao Ziyi pressed on. I'm not asking you to research it alone. I'll assign more people to assist you, and I'll step up scavenging to see if we can find any other creatures. If those creatures haven't been infected, we might be able to have some real meat. After saying this, Zhao Ziyi added, I used to think we had enough food, but after what you've said, it seems our provisions are quite precious. If we handle them carelessly, the results could be unimaginable. He paused, then continued, Chef Nan, there's something else I must stress to you. Absolutely, do not tell any resident on this island that our food is running out. That could easily cause panic. I still think it's unnecessary to alarm everyone. Zhao Ziyi's calm words didn't sit well with Nan Wei. He frowned and said, in my opinion, it's better to tell everyone. That way they can be more frugal with their rations. This is the apocalypse, not some golden age. If people keep gorging themselves like this, the consequences will be severe. Hearing Nan Wei's argument, Zhao Ziyi hesitated, still pondering how to handle the matter. Nan Wei, having experienced much in life, felt compelled to voice his thoughts to Zhao Ziyi. If he didn't share his plans with Zhao Ziyi, Nan Wei would feel a sense of regret. And so at this moment, he chose to speak his mind. Nan Wei believed that artificial meat, while able to temporarily alleviate the shortage of meat, could never fully replace real meat. Artificial meat might have a similar taste and texture, but you can't eat it forever. Besides, developing it with just a few people who know nothing about science would take an extremely long time. Nan Wei stated bluntly. You don't need to worry about that. I'll find a way to obtain real poultry. Catching them might be easy. Some people might even be raising them. The key is we haven't spotted any signs of livestock yet. The moment we get a lead, even if it's in another province, I'll go there immediately. Zhao Ziyi said calmly. Since the captain had spoken so decisively, Nan Wei felt it would be ungracious to complain further. He nodded and said, Captain, I understand your intentions. Since you've put it that way, I have no reason to refuse. However, making artificial meat requires many ingredients like soybeans. I know a bit about this. Artificial meat is essentially a soy product, but with added seasonings to mimic the taste and texture of real meat. Nan Wei's confident explanation bolstered Zhao Ziyi's hopes. As long as the cook could produce these soy-based products, Zhao Ziyi didn't care if they were truly edible. They would at least tide them over for a while. In fact, Zhao Ziyi had been searching diligently these past few days, but food in the city center was dwindling. No one was producing food anymore, and the continuous raids by zombies had made the already scarce supplies even scarcer. Zhao Ziyi continued, if you can pull off this artificial meat, you'll be a great hero. Almost everyone will owe you thanks, because your effort will keep them from going hungry. Hearing this, Nan Wei felt a heavy pressure. He sighed and said, Captain, let me be clear from the start, I'm willing to take on this artificial meat project, but whether I can actually deliver is another matter. It's quite troublesome. He paused, then added, the key is to get everyone to cut back. If no one is willing to save, then we'll only be treating the symptoms, not the root cause. All along, Nan Wei had wanted to ask Zhao Ziyi to explain the situation to everyone. The survivors still didn't realize the island's food supply was running low, and they kept eating and drinking extravagantly, as if this were paradise. Every day, Nan Wei worried, and strands of white hair had appeared. He was already in his mid-50s. Cooking wasn't a problem for him, The real issue was deciding how much food to use each day. If the amount was off, things would become unbalanced. If he gave too much, people wouldn't finish it. Even if leftovers were eaten the next day, besides the food going stale or spoiling, no one would want to do that. The island's kitchen waste and other trash were only collected once a week. Nanwei didn't want to add to others' burden, so he tried not to generate much waste. But if he gave too little, everyone would surely go hungry. Worse, some might only care about filling their own stomachs, disregarding others entirely. This could leave others perpetually hungry, a terrifying prospect. Over time, resentment would surely fester. Let's set that issue aside for now. I've only just become captain, so it wouldn't be appropriate for me to immediately ask everyone to eat less, Zhao Ziyi said calmly. For Zhao Ziyi, bringing it up now would be somewhat embarrassing, not out of shyness, but because if he actually said it, the authority he had just established might evaporate instantly. Nanwei frowned and said bluntly, Captain, when everyone chose you as our leader. It's really about not wanting some people to be too selfish, but if you think about things that way, it definitely won't work. After hearing Nanwei's words, Zhao Ziyi fell into deep thought. However, Zhao Ziyi wasn't solely considering his own interests. He said calmly, you're overthinking this. I'm not a selfish person. But if I told everyone now not to eat too much, no one would be willing to listen. Zhao Ziyi hit the nail on the head. He continued, I know many people think there's plenty of food on Lake Heart Island, but the population is too large. On this tiny island, there simply isn't enough food to fill everyone's stomachs. It wasn't just Nanwei who took things seriously. Zhao Ziyi was also meticulous. He then said, if you look at problems too narrowly, trouble will follow. If others can't help you, or if everything is dumped on you, the outcome will be unpredictable. Zhao Ziyi had been pondering these matters for more than a day or two, so his words carried weight. Even so, Nanwei remained lost in thought, not yet voicing what was on his mind. Nanwei began to apologize, saying calmly, I misunderstood you, Captain. If it weren't for you on Lake Heart Island, everyone would be directionless. That simply wouldn't work. With a slight smile, Zhao Ziyi said, it's nothing. I don't mind, and you don't need to dwell on it. Nanwei nodded. Since you think not many people will listen to you for now, I'll start working on the artificial meat project first. As for the rest, you'll have to figure it out. I'll give you a heads up, our food will only last another week. After that, we'll really be eating dirt. Hearing this, Zhao Ziyi smiled. You can rest assured. I won't let anyone eat dirt. As long as we all work together to develop the island, there will be good progress. Nanwei pressed his lips together and swallowed what he wanted to say. Then he turned to leave. Since Zhao Ziyi had no intention of explaining things clearly, pressing him to reveal everything to everyone would only be met with refusal. Master Nin, if you have any ideas, you can tell me directly. That's no problem. Don't keep everything bottled up inside. Zhao Ziyi said this calmly. Nanwei understood the situation. Zhao Ziyi had only been captain for less than a week. If he had to handle all these matters, the pressure would be overwhelming. Understandably, Zhao Ziyi wouldn't want that. Realizing this, Nanwei nodded. I will, Captain. Don't worry. If I run into any difficulties, I'll let you know directly. With that, Nanwei left immediately. Zhao Ziyi stood there for a moment thinking, then returned to the cafeteria. Zhao Ziyi acted as if nothing had happened, continuing to drink and chat with the others calmly. But in his heart, he was still wrestling with the food problem. If he took out the food from his ring storage, so soon it would cause trouble. He knew well that food is the foundation of the people. Once people noticed the shortage, the situation would spiral out of control. So to prevent that, Zhao Ziyi believed the first step was to get everyone to develop production on Lake Heart Island. If the island's output couldn't keep up, everything else would be futile. Zhao Ziyi was very clear about this. He silently thought to himself, I have to solve everything properly. I can't leave it for later. Having made up his mind, Zhao Ziyi showed no sign of it. He continued to eat and drink heartily with the others. The meal Nanwei had prepared was truly a feast. After going so long without such delicacies, Nanwei felt a bit of regret, though he didn't care much about it. Others, however, didn't think the same way. So many delicious dishes couldn't be finished in one day, yet Zhao Ziyi thought it wouldn't be hard to consume them all now. But he knew that once all the food was gone, what other solutions would there be? Food was always important. It was the essential part of every meal, every day. Lowering that standard would be very difficult. Zhao Ziyi sat quietly in his seat, pondering these issues. He had stopped thinking about them, but to really think deeply, he needed a very quiet place. Zhao Ziyi had a habit in a noisy environment. He couldn't settle his mind. That was quite troublesome for him, especially since others might find these problems hard to solve, leading to more or less trouble in the future. I must solve the food problem as soon as possible. I'm really curious whether Master Nin can develop artificial meat. If such meat is produced, I'll be very concerned. But for now, no one else can fully understand all this. Zhao Ziyi thought to himself calmly. Then he said to everyone, enjoy your meal. I'm going out for some fresh air. With a slight smile, Zhao Ziyi stood up and walked outside. Today he felt uneasy, as if too many things were pressing down on him. If it cannot be resolved as soon as possible, the consequences will certainly be very troublesome. Captain, won't you eat some more? There's still plenty of food. We can't keep all these delicious things to ourselves. Someone said with a grin, apparently enjoying the delicious food quite a lot, yet even so Zhao Ziyi couldn't muster any interest. Waving his hand, Zhao Ziyi said, "There's no need for that. I still have some matters to attend to." After leaving those words indifferently, Zhao Ziyi turned and left without saying another word to anyone. He simply walked away from the place. Actually, Zhao Ziyi didn't feel disappointed in the others, but he truly needed a quiet environment to think about the current situation. If he couldn't solve the productivity problem forever, then he was destined to be a failed captain. Actually, I have been thinking about these problems all along, but I've been troubled by the lack of a solution. That's why I'm considering things this way at this moment. Zhao Ziyi silently thought to himself. The main reason was that Zhao Ziyi hadn't considered too many things. If someone discovered these matters at this time, then whatever Zhao Ziyi did would become quite troublesome. If there really was a chance to get involved in other things, Zhao Ziyi would naturally be the first to rush forward and help. Unfortunately, doing anything would have its shortcomings, which was also something that worried them. If no one is willing to help, I'm completely fine with it. But at this point, if everyone's sense of crisis still can't be aroused, I'm afraid that things we encounter in the future will become very troublesome. Zhao Ziyi silently thought this in his heart. Even if others passed by, he still maintained a blank expression. Obviously, by doing so, others simply couldn't read his thoughts. Even so, people would still more or less be willing to greet the captain. Zhao Ziyi only nodded politely, and then said, "Finished eating so quickly?" "Yes, Captain, you should go eat quickly too, or the dishes will be finished by those people." A woman said this indifferently, and then prepared to pass by. Zhao Ziyi just casually said, "I've already eaten enough, it's fine." "Oh, I see. Then, Captain, if there's nothing else, I'll be going now. I need to hurry back to plant vegetables, otherwise the fields won't have anyone to water and fertilize them." The woman said indifferently, looking quite anxious. Otherwise, she wouldn't have finished eating and come out so quickly. Actually, for the residents of this island, the quality of life on the island was quite high. Zhao Ziyi had specially allocated some land to everyone, but they had to come to the cafeteria to eat together because only by doing so could they pool all the food resources. However, Zhao Ziyi felt that this rule should be slightly modified in the future. First of all, Master Nanwei alone had to prepare nearly 300 portions of rations, cooking 3 meals a day like this. It was really tiring. No matter what, Zhao Ziyi felt that this rule should be changed as soon as possible. If it wasn't modified, Master Nanwei's health might not be able to withstand it. "If there's nothing else, you should hurry back," Zhao Ziyi said indifferently, but then he watched the other person's pace become faster and faster, which couldn't help but make him frown. What urgent matter could it be that required such haste to rush back? It made Zhao Ziyi a little curious. Since there was nothing else to do at the moment, Zhao Ziyi simply decided to go and see for himself. Besides, he also wanted to understand what everyone's daily life was like. Actually, when Zhao Ziyi first entered Hushin Island, he had seen everyone's living environment. Overall, it was quite good. After seeing that woman in her 30s or 40s walk away, Zhao Ziyi immediately took a shortcut to follow behind her, ensuring he wouldn't be discovered. From the first day he arrived on the island, Zhao Ziyi had explored the entire Hushin Island, becoming familiar with almost every corner of the island. Especially some remote places, he felt that these places would be useful one day, so he had to keep these paths in his mind. Following the path to the woman's home, Zhao Ziyi peered from a corner not far away, wanting to find out if she had any secrets. Seeing her so flustered and hurried, there must be something suspicious. When Zhao Ziyi looked up, he immediately discovered that in the woman's yard there were actually a bunch of poultry, dozens of chickens, ducks, and pigs each. This greatly surprised him. Eyes wide open, Zhao Ziyi murmured, "I never thought that after searching far and wide I would find it without any effort." Then Zhao Ziyi saw the woman take out some leftovers from her clothes and pour them into a bowl. Immediately the poultry gathered around to eat. Zhao Ziyi frowned, looking at her courtyard and finding it strange. Most of the residents here lived together, yet this woman lived alone in such a remote yard. Zhao Ziyi had always been very meticulous, so at this moment he was quite clear about where these people lived. Originally, he had intended to find someone to inquire about the woman's identity. After all, he had just arrived at Hushin Island, and there were nearly 300 residents. If he had to get to know all of them, he probably wouldn't have been able to recognize anyone by now. I absolutely cannot ask others for help. I must find out by myself, otherwise I might be deceived by collusion. Zhao Ziyi said this indifferently in his heart. Actually, Zhao Ziyi himself was very clear that after encountering these matters, many changes might occur. However, even so, it didn't matter because he knew best how to resolve the current situation. If it had been in the past, probably no one would have been able to help Zhao Ziyi. But at this moment, there should still be someone willing to do so. Even so, Zhao Ziyi would never directly arrange for others to help him with his own affairs. He had always been the type to rely solely on his own efforts and never trouble others. This had been his nature all along, which was why he rarely asked anyone for help. Now I need to investigate alone who this person truly is, why there are so many livestock, and even if they have these livestock, why they would hide them here and continue raising them instead of contributing them to everyone. Zhao Ziyi still had many questions swirling in his mind, but at this moment, he had to rely on himself to resolve these matters rather than seek help from others. Zhao Ziyi could tell that the other party's residence was situated in a rather remote corner of the lake island. Because he was aware of this fact, he approached matters with a certain methodical discipline. At the outset, he had no intention of directly confronting or exposing this situation. In Zhao Ziyi's view, this matter was not particularly extreme, but if one wished to resolve it, one must never be hasty. He was well aware that haste makes waste, a principle he had firmly internalized. Thus, at this moment, he would not recklessly stir up trouble or alert the other party. He slowly leaned against the wall in the corner. The construction of the lake island was not particularly high-end, and in some secluded areas there were unfinished corners. Zhao Ziyi could only lean against a moss-covered wall, yet he did not show the slightest disdain. In his heart, he considered this matter quite important, and today it would be best to resolve it as quickly as possible, leaving no regrets behind. However, observing from the corner, Zhao Ziyi felt somewhat passive as many details were not entirely clear to him. Still, in his mind, he believed that anyone capable of residing in such a remote spot on the lake island, occupying an entire courtyard alone, was most likely one of the island's original inhabitants. Otherwise, there was no other reasonable explanation. After reaching this conclusion, everything began to make slightly more sense. Previously, when Zhao Ziyi had led others through inspections, they had not checked this location because it was simply too remote. If he had to search door by door on his own, it would have taken a considerable amount of time. He furrowed his brow, but did not dwell on it further, silently continuing his observation. Toward this mysterious original inhabitant, Zhao Ziyi did not charge forward to interrogate her directly. After all, the woman had indeed committed no wrongdoing. So he simply stood quietly at a distance, watching to see what she was doing. Zhao Ziyi observed the woman's movements, realizing she was merely feeding the livestock with no other conspicuous actions. Having considered this, Zhao Ziyi immediately furrowed his brow. Without the slightest hesitation, everything fell within his grasp, and he promptly walked over. "Sister, what are you doing here?" Zhao Ziyi asked abruptly, not giving the woman any time to react, and quickly approached before her. Zhao Ziyi said calmly, "Are all these livestock raised by you? Why didn't you report this earlier?" Startled by the voice, the woman jumped in fright. Yet when she turned around and saw that it was Zhao Ziyi, her panic only intensified. She felt a thump in her heart, convinced that she was done for. "See, Captain, I know I was wrong. I just wanted to raise them for myself. If a famine suddenly struck the island, I thought these livestock might come in handy." The woman stammered hurriedly, explaining herself. But Zhao Ziyi had always been an excellent judge of character. If anyone tried to deceive him, he would see through it instantly. His brow immediately knitted, and Zhao Ziyi said in a deep voice, "You can't fool me. If you truly had everyone's best interest at heart, you would have contributed all these livestock directly. Back then, Lu Xing arranged for me to raise these chickens, ducks, and pigs here, and there are also fish and shrimp raised by the lakeside. But he never mentioned this matter to anyone else." The woman kept her head lowered, speaking these words to Zhao Ziyi. Hearing her explanation, Zhao Ziyi immediately asked, "Why did Lu Xing tell you not to inform anyone else?" To Zhao Ziyi, the woman's explanation held absolutely no credibility. However, there was another aspect that surprised and delighted Zhao Ziyi. Besides the chickens, ducks, and pigs the woman was raising, the pond also contained fish, shrimp, and other aquatic products. This pleased him greatly. It seemed these food supplies could be put to use directly, which would solve the lake island's food shortage problem. Moreover, the island's infrastructure was still fully functional. Everything remained exactly as it had been before the apocalypse, except for the lack of network signals. Originally, Lu Xing intended these meats solely for his own consumption. As for what everyone else ate, he couldn't care less. The woman said faintly. Zhao Ziyi's brow furrowed involuntarily. He still did not fully trust the woman's words. Tilting his head, he fixed his gaze upon her and said, "I hope you don't speak carelessly. You should know that I can tell when someone is lying." Zhao Ziyi said these words with great confidence, harboring no intention of hiding anything. From the very beginning, he had made his stance perfectly clear. Yet the woman evidently still had her secrets. Even with Zhao Ziyi's persistent persuasion, she remained tight-lipped, which left him somewhat frustrated. Forcing the truth out of her would hardly be appropriate. And besides, Zhao Ziyi was not that kind of person, so he certainly would not resort to such measures. He then said to her, "Everyone has their own difficulties. Since you're unwilling to reveal your situation, I won't keep pressing you relentlessly." Upon hearing Zhao Ziyi's words, the woman remained deeply furrowed, throughout utterly unable to find a way to resolve this troublesome situation. Yet one thing she could be certain of was that these livestock and aquatic products would surely not be kept. "Captain, I also have my own unspoken difficulties. I hope you won't keep pressing me." She kept her head bowed, not daring to say much. The woman was well aware that excessive talk leads to mistakes, a principle that was easy enough to understand. Zhao Ziyi fully understood that the other party must indeed have difficulties. Thus he said calmly, "If you truly find it hard to speak, then there's no need to tell me your secret now, because I will respect your wishes." He paused, then Zhao Ziyi continued, "But there's one thing I need to discuss with you. The items here should all be turned over to the public. Actually, this is for your own good, because these things will basically be discovered. I'm just curious, why don't these poultry make any noise every morning? Don't roosters crow at dawn?" Zhao Ziyi was rather concerned about this as it would completely conceal the existence of these poultry. Zhao Ziyi then continued, "To be honest, you're quite talented to have managed this so secretly. Are you the only one here?" Facing the captain's questioning, the woman dared not hide anything and quickly replied, "It has always been just me here guarding this place. Because the location is remote, even if the roosters crow, it doesn't make much noise." After hearing this answer, Zhao Ziyi found it reasonable and said calmly, "I won't waste words with you. I just want to make it clear you've suffered and worked hard for so long, but you concealed this without reporting it. That requires punishment, but since your merits and faults balance out, we'll let it go." Then Zhao Ziyi continued, "You shouldn't have any objection to that. But rest assured, these poultry are not fully mature yet, so they must continue to be raised. There is no one else on the entire island more skilled than you." Upon hearing this, the woman felt grateful. After all, having raised these poultry for such a long time, she had developed some affection for them. If someone else suddenly came to take over management, it would certainly be hard to adapt. "Captain, will everything remain as before?" the woman asked weakly. If the other party did not agree, there was nothing she could do. However, she still held a hope in her heart, because in her view Zhao Ziyi was quite understanding. Zhao Ziyi indeed said, "You've maintained this place very well, so there's no need for changes. But relying on you alone to raise them would be tiring and hard, and moreover the scale cannot be expanded like this." He paused, then continued, "We no longer have a source of meat now, so we can only rely on your poultry and aquatic products. Remember, food is the first necessity of the people. So I'm quite gratified to have found this place. At least you've helped everyone preserve it." The woman kept her head down and remained silent. Then Zhao Ziyi tilted his head and asked, "May I ask your name?" He added, "I'm sorry, but there are so many residents on Hushin Island that it's impossible to remember everyone's name." Zhao Ziyi's calm tone was quite acceptable. Then the woman replied, "Just call me Hongfeng." "Sister Hongfeng, how many helpers do you think this place needs?" "Don't worry, I'm just sending them to help. You can choose men or women as you wish, and they will all obey you. If anyone doesn't satisfy you, Sister Hongfeng, you can report to me directly at any time." Zhao Ziyi said bluntly. It sounded very pleasant, and it was practically giving Hongfeng a privilege. Anyone who didn't obey could be reported to the captain immediately, and he would deal with the disobedient ones. "Since the captain supports my work so much, I won't stand on ceremony. Allocate about 10 people to me. They should be diligent, hardworking, and not afraid of dirt. Men or women are both fine," Sister Hongfeng said calmly. After hearing this, Zhao Ziyi didn't say much. After all, there was plenty of labor on Hushin Island. Sometimes he considered what other jobs to assign them. Some would work in the canteen, others in textile repair, but the types of jobs were too few. Zhao Ziyi intended to restore the social state before the apocalypse, even on a small scale. He took everything to heart and was very diligent. Zhao Ziyi immediately agreed to Sister Hongfeng's request, then asked, "With this pace, when can the poultry and aquatic products start yielding produce?" Zhao Ziyi firmly adhered to the principle of sustainable circulation. If these poultry and aquatic products could quickly produce the next generation, then the future meat demands of all Hushin Island residents could basically be met. What Zhao Ziyi said was exactly what he cared about most. Sure enough, Hongfeng immediately replied, "If I handle it alone, it will take about 20 more days to have a new batch of yields." Nodding, Zhao Ziyi was not very satisfied with this result, but he wasn't too disappointed either. A wait of over 20 days was like a month, but it wasn't too long. If they could get through this period, everyone would have meat to eat again. Zhao Ziyi said calmly, "We must continue to expand the scale. We must not be limited to these yields. Meeting the food needs of the island residents is the top priority and the minimum standard. So please work harder, Sister Hongfeng. Captain, rest assured, I guarantee that among all these residents no one is as skilled as I am. Nor do they have as much knowledge of raising as I do. With the captain's strong support, I believe this place will run better and better soon." Sister Hongfeng smiled. She had actually raised these poultry and aquatic products for the benefit of all Hushin Island residents, but she hadn't expected that Zhao Ziyi would discover it now. But it was inevitable. Hongfeng didn't think too much about it. The more she thought, the more worries she'd bring upon herself, and there was absolutely no need for that. After thinking this over, Zhao Ziyi immediately said, "I will strongly support the work here. As long as you sincerely work for the benefit of Hushin Island residents, I must first thank you on behalf of everyone." To be honest, Zhao Ziyi was truly grateful. He had been thinking about how to solve the meat problem, and now suddenly this person appeared before him possessing 60 to 70 head of poultry and a pond of aquatic products. This would undoubtedly fill Zhao Ziyi with great joy, completely solving his urgent problem. "My secret absolutely must not be known to Captain Zhao. Even if he knew, I believe no one would understand." Sister Hongfeng thought silently to herself. While Zhao Ziyi was speaking, Hongfeng couldn't help but recall how Lu Xing had constantly bullied her in the past. All of this was the bitter fruit Lu Xing had sown. Later, Lu Xing had assigned her to such a remote place, presumably to keep others from learning about Hongfeng's painful past. But Hongfeng still cared about her dignity. She never spoke of those days to anyone and kept her distance from others. Yet if someone initiated conversation, she would respond warmly, ensuring no one would think her strange. Hong Feng carried many tragic experiences within her, but they were all in the past now. Lu Xing's influence had been dismantled by Zhao Ziyi, meaning no one would haunt her nightmares anymore. Everything seemed to stem from Zhao Ziyi's intervention, so whatever he asked of her now, as long as it wasn't too burdensome, she would do her utmost to fulfill. This secret would remain buried deep within her heart, never to be shared with anyone for the rest of her life. There was no need for unrelated people to know about such matters. The only person connected to this incident was already dead, and Hong Feng no longer cared about anything else. Alright, I've been staying here long enough. I won't trouble you further. I'll be going now. Zhao Ziyi waved and bid farewell directly. Hong Feng didn't try to keep him any longer. After exchanging parting words, she turned and returned to her breeding work. As Zhao Ziyi walked along the path, he kept contemplating how to develop things going forward. Since he already had such favorable conditions, he was determined to make this endeavor succeed. While walking, he passed through a secluded shaded path among the trees when he suddenly heard footsteps approaching. Zhao Ziyi frowned immediately. Was there really someone else in such a remote area? He had always been dedicated to protecting the safety of Huxin Island, and if anyone posed a threat to it, he would respond without delay. Now that he had detected this movement, he immediately decided to investigate. He slowly entered the woods. Although Huxin Island had some garden areas, Zhao Ziyi quickly formulated a plan in his mind about how to proceed, knowing exactly what to do. I want to see who's trying to cause trouble here, Zhao Ziyi thought to himself, and hurriedly followed. As soon as he entered the forest, Zhao Ziyi sensed something was off. To his surprise, the first person he saw wasn't a stranger, but Lin Jiahui, the one who had originally brought him to the island. Behind Lin Jiahui, two men were silently following her. Their lecherous expressions made Zhao Ziyi immediately suspect something was wrong. Zhao Ziyi felt something was deeply wrong and quickly moved closer. It was hard to explain why two men would inexplicably tail Lin Jiahui. He couldn't discern what the men were planning, so he stayed put and observed carefully. If he spotted anything suspicious, he would act immediately, though this wasn't the right moment yet. Evidence was essential. He couldn't jump to conclusions based solely on current actions, as that might wrongly accuse an innocent person. He remained at a distance, silently watching over Lin Jiahui. She had harbored feelings for him since their first meeting, but Zhao Ziyi remained devoted to his two wives and ignored her advances. What are you two up to? Have you had enough? Lin Jiahui had noticed the two men following her, but stayed silent until now. Unable to endure it further, she turned around to confront them directly and uncover their true intentions. The two men appeared shrewd and experienced. Rather than answering her question, they maintained sinister grins. Lin Jiahui recognized those smiles immediately. They belonged to men of ill repute. Fear stirred within her, yet she refused to let it show. Even if she had to pretend, she needed to appear calm and composed. Zhao Ziyi, with his sharp eyesight, observed the scene clearly. The two men's wicked smiles were unmistakable, and he had suspected something was amiss from the beginning. We mean no harm. We just think you're too beautiful, and we'd like to spend some time with you. Do you have any free time now? The balding short man said with a grin. The other man, a burly fellow with a greasy face, wiped his brow and replied, We won't take up too much of your time. Each of us will have 10 minutes to play with you here. It'll be over quickly, so don't be afraid. But if you resist or refuse, we won't go easy on you. As he spoke, the fat man deliberately rubbed his fists, making them crack, then continued, Don't think your beauty will protect you. There's no one else around here, just you, us, and the heavens. No outsiders will know. The fat man had no idea that Zhao Ziyi had been hiding nearby, observing everything. Yet no matter what the man said, Zhao Ziyi remained patient, standing still and waiting. He still hadn't seen what they would do next. If they haven't made a move yet, I'd better not rush out. Doing so might alert them, Zhao Ziyi thought to himself. So he continued to stand still, taking no action. If those men dared to harm Lin Jiahui, even slightly, Zhao Ziyi would not let them live. But for now, he was gathering evidence. Lin Jiahui took a few steps back and immediately issued a warning to them. I'm telling you, you absolutely must not do this. If the captain finds out, you two are as good as dead. She hoped these warning words would dissuade the two men, but Lin Jiahui was clearly too naive about the situation. The moment she spoke, it was met with uproarious laughter from the others. Zhao Ziyi and Lin Jiahui both frowned simultaneously, clearly displeased by their mockery. Zhao Ziyi, however, remained relatively composed. Having witnessed grander spectacles in his past, he was able to maintain his composure even in the face of such trivial antagonists. Facing Lin Jiahui, now Zhao Ziyi felt no particular awkwardness. He had merely rejected her confession, but that did not imply anything further. Zhao Ziyi had always held firm to his own convictions, and even at this moment, he likely would not change his original resolve. But now that he served as the captain of Lake Heart Island, he had an obligation to protect every resident. Moreover, this incident had occurred within the island, and he had witnessed it with his own eyes. He had to see this matter through to the end. Jiahui has been bullied like this, and I must avenge her. Otherwise, this bitterness in my heart will never subside. Zhao Ziyi immediately clenched his fists. If he were not waiting for the right moment, he would have charged out without hesitation. Zhao Ziyi remained remarkably calm, even though a certain irritation simmered within him. Even if dissatisfaction surfaced on his exterior, he absolutely could not make a sound at this moment, for doing so would only draw unwanted attention. He had not yet planned to charge forward, but if those two lecherous men made any move, Zhao Ziyi would show them no mercy and would strike them down without a second thought. In fact, Zhao Ziyi harbored another plan to gather solid evidence first, and then expose these two scoundrels to the public. This matter could not be settled privately. This is a very serious issue. If it cannot be resolved promptly, the security of Lake Hard Island will certainly be threatened. Zhao Ziyi murmured to himself. Then he dared not let his mind wander any further, for he had to keep a close watch on the two scoundrels' every move. Any lapse could cause him to miss crucial details. Zhao Ziyi leaned behind a large tree, observing the scene before him intently. His breathing was steady and calm, not only to avoid making noise, but also to keep his temper in check. I don't understand. I clearly have no romantic feelings for Lin Jiahui, so why am I so furious seeing her being bullied? Zhao Ziyi frowned, murmuring in bewilderment. He continued to observe the situation closely, ready to rush forward the moment anything suspicious arose and apprehend the two ruffians. Whatever schemes you're plotting have nothing to do with me, so get away from me right now. Lin Jiahui glared at them and attempted to leave. The fat man stretched out his arms in a mocking gesture of welcome, causing Lin Jiahui to halt abruptly. She nearly collided with him. Looking up at the fat man's wretched expression, Lin Jiahui felt a wave of revulsion. Panic surged through her mind, and she could think of no solution, feeling utterly helpless. But even as Lin Jiahui's heart ached with injustice and tears welled up, she refused to show fear. The more afraid she felt, the more she must not yield. Don't you dare do anything reckless. I've already warned you. If you make a move, the captain will not spare you. Lin Jiahui suddenly thought of Zhao Ziyi, the strongest man on Lake Hard Island. Perhaps mentioning his name would frighten the two men. However, Lin Jiahui's calculation was entirely wrong. Far from being afraid, they grew even more arrogant and sneered at her. What does that captain amount to? If the two of us team up, we won't let him act so presumptuously here. Lin Jiahui had always admired Zhao Ziyi, but even so it would not change her own resolve. Zhao Ziyi, however, had always been more attentive toward his two wives who stayed by his side. That was precisely why he had rejected Lin Jiahui. Even though Lin Jiahui was quite attractive, it made no difference. In Zhao Ziyi's heart, Feng Chuyi and Wei Shuyu remained more beautiful to him. Chuyi and Shuyu are indeed more beautiful than Jiahui, but honestly, Jiahui holds a different place in my heart. Her beauty is unlike any other woman's. Yet even if she were as beautiful as Chuyi and Shuyu, it would still be meaningless. I already have two wives, and I will never waver in my devotion. Zhao Ziyi thought silently to himself. But Zhao Ziyi was well aware that Feng Chuyi and Wei Shuyu truly loved him. Otherwise, he would not have remained by their sides until now. The primary reason they stayed by Zhao Ziyi's side was that he could fully protect them. Beyond that, there was an even more important reason: Zhao Ziyi genuinely helped others. Now have the courage to say that again. Zhao Ziyi could no longer contain himself and stepped out. If not for the current situation, he would not have been watching them so intently. Feng Chuyi and Wei Shuyu were not by his side at this moment, but that did not matter. Zhao Ziyi could always endure. It was simply that these two ruffians had gone too far, mocking Lin Jiahui without regard for others, and now daring to speak such words about Zhao Ziyi himself. Now that he had reached this point, Zhao Ziyi walked out and addressed them directly. If you have the nerve, say that again to my face. Otherwise, get lost. As Zhao Ziyi emerged, he immediately slapped their faces with his words. The two men were startled to see Zhao Ziyi suddenly emerge from the corner, and they were clearly caught off guard. However, they were not strong enough to confront him. They both shared the same thought, that they would never defeat him in a fight. We're definitely no match for Zhao Ziyi. Better get out of here now. Fatty hastily whispered to Baldy beside him. Baldy was displeased with Zhao Ziyi's attitude, but now Zhao Ziyi's words carried considerable weight. Defeating these few men would be effortless for him, and launching an attack within such a short time was hardly a challenge. There aren't many people here, just the four of us. If we can take down Zhao Ziyi, we'll be the rulers of this island. They muttered to each other, still dissatisfied with the situation. Zhao Ziyi's strength was formidable, but he had fainted before. They had never truly witnessed his real capabilities. In fact, from the very beginning, they had been tolerating Zhao Ziyi for a long time. If he hadn't gone out to fight zombies, they might have already found an opportunity to eliminate him. Initially, their physical condition was poor, so they had never become his lackeys. Moreover, after Zhao Ziyi became the captain, they had no intention of joining his team. Now at this moment, they finally had a chance to directly confront him. Now Zhao Ziyi stood alone, facing two men in their 30s or 40s. Although he was tall, his lean frame appeared almost fragile and defenseless. In truth, they were wearing blinders. Under normal circumstances, they could have directly challenged Zhao Ziyi. Anyone else would have recognized that Zhao Ziyi's stature and strength were formidable. Even if he simply stood there, they would have exhausted themselves in vain trying to match him. But they had always been like frogs at the bottom of a well, completely unaware of Zhao Ziyi's true power. Thus attempting to defeat him now would prove troublesome. Yet even if it were troublesome, they would not mind. Deep down they acknowledged Zhao Ziyi's strength, but they could never show this submission in front of Lin Jiahui. Fatty directly addressed Zhao Ziyi. Since you've already heard what we said, it doesn't matter. We've burned the bridge now, so let's just settle it. Whatever happens, happens. Zhao Ziyi's demands meant nothing to them. From the very beginning they had regarded him as a mere child. Zhao Ziyi was only in his early 20s while they were nearly 20 years older, naturally leading them to underestimate him. However, making them back down now would be harder than scaling the heavens. Zhao Ziyi, still amused, simply walked over to Lin Jiahui and ignored the two men for the moment. Don't be afraid now. Since I'm here by your side, I won't let you suffer any harm. Zhao Ziyi spoke with deep affection, yet in his heart, he still could not fully accept Lin Jiahui. Even though Lin Jiahui had been pursuing him relentlessly, he could not bring himself to acknowledge this reality. Perhaps it was because Zhao Ziyi longed for a true future and did not want to disappoint too many people. Zhao Ziyi had not yet achieved great success. He was merely the captain of 300 survivors on a small island. These survivors placed an invisible burden on him, filling him with tension and fear of failing them. It is precisely because I fear these things that I am unwilling to accept you. I hope you can understand. Zhao Ziyi silently pondered these thoughts without uttering them aloud. He was well aware of this truth, but he could never voice the pressure he felt to anyone else. Doing so would only burden another person, offering no remedy for the current situation. Zhao Ziyi's presence beside Lin Jiahui alone was enough to fill her with immense satisfaction. If she wished to leave now, no one would likely stop her. Especially with Zhao Ziyi constantly by her side, she was now under his protection. Lin Jiahui felt completely content with the captain before her, without considering much else. Even if she remained here, others might not sense the intense emotion surging in her heart. Tilting his head, Zhao Ziyi fixed his gaze on the two men. He had never intended to let them off from the very beginning. His earlier words had merely been a tease. Yet these two ruffians were so arrogant that they showed no fear of him at all, clearly disregarding his authority. Zhao Ziyi had helped everyone immensely in the past, yet now these two men sought to repay him in this way, even attempting to force themselves on Lin Jiahui. Such actions were utterly unforgivable. Although they believed that a capital offense could be commuted, Zhao Ziyi thought otherwise. He clearly understood one great principle: these two men must be apprehended and brought to justice. There are no relevant laws on Hushin Island yet, but now you can be made an example of, so you truly understand the severity of the problem. Zhao Ziyi spoke calmly to them, but his plan was not as satisfactory as he hoped. The two men were not as weak as they appeared. Bringing them to justice would prove difficult. Even if Zhao Ziyi had a phone in his pocket, he had initially forgotten to record the words and actions of those two people. Otherwise they would have been doomed. However, Zhao Ziyi had not taken this matter to heart from the very beginning, so at this moment, he found himself somewhat flustered, or at least a bit troubled. Captain, you'd better not kill these two right now. These scum should be handed over to all the survivors on the island for judgment. Lin Jiahui suddenly tugged at Zhao Ziyi's arm and said to him calmly. But Zhao Ziyi had already thought of this idea, yet he did not want to capture them immediately. Instead, he intended to toy with them, first an eye for an eye. Zhao Ziyi smiled and said, "You don't need to worry about this. I know how to handle it with restraint, so you don't have to overthink it." Before anyone else could speak, just as the fat man and the bald man were about to open their mouths, Zhao Ziyi said, "Did I give you permission to speak? Now piss off. I'll give you one last chance. Get out of here now." Zhao Ziyi directly addressed the two men. However, the others lacked his strength. After fixing his gaze on them, Zhao Ziyi immediately felt the urge to act, but he did not reveal his true power at this moment. "If you still refuse to leave at this point, then I'll have to teach you how to behave like decent human beings." Zhao Ziyi grinned at them, but his smile sent chills down their spines. Even Lin Jiahui, who had always thought Zhao Ziyi was approachable, felt a shiver run through her body upon seeing that expression, a tinge of fear creeping in. When they heard Zhao Ziyi say those words, a bomb was planted in their hearts. They realized that Zhao Ziyi was unfathomably deep. One wrong move and both of them would truly meet their end right here. From the very beginning, Zhao Ziyi had intended to eliminate them directly. However, Lin Jiahui's suggestion was quite reasonable: capture them and hand them over to the other survivors for judgment without any further acts of revenge. But Zhao Ziyi believed that even if he handed them over to the other survivors for judgment, it would probably be of little use. Those people were selfish. After everything that had happened, Zhao Ziyi knew very well what they were capable of. If he waited for others to judge these two scumbags, the situation might take a wrong turn. In fact, Zhao Ziyi understood this principle quite well in his own heart. That was why he intended to implement his own plan, first ensuring its success before satisfying Lin Jiahui's request. Only then would he be content. He could leverage this opportunity, otherwise other problems would arise on Heart Lake Island in the future. Zhao Ziyi was well aware that among the island's survivors there were former judges or law enforcement personnel. If a specialized judicial body could be established governing the island would naturally become much smoother. Otherwise, all sorts of troublesome matters would likely emerge later. For Zhao Ziyi, these could easily be resolved, but he had time now. Later when he was busy, it would become quite troublesome. If I lead the team away from here, I'll be leaving a huge mess for others. That would certainly be a heavy burden and naturally very bad. Zhao Ziyi silently analyzed this in his mind. But even now Zhao Ziyi could not voice these thoughts directly. It wasn't that he thought it was meaningless, rather he believed it was completely unnecessary. At this point, getting things in order had to be done quickly. Just like that woman earlier. She had secretly failed to report her own situation, causing Zhao Ziyi to have been on Heart Lake Island for so long before he even learned of the existence of poultry and aquatic products. After thinking for a long time, the two men began to underestimate Zhao Ziyi and sneered at him. Have you made up your mind yet? Will you kneel down and admit your mistake now, or should we rush over and beat you down ourselves? Lin Jiyui, enraged by the mockery, immediately retorted, can't you see clearly? This is Captain Zhao Ziyi. He alone can take down a bunch of you. Zhao Ziyi waved his hand and said calmly, keep a low profile. I don't like being too flashy. After saying that, Zhao Ziyi continued to address them. Now I need to ask if you're ready because I'm about to arrest you both on the spot. I gave you a chance but you didn't cherish it. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhao Ziyi said these words flatly, then rushed forward. Before the fat man and the bald man could react, Zhao Ziyi had already subdued them both. His speed was astonishing. Before they even knew what hit them, he had already taken them down. In truth, Zhao Ziyi had wanted to play with these two a bit longer, but Lin Jiyui was still by his side, and he didn't want to disappoint her too much. So after knocking them unconscious, he said calmly, if there's nothing else, let me tell you this, when you encounter such danger in the future, it's best to feign weakness first, then lure them to a safe spot. The bare minimum is to not let them bully you. Having said this, Zhao Ziyi directly addressed Lin Jiyui, don't think this is an easy task. We can't just stay here, but if you run into trouble later, come straight to me. Let me handle any difficulties, understand? Zhao Ziyi spoke to her calmly, but the others said nothing more. At the very beginning, Zhao Ziyi intended for these individuals to be handed over to others for judgment. The main issue was that dealing with them was rather difficult for others. Even if other survivors could judge these people, it would still be quite troublesome. Your strength is still too weak, but this is only natural. When you encounter someone stronger than yourself, you must not dwell on such thoughts. There is no need to consider too many things. If you wish to leave now, it would still be easy. Zhao Ziyi said calmly. But now the others were all formidable. However, they were indeed very powerful, making many of Zhao Ziyi's actions quite difficult. Even in this moment, Zhao Ziyi could still leave directly, yet the others could still resolve this matter. Still, Zhao Ziyi possessed some capability. Even within his own heart, he had this strength. If the others are all formidable, then you will still have some of this strength. If you can leave here directly, then come here as soon as possible. Even if I stay here, no one else has such thoughts. But I still possess this kind of strength. Zhao Ziyi explained to the other party. Even if Lin Jiyui possessed such strength, Zhao Ziyi still could not eliminate them all at once. From the very beginning, Zhao Ziyi was willing to protect Lin Jiyui, but Lin Jiyui had always been willing to follow Zhao Ziyi. Unfortunately, Zhao Ziyi could not understand Lin Jiahui's affection. Now at this moment, if he wanted to leave, perhaps no one else could break free from these people's bonds. I know what you mean, but what I think is still rather troublesome. So when you have considered this matter, perhaps you will need to come directly to my side to protect me. Lin Jiahui said directly to Zhao Ziyi. At this moment, Zhao Ziyi wanted to leave directly and then hand over these two scoundrels to the other survivors for judgment together. As long as these two had indeed done some evil deeds, they would surely be discovered by the others. Now, after hearing Zhao Ziyi's words, Zhao Ziyi had no particular thoughts, but he still valued the other party very much. Staring at these people, Zhao Ziyi continued, handing them over to everyone for judgment. What do you think the final outcome will be? What is the worst possible outcome? Have you ever given it a proper thought? Lin Jiahui understood Zhao Ziyi's words quite well, but what Zhao Ziyi said was actually for Lin Jiahui's own good. Otherwise, he would not have spoken such words to someone else. Zhao Ziyi carried one person in each hand and directly led Lin Jiahui to the crowded area near the center of the lake island. The crowded place was almost the control center, so Zhao Ziyi was quite clear about this. However, if he wanted everyone to judge these two people and deliver a heavy blow to them, it would probably still be rather troublesome. Having experienced so many things, Zhao Ziyi naturally understood this principle. So at this moment, Zhao Ziyi still had no particular expectations of these survivors. But if anyone wanted to raise doubts, Zhao Ziyi would certainly give them an answer. However, now Zhao Ziyi had no great plans. He simply intended to leave directly with very few other thoughts. Jiahui, I know what feelings you have harbored for me these days. But I still need to tell you that if I cannot make this clear, it will surely keep letting you down. You are a good girl, but you are truly not suited for me. This does not mean I dislike you or have any other thoughts. Do you understand what I mean? Zhao Ziyi calmly explained this to Lin Jiahui. The main reason was that he did not want Lin Jiahui to misunderstand. If Lin Jiahui misinterpreted Zhao Ziyi's meaning, the consequences would naturally become quite troublesome. So at this moment Zhao Ziyi was rather eager to leave here as soon as possible. Lin Jiahui kept her head bowed throughout, then suddenly lifted it, and smiled at Zhao Ziyi, saying, "Zhao Ziyi, one day you will regret this." When she said this, a line of clear tears fell from Lin Jiahui's eyes. But she quickly wiped them away. For Lin Jiahui these things were not very important, so she would not dwell on them too much. But Zhao Ziyi's rejection stabbed Lin Jiahui's heart again and again. Fortunately, Zhao Ziyi was always fair in his actions, and this matter was not known to anyone else. When Lin Jiahui heard these words, she had actually had this thought in her heart from the very beginning. But it was immediately rejected by Zhao Ziyi, leaving Lin Jiahui somewhat embarrassed. However, Zhao Ziyi always spoke very fairly, and would not make Lin Jiahui feel too humiliated. So after a while Lin Jiahui acted as if nothing had happened. Zhao Ziyi looked at Lin Jiahui's expression and was somewhat surprised, but he did not say anything else to her directly. Because Zhao Ziyi was quite clear that although Lin Jiahui was a good girl, he would never betray his two wives. So at this moment he planned to leave directly. "I understand your feelings and I sincerely hope that you can truly find your other half." Zhao Ziyi said this sincerely, leaving the other party with no intention to make things difficult for him. At the beginning Lin Jiahui was actually joking with Zhao Ziyi, but at this moment she spoke very calmly. Unfortunately others were so forceful. Even if Zhao Ziyi was here he could still leave directly. If others wanted to stay here they probably could not stop him. You'd better not think too much. But for now let's send these two people out first so that others won't be disturbed by these scoundrels. Zhao Ziyi said this directly to the other party. Then Zhao Ziyi was able to take them both out directly. He threw them onto the ground, startling the others quite a bit. They didn't know what these two had done wrong to make Zhao Ziyi so angry that he wanted to knock them both unconscious. Zhao Ziyi always adhered to his own rules, so when the others arrived the survivors immediately began asking him what had happened. A slight upwards curl of his lips, and Zhao Ziyi immediately recounted all the crimes they had committed. Upon hearing this everyone was taken aback, some even covered their mouths, unable to believe the situation. Zhao Ziyi said, "Do not think this is wrong. I can tell you directly that this situation cannot be resolved by waiting for us to deal with it." Others chimed in with many opinions, but even if Zhao Ziyi had these thoughts internally, they were of little use as he understood all too well the importance of the matter. If others could come here, probably no one would be able to directly resolve this. "Now I still have an idea. Don't think too much. If you want to set a rule, now I have no objection." Zhao Ziyi said this calmly. Others naturally agreed with this statement, but in Zhao Ziyi's view, it was quite normal. If they could leave this place, everyone could correct these mistakes. At the beginning Zhao Ziyi might have had some ideas, and even now he still had many thoughts. "Now I can leave this place, but you all need a proper rule to govern you. As the saying goes, nothing can be accomplished without norms or standards. If others can change this situation, then the outcome will certainly be good." Without any hesitation Zhao Ziyi shared his thoughts with the group. One survivor immediately asked, "Captain, do you have any ideas now? If you have any good suggestions you can speak up directly. Or if you need any help just tell us. It's no problem." Zhao Ziyi remained composed. After hearing those words he had always been calm inside, and even now he could still judge the situation for himself. However, others had their own thoughts, and even if Zhao Ziyi didn't say much they would step forward to help. "Since something like this has happened, I think establishing a rule is more important than anything else. Do you have any suggestions?" Zhao Ziyi stood before everyone and asked directly. Without asking if others agreed with the idea of setting rules, they still approved of Zhao Ziyi's approach. The great hero's insight was naturally higher than anyone else's. If Zhao Ziyi wanted to legislate, most on the island would likely support it, and the opposition would soon follow suit. Zhao Ziyi continued, "You might think this is strange, but I can tell you directly, if anyone wants to break the rules they must first see if it fits the rules here. Today I set the rules with you. If anyone dares to violate them in the future, even if it's myself, I will punish them severely, without mercy." Hearing Zhao Ziyi's stern words, everyone was surprised. They hadn't expected his determination to be so strong. However, setting rules was no easy task. Zhao Ziyi continued, "No matter what you have experienced before, since I am now the captain, you must listen to me. But don't think I am too overbearing. You can rest assured on this point I will adopt and listen to any meaningful decisions. These matters are all things we have thought of together." Then Zhao Ziyi called Du Jie over. He believed that in all of Huxin Island apart from himself, only Du Jie was the most fair, and just so, he had to entrust Du Jie with an important responsibility. Zhao Ziyi said, "From today on, Du Jie will be the director of the law enforcement and supervision team. I will assign some people to assist him in his work, and will also allocate a special office for him. If you want to report or have any troubles in the future, you can go directly to Director Du." Du Jie was initially quite restrained, but now he felt the heavy burden on his shoulders. Since he had accepted the role, he had to do it well, and even set an example for everyone. Zhao Ziyi said to Du Jie, "The matter of legislation will also trouble you. Select 10 people to form this law enforcement and supervision team. In the future, if more personnel or supplies are needed, I will continue to provide them to you. Thank you, Captain. With your support, I believe our island will definitely get better and better, Du Jie said calmly. Everyone stood before Zhao Ziyi and Du Jie. They could clearly hear what Du Jie said. Even though they knew Du Jie was a very upright person, they still had some desire to hold an official position themselves. But who could blame Du Jie for being close to Zhao Ziyi? Therefore, most people thought that Du Jie's strength was average, yet he had always been supported by Zhao Ziyi. There must be some unspeakable secret behind this, and everyone had this kind of suspicion. Zhao Ziyi overheard someone whispering, "The captain is probably just appointing people based on favoritism. If that's really the case, then in the future our island's affairs will revolve around them, and the good things will always be kept for us to miss out on." He frowned slightly, but could not show it. Then Zhao Ziyi ignored these idle remarks and continued, "Don't think my approach is wrong. Du Jie does have the ability. At least among you no one can guarantee that they could establish the law enforcement and supervision team in such a short time." Pausing, Zhao Ziyi added, "Everyone should know the saying nothing can be accomplished without norms or standards. Therefore the law enforcement and supervision team must be established as quickly as possible. I hope everyone can understand my arrangement and not misinterpret my intentions." Having said this, those who had been gossiping could only shut their mouths, for they were well aware that the captain was clearly addressing them, and at the very least none would dare speak back to Zhao Ziyi. Zhao Ziyi was now strictly enforcing rules and order. If they dared to defy him, their fate would likely be far worse than that of the two ruffians lying on the ground. His gaze fell upon the two ruffians sprawled on the ground. They had been playing dead, but Zhao Ziyi had shown considerable restraint in his strikes. The light blows he had dealt could only render them dazed, not fully unconscious. If they truly wished to wake, they would have done so by now. Pointing at the two ruffians, Zhao Ziyi commanded, "Seize them both. We will carry out a public execution right now." No sooner had he spoken than several team members rushed forward, grabbing the two men and dragging them before Zhao Ziyi. Though these members were not yet official team members, they still belonged to the squad. Moreover, Zhao Ziyi would always be their captain, a fact that could not be changed. Therefore his words were commands to them, demanding absolute obedience. When the two men were dragged before Zhao Ziyi, he looked at them coldly and said, "You should have woken up long ago. Stop playing dead. If you continue this act, I will ensure you never wake up again." Hearing Zhao Ziyi's words, their hearts raced with panic. However, surrounded by a sea of survivors, dealing with this matter at this moment would prove troublesome. Yet the two had always defied Zhao Ziyi's authority, so no matter what he said now, they simply ignored him, believing such defiance to be perfectly normal. "It seems you are truly beyond redemption. Very well, since you insist on this path, I shall grant your wish," Zhao Ziyi said calmly, then raised his head and addressed the crowd. "These two openly harassed residents of Huxin Island. Had I not intervened, who knows what horrors might have unfolded." Hearing this, the murmurs grew louder, spreading like whispers through the crowd. Yet they were not questioning Captain Zhao's judgment. Instead, everyone agreed that the two deserved their fate, and that public execution might even be too lenient. With this in mind, the crowd fully endorsed Zhao Ziyi's actions. Even now, he had not revealed the full truth of Lin Jiahui's suffering, mentioning only the two men's behavior, while carefully omitting any details about Lin Jiahui. Deep within her heart, Lin Jiahui felt profound gratitude. So many people listened in silence. Had Zhao Ziyi spoken carelessly, the consequences would have been dire and unavoidable. Lin Jiahui was still a young maiden. If this matter were spread abroad, people would inevitably look upon her with disdain. Even if no one openly scorned her, her reputation would still suffer. Zhao Ziyi understood this all too well, which is precisely why he had kept her name out of it. From this day forward, anyone who dares to bully the residents of this island will find themselves my eternal enemy. I will show no mercy, Zhao Ziyi declared plainly. In truth, this was a warning struck for himself and all present, reminding everyone never to commit such acts. Should anyone dare to transgress, the consequences would be all too foreseeable. Hearing Captain Zhao's resolute words, the crowd could only admire him further. The fact that he seized this opportunity to establish laws and order proved that Zhao Ziyi sincerely wished to build up Huxin Island. Zhao Ziyi continued, "Should you have any opinions or suggestions, you may bring them to Director Du or myself at any time. There will be no issue. Huxin Island is an excellent place, but we must work together to make it even better so that more and more people may come to settle here." Previously, Zhao Ziyi had calculated that Huxin Island could accommodate roughly 1,000 people who would live comfortably and contentedly. However, if the population grew slightly denser, 3,000 or 4,000 souls would place a tremendous strain upon the island. Yet Zhao Ziyi did not share these figures directly. Instead, he simply offered his thoughts to them in a calm and measured manner. Everyone wholeheartedly agreed with Zhao Ziyi's approach. Thus, at this moment, no matter what he did, as long as the people approved, they would follow without hesitation, without a single doubt. Having said all that needed to be said, Zhao Ziyi prepared for the public execution. He spoke once more, "Since we wish to establish rules, those who break them must accept punishment. No matter what, this must be justified. Do you not agree?" Correct, Captain. We will obey your judgment. How do you intend to punish these wretches? Someone shouted loudly. Zhao Ziyi replied, I cannot condemn them solely on my own authority. First, they must truly recognize their sins so that these two may face justice. This is something you must understand. Having said this, Zhao Ziyi immediately kicked at them with his foot. The two ruffians, overcome with pain, could no longer endure it and began to wail. Witnessing this scene, the corners of Zhao Ziyi's mouth curled upward slightly. He said nothing more, merely smiling at the two men. You enjoyed playing dead, did you not? Then why do you not continue lying there? Hearing Zhao Ziyi's words, the crowd nodded in agreement. Zhao Ziyi continued, do not mistake these matters for trivial affairs. Should anyone dare to commit offenses, I will punish them without mercy. Those who do wrong must pay the price. This is what I say, and it shall remain an unchanging law. After speaking these words, Zhao Ziyi immediately drew his purple soul-cleaving blade. Zhao Ziyi added, those who do not wish to witness the bloody scene, close your eyes at once. Special Forces members, you are forbidden from closing your eyes. You must keep them wide open and watch carefully. The reason for such arrangements was that Zhao Ziyi wished for them to become accustomed to the scenes of combat as quickly as possible, for in the future they would frequently encounter and slay zombies. If they couldn't even endure a bit of bloodshed, Zhao Ziyi would certainly refuse to accept them into the team. The team members were quite obedient, willing to heed their captain's words. Upon receiving his command, all of them widened their eyes. Some survivors, driven by curiosity, opened their eyes as well. But others, gripped by fear, squeezed their eyes shut and dared not look. After arranging all the team members at the front row, Zhao Ziyi swiftly beheaded the two thugs with a single stroke of his blade. As the team members watched the blood spray into the air, goosebumps rose on every inch of their skin. They were genuinely afraid, but having chosen to join the team, they had to prove their worth. Zhao Ziyi made them witness this brutal scene with open eyes so they would never forget this moment. Zhao Ziyi said calmly, I need 4 people now to help dispose of these two. A few steeled themselves and stepped forward to take on the task. Zhao Ziyi smiled slightly. It seems you are quite capable, at least knowing how to help resolve problems. After speaking, Zhao Ziyi immediately produced 2 burlap sacks from his storage ring and said to them, put these 2 inside, then dump them into the sea. Behind Lake Heart Island lay the coastal area. Zhao Ziyi intended to free up more space, as these 2 would only take up room if real trouble arose. Zhao Ziyi always considered everything meticulously, and every decision he made naturally had its reasoning. The other team members, never daring to defy Zhao Ziyi's orders, quickly stuffed the 2 thugs into the sacks, boarded a speedboat, and had the boatmen take them out to sea, where they cast the sacks overboard. Seeing the matter resolved, Zhao Ziyi addressed the survivors. I'm using this opportunity today to give everyone a warning. If anyone still wants to challenge the authority of the law, you can try and see if you survive. As for the consequences, I believe you've all witnessed them. His words left everyone stunned. They had thought Zhao Ziyi was not so fierce, but seeing his decisive and resolute handling of the situation, they knew they dared not cross those lines in the future. Zhao Ziyi continued, everyone else may leave now, but all team members must stay. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone went their separate ways, leaving only the 55 team members behind. They looked at each other, completely unsure of what Zhao Ziyi had in mind. Even if Zhao Ziyi had other plans, there was nothing they could do about it. After all, he was the captain, and they were bound to obey unconditionally. Those of you who can't swim, raise your hands. Zhao Ziyi said calmly. No one knew what Zhao Ziyi was planning, so they dared not hide the truth. Those who couldn't swim immediately raised their hands without hesitation, not wanting to overstate their abilities. Seeing that nearly a third of the 55 team members couldn't swim, Zhao Ziyi seemed to have anticipated this. He nodded and continued, next is the second round of assessment. Are you all ready? Speaking louder to make sure everyone heard clearly, Zhao Ziyi knew that no one wanted to keep undergoing assessments, but until the final roster was determined, they would have to face this test at any time. There was no escaping it. Fortunately, everyone was dedicated. Upon hearing Zhao Ziyi's question, they all shouted in unison, always ready. Satisfied with their response, Zhao Ziyi said, many of you still can't swim, but war can strike at any time. The zombies won't consider whether you can swim or not. Swimming is also a test of one's abilities. If you can't even swim, then you're destined to lack the means to survive. Throughout, everyone had always agreed with Zhao Ziyi's reasoning, and at this moment, too, no one objected to his viewpoint. Zhao Ziyi watched as everyone listened attentively, then continued, if anyone wants to quit now, speak up. I'll honor our original agreement. Under any circumstances, if you willingly choose to leave, I won't object, and will let you go. The team members remained silent, all lost in thought. Zhao Ziyi then added, the second round of assessment is an armed swimming crossing. I have weapons and equipment here. You must carry them and swim from this end of Lake Heart Island all the way to the opposite shore. Pointing at the faintly visible opposite shore, Zhao Ziyi announced the decision without hesitation. He had planned this from the start, using this test to gauge who truly had what it took. However, he had never resorted to the armed swimming crossing lightly, knowing many would be eliminated in this round. That's why he didn't put everyone through such hardship casually. But with more than 50 members now, this cruel test was necessary to select the truly suitable ones. Even if someone was highly capable, being a landlubber would prove their shortcomings were still quite evident. In normal times they might rely on speedboats, but if they were fighting zombies and the boat broke down, Zhao Ziyi would definitely have everyone jump into the water for an armed swimming crossing. This drill was for future preparedness. If they couldn't pass this test, there was no point in continuing anything else. With that in mind, Zhao Ziyi took out more than 50 sets of weapons from his storage ring, all lightweight, but fully loaded. He distributed them to everyone and announced, "Here's my rule. Under no circumstances may you abandon your weapons and withdraw. Even if you wish to surrender, simply call out, and I will know immediately." Zhao Ziyi possessed real-time surveillance capabilities, so even in the harshest of environments he could stay informed of the situation at a moment's notice. Once everyone had received their weapons and equipment, Zhao Ziyi addressed them at once. "I've calculated it myself. It takes exactly 15 minutes for a speedboat to cross from the opposite shore back to this island. If you're swimming across, I'll give you 1 hour. If any of you can't hold on during that time, shout out your withdrawal immediately, and I'll reach your side in no time to ferry you back to the lake island." The group had only recently returned from the opposite shore, having just finished their lunch not long ago. None of them expected a second round of assessment so soon, making it rather difficult to accept. Zhao Ziyi's words were still somewhat hard to believe, as a mere hour seemed nowhere near enough to swim from the lake island to the opposite shore. For every one of them it appeared to be an unimaginable feat. Waving his hand, Zhao Ziyi said, "I won't waste words with you, but I do hope each of you takes care of yourselves. If you truly can't hold on, don't force it. Understood? And one more thing I'll remind you of. I don't want to overemphasize it, but at all times you must trust in the power of the team. Don't be lone wolves." As he said this, Zhao Ziyi's gaze involuntarily fell upon Huang Hao not far away. He had always regarded Huang Hao as a man of considerable ability, yet Huang Hao remained taciturn and rarely spoke. Even at this moment, Huang Hao had not uttered a single word. However, the lone wolf Zhao Ziyi had emphasized struck a chord with Huang Hao. Huang Hao had always found it difficult to integrate into the group. Even during meals, Zhao Ziyi had noticed him eating alone in a corner, and only when absolutely no other seats were available would Huang Hao share a table with others. The cafeteria was filled with large round tables, so Huang Hao would quietly eat by himself, paying little attention to anything else. Huang Hao had always been a solitary figure. Even as Zhao Ziyi encouraged everyone to unite, Huang Hao remained indifferent. It seemed a past experience had deeply wounded his heart. Yet even so, Huang Hao said nothing, remaining silent as ever. Perhaps that was simply his style. Zhao Ziyi could hardly say more on the matter. After delivering his words, he gestured for everyone to set off immediately. Everyone began to enter the water with their weapons in hand, while Zhao Ziyi, seated on a speedboat, instructed a boatman to pilot nearby and arranged another speedboat to stand by for rescue at all times. "It's a bit cold this late autumn, but you'll need to endure the current conditions and make your way to the opposite shore as fast as possible. Better not give up halfway, otherwise you'll really be losing out." Seated comfortably on the speedboat, Zhao Ziyi watched the group in the water with a rather leisurely air. Not only did Zhao Ziyi sit upon the speedboat, but he also held a large megaphone in his hand, shouting toward everyone, "Is this really the best speed you can manage? Can't you go any faster?" At the sound of Zhao Ziyi's urging the group, those struggling clumsily in the river all did their utmost to press forward. The boundless opposite shore seemed utterly out of reach. Zhao Ziyi remained on the speedboat the entire time, steadily cruising alongside the group, keeping close watch. "Faster! Did you all skip lunch, or what?" Zhao Ziyi bellowed at them at full volume, but his true intention was to push them past their weaknesses. Those who couldn't swim at all were naturally at a disadvantage, yet they all proved to be hardened men, refusing to surrender outright and continuing to endure with sheer grit. Zhao Ziyi kept directing them relentlessly, though none of them grasped his true purpose. He wanted to use this opportunity to unlock their potential. Only in this way could they continue to survive here. Only the capable could remain in the team. Anyone else stood no chance whatsoever. If you want to keep surviving here, I'd advise you never to stop and rest. "Hey, you over there. I'm talking to you, got it?" Zhao Ziyi pointed at a panting figure not far away and shouted his command at the top of his voice. Startled by Zhao Ziyi's words, the man was taken aback. He hadn't expected Zhao Ziyi to be watching everyone so closely, nor did he think his vision could be so sharp, able to discern everything clearly even from dozens of meters away. Zhao Ziyi continued, "You must rely on the strength of the team. Now let me tell you in all seriousness, if you want to survive this assessment, unless your abilities are exceptionally outstanding, do not act on bravado. You must depend on the team's strength to make it through." Zhao Ziyi's words stung Huang Hao once again, for he happened to be near Zhao Ziyi. As Zhao Ziyi shouted through the megaphone, every word reached Huang Hao's ears with absolute clarity. Frowning, Zhao Ziyi didn't wish to waste words on him. But seeing Huang Hao standing alone and isolated, it wasn't out of pity. Rather, Zhao Ziyi believed Huang Hao was truly formidable. If he failed to cherish the power of the team, it would indeed be a regrettable waste. Captain, what you say is true enough, but the others can't hear you that clearly right now. The boatman could no longer hold back and offered this advice to Zhao Ziyi directly. Zhao Ziyi's constant shouting through the megaphone was quite grating to the boatman's ears. Rubbing his ear, the boatman added, "Everyone's currently in armed swimming, so most of their attention is on the swimming itself. This is practical swimming after all. They absolutely cannot afford to be distracted. If you keep talking beside them like this, they're bound to lose focus. If you don't want them to go faster, then forget what I said." Hearing the boatman's advice, Zhao Ziyi gradually came to understand. He lowered the megaphone, having intended to say a great deal more, but if even the boatman found it tiresome, let alone the rest of the team, it was better to stay silent. Nevertheless, the members of the team remained quite reliable. Even at this point, they harbored no complaints toward Zhao Ziyi's words, which demonstrated that Zhao Ziyi indeed possessed such charismatic authority. "Boat brother, swim a bit faster. Let's lead them from the front. Maybe then this group can still keep up," Zhao Ziyi stated calmly. No sooner had he spoken than Zhao Ziyi suddenly noticed a speedboat in the distance. In fact, this speedboat had been specifically reserved for emergencies, as accidents could happen anytime. If anyone encountered trouble, the boat would be ready to pick them up. Zhao Ziyi had not paid attention at first, but now he finally sensed something amiss. He saw someone stealthily gripping the speedboat's handle in the distance, and the boatman tacitly allowed this behavior without saying a word. The boatman believed that Zhao Ziyi's selection trial was far too difficult, requiring them to swim in full combat gear with dozens of kilograms of weaponry and equipment weighing them down. This was already an immense burden, and expecting them to swim such a long distance was utterly excessive. Even professional swimmers would be reluctant to attempt such a test. However, Zhao Ziyi's standards had always been extremely strict, so at this moment, he did not say much more, though everyone else was well aware of his arrangements. Zhao Ziyi, who had been sitting on the boat all along, now fixed his gaze on that person. "It seems someone still wants to cut corners. But I didn't explicitly forbid using other tools from the start. Clearly this person has some skills." Zhao Ziyi smiled knowingly. Had it been any other strict examiner, they would have immediately disqualified the offender. However, Zhao Ziyi was a very open-minded person. So at this moment, what he contemplated in his mind was how to directly put this person to good use. Yet it was not an easy task to promote him now, since others were still present. If someone else came over, Zhao Ziyi still could not reveal this matter to them directly, because these matters were quite confidential. If he wanted to handle them well, it would be quite difficult. Therefore, when Zhao Ziyi arrived here, no one else could obstruct his actions. Those whom Zhao Ziyi valued would almost always be given important positions. But above all, character must be the foremost consideration. If the person's integrity was lacking, then it would be of no use. This person appears to be cutting corners, but that's not really the case. His strength should be decent, he just didn't use the best approach. If it were me, I wouldn't follow the main group swimming like this, I'd find a shorter route. Zhao Ziyi silently thought to himself. In truth, Zhao Ziyi was the most clear-minded. He had been directing the boatman to steer the boat forward, even though the boatman had repeatedly told him that they were taking a detour. Zhao Ziyi replied with a smile, "Of course I know this is a detour, but I did it deliberately. The reason for doing so was to make everyone work harder to face the challenges." Zhao Ziyi kept urging the entire group to press on. Suddenly, he noticed someone whose expression looked extremely pained, and Zhao Ziyi himself was naturally curious. At the sight of this, Zhao Ziyi quickly instructed the boatman to steer the speedboat over to that person. "What's the situation? Are you all right?" Zhao Ziyi said to him. Reporting to the captain, "He's got a cramp. He's been enduring it all this time." Another person beside him stated flatly, while the pale-faced man remained completely silent. It was evident that he wanted to persevere, unwilling to give up halfway. Zhao Ziyi said to him, "Don't force yourself. Health is the greatest capital. If you encounter difficulties now, it will certainly cause many troubles later." Zhao Ziyi understood this deeply from personal experience. Once the body suffered an injury, it would take an extremely long time to recover, or might even be permanently incurable. At this moment, Zhao Ziyi was reluctant to advise him to keep holding on. Even if you manage to endure to the other side, the time will definitely not be enough. Zhao Ziyi told him directly. In fact, Zhao Ziyi was not heartless, it was simply the truth. If he continued to suffer from the cramp and could not recover, he would likely encounter even greater trouble. Zhao Ziyi continued, "You should go back and rest first. Although I've never experienced a cramp in the water, I can understand your situation." Hearing the captain's words, the man was clearly unwilling to give up so easily. Even after all that Zhao Ziyi had said, it was still to no avail. At this point, Zhao Ziyi still could not discern the man's actual strength. Instead, he noticed the person who seemed to be cutting corners still clinging to the speedboat's handle. Even though Zhao Ziyi appreciated this tactic, he still felt it was unfair to others. So he immediately took out a laser gun from his storage ring and fired several shots toward the speedboat. The speedboat was unharmed, as Zhao Ziyi's aim was very precise. Almost every bullet landed in the water around the man, raising huge splashes. The man looked up at Zhao Ziyi, then dared not play any more tricks. He immediately let go and continued the armed swim. Zhao Ziyi picked up a megaphone and pointed it in the man's direction. Seeming to be warning everyone, but in fact specifically targeting him, Zhao Ziyi said, "Don't try to cut corners. This is quite unfair, and it will make others feel unbalanced. You must rely on your true abilities to achieve final victory." Zhao Ziyi watched as the man no longer depended on the speedboat, then turned his attention to the person who had cramped up midway. Zhao Ziyi spoke calmly to the team member beside him who was struggling with a severe leg cramp. "Can you still continue? I'll be honest with you. There's still quite a distance to the opposite shore. Don't push yourself too hard. Captain, rest assured. We are all his brothers. Even if we have to carry him on our backs, we will get him to the other side." One of his companions replied to Zhao Ziyi in this manner. In Zhao Ziyi's opinion, he was quite satisfied with this response, for it embodied the spirit of teamwork. Anyone who failed to share this team spirit would surely be eliminated by him. "Captain, I'm fine. Please allow me to continue the assessment." The young man clenched his teeth, clearly still in pain, yet he held firm and spoke coldly to Zhao Ziyi. Hearing these words from the young man, Zhao Ziyi was deeply moved. At least he had encountered someone with a strong sense of responsibility, and a profound sense of relief stirred within his heart. Nodding, Zhao Ziyi said, "Then continue. But if you truly cannot hold on any longer, you must tell me immediately. Never force yourself alone, understood?" The young man nodded, clearly understanding Zhao Ziyi's words. Wanting to put him at ease, he replied calmly, "Captain, I know my own body best. I wish to continue the assessment, and even if I cannot make it alone, I still have my brothers with me." "Excellent. That is a very sound mindset. Keep it up." Zhao Ziyi said no more, for he knew well that if he wished to lead this team effectively, he himself had to set a proper example. Though he was an accomplished swimmer, he was now the examiner, and he had no intention of abandoning his post. No one had ever seen an examiner take the assessment alongside the candidates. Yet even at this moment, Zhao Ziyi would never leave his position. Should any emergency arise, he would be the first to rush forward without hesitation. The young man was not in critical condition now, though everyone present was well aware of the underlying dangers. In the face of zombie encounters, anything could happen at any moment. Therefore, Zhao Ziyi would never simply dismiss the young man at this stage. As a role model, sending him away would not only risk losing a promising talent, but also dampen the morale of the entire team. Zhao Ziyi had always placed great importance on understanding and guiding human nature. He never interfered when someone chose to leave on their own, but if a person was determined to persevere, Zhao Ziyi fully understood the value and meaning behind such resolve. No one has ever swum such a long distance while suffering from cramps. This young man's willpower is truly remarkable. Zhao Ziyi thought to himself silently. He then turned to the boatman and asked in a low voice, "What is the name of that young man who just had a cramp?" Zhao Ziyi still could not remember the names of all his team members after so long, and he bore some responsibility for that. Yet it was understandable. He was a man constantly occupied with pressing matters and had little leisure time. That was why he asked the boatman so quietly. He had never learned the boatman's actual name, and simply addressed him affectionately as Brother Boatman. A title was sufficient, the exact name hardly mattered. But for his team members, being known by their captain carried profound significance. They were ambitious and proud, and it would break their hearts if even their captain could not recognize them. This was precisely why Zhao Ziyi took the matter so seriously. His name should be Wei Guanchen. He is a university student at the Sports Institute. His physical stamina is extraordinary. After the apocalypse broke out, he led his classmates through the horde and was eventually brought here by the main group. Glancing at the young man, the boatman immediately answered Zhao Ziyi's question. Hearing the boatman's words, Zhao Ziyi gained a clearer picture of the young man's background. He murmured softly, "This young man has considerable talent. He is indeed worth nurturing." Zhao Ziyi was very satisfied with Wei Guanchen, though he would not show it openly at this moment. He would extend his offer when the time was right. Nodding, Zhao Ziyi felt quite pleased with Wei Guanchen. The young man understood the principles of teamwork and could apply them in practice. Most importantly, he had persevered without panicking at the unexpected cramp or considering retreat. Cramps are unavoidable for anyone. They may result from insufficient warm-up, improper swimming technique, or various other causes. I must not judge a person's abilities solely on such an accident. Zhao Ziyi reflected silently in his heart. Every time he was about to make a decision, Zhao Ziyi would carefully weigh all factors. After all, he was the captain of everyone, and he needed to minimize erroneous judgments as much as possible. Zhao Ziyi was fully aware of this responsibility, which is why he had made his decision regarding whether the young man should continue the assessment. Perseverance is strength. If it were up to me, I would certainly let him continue the assessment. Zhao Ziyi had already reached a decision in his heart, which is why he spoke those words. Wei Guanchen had been enduring every moment, for he desperately wanted to join this team. Without the chance to become a member of the Special Operations Unit, he would feel that everything he had done was utterly meaningless. Zhao Ziyi was somewhat surprised to see the young man still holding on at this point. So he simply refrained from deliberately focusing on that person, instead quietly surveying everyone to see what their attitudes were. Brothers, I can still hold on for now, but I hope you can help me out. In a little while I might not have much strength left. Wei Guanchen said this to everyone. Naturally, everyone understood Wei Guanchen well, so when he said such words they were all willing to help him. After all, they were teammates, and it was only natural to lend a hand in an emergency. Some of the brothers nearby were quite reliable. Seeing Wei Guanchen in need, they readily offered their help. Wei Guanchen was of course deeply grateful in his heart. He was naturally outgoing and cheerful, so he had many friends in the team. Before Wei Guanchen even exhausted his strength, some companions around him immediately came to his aid. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. Zhao Ziyi witnessed this scene, but said nothing, quietly observing everything. Their strength is quite decent. Although they can never become my opponents, they still have potential for growth. If I eliminate them all at once, it would definitely be unfair to them. Zhao Ziyi thought silently. Although Wei Guanchen's left leg had cramped and had not fully recovered, even now it was of no consequence. These brothers were truly reliable, so quick to lend a helping hand. The group was as united as a hemp rope. All the brothers were willing to exert themselves and advance together. Wei Guanchen said, "Brothers, I'm truly grateful to you all. If I have the honor to join the team, I will repay each of you well." With that, Wei Guanchen could only continue advancing slowly on someone's back. Unknowingly, half an hour had passed, yet everyone was swimming with growing fatigue, and they had only covered about a third of the distance. Standing on the speedboat, Zhao Ziyi shouted loudly to everyone, "If you don't show more determination, all of you are doomed to be eliminated." Hearing Zhao Ziyi's words, everyone naturally dared not slack off. They were all trying their best, but they simply lacked the strength, barely managing to keep swimming forward. At this point, they were quite passive. Zhao Ziyi was being strict for everyone's own good, otherwise he wouldn't have done such things. "Faster. If you can't make it to the shore, you'll still be eliminated." Zhao Ziyi roared loudly. Everyone was well aware of the importance of this matter. Zhao Ziyi didn't actually want to be so strict, but he knew these people understood the principle that unpolished jade cannot become a vessel, so he didn't want to nag any further. Then Zhao Ziyi added, "Actually, you are all very capable, but you just can't push yourselves. Since that's the case, I'll give you an extra push." At that point, Zhao Ziyi immediately took out a laser gun from his chest and fired continuously behind them. A barrage of bullets nearly burst into blooms behind them, and the group was startled. They never expected the captain to be so fierce, and Zhao Ziyi kept pushing them forward relentlessly. Some wanted to rest for a moment, but Zhao Ziyi kept staring at them, and bullets continued to fire at them. Everyone knew in their hearts that Zhao Ziyi would never aim the gun at them. The bullets all hit behind them. They continued swimming forward, but this speed was far from satisfactory in Zhao Ziyi's eyes. At this moment, if Zhao Ziyi had used his own strength to swim, he could have crossed the distance in such a short time, but as the examiner, he naturally wouldn't get entangled with these people. Don't ever think this is trivial. If you can't swim to the shore, you won't die, but you can forget about joining the team. I'll send you all back immediately and assign you other tasks." Zhao Ziyi said calmly. After the loudspeaker amplified his voice, everyone naturally didn't want to give up, so they all said, "Captain, we don't want to give up." "If you don't want to give up, then swim faster. What are you dawdling here for?" Zhao Ziyi said with dissatisfaction. Zhao Ziyi didn't want to lose his temper, but he had no choice. If he didn't urge them, they would never learn. Letting them swim forward slowly would be utterly pointless. Many of them couldn't swim and were basically carried by the team's strength. But unity is strength, and that was quite important. Those who couldn't swim all floated on the water. For Zhao Ziyi, it was best to acknowledge these members. Since he had become the captain, he had to be responsible for everyone. Zhao Ziyi still valued these people in his heart. Actually, even without them forming a team, it wouldn't have been a big problem for him. However, Zhao Ziyi would never set his ambitions too small. If they were too small, it would be inconvenient for many things. At this moment, Zhao Ziyi continued to say to everyone, "Hold on a little longer, we'll soon reach the shore. The water is indeed cold, and I know you're all tired and sleepy right now, but it's not too troublesome. Keep pushing on, and don't make me worry." After hearing these words, the others didn't know what to say. After all, they all knew Zhao Ziyi would never leave them, but what the others truly thought, Zhao Ziyi himself didn't know. "The captain absolutely wouldn't use bullets on us. He just wishes we could be better, so he can't help but fire at the water to spur us on. Brothers, let's push harder and not let the captain down." One of them said these words calmly to the brothers around him. In fact, these words were completely audible to Zhao Ziyi. But at this moment, Zhao Ziyi would never casually do such a thing. The extent of one's true strength naturally determines what they can achieve. However, trying to force one's way through would be utterly futile. After this thought, Zhao Ziyi felt somewhat at ease in his heart, yet the others were still unable to rush forward, so he remained anxious. If these people could not break free from the deadlock, they might be trapped here forever. If that were the case, the consequences would naturally become extremely severe. What you intend to do is entirely up to you. After all, my time is not abundant, and it is exceedingly precious. I advise you not to act recklessly. Zhao Ziyi spoke to everyone in a calm tone. Hearing Zhao Ziyi's words, all the members felt weary in their hearts. Even at this moment others had things they wished to do, but it would also be troublesome to resolve matters at this point. If anyone wishes to leave this place, that is certainly easy, but I hope every one of you can take responsibility for yourselves. Do not think that I am easy to deceive. I tell you, if you try to cut corners with me, it is absolutely impossible. Zhao Ziyi shouted loudly to everyone. Then everyone understood Zhao Ziyi's words. Even if Zhao Ziyi could do such a thing, he still understood it in his heart. If Zhao Ziyi lacked such strength, others would naturally be unwilling to follow him. But at this moment, everyone admired Zhao Ziyi deeply, for he could utterly overwhelm anyone. If you are unconvinced, feel free to challenge me. I will be here waiting for you. But if you possess no strength at all, then do not waste my time with nonsense now. Zhao Ziyi roared. No one wanted to swallow their pride, but luckily their hearts were strong enough. Even at this moment it might already be too late, yet others might easily blame Zhao Ziyi if they tried to view the situation from a different angle. However, as the captain, Zhao Ziyi still held great authority, otherwise he would have no right to remain here. The reason he could stay so calmly was entirely due to his formidable strength. Huang Jiang and Damao were quite clever. They knew that armed swimming was an extremely exhausting task, but they still had many brothers they knew. At this moment, there were a total of 55 members still present for the assessment. If Zhao Ziyi wanted to stay, it would likely be troublesome. However, as many as 25 people were close to Huang Jiang and Damao. Nearly half of them stood on the same side. So Zhao Ziyi allowed them to continue. In truth, if Zhao Ziyi said no or refused to let them stay, no matter how capable these people were, they would be utterly helpless. In Zhao Ziyi's heart, he had always believed that unity is strength. Huang Jiang and Damao were quite capable leaders, making everyone advance together. If someone was too tired or unwell, they would immediately pull that person along to continue. The combined strength of all the people prevented them from sinking. They floated on the water's surface. Of course, Zhao Ziyi was still formidable, and he considered these matters very important. Frowning, it was only at this moment that Zhao Ziyi noticed something was off. This group was advancing in a tight formation. Though the speed was not fast, they all kept pace, and not a single person fell behind. Even Huang Hao, who had always been a lone wolf, was now arm in arm with other brothers. This kind of camaraderie was not a problem, because everyone understood the importance of this matter. If they could not resolve things at this point, others would not be able to stay here. Zhao Ziyi crossed his arms and said nothing more. In his own heart, he was very clear about the gap between him and others. If others wanted to catch up to him, it seemed utterly impossible. Zhao Ziyi had already become powerful enough. For others to catch up would require tremendous effort and dedication. After all, Zhao Ziyi had the aid of the super survival system, while ordinary people could never possess such a system. So now obtaining a system was completely impossible. For Zhao Ziyi, holding his current position was as easy as turning his palm. In Zhao Ziyi's own mind, he was well aware that resolving these issues would require a very long wait. Even at this moment, it was unlikely that others had reached this stage. No one could understand Zhao Ziyi's actions, just as Zhao Ziyi could not comprehend the maneuvers of this group. But after thinking it over slowly, Zhao Ziyi could still see that these people were united enough. Surprisingly, even Huang Hao, who had always been a lone wolf, was willing to accept others, and the brothers around him were also very willing to embrace one another. Having done so many things, Zhao Ziyi had naturally witnessed such situations before. However, at this moment, Zhao Ziyi still found it hard to understand this behavior. At the beginning, Huang Hao had been quite resistant to Zhao Ziyi's suggestion. But when they were halfway through the swim, the others had almost no strength left, and they could no longer continue forward. Zhao Ziyi could not keep giving them hints. In fact, he had been taking this group on a detour, otherwise by now, they would have reached halfway rather than the seemingly endless one-third mark. In Zhao Ziyi's heart, he had always had a thorough understanding of this kind of situation. Others could easily comprehend its occurrence. If anyone wanted to leave in such a short time, Zhao Ziyi would definitely not try to keep them. Since those who submitted their resignation had already thought it over for a long time, by this point Zhao Ziyi had absolutely no intention of giving up this opportunity. I can clearly see just how much potential they truly have. Zhao Ziyi thought silently to himself, though he never relied on the super survival system for help. Everything was his own observation. Zhao Ziyi was quite cautious, and having handled so many matters with such order and precision, it was no surprise that he had risen to the position of team leader by now. Zhao Ziyi always knew his limits. If these members could no longer hold on, it would undoubtedly be a failure in his training and assessment. How to handle this in the end was something Zhao Ziyi would have to bear alone. There was no escaping this responsibility. In truth, if others simply could not endure this kind of assessment, Zhao Ziyi would not have to take the blame. He always acted with great order and discipline, never resorting to reckless behavior. Therefore, if at this point others found the situation troublesome, and only a few felt this way, it had little to do with Zhao Ziyi. Zhao Ziyi could well understand this situation, which was precisely why he continued to express these thoughts to others. When Zhao Ziyi saw Huang Jiang and Damao leading their teams, he was actually quite surprised. At first he had believed at least half of them would be able to endure, but they simply could not stay together as a group. Unexpectedly, he now discovered that all 55 people, whether the fastest or the slowest, were not far apart from one another. This was utterly shocking. Such a situation was something Zhao Ziyi would never have anticipated. From the very beginning, I only wanted to train this group of people. I did not expect them to be quite so united. By now they are still holding their ground and have learned to stick together. All in all, that is quite commendable, Zhao Ziyi said calmly. When Zhao Ziyi spoke, he deliberately lowered the megaphone in his hand so that no one else could hear. This matter was quite important to him. Throughout his life, he had always hoped to find some formidable opponents or members. However, by this point he had not yet had the opportunity. Zhao Ziyi could only feel somewhat regretful. The boatman had been steering the speedboat the entire time, yet he also felt deep sympathy for the squad members. After all, the boatman was already in his 50s or 60s. These young people were much like his own sons, close in age to them. Seeing them endure such hardship, his heart certainly ached. Under the current circumstances, the boatman naturally felt it inappropriate to say much. To the boatman, trying to change Zhao Ziyi's prejudices in such a short time would be an extremely troublesome matter. For anyone, this was undoubtedly a highly complicated situation. If Zhao Ziyi wished to handle things well, he certainly would not easily allow himself to be disturbed by others. The boatman frowned repeatedly, wanting to persuade Zhao Ziyi, but he could not find the right words. After considering this, Zhao Ziyi continued to pay no attention to the boatman behind him, who was still hesitating whether or not to speak. Zhao Ziyi was merely a young man in his early 20s, while the boatman was nearly twice his age, belonging to the father's generation. Yet this made no difference at all. The boatman always preferred to communicate with others before taking any action and would never simply leave without a word. Whatever you have considered, I do not agree with it in the slightest. But I am only a boatman. I can only watch your training. There is nothing more I can say. The boatman thought silently to himself. The boatman was not feeling inferior, nor was this any kind of self-awareness. However, in Zhao Ziyi's eyes, this was a matter of great importance. If he wished to investigate strictly, it would be best to resolve this matter as soon as possible. If others had no other ideas, things would naturally become extremely complicated. The main reason he dared not speak directly to Zhao Ziyi was that in their hearts everyone still harbored some measure of fear and awe toward him. Thus, at this very moment, the boatman could not possibly bring himself to say it aloud. Witnessing what Zhao Ziyi had done was a highly complicated matter for anyone. However, Zhao Ziyi had already lowered his standards considerably. At the beginning, he had not fully enforced his own standards. If Zhao Ziyi's standards were considered hell level, then the current standards for these people were merely entry level. The gap between them was far too great. What Zhao Ziyi needed to do now was to raise everyone's potential as quickly as possible. If there were no way to change this situation, it would indeed be quite troublesome. Deep in his heart, Zhao Ziyi had always understood that this was an extremely difficult matter. If you wish to leave in such a short time, I advise you to think of a solution quickly. However, judging by your current condition, if you wish to be eliminated, I fear the entire group will be wiped out, Zhao Ziyi said dissatisfiedly. As he spoke, he fired dozens more rounds. Since Zhao Ziyi's ammunition was entirely laser-made, he did not need to consider anything else. Laser-made bullets were nearly limitless. Under such favorable circumstances, it would be a great pity not to make full use of them. Everyone clearly understood that as the team leader, Zhao Ziyi was naturally disappointed in their performance. Yet even if they could not meet the required standards, perhaps Zhao Ziyi would not truly carry out such actions. Zhao Ziyi's current strength could not yet be considered formidable, so at this moment, he was utterly incapable of hearing others' thoughts. Had he possessed such an ability, he would undoubtedly have been infuriated. This group actually treated the assessment with such disregard, but Zhao Ziyi had always been stringent in his conduct, even to the point of being almost obsessively demanding of himself. When a horde of zombies had descended upon them in the past, he had never retreated a single step. At this very moment, Zhao Ziyi still paid no heed to others, continuing to fire bullets to urge everyone forward. The pace was neither too slow nor too fast. However, Zhao Ziyi had been calculating in his mind that this group was already very close to the standard of truly reaching the opposite shore. Given the current situation, it was highly likely that everyone would make it across within the allotted time, so no one was considering too many other factors. Don't you dare slack off. If anyone slows down even a little or stops midway, you'll all be finished. You'll get shot immediately, Zhao Ziyi snarled menacingly. Yet everyone understood in their hearts that someone as amiable as Zhao Ziyi would never actually do such a thing. Even now, it was far too late for anyone else to attempt such a scheme. Zhao Ziyi had always been extremely strict with himself, but he also had to be somewhat strict with others, including his own team members. In his own view, strictness had both its advantages and disadvantages. Others might not be able to accomplish much, but they would undoubtedly harbor resentment towards someone as strict as Zhao Ziyi. The core strength of a team lay in its captain, so it was essential that the captain maintain a good relationship with every member. If the atmosphere was so awkward, others would naturally be dissatisfied. But at this moment, Zhao Ziyi still couldn't tell which of these people would bear resentment toward him. There were bound to be some, and he had a certain degree of self-awareness about that. Having everyone reach the opposite shore and meet the target, or having everyone eliminated, these are important matters. Exactly how to proceed and implement them requires careful consideration by all, Zhao Ziyi thought silently to himself. As for his deliberate detour aside from the boatman and Zhao Ziyi himself, almost no one else knew about it. But Zhao Ziyi would never allow outsiders to find out, so at this moment he was still very serious about his work and wouldn't waste any time on idle chatter. Seeing everyone swimming so vigorously with their equipment, Zhao Ziyi decided not to disturb them. He simply instructed the boatman to continue forward, making sure no one grabbed the speedboat's handrails. Zhao Ziyi's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. No one dared to cut corners under his watchful eyes. If caught, the consequences would be unimaginable. In his own heart, Zhao Ziyi did care about this matter, but at this moment he refrained from taking any further action. The boatman wanted to advise him not to be so strict, but in truth it would have been meaningless and others were completely powerless. So the boatman simply kept his mouth shut. By now the Special Forces members clearly understood what Zhao Ziyi intended to do. The reason he was so strict was entirely to stimulate their potential, so that in the future when they encountered zombies they would have sufficient strength to deal with them. The captain definitely won't shoot us, so don't worry. But we must not be lazy either. If we piss him off, the consequences are unpredictable. One of the team members whispered to his companions. The others were naturally well aware of this pattern. Everyone understood that no matter how strict Zhao Ziyi was, he would never act with cruelty or tyranny. The reason he had risen to the position of captain, besides his extraordinary strength, was another crucial factor. He was outstanding and knew how to maintain a good relationship with everyone. Unbeknownst to them, 2 hours passed. No one knew exactly how long it had been. They had all become numb to the cold water, finding it hard to believe what they had endured. Look, the shore is there. We're about to land. A team member pointed excitedly into the distance and shouted to the others. Zhao Ziyi glanced at his watch without saying much. He had deliberately added extra distance to increase their workload and also to give them more physical training. If not for the detour, everyone would have reached the opposite shore long ago. After a while they all climbed ashore one after another, some cheering with excitement, proud that everyone had made it. Surprisingly, in such a long time no one had given up. Even if the thought had crossed their minds, they would never have voiced it now because they had all succeeded. Congratulations on passing the second round of assessment. However, there will be a series of tests ahead, and some of you will definitely be eliminated. It's already evening now. Set up camp along the shore. Zhao Ziyi said to them calmly. They had thought they could go back to rest, but Zhao Ziyi had other plans. None of them dared to disobey, so they began tidying up the nearby fishermen's huts on the shore. Zhao Ziyi took out some food from his spatial ring specifically for them to eat. While everyone was having dinner, Zhao Ziyi unnoticed drove the speedboat back to the island in the middle of the lake and asked Master Nanwei to prepare 70 servings of tofu pudding, a delicacy also known as bean curd jelly. Nanwei was somewhat curious. Zhao Ziyi had traveled all the way back only to ask him to make tofu pudding. Zhao Ziyi was in no hurry. He simply asked Nanwei to have everything ready by the next morning. Having Nanwei prepare the tofu pudding was no problem at all, though Nanwei had never been able to figure out what Zhao Ziyi was truly planning. I have everything under control. There is nothing for you to worry about. I will come back early tomorrow morning to collect them, Zhao Ziyi said with a smile. With 55 team members plus Zhao Ziyi himself, it was impossible for everyone to survive on just one meal. Zhao Ziyi had prepared in advance for good reason. He intended to conduct another round of assessments. The previous 2 assessments had failed to eliminate too many people. Zhao Ziyi had to keep trying, at least whittling down a portion of the members so that a small-scale special operations team could be formed. Everything I have done has been with careful consideration. Otherwise I would never have done these things casually. Zhao Ziyi said this in a calm tone. In truth, Zhao Ziyi always carefully considered every task assignment. He firmly believed that anyone wishing to become a special operations team member must possess excellent physical condition. Without meeting that basic requirement, all talk of joining the team would remain nothing but empty words. Zhao Ziyi understood this very well, which is why he would always deliberate extensively before issuing orders. Frowning, Zhao Ziyi realized he still had other matters to consider. However, given the current situation, it was best to take action. If no one was willing to cooperate with his plans, things could only become more troublesome from here. That's enough. I won't say more on this matter. But I do ask Master Nan to take extra care of this, Zhao Ziyi said calmly. Without offering further explanations to Master Nan, Zhao Ziyi felt they were entirely unnecessary. He did not waste more words and quietly left the lake island. The residents here were all busy with their labor and production, so none of them noticed Zhao Ziyi's departure. When Zhao Ziyi returned to the shore by speedboat, the team members were still eating their evening meal. This meal had been prepared earlier at Zhao Ziyi's request by Master Nan, and he had packed everything away into his storage ring. The grain supply on the lake island was not abundant, so Zhao Ziyi could never provide lavish meals for everyone. If they wanted to enjoy a proper feast, it was almost certain they would never have the chance, even after becoming special operations team members. After thinking this over, Zhao Ziyi said nothing further and joined everyone in eating. The meal consisted only of ordinary fried eggs and bread, yet mastered and always cooked with great care, and even the simplest ingredients could be transformed into something delicious under his hands. With ingredients in short supply, Master then used seasonings to enhance the flavor, making the food far more palatable. Even though the portions were not filling, everyone could still have a second helping. When Zhao Ziyi first became the captain of the Lake Island, he had promised everyone that he would ensure no one went hungry no matter what. Special operations team members bore great responsibility and obligation, so they were particular about everything they did. By this point, everyone naturally understood and accepted the situation. Zhao Ziyi felt that unless they were in a state of war, he would exercise some control over their diet. Under normal high-intensity training conditions, he would never deprive them of proper meals. The bread, luncheon meat, and fried eggs have all been finished. Are you still hungry? Zhao Ziyi asked the team members. In truth, after enduring more than 2 hours of assessment, everyone was utterly exhausted and in desperate need of food to replenish their strength. The 50-plus sandwiches were simply not enough to satisfy their hunger. Hearing this, some of the bolder team members immediately responded, "Captain, is there more food? Our stomachs are still empty. This isn't nearly enough." Someone reported directly to Zhao Ziyi. Zhao Ziyi had anticipated this, so he was not surprised at all. After nodding, he said, "Since you are all still hungry, continuing training would only make things more difficult for you. How about this? I will give each of you an extra bucket of instant noodles tonight as a reward for your hard work in completing the assessment." Hearing the captain's words, everyone instantly perked up and happily exclaimed, "Thank you, Captain. You are truly too kind." Zhao Ziyi waved his hand and said coolly, "Come on, I don't like people flattering me. Don't do that." Everyone immediately covered their mouths and said nothing more. They all understood Zhao Ziyi well enough, so they did not press the matter further. To be honest, if you picked any one person from this group, they would likely be older than Zhao Ziyi. Yet Zhao Ziyi had every right to serve as their captain. The reason was simple. He possessed the strength to back it up. Anyone who felt unconvinced could voice their objection directly to him, though Zhao Ziyi might simply ignore it. Zhao Ziyi knew that although his strength was formidable, his innate aptitude was not particularly outstanding. It was precisely this self-awareness that made him deliberate carefully before doing anything. This did not signify weakness. Rather, it was exactly because of such behavior that others came to respect the young man. It was only after everyone truly acknowledged the position of captain and accepted Zhao Ziyi as their leader that they could maintain such deep respect for him, disregarding the age gap. The principle that the capable should lead remained valid at all times. Even now, with Zhao Ziyi possessing such remarkable strength, others naturally found it easy to accept and endorse him. Just as he was speaking, Zhao Ziyi reached into his storage ring and pulled out more than 50 buckets of instant noodles. Zhao Ziyi was never stingy when it came to food. He believed that one must be generous in times of need, for those who fail to give can never expect to receive in return. A truth he understood better than most. "Captain, there's no boiling water. Are we supposed to eat these flatbreads dry?" one of the special operations team members remarked. It wasn't a complaint so much as an expression of mild distaste for such hasty eating. Even instant noodles deserve to be savored slowly. Devouring them hurriedly would only leave one hungrier. Zhao Ziyi understood this well. Initially, he had wanted to make things difficult for them, but now he found himself unwilling to do so. He retrieved 2 large thermoses of hot water from his storage ring. Inside that ring, nearly everything one could imagine was already stored. Zhao Ziyi had accumulated an extraordinary amount over time. Now he could rely on these supplies with complete peace of mind, given their sheer convenience. It was precisely because Zhao Ziyi understood the value of these provisions that he felt so at ease now. Yet his own confidence meant little if others remained unconvinced. If others did not trust him, his preparations would amount to nothing. "I always act with purpose even now. I cannot simply hand over the hot water without reason. Give me a justification and I will prepare your instant noodles." Zhao Ziyi spoke calmly, his words carrying an air of unquestionable authority. Even so, his team members could not help but admire his composure and principle. "Captain, aren't you making this unnecessarily difficult for us? If no emergencies arise, perhaps we should avoid creating trouble where none exists." Suddenly, one member of the squad spoke up to Zhao Ziyi. Zhao Ziyi did not wish to make things hard for them, but he would never simply hand over his belongings without expecting something in return. That was simply not who he was. As a captain, he bore responsibility, but he also knew precisely what fell within his duty and what did not. Hearing their words, he simply chose to ignore them. He then added coolly, "You need hot water for your instant noodles? No problem. But tomorrow you must agree to one condition: accompany me to hunt zombies. Each of you must kill one." Pausing, he continued, "Killing zombies is hardly difficult. You will face little danger, and I will be right beside you. There is no need for concern." His calm explanation was easy to accept. They simply nodded in agreement, unwilling to overthink tomorrow's task, especially since Zhao Ziyi's condition was far from unreasonable. Everyone now carried weapons and could easily dispatch a horde of zombies. At this moment, all they cared about was getting hot water for their noodles. Everything else could wait. Captain, we accept. Killing zombies isn't anything complicated. We're willing, and we know you'll be right by our side. If any danger arises, we trust you'll rush to protect us without hesitation. Another team member spoke up. Their trust in Zhao Ziyi's strength should have pleased him, yet it brought him no joy. If they all thought this way, it would become a serious problem. Should anything happen to him, none of them would be able to protect themselves. If that day ever came, there would be no need for a team at all. No need for him to invest so much effort in training special operatives. He might as well face the apocalypse alone. The very reason he had formed this team was to cultivate capable allies who could one day stand beside him as true partners. That was his original intention. Recalling this, Zhao Ziyi said nothing more, simply responding with his usual calm. I've already told you. I dislike flattery. Drop the notion. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. But within Zhao Ziyi's mind, another plan began to form. He needed to find an opportunity to push them, to train them properly. If they grew too dependent on him, the consequences could be dire. This situation had to be resolved as soon as possible. He could not simply voice these thoughts aloud, but fortunately no one possessed the ability to read minds. Whatever he said would remain his own. Zhao Ziyi wished to forge their independence. If they could not stand on their own, there would be no point in continuing. Lost in thought, Zhao Ziyi said nothing. His team members, sensing his contemplation, fell silent as well. The atmosphere grew quiet, a sign of the deep respect they all held for him, and perhaps for the better. I'll give you the hot water now, but don't you dare break your promise. Zhao Ziyi said with a wry smile, lightening the mood with a joke. Everyone understood his meaning and replied promptly, Captain, rest assured. Tomorrow each of us will personally kill a zombie in front of you. We swear it. The moment those words left his mouth, they were met with an immediate response from everyone. Fortunately, Zhao Ziyi's authority still carried weight, so no one dared to make a fuss. They simply stood quietly in place, watching Zhao Ziyi with their eyes fixed on the kettle of hot water in his hands. Zhao Ziyi saw the eager expressions on everyone's faces and merely offered a faint smile, saying nothing further before promptly handing over the kettle. Each person quickly set about preparing their instant noodles, and the savory aroma of the noodles soon spread through the air. Everyone picked up their chopsticks and began eating the instant noodles, then took a hearty gulp of the piping hot broth. It was a truly delightful experience. However, the supply of noodles was limited, and there was no way to simply eat and eat endlessly. Having managed to fill their stomachs, Zhao Ziyi spoke calmly. Go ahead and clean up. It's been a long day, and all of you are covered in sweat. Take care of yourselves, and be back at your original positions in 30 minutes. Zhao Ziyi's orders were immediately carried out. By now everyone was still quite willing to follow his lead, so upon hearing his words they set off without delay. After spending the entire afternoon immersed in water, their clothes had mostly dried, but the cold had seeped into their bodies, which was far from ideal. This was precisely what concerned Zhao Ziyi the most, which is why he quickly ordered everyone to find a place to bathe and change into clean clothes. Earlier, when they had been at the lake island, Zhao Ziyi had already asked everyone to bring extra sets of clothes, and anything too cumbersome to carry could be stored within his storage ring. Now everyone knew that Captain Zhao possessed a storage ring capable of holding a great deal of items, so ever since learning of this no one had given it much further thought, and simply made use of every available item. After all, there were plenty of things stored within Zhao Ziyi's ring. Moreover, a storage ring had virtually no upper limit on capacity, so if Zhao Ziyi wished to help others carry their belongings, everyone was happy to hand their items over to the captain. Zhao Ziyi had always been more than willing to lend a helping hand, and for such minor matters, he would never refuse. Previously, when Zhao Ziyi had proposed the armed swimming assessment, everyone had promptly stored their valuable belongings at home or entrusted them to others for safekeeping. After all, the team members were about to enter the river for the swim, and getting their things wet would hardly be a good thing. Everyone understood this well, and had not overthought it. Many had handed their clothes over to Zhao Ziyi, so by now he was able to retrieve all of them. With a total of 55 team members, there were 55 sets of clothing stored away, all intended for changing and washing. There was plenty of space within the storage ring, and since its capacity had no upper limit, Zhao Ziyi could place whatever he wished inside, without any difficulty whatsoever. Regardless of whether the interior was clean or not, Zhao Ziyi's Legion members still resided within it. In peacetime, his Legion members would help him tidy and maintain the space, and Zhao Ziyi trusted them deeply. They had always been fiercely loyal to him, and never hesitated in carrying out any task, so at this moment, he could rest assured. Even if anyone were to do such a thing, I wouldn't need to overthink it. But my Legion members reside within my storage ring. They don't eat, you see. To put it plainly, they are all martial souls, and require no food to sustain themselves, for they never feel hunger. Zhao Ziyi thought to himself in silence. The others still didn't fully understand Zhao Ziyi's reasoning, but since he had said he would help them store their clothes, everyone naturally felt at ease regarding the captain's arrangement. By now, if anyone wanted to take a brief rest, Zhao Ziyi would certainly agree. However, for most of them, these were trivial matters that didn't require even asking Zhao Ziyi in the first place. Take these clothes and go. Return in 30 minutes freshly washed and cleaned, and we'll prepare for me to teach you some techniques for killing zombies. Zhao Ziyi said this, and upon hearing that their captain intended to share some practical knowledge that evening, everyone's hearts swelled with delight. Even though they were exhausted, a fresh wave of energy surged through their bodies. Zhao Ziyi always had a clear sense of judgment in everything he did and never casually assigned tasks that others would be unwilling to do. Thus, after responding to Zhao Ziyi's suggestion, everyone dispersed. Most of them still carried weapons of some sort, and they did not separate completely. Some preferred to stick together in groups. So even if they encountered zombies or some unexpected situation along the way, a quick call would bring the nearby brothers rushing to their aid. At this moment, Zhao Ziyi's blood energy was nearly at full capacity. After such a long rest, there was no need for further replenishment, so he could confidently activate his real-time monitoring function. This wasn't for any trivial purpose. If any of his team members fell into danger, Zhao Ziyi would be able to rush out and protect them within the first instant. Zhao Ziyi was well aware that although he had dealt with a massive zombie horde, this proved nothing at all. Zombies were still everywhere. It was merely that their numbers in the nearby area had decreased, making them harder to spot. This did not mean they had vanished entirely. None of the team members possessed any means of preventing infection, so the consequences of a single bite were entirely predictable. Zhao Ziyi always made it a point to prepare for the worst. It was simply his nature. Everyone quickly collected their clothes and headed toward the nearest bathing facilities. Fujian City had been without power for a long time, so taking a hot shower was practically a luxury. Captain is clearly trying to make us catch a cold. After soaking in the water for so long now, we have to take a cold shower. At this hour we'll definitely catch a cold, one of the team members complained. Another team member quickly covered his mouth and said directly, "Stop it. Maybe the captain wants to temper our willpower. If we nitpick over such small things, what could we ever do well?" Old Zhang is right. It's just a cold shower, as if we've never had one before. Another person nearby said this directly to the one who kept complaining. The man pressed his lips together momentarily at a loss for words. Since no one else had any objections, his constant complaining here seemed rather pointless. With that thought, the three quickly found a bathhouse not far from the opposite bank. They moved in small groups, so even if they encountered zombies, they wouldn't need to fear. At least they could look out for one another. Zhao Ziyi remained where he was, quietly observing the situation. If anyone ran into trouble, he would immediately rush to the rescue. Zhao Ziyi couldn't be completely at ease with his team members' abilities. These people hadn't undergone professional training, and if they encountered zombies, or even a zombie horde, they would inevitably panic. This was precisely why Zhao Ziyi had taken all these measures, to prevent such a situation from occurring. It's not that I don't trust these people, but the outside world is too dangerous. Since I brought them here, I must take responsibility for my team members. Zhao Ziyi said calmly from inside the room. At that moment, the super survival system warned him, a zombie horde has been detected 1 kilometer to the southeast. Host, please be careful. Hearing the super survival system's alert, Zhao Ziyi immediately became vigilant. He hadn't expected that after eliminating such a large number of zombies, they would still encounter a zombie horde now. Zhao Ziyi frowned and said in a low voice, "It seems zombies can never be completely eliminated. No matter how hard I fight alone, I can't change anything." Originally, Zhao Ziyi had thought that after his great battle with the horde, even if he couldn't eliminate all the zombies in Fujian City, he could at least wipe out a large portion of them. But he had been too naive. Fujian City had originally been home to hundreds of thousands of residents. After the apocalypse broke out, the vast majority of those residents had been infected and turned into terrifying zombies. Zhao Ziyi was certain about this, so eliminating a large wave of zombies was still far from enough. Zhao Ziyi dared not remain there any longer. If he lingered, even briefly, he might bring danger to others. As the captain, he had to take responsibility for his team members. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to serve as the leader of this special operations team. Not only as the captain of the special operations team, but also as everyone's leader, Zhao Ziyi had to protect each person. This was the responsibility he had to bear. There was no escaping it. With that thought, Zhao Ziyi immediately set out. Using his sprint skill, he surged forward, covering 1 kilometer to the southeast. Along the way, some people spotted their captain and were about to greet him when Zhao Ziyi zoomed past them in a flash. Everyone was left wondering where the captain was running off to, so they could only stand there silently, unsure of what to do. Zhao Ziyi immediately arrived at the location indicated by the super survival system. Sure enough, a large horde of zombies was there, making hoarse growling sounds as they aimlessly roamed the streets. Fortunately, no other survivors had arrived yet. This was the best outcome under the circumstances. Zhao Ziyi let out a breath, then prepared to eliminate these zombies directly. Suddenly, one zombie beast spotted Zhao Ziyi and raised its arm to signal, commanding the entire horde to turn around and retreat. Zhao Ziyi's fearsome reputation had spread far and wide. Few zombies were a match for him. After his previous battle with the horde, the zombies active in Fujian City had been severely weakened. Now encountering Zhao Ziyi was like mice meeting a cat. They were terrified. A slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Seeing the zombies retreat, Zhao Ziyi almost couldn't be bothered to chase them. But he wasn't willing to come all this way for nothing, so he immediately fired several shots from his laser gun at the zombies. The bullets struck them one after another, and instantly a large number of zombies were eliminated by Zhao Ziyi. Zhao Ziyi's strength was indeed formidable. Almost no zombie could match him, and at this point almost no zombie dared to face him in direct combat. Previously, he had single-handedly eliminated a massive wave of zombies. Such an impressive feat had shocked countless zombies and even alarmed a large number of zombie beasts. As long as the zombie beasts were intimidated, there was basically nothing else to fear. After eliminating more than a dozen zombies with his laser gun, Zhao Ziyi didn't intend to press the attack. He needed these zombies to be afraid of him from start to finish. If they were only scared at first, but it wore off later, then the desired effect he wanted wouldn't be achieved. If he merely gained a bunch of experience points without any real effect, it would be meaningless. Zhao Ziyi's sights were never set that low. Looking at the current situation, though, he couldn't help but feel some doubt. Just how strong were these zombies? Probably no one could answer that question directly. So sometimes he had to personally verify the situation himself. No matter what, these zombies must all be eliminated by me now. Not a single one can be left behind. If we continue to let them run rampant, this place will become a haven for disaster. Zhao Ziyi muttered to himself in his heart. Fortunately, no one knew about this matter, so from the beginning there was no way for anyone to know about this situation. Even if others knew in their hearts that zombies were difficult to deal with, Zhao Ziyi wouldn't panic in the slightest. Even if the zombies were exceptionally formidable, as long as Zhao Ziyi exerted just a bit more force, he could instantly subdue them. This principle was well understood by everyone and required no explanation from Zhao Ziyi. Many of the survivor team members rushed over, since the southeast direction 1 kilometer away was not a long distance for them. Moreover, their captain had suddenly sprinted in that direction, and everyone was naturally curious. Even if some were reluctant to come, they had no choice. Whatever Zhao Ziyi intended to do, no one could stop him. Why did the captain suddenly run over here? A team member asked out of curiosity. He had already found a place to wash up and relax, but seeing so many people rushing over, he had no choice but to follow. It wasn't that he wanted to conform, but if he didn't, he might be left behind. Can't you see? Captain Zhao said earlier that he would teach us some zombie killing techniques. That's definitely it. He wants us to watch from afar and see how he takes down zombies. So keep your eyes wide open and learn well. Our captain's skills are extraordinary. Another team member remarked. In everyone's mind, they were still puzzled as to why Zhao Ziyi had suddenly rushed over. But if anyone knew that Zhao Ziyi possessed a super survival system, everything would be completely explainable. The super survival system alerted Zhao Ziyi to the presence of zombies in the area. For the safety of his team, Zhao Ziyi naturally had to strike first, or else disaster would befall them. Zhao Ziyi paid no heed to the crowd. Now he could ensure his own escape at any moment. In the previous battle, he had once thought he was doomed, mainly because he couldn't break through the encirclement. But now Zhao Ziyi had to be cautious. Under any circumstances, he must leave himself a way out and never cut off his own retreat. Otherwise, even if he wanted to withdraw, he would have no means to do so. After thinking this over, Zhao Ziyi planned to only eliminate the frontmost zombies during the attack, never jumping directly into the zombie horde. That would be an extremely foolish move. He had always been clear about these things, but he never casually shared them with others. After all, these were lessons he had gained through countless battles, and ordinary people could never know them. Seeing the large group of team members standing behind him, Zhao Ziyi understood they were there to watch. His heart was as calm as a still lake, utterly unruffled, as if he had experienced so much that such spectacles no longer surprised him. Zhao Ziyi could hear their voices. Since everyone wanted to see how he killed zombies, he would let them witness it properly. With this thought, he knew that everyone was eager to admire the captain's strength, though he couldn't guarantee what the other members were thinking, for they were still curious about what he was actually doing. Though we don't know the captain's full strength, we can tell he's formidable. Even alone, he can easily take down so many zombies, so we'd better not cause him any trouble. The team members spoke calmly. Zhao Ziyi understood the team members' thoughts well, but he still believed they shouldn't rush up at this moment, mainly because he didn't want extra burdens. However, Zhao Ziyi didn't dwell on it. He had always been aware of the large gap in strength between himself and the team members. From the very beginning, he hadn't placed much importance on them. After all, none of them had undergone real training or experience, so at this point Zhao Ziyi certainly wouldn't arrange for them to help kill zombies. Suddenly Zhao Ziyi turned around and shouted to everyone, "Stay where you are. Don't come any closer. If there are zombies around you, try to eliminate them." Zhao Ziyi gave these instructions calmly. Everyone understood them well, but at this moment they couldn't fully grasp what he meant. Initially, they had only come to see the captain's prowess, but now Zhao Ziyi intended to start teaching them zombie-killing techniques, which were the truly important things. At the beginning, you don't need to be afraid of killing zombies. If you're scared, you'd better leave here immediately. If something goes wrong, don't panic in your heart. Zhao Ziyi explained calmly. Everyone understood these things quite well, so they could immediately grasp his words. Zhao Ziyi always ensured everything was reliable, so when they heard his words they naturally agreed immediately. If he had asked them to help kill zombies at this point, no one would have readily consented. The combined strength of all the team members couldn't match Zhao Ziyi alone. From the very beginning, the gap between him and them had been widening. So now Zhao Ziyi was at most teaching them zombie killing skills, not helping them kill zombies together. As Zhao Ziyi said this, he intended to directly eliminate the zombies. Eliminating them wasn't too difficult, so he wanted the team members to watch carefully. Sooner or later they would have to walk this path. Rather than delay, it was better to let them adapt early. Zombies are not actually frightening at all. You must adapt to them as quickly as possible. If you think you cannot handle it, then come up and try it yourself. Do not underestimate yourselves. Zhao Ziyi said this calmly to the team members behind him. In truth, the team members understood this logic perfectly well, but they were simply terrified, afraid that if they were bitten by a zombie the consequences would be unimaginable. These people were not as strong-willed as Zhao Ziyi. Apart from a few who were genuinely bold, the rest lacked such capability. Seeing that the team members had nothing to say, Zhao Ziyi decided not to waste more words. He turned and faced the zombies head-on, ready to fight. The zombies were formidable fighters in their own right, but they happened to encounter Zhao Ziyi, and that was their tragedy. As the zombie lunged at him, Zhao Ziyi immediately sidestepped, effortlessly evading the attack in a single fluid motion. With a beckoning gesture, Zhao Ziyi seemed almost amused, smiling at the zombies. If you have the guts, come at me all at once. I just hate it when you try to wear me down with a war of attrition. Zhao Ziyi said this indifferently, though deep down he was well aware of the reality. These zombies were destined to be utterly eliminated by his hands. He barely regarded the zombies as worthy opponents. Zhao Ziyi was never one to be overly arrogant, but neither would he underestimate their combat prowess. If the zombies charged at him, he would have to respond with his full strength. Let me show you. I'll wipe all of you out in one wave. Even if you try to launch an attack against me, you will never become my match. Zhao Ziyi said this with utmost disdain. Zhao Ziyi had never been concerned about the zombies' attacks. He had always been confident in these matters, and he had always trusted in his own strength. Even with so many zombies before him, Zhao Ziyi felt no fear. Others might take a long time to finish a battle, but when they encountered Zhao Ziyi, it was a truly terrifying affair. Everyone else stood behind Zhao Ziyi, observing his every move. If anything unexpected happened to him, they would naturally bear some responsibility. In truth, Zhao Ziyi was quite clear about the extent of his own abilities. If these zombies could charge straight at me, I could still eliminate them all in one stroke. Their combat strength is quite formidable though, so even when others want to leave this place, I can still clean them all up in an instant. In Zhao Ziyi's heart, he had never harbored any fondness for these zombies. After all, if not for them, people could still live happy lives. It was precisely because of the zombies' existence that others had to suffer so much. If it weren't for you zombies lingering here, my life might have been even better. Zhao Ziyi said this with fierce resentment, deeply angered by every move the zombies made. Yet none of this could be directly blamed on the zombies before him. In Zhao Ziyi's heart, he was still a reasonable person. At this moment, he could understand that these zombies had mutated into their current form due to other causes. If not for other sources of infection, perhaps everyone's lives would still be peaceful. But all of that had been shattered. Zhao Ziyi was well aware of this fact, and for a moment he could not bring himself to speak with others. Better to be a dog in times of peace than a human in times of chaos. I understand this truth better than anyone now. Zhao Ziyi said this calmly. He had considerable experience, but at this moment, he did not know how to express his inner thoughts. Everyone else was quite capable in their own right, but at this point Zhao Ziyi could still easily wipe out this entire horde of zombies. However, the true extent of Zhao Ziyi's strength was not something one should ask him about. One would have to ask others instead. Zhao Ziyi himself did not know where his limits lay. If he had already given his all before, he still felt it was far from enough. In the beginning, he had been quite understanding of these matters deep within his heart. The zombies simply could not eliminate Zhao Ziyi. In fact, Zhao Ziyi could casually wipe them all out. So who was stronger and who was weaker was apparent at a single glance. But these matters were not very important to Zhao Ziyi. For him, such things held little significance. If he could have eliminated these zombies from the very beginning, there would have been no need to search for other survivors. Zhao Ziyi was fully aware of his own situation, so at this moment retreat was simply not an option. I know the spirit bomb can't be used directly for the time being. Since I've just used it not long ago, I absolutely cannot keep relying on the spirit bomb. Zhao Ziyi pondered this quietly in his mind. There were indeed many things he needed to consider, but to what extent he should think about them. Others truly had no idea. Actually, even without the spirit bomb, I would be perfectly fine. At worst, I'll just keep fighting. After all, these zombies can never become my match. Zhao Ziyi said this with great confidence, his tone calm and composed. But what Zhao Ziyi said was not necessarily empty bravado. Deep in his heart, he understood exactly what he was doing. If he had to protect the large group of survivors behind him, Zhao Ziyi would charge forward without hesitation. Yet none of this was so easy. The zombies would continue to multiply, but I had experienced this once before. This time I would absolutely not fall into their trap again. Zhao Ziyi pondered silently in his heart. His strength was truly extraordinary, and he understood well the capabilities of his opponents. If anyone could defeat him so quickly, there would be no need to send so many zombies. A massive horde of zombies charged toward Zhao Ziyi, leaving him no way to escape even at this moment. Yet deep within his heart a small wish remained, to grow ever stronger. Inside Zhao Ziyi's storage ring his legion members waited. Aside from the Iron Cavalry, every god of war under his command far surpassed Zhao Ziyi in cultivation. These warriors were all bestowed upon him by the super survival system to help him achieve greatness, so Zhao Ziyi could not simply summon them to handle this battle casually. Zhao Ziyi understood that these god of war warriors were formidable, yet even they could not directly handle the zombie tide. The horde grew ever larger, their numbers beyond description, a sea of creatures nearly filling the entire street. However, to Zhao Ziyi this did not seem particularly difficult. Should anyone wish to catch up with him in such a short time, it would be impossible, truly a fanciful dream. With the super survival system's assistance, Zhao Ziyi would never be caught off guard by enemies. Even if injured, he could recover within moments. Yet even now Zhao Ziyi had not considered other options. What he valued most lay in his heart, and no one understood the true nature of these zombies better than he did. Zhao Ziyi silently formulated his strategy. Eliminating a few zombies quickly would not be difficult for him, but the horde was simply too vast. Even if the zombies charged directly at him, one man alone would struggle to hold them back. But don't forget, I still have my trump card. I can easily wipe out every last one of you zombies, send you all to your doom, and ensure you never rise as humans again. Zhao Ziyi said calmly. His words carried the intent to eliminate all the zombies at once. Such a task was troublesome, yet if Zhao Ziyi wished to leave this place quickly, it would be effortless. He had learned to never cut off his own retreat. Should he choose to flee, no one could possibly match him. At this moment, it was nearly impossible for anyone to withstand Zhao Ziyi's attacks. His strikes were ferocious, and should he eliminate these zombies, no one would have the means to stop him. Behind Zhao Ziyi, his squadron members watched in utter astonishment. His combat prowess was terrifying. Those zombies had no defense against him, and he dispatched them with ease. Yet the number of zombies was simply too great. Zhao Ziyi could not eliminate them all at once. Clearing them one by one was far too slow, even for him. He understood this clearly. Should he wish to eradicate the entire horde, it would take considerable time. When Zhao Ziyi had previously cleared zombies on Jinhua Street, it had taken him an extraordinarily long time. Recalling that battle now, it had required roughly 3 or 4 hours. The scene remained vivid in his memory, though the current zombie numbers were far more manageable than before. The previous scene and zombie scale could be described as numbering in the thousands. Yet the horde was so vast that eliminating them quickly would still pose a significant challenge for Zhao Ziyi. At the very beginning, Zhao Ziyi had intended to leave this place directly. Your combat strength is not bad, but unfortunately your numbers are far too few. You simply cannot defeat me. Zhao Ziyi said indifferently. Zhao Ziyi knew these zombies stood no chance against him, which is why he could speak so calmly. Yet he was not arrogant. Regarding the zombies' attacks, he remained ever cautious. Even the slightest mistake would prompt him to retreat immediately. Unfortunately, at this moment Zhao Ziyi was fighting alone. No one else could match him in combat. Should he wish to escape quickly, it would still be an exceedingly difficult matter. Zombies, is this all you have? If this is truly your strength, I suggest you all leave here before it is too late. Zhao Ziyi said coldly. He held these zombies in utter contempt. Though they had once been human, after enduring so much time, Zhao Ziyi understood that these zombies were also victims. Once ordinary people who suddenly mutated into mindless creatures of fate no one could accept. Yet what was most heartbreaking was that these zombies had lost all memory. The memories of their former human lives had vanished since their transformation. Unless certain memories prove impossible to erase, they would only make the zombies all the more tormented. Indeed, the zombies themselves would sense this as well. As their combat prowess and consciousness continued to strengthen, they naturally would not be so hasty to infect these humans within such a brief span of time. Zhao Ziyi was simply a human, a living, breathing human standing before these zombies. That was precisely why a massive horde of them grew so desperate, eager to seize Zhao Ziyi and devour him on the spot. Yet Zhao Ziyi's combat strength was far too formidable, and his fearsome reputation had long since deterred countless zombies from daring any aggressive move. By this point, those zombies dared not launch a full-scale assault. But the more they hesitated, the worse the situation would become, a reality Zhao Ziyi understood all too well. Even now he could comprehend why these creatures were so frantic to capture humans. In Zhao Ziyi's eyes, zombies possessed a pitiable side, though most only saw their grotesque exteriors and failed to perceive anything beyond. These zombies could almost all be considered victims, yet there was truly no alternative. Without fresh blood or human flesh, they would inevitably starve to death. For a long time, the zombies had operated within the urban area of Fujin City, recently expanding outward. But humans could not simply be devoured without resistance. The will to survive burned fiercely within them, and when confronted by zombies, panic was inevitable. Tell me plainly what it is you zombies seek. There is no need for silence. Zhao Ziyi muttered to himself. Zhao Ziyi was well aware of his own capabilities. In the beginning he had dispatched his opponents with ease, and when facing zombies he could eliminate them effortlessly. Whenever Zhao Ziyi encountered zombies he became unusually exhilarated, though the reason held no logical meaning. It was simply that when it came to slaughtering the undead, Zhao Ziyi proved exceptionally formidable. If you wish to be wiped out in one stroke, then come and try. After speaking these words, Zhao Ziyi immediately retreated several paces. Zhao Ziyi's movements were so swift they were nearly imperceptible, and even at this moment, he could effortlessly handle the situation. If Zhao Ziyi chose to depart now, no one could possibly stop him. However, the number of zombies was staggering. Though not as numerous as on Jinhua Street earlier, these zombies were still quite troublesome to deal with. If Zhao Ziyi were to eliminate them one by one, it would take an eternity. Even if he possessed such patience, the survivors behind him certainly did not, and his own stamina could not sustain such an endeavor. Though burdened by these circumstances, Zhao Ziyi bore the weight silently. Even if these zombies grew stronger, they remained powerless against him. Other zombies continued to linger nearby, yet none could ever hope to match Zhao Ziyi's strength. Zhao Ziyi felt a trace of tension whenever such troubles arose. Behind him stood 55 survivors, all witnessing their captain face down so many zombies. Some had even suggested offering assistance, but such efforts would amount to little more than interference, if they did not make matters worse. Zhao Ziyi always kept a fallback plan in reserve. Though weary from this confrontation, he never engaged in battles without adequate preparation. The battle at Jinhua Street had been nothing more than a moment of impulsiveness on Zhao Ziyi's part. Had Zhao Ziyi not been consumed by such fury, he would never have remained here. In truth, he had long desired to leave. He knew he could not possibly eliminate so many zombies in such a short time, and thus his mind was filled with countless considerations. The exact number of zombies is irrelevant. What I must focus on is how to deal with them. My entire team is watching me. If I do not set an example now, they will never truly respect me as their leader. Zhao Ziyi thought silently to himself. Zhao Ziyi's emotions were complex. He was acutely aware of his exhaustion. His physical strength was steadily declining, and his vitality was nearly impossible to restore at this point, making it extraordinarily difficult for anyone to keep pace with him. His vitality continued to drain away. Though others could not fathom his true strength, Zhao Ziyi himself understood precisely how far he could push himself before breaking. Zhao Ziyi remained where he was, never once considering retreat. Yet he had always left himself an escape route. If he could no longer endure, he would undoubtedly choose to withdraw. Zhao Ziyi's mind was exceptionally resilient, and he refused to indulge in excessive deliberation. Nevertheless, Zhao Ziyi was well aware of his position. If he fled now, his people would undoubtedly lose respect for their leader. Conversely, if he could eliminate all these zombies, none would ever dare trouble him again. At the very least, within the urban area of Fujian City, there would be no further zombie attacks unless Zhao Ziyi chose to strike first. He understood this outcome well. Yet at this moment, what mattered most was not the future. It was how to escape this place as swiftly as possible. Now there were two paths before Zhao Ziyi. One was to flee directly, though this method would still be rather ungraceful, almost like admitting defeat. While others had always believed that, where there is life there is hope, deep down people understood this principle well enough. Moreover, there were still many team members behind Zhao Ziyi, so the number of survivors was considerable. If Zhao Ziyi intended to leave immediately, he would at least have to take these members with him. Taking all the members along would definitely be a troublesome affair. I can't very well lead them all in a retreat. How tragic would it be to establish this special forces team only to encounter such a situation before even fighting much? There's no way I can accept this. Zhao Ziyi silently pondered to himself. In fact, there was a second path before Zhao Ziyi to continue holding his ground here. Just as before when he had remained at Jinhua Street, his persistence had brought him a wealth of rewards. Not only did many people choose to respect him, but he also leveled up and grew incredibly strong. Now Zhao Ziyi felt he had become extraordinary, all thanks to the previous great battle. The consecutive level-ups of Zhao Ziyi were likely known only to himself. Even the super survival system was merely a carrier for conveying this information, representing nothing more. And even if the super survival system were aware, it wouldn't matter, as it was always on Zhao Ziyi's side. No matter what, if I want to leave now, the best course is to eliminate all these zombies right away. That way things won't become too troublesome later. Zhao Ziyi murmured. Zhao Ziyi had his own thoughts on many matters, but initially he had believed that killing zombies was no big deal. However, now that he was truly facing such a horde, he began to hesitate. The number of zombies was truly overwhelming. If the zombie tide continued as before, Zhao Ziyi feared he would be powerless to turn the tide. I really don't believe zombies can't be killed. Even with so many of them, it's nothing. As long as I unleash a few big moves, I can easily take them all out. Zhao Ziyi said this with great confidence. Yet everything was in vain. Just what Zhao Ziyi's true strength was no one could predict. Whether he could actually match the zombies was something only Zhao Ziyi himself could imagine. The reason Zhao Ziyi had to face these zombies was that he believed it was absolutely necessary. If the zombies were not dealt with early, they would only leave a great calamity in the future. Such a disaster of endless trouble was something Zhao Ziyi would never allow to persist. Zhao Ziyi stood calmly in place, not overthinking things. Eliminating the zombies was not too difficult, so he began to launch an all-out assault against them. Even if his blood energy was continuously declining, it didn't matter much. As long as his experience points kept increasing, Zhao Ziyi would eventually recover his blood energy. No pain, no gain. This truth will never change. Zhao Ziyi stared at the zombie horde before him and spoke very calmly. In his view, even if these zombies were extremely formidable in combat, they could never become his match. His own combat power had always been unimaginable. If they truly provoked him, the consequences would be self-evident. Zhao Ziyi continued his assault on the zombies. However, ordinary attacks didn't concern him at all, so by now he could still eliminate a large wave of zombies before him. But Zhao Ziyi couldn't stay here killing zombies forever. That would be far too slow. He had to think of a way to wipe out this entire zombie tide in one go. Having retreated a few steps back, Zhao Ziyi began to prepare a large-scale long-range attack. But the zombies were relentless. Previously, the zombies had been extremely afraid of Zhao Ziyi, and even now they still dreaded his power. However, that didn't matter much. The zombies could still cling to him regardless. Even if every zombie was terrified of Zhao Ziyi, it still wouldn't change the fact that they were no match for him. Yet their numbers gave them an advantage, so at this moment they chose to surround him. Surround him. Even if we have to risk our lives, we must bite him a few times, suggested one of the zombie monsters. But this idea from the zombie monsters was utterly wrong. They had severely underestimated Zhao Ziyi's strength. Now Zhao Ziyi had reached the core formation stage 6th level, so he could easily deal with the zombies. Having wiped out a massive zombie tide at Jinhua Street earlier, Zhao Ziyi had made a huge profit. At this point, eliminating the zombies was a piece of cake for Zhao Ziyi. Moreover, although this cultivation realm wasn't particularly high, Zhao Ziyi had gained a much stronger physique than before. With this constitution as his foundation, he had no fear of even the most formidable zombies. Zhao Ziyi was simply that tough. When faced with extremely powerful zombies, he would confront them head-on without needing to consider anything else. Seeing the zombies' relentless persistence, Zhao Ziyi didn't waste words with them. He swung the purple martial soul-severing blade in his hand. Although the laser gun had considerable power in close combat, the soul-severing blade was the priority. The soul-severing blade swept forward lightly, and sure enough, a large wave of zombies was instantly eliminated by Zhao Ziyi. Previously, when Zhao Ziyi was at a very low cultivation realm, he had to constantly hack at the zombies with the soul-severing blade. But now he didn't need to consider too many things. Although his current realm wasn't particularly high, Zhao Ziyi still possessed this level of strength, at least far surpassing his previous low-level self. Zhao Ziyi found the soul-slaying blade increasingly comfortable to wield, and an irrepressible excitement surged within him. Without wasting words on the zombies, he sent them straight to their doom. The soul-slaying blade dispatched the horde of zombies with effortless simplicity, devoid of any flashy movements. Zhao Ziyi then sheathed the blade, curled his hands into claws, and gathered energy at his waist, crouching into a horse stance as he shouted, "Kamehameha wave." Immediately, a colossal beam of light erupted from his palms, signaling the unleashing of his ultimate technique. Such a devastating move was not something ordinary creatures could withstand, and the zombies, witnessing his formidable stance, recoiled in terror. They attempted to retreat, but it was too late. The front ranks blocked the rear, and the rear obstructed the view of those ahead, leaving both sides in a helpless deadlock. The destructive power of the Kamehameha wave far surpassed his other skills, though it still fell short of the spirit bomb. Yet Zhao Ziyi paid little heed to such comparisons. The spirit bomb was a last resort maneuver reserved for moments of dire crisis, as its use imposed an immense burden on the body, an experience Zhao Ziyi had endured before. Only when no alternative remains would I consider unleashing the spirit bomb, otherwise I would never casually resort to it, Zhao Ziyi remarked nonchalantly. In his view, these matters could be resolved with ease, though no one else seemed capable of coping with them. Having fully charged the Kamehameha wave without any delay, Zhao Ziyi immediately unleashed it. The immense power of the Kamehameha wave swiftly blasted away a large cluster of zombies. Fortunately, a dense throng stood directly before him, making the attack highly effective. Zhao Ziyi did not overthink the situation. Eliminating the zombies was his primary task, and everything else was utterly secondary. He refrained from idle chatter, knowing full well that conversing with these undead was futile. It would only serve to unnerve them, offering no benefit to himself. With that realization, Zhao Ziyi resolved to stop wasting words with the zombies, for such banter merely consumed his precious time. Although his blood energy was steadily depleting, his vitality remained robust. Compared to the past, unleashing a Kamehameha wave was now effortless, and he could easily continue using it. The Kamehameha wave boasted immense power, and a wide area of effect, yet Zhao Ziyi could not vanquish every zombie in the vicinity. If the zombies scattered to the sides, the wave's impact would fail to reach them. Thus, the optimal timing for its use was when the undead converged into a dense cluster. After the previous barrage, nearly all the zombies before him had been annihilated. Yet Zhao Ziyi remained unsatisfied, for such an outcome was easily achievable and demanded no further deliberation. However, the surviving team members behind him stared in awe, astonished that their captain could be so formidable. Witnessing Zhao Ziyi unleash such a powerful skill, one team member murmured, "The captain is truly extraordinary. To think he could release a move of this caliber. His prowess far exceeds our wildest imagination." The captain is indeed the captain, undaunted while slaying zombies even when surrounded by hordes. He never retreats, and at this moment, he even holds the advantage. Another team member remarked in a calm tone. Another team member spoke softly in agreement. Zhao Ziyi could clearly overhear the team members' comments as his real-time monitoring function remained active. Yet he had no time to dwell on their thoughts, for his focus was consumed by the battle. Zhao Ziyi was devoting every second to slaughtering the zombies with no spare moment to slack off. The slightest lapse in concentration would invite grave trouble. Amidst the frenzy of the zombie tide, Zhao Ziyi suddenly sensed an overwhelming aura approaching him. Frowning deeply, he felt a foreboding dread, as if something terrible was about to unfold. Clenching his fist, Zhao Ziyi realized that if this powerful aura were to seize control, his situation would become dire indeed. "I must flee this place immediately. If this formidable aura takes hold, no one will be able to escape," Zhao Ziyi murmured to himself. At that moment, a guttural "ha-ha" sound emanated from within the zombie horde, an unnaturally loud noise utterly unlike the ordinary zombies. This was unmistakably the sound of a zombie overlord. Zhao Ziyi began to grow tense, knowing that the zombie overlord's rank could parallel his own cultivation level. Given his current strength, he could roughly estimate the creature's caliber. Whether he could defeat the zombie overlord was a judgment Zhao Ziyi could make on his own. Thus, as soon as the guttural sound echoed, he sensed that matters were taking a turn for the worse. This zombie overlord seems unlike any I've encountered before. Its aura is eerily different. A tremendous force is gathering here, and it's truly terrifying, Zhao Ziyi muttered in a low voice. Zhao Ziyi fell into a pensive silence. Zhao Ziyi had never been at ease whenever zombie monsters appeared, and now, hearing their guttural hissing, he felt an urge to retreat. The surrounding zombies prowled arrogantly around him, as if daring him to challenge them. With such a powerful zombie monster as their backing, Zhao Ziyi's strength would make no difference whatsoever. Zhao Ziyi's brows furrowed deeply. He could not determine the true strength of this zombie monster. Faced with such a formidable opponent, he did not know whether to feel relieved or despairingly flee. Retreat is absolutely out of the question. That would be too humiliating, Zhao Ziyi thought coldly to himself. In truth, Zhao Ziyi understood better than anyone that these ordinary zombies stood no chance against him. At this point, withdrawing gracefully would be the wiser choice, and it would not appear as though he had been driven away, but rather that he simply deemed them unworthy of his attention. However, the battlefield dynamics shifted almost immediately. A particularly powerful zombie monster let out a monstrous shriek. It was not only Zhao Ziyi who felt a chill of fear. The survivors standing behind him also grew uneasy, some even suggesting they leave together. But it was already too late. The surrounding zombies received some unseen reinforcement, and their previous listless state vanished in an instant. They became wildly frenzied, a state highly advantageous to zombies, but nothing short of a catastrophe for Zhao Ziyi. Zhao Ziyi had never overthought his decisions, and even now he could have easily handled the situation. Yet beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. This sudden appearance of the zombie monster felt deeply wrong. Its strength seemed completely disproportionate to the rest of the horde. Could it be that they have evolved so rapidly, producing a zombie of such overwhelming power? Zhao Ziyi murmured, though he found the notion difficult to accept. No matter how he tried, he could not make sense of it. And even if he could, there would be no way to change the outcome. The zombie monster remained right before him. Only by confronting it directly could he hope to prevail, otherwise all efforts would be in vain. Fully aware of this reality, Zhao Ziyi did not hesitate. He immediately prepared to continue the fight. He had already planned his fallback strategy. If overwhelmed, he would summon all his legion members from his storage ring. Their combat power was exceptional, and if he could hold out long enough, they would be able to sustain the battle. Even with this plan in mind, Zhao Ziyi would not give up. However, as the other zombies taunted him relentlessly, he could not predict under what circumstances he would be able to eliminate the zombie monster. It was beyond his comprehension. After all, Zhao Ziyi was no prophet. He would only know the answer after he had already achieved it. Shaking his head, Zhao Ziyi sighed. I should stop overthinking this. The more I dwell on it, the more troubled I become. I will simply face this zombie monster head-on. His muttering tone revealed the growing restlessness and tension within him. If he were defeated by this zombie monster, his reputation would be utterly shattered. But since these creatures had to be dealt with eventually, it was better to finish it quickly. Rather than being defeated now and seeking revenge later, he might as well eliminate the zombie monster right here and now. With this thought, Zhao Ziyi's fighting spirit reignited. Within the zombie horde, a figure began to surge forward, and the surrounding zombies parted to let it pass. It was clear that this zombie monster held a position of great status, otherwise it would not have commanded so much respect from the others. Strength commanded respect in this world, even among zombies. It was a law of the jungle that applied to all beings. As the zombies cleared a path, Zhao Ziyi held his breath, staring intently at the source of such overwhelming aura. Indeed, a zombie monster slowly emerged from the horde. Zhao Ziyi's eyes widened in shock. It possessed 9 heads. He had never seen a zombie monster with such a bizarre and terrifying appearance, yet he could feel the immense pressure radiating from it. It seems this encounter will be far more dangerous than I anticipated, he murmured. A 9-headed zombie monster like this is sure to be incredibly powerful. Swallowing hard, Zhao Ziyi felt a heavy burden settle upon him. Yet the other zombies would not take advantage of his moment of hesitation. They would not ambush him while he faced the 9-headed monster, for they respected its authority. As for Zhao Ziyi, they cared nothing for his fate. Captain should be fine, right? If we really can't win, let's retreat to Lake Hard Island together. The zombies don't have boats, so they probably can't swim there. Silence. That idea is extremely dangerous. Damao shot the speaker a sharp glance, then reprimanded him. Lake Hard Island is our last line of defense. The elderly and children inside are defenseless. If the zombies launch a full-scale assault, we will not survive either. Damao's words were quickly accepted by many. His statement was undeniably correct. They could never give up, but doing so would guarantee their defeat. Once the will to fight was lost, no zombie could be overcome. To others, Zhao Ziyi was practically a godlike existence, almost omnipotent. So facing the zombie monster with 9 heads, the special operations team members were willing to believe that Zhao Ziyi possessed the strength to handle it. The captain can definitely do it. We must all trust in his abilities. Don't give up easily. If even we believe the captain can't defeat the zombie, then no one can. Huang Zhang stood nearby, explaining calmly. The team members largely agreed with this sentiment, and they said in unison, "We absolutely cannot leave. Even if all the zombies charge at us, we'll fight them to the death. We must never lead the zombies to the island in the center of the lake." Having said this, the team members responded enthusiastically. However, Zhao Ziyi's true capabilities were beyond anyone's imagination, so everyone was still anxious inside, wondering whether the captain could match the zombie. Whether the zombie would win the battle or Zhao Ziyi would have the last laugh, no one could predict. Sweat began to bead on his forehead, and Zhao Ziyi couldn't help feeling nervous. Facing so many zombies was manageable, but the 9-headed zombie monster before him was overwhelmingly powerful. Even before the fight began, Zhao Ziyi could estimate the outcome. When I go all out against this zombie monster, I might not be able to watch over the teammates behind me. If a horde of zombies attacks them, they'll be in danger, Zhao Ziyi said calmly. No matter the time, Zhao Ziyi always cared about the safety of his team members. After all, he had led them to the city center. If anything went wrong, even if it had nothing to do with him, it would chill the hearts of the survivors on the island. Ever since I became captain, I've been acting under the spotlight. Even a minor mistake gets magnified by others. Even if there's the slightest hint of danger, I must eliminate it early, Zhao Ziyi murmured. Zhao Ziyi had always set high standards for himself, so by now he still hadn't made a move. The 9-headed zombie monster was about to attack him directly, but Zhao Ziyi was already prepared at any moment. Sometimes Zhao Ziyi remained calm inside, but when the zombie monster began to prepare for an attack, he suddenly became flustered. Swallowing hard, Zhao Ziyi muttered inwardly, "If I get entangled by the zombie monster with so many zombies around, it'll be quite troublesome. I simply can't escape from here." Upon seeing the 9-headed zombie monster's appearance, Zhao Ziyi became even more determined to leave. If he didn't get away soon, he would likely encounter many more troubles. In that case, it was better to leave this dangerous place first. If he were actually caught by the 9-headed zombie monster, it would be a troublesome affair. Zhao Ziyi was rather tense. At this moment, if he faced even more powerful zombies, he would probably be struggling to cope. But now he was already nervous. If he couldn't eliminate the 9-headed zombie monster, the consequences would be severe. He would likely be crushed. With such a formidable aura, the ultimate move it unleashed would undoubtedly be terrifying. Zhao Ziyi dared not even imagine it, clenched his teeth, and charged straight at the opponent. The 9-headed zombie monster's combat power was formidable. Seeing Zhao Ziyi charging, it remained unfazed, the corners of its mouth curling upward slightly, as if it had no fear of Zhao Ziyi's attack. In fact, Zhao Ziyi had always been deeply anxious inside. If he couldn't escape, the only way was to step over the corpse of the 9-headed zombie monster. Behind him, a large number of survivors relied heavily on Zhao Ziyi's strength. If Zhao Ziyi were defeated at this moment, their morale would likely collapse. Warning: a 9th-tier zombie monster has appeared. The system automatically grants the host a tiger talisman to help deal with the 9th-tier zombie monster. The super survival system said calmly. Whenever a critical moment arrived, the super survival system would appear directly beside Zhao Ziyi. Zhao Ziyi had always believed that the nine-headed zombie monster was extremely powerful, but for him, no matter how strong the zombie, with the help of the super survival system, he would hardly be afraid. Zhao Ziyi took these matters rather calmly. So from the start, he was quite open-minded, even saying little about many things. However, if he wanted to deal with the nine-headed zombie monster, a single tiger talisman might not be enough. What is this tiger talisman used for? Can it really help me fight the nine-headed zombie monster? Zhao Ziyi found the tiger talisman hard to believe, but he was always responsible in everything he did. If other zombies tried to attack him, Zhao Ziyi would never let them lay a finger on him. But now that was completely impossible. The nine-headed zombie monster's combat index was too overwhelming, making it almost impossible for Zhao Ziyi to withstand. Now Zhao Ziyi charged fiercely at the nine-headed zombie monster without directly using the tiger talisman granted by the super survival system. Before he could react, one of the nine heads suddenly spewed a massive ball of fire at him. His eyes wide with shock, Zhao Ziyi immediately rolled backward on the ground, barely dodging the attack. But then the nine-headed zombie monster seized the opportunity, instantly flashing behind Zhao Ziyi. This sudden movement startled him. Such speed was too fast, likely beyond even Zhao Ziyi's own ability. I didn't expect this beast to be so powerful. If I encounter more of these zombie monsters, there's probably no place for me. Zhao Ziyi couldn't help but sigh. Zhao Ziyi had long been puzzled as to how the nine-headed zombie monster had appeared within Fujiang City and why it would launch such ferocious attacks against him, nearly overwhelming him completely. Zhao Ziyi had been struggling to cope with the relentless assaults, but fortunately, he now possessed the tiger tally gifted by the super survival system, otherwise he would truly have been killed by the nine-headed zombie monster. Even now, Zhao Ziyi still had no idea what the tiger tally was meant to do, and with the zombie monster right before him, he had little confidence in defeating it. Still, having obtained the tally gave him some measure of reassurance. The things the super survival system has given me have never disappointed me, so at this point eliminating these zombies should be relatively straightforward. Zhao Ziyi said this calmly. With the nine-headed zombie monster now directly in front of him, Zhao Ziyi knew that dealing with it would require considerable effort. At least for anyone else, it would be far more troublesome. Zhao Ziyi understood this principle well, which was why he had waited so long before charging forward. After his evasive role, Zhao Ziyi had lost all advantage. The nine-headed zombie's aura was far more formidable than his own, and at this moment, the creature harbored no fear of Zhao Ziyi whatsoever, whereas Zhao Ziyi himself still felt a creeping unease. It was immediately clear who held the upper hand. Rubbing his nose, Zhao Ziyi kept urging himself onward. Under the circumstances, he would not have resorted to such measures if he had any other choice, but he truly had no alternative. Without this inner drive, even someone as capable as Zhao Ziyi would not last long. Even if you're a formidable beast, I will never yield to you. Zhao Ziyi said this with a calm demeanor, his confidence unwavering. The tiger tally might not guarantee victory, but at the very least it ensured he would not be at a disadvantage. Deep down, Zhao Ziyi felt a sense of reassurance. The nine-headed zombie monster continued to emit its chilling, heh sounds. Zhao Ziyi felt a strange dizziness as though his head were clouded. The sound was not particularly loud, yet it resonated like a low-frequency wave, constantly disturbing his mind and leaving him utterly disoriented. Struggling to rise, Zhao Ziyi found his entire body weak and lifeless, unable to muster any strength. Frowning, he murmured, "What's happening to me? What kind of spell has this creature cast upon me?" Faced with such a bizarre phenomenon, Zhao Ziyi initially suspected the nine-headed zombie was behind it all. Yet no matter how deeply he pondered, he could find no answer. The monster's sole intent was to drive Zhao Ziyi to the brink of death, and every attempt at counterattack seemed utterly impossible. I must break free from this relentless creature as soon as possible, or I'll truly be controlled. Zhao Ziyi knew he possessed the advanced diamond indestructible body, but beyond that he had no other outstanding abilities. If he were to engage the nine-headed zombie in a direct confrontation, he would almost certainly be no match. Zhao Ziyi swallowed hard, his heart racing with tension. Throughout his life, he had always acted with caution and measure. Even if the zombie monster was powerful, he knew he could not afford to panic. At this moment, his primary objective was to escape. Regardless of whether he could shake off the nine-headed zombie's assault, his urgency only intensified. Zombie monsters are indeed formidable, but even this one cannot hope to completely subdue me. Zhao Ziyi reasoned calmly. Zhao Ziyi was still able to analyze the situation clearly, and even in the midst of danger his mind continued to work. The nine-headed zombie's combat prowess was exceptional, so if he wanted to escape, he had to act immediately. Zhao Ziyi desperately struggled against the creature's grip, knowing he had to break free from the nine-headed zombie's control before the situation grew even more dire. His brows remained tightly knit, and Zhao Ziyi could not afford to relax. Though his heart raced with anxiety, he refused to let it show. Even if his teammates behind him could not detect his fear, Zhao Ziyi had always been on edge. Yet he absolutely could not be defeated. If he fell, the other survivors would surely suffer the same fate. Slowly his brows relaxed. With a sudden shake of his arms, Zhao Ziyi remembered his family on Lake Island and all the people he needed to protect. He could not allow himself even a moment of complacency. Driving his arms into the ground with tremendous force, Zhao Ziyi launched himself into the air. While airborne, Zhao Ziyi was at a distinct disadvantage, and the nine-headed zombie seized the opportunity, immediately launching a fierce attack. But Zhao Ziyi would not waste this moment. If he remained idle during his flight, the outcome would surely be devastating. Yet Zhao Ziyi had not anticipated such complexity. Though his heart still trembled with unease, the zombie now attacked him with relentless ferocity, proving that he had underestimated them. I assumed you creatures wouldn't take advantage of an opening, but I clearly underestimated you. The zombies, of course, offered no warning before striking. They swarmed toward Zhao Ziyi in unison, forcing him to hastily retreat. His nerves were already frayed from the beginning, and now faced with this dire situation, his tension only deepened. There are too many zombies for me to handle alone. It seems I must use the tiger tally to assist me. Zhao Ziyi said this with a measured calm. Just now he had been too busy dealing with the nine-headed zombie monster to consult the super survival system. But now that Zhao Ziyi had barely dodged the monster's attack, he needed to ask urgently, otherwise he would truly have no idea how to use the tiger tally. Host, the tiger tally possesses tremendous power. Please use it wisely. It can summon characters, or even entire military legions without any upper limit, but it may only be activated once per day, and each activation lasts merely half an hour, the super survival system explained. Upon hearing this explanation, Zhao Ziyi suddenly understood how the tiger tally worked. Remembering the steps to activate it, he began preparing to use it. This tiger tally was quite useful. If Zhao Ziyi reached a point where he could not win, he could quickly activate it, and even the nine-headed zombie monster would hardly stand a chance against him. At this moment, Zhao Ziyi harbored such thoughts. However, he was a man who pondered things carefully, so even though the nine-headed zombie monster was formidable, he could not immediately launch a direct attack. Zhao Ziyi was about to activate the tiger tally. The talisman appeared unremarkable at first glance, but the moment he used it, golden light immediately erupted from within. This golden light was extraordinary, sparking curiosity in everyone. Not only were the surviving team members behind him intrigued, but even the zombies seemed puzzled by Zhao Ziyi's strange actions. Whenever Zhao Ziyi did something unusual, it always produced remarkable results. Results that were at the very least extremely beneficial for him. I wonder what kind of character the tiger tally can summon. I'm quite curious. I hope it calls forth an entire legion. Even if they disappear after half an hour, I'm willing to give it a try. This is the moment. Why wait? Zhao Ziyi muttered to himself. Zhao Ziyi had made up his mind. Now was the time to use the tiger tally. Even if the summoned character was not particularly powerful, they could still serve as an ally, helping him face the nine-headed zombie monster before him. To be honest, Zhao Ziyi's combat strength was no mean feat. He had managed to eliminate the group of zombies before him in such a short time. When it came to dispatching zombies, Zhao Ziyi was never afraid. And even now he still possessed considerable strength. Zhao Ziyi nodded and immediately activated the tiger tally. Its power was formidable, and the golden light that erupted from it attracted everyone's attention, leaving them marveling at its extraordinary brilliance. Then a figure emerged from within the tiger tally. As soon as this single figure appeared before Zhao Ziyi, a hint of disappointment crossed his mind. But even so, Zhao Ziyi harbored no complaints. He had always been a contented man. If not for the tiger tally gifted by the super survival system, he might not have had any means to handle the situation at hand. Facing a massive wave of attacks, Zhao Ziyi felt a sense of urgency within his heart. However, these zombies were not particularly formidable. Aside from the nine-headed zombie monster before him, Zhao Ziyi considered all the others to be insignificant. Even if Zhao Ziyi stood alone here apart from the nine-headed zombie monster, he was fully confident he could handle the remaining zombies. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in battle. The enemy Zhao Ziyi faced was the extremely powerful nine-headed zombie monster, while the character summoned by the tiger tally was merely a single individual. This was somewhat shocking to Zhao Ziyi. Beyond the shock, disappointment naturally followed. But Zhao Ziyi did not dwell on it. After shaking his head, he began to think about how to resolve these problems. However, the figure then turned around. Seeing Zhao Ziyi, he immediately knelt on one knee and proclaimed, "Your servant Li Jing reports to you, my lord. Forgive me for arriving late and causing you to suffer. At your command, Li Jing stands ready. The nine-headed zombie monster shall never harm you." Having learned of the nine-headed zombie monster's combat strength, Zhao Ziyi no longer paid attention to the ordinary zombies. If the nine-headed zombie monster launched a direct attack at him, General Li Jing would rush to his side in an instant. Li Jing did not ignore the zombies, but charged directly at Zhao Ziyi's enemy. Without the zombie horde surrounding him, he would have been powerless. But even if the zombies were formidable, they still could not overcome Zhao Ziyi. These zombies are quite formidable. But even with someone assisting me in attacking the nine-headed zombie monster, I still feel it will be a close fight. Zhao Ziyi pondered. As for the current situation, he had no idea what to do. If he provoked the nine-headed zombie monster, he would surely suffer severe consequences. Zhao Ziyi had always been formidable, though others had not paid much attention to his strength. The remaining zombies were closing in on him, but Zhao Ziyi unleashed several Kamehameha waves, scattering the surrounding zombies to pieces. Li Jing was no coward either. From the very beginning, he continuously unleashed his ultimate techniques, each strike landing heavily upon the nine-headed zombie monster, showing absolutely no mercy. The nine-headed zombie monster was driven back step by step, and the surrounding zombies were also eliminated by the collateral damage from Li Jing's devastating attacks. Zhao Ziyi never showed mercy. Once he decided to act, he had to strike hard, otherwise the outcome would be unacceptable. "My lord, these zombies are swarming us. You should leave quickly," Li Jing suggested while continuously unleashing his ultimate attacks. However, Zhao Ziyi did not care about these matters, and simply replied calmly, "If I wanted to leave, I could have done so long ago. Why would I wait until now?" Zhao Ziyi was not lying. He said this to help Li Jing see things clearly. But for Zhao Ziyi, these matters had always been trivial. To other zombies, Zhao Ziyi remained a formidable force, yet at this critical juncture eliminating him would still exact an immeasurably heavy toll. "You intend to make a stand here, my lord?" Li Jing finally caught on the weight of Zhao Ziyi's resolve now dawning upon him. Initially bewildered, Li Jing finally grasped the gravity of the situation as Zhao Ziyi's words clarified the unsettling truth. Zhao Ziyi stated calmly to Li Jing, "The other zombies are of little consequence. Our priority must be to destroy the nine-headed zombie beast. If we fail to eliminate it now, future attempts will only become more troublesome." Upon receiving his commander's directive, Li Jing immediately launched a ferocious assault on the nine-headed zombie beast. The nine-headed zombie beast began to fear Zhao Ziyi. The sudden appearance of such a formidable opponent was truly terrifying. Li Jing could only assist Zhao Ziyi for half an hour, so Zhao Ziyi had to defeat the nine-headed zombie beast within that time. Otherwise, managing alone would prove exceedingly difficult. Seizing the moment, Zhao Ziyi charged alongside Li Jing. The nine-headed zombie beast possessed extraordinary combat prowess, demanding every ounce of Zhao Ziyi's strength. "We must seize this chance and unleash a continuous barrage of critical strikes. Only overwhelming burst damage can truly harm this monstrous creature." Zhao Ziyi couldn't help but analyze the situation. Amidst such chaos, Zhao Ziyi had to cast aside all distractions. He was deeply aware that his own strength alone was insufficient for such a monumental task, which was precisely why he had decided to join forces with Li Jing to besiege the nine-headed zombie beast. As a ninth-tier zombie beast, it demanded Zhao Ziyi's full effort to destroy it. If he were to face it alone, everything would undoubtedly become far more complicated. Li Jing, flank it from the right. We'll both unleash our ultimate attacks and go all out against this thing." Zhao Ziyi was resolute, paying little heed to the surrounding zombies. Once he set his mind on a goal, he was determined to see it through. The nine-headed zombie beast continued its guttural rasping sounds. Zhao Ziyi was now fully prepared, knowing that failure to eliminate it this time would lead to dire consequences. "We must give it our absolute all. We cannot afford any slack. If either of us falters in our assault, this creature will be nearly impossible to destroy," Zhao Ziyi admonished repeatedly. Li Jing nodded, offering reassurance. "Rest assured, my lord. I will fight with everything I have and strive to slay this fiend as quickly as possible." As he finished speaking, Li Jing shot forward, instantly appearing beside the nine-headed zombie beast before it could even react. A guttural sound emanated from the nine-headed zombie beast, a cacophony of 9 distinct echoes that was almost unbearable. Fortunately, neither Zhao Ziyi nor Li Jing were ordinary men. A mere sounds could not deter them. Zhao Ziyi rapidly moved to the opposite side, and together they unleashed their ultimate attacks. Zhao Ziyi poured all his energy into a Kamehameha wave, while Li Jing, not to be outdone, sent forth beams of blue light, like swords piercing straight towards the nine-headed zombie beast. Seeing simultaneous attacks from both sides, the nine-headed zombie beast wasn't foolish enough to take them head-on and tried to dodge. However, this movement exposed its vulnerability. "I didn't expect it to be so slow. That's its weakness. Let's take it down right now," Zhao Ziyi declared with growing confidence. Zhao Ziyi's subsequent relentless attack struck the nine-headed zombie beast without respite. Even with its incredibly thick health pool, it couldn't withstand their combined onslaught. Zhao Ziyi and Li Jing showed no mercy. The nine-headed zombie beast let out a series of agonized shrieks that were truly blood-curdling. "I can't believe the captain can fly. That's incredible," one of the surviving team members marveled. They hadn't thought much of Zhao Ziyi's abilities before, but witnessing him fly was astonishing. Ever since reaching the core formation stage, 6th level flight had become effortless for Zhao Ziyi, yet attacking the nine-headed zombie beast still posed a challenge. With Li Jing by his side, Zhao Ziyi had nothing to fear. He relentlessly unleashed critical blows upon the nine-headed zombie beast, knowing that even if his own attack power seemed lacking, his partner's support compensated for it. Facing the horde, Zhao Ziyi declared loudly, "You insignificant creatures. If you do not disperse on your own, I will annihilate you all right now." Zhao Ziyi's words sent a shockwave through the ranks of the zombies. They were terrified of his power, especially after witnessing him slaughter so many of their kind. Initially, they merely thought Zhao Ziyi was exceptionally skilled, but they had no real grasp of the extent of his strength. Zhao Ziyi relentlessly attacked the zombies, inflicting catastrophic casualties and eradicating many of them outright. No one could have predicted the true extent of the zombies' combat power, but everyone could now clearly see how formidable Zhao Ziyi had become. Zhao Ziyi immediately unleashed a fierce critical strike on the nine-headed zombie beast, then used a teleportation step to appear before a large wave of zombies on the ground. Eliminating them was easy for him, so he chose to handle them directly. Unfortunately, these zombies were no match for Zhao Ziyi. Even if he couldn't wipe them out within such a short span, it mattered little now. My lord, why have you turned to deal with these small fries again? Focus on destroying the nine-headed zombie beast first. Li Jing couldn't help but suggest. Seeing Zhao Ziyi land directly from midair and continue attacking the other zombies, yet he seemed to completely ignore the massive creature before him. Truly astonishing. Zhao Ziyi explained to Li Jing, "What you don't know is that many of my teammates are standing behind me. The attacks of this zombie horde are quite fierce. If they harm my teammates again, I will absolutely not allow it." After hearing Zhao Ziyi's words, Li Jing finally understood everything. However, eliminating this nine-headed zombie monster was easier said than done. Its attacks were extremely fierce, and it nearly struck Li Jing directly. Fortunately, Li Jing swiftly twisted in midair and barely dodged the onslaught. If Zhao Ziyi truly possessed such strength, he could easily deal with these insignificant creatures without Li Jing's help. However, aside from being slow in movement, the nine-headed zombie monster had formidable attack power. At this point, Zhao Ziyi was already very powerful and basically didn't need assistance from others. Yet Zhao Ziyi was unable to be in two places at once, so, at this moment, he promptly used the tiger tally. Zhao Ziyi continued to launch attacks at the zombie horde, not hesitating to use the Kamehameha wave. Even though he knew it would easily drain his blood energy value even to zero, he persisted. This was mainly because Zhao Ziyi needed to ensure that his teammates were out of any danger. If even now he couldn't protect all his teammates, then there was no need for Zhao Ziyi to continue serving as their captain. The nine-headed zombie monster continuously absorbed the attacks from Zhao Ziyi and Li Jing, and soon could no longer withstand them. Eventually, with a low growl, it slowly collapsed to the ground. After Zhao Ziyi killed the nine-headed zombie monster, he immediately gained extremely rich experience, which made him feel overjoyed. I have almost never gained such high experience. Zhao Ziyi couldn't help but marvel. Killing one nine-headed zombie monster yielded even more experience than killing 50 zombie monsters or taking down hundreds of zombies. The reason he was so delighted wasn't just this small gain. The most important thing was that Zhao Ziyi had eliminated the zombie monster, so once Li Jing disappeared, Zhao Ziyi would have no lingering worries. As long as Zhao Ziyi no longer had to live in constant fear, any previous troubles wouldn't matter. Dealing with this nine-headed zombie monster was quite troublesome, and alone, I would still have had trouble with it. Fortunately, with this tiger tally, I could summon Li Jing. This method is quite effective. At least if I encounter powerful enemies in the future, I can immediately use the tiger tally. It's even more useful than character summoning cards. Zhao Ziyi couldn't help saying this. But then Zhao Ziyi reconsidered and realized these things weren't so important. If he had eliminated the zombie monster without gaining anything, he would have felt somewhat upset. But now with the experience gained, Zhao Ziyi could level up. Even though he had already reached the 6th stage of the core formation realm, it was still far from enough. Congratulations, host, on successfully advancing to the 7th stage of the core formation realm. We hope the host will continue to strive and push toward the intermediate realm. The super survival system said this to Zhao Ziyi. Usually Zhao Ziyi was quite aware of these matters, but even after waiting so long, he still couldn't become a powerful figure that quickly. Time passed quickly, and Zhao Ziyi calculated carefully that nearly half a year had elapsed since the apocalypse broke out. Yet he was still stuck at a lower realm. Zhao Ziyi knew that the current lower realms had many stages: Qi, refining, foundation, establishment, core formation, nascent soul, and spirit transformation. If he didn't keep working hard, he estimated that when he encountered more powerful zombies, he would still be unable to cope. The reason Zhao Ziyi fought so desperately was to completely nip these creatures in the bud before they truly evolved into monstrous states. Unfortunately, this idea was still premature. Thinking about such things now seemed like a fantasy completely impossible. At this moment, Zhao Ziyi was only at the core formation realm, yet zombie monsters had already appeared at the 9th rank. In fact, there were even more powerful zombies yet to emerge. Every time Zhao Ziyi tried to kill zombies, he had to exert full strength, and the outcome still left him feeling very passive. Because Zhao Ziyi understood this truth, even now he never forgot to kill zombies. After the nine-headed zombie monster was eliminated, Zhao Ziyi also gained rich experience and directly advanced to the 7th stage of the core formation realm. The survivor team members behind him saw their captain's incredible prowess and naturally felt delighted for him in their hearts. Zhao Ziyi had always possessed this kind of strength, and fortunately Li Jing was quite cooperative. However, half an hour had already passed, and it was time for the summoned character from the tiger tally to leave. Li Jing said to Zhao Ziyi, "My lord, the leader of the monsters has been destroyed. I hope my lord will work to clear out the remaining petty foes. Without a leader, they can be wiped out in one move without much effort." After hearing Li Jing's advice, Zhao Ziyi merely nodded faintly, without saying much, watching Li Jing vanish before his eyes. In fact, Zhao Ziyi didn't feel any regret at all. He was quite aware of how powerful Li Jing truly was. He had just been cooperating with Li Jing, so Zhao Ziyi naturally felt gratified. But at this moment, seeing that Li Jing didn't continue to eliminate the large wave of small zombies, Zhao Ziyi didn't think it mattered at all. These are all small matters, no need to continue killing zombies. But I'm not entirely sure how powerful these zombies are. Anyway, just kill them all, no need to think about anything else. Zhao Ziyi said indifferently. As for killing zombies, he had always thought it was relatively easy. It was late at night, so darkness prevailed everywhere. Had Zhao Ziyi not taken out the bright lighting lamp directly from his storage ring, he probably would not have been able to see clearly himself. The remaining zombies still served other purposes for Zhao Ziyi. Moreover, he had fought desperately, just now nearly exhausting his vital energy. He could no longer continue the battle and needed proper rest. It was precisely because he understood this that when the moment arrived, Zhao Ziyi knew exactly how to make use of these things. With a swift turn, he departed and hurried back to where the survivor team members waited. "We should head back now," he said calmly. "If you want to bathe today, you may need to wait in line." Hearing Zhao Ziyi's words, everyone readily agreed without objection. They nodded in approval and promptly left the area. Zhao Ziyi had always considered the remaining zombies a minor matter, which is why he had never bothered to eliminate them outright. Now his vital energy was critically depleted, so at this moment, Zhao Ziyi chose not to take any further action and instead signaled his men to withdraw. After escorting the team to a safe zone, Zhao Ziyi organized everyone to change and rest. The entire process took over 2 hours. Exhausted from slaying the 9-headed zombie monster which had consumed too much of his vital energy, he could barely muster the strength to continue. After you finish bathing, return to the shore and rest on your own. You should have learned a few things from fighting zombies today. Take time to review them. I'm going to rest now. Handle any other requests yourselves. With those calm words, Zhao Ziyi turned and departed. Upon returning to the small fishing cabin on the shore, Zhao Ziyi immediately lay down to rest. The day's commotion had been utterly exhausting. The zombies feared his reputation so deeply that none dared approach, giving him peace of mind about his team. He rested peacefully on the bed and drifted into sleep without noticing. Should any emergency arise, Zhao Ziyi would surely respond in the first instant. Whenever he or his team members were on the verge of danger, the super survival system would promptly alert him. For this reason, Zhao Ziyi felt no anxiety. Zhao Ziyi woke feeling refreshed. The sky outside was still gray, likely around 5 in the morning. He had previously arranged with Master Nanwei on Lake Heart Island to have tofu pudding ready early that day. Upon reaching the shore, Zhao Ziyi drove the speedboat away on his own. Fortunately, the team members were still asleep and did not notice their captain's departure. The night before, after everyone had changed and washed, they had returned to the shore to rest. Knowing how hard their captain had worked, none dared disturb him. Zhao Ziyi piloted the speedboat and quickly returned to Lake Heart Island. Striding into the dining hall, he found Master Nanwei had already prepared all 70 portions of tofu pudding. "Captain, we have both salty and sweet varieties. Everything you could want in abundance," Master Nanwei said with confidence. He had made a massive pot of tofu pudding and thoughtfully prepared different flavors to suit individual preferences. Seeing Master Nanwei's wholehearted dedication, Zhao Ziyi felt deeply gratified. He had always believed that Master Nanwei was not only an exceptional cook, but also a person of admirable character. No matter what occurred on the island, Master Nanwei was always among the first to step forward and help. The tofu pudding he had prepared was undeniably fragrant and delicious. With a hungry stomach, Zhao Ziyi decided to have breakfast right there in the mess hall. Some residents of Lake Heart Island had already awakened, but it was still too early for breakfast. As the captain with important matters to attend to, Zhao Ziyi's special privilege was perfectly acceptable. Lake Heart Island's rules had multiplied over time, yet order within had gradually become increasingly refined. Du Jie had issued numerous regulations making the island progressively better. The residents were generally very willing to follow Zhao Ziyi's directives. They had never once refused Du Jie's arrangements. To ensure fairness, Zhao Ziyi had even abolished the communal dining system and replaced it with a labor-based meal ticket distribution, allowing everyone to purchase food according to their work contributions. Life on Lake Heart Island was now thriving and comfortable. Zhao Ziyi scooped a generous mouthful of tofu pudding with his spoon and chewed. The flavor was simply extraordinary, utterly delicious. Closing his eyes slightly, Zhao Ziyi remarked, "I have never tasted anything so delicious. It seems Master Nanwei truly is remarkable, capable of creating such fine food." A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Master Nanwei replied, "Then do not underestimate me. This tofu pudding is actually quite simple to make. As long as I have the ingredients, I can prepare anything you desire. Hearing these words, Zhao Ziyi felt a wave of reassurance. Master Nanwei had always deeply admired him. After all, the protagonist's aura was undeniably dazzling. Though Zhao Ziyi was unaware of these feelings, he genuinely found Master Nanwei's cuisine to be exquisitely flavorful. Master Nan, this food is truly exceptional. In the future, I will bring back more fine ingredients, and once we have enough, you can prepare even more delicious dishes. Zhao Ziyi said calmly, then proceeded to store the remaining portions of tofu, putting directly into his storage ring in front of Master Nanwei. Previously, Master Nanwei had been quite meticulous separating the tofu, putting into 70 individual bowls, making it convenient to serve and consume. Zhao Ziyi did not linger in idle chatter with Master Nanwei, for soon everyone would be waking up. Hurrying back to Lake Heart Island, Zhao Ziyi happened to encounter some survivor team members who had just awakened. One of them noticed their captain was up so early and hurriedly asked, "Captain, aren't you going to rest?" "No, I have rested enough. I just went out for a walk," Zhao Ziyi replied calmly. He then instructed everyone to prepare themselves. They could move about freely for now, but would gather shortly for breakfast. Zhao Ziyi did not waste words with the team members. He took a brief stroll nearby before retrieving all the food from his storage ring. 70 bowls of tofu pudding was quite a substantial amount. As soon as they were taken out of the storage ring, they immediately captured everyone's attention. Some team members were even attracted by the aroma and immediately woke up. What could be so fragrant? "Captain, is this our breakfast?" Xiao Zheng couldn't contain his curiosity and quickly walked over to Zhao Ziyi, staring at the large pile of tofu pudding in front of him, his heart full of wonder. Zhao Ziyi had always been generous with such delicacies. Now that the team members were hungry, Zhao Ziyi glanced at his watch. It was almost time for them to get up. Zhao Ziyi had high demands for these special forces team members. He usually trained them very strictly, even controlling their rest and wake-up times with great rigor. These people still couldn't become true special forces members. After all, Zhao Ziyi's requirements were rather strict. He was meticulous about the qualifications for the team. If a member lacked exceptional quality, Zhao Ziyi would find it hard to accept them. "You all wait a bit for the others. Breakfast is to be eaten together. Now everyone must get up, and after getting up you'll naturally go out for morning exercise. If you can't even do that, then none of you will eat breakfast," Zhao Ziyi said calmly. Previously, Zhao Ziyi had made such demands, and at this moment he would repeat them. However, he didn't really care about others' thoughts, but he did wish to know how others perceived him. "Captain, let us eat the tofu pudding first, then train. It's basically the same," one of the team members said nonchalantly. In fact, everyone hoped to enjoy something delicious. For them, this tofu pudding was a delicacy, and having a bowl in the early morning would be absolutely perfect. However, others didn't think that way. They were more or less aware of these matters. To others, they might have been able to finish the breakfast in such a short time, but the way and the time to eat were still important. "Since you all want to eat the tofu pudding first, I won't stop you. I'm actually quite easygoing. Since everyone is hungry, I will certainly be considerate of you," Zhao Ziyi said directly to everyone. In fact, Zhao Ziyi had never been too lenient with them, so upon hearing these words, everyone felt that Zhao Ziyi was implying something more, even setting a trap for them. They hadn't thought much at first, but they were all shrewd, so they wouldn't be easily fooled by Zhao Ziyi in such a short time. However, everyone still hoped to have breakfast, but these breakfasts were quite troublesome. Ultimately, how to eat breakfast was decided by Zhao Ziyi, since he was the captain. Only if Zhao Ziyi arranged for them to eat would they have the chance to do so. If Zhao Ziyi was unwilling to provide the food, no one would have any chance to eat at all. Since they all knew what Zhao Ziyi was thinking, they wouldn't waste their breath. "You haven't eaten directly, but I can give you a chance. Let you taste these breakfasts. However, afterwards, don't forget our agreement," Zhao Ziyi said calmly. In fact, everyone clearly remembered what they had promised the captain yesterday. Just yesterday, Zhao Ziyi had asked them to go kill zombies at this time today, and everyone had to personally try it. If they missed this chance, it would be hard to imagine what to do. "Captain, rest assured. As long as we've promised you something, we won't go back on our word," Damao said directly to Zhao Ziyi. Many survivor team members were willing to follow Zhao Ziyi's arrangements, but Damao also held a high position, so many people respected him. If Damao wanted everyone to go eat something, all would agree, but it was Zhao Ziyi who happened to be the captain. Zhao Ziyi didn't actually want to be so strict with everyone, but if he wasn't strict in this special forces team, it would likely cause trouble. At least for others, it would be a difficult matter. Zhao Ziyi had always made many demands of everyone, but at this moment, he wouldn't directly raise questions. However, they still needed to honor what they had promised him yesterday. Just yesterday, everyone had agreed to go out with Zhao Ziyi to kill zombies. If now they had no chance to do so, it would be unreasonable. "Since you all remember, I'll give you breakfast," Zhao Ziyi said calmly. After watching everyone finish washing up, he had them sit in an orderly manner, then arranged for them to start eating. Actually, Zhao Ziyi's requirements were quite strict, so at this moment, he wouldn't say much to them. In other situations, he could still arrange for others to continue eating. However, today wasn't a good opportunity because Zhao Ziyi had many things weighing on his mind. At this moment, he had many thoughts. If he wanted everyone to start breakfast, he would need them to cooperate a bit in the future. Zhao Ziyi had always trusted everyone, so he remembered their words. If someone didn't fulfill their promises, Zhao Ziyi would never let it go. If his requirements weren't strict, discipline in the special forces would be hard to maintain. Zhao Ziyi was quite clear about these matters in his heart, so at this moment, he spoke so many words. However, how others thought about the issues was something he still didn't have time to consider. But how many opportunities others would give him, Zhao Ziyi was actually quite certain in his heart. Just go ahead and eat breakfast, no need to overthink. Zhao Ziyi waved his hand, directly inviting everyone to start eating. In everyone's hearts, they had long wished to eat breakfast, but they had always been eating according to Zhao Ziyi's mood. However, at this moment, everyone felt a sense of happiness. At least Zhao Ziyi didn't nag too much, so they were somewhat relieved. You don't need to think too much about things. Just eat up quickly, don't waste the breakfast. Zhao Ziyi said this directly to everyone. The other team members trusted Zhao Ziyi's words, so they began eating the douhua he brought. Everyone knew that Zhao Ziyi had run back to Lake Heart Island early in the morning and even brought back the douhua made by Master Nanwei. Otherwise, it would be hard to believe that this douhua had been made by someone else. The delicacies made by Nanwei were almost beyond anyone's ability to surpass. So after eating the douhua, everyone naturally knew it was the delicious food made by Master Nanwei. Some team members even swallowed the douhua in one gulp. This douhua was a melt-in-your-mouth delicacy, so before Zhao Ziyi could make any other move, they had already devoured the delicious food. Eat less, don't choke. Huang Jiang couldn't help but warn his brothers beside him. In fact, Huang Jiang had a keen insight into things. At this moment, he immediately sensed something was off. If Zhao Ziyi was being so kind, that would be wonderful, but soon they would all need to kill zombies. Given that seeing the disgusting sight of zombies eating this douhua would be like eating brains, and many would surely vomit. Huang Jiang immediately began to think of Zhao Ziyi's plan, realizing that Zhao Ziyi intended to use this to help everyone overcome their fear. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at Zhao Ziyi. Zhao Ziyi had already eaten breakfast in the cafeteria, but now everyone was eating together. If he didn't move his chopsticks, it would surely arouse suspicion, so he also started eating. Captain, I'm done. Is there more? Zhang Yi, sitting next to Huang Jiang, was a chubby guy. After eating such delicious douhua, he naturally wasn't full, so he ignored Huang Jiang's words and immediately reported to Zhao Ziyi. Zhao Ziyi smiled slightly and explained, don't worry, there's plenty of douhua. If anyone wants more, just ask and get another bowl. Upon hearing Zhao Ziyi's permission, Zhang Yi was overjoyed. He quickly grabbed another bowl of douhua and devoured it with gusto. Damao, standing nearby, saw through everything. He couldn't help but kindly remind them, listen to your brother Jiang, you'll be fine. Don't eat too much. Brother Mao, you're joking. With just this small bowl, even if I had another, I wouldn't be full. Zhang Yi patted his round belly and smiled lightly. Huang Jiang and Damao were kindly reminding them, but at this moment, they couldn't directly reveal Zhao Ziyi's plan, as that would be unimaginable. Zhao Ziyi's plan had been thought out for a long time. To protect the captain's face, they would not speak it directly. We all know what the captain is thinking, but it's best not to tell everyone directly. A subtle hint is fine. Huang Jiang said this calmly to Damao. The two understood Zhao Ziyi's intentions clearly, but they didn't speak it out from the start. Zhao Ziyi quietly watched them, thinking highly of both. He smiled slightly, seeing that they were smart enough to figure it out so quickly. We'll see how you handle it. Don't be too clever. If you don't eat breakfast in the morning, you'll end up hungry. Zhao Ziyi said bluntly. Huang Jiang and Damao saw Zhao Ziyi's gaze on them, and they quickly replied, Captain, we're on a diet, so we won't eat breakfast. Hearing this, Zhao Ziyi understood the situation well, but he didn't intend to keep pressing them. Unfortunately, even at this moment, everyone's actions seemed futile. Since Huang Jiang and Damao had chosen not to eat, they would have to stick to it to avoid linking the douhua to the brains of zombies. Just yesterday, Zhao Ziyi had personally demonstrated how to kill zombies, a technique that was quite advanced. In fact, everyone knew how Zhao Ziyi would handle the zombies. Everyone understood this clearly, but if a zombie really bit a survivor, they would likely be caught off guard, or even become infected and turn into a zombie. Zhao Ziyi understood this logic well, so he wouldn't casually send them out. But now they needed some training. There would be many more opportunities in the future. Given that, it was better to let them gain the necessary strength now. If you train hard now, you'll be able to face any hardship in the future. Zhao Ziyi pondered this silently in his heart. Zhao Ziyi would face many things, but at this moment, he couldn't reveal everything. However, he was always serious when dealing with situations. If a zombie truly threatened the lives of his team members, Zhao Ziyi would surely rush out to deal with it in the first moment. Zhao Ziyi smiled at Huang Jiang and Damao. There's truly no need to be afraid. These breakfast dishes are quite delicious. Are you certain you don't want to try them? Zhao Ziyi knew that these two could already see through his plan, and it wasn't just them. Others likely sensed something amiss as well. Hu Ming Huang, Hao Luo Zhikai, and Wei Guangchun were quick-witted, so by this time, although they were eating, they hadn't consumed much. Directly killing zombies wouldn't be particularly difficult, but the thought of eating tofu pudding and then going to fight zombies was hard to stomach. However, these people had many plans in their minds, so at this moment they still couldn't let Zhao Ziyi detect anything unusual. Thus, everyone reluctantly began to eat. Unfortunately, none of them could escape Zhao Ziyi's keen observation, but he felt that this was a matter of willing participants. Since they were all clever enough to figure it out, there was truly no need to force them to eat. There's absolutely no need to joke about food. Since you two don't wish to eat, you may leave the table. Leave the extra food for the other brothers. They likely won't have enough. Zhao Ziyi said this coldly. He was never lenient toward such people. Hearing Zhao Ziyi speak this way, they were not pleased, but they had no choice. After all, he was their captain, and speaking further would be futile. After thinking this over, Zhao Ziyi was about to leave, but seeing everyone eating so heartily, he continued to watch them with interest. Is this tofu pudding delicious? Zhao Ziyi narrowed his eyes and asked with a smile. After hearing everyone praise the food in unison, he continued, when you return, I'll have Master Nanwei prepare other delicacies for you. Zhao Ziyi's promises were always reliable. Upon hearing him speak this way, everyone was eager to leave immediately. However, at this point Zhao Ziyi still had no way to depart directly. These matters were quite important to everyone. As long as they finished all the tofu pudding, Zhao Ziyi's plan would be more than half successful. After the tofu pudding was completely finished, Zhao Ziyi said calmly to everyone, enough nonsense. Let's head directly to the city center and engage those zombies. I'd also like to see how capable you truly are. Upon hearing Zhao Ziyi's words, everyone appeared enthusiastic. In truth, at this point, they were more willing to simply leave. But killing zombies had always been something they had to face directly. If they were unwilling to even eliminate zombies, they should never have joined this special operations team in the first place. Zhao Ziyi led everyone directly to the city center. It was early morning, and there weren't too many zombies, making it an ideal time for training. After having these people handle some zombies, Zhao Ziyi narrowed his eyes slightly and said to everyone, who among you would like to try first? Everyone looked at each other waiting for someone to step forward, but no one was willing to be the vanguard. Zhao Ziyi tilted his head watching them, then frowned and said, is killing a single ordinary zombie really so difficult? Before his words had even finished, Zhao Ziyi casually raised his laser rifle. The moment he lifted it, a bullet immediately shot forth and struck a zombie. The laser rifle's ammunition was quite powerful, instantly eliminating the zombie nearby. These zombies had already developed a degree of consciousness, so upon seeing Zhao Ziyi arrive, they were quite panicked. Some even chose to flee directly. However, some zombies chose to remain. Unfortunately, these matters could not be directly resolved. Killing zombies is this simple. Don't think that using a ranged weapon is cheating. As long as you have any weapon, you can strike at those zombies directly. Use your most powerful weapons without hesitation. Do not show mercy. Understood? Zhao Ziyi stood before everyone again and taught them calmly. Everyone nodded in agreement, proving they could listen. At this moment, Hu Ming stepped forward and said to Zhao Ziyi, Captain, let me try first. After saying this, Hu Ming immediately grabbed the machete in his hand, let out a fierce roar, and charged toward the nearby zombies. 3 zombies stood before Hu Ming. They appeared ordinary, but their greenish-purple hue made them look rather nauseating. Hu Ming had killed zombies before, but he had never examined their appearance so closely. Having eaten the tofu pudding earlier, his stomach now churned like turbulent waves, filled with an overwhelming urge to vomit. Grr. The zombies saw Hu Ming, but did not recognize this young man, so they felt no fear. If it had been Zhao Ziyi, these zombies would likely have charged directly at him. Fortunately, at this point, the zombies had no emotions. Even if Zhao Ziyi stood nearby, even the boldest zombies simply lingered in place. No zombie would actively attack Zhao Ziyi. Only those who didn't recognize him would make such reckless moves. However, after experiencing 2 major battles, Zhao Ziyi had almost become a familiar face to all the zombies, so he had no need to worry about anything. Seeing a zombie approach, Zhao Ziyi gave a subtle glance to the team members standing beside him, signaling them to try. Although they were still reluctant in their hearts, the captain had already given the order, so no one would dare refuse at this point. Captain, are you really sending me into battle? I'm not quite ready yet. One of the team members still felt quite panicked, unable to think clearly even at this critical moment. Zhao Ziyi felt somewhat disappointed by the words spoken by that team member. However, at this point there could be no hesitation whatsoever. If the zombies were allowed to draw near, the consequences would surely become far more troublesome. Zhao Ziyi had always thought through these matters clearly. Should zombies truly appear, he would either strike with a critical blow or dispatch them with ease. But before Zhao Ziyi could even begin his attack, a figure already charged forward, spear in hand. Frowning, Zhao Ziyi noticed that the figure looked somewhat familiar. After a moment's observation, he finally recognized the person as Luo Zhikai. Luo Zhikai had always been as aloof as Huang Hao, rarely uttering a word. Yet Zhao Ziyi could see that his strength was far from ordinary. With proper training under Zhao Ziyi, this person would undoubtedly grow even stronger. Zhao Ziyi silently approved of Luo Zhikai's bold charge. At least the man was not a coward cowering in hiding. Meanwhile, zombies continued to converge upon Zhao Ziyi's position. Behind him stood over 50 surviving team members, each armed to some extent. At this moment Zhao Ziyi had no choice but to order them into battle. If you do not charge out to fight now, when will you? Zhao Ziyi frowned, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Sensing their captain's displeasure, the team members immediately grabbed their weapons and launched their assault against the zombies. The zombies certainly possessed considerable strength, yet what made them truly terrifying was not merely their appearance, grotesque and repulsive as it was, but the sight of greenish brain matter spraying from their shattered skulls. Even before the fighting began, that gruesome image was enough to make some of them retch. Ugh! One person doubled over and vomited outright. Having just eaten tofu, putting the sight before them triggered an immediate and violent reaction. A wave of nausea swept through the entire group, and even Mao and Huang Jiang, who had not eaten anything, found themselves retching. Only then did everyone realize their captain's intention, but it was far too late to regret it. Everyone except Zhao Ziyi was vomiting profusely. The zombies, confused by this strange development, hesitated momentarily. Yet even through their nausea, the team members continued to swing their blades at the undead. This was no time for weakness. A single misstep could result in a fatal bite, and the consequences would be dire. Zhao Ziyi understood this all too well. Rather than intervening, he chose to let them experience this harsh reality, for this was a path they could not avoid. In his previous life he had endured similar horrors, and the memory still filled him with discomfort. Now that they were on the verge of becoming Special Forces operatives, there would be no escaping such trials. Zhao Ziyi needed them to understand the true meaning and cost of what they were doing. This is simply a lesson for you all, to make you understand just how difficult it is to kill zombies. Killing zombies had never been an easy task. Fortunately, the team members had been diligent in their training, and so far no one had been overwhelmed. The key factor was that they were fighting together as a unit rather than facing zombies one-on-one. It was early morning, and the number of zombies was not yet large. They wandered the streets in scattered, disorganized groups. These zombies could hardly be called a horde. Encountering so many Special Forces operatives at once was in a sense their misfortune. Zhao Ziyi, however, was not dwelling on such thoughts. Encounters were inevitable regardless. It was better to let the team gain some practical experience now, so they would know precisely how to handle zombies in the future. This approach served multiple purposes. It not only trained the team members in various aspects, but also eliminated zombies along the way. For Zhao Ziyi, it was a highly efficient strategy, and he was quite willing to proceed with it. Zhao Ziyi continued, his tone stern. From now on, each of you will face a zombie in single combat. No one is to offer assistance. You must learn to adapt to one-on-one combat. However, in actual battle, teamwork is paramount. Upon hearing Zhao Ziyi's order, the team members had no choice but to comply. After all, he was their captain. Though resentment lingered in their hearts, they understood that if they did not push themselves now, their dream of joining the Special Forces would remain distant. For a long time, they had all yearned to become members of the Special Forces, and they had been working tirelessly toward that goal. If they failed to seize this opportunity, all their efforts might prove futile. Yet Zhao Ziyi did not see it that way. In his mind, this training would benefit everyone regardless of the outcome. Even those who were eventually eliminated would gain invaluable experience from the process. Furthermore, should any of them fail to meet the standards, Zhao Ziyi would not hesitate to eliminate them from the team without a second thought. He was known for his impartiality. Nevertheless, by this point he had already spotted several promising candidates who met the requirements for the Special Forces. Even if only a handful could be selected, he was still willing to proceed. With these elite soldiers by his side, combined with his legion members, Zhao Ziyi would no longer be fighting alone. This alone brought him a sense of relief. Having always detested the notion of solitary struggle, it was precisely this fear that drove him to establish the Special Forces team. Yet his strictness was not without purpose. He had his own standards, and he intended to uphold them without compromise. If these people cannot even meet Zhao Ziyi's standards, it would not be a bad thing for them to leave early. At least when missions arise later, if Zhao Ziyi dispatches them to fight enemies, they might lose their lives outside, which is highly undesirable. That is why Zhao Ziyi has never done so. Do you now know why you're vomiting? Will you still dare to eat tofu pudding again? Zhao Ziyi shouted loudly at everyone. After hearing Zhao Ziyi's reprimand, everyone couldn't help but vomit again. The tofu pudding was something Zhao Ziyi had made them eat, yet now he turned his back and asked if they would dare to eat it again. Presumably, all the Special Forces members present were left speechless. Zhao Ziyi saw that no one responded to his words, so he asked again, "Not answering me, huh? Then let me ask you, there are still over 30 zombies left. How long will it take for more than 50 of you to kill them all?" As soon as he finished speaking, everyone, as if injected with stimulant, let out a roar and brandished their weapons at the zombies, a move that startled the zombies greatly. Zombies have never been weak in combat, but what everyone should do the zombies actually know quite well. Now being taken care of by such a large group, they inevitably felt some reluctance, but even if they were unwilling, there was nothing they could do. With Zhao Ziyi personally overseeing the battle, even if he didn't actively engage, these zombies would never be a match. This is a very realistic fact that no one can truly see clearly. Compared to others, Zhao Ziyi's style of doing things is quite strict. So after waiting for a long time, Zhao Ziyi directly ordered everyone to eliminate all the zombies present. Everyone wasn't really tired, but they were exhausted from vomiting, dizzy, and lightheaded with white scenes flashing before their eyes from time to time. You did well this time, but you must continue to work hard next time. Don't think you're extremely powerful. Remember, there are always others better than you and mountains beyond mountains. Understand? Zhao Ziyi directly gave them a lesson. Actually, he did this simply to help everyone grow faster. Otherwise, at this point, if he didn't want to care about these people, he wouldn't waste time on them. He could even go solo grinding monsters. But Zhao Ziyi is very clear about the role of a team, and his goal has shifted from wanting to become strong alone to wanting everyone to survive in this apocalypse. His requirements have always been strict, which is actually a sign of his responsibility. Zhao Ziyi said calmly to everyone, "Keep working hard. Later I will select a team leader from among you. This way the deputy leader can also select special forces team members again." Zhao Ziyi said this to give everyone some motivation and, more importantly, to hope that they can unite. There will be many more opportunities in the future. Don't think that one failure means total failure. That kind of thinking is very wrong. Zhao Ziyi's original intention was for everyone to spontaneously form teams. As the number of survivors grows, everyone must seize this opportunity rather than always waiting for Zhao Ziyi to help. Everyone heard Zhao Ziyi's words and were quite willing to obey, so they nodded in agreement without saying much. Having just experienced the zombie killing process, it had brought them some experience and even valuable lessons. Therefore, at this point, Zhao Ziyi must have a certain experience to complete these things. Having done so much, you should all have some experience, so I won't say much more. Actually, this doesn't count as a mission. Today's task is for you to search for more food. You know you eat every day? The residents of the island plus you all amount to nearly 300 people. That's not a huge number, but think about it, 3 meals a day will quickly deplete the food supply. Zhao Ziyi said this calmly. After a pause, he continued. So today's task is to send you out to scavenge. As for how to scavenge specifically, I believe you should all be quite clear, right? Everyone had experience with scavenging, so they naturally knew what to do. Therefore, there was no need for Zhao Ziyi to remind them. Almost all of them could do it. Zhao Ziyi asked everyone to start scavenging. This kind of task will be encountered frequently in the future, so he wanted them to adapt to these situations as soon as possible. The survivors were quite obedient. Upon hearing Zhao Ziyi's instructions, they quickly ran to help with the scavenging. As for scavenging, everyone was quite familiar with it. In the past, they had experienced such things, so they had some experience. At this moment, if Zhao Ziyi personally led the team, it would definitely be very good. At least, that's what everyone thought. There is still a lot of food in Fujian City, but whether it's still edible is unclear. After all, more than half a year has passed, and people don't know if it's safe. If they eat expired food directly, it might not be good for their health. But besides some foods that must be fresh, there are still some ingredients that can be used. Zhao Ziyi is well aware of this, which is why he sent everyone out to scavenge. Zhao Ziyi is still not very reassured about everyone, not that he worries they will run away, because following him is the only way out. Zhao Ziyi's strength is so formidable that he can easily give everyone a very good future. Therefore, at this point, there is almost no need to consider other things. You don't need to worry about too many things, but you'd better not think about what you want to eat. You still need to consider what ingredients are available, and it's best to leave here anyway. Zhao Ziyi said this calmly to them. Actually, he still hoped to let these people know a little about what was most important now. If we leave directly, I'm afraid we'll still encounter a great many troublesome matters. At this moment, no one could have foreseen these things, so in Zhao Ziyi's heart, he has always known how to think things through. Even without any assistance, Zhao Ziyi could still make others realize just how formidable he truly was. Following Zhao Ziyi, even if there isn't a particularly bright future, at least everyone knows in their hearts what they should eat. Then Zhao Ziyi added, try to find as much food as possible, the more the better, but don't spread out too far, or if you encounter zombies, no one will be there to help fend them off. Hearing the captain speak like this, everyone understood the reasoning well, but as for where to find such delicacies, probably no one could think of a place. By now, the more obvious shops had already been stripped bare with barely any ingredients left for food. However, Zhao Ziyi's standards were quite high, and if everyone still couldn't find ingredients, they would have to raise their own requirements a bit. My demands aren't extremely high, he said. I just need you to solve the current problem. As for how these ingredients should be gathered, I can tell you directly right now. Zhao Ziyi said calmly. After a pause, he went on, it's best to find the ingredients as soon as possible, or else Master Nanwei won't have anything to cook with later. Hearing Zhao Ziyi's words, everyone naturally understood in their hearts, but exactly how to do it well was not something they could easily grasp. Master Nanwei could cook a great variety of delicacies, but finding quality ingredients now was still a considerable challenge for them all. Seeing that everyone was still hesitant, Zhao Ziyi explained, actually, I'm not forcing you to do this, but it would be best to put in a little effort. If you can find good food, that would naturally be a wonderful thing. The more ingredients, the better. I haven't set a quota, so scavenging has no upper or lower limit. Nodding to Mao was the first to ask, Captain, when exactly should we gather? After all, they couldn't stay out scavenging forever. Though the zombies feared Zhao Ziyi's team, if anyone fell behind, they would likely be targeted by the zombies on purpose. To prevent this, everyone was quite concerned about these matters. Upon hearing Damao's question, Zhao Ziyi merely answered calmly, "It's a little past 7 in the morning now. Let's gather at the shore by noon, and then we'll head back to Huxin Island together." Zhao Ziyi wanted everyone to understand what the Special Forces team did on a daily basis. In fact, the team's objectives were quite varied. Not only did they need to protect the residents of Huxin Island, but they also had to go out to eliminate zombies and scavenge for supplies. Thus, the team carried significant responsibilities, and for this reason, everyone regarded it as an excellent squad, especially with Zhao Ziyi personally leading, which was bound to be extraordinary. If Zhao Ziyi wanted to leave this place at this moment, it would probably be fine, but others had never said much about it, so Zhao Ziyi was still clear about what he should do. If no one came to help Zhao Ziyi, he would have to rely on his own efforts to accomplish these tasks. Having thought this through, Zhao Ziyi began to devise a better plan. Of course, he would never casually send everyone out on missions. He had to be responsible for all of them. Then Zhao Ziyi said, "We have 55 members here. Let's do this. I'll temporarily appoint 5 squad leaders, and you 5 groups will scavenge separately. After noon, or I'll see how well you've done." Zhao Ziyi's proposal was immediately approved by everyone. As long as someone led the teams, the whole task would be carried out better. Hearing his plan, everyone suddenly perked up. Some among the team lacked leadership skills, and even muttered under their breath, "Please don't put me in charge of a team. I don't know how to manage people." Another team member teased, "Oh, come on, it won't be you anyway. Don't get your hopes up." Zhao Ziyi heard it clearly, so he could somewhat tell what everyone was thinking, but he directly ignored these remarks, and simply commanded, "Damao Huang Jiang, Hu Meng Huang Hao Luo Zhikai, step forward." All the team members clearly heard Zhao Ziyi's order, and immediately stepped forward one after another. Upon hearing these 5 names, everyone was fairly willing to accept the first 3, but as for Huang Hao and Luo Zhikai, they were usually so inconspicuous that no one had paid much attention to them. Man, what is the captain thinking? Huang Hao, that quiet fellow, gets to be a squad leader. And wasn't Luo Zhikai a newcomer? How does he even qualify to be a squad leader directly? Some who had initially wanted to be squad leaders, but hadn't been chosen by Zhao Ziyi, felt a considerable sense of disappointment. Zhao Ziyi paid no attention to such gossip, but in his heart, truly selecting squad leaders was naturally a troublesome matter. Because there were many proactive people here, unfortunately at this point Zhao Ziyi could only pick 5 with relatively outstanding abilities to serve as squad leaders, and that was not to be questioned. "Captain, I may not be qualified for the position of squad leader." Huang Hao felt a bit awkward at this moment, and couldn't help saying this to Zhao Ziyi. Zhao Ziyi smiled slightly and reassured him, "It's fine. I'm willing to trust you." As for everyone's discontent, Zhao Ziyi naturally understood it, but this kind of thing couldn't be explained directly. If he wanted everyone to truly understand these matters, it would actually be rather difficult. Zhao Ziyi knew that everyone would still have some doubts in their hearts, and at this moment what he wanted to achieve was to prevent anyone from questioning his arrangements. In the end, Zhao Ziyi still held this idea, but he needed to help everyone adapt as soon as possible. The Special Operations team would surely grow stronger over time, and everyone would need to accept these arrangements. If they could not even accept such arrangements, then Zhao Ziyi would have nothing more to say. Among the Special Operations team, those with some capability had already been selected by Zhao Ziyi at this time. Huang Jiang, Damao, and Hu Meng. These 3 needed no further mention. Each possessed both courage and ability, and relatively more people were willing to follow them. As for Luo Zhikai and Huang Hao, even though they stood out in ability, only Zhao Ziyi appreciated them. As for others, they might not be able to do the same. By this time no one had said much openly, but deep down some still felt unconvinced. Therefore, after Zhao Ziyi had selected the squad leaders, some people's dissatisfaction began to surface. If you have any dissatisfaction, feel free to speak up. Do not gossip behind closed doors. Zhao Ziyi directly confronted the team member who had been muttering just now. The team member realized the captain was speaking pointedly, and naturally pressed his lips together, lowering his head. Seeing this state, Zhao Ziyi did not say much more, and in a moment turned to address the brothers calmly. "I have told you before, many times my methods may not be correct. I hope you will point them out. As long as what you say is reasonable, I will certainly accept it with an open mind." Pausing for a moment, Zhao Ziyi continued, "But if what you say turns out to be untrue, I will certainly not be lenient. I have arranged 5 squad leaders, some with rich experience, others with outstanding ability. Among your 55 team members, they are the top tier. Do you still have any objections? If anyone is unconvinced, raise it now. It is better to avoid friction later." Hardly had his words finished when a particularly bold team member raised his hand and shouted, "Report, Captain. We have no objections to the arrangements for Huang, Jiang, Damao, and Hu Meng. But Huang Hao and Luo Zhikai have never made outstanding contributions. By what right can they be our squad leaders?" Hearing this, Zhao Ziyi immediately frowned and said directly to him, "By what right?" "By the fact that they are sufficiently excellent. When emergencies arise, they have the ability to handle them. You have not yet seen their specialties, but that is all right. Opportunities will come. But now you are so quick to dismiss them. What is your motive? Captain, I am only expressing my own thoughts. I do not hold any personal grievance against them. The team member curled his lips and said somewhat discontentedly. No sooner had those words left his mouth than Zhao Ziyi's eyes widened. It seemed he was still somewhat dissatisfied. Then Zhao Ziyi said directly, whoever is dissatisfied may speak up. Soon you will be divided into 5 squads to go scavenging. You must seriously obey the squad leader's orders. If you have objections to my arrangements, now say them directly. Do not undermine us later. Hearing Zhao Ziyi's words, everyone in their hearts still somewhat complied. Some felt that Huang Hao and Luo Zhikai were not quite suitable. Then Zhao Ziyi asked them, who do you think would be suitable? At these words no one dared to speak out. Earlier Huang Hao's words to Zhao Ziyi. Zhao Ziyi had merely said calmly that he was willing to trust him. That single sentence was enough to make Huang Hao's heart warm. In truth, from the beginning Huang Hao had not had too many problems. Now seeing Zhao Ziyi supporting him, so Huang Hao felt that everything he did was worthwhile, and his satisfaction with Captain Zhao Ziyi only deepened. Captain, rest assured. I believe I have the ability to lead my team well. I will also work hard to make everyone truly accept me. Huang Hao said calmly. Zhao Ziyi could clearly see the determination in the other's eyes. Seeing this, Zhao Ziyi was quite satisfied from the bottom of his heart. He smiled slightly and said, as long as you are willing to work hard to do one thing well, you will certainly be able to accomplish it. Since I am willing to choose to trust you, please do not let my faith in you go to waste. Hearing Zhao Ziyi's words, a wave of gratitude surged in Huang Hao's heart. In the past, Huang Hao had always been a lone wolf. But now Zhao Ziyi had chosen to make him a squad leader, which meant Huang Hao must take responsibility for leading others. If he did not adapt to this situation, he would likely find it very difficult to interact with others in the future. Since Zhao Ziyi had made such arrangements, everyone should still from the bottom of their hearts live up to Zhao Ziyi's decisions. Besides Huang Hao, Luo Zhikai was also quite satisfied with Zhao Ziyi's words. But Luo Zhikai did not say much. Aside from Zhao Ziyi, few here could truly understand what abilities Luo Zhikai possessed. If told that Luo Zhikai had single-handedly eliminated over 100 zombies, everyone would surely be astonished. But at this point, explaining such matters would still be quite difficult. After all, Luo Zhikai was still a newcomer, unfamiliar with all the team members here. Mutual adjustment would certainly require a period of time. Captain, why can I not become a squad leader? At this moment, Wei Guanchen, somewhat dissatisfied, directly posed the question to Zhao Ziyi. In truth, Zhao Ziyi had always valued Wei Guanchen highly. But there were only 5 slots available now, and many of Wei Guanchen's abilities could not yet be directly observed by Zhao Ziyi. This mission was absolutely no trivial matter, so Zhao Ziyi could not treat it casually under any circumstances. Zhao Ziyi sighed and said, how capable you truly are. I must admit, I am not entirely clear. I still need to spend more time observing you. But the strength of these 5 I am quite familiar with. Perhaps you have strengths beyond theirs, or perhaps there are shortcomings I have not yet discovered. Therefore, I cannot casually assign you. Do you understand? After hearing Zhao Ziyi's understated explanation, Wei Guanchen could somewhat empathize with the captain's predicament. He nodded, acknowledging his comprehension of the captain's words. Zhao Ziyi continued, I can clearly see what you all intend to do, but I still have a word of advice for you within this team. No matter how dissatisfied you are with each other, it's best not to voice it directly, because you are all brothers. Do you hear me? Zhao Ziyi's voice was quite loud, immediately rousing everyone's spirits. They all nodded and said, understood. Nodding, Zhao Ziyi waved his hand and said, since that's the case, then you should start taking action. Everyone immediately split into 5 teams. Some people still couldn't see what special qualities Luo Zhikai and Huang Hao possessed, but it wasn't convenient to say so directly at the beginning, so everyone kept their thoughts silently to themselves. Zhao Ziyi instructed the 5 team leaders, you must bring everyone back safely, and you must all return by 12 o'clock. As soon as the words were spoken, the 5 team leaders said in unison, yes, sir. The 5 teams immediately set off in 5 directions. Each team consisted of 11 people, and every one of them played a very prominent role. Zhao Ziyi did not continue to command them directly. Instead, he quietly stayed by the shore, continuing to observe through the real-time monitoring function. Zhao Ziyi's physical strength was currently insufficient. If any unexpected situation occurred, he would likely be unable to handle it alone. Knowing that accidents could happen at any moment, Zhao Ziyi had to be fully prepared. The only preparation he could make at this moment was to ensure he had sufficient vitality. If even this could not be guaranteed, then many things would be difficult to achieve. To avoid running out of physical strength temporarily, I'd better go rest now, so that my vitality doesn't nearly deplete. Zhao Ziyi said this silently in his heart. Actually, for Zhao Ziyi, many things were still controllable, such as the current situation. Without powerful helpers, everything would probably have to be handled by Zhao Ziyi himself. After thinking this, Zhao Ziyi no longer hesitated, and simply chose to lie down on the bed to rest. Adequate sleep was necessary to provide Zhao Ziyi with a continuous supply of energy. Without a second thought, he lay down and fell asleep directly. After all, if danger truly arose, the super survival system would alert him in advance. Moreover, the 5 team leaders were all quite capable. If danger truly arose, they would naturally solve the problem at the first opportunity, how otherwise Zhao Ziyi's previous arrangements for them would have been in vain. Zhao Ziyi could not always worry about them. If that were the case, he might as well fight alone, which would not require so much effort on these people. Zhao Ziyi rested calmly in the fishing hut. Although he had plenty of time, he still felt a little uneasy in his heart. However, he had to learn to let go appropriately, not to hold everything too tightly, and to delegate some authority. This would also make him feel more relaxed. At this moment, the 5 team leaders led their respective teams to scavenge in different locations. There were quite a few shops in Fujian City. Huang Zhang's first thought was not supermarkets or stores, but to directly lead everyone to find a food processing factory in the city center. If they could find a food processing factory, then a large amount of food inside would naturally be quite good. Brothers, the captain has arranged that even if we don't find anything, it's okay. But this is about honor and victory. We 11 absolutely cannot be idle. Everyone must get moving. Can you do that? Huang Zhang encouraged them. Fatty Zheng E. Scarface Chao Zheng and Curly Chin Bing had always been Huang Zhang's closest brothers. Upon hearing Huang Zhang's words, they responded, "Yes, no problem. Since everyone is fine, let's set off immediately." Huang Zhang waved his hand and greeted them like this. The other 10 team members present were naturally very willing to follow Huang Zhang's arrangements. Upon hearing his command, everyone followed behind him. Along the way, they still encountered no danger. In fact, none of them were locals of Fujian City, but they were still quite familiar with many places here. Someone said to Huang Zhang, "Factories are usually in Qingguan. Many factories in Qingguan are basically controlled by zombies. It might be a bit troublesome." Hearing this, Huang Zhang immediately explained, "You don't need to worry too much about that. Even if there are many zombies, we can just take a detour. But if we encounter straggling zombies, we can find an opportunity to kill a few." Since the team leader had said so, everyone had nothing more to say and had to head towards Qingguan. Fortunately, Huang Zhang's mind worked quickly. He knew it was impossible to have everyone walk to Qingguan directly. They definitely had to find some means of transportation. Thinking of this, Huang Zhang immediately went to find 2 small trucks. These trucks would not expire, so it was not difficult to find and use them casually. Chen Bing, under Huang Zhang's command, was an excellent driver. Then Huang Zhang instructed another brother to drive the others. Each vehicle was a bit crowded, but all 11 people were seated in these 2 vehicles. Actually, sitting like this was quite good. Although each vehicle held about 5 or 6 people and was a bit cramped, everyone still felt a sense of security. "Are you familiar with this road? If not, don't give wrong directions," Huang Zhang repeatedly warned them. "Brother Zhang, rest assured. We always act with great discretion and never do things without certainty." One of the members, who was more familiar with the road to Qingguan, said this. At this time, high-tech like satellite positioning was basically useless. Everyone couldn't even find a city map. Thinking of this, they had to rely on their memories to find the destination. Huang Zhang was deeply concerned about these matters. If they took the wrong path, the consequences would undoubtedly become extremely troublesome, even unimaginably dire. With this in mind, everyone stopped wasting words. Huang Zhang nodded and sat in the passenger seat, observing the surroundings. It seemed like he was admiring the scenery, but in reality, the once beautiful Fujian cityscape had long since lost its charm. They all knew this well. Fujian City was in complete chaos, ravaged by zombies. Finding a foothold anywhere was already a formidable challenge. As for anything else, it was beyond consideration. "Squad leader, are there zombies over there?" A team member suddenly spoke in a very cautious tone. Huang Zhang immediately became alert. His gaze followed the direction the other person was pointing. The vehicle was moving slowly, so through the narrow alley, everyone could still clearly see zombies passing by one after another. He picked up the walkie-talkie they had found while scavenging earlier. These walkie-talkies were in good condition and allowed smooth communication. Huang Zhang had split the team into 2 groups in 2 vehicles, so he needed to coordinate at least to know the situation of the other group. "Be careful, zombies are nearby. Xiaoma, keep a sharp eye out, and never let them spot us." Huang Zhang's eyes remained vigilant, scanning left and right. If anything went wrong, he would immediately order the team to turn around and leave. In the vehicle slowly following behind, a team member also used the walkie-talkie to report to Huang Zhang. "We've spotted zombies too. Brother Zhang, you all need to be careful. Drive slowly and try not to disturb them. But if they do notice us, we'd better take a detour. We're outnumbered right now, so we can't afford to make any mistakes at this critical moment." Hearing this suggestion, Huang Zhang was fully aware of the situation. He then said, "We must be cautious about this danger. Don't let the engine rev too loudly. Just move forward a little at a time and avoid any roaring sounds." This was a severe test of driving skills. Everyone wanted to get out of here as quickly as possible, and Huang Zhang naturally wished to evacuate this dangerous place, but it was never that easy. The 2 vehicles kept advancing. Fortunately, the zombies didn't pay much attention to them, so Huang Zhang and his team managed to leave with great difficulty. Once they were slightly out of danger, Huang Zhang and the others breathed a sigh of relief. At least they hadn't been discovered by the zombies, a relatively favorable outcome as they would have been surrounded otherwise. If they had been surrounded, even Huang Zhang wouldn't have been able to think of a countermeasure right away. In fact, Zhao Ziyi could have anticipated this situation and charged out in a very short time, but these matters were quite covert, so almost no one expected that Captain Zhao possessed such a skill. We may encounter a lot of dangers along the way. Everyone should be cautious. Sometimes staying together as a group is good, but other times it's not so beneficial. Huang Zhang sighed softly. Some team members in the car didn't understand his words and immediately asked, "Brother Zhang, what do you mean by that?" Huang Zhang smiled faintly. Sometimes when we face zombies together, strength comes from numbers. But in certain situations it can be troublesome. We might end up dragging each other down. Do you understand? After hearing Huang Zhang's explanation, everyone suddenly understood and nodded, acknowledging that this analysis made sense. Huang Zhang continued, "If there's a small path, take it. The more remote the place, the fewer zombies there are likely to be. Brothers, prepare your weapons, just in case. If a zombie suddenly bursts out, we must eliminate it immediately." Huang Zhang said this into the walkie-talkie. Upon hearing the squad leader's orders, the other team members naturally cooperated and prepared their weapons. If a zombie really did charge at them suddenly, they would be caught off guard. To prevent such a tragedy, Huang Zhang had to make preparations early. Huang Zhang was quite clever, which was why he had urged everyone to take action in advance. All team members began to sharpen their skills. If a zombie rushed at them, they would first choose to attack from a distance. Zhao Ziyi had previously distributed weapons to everyone, and the team was full of talented individuals. Some were proficient with firearms and could even shoot with great accuracy. If a zombie actually appeared, everyone would mount a resistance immediately. The group arrived at Qingwan. Along the way they encountered some zombies, but fortunately Huang Zhang remained composed and dealt with every situation calmly. Some zombies were killed by Huang Zhang and his brothers with long-range weapons, while others were avoided. Overall, it was a narrow escape. Finally, we're here. I hope we can find what we're looking for. Xiaozhen couldn't help but sigh. Then he said to Huang Zhang, "Brother, should we split up the search for the processing plant? Otherwise, Qingwan is so big that we might not even find a food processing plant before midnight." Huang Zhang shook his head and immediately rejected the proposal. He explained, the number of zombies in Qingwan wasn't as high as in the city center before, but now it's different. The captain eliminated a large wave of zombies in the city center, but the zombies in Qingwan are multiplying. There are only 11 of us. We must be very careful, and no one should fall behind. Hearing Huang Zhang's words, everyone agreed. They chimed in, "That's right. If the zombies discover us, none of us can guarantee to defeat them. So my idea is to take a look around first. If we really can't find a food processing plant, we can grab whatever we can. After all, there are plenty of shops here, and the goods inside might not have been taken yet," Huang Zhang said calmly. This statement was quite reasonable. Even if they couldn't scavenge from a food processing plant here, there was no need to worry. They could take things from food stores. Settling for the second best was still a good option. The thought alone was exciting. In this post-apocalyptic world, everything was free for the taking. As long as items remained out in the open, no one would stop you from grabbing them, since the shop owners had likely already been infected and turned into the undead. These special operations team members were tasked specifically with eliminating them. "Brother Zhang, if I remember correctly, if you keep walking down this street, there should be a processing plant station. It would take about 20 minutes on foot." One of the team members had previously worked as a delivery courier in Fujian City, so he was relatively familiar with the local roads. Nodding, Huang Zhang spoke calmly. "In that case, let's get back in the vehicles and head straight for the processing plant." Huang Zhang had already checked the fuel levels in both vehicles, and they were more than sufficient, at least enough to sustain them for a considerable time. He issued his order without hesitation. "We're going full speed in a straight line to the processing plant. This highway was built well, and even if zombies appear, we'll simply run them over." Time was not on their side. They had already spent over half an hour just traveling from the city center to Qingwan. If they continued at this leisurely pace, other teams would have already secured ample supplies, while they would have nothing to show for their efforts. Although Huang Zhang was ordinarily calm and composed, the moment had ignited a fierce competitive fire within him. He had to outperform the other teams, or at the very least avoid finishing last. "Brother Zhang, you can rest assured. Since we're heading to a processing plant, there will definitely be a food processing facility. Let's push forward at maximum speed. Everyone get in the vehicles quickly." Curly-haired Qin Bing, serving as the driver, quickly raised his hand and shouted the order. Once everyone had boarded, Qin Bing and the drivers of the following vehicles slammed on the gas, and the convoy roared forward at tremendous speed. The in-car navigation system had lost its positioning function and was essentially useless, but the delivery guy who knew the area well continued to serve as their navigator. "We need to turn left ahead. I remember the processing plant is on the left side." The courier gave Qin Bing these calm directions. Although the trailing vehicle had no one giving directions, it stayed tightly behind the lead car. Huang Zhang paid little attention to such details. His sole focus was on when they would reach their destination and whether zombies might appear along the way. The processing plant was clearly located further beyond Qingguan, since the urban district still had many residents moving about and factories were naturally built in the suburbs. Huang Zhang rested his arm on the open window, gazing absently at the passing scenery. If the apocalypse had never occurred, this would have been nothing more than a casual joyride. Unfortunately, there were no second chances. Since the world had already fallen, they had no choice but to press on with determination. Fortunately, the suburban roads were largely free of large zombie gatherings. Occasionally, a few undead wandered alongside the highway, remnants of locals or unsuspecting travelers who had been bitten. Traffic jams from rear-end collisions still littered the roads, forcing them to hug the edges as they drove. With so few survivors remaining and none foolish enough to drive along this highway, the entire road was essentially theirs to command. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the processing plant area. It looked remarkably desolate. Someone murmured to himself, such a remote location. Could there really be a food processing plant here? They had traveled such a great distance. If it turned out to be a futile effort, none of them would accept it. Hearing the complaint, Huang Zhang quickly offered reassurance. You just need to put things in perspective. Places like Qingguan and the city center used to be incredibly prosperous, but look at what they've become now. This area may appear desolate, but it hasn't been ravaged. The infrastructure is still largely intact. Brother Zhang, do you really believe there's a food processing plant here? The man who had complained asked calmly, sensing that Huang Zhang wasn't offended, though he still wanted to probe the team leader's true intentions. Huang Zhang replied evenly, you can rest easy. We still have time on our side. We won't fall behind just because we arrived here. In Qingguan, many places have already been picked clean. But if there truly is a food processing plant here, it would be untouched by scavengers. The haul could be substantial. Hearing Huang Zhang's composed response, the man did not wish to provoke the team leader further. He simply nodded lightly, conceding to the reasoning. Huang Zhang and the others immediately set off toward the processing plant. There were quite a few facilities in the area, and they needed to climb a sloping road to reach them. The path was not particularly steep, so after parking at the bottom of the slope, they began climbing upward and soon reached the platform above. Among the many processing plants, the one they had been hoping to find came into view. Huang Zhang smiled. Hard work pays off. We finally found it. He waved his hand, signaling everyone to move quickly and explore what valuable supplies lay inside the food processing plant. The supplies inside a food processing plant might prove far more valuable than those in ordinary stores. While stores mostly contained finished canned goods and packaged foods, this facility held a wealth of raw ingredients and semi-processed materials, exactly what they needed most. Nearby, nearly 10 large trucks were parked. To Huang Zhang, this was nothing short of a miracle. He exclaimed, if each person takes one truck and every vehicle is loaded to the brim with food, we could feed the island's residents for a very long time. Huang Zhang felt this scavenging mission had been overwhelmingly successful. Up to this point, he had made no mistakes. Everything they had encountered matched his expectations, and there were even surprises he had never imagined, now all laid out before his eyes. The group immediately entered the food processing plant. Inside, rows of assembly line machinery and numerous storage racks came into view. The ingredients inside were untouched. No one had been here before. The sight of mountains of food before them left Huang Zhang and his team speechless, stunned into silence. GHHH. Just then they should have been overjoyed, but instead a massive horde of zombies suddenly poured in from outside. Judging by the work uniforms still clinging to their rotting frames, these zombies had once been laborers at the processing plant, trapped here after infection. Enemies inside the processing plant. Stay alert and arm yourselves for combat. Huang Zhang barked out orders in a loud voice. No sooner had he spoken than everyone grabbed their weapons and roared in unison, copy that. And with that they launched a fierce counterattack. Huang Zhang and his team were immediately cut off inside the processing plant. With no way to escape, they were forced to hold their ground and grapple with the zombie horde. A fine sheen of sweat beaded across Huang Zhang's forehead. He himself was at a loss, unsure of what to do next. These zombies possessed extraordinary combat prowess. A single bite could prove fatal, and the consequences would be dire beyond measure. No matter how formidable these zombies may be, we have the strength to handle them. If all else fails, we'll make a last stand and fight them to the death. Huang Zhang declared with unwavering confidence. Without hesitation, Huang Zhang raised his rifle and unleashed a rapid burst of gunfire at the nearest zombies. True to his decisive nature, the zombies in front of him fell one by one. Just as the others marveled at Huang Zhang's marksmanship, a zombie sprinted toward them at terrifying speed. Fortunately, Huang Zhang reacted swiftly, firing several rounds into the charging creature. Huang Zhang had originally intended to conserve ammunition, but he clearly understood the gravity of the situation. If he were bitten and infected, the consequences would be unthinkable. Stop holding back on ammo. Understood. Pour everything you've got into those zombies until they're dead. Huang Zhang shouted at the top of his lungs. Everyone knew all too well how difficult it was to deal with zombies. A single bite could lead to an irreversible fate. They were all counting on Huang Zhang here, and he bore the weight of responsibility for every one of them. If even one person among them were bitten, Huang Zhang would bear the blame. He relentlessly fought back, eliminating the zombies before him, and called out to his comrades nearby, "Everyone push harder. We cannot let those things get close." Hearing Huang Zhang's words, everyone understood the gravity of the situation. But the question of how to effectively combat the zombies remained troubling. If anyone were truly bitten, there would be no saving them. "Brother Zhang, the zombies are surging forward. I'm afraid we won't hold out much longer," one team member reported, unable to contain his anxiety. Hearing those words, a flicker of tension crossed Huang Zhang's heart. Even at this moment, he was uncertain of what conditions would allow him to lead everyone out of this perilous place. "I brought you all here. No matter what, I will get every single one of you out alive," Huang Zhang vowed to his brothers in arms. Yet, even now, Huang Zhang remained unclear about what exactly he should do to help them escape. From their current position, the situation looked dire. Watching everything unfold this way, some in their hearts began to doubt whether Huang Zhang's promises were truly reliable. "It looks like we've been surrounded by zombies. There's probably no way out," another team member sighed faintly. Huang Zhang was utterly overwhelmed, juggling two tasks at once, constantly fighting back and reassuring his team to keep their courage up. In truth, everyone here had weathered storms before, so some tension was natural. But in the end, it all came down to Huang Zhang's command. After all, he was the true squad leader, and he alone would bear responsibility for everything that happened. No one could predict what would happen next. Even Huang Zhang, standing right there, felt a measure of panic within himself. If only someone could lend him a hand. But given that everyone was struggling to survive on their own, finding a safe haven here seemed nearly impossible. At this moment, regret began to creep into Huang Zhang's heart. If he had never suggested this course of action in the first place, perhaps none of this would have happened. But things had already reached this point, and it seemed no one could help Huang Zhang turn things around. Without any system or cheat to rely on, Huang Zhang alone would never be able to escape. Moreover, the weapons in their hands were far from formidable. Faced with this reality, panic began to take root in Huang Zhang's heart. "Everyone stay calm. I believe these zombies aren't as powerful as they seem. If we take down a few of them, we can surely deter the rest," Huang Zhang patiently reassured his team. Yet such words of comfort clearly fell on deaf ears. For Huang Zhang, if they were to survive here, stabilizing morale was essential. Without maintaining basic cohesion among his men, the risks they faced would only grow greater. By this moment, Huang Zhang knew he had to leave this place as quickly as possible. Someone raised their weapon and launched a fierce attack against the zombies, then reported to Huang Zhang, "Captain, our firepower simply cannot hold out much longer. If this continues, we'll all be finished." Upon hearing this, Huang Zhang said nothing further. His mind was a tangled mess. The surrounding zombies continued to multiply, drawn by the sound of gunfire. Their combat strength was extraordinary. Had it not been for Huang Zhang leading his men to hold the line, he feared he would have seen far more zombies pouring in by now. Huang Zhang understood the situation all too well, yet others could not possibly grasp the full scope of what needed to be done under such circumstances. Some may have harbored deep anxieties, but when the time came to actually escape, the reality would prove far more daunting. When faced with a situation like this, no one would willingly accept it. Since we have encountered it, we must face it head-on rather than turning a blind eye. I hope this experience can be of some help to you." Huang Zhang said this calmly. However, everyone was extremely tense, genuinely afraid of being bitten and infected by zombies turning into one of them. Out of this fear, everyone from the bottom of their hearts was deeply concerned about the existence of such a threat. Others kept watching the situation around them. Unfortunately, it was quite difficult for something to happen, and at least after encountering certain situations, it was rather troublesome for others to resolve things slightly. "We can't even protect our own lives now, and you still want to talk about other things." Someone couldn't help but complain. "Is that any way to speak? Brother Zhang was doing this for everyone's sake. Who could have anticipated such things?" Xiao Zheng had always deeply respected Huang Zhang. Even at this moment, Xiao Zheng's words were still considerate of Huang Zhang's interests. Hearing his brothers sincerely consider his well-being, Huang Zhang was naturally deeply moved. However, for Huang Zhang, some situations should best not recur. Compared to Huang Zhang, some matters were rather troublesome, and some people still found such things regrettable. Yet others always felt sorrowful about such matters. Now everyone was trapped within this small processing plant, and a single careless move could easily result in being surrounded by zombies. However, no one could predict just how powerful the zombies' attacks would be. Unfortunately, there were simply too few people. If there were slightly more brothers, they might have been able to fight their way out directly. In truth, everyone was prepared to sacrifice themselves at any moment, as they were constantly launching attacks against the zombies. Such dangerous operations made it easy for them to be targeted by the undead. Being bitten and infected by zombies was something people could relatively accept. Unfortunately, no one knew how to properly handle these situations, and although others harbored some complaints about Huang Zhang's decisions in their hearts, "If it weren't for Brother Zhang leading us, we would all still be safe by now." Someone muttered this quietly, essentially venting complaints. Huang Jiang, standing not far away, naturally heard everything clearly. If Huang Jiang did the right thing and was still unjustly blamed, that would be excessively unfair. However, it was indeed his mistake that caused others' dissatisfaction, which was a troublesome matter. Huang Jiang lowered his head, not knowing how to respond to their words. But deep down, he desperately hoped someone would come to rescue them, because with only a few people like them, they absolutely could not handle this situation. Just then, familiar gunshots began to ring out behind the zombies, followed by continuous screams of the undead. Huang Jiang and the others couldn't help but feel excited. This sound clearly meant that their captain had returned to rescue them. That's right, it's definitely the captain. One of the team members couldn't help but exclaim. They were all extremely surprised by Zhao Ziyi's appearance. In such a short time from encountering danger to this very moment, no more than half an hour had passed in total. Who would have thought Zhao Ziyi would return so quickly? Zhao Ziyi continuously fired his laser gun, eliminating numerous zombies in a brief moment. In truth, Zhao Ziyi's grasp of many situations was quite accurate. For instance, arriving here with such precision relied entirely on the assistance of the super survival system. If not for the system's alert, I wouldn't even know you ran to this place, Zhao Ziyi said to his team members while continuously firing at the zombies. Upon hearing this, Huang Jiang and the others felt somewhat reassured. Zhao Ziyi could single-handedly match an army. Even at this moment, if Zhao Ziyi had no abilities at all, others still could not have withstood his attacks. Zhao Ziyi asked the group, "Why did you run all the way here from Qingguan? What were you trying to do?" The captain's questioning carried authority without anger. Huang Jiang, as the one who proposed the plan and the team's deputy leader, naturally had the responsibility and duty to explain this matter. Huang Jiang hurriedly replied, "I thought scavenging here would yield plenty of supplies. I never expected us to be surrounded by zombies. You're too foolish. If you can't even grasp such basic things, you're simply unfit to be a leader." Zhao Ziyi glared at Huang Jiang, clearly displeased with such reckless behavior. In the past, Zhao Ziyi might have been somewhat lenient, but at this moment he remained strict. After hearing these reprimands, Huang Jiang couldn't help but lower his head. In truth, Huang Jiang had long realized his mistake, but he could do nothing about it. Huang Jiang understood how serious this matter was, so he had remained silent all along, knowing that further explanation would be useless. Zhao Ziyi did not actually intend to scold Huang Jiang, but he was a strict person by nature. Therefore, he would not relax his standards now. No one would care about such trivial matters. In truth, at this critical moment, further blame was meaningless. It was entirely unnecessary to be so harsh. However, many dangers still lay ahead. Since Huang Jiang had led everyone down this path, they all had to strive forward, otherwise everything would have been pointless. Now, I'm not here to scold you, but in such a dangerous place, it's best not to come here again in the future, Zhao Ziyi said calmly. If they ever wanted to come here again, they certainly needed to understand the situation here beforehand. If they didn't even know what this place was truly like, the consequences would undoubtedly be extremely severe. If some unknown zombie monsters appeared, and even Zhao Ziyi could not defeat them, then everyone would be doomed here. Fortunately, the zombies here were not too many. With a little attack, they could all be eliminated, Zhao Ziyi said indifferently, seemingly taking these matters quite calmly. No one could know what kind of strength Zhao Ziyi truly possessed, but by now presumably no one could understand their work. Why Huang Jiang had come here, presumably no one would know. Actually, Huang Jiang just wanted to scavenge a bit here, but others were not clear why he went to such trouble to come here. In fact, this kind of thing was relatively easy to see. Actually, this matter is mainly my responsibility. If I hadn't focused solely on obtaining these things, I probably wouldn't have lost so much. Huang Jiang directly admitted his mistake. Zhao Ziyi didn't say much more. In fact, he had always been quite clear about these things, but at this point, if even Zhao Ziyi were unaware of such matters, then presumably everyone would have no way to leave. The reason Zhao Ziyi could consider so many things was mainly because the super survival system could help them. But others didn't know when the super survival system would be able to help them a little. Perhaps at this moment there were still these methods, but Zhao Ziyi had always been quite aloof, so at this moment, he didn't say much. If Zhao Ziyi had set his sights on something, he would not let it go so easily. Fortunately, no one is injured now, otherwise I would not let you off easily, Zhao Ziyi said indifferently, but these words were mainly meant for Huang Jiang. Zhao Ziyi had always had high standards, so by now everyone had many thoughts in their hearts. Fortunately, no one had been attacked by zombies just now. If Huang Jiang had not been determined to hold his ground here, the others would all have been doomed here. Zhao Ziyi knew that Huang Jiang's abilities still existed, but as for what others should do, Zhao Ziyi probably wasn't too clear about those things. The reason I haven't dismissed you directly at this point is mainly because I value your hard work and contributions. I know you want to find other paths, but at this moment, I don't want to lecture you. We must never do anything that causes losses, understand? Zhao Ziyi said this to Huang Jiang indifferently. After hearing Zhao Ziyi's reprimand, Huang Jiang quickly nodded and immediately began to admit his mistake, saying, "The main responsibility is my fault. Actually, at the beginning I could have directly let the brothers stay inside the city gate and didn't even need to run such a long distance. If we had just scouted around the city center a bit, we might have obtained some unexpected gains. Huang Zhang calmly admitted his mistake, and Zhao Ziyi was still relatively satisfied. Actually, Zhao Ziyi did this because he wanted to make an example of someone. He did so because Huang Zhang as a squad leader should naturally set an example. If he couldn't even fulfill this small role, then Zhao Ziyi would probably not appoint Huang Zhang to do other things. Zhao Ziyi had always believed that only people with a sense of presence could take on important responsibilities. He still had a lot of work that needed others' help, but some people had always been obscure and in many cases hadn't said much. This was quite bad, so now Zhao Ziyi needed to immediately make everyone correct this wrong mindset. The reason you did this is actually for the sake of the team, so no matter what you did, I won't directly blame you. Zhao Ziyi said indifferently. Actually, Zhao Ziyi still felt that the other party was somewhat wronged. Huang Zhang had always devoted himself wholeheartedly to this team. Zhao Ziyi at this point had no regrets about appointing Huang Zhang as the squad leader, so this position was still suitable for him. After thinking this, Zhao Ziyi still didn't say much. In fact, Zhao Ziyi had always been clear about his position. Besides making an example, he mainly hoped that Huang Zhang could have enough ability to take on important tasks. If he couldn't even do such basic things, then in the future if Zhao Ziyi had other work and Huang Zhang still couldn't correct his current shortcomings, then Zhao Ziyi would absolutely not entrust Huang Zhang with these tasks. You can rest assured about this matter. Now leave all these zombies to me. You've all worked hard to stay behind and rest a bit. As for other matters, we'll talk later. After saying this, Zhao Ziyi immediately prepared to deal with the zombies. Actually, the combat power of these zombies was still relatively strong, but Zhao Ziyi had never known how to teach everyone to kill zombies. One person strong, no matter how strong, was just a sheep who a group of people strong would become a pack of wolves. At this point, Zhao Ziyi still kept this principle firmly in his heart. I know that this kind of thing absolutely cannot be changed casually. So now you stay behind and watch me kill zombies. Study carefully. Actually, killing these zombies is relatively easy. To say it's difficult, it's a bit difficult, but to say it's simple, it's also quite simple. So this kind of thing still needs you to understand it yourselves. Just realize it slowly. Zhao Ziyi said this indifferently. Zhao Ziyi was still quite concerned about many things here, but exactly what he would deal with at this point, he would probably not say directly. He was too lazy to continue with other nonsense. Actually, Zhao Ziyi himself was also quite tired, so at this moment, he simply chose to leave. Zhao Ziyi had always been a formidable presence, virtually untouchable, and everyone held him in deep reverence. By now no one knew how to oppose him, nor could they fathom how he managed to eliminate zombies. Just watch closely how I handle zombies. It's actually quite straightforward. At least for me, it poses no difficulty. Zhao Ziyi said this directly to the group. Zhao Ziyi always held himself to high standards, and when no one responded, he would simply turn and leave. But as he was about to depart, the remaining zombies lunged at him without warning. The zombies here possessed unusually high combat power, often displaying ferocity beyond the norm. Most people could scarcely withstand Zhao Ziyi's assault. Moreover, they were far from the city center, so others remained unclear about what made these particular zombies so extraordinary. Stay right here and watch carefully. No matter what happens, do not interfere under any circumstances. Zhao Ziyi repeated his warning again and again. Zhao Ziyi saw through these people clearly, yet he never felt entirely confident in their abilities. That was why he had refrained from taking further action. The situation was far more complicated than it appeared. Otherwise, people would not have consistently regarded him, their captain, as a man of principle. Without another word, Zhao Ziyi grabbed his weapon and charged into the horde of zombies before him. Their combat prowess was no joke, but whenever they faced Zhao Ziyi, the outcome was always the same. They stood no chance. I trust the captain on this. Huang Zhang muttered under his breath. His words were heard by all, and everyone agreed wholeheartedly. As Huang Zhang spoke, Zhao Ziyi had already raised his weapon and struck at the zombies. Every zombie in his path was instantly killed by Zhao Ziyi's gunfire. Yet beyond the ordinary zombies, zombie monsters began to appear. Creatures far more durable and aggressive than common zombies, but one that yielded rich experience upon defeat. With a fierce roar, Zhao Ziyi unleashed a brutal assault on the horde. Though the attacks seemed ineffective at first, due to the overwhelming numbers, the zombies fell rapidly in succession. It was clear that their captain was truly extraordinary. Zhao Ziyi fought with everything he had. No matter how many zombies stood before him, the final result was always the same. They would be eliminated by his hand. Zhao Ziyi had complete confidence in his own strength. Back at Jinhua Street, he had single-handedly faced an army. These few insignificant creatures before him were well within his capability. You call yourselves opponents? How presumptuous. Zhao Ziyi thought silently to himself. Even facing these zombies alone, he would have no difficulty. With his sufficient strength, eliminating them was as easy as turning a hand. Zhao Ziyi immediately brought his laser rifle to bear, firing round after round into the horde. Every shot found its mark, and countless zombies fell in quick succession. At that moment, a series of terrifying roars echoed from nearby. The sound suggested a formidable opponent. Zhao Ziyi's brows furrowed immediately. As captain, it was his duty and responsibility to protect everyone's lives. And with his current strength, there was no need for others to intervene. They could simply watch him fight. Everyone stay alert and keep your distance. This zombie seems rather difficult to handle. Zhao Ziyi gazed ahead and spoke calmly. He meant it genuinely. He was not looking down on their abilities. Everyone understood Zhao Ziyi's intentions and cooperated fully. Others might have been eager to fight, but at this moment they all yielded to him. Only Zhao Ziyi was the strongest, and no one doubted this fact. The moment his words fell, Zhao Ziyi charged forward. He had to end this quickly, or his stamina would be completely drained. He did not overthink it. Zhao Ziyi simply waited for the right opportunity to eliminate all the zombies. Captain, do you need our help? Huang Jiang watched the zombie monster nearby. Its combat capability was formidable. Meanwhile, Zhao Ziyi appeared somewhat weakened, his stamina clearly depleted. He had known all along that his vitality was running low, yet Zhao Ziyi had pushed through and rushed here anyway. He had intended to rest, but there had been no time, so his vitality remained persistently low. Even if Zhao Ziyi was uncertain about his own condition, he had to arrive at once to protect his team members. Inside his storage ring, Zhao Ziyi still had some vitality recovery supplements. These were highly effective. Using even a small amount would immediately restore his vitality. However, he would only use them when absolutely necessary. Under normal circumstances, he would not touch them at all. These vitality supplement bottles are extremely precious. I cannot use them carelessly. If I exhaust them all now, I may have nothing left for when I truly need them. Zhao Ziyi thought silently to himself. In truth, Zhao Ziyi was a generous person toward others, but miserly toward himself. He saved wherever he could, for these supplies were not indispensable. Zhao Ziyi surveyed the scene before him. He had already eliminated a great many zombies, yet despite this the number of the undead was still considerable. Zhao Ziyi gradually felt a sense of exhaustion. It was not because the tasks were particularly difficult, nor because the zombies were exceptionally formidable, but primarily due to his rapidly declining physical strength. Zhao Ziyi had always been prudent in every endeavor. Even at this moment, he would not easily allow others to doubt his capability. This zombie monster doesn't seem hard to beat, but with my current stamina, I'm afraid it will be difficult to sustain. Zhao Ziyi murmured to himself. He knew his own condition best. Without a substantial health pool, if he continued to unleash his ultimate move, he could certainly eliminate the zombie monster before him, but he would likely perish as well, for his blood energy could not sustain another powerful strike. Zhao Ziyi always acted with measured judgment. He had waited until now to confront this zombie monster directly, but how to resolve the situation was proving to be a difficult challenge. Frowning, Zhao Ziyi said in a low voice, "If I unleash my ultimate move, I am confident I can finish them off, but my current blood energy is insufficient. What am I to do?" For many matters, Zhao Ziyi was usually quick to find solutions, but at this moment things were proving troublesome. A sudden flash of inspiration struck Zhao Ziyi, and a brilliant idea surfaced in his mind. I can engage in close combat with it. It's just an ordinary zombie monster. For me, it's a piece of cake. As Zhao Ziyi uttered these words, he was actually encouraging himself. He was not entirely certain of the outcome. He had to force himself to remain calm. He could not afford to panic in any action. If even a slight mistake occurred, Zhao Ziyi would find himself in a very passive situation, a scenario he was deeply unwilling to face. He strode forward confidently. At this moment, the zombies had no idea of his true identity. They regarded him merely as an ordinary survivor. Had they known that he had twice annihilated entire hordes of the undead, they would not have been so arrogant now. I want to see just how formidable you are. Let's find out whether your claws are sharper, or my soul-severing blade is more lethal. Zhao Ziyi said calmly, his gaze gradually turning fierce. Zhao Ziyi never procrastinated in anything. He had to ensure that these zombies were eliminated now. His blood energy was already running dangerously low. If he did not continue this course of action, the consequences would be catastrophic. Having considered everything, even the worst possible outcome, Zhao Ziyi was not afraid of being bitten. Thus, he calmly chose to engage the zombies in close combat. Even if he were bitten, Zhao Ziyi would still behave as if nothing had happened. It was precisely because Zhao Ziyi saw through this matter that he remained indifferent. With such a foundation, he would not fear anything he did at this moment. No matter what happens next, do not panic. Even if there are more of these zombies, I alone can hold them back. Zhao Ziyi said calmly. Perhaps at this moment no one else could truly handle the zombies except Zhao Ziyi. From beginning to end, he had never placed all his hopes on his teammates. As long as they could stay put and behave, that was already commendable. At least that was how Zhao Ziyi saw things now. Without the others' attacks, the captain probably can't hold on here. The enemy is too powerful. I doubt the captain can handle them alone. Huang Jiang said calmly. In truth, Huang Jiang had a unique perspective. He rarely misjudged situations. Seeing the zombies multiplying, he began to feel that Zhao Ziyi alone was struggling. If someone else could lend a hand, things might be a bit more manageable. Zhao Ziyi was always indifferent to such matters. Even if no one could help him now, he would not object. However, at this moment, there were others present, but their minds were occupied with their own plans. Zhao Ziyi was their last hope. Apart from him, no one else could step up to help. This situation is getting dire. The number of zombies is increasing. We all need to be a bit more careful. If we make any mistakes, none of us will survive, a team member said calmly. Yet even as things progressed to this point, Zhao Ziyi could not relax. After all, everyone still could not accept this reality. How long it would take others to adjust was a troublesome matter almost beyond reason. All of you just stay put. There's no need to wait for me. If you can do something decent, it will make things easier, Zhao Ziyi said to them. For everyone, if someone encountered trouble, it would be difficult to handle. In Zhao Ziyi's heart, he hoped to finish off these zombies in one go, but what these zombies would do next was anyone's guess. Zhao Ziyi had not dealt with this for long, but unfortunately no one shared his thoughts. At this moment, Zhao Ziyi did not feel he was being set up, but what others might encounter was bound to be a messy situation. But Zhao Ziyi took this matter lightly. He murmured, I've weathered many storms, I can certainly endure such a small matter. Hearing Zhao Ziyi's words, the others naturally had nothing to say. Then Zhao Ziyi began to use his laser gun and fiercely attacked the zombies again. In fact, Zhao Ziyi's attacks were quite fierce. In everyone's eyes, his attacks had always been extremely powerful. Even without anyone's help, Zhao Ziyi probably still had a chance to stay here. Even if you are a huge wave of zombies, I have the ability to deal with you directly, Zhao Ziyi said calmly. When it came to killing zombies, Zhao Ziyi never hesitated. So at this moment, he showed no mercy and launched a frenzied attack directly at the zombies. Everyone thought something would happen, but Zhao Ziyi's strength was well known to all, so how long he could stay was something others had no chance to handle. Zhao Ziyi's attacks were quite fierce, so at this point no one would likely counterattack him. However, how others should deal with these people was still a troublesome matter, and how to handle these things would probably feel troublesome to everyone. If no one came to help Zhao Ziyi, it wouldn't be so awkward, but things had reached this point, and some people might still do such things. How Zhao Ziyi should solve this problem was not difficult for anyone to figure out. Frantically attacking the zombies, Zhao Ziyi still didn't choose to unleash his ultimate move at this point. So how others could deal with him was probably hard to figure out. Zhao Ziyi knew his laser gun had unlimited ammunition, so at this moment, he remained relatively calm. If others wanted to attack Zhao Ziyi, it wouldn't be so easy. Zhao Ziyi sneered. As long as I'm here, none of you zombies will leave this place alive today. These words were quite domineering, making people feel greatly threatened upon hearing them. In fact, others might wonder when such things should begin, but unfortunately, everyone had their own affairs. Perhaps these zombies at this moment might not choose to directly kill them, but when other zombies could leave here would probably be a difficult matter. When the zombies could leave was probably a complex matter, but for Zhao Ziyi, it wasn't a difficult decision. In fact, he could simply choose to annihilate all the zombies, and then he wouldn't need to stay here making any choices. Zhao Ziyi continued his zombie killing activity, but the zombies were growing in numbers. He had been trying to control the noise of his killing, yet the zombies kept coming endlessly. It seemed these zombies had another source. With this thought, Zhao Ziyi immediately began to consider an alternative path. With my current blood energy value, I probably can't hold out much longer. Since things have come to this, I'd better not leave directly. Perhaps others also wish to leave quickly, but if I choose to leave, it would probably be a troublesome matter, Zhao Ziyi muttered. Because Zhao Ziyi had seen through the nature of these things, he had not been so naive from the start. If his blood energy value could not be restored and the zombies kept increasing, he would likely fall into a very passive situation. This was a complex matter, so everyone didn't need to think too much about it. Even if they bite me, I'll be fine anyway, Zhao Ziyi said indifferently. Zhao Ziyi was always calm about such things, so how others should deal with them was actually the most difficult part for him. After thinking this, Zhao Ziyi took no rest and directly continued his attack on the zombies. Zhao Ziyi lunged at the zombies, startling them greatly, but they had no way to react. Others were quite clear about this. If the zombies had such strength, Zhao Ziyi would have been dead already. Wielding the soul-slashing blade in his hand, even if a zombie actually bit Zhao Ziyi, he acted as if nothing happened. Instead, the zombie felt like it had bitten metal, almost breaking its fangs. The zombies clutched their aching sore teeth, looking so pathetic that it was amusing to watch. Yet Zhao Ziyi did not get distracted for a moment, continuously slashing at the zombies with all his might. Zhao Ziyi's blood energy value gradually dropped, and he began to feel powerless, even dizzy and lightheaded. This feeling was familiar to him. It was evidently the same sensation he had after the Jinhua street battle, when he nearly fainted. Since then he had been very careful with his blood energy, but unexpectedly at this moment today, he still couldn't directly resolve this issue. Blood energy value had always deeply troubled Zhao Ziyi, much like currency before the apocalypse. Now he didn't need to worry about money, but he had to conserve blood energy everywhere, fearing it would be depleted. If his blood energy ever truly hit zero one day, he would probably feel quite uncomfortable. I have always been very measured in my actions, but now my blood energy is in trouble. If I can't control it, I'm afraid I'll faint directly again, Zhao Ziyi muttered, clearly quite worried. Zhao Ziyi was always very measured in his actions, so at this point he was still quite concerned about these matters. He didn't wait any longer and directly launched an attack on the zombies. The zombies' combat strength was too weak, so many of them were immediately eliminated by Zhao Ziyi. Some people were quite clear about such matters, so there was simply no other way for them to resolve the situation. Everything depended on Zhao Ziyi to solve it himself. If Zhao Ziyi felt he could not continue, he would have to lead everyone away from this place. However, the number of survivors here was still considerable, and this was after all a decent food processing plant. Since it was a facility of some scale, Zhao Ziyi would need to scavenge here for a while. Thinking of this, Zhao Ziyi immediately turned around and said to Huang Jiang, "You hold the line here for a while, try not to let the zombies approach. I will stay here alone to scavenge and store everything in my storage ring." Upon hearing Zhao Ziyi's words, Huang Jiang naturally had no intention of delaying. He had always believed that this captain's combat strength was formidable. Now, with no one else available to help, it was clear that Zhao Ziyi would have to handle these zombies entirely on his own. Zhao Ziyi never wished to rely on others for help, but at this moment, he was truly stretched thin. Otherwise, he would never have made such a request. After receiving Zhao Ziyi's order, Huang Jiang quickly led the other brothers to resist the zombies. Actually, these zombies were not particularly formidable, so how others fought had little to do with Zhao Ziyi. By now, Zhao Ziyi clearly understood under what circumstances he could handle such matters. Zhao Ziyi did not dwell on too many thoughts. In truth, he could have cleared the zombies first before scavenging, but he sensed his blood energy was gradually decreasing, soon reaching zero. Even Zhao Ziyi did not know when he might faint. However, Zhao Ziyi could clearly feel the sensation of nearly collapsing, which was quite uncomfortable. To avoid fainting at this critical moment, he chose to scavenge first. Scavenging was something anyone could do, but Zhao Ziyi's storage ring was far more efficient. Apart from him, almost no one else could assist. Others had no such means. Thinking of this, Zhao Ziyi immediately began making arrangements. Dealing with these zombies would likely be troublesome, but for Zhao Ziyi, it was not a major issue. Still, this problem should be resolved as soon as possible, though dragging it out was hardly a good solution. Understanding this clearly, Zhao Ziyi arranged for Huang Jiang to provide support. As for the captain's orders, Huang Jiang was always willing to obey. So at this moment, Huang Jiang quickly led the other brothers to engage the zombies before them in a prolonged defense. To prevent such a situation, Zhao Ziyi was quite clear about these matters. For Zhao Ziyi, it was acceptable, but these people were formidable. Zhao Ziyi had always been a ruthless man, yet figuring out what others should do was still rather complicated. It would be best if you can hold out for even a short while. Try to endure as long as possible, Zhao Ziyi said to Huang Jiang and the others. Huang Jiang was naturally willing to cooperate. Seeing the captain so dedicated, everyone refrained from complaints. After all, they understood how such matters should be handled. At this point, no one would consider other things. If it were anyone else, they would almost certainly not have been able to hold out this long. Watching these people fight so fiercely, Zhao Ziyi felt somewhat reassured. He finally felt that establishing this special operations team was indeed important. If others lacked such strength, even if Zhao Ziyi formed more special teams, it would have been useless. These people naturally feared death. Saying they would never be afraid was a lie. Even if it were Zhao Ziyi, he would still fear death. Some people boasted about being brave and fearless, but when real danger appeared, fear would still arise in their hearts. Therefore, at this moment, Zhao Ziyi acted with utmost seriousness. He had no time to consider other matters. For Zhao Ziyi himself, handling this situation was the most important thing. How others should deal with these matters ultimately depended on how Zhao Ziyi resolved the problem. Zhao Ziyi needed to gather everything here as quickly as possible, so he did not waste more words with his brothers. Instead, he hurried toward the counters where numerous goods were stored. These items were extremely valuable. Losing even one item meant losing someone's ration. For anyone, this was of great importance. At least for Zhao Ziyi, it was best to handle this properly rather than regret it later. He understood these matters well. Rushing quickly to the piles of goods, this was after all a food processing plant, so besides machinery, the most abundant items were naturally food. There were semi-finished products, finished goods, and even some food raw materials that had not yet been processed. For all these items, Zhao Ziyi's unified approach was to store them all in his storage ring. After a while, Huang Jiang shouted urgently, "Captain, are you done? We can barely hold on anymore." At the beginning, the situation had been manageable, but now the zombies were growing more numerous, advancing toward them step by step. If Zhao Ziyi did not come to help soon, the zombies would almost be biting at their hands. With this thought, Zhao Ziyi felt somewhat tense, yet he was nearly done collecting everything here. In the beginning, he had been able to eliminate the zombies with relative ease, but his blood energy level had always been a critical issue. If he did not resolve it soon, it would surely become a major problem in the future. Zhao Ziyi stopped pondering other matters and hurried over to provide support. He had always been adept at grasping situations, and when there was nothing else to handle, he could spare time to deal with other things. Actually, there are still some Legion members in my ring who could help, but their blood energy has not fully recovered. Unless it is absolutely necessary, I will never take that risk. Zhao Ziyi murmured to himself. He had always regarded these Legion members as his trump card, so even in this perilous situation, he refused to summon them from the ring. Zhao Ziyi handled this quite well, but without considering other options he immediately launched a fierce attack against the zombies. "Come at me, all of you zombies together. I want to see what you can do to me," Zhao Ziyi roared at the horde. At this moment Zhao Ziyi could clearly see that the gathered zombies formed a horde. Almost no other zombies attacked anyone else, they all surrounded him. Lacking full awareness of his abilities, they acted like fearless calves facing a tiger launching a frantic assault on him. Zhao Ziyi frowned. Given the current situation, he knew exactly how to handle such matters. Otherwise he would not have come here. How others might help him was something he understood well in his heart. "It seems I really need to unleash a powerful move to completely wipe out these zombies," Zhao Ziyi muttered. With that thought, he wasted no time with the zombies. Since a powerful move was truly necessary, he would not hesitate over the outcome. Immediately, he began a violent onslaught. Kamehameha. Zhao Ziyi placed his hands on his waist and unleashed his ultimate move at the zombie horde. This technique was perfectly suited for the occasion. Soon a large ball of white light gathered in his palms, radiating immense power. The zombies, still unaware of the danger, continued charging at Zhao Ziyi in a cluster. But before they could even touch him, the force of the Kamehameha made them realize the lethal threat. A massive wave of zombies was annihilated in an instant, yet Zhao Ziyi's blood energy unsurprisingly dropped to a dangerous level. Within moments he felt dizzy and collapsed unconscious. Seeing Zhao Ziyi faint again, everyone was stunned. However, they had all witnessed the power of his ultimate move. Initially it seemed novel, but now it was almost a common occurrence. Zhao Ziyi's sudden collapse caught everyone off guard. But after his attack, most zombies were destroyed, leaving only a few on the verge of falling. Huang Jiang and the others easily finished them off, and this crisis was finally resolved. After eliminating the zombie horde, Huang Jiang and the others quickly lifted Zhao Ziyi, shaking him and calling his name, but to no avail. It was clear that their captain had exhausted himself and needed rest just like last time. Huang Jiang and the others were well aware of this situation, so even now they did not give up easily. They chose to carry their captain away. When they turned around, they saw the processing factory was almost empty except for the machines. These machines required electricity to operate. Although Lake Hard Island had power, they could not act recklessly nor let such a minor issue ruin their mood. "Let's take the captain back first and let him rest well. He probably won't wake up for a long time. This is quite troublesome," Huang Jiang analyzed calmly. Zhao Ziyi remained unconscious, which made it inconvenient for them to say anything. Huang Jiang then felt that they should adapt to this situation. If there was no one to handle things this way, none of them would be able to stay there. "Fatty Zhang," he said directly, "the captain is truly impressive. He managed to collect all the food before passing out." Although the words were not wrong, Zhang Yi's tone always felt a bit strange. Hearing this, Huang Jiang glared at him and said, "Don't say such sarcastic remarks. The captain must have his reasons. Even I can see what's going on with him." After a pause, Huang Jiang continued, "What the captain did completely eased the burden for all of us. We don't need to keep scavenging. Anyway, I'll stop the idle talk. Let's leave here with the captain immediately." The other team members did not hesitate. Following Huang Jiang's command, they found a strong young man to carry Zhao Ziyi on his back, and the group quickly walked out of the food processing factory. For them, abandoning the 2 trucks down the slope was the wiser choice. Now that Zhao Ziyi was unconscious, Huang Jiang had to make all decisions. Beside the food processing factory stood 9 large trucks, all loaded with a large amount of ingredients. Zhao Ziyi had not noticed them, or else he would have stored them in his ring as well. However, the outcome was the same. Huang Jiang had no intention of keeping these ingredients for himself. He was always fair, and just with such resources, and he would definitely bring them back to Lake Hard Island. "Let us all board these trucks first. Please inspect them for any issues, determine whether they are operational, and check the fuel levels. If there is no fuel, retrieve it from the smaller trucks below." Huang Jiang continued to issue commands. His words still carried weight, even though he had nearly led them all to their deaths moments before. Fortunately, everyone had emerged unharmed. It had been a narrow escape, but they had survived. Huang Jiang called everyone to action, and they moved with decisive efficiency, eagerly assisting him in inspecting the vehicles. Soon after everyone had finished their inspections, out of 9 large trucks, 5 were still fully operational. Huang Jiang was quite satisfied with this result. After all, he had already prepared for the worst-case scenario. Even if all these trucks were rendered useless, he would not regret it in the least. In this apocalyptic world, resources were abundant, so vehicle problems were hardly a concern. Huang Jiang arranged for Zhao Ziyi to rest in the rear cargo compartment of the middle truck. This location was relatively safer, and Zhao Ziyi, though unconscious, felt comfortable and had no other thoughts. Zhao Ziyi was merely in a coma and needed prolonged rest. This did not signify anything extraordinary. Perhaps it was precisely Huang Jiang's thorough consideration that had led him to make such sound decisions. Huang Zhang had contemplated many possibilities, and he knew that leading this group out of here would likely prove difficult. The vehicles were ready, but getting everyone out together would still be challenging. Huang Zhang spoke calmly. Returning to the shore may prove difficult. We are currently still at the city gate, so reaching the city center will take at least another 30 minutes, and along the way we will encounter numerous zombies. He paused, then continued. To be honest, our individual fates matter little. What cannot be compromised is our captain's safety. Without exaggeration, he is the pillar of our Lake Hard Island team. If anything were to happen to him, the survivors group would likely struggle to survive. In truth, Huang Zhang's warnings were far from alarmist. Every word he spoke came from his heart, making his words carry considerable weight at this critical moment. The reason for such emphasis was clear. Zhao Ziyi had once single-handedly fought off countless zombies. A person with such capabilities was certainly not to be underestimated. The convoy of large trucks began moving along the highway one after another. The quality of these trucks was excellent, and Huang Zhang himself was quite pleased. Huang Zhang always held high standards for such matters, and now he had to take action. Would it be problematic to place the captain in the cargo hold? In my opinion, we should assign someone to keep watch over him to prevent any accidents. Chen Bing proposed this directly to Huang Zhang. Huang Zhang had indeed considered this possibility earlier, but at this moment, he could not afford to treat the captain casually. In his heart, the captain's position remained unshakable. Even if the captain was currently unconscious, Huang Zhang would not raise any objections. I do not think such measures are necessary. This is a minor issue, and we need not overthink it. There is no need to assign many brothers to guard the captain. He can take care of himself. Although he is unconscious, he still retains awareness. You need not worry. Huang Zhang explained this to Chen Bing in a calm and measured tone. Chen Bing naturally found this reasoning sound, so he did not press the matter further. In everyone's eyes, the current situation was manageable. At least Huang Zhang had chosen this path, and if zombies were to appear suddenly, Huang Zhang would surely dispatch a group of men to deal with them. Huang Zhang swallowed hard. Despite his composure, he felt a trace of nervousness. If they encountered zombies, he feared they would struggle to hold their ground. If zombies were to appear before their eyes, such an event would not be particularly alarming. Huang Zhang would not let it trouble him excessively. Huang Zhang commanded the convoy of trucks. Although only 5 large trucks were available, it was sufficient. Zhao Ziyi lay quietly in the rear cargo compartment resting. He desperately needed prolonged rest. All Huang Zhang could hope for now was that they would not be discovered by zombies during this journey. Otherwise, the situation would become extremely troublesome. With the current number of people, if they were truly surrounded by zombies, the consequences would be disastrous. Everyone understood this clearly and shared this concern. Thus, as they traveled, their thoughts turned to many possibilities. Even if zombies were to appear suddenly, remaining in such a situation would leave everyone feeling constrained and vulnerable. To avoid this scenario, Huang Zhang ultimately chose a prudent course of action. Let us not overthink it. We will charge straight back to the city center. I refuse to believe those zombies can catch us, Huang Zhang said with confidence. The current situation was not yet dire, and zombies were not numerous. However, Huang Zhang continued to observe the surroundings carefully. If zombies did appear, he would surely devise another plan. Upon returning to the city gate, they were astonished to find the streets already teeming with zombies. To better control the situation, Huang Zhang always led from the front, taking the passenger seat in the lead truck to observe the surroundings and issue commands. No other zombies have appeared yet, but do not let your guard down. Zombies are everywhere. Never leave without observing your surroundings first. Huang Zhang spoke into the walkie-talkie, echoing the cautionary advice that Zhao Ziyi had always held dear. So what kind of determination others must possess, Huang Zhang could hardly fathom. Just then, Huang Zhang spotted a horde of zombies around the corner. This sudden development made Zhao Ziyi's eyes widen in shock. The situation was far too chaotic, appearing out of nowhere with absolutely no preparation. Huang Zhang quickly spoke into the walkie-talkie. Everyone stay on high alert. Zombies have appeared here and could attack at any moment. Do not let your guard down. Upon hearing Huang Zhang's instructions, everyone understood the situation and responded in unison. Understood. Keep our vehicles from spreading too far apart. If they were too far apart, there would be no way to handle this situation. Everyone understood this clearly. Each person knew it would take considerable time to eliminate a single zombie, but no one could predict how long Huang Zhang would need to resolve this crisis. Huang Zhang's brows furrowed sharply. He always took such matters very seriously, and if the zombies charged now, the consequences would be difficult to bear. But before the zombies could close in, Huang Zhang noticed something growing increasingly wrong. Could there be other survivors? Huang Zhang spotted a large group of survivors emerging behind the zombies, all armed with weapons, mostly ranged attacks. His composure wavered. If these survivors were decent people, they would likely have already aligned with a larger faction. Even with Zhao Ziyi still unconscious, this situation was troubling. Yet Zhao Ziyi knew precisely how to handle such circumstances. Unfortunately, Huang Zhang had always been thorough in his thinking. If it weren't truly critical, he would not have waited this long to address it. His brows remained furrowed. Huang Zhang still felt this was somewhat troublesome. I never expected to encounter another group at a time like this, he murmured. I wonder how capable they really are. Despite having encountered numerous situations, Huang Zhang lacked sufficient experience in handling them. He resolved to stay calm and instructed the driver, keep driving forward. Do not stop. Those zombies are occupied by the other survivors. This is not our problem. Brother Zhang, isn't it a bit unfair to just leave like this? A team member asked. To them, even though they did not know whether these survivors were good or bad, they were all survivors in this apocalypse. No one would betray another, so they felt this did not warrant excessive concern. Even if Zhao Ziyi woke up, he might still struggle to handle this. Huang Zhang found it difficult, but not yet unbearable. Huang Zhang shook his head and sighed. You are not me, so you cannot understand my predicament. I am leading a large group of people. If I just leave them, it would cause complications. If these people harbor ill intentions, recklessly engaging with them would be incredibly unwise. Hearing this, everyone understood. It was better to act rationally, otherwise they would be throwing their brothers' lives away for nothing. Huang Zhang had always prioritized everyone's safety. If those survivors were indeed malicious people, approaching them would be like walking into a lion's den. The team members understood Huang Zhang's careful consideration. They said nothing more at this moment. Huang Zhang always took such matters in stride. If zombies do appear, we need not fear. We are all armed. Zhang Yi spoke up suddenly. In everyone's mind, even if their captain was temporarily unconscious, the team would be fine. They would handle things seriously. Anyone who tried to flee would face condemnation from their own conscience and from the rest of the team. Thinking this through, Huang Zhang said, it does not matter. We have not had specialized training, so taking a moment to avoid confrontation is part of our strategy. This is called preserving our strength, not desertion. Everyone agreed with Huang Zhang's words and nodded in unison. No one present would reject his reasoning. It was a sound approach. At least it kept their actions unclear to outsiders. If anyone tried to ambush them now, they would fight back without mercy. Drive faster. We should avoid being spotted. The zombies are currently occupied, so slipping away is not difficult. Let us hurry to the city center. Our brothers are waiting there, Huang Zhang said calmly. Estimating the current time, if they rushed back to the city center, it would be nearly midnight. Zhao Ziyi had previously stated that regardless of what happened, as long as no accidents occurred, everyone must return to the designated location by midnight to report. But given the current situation, that instruction seemed less relevant. The combined combat effectiveness of our 55 team members is no small force. You should understand this. Huang Zhang explained calmly to the team. Many understood exactly how to handle such situations. If a horde of zombies gathered and launched a ferocious attack, most others would choose to seek more allies to help them fight. This conviction would never waver, and for Zhao Ziyi, everything was this simple. Thus the measures Huang Zhang was taking now were absolutely indispensable. Since it was I who brought you all to the outskirts of Qingguan, I bear the responsibility and duty to ensure every single one of you returns safely. Huang Zhang gazed ahead, murmuring softly. At this moment, Huang Zhang couldn't help but feel the weight of pressure on his shoulders. Yet even the greatest pressure would be of little avail, for the number of zombies was simply overwhelming. Not far away, he could clearly see a massive horde of undead advancing toward him and his companions. In the early stages, the time had not yet grown late, so the number of zombies had been sparse. This was how Huang Zhang and his group had managed to pass through unscathed and reach the suburban area of Qingguan. But now the situation was entirely different. The zombies here had truly begun to roam freely, and their sheer numbers revealed their true scale. Everything felt so visceral and real that Huang Zhang could feel tension creeping into his heart. If they were forced into a desperate battle against these creatures, success would be far from guaranteed. After all, Huang Zhang was utterly unwilling to let his brothers sacrifice themselves for him. This is absolutely unacceptable. If there were no zombies, everything would seem much more manageable. Unfortunately, the situation is far too complex now. We can only proceed one step at a time. Huang Zhang furrowed his brow, speaking with evident unease. Huang Zhang was no deity, and upon encountering such circumstances, it was only natural for him to feel profound tension. To be honest, this was entirely normal. If he maintained a cold, impassive demeanor throughout, others might have suspected something was amiss with him. A permanently stern face was not necessarily a positive sign, and everyone present understood this well. The vehicle surged forward swiftly, but as the driver of the first truck pressed the accelerator with all his might, he suddenly grew hesitant. He quickly sought Huang Zhang's instructions. Brother Zhang, are you certain we should continue charging ahead? The consequences could be catastrophic. If the zombies failed to kill them, but instead damaged our vehicles, this narrow street would prove disastrous. Our lead truck would bear the brunt of the impact, and if it were disabled, the vehicles behind would be unable to pass. We would all be trapped here, doomed. Upon hearing the driver's suggestion, Huang Zhang's brows knitted even tighter. Yet he was a man who never acted without careful consideration. Now he spoke calmly. Life is full of challenges. At worst, we give it our best attempt and see who proves stronger. Huang Zhang's words suddenly brought some clarity to the driver. It seemed the leader intended to take a gamble. If they lost, everyone would perish here. But if they succeeded, it would undoubtedly be a favorable outcome. Hearing this explanation, the driver said nothing more and simply pressed his foot firmly upon the accelerator, continuing to drive the massive truck forward. The food processing plant's heavy truck was in excellent condition, appearing virtually brand new. It had likely not seen extensive use, otherwise it would hardly have withstood the rigors of this moment. Huang Zhang's arrangement could only be described as bold. But as the saying went, the cautious starve while the daring thrive. Those who feared would never survive. The vehicle charged forward like a rocket straight toward the horde of zombies. Some of the undead, perceiving the terrifying speed, chose not to recklessly collide with the massive truck. The zombies now possessed a basic level of consciousness, even capable of independent judgment. Under no circumstances would they act with such foolishness. Yet there were some zombies that behaved with reckless ferocity. Even when faced with enormous trucks, they would charge forward regardless. GRRGH. The zombie monster swung its claws and teeth, charging directly at the lead vehicle. Huang Zhang's heart began to race with tension, yet he could not afford to panic. If even he succumbed to fear, future challenges would prove insurmountable, and that would be a dire prospect indeed. Huang Zhang's palms began to sweat profusely, and his forehead was practically drenched in beads of perspiration. Upon noticing his condition, someone quickly asked, "Brother Zhang, what's wrong with you?" Shaking his head, Huang Zhang forced a calm demeanor and replied, "Nothing serious. It's fine. Just keep driving." Waving his hand, Huang Zhang signaled for the driver to proceed. The driver nodded and steered the massive truck forward, plowing through the horde. Leading everyone in a rapid escape, constantly charging forward, Huang Zhang's heart remained tense. Yet this was an unavoidable situation, and if others were to alter their circumstances, it would prove exceedingly difficult. Charging through isn't the difficult part. What worries me is the trucks being damaged by the zombies, the driver murmured. Although in this apocalyptic world vehicles had no owners and could be taken at will, these trucks carried enormous quantities of food supplies, nearly a full cargo of goods. If the zombies disrupted their transport, everyone would find themselves in a dire position. Just as the vehicle was about to collide with the zombies, sudden gunshots rang out from behind. Upon hearing the sound, Huang Zhang and his group immediately realized the situation was far from simple. If zombies were surrounding them, Huang Zhang would certainly have sensed it. Yet at this moment, the zombies were under attack. Huang Zhang confirmed that none of his companions inside the vehicle had fired back. Therefore, there was only one possibility: the survivors from earlier had struck. "Captain, we're fortunate. It seems someone has been helping us from behind," the driver said with visible excitement. Upon hearing these words, Huang Zhang merely nodded, faintly maintaining his characteristic composure. Should anyone suddenly attack him, Huang Zhang would counterattack without hesitation. But at this moment, the zombies appeared to have encountered a formidable opponent, unable to mount an assault despite their numbers. Zombies fell one after another, bullets finding their marks. Some zombies were killed outright, all eliminated by the survivors' gunfire. Huang Zhang felt a sense of relief. Had they encountered exceptionally powerful zombies, the situation would have been far more troublesome. But these creatures proved manageable after all. There's no need to worry about the others now. Just charge straight ahead. Huang Zhang pointed forward and immediately commanded. With the zombies no longer blocking the way, everyone's hearts settled down. However, some remained relatively calm, always believing that while Huang Zhang's offensive capabilities were not exceptionally strong, he could at least handle a few zombies. A large wave of zombies was swiftly eliminated by the survivors. Yet Huang Zhang paid little attention to their actions. This was a straightforward task. As long as their weapons were formidable enough, these people were capable of dealing with such threats. Without paying attention to what was happening behind him, Huang Zhang had always felt quite composed. Yet at this moment, he couldn't help but sense a certain passivity. Just as they were about to drive the truck away, Huang Zhang clearly noticed these people attempting to stop the large vehicle. Seeing the situation, the driver spoke into the walkie-talkie. "Brother Zhang, do we need to stop and wait for them?" In truth, such a request seemed reasonable enough. Since these survivors had helped kill the zombies, others would naturally be willing to seek Huang Zhang's assistance. Huang Zhang was utterly unwilling to engage with these people, but since they had kindly offered help, he felt obliged to at least acknowledge them, otherwise it would be too heartless. "This is a simple matter. Let's stop the car for a moment and wait for them," Huang Zhang said indifferently. Huang Zhang had always viewed such matters with detachment. Even if no one helped him, it would be perfectly fine. Even if others couldn't resolve the situation, now he could always step in and handle it himself. Upon hearing Huang Zhang's orders, the drivers stopped the vehicles without much thought. They might have found the survivors somewhat impressive, but whether they posed any threat was something they hadn't considered deeply. "Young man, I never expected to run into survivors like you here. This is wonderful." The survivors behind hurried over and said to Huang Zhang in a calm tone. Even so, Huang Zhang could still detect a hint of excitement in them. He faced them without any expression. First of all, these survivors had absolutely no connection to Huang Zhang. Secondly, even if they were very kind, it ultimately didn't matter much. May I ask what you need? To be honest, I have important matters to attend to, so I'm in a hurry to move on, Huang Jiang said bluntly. Huang Jiang never cared about the awkward expressions on their faces. Whatever thoughts they might have, it would ultimately be futile. Among the survivors, there was a team leader who seemed to hold a status similar to Zhao Ziyi's. Even if he wasn't their leader, he was likely quite formidable. We have our own vehicles. We won't delay or trouble you. You can rest assured about that. The middle-aged man smiled gently, his words sounding quite kind. Such a cordial tone. Even if Huang Jiang was in a bad mood, it wouldn't matter. The middle-aged man explained, I have absolutely no ill intentions, so please don't be so wary of me. He paused and continued, my name is Lin Wei, and I'm the leader of this survivor group. We have over 60 members, men, women, old and young. We've barely managed to survive in this apocalypse, and I never expected to find another team like yours after nearly a year. Seeing the sincerity in the other's eyes, Huang Jiang felt that such precautions were wholly unnecessary. In such a situation, others might have felt quite helpless. But in everyone's hearts, such matters were always viewed with indifference. Even at this moment, no one could resolve this kind of thing. Huang Jiang had never encountered such a scenario before, so at this moment, he was momentarily unsure how to respond to the other's words. If others wanted to help Zhao Ziyi, everything would probably be much easier. What exactly are you people thinking? Feel free to tell me directly. If no one tells me the truth, then there's no need to say anything more in the future, Huang Jiang said coldly. You can rest assured. We're not bad people, and we won't harm you. It's just that our two groups have happened to meet in this apocalypse. This era is a new era. Whether it's a good one or a bad one remains to be seen, Lin Wei said directly to Huang Jiang. Hearing Lin Wei's words, Huang Jiang still didn't have many thoughts. After all, from the very beginning, Huang Jiang wasn't even a vice captain. In his heart, he still believed these people were unreliable. If they encountered these zombies, others would find the situation rather complicated. Don't think too long about it. I've always had plenty of goodwill, but right now I have no way to prove it directly to you, Lin Wei explained to Huang Jiang. In truth, Huang Jiang was quite clear about the other's intentions, so he sneered. You just want to join our team, don't you? There's no need to beat around the bush. Just say whatever you want directly. We're not fools. Tell us what you're really after. It's cleaner that way. These words were quite domineering, but Lin Wei genuinely had no ill intentions. Meeting these survivors made him quite excited. Unfortunately, the other party was still very vigilant, so even though they had encountered each other, it still didn't make much difference. Take us along. I don't want to beat around the bush either, but we're all survivors in this apocalypse. Life is hard for everyone, and helping each other out is a good thing, Lin Wei suggested calmly. But it seemed Huang Jiang didn't share that intention. Zhao Ziyi remained unconscious, and to prevent him from making impulsive decisions that could endanger everyone, Huang Jiang still refused his request. Moreover, Lin Wei was probably unaware that on the nearby Huxin Island there were still many survivors living in peace and contentment, appearing utterly happy. Observing Huang Jiang's dilemma, Lin Wei had already discerned the situation. The other was unlikely to accept him easily. Lin Wei smiled faintly and said, It's all right. Even if we can't join you, it's no big deal. In truth, Lin Wei and his group were living decently, but encountering a survivor team inevitably stirred a measure of excitement. At the very least, if they faced these people again, Lin Wei wouldn't waste a word. At this point, Lin Wei could still ensure his men didn't go hungry, but encountering other survivors now felt somewhat promising. Huang Jiang had never been entirely opposed to allowing others to join the team, but the matter of how to handle them was rather troublesome. He never spoke in absolutes, so seeing Lin Wei's expression, he quickly said, My captain is currently occupied with other matters, so I can't attend to this. If you truly wish to join our team, come back in a few days. Then where should I find you? Lin Wei was persistent. In such matters, he was always generous, almost like another Zhao Ziyi, often displaying a boldness that rivaled Zhao Ziyi's. Yet this situation still posed a bit of trouble. If Zhao Ziyi were to leave at this moment, it wouldn't matter much, but others wouldn't consider it that way. How they would resolve this issue would require lengthy deliberation, but Huang Jiang couldn't afford to waste more time. He had always considered such matters important, yet even if others couldn't help, it wouldn't be a major problem. Huang Jiang felt a sense of relief in his heart, for the other party had offered no explanation. To him, this was quite easy to interpret. It was plainly evident that they intended to test Huang Jiang and his team's strength. From start to finish, Huang Jiang had never asked about the other party's capabilities. By now, he had only vaguely learned that they had achieved some feats, but unfortunately the number of survivors in their team was quite small. Even so, it's not a big deal. But how long is a few days? And where exactly should I find you? Lin Wei, being a middle-aged man, had encountered many things, and thus remained very composed. However, others couldn't directly help resolve this issue. Perhaps someone else could assist Huang Jiang in handling it. Zhao Ziyi still hadn't regained consciousness. Unfortunately, these matters were not of utmost importance, so even at this point Huang Jiang hadn't directly responded to the other party, fearing it might affect others' interests. After all, Huang Jiang was an outsider who hadn't stayed on Huxin Island for long. If he casually brought other survivors there, he would likely face opposition from others. Even if there were no opposition, others would still be passive. At the very least, Huang Jiang might be cursed at behind his back. After some thought, Huang Jiang figured that if the other party's strength was indeed decent, then bringing these people near Huxin Island, just a little closer to the island, could be considered a decent move. His brow had been furrowed earlier, but now it unconsciously relaxed. Huang Jiang still felt that this matter shouldn't be handled this way. If others made a few moves, it could easily put him in a passive position. Just as Huang Jiang was frowning in contemplation, someone suddenly shouted, "The captain is awake. The captain is fine." The moment the cry rang out, it received an immediate response from many. Such news was indeed excellent, though the situation was still complex. If others wanted to leave at this moment, it would be very unfortunate. For them, the captain's departure now would be acceptable, because Zhao Ziyi was the pillar of everyone. Whether he wanted to leave, or had other matters, it was entirely up to Zhao Ziyi himself. Others had no way to intervene. In fact, Zhao Ziyi had been conscious all along, but he was too exhausted, and he also wanted to see what these people were truly capable of. If they intended to leave now, then Zhao Ziyi would never abandon them. If these people truly intended to abandon Zhao Ziyi, things wouldn't be so simple. By now, Zhao Ziyi would inevitably feel a sense of resentment. Deep down, he was quite aware that others had their own affairs, but unfortunately no one had ever been able to help him resolve this matter. So by this point, there was no one who could directly assist Zhao Ziyi. But even if Zhao Ziyi could wake up now, it wouldn't provide much help. Now Lin Wei wanted to join Zhao Ziyi's team. Either Zhao Ziyi nodded in agreement, or no matter what, Lin Wei would have no chance. Lin Wei saw this quite clearly. At least others wouldn't consider too many things. Perhaps in Zhao Ziyi's mind, he was well aware of this. "Captain, you're finally awake. A team just approached us wanting to join. What do you think?" One of the team members, heedless of whatever danger lurked around, charged straight at Zhao Ziyi and addressed him with an air of indifference. For Zhao Ziyi, these matters were relatively simple to handle, as routine as a daily affair. Even if he encountered other survivors, it would make no difference. He had always been quick-witted and clear-minded, yet at this moment, he hadn't given much thought to anything. "I am well aware of all this, so there's no need for you to tell me," Zhao Ziyi said calmly. Having just endured a battle, Zhao Ziyi had only recently awakened. He could have continued sleeping, but his consciousness remained ever present. Watching these people struggle to resolve the situation, he could no longer hold back, and roused himself. For him, such matters were still quite manageable. Yet, even now, Zhao Ziyi had yet to make a decision, for he had never encountered such a situation before. He simply could not agree to accept a large group of strangers into his team. Without anyone's approval, it made little difference to Zhao Ziyi. Otherwise, he wouldn't have accepted them so readily. At this moment, he was still pondering whether he should choose to take in this group of people. Zhao Ziyi still couldn't tell whether these dozen or so people before him truly constituted the main strength of the team. "Let me ask you first, what is the current structure of your team? If there are others, where are they now?" Zhao Ziyi inquired in a calm tone. From the very beginning, Lin Wei had sensed something amiss. Looking at the other's demeanor, he furrowed his brow, surprised that such a large group of people would rely on this young man in his early 20s. Unless it meant the young man possessed extraordinary abilities, Lin Wei's thoughts mirrored the others. He would need to observe what kind of person this man truly was. Rather than Zhao Ziyi choosing to evaluate the other party, it could be said that Lin Wei was also testing and observing Zhao Ziyi. The two were essentially in a mutually beneficial relationship. But at this point, if Zhao Ziyi was unwilling to help Lin Wei, there would likely be no one else to lend a hand. After all, in this apocalypse, no other survivors could remain here. Yet Lin Wei would never back down. He had always been strong and independent, so even if Zhao Ziyi chose to refuse him outright, Lin Wei would likely act as if nothing had happened. Such matters were quite normal for him. At first, Zhao Ziyi hadn't interacted much with Lin Wei. This was practically their first encounter, and who knew if there would ever be another chance. Still, Lin Wei was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away, so he said calmly, "That's fine. My team actually has quite a few people, though I'm not sure how they'd compare to yours." Lin Wei spoke calmly, then paused briefly before continuing. "These matters have never been easy for me to resolve. So if you people wish to leave now, it wouldn't make much of a difference." Hearing Lin Wei's words, Zhao Ziyi furrowed his brow. It was clear the other party was rather passive. He hadn't expected that even now these people wouldn't be more proactive. Zhao Ziyi had never cared much for such things, but when others spoke in this manner, it tended to irritate him. However, Zhao Ziyi was quite shrewd. No matter what he did, even if he felt displeased inside, he would never reveal his emotions outright. This was plain to see, and others would have to deal with it on their own. "What exactly do you mean?" "If you wish to leave, I certainly won't stop you. But if you choose to go now, I would still like to express my gratitude. After all, I can see what you're capable of. Had it not been for your help, those zombies might have given us endless trouble from the very start." A faint smile crossed Zhao Ziyi's face as he spoke with simple ease. In fact, during that dangerous moment earlier, Zhao Ziyi could have woken up immediately. But he had been trying hard to rest, primarily because his blood energy was far too low at this point. If he encountered a zombie with exceptional abilities or a higher rank, he wouldn't have any means to deal with it. So for now he chose to let others handle things. There's really no need to overthink these matters. Just having a general idea in your minds is enough. If you don't want to tell me the true extent of your abilities, that's perfectly fine too. Zhao Ziyi feigned complete indifference, and the look on his face made Lin Wei draw in a sharp breath of cold air. Lin Wei was taken aback inwardly. This young man before him was truly terrifying. He could remain completely unflustered, and even after facing so many trials he could act as if nothing had happened. Such a mindset was truly remarkable. Involuntarily Lin Wei felt a sense of admiration for him. At least at this moment there was no trace of underestimation in his thoughts. There are quite a few of these people, but as for what abilities they possess, I still can't tell at this point. Zhao Ziyi murmured these words silently in his heart. Zhao Ziyi had always been searching for other survivors, yet this search could not represent anything significant. For Zhao Ziyi, such matters were trivial, but for others the meaning was entirely different. If anyone wished to leave at this moment, they would find themselves with no other means to change their circumstances. If someone is willing to directly reveal the true state of their circumstances, that person is either a fool or someone who genuinely trusts you, Lin Wei said with a smile, his tone calm and measured. Lin Wei smiled faintly and spoke these words to Zhao Ziyi in a detached manner. At this moment Lin Wei understood the weight of these matters, yet no one could truly answer how others might change their fate. Even now Zhao Ziyi remained silent, harboring his own thoughts. Leaving at this point would not be difficult, but no one could depart without Zhao Ziyi's consent. Without Zhao Ziyi's approval, no one dared to leave or make a move against him. Zhao Ziyi understood this situation, while maintaining his composure, his authority steadily growing, radiating an impressive presence. Zhao Ziyi tilted his head and regarded the other man with perfect calm. In truth, he was unwilling to offer further explanation, but his next move would depend entirely on how Lin Wei reacted. So do you consider me a stranger, or perhaps something else? Zhao Ziyi watched the other man, quietly, a faint smile playing on his lips that was almost unbelievable to behold. Sometimes Lin Wei would find himself lost in thought, wondering whether the young man standing before him was truly only 20 years old. It was truly unsettling. This awe arose not from appearance, but from a certain presence, one that few others could possess. For Zhao Ziyi this was a challenge, and whether it would continue depended entirely on his own strength. By now Lin Wei had come to understand that this young man was no ordinary person, and at the very least his actions were far from simple. Finally Lin Wei understood why someone so young as Zhao Ziyi had earned everyone's respect. There was a reason for all of it, and in that moment everything became clear. In my view, you cannot be considered a stranger. Since I willingly joined your team, I will not lie to you. You can rest assured on that point. Lin Wei gave this guarantee directly to the other man. After a pause Lin Wei continued, my team has 70 members in total. Normally I select 38 of the strongest to search for food and weapons. This is the end times, everything must be fought for by our own hands. These words carried weight. Now that Zhao Ziyi had become the captain, his word was law. If Zhao Ziyi agreed to accept these people, Lin Wei could bring his team to join the Lakeside Island family. But none of this was so easy. Joining the family required proving one's worth. Seeing that Lin Wei was sincere, Zhao Ziyi decided to share the true situation on the Lakeside Island. If you are willing to join us, I welcome you at any time, Zhao Ziyi said calmly. At first Zhao Ziyi worried about the food supply. If these people had hearty appetites, it could become quite troublesome. Food was a pressing issue that needed improvement, so despite his willingness to accept them, Zhao Ziyi could not simply ignore the grain problem. These provisions were essential rations, vital to Zhao Ziyi and everyone else, indispensable for survival. Bringing 70 more people to the Lakeside Island would certainly expand his power, but Zhao Ziyi always considered practicality. Since you don't treat me as an outsider, I won't hide anything from you. Right now the grain supply on the Lakeside Island is my biggest problem. Zhao Ziyi spoke frankly, his expression somewhat embarrassed. He continued, if I add your large group to the equation, it would likely be quite troublesome, at the very least putting me in a difficult position. Hearing these words, Lin Wei understood completely. He had never shared his own situation before, but now he would hide nothing. You need not worry about the food supply at all, because our grain is virtually inexhaustible. At first Zhao Ziyi was unwilling to believe it. He had collected substantial food supplies himself, but grain would eventually run out. He would never make such bold claims about having inexhaustible provisions. Now Lin Wei was making such bold claims, his confidence causing Zhao Ziyi's impression of him to drop slightly. What do you mean? Even if you added 300 more people, the food would still be inexhaustible? Zhao Ziyi asked with measured calm. Hearing Zhao Ziyi's words, the other man quickly responded, you can rest assured on this matter. No other team can compare to mine. The food problem has never been a concern of mine. If you still have doubts, you can come and see for yourself. Lin Wei remained perfectly composed in the face of Zhao Ziyi's skepticism, causing a flicker of surprise in Zhao Ziyi's eyes. He was so calm and composed, showing not the slightest flaw to others, clearly a formidable opponent. A slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Zhao Ziyi said with a dry laugh, that won't be necessary. Since you say so, I'm willing to trust you. But my base is on Hushin Island with 300 people, water, electricity, and food. Would you still be willing to come with us? Zhao Ziyi was generally welcoming of new members, but the other party had over 70 people, so this matter was somewhat troublesome. If these 70-plus people turned against him, it would be tiring, but it wouldn't be too difficult for Zhao Ziyi to suppress them. However, Zhao Ziyi was always methodical, but once he sensed something wrong, he would immediately take action. My base is in some villa residential areas, but there are too many zombies nearby. Almost every day I have to send my men out to clear the surrounding zombies, and it takes hours. Very troublesome. I wonder, on your Hushin Island, are there many zombies? Lin Wei, not knowing the situation, asked this question. Before Zhao Ziyi could respond, some of the nearby survivor team members couldn't hold back and said with a smile, "You don't need to worry about that. Hushin Island is a small island, so the zombies never come ashore. If they could swim or take a boat, we would definitely spot them and eliminate them immediately." Hearing the team members' confident words, Lin Wei felt a bit relieved and nodded, saying, "In that case, that's great. I am naturally willing to join you." Pausing, Lin Wei began to mutter again, apparently having some hesitation. He pondered and said, "But it will be difficult to move our food supplies. Even with 100 people, carrying a large amount of grain would take a long time." Tilting his head to look at the other until he was sure the other was not lying, Zhao Ziyi grew increasingly curious whether Lin Wei's claim of an inexhaustible food reserve was true. Generally, Zhao Ziyi had collected a large amount of food, but it was still not enough for the residents of Hushin Island. Although Zhao Ziyi's storage ring contained a vast amount of food, he would only directly use it as a last resort. Food is the paramount necessity of the people. This grain is extremely important. If there is no food, others would be very passive, and at least their motivation for anything would be low. Thinking of this, Zhao Ziyi frowned and said calmly, "I wonder if you have time now. If possible, could you take me to see what your granary looks like?" Listening to the other's introduction, Zhao Ziyi became more and more curious. If there really was something as good as a cornucopia, he would be overjoyed. But this was not a dream, it was reality, and in reality things like a cornucopia simply did not exist. However, although Zhao Ziyi was unwilling to believe in such things, the existence of the super survival system was almost impossible to explain. If those intangible things didn't exist, then the existence of the super survival system was also rather strange. Of course, since I want to join your team, it's only natural to take you to see the granary. Lin Wei said this casually. It wasn't something shameful, so Lin Wei was quite willing to take them to have a look. However, some of the survivors behind Lin Wei still seemed a bit wary. Such matters were complicated. If Zhao Ziyi and his group truly valued the granary, no one could directly tell what kind of person Zhao Ziyi really was. Others were not yet familiar with Zhao Ziyi, so it was not good to directly take him to that secret hideout. However, Lin Wei was generous and straightforward in his dealings, while the other survivor members were more cautious. The granary truly existed, but others had always been reluctant to believe it, so Lin Wei still needed to take Zhao Ziyi to see it. Lowering his head and thought the other team members were basically unwilling to let Zhao Ziyi directly visit the granary. If something went wrong during the handover, Zhao Ziyi might become fixated on the large pile of grain, and the consequences would be disastrous. So encountering such a situation had always been complicated in Zhao Ziyi's mind. After thinking this, Zhao Ziyi prepared to go and inspect these things. However, the granary could not be shown to him casually. At least everyone's unanimous consent was needed, otherwise it would be unfair to anyone. Zhao Ziyi understood this very well. Moreover, he had long wanted to accept these people as his members. If a conflict arose over such a small matter now, it would be utterly unworthy. Frowning, Zhao Ziyi said calmly, "First, make it clear to your team members. Just let me go with you alone to take a look. If I'm satisfied, then moving the granary will be quite easy. You don't need to worry about that at all." Zhao Ziyi's confident words immediately moved Lin Wei. Lin Wei had always believed that this young man was no ordinary person, so he still chose not to offend him. If Zhao Ziyi were brash, Lin Wei might have looked down on him by now. However, the man before him was truly not an easy character. The line must not be crossed, otherwise it would be unacceptable. After thinking this, Zhao Ziyi began to feel that everything was a bit difficult. Not only did Zhao Ziyi think so, but Lin Wei also felt somewhat awkward. If he didn't take Zhao Ziyi to see the granary, he would be breaking his promise. But taking him directly seemed unrealistic, as the team members were still somewhat unwilling at this point. Since everyone had elected Lin Wei as their leader, he had to set a good example. If he could not even handle something like this, Zhang Wei would likely feel quite embarrassed. However, Zhang Wei had always desired a relatively safe environment. In his heart, Lake Heart Island was an excellent choice. With its pleasant surroundings and many people, it would provide a great sense of security for everyone. The most important thing was that there was water, electricity, and food. For Zhang Wei and his group, the current situation was nothing short of paradise. Moreover, Zhao Ziyi had already mentioned that zombies were virtually non-existent around Lake Heart Island, as they had no way to cross over. Given all this, Zhang Wei felt confident in his decision, which seemed quite reasonable to him. Silently turning around, Zhang Wei addressed his team members. "Brothers, you have nothing to worry about. Although Captain Zhao Ziyi is someone we have just met, I am willing to trust him. I will only take him alone to inspect our granary to see whether we need to offer any assistance. Everything else can be considered later, so there is no need for excessive concern." With that said, the doubts and slight dissatisfaction in everyone's hearts instantly dissolved. After all, Jiang Wei's words always carried weight. Zhao Ziyi was somewhat surprised internally, unable to believe that Jiang Wei could persuade everyone with just a few words. His courage and capability were truly extraordinary. Although Zhao Ziyi secretly held him in high regard, he would never show it on the surface. "If I let you see through me, you'll only become arrogant, so I will never give you any praise." Zhao Ziyi approached everything with methodical precision. Even at this moment, he still had certain thoughts he needed to verify. If others offered to help without any clear reason, it would complicate matters significantly. In Zhao Ziyi's mind, this was always of utmost importance. If he could not convince everyone, there would be no point in considering anything else. Zhao Ziyi had always been searching for capable people, and by this point he began to feel that Jiang Wei was actually a decent talent. At the very least, he possessed real action-oriented ability, and was not merely someone who talked big without substance. Zhao Ziyi was quite satisfied with this situation. Had it been someone else, he would have said little, but now that he was looking for talent, and found it standing right before him, there was hardly any need to consider anything else. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Wei immediately said to Zhao Ziyi, "There is nothing urgent now. I believe my team members will understand my decision. So Captain Zhao, please accompany me to take a look and see the condition of that granary." Zhao Ziyi remained somewhat curious about the granary. Jiang Wei had always emphasized that he never worried about food because he possessed an inexhaustible granary. Thinking of this, Zhao Ziyi's curiosity only deepened. Nodding, Zhao Ziyi turned to Huang Jiang and instructed, "Stay here with the brothers and chat with them. I will return shortly. If any zombies appear, I will rush over and deal with them immediately. There is no need for you to worry about this." Huang Jiang accepted the arrangement and replied calmly, "Captain, rest assured. I will definitely bring the brothers here and wait for your return." Satisfied with Huang Jiang's assurance, Zhao Ziyi nodded and left the checkpoint with Jiang Wei by car. The two drove quickly to a secluded corner. What came into view first was a large warehouse, its exterior appearance making Zhao Ziyi feel as though it were merely a place for storing garbage. Moss had grown thickly in every corner, and the damp, dark environment was utterly bleak. Had it not been for Jiang Wei guiding him here, Zhao Ziyi would hardly have discovered this place. Frowning, Zhao Ziyi asked Jiang Wei, "Are you certain the grain is stored here? This corner is quite remote, and few people would likely visit often." "There is a reason for this. The reason we set up the granary here is to disguise it as an ordinary place. The more inconspicuous the corner, the safer it is," Jiang Wei said calmly. Nodding, Zhao Ziyi had no desire to respond further, and simply said, "Then take me inside, and see just how much grain you have." Naturally, Jiang Wei did not refuse. Reaching into his pocket, he took out a key and unlocked the door. With a creaking sound, the granary was opened. It was pitch black inside, making it impossible to discern anything. Zhao Ziyi frowned and said gravely, "What can we possibly see in such darkness? Are the grains simply stored like this?" Upon hearing Zhao Ziyi's question, Jiang Wei quickly replied, "Please do not worry, Captain Zhao. As long as I am here, everyone will be perfectly safe." He then immediately turned on the warehouse lights. The warm yellow glow illuminated the entire space, giving it an unmistakable retro atmosphere reminiscent of the 1970s or 80s. However, none of that mattered, for Zhao Ziyi was utterly stunned by the sight before him. Sacks of rice were piled high like mountains, and a rough estimate suggested the grain weighed several tons. "Where did you acquire all this grain? There is far too much." Gazing at the mountain of rice before him, Zhao Ziyi could only manage to speak after a long pause. Smiling faintly, Jiang Wei quickly explained, "Some members of our group helped procure these supplies. Several of them previously worked at grain stations and oil depots, so they had access to considerable resources in this regard." Zhao Ziyi was somewhat dazed, unable to help but say, "No wonder you never worried about food. It turns out you had ample resources all along." "Captain Zhao, do I now have the qualifications to join your team?" Lin Wei asked with a faint smile, directing the question at Zhao Ziyi. With such an abundant supply of food, Lin Wei felt utterly fearless. Almost no one could resolve matters in the face of this new way of life, but others still harbored many concerns. Even if Zhao Ziyi was unwilling to accept Lin Wei, it wouldn't cause much trouble. Zhao Ziyi had always remained remarkably composed, and so at this moment no one dared to directly challenge him. Zhao Ziyi understood this all too well, which was why he refrained from responding directly. Even if Lin Wei made other requests, Zhao Ziyi wouldn't agree immediately. Anyone who posed a threat to him was destined to get nowhere, and this had always been Zhao Ziyi's way of thinking. Though there was no one else to lend a hand, it didn't matter in the slightest. For Zhao Ziyi, such matters were simply child's play. With these resources as leverage, Lin Wei could naturally become one of the formidable figures. Were it not for the many constraints weighing on him, Lin Wei would have been able to leave directly by now. Realizing that no one had any reason to leave, Lin Wei certainly wouldn't hold anyone back either. Zhao Ziyi pondered for a long while, then recognized the gravity of the situation. He absolutely could not accept just anyone into his fold. Were it someone else, they might directly bring harm to Zhao Ziyi. Therefore, he could not afford even the slightest hint of excessive kindness. Not a single trace of it. Don't overthink it. You do have the qualifications to join me, but you cannot represent the others. You can never make decisions on their behalf. Do you understand that? Zhao Ziyi said calmly. In many situations when Zhao Ziyi made choices, he considered whether others would be willing. If it was clear from the outset that something shouldn't be done, Zhao Ziyi wouldn't waste any more time on it. By comparison, Zhao Ziyi was far more principled in his actions. Having weathered countless experiences, he weighed far more factors in his considerations. Listening carefully to Zhao Ziyi's words, Lin Wei found them quite reasonable. He had always been somewhat impulsive in handling matters, not out of selfishness, but perhaps because he was lacking in the human aspect of dealing with things. Now, having received Zhao Ziyi's guidance and reflecting on his past behavior, Lin Wei even felt a sense of his own immaturity. What you said is quite right. But in this era, just surviving is already a blessing. Since everyone chose me as their group leader, everything I do naturally prioritizes their interests. Lin Wei said calmly. Hearing Lin Wei's tone, it was clear the man still hadn't grasped the true essence of the matter. Zhao Ziyi let out a sigh and said, "You think you're acting in their best interest, but others certainly don't see it that way. You'd best come to terms with that reality." Nodding, Lin Wei began to realize that his long-standing autocratic ways may have created many unfair situations. His voice deepened as he said, "It seems I need to change my ways. I absolutely cannot continue like this. Had you not enlightened me today, I might never have known where I went wrong." He recalled how the group members had grown distant recently. Just moments ago, Lin Wei had thought that a single word from him would be enough to convince everyone to let Zhao Ziyi visit the grain depot. At first he felt quite proud of himself, but now he saw things in a completely different light. The others' discontent was rising, though they hadn't voiced it openly. But Lin Wei had assumed everything he did was for their benefit, so he treated each matter as entirely justified. Before Zhao Ziyi could respond, Lin Wei quickly added, "Then I'll head back and ask the group members if they're willing to join your team. In this apocalypse, having more people watching each other's backs is always a good thing." Seeing that Lin Wei was indeed showing signs of awareness, Zhao Ziyi nodded with satisfaction and said nothing more. He simply felt that such matters were best clarified in advance. If everyone was still opposed at this point, Lin Wei's insistence alone would amount to nothing. "I understand all this. You don't need to say anything further. Go explain things to them now," Zhao Ziyi said calmly. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Ziyi prepared to leave. Lin Wei wasted no time, quickly locking the gate behind them. He was still rather concerned about the grain stored there. After all, not everything here was for his personal use alone. Lin Wei was fully aware of that. Zhao Ziyi and Lin Wei got into the vehicle and drove back to their original spot, where Huang Jiang and the other brothers had been patiently awaiting Zhao Ziyi's return. Fortunately, no zombies had appeared during this period, or things would have gotten a bit troublesome. They didn't have many weapons on hand, and their ammunition was running low. Zhao Ziyi had always maintained strict control over the distribution of bullets. If weapons were casually handed over to them, it would easily lead to social instability. "Nothing out of the ordinary happened, I hope?" Zhao Ziyi asked Huang Jiang. He was still nursing a grudge about the man's earlier unauthorized decisions and could no longer fully trust him. Huang Jiang replied bluntly, "Nothing happened. But this place isn't safe to linger. We should leave as soon as possible." Huang Jiang had always been composed in such matters, so when faced with this problem, he kept it firmly in mind. He absolutely could not let such things continue later on. In truth, Huang Jiang could have come here alone from the very start. But now, with some formidable zombies lurking about, it would have been quite troublesome for him. Had he brought so many brothers along, Huang Jiang certainly wouldn't have taken such risks. He had always wanted to help everyone out, but in reality, he was also helping his own brothers get things done. If it were purely for his own sake, Huang Jiang would never have taken such a risk. It was simply to help his brothers secure some food that Huang Jiang had taken such a desperate risk. These zombies are quite formidable. Had the captain not appeared, I doubt I would have made it out of here alive, Huang Jiang stated directly. In his view, things could have become far more troublesome. If Zhao Ziyi had arrived, even a moment later, no one could have predicted the outcome. Zhao Ziyi was always meticulous in everything he did. At this moment, Huang Jiang was weighing many considerations, yet no one else could truly grasp under what circumstances Huang Jiang might leave this place. Huang Jiang had not done anything else noteworthy before, which was why Zhao Ziyi was not entirely clear about his intentions. "First, I welcome you to join us. However, how your teammates feel about this is something you must clarify with them yourself," Zhao Ziyi said calmly, then continued, "But there's no need for you to overthink this. Such matters are quite ordinary, so you need not worry at all." Upon hearing Zhao Ziyi's words, he was quite clear-headed about the matter. Yet no one else dared to respond directly to his statement. Since becoming captain, Zhao Ziyi had handled these affairs with great diligence. As for what others might do, it seemed no one had given it much thought. "Now go tell them directly. Otherwise later on I may not be able to keep waiting for you all." Zhao Ziyi said this directly. He was not particularly calm by nature, but Huang Jiang was always thorough in his actions. Still, compared to Zhao Ziyi's level of consideration, he fell slightly short. For anyone, it is essential to consider others at all times. If one acts arbitrarily on their own, others will never feel at ease. Zhao Ziyi had always viewed such matters with detachment, which was why his tone remained so composed. These are minor issues, but the surroundings are truly dangerous. How about this? Why don't you all come to our villa first? It's quite spacious. Aside from water and electricity not being fully functional, everything else is still workable. Lin Wei said this directly to the other party. Zhao Ziyi had never been one to speak casually, but getting him to speak at all was never an easy matter. Zhao Ziyi had always been sharp in his judgments. Having others try to change this situation would inevitably prove somewhat troublesome. At least in Zhao Ziyi's mind, he believed this matter was not of great importance. If one wanted him to alter his stance, no one could simply appear and change that. Whatever others thought, such things could not be resolved in such a short span of time. I don't think that's necessary. If you all wish to join me, it's quite simple. I can help transport some supplies for you. There are plenty of vacant houses on the island at the lake center, so there's no need for you to worry about these things. Zhao Ziyi said this indifferently. By now, others still couldn't fully comprehend the nature of Zhao Ziyi's storage ring. However, Zhao Ziyi was exceptionally capable in his actions, so even if others were unaware, it was hardly surprising. Whether others truly knew about such things could be discerned clearly at this point. The reason Zhao Ziyi did not speak harshly was that he was keenly aware of how to handle things. Had he taken a stricter stance, he would certainly have refused the other party's request to join outright. But now Zhao Ziyi was still acting with leniency, all because he understood that everything could be resolved promptly. The reason I act this way is that I must remain courteous. Otherwise things would truly become troublesome. Zhao Ziyi thought silently to himself. Zhao Ziyi had always been serious in his endeavors, but no one else could figure out how he managed to accomplish such things. Thus at this moment no one could possibly conceive how to change the situation. Others probably couldn't withstand Zhao Ziyi's attacks, but he was not foolish enough to launch an offensive against anyone without cause. Unless someone truly provoked Zhao Ziyi, he would not act rashly under normal circumstances. Now that he had become everyone's captain, every word and action he took carried significant weight. After all, Zhao Ziyi was still a young man in his early 20s, barely college age. Yet his current standing was entirely different. To be honest, Zhao Ziyi had now become the leader of over 300 people. Therefore, he had to carefully control his words. He was well aware of this, and by now he would never speak carelessly. However, no one would casually make such unreasonable demands, so Zhao Ziyi would not respond to them lightly either. Under normal circumstances, Zhao Ziyi would handle matters seriously. If he encountered a formidable opponent, he would not recklessly engage them in confrontation. But at this moment, Zhao Ziyi was perfectly clear about what needed to be done. You should all be well aware of my temperament. So I hope you won't force me to do things I'm unwilling to do. Zhao Ziyi said this indifferently. Deep down, Zhao Ziyi truly wasn't certain about these matters, but Huang Jiang and the others were quite convinced that Zhao Ziyi was a man of strong character. By now it seemed no one else could readily deal with such a situation. The reason Zhao Ziyi spoke this way was that Lin Wei had been acting somewhat too pushy. If Zhao Ziyi had not been so blunt at this moment, Lin Wei would likely have made other demands. Zhao Ziyi had never been one to mince words. Perhaps it was due to his commanding presence that others found it impossible to raise any further objections. Deep down, Zhao Ziyi hoped to expand his team, but unfortunately others could not see that. He had many considerations, and likely no one would directly respond to his demands. Still, Zhao Ziyi believed that if the opportunity to recruit more members arose, it would yield some positive results. In Zhao Ziyi's view, such matters were usually simple to figure out, but how others perceived them bothered him. Sometimes when he acted, he had to consider not only how to handle the matter, but also how others would interpret it. If you don't handle things properly, it will only become more troublesome later. So you'd better not resort to any empty tricks. Such things are utterly meaningless. Zhao Ziyi said this calmly. Though Zhao Ziyi was only in his early 20s, he had experienced a great deal. At this moment, he knew exactly how to resolve such matters. If others still couldn't change their approach, then they couldn't directly assist in this matter. At first, such things were relatively easy, and everyone could handle them clearly. But whether it's easy or not is not for you alone to decide. In the end, these matters grow complicated, so I hope you can resolve them quickly. Zhao Ziyi said this directly to Lin Wei. Regarding Lin Wei's initial invitation for Zhao Ziyi to visit their villa, it would have been rather troublesome. However, everyone knew this well. Zhao Ziyi wasn't worried about other things. He was just a meticulous person. If he wanted to leave directly, it would be quite inconvenient. After thinking it over, Zhao Ziyi quickly said, "Don't overthink your matters. The more you think, the more complicated they become. In my view, these things aren't really troublesome at all." Hearing Zhao Ziyi speak like this, others could easily tell that he was actually willing to accept them. At this point, if one wanted to leave directly, likely no one would be able to do so. Even if no one came to help, it didn't matter much. Zhao Ziyi always took matters seriously, so how others chose to handle these things could be changed from the start. Upon hearing Zhao Ziyi's words, everyone immediately understood the situation. Nodding, Lin Wei said, "It seems I didn't think it through. But that's perfectly fine. You don't need to worry about these things at all." Before he could finish, Zhao Ziyi interjected, "I don't mind. Actually, I can see you're quite decisive in your actions. But while decisiveness is a good trait, if you keep it up all the time, it's hard for others to accept." Lin Wei was taken aback, finally grasping the meaning behind Zhao Ziyi's words. After being scolded by Zhao Ziyi, Lin Wei felt as if he were younger than the young man. Yet Lin Wei was already well over 30, and being lectured by this young fellow was embarrassing. Though fortunately no one laughed at the situation, or he would have felt even more awkward. Lin Wei had always found Zhao Ziyi's words reasonable, but at this moment there was no way to make others immediately accept his proposal. Then Lin Wei said, "In that case, Captain Zhao, could you give me some time to discuss this privately with my team?" Zhao Ziyi naturally gave him the chance, so he said directly, "That's fine. If you want to leave, you can go anytime. No need to inform me. But convincing your team won't be easy. It'll take a while before you can clarify everything." Shaking his head, Lin Wei quickly explained, "Please rest assured. I'll explain everything as quickly as possible, and it won't take up much of your time. Just wait here for a moment. Since you're unwilling to rest at our villa, that's perfectly fine." Just moments ago, Lin Wei had intended to invite everyone to rest at the villa, but the villa had no water or electricity, so other amenities were useless. At this point, no one could consider too many things. Perhaps others had different thoughts, but at this moment Zhao Ziyi couldn't explain too much to everyone. He wasn't unwilling to give the other party a chance. In fact, Zhao Ziyi could see that Lin Wei had always been trying to latch on to someone powerful. Zhao Ziyi had enough strength, and once other survivors learned of him, they would flock to him. That was the inevitable trend. There was no need to worry about it. However, Zhao Ziyi naturally needed everyone's help. Without a plan to recruit new members, his influence would never expand. For him, that wouldn't be a good choice. At this point, Zhao Ziyi still couldn't say these things outright, and as for what others should consider, there was no need for them to think too much. You don't need to worry about these matters at all, so at this moment solving anything else shouldn't be too difficult, Zhao Ziyi said bluntly. But such matters have always been rather troublesome, so Lin Wei must explain things clearly if others cannot truly understand how troublesome this is. Lin Wei nodded. It was evident that Zhao Ziyi approved of his approach. With Zhao Ziyi's support, Lin Wei felt fairly satisfied, at least at this moment. He wouldn't be misunderstood by others. Turning to face the large group of members, more than 20 young people, all the strongest fighters in the survivor team. These individuals were assigned by Lin Wei to scavenge and eliminate zombies. Now Zhao Ziyi was in a hurry to leave, but Lin Wei had to explain these matters to everyone as soon as possible. There were also 40 or 50 other survivors who couldn't directly hear Lin Wei's words, but that was completely useless. It didn't matter since no one could help change things, so everything now had to be resolved by Lin Wei personally. Now we've encountered another team. Their living conditions are better than ours, and more importantly, they have more people, which will bring us all enough safety. United we stand. You should all understand this principle, Lin Wei said bluntly. Facing his own members, to be honest, Lin Wei felt somewhat nervous. Not because he was bad at doing things or unreasonable. Actually, he was quite reasonable. But at this moment, dealing with these matters clearly had become rather difficult. Seeing everyone's cold expressions, Lin Wei increasingly felt this matter was hard to handle. However, Lin Wei had never been overly courteous to everyone, but after hearing Zhao Ziyi's earlier guidance, it seemed Lin Wei had changed considerably. At least he no longer acted arbitrarily. This was a great improvement, something others couldn't easily change. Everyone looked at each other momentarily, unsure how to respond to his words. In fact, they all hoped to change things, but Zhao Ziyi's demands were relatively low and he wouldn't make unreasonable requests. Lin Wei was quite willing to accept this. At least he thought it best to join Zhao Ziyi's team as soon as possible. In this larger family, they would feel warmer, and at least they wouldn't have to run around hiding from zombie attacks. Thinking of this, Lin Wei continued, I know I've always been too domineering in my speech, so now I need to hear your suggestions. What do you all think? If you're willing to come with me to live on the island in the lake, you can all come. If any of you don't want to, that's fine too. Everything here can be left for you. Strength in numbers is a principle clear to everyone. Moreover, Lin Wei was determined to follow Zhao Ziyi, so if some didn't want to come, it didn't matter much. They could still live alone, but living alone would become more difficult, and future life would be very inconvenient in many ways. Such a change wouldn't be good for anyone. If you're adding members now, count me in. Brother Lin, wherever you go, we brothers will follow you. One of the members said this directly to Lin Wei. Hearing these words, Lin Wei was deeply moved and momentarily too excited to speak. Zhao Ziyi stood aside, clearly observing everyone's actions. Soon more people responded in succession. It seemed these members were all willing to follow Lin Wei into Zhao Ziyi's team. Seeing everyone respond positively, Zhao Ziyi felt quite satisfied. At least these people had no objections. It was obvious that Zhao Ziyi acted methodically, which was how he attracted others. Of course, these survivors wouldn't join Zhao Ziyi's team because of his personal charisma. They didn't know him well, so they wouldn't make such a decision casually. They still know my team is strong enough to protect everyone directly. Zhao Ziyi silently pondered this. He had been well aware of this dynamic from the start, but he hadn't said it out loud to avoid being misunderstood. Zhao Ziyi didn't think much more. He simply smiled and said, "Since you're all willing to join, I naturally welcome you. But there are only about 20 of you now, and the other survivors don't know about this yet. So please go back and tell them about it. Let them consider this arrangement carefully." Every word he said was reasonable, so his words were never disputed. Everyone nodded and prepared to return to the villa to bring the others. Zhao Ziyi smiled and said, "Time is quite tight. Instead of rushing, I'll give you a morning to prepare. Around 2 in the afternoon, I'll come personally to find you. If you've packed all your luggage by then, I'll find a way to transport it directly. But if anyone doesn't want to leave by then, that's also fine." He paused, then continued, "No matter what happens, as long as I'm here, everything can be resolved by me." After hearing Zhao Ziyi's words, everyone couldn't help feeling a bit happier. Somehow Zhao Ziyi's actions truly gave others a strange sense of warmth. As long as Zhao Ziyi was here in person, no matter how great the difficulties, it would be fine. Thinking that Zhao Ziyi stood before them, they would be protected no matter what. For a moment, no one harbored any complaints, and thus under this subtle influence, they gradually came to accept the captain. Zhao Ziyi's actions were still deemed acceptable by others, so no one spoke recklessly precisely, because they recognized the methodical nature of his approach. Just as Zhao Ziyi was about to leave, that irritating sound rang out once more from not far away, and everyone couldn't help but grow tense. "Captain, you just woke up and are still very weak. You should rest first." Huang Jiang quickly urged Zhao Ziyi. Somehow Huang Jiang had a premonition that this time the number of zombies would be far from small. After several prior battles, Zhao Ziyi had nearly wiped out a large wave of zombies in the city center, but this had left him utterly exhausted. Fortunately, from then on, the zombies in the city center would almost give him a wide berth. However, this was Qingguan, and many zombies were still unaware of its distinct nature. Thus Zhao Ziyi approached this task with considerable seriousness, at least not casually bluffing. The others were almost more aware of Zhao Ziyi's current condition than he was. He had already lost consciousness once, and if he were to collapse again, now everyone would be at a loss. At this critical moment, the only way was to resolve everything swiftly so that others could come to help. If no one was willing to lend a hand, then all matters would inevitably fall on Zhao Ziyi's shoulders, placing immense pressure on him. Everyone had always hoped that Zhao Ziyi would stay by their side, as this truly alleviated much of the pressure. Such a young man had become incredibly capable in combat, at least able to offer some protection, so gradually everyone grew somewhat dependent on his abilities. Now everyone remained unaware that Zhao Ziyi possessed the super survival system. Being shrewd, he naturally wouldn't disclose everything to others. If he were to reveal such a deep secret, he would have virtually no privacy left. But for now, there was no time to dwell on other matters. He had to confront these zombies as quickly as possible. With Lin Wei's group joining the team, the number swelled to over 30. However, this was still far from sufficient against the zombie tide. Zhao Ziyi always preferred to make estimations, so at this moment, he took a brief glance at the horde. With such a massive number of zombies, pitting them against over 30 members would be woefully inadequate. "We'd better get out of here quickly. If we get surrounded by zombies, none of us will escape," Zhao Ziyi said calmly. Given his current blood value, there was no way he could withstand so many zombies. Zhao Ziyi had a strong premonition that this massive zombie horde comprised most of the zombies in Qingguan gathered together. He wondered what had driven them to assemble so directly, leaving others utterly perplexed. Zhao Ziyi frowned deeply and murmured, "Unless someone is pulling the strings, this is absolutely impossible." Upon this thought, Zhao Ziyi began to feel that everything had grown strange. If someone was indeed orchestrating these petty moves behind the scenes, he would undoubtedly be furious. Yet these were not the main issues, so there was no need to dwell on them excessively. In Zhao Ziyi's heart, the safety of his team members had always been paramount. He quickly counted the current number. Including himself, there were 36 people. This was still far too few to confront the zombie tide. "Lin Wei, where's your villa? I didn't intend to go there originally, but given the special circumstances, we need to lie low for a while," Zhao Ziyi said directly to Lin Wei without any pretense of politeness. "Of course, no problem. I'll lead you there now, but there's a small issue. These big trucks might not be able to get in because the villa I chose is relatively secluded and the roads are quite narrow." Lin Wei frowned and couldn't help but say this. Waving his hand, Zhao Ziyi was too lazy to offer many explanations. He simply left a quick remark, "These are trivial matters, entirely insignificant. You don't need to worry, but you need to figure out exactly how to handle it. Let us there first and leave the rest to me." After all, he had his storage ring. If necessary, everyone could disembark and walk the rest of the way. These big trucks were loaded with a large amount of food, and Zhao Ziyi would never abandon them casually. Upon hearing Zhao Ziyi's command, Lin Wei realized the urgency of the situation. The zombies might spot them at any moment and charge over in an instant. So he quickly instructed his team members to board the vehicles. They only had 2 small trucks, and some people had always been forced to sit in the cargo area. But now with these big trucks, there was no longer such cramped conditions. Under Zhao Ziyi's direction, the group of over 30 people gradually boarded the large trucks. Some were able to rest in the cargo compartments, which were relatively safe places. There's no need to keep those 2 small trucks. Fujian City has plenty of vehicles, such trucks are dispensable. There shouldn't be any valuables inside, right? Zhao Ziyi inquired of Lin Wei. Lin Wei thought for a moment, then quickly replied nothing of importance. The trucks were mainly used for transportation and served little other purpose. Captain, I'll guide you now. Let's head to our villa base to rest for a while. Nodding, Zhao Ziyi noted that the time was still early enough to afford staying in Qingguan for a while longer. It was only around 10 o'clock. Zhao Ziyi had previously arranged for members of other squads to gather at the city center by 12 o'clock. The drive from Qingguan to the city center took roughly half an hour, so he had no need to worry excessively. We can still stay here for over an hour, so time is relatively ample. But by 1130, I have to leave immediately, as I still have matters to attend to in the city center. Zhao Ziyi said calmly. He absolutely could not focus solely on helping Huang Jiang and his team while neglecting the safety of the other squad members. Fortunately, the other teams were currently scavenging with great vigor and had not encountered any danger. Their squad leaders were all fairly responsible. If they encountered a small horde of zombies, they would immediately organize their members to fight back and would even coordinate with other teams to cooperate. Relatively speaking, Huang Jiang's team was the one that gave Zhao Ziyi the most worry, though it wasn't a major problem. Had it not been for the incident with Huang Jiang, Zhao Ziyi wouldn't have learned that there were still over 70 people staying in Qingguan at this time. The more people he recruited, the larger Zhao Ziyi's operation would naturally become. There was still much to be done on the Lake Heart Island, and the positions available were quite abundant. Once these people arrived on the island, Zhao Ziyi would immediately ask Du Jie to assign work to these survivors. After all, he absolutely would not allow anyone to remain idle. That was the fairest arrangement. After hearing Zhao Ziyi's words, Lin Wei naturally understood that Zhao Ziyi was an extremely busy man, so he certainly wouldn't delay him. He quickly nodded in response. Captain, don't worry. I'll lie low at the villa, and also introduce you to the others along the way. The 2 of them sat in the first truck. Previously, Huang Jiang and another driver had occupied it, but since Zhao Ziyi had woken up, he no longer dared to ride in the first vehicle. He promptly yielded the front seat to Zhao Ziyi, while Huang Jiang himself had no choice but to move to the last vehicle. This way everyone could still be protected. Keeping a commanding presence at the rear was quite important. What's there to introduce? Honestly, I still can't recognize all the residents on the island. They all know me, but I often forget who they are. It's not a big deal, and I wouldn't say my memory is bad. It's just that I recognize their faces. I can still identify them at a glance, but anything beyond that might be a bit troublesome. Zhao Ziyi said this directly to Lin Wei. Now the first truck had no other crew member to drive it, and Lin Wei was needed to navigate. They couldn't very well have Captain Zhao act as the driver. Since Lin Wei knew the way and could also drive a large truck, the task naturally fell on his shoulders. Cough, cough. Lin Wei started the ignition and pressed the accelerator, but the vehicle refused to start. Hearing the sound of the truck, Lin Wei's heart sank halfway in an instant. Zhao Ziyi frowned and quickly began inspecting the vehicle's condition. The fuel in the truck was still quite sufficient. There was no need for any concern. However, although these vehicles were fine at the moment, if this first truck broke down, the large trucks behind would have no way to move either. Zhao Ziyi was well aware of this. Not far away, zombies began turning the street corner. Through the windshield, Zhao Ziyi could clearly see the leading zombie, waving its arms slowly, making its way toward them. Since battles rarely occurred in Qingguan, the zombies here had evolved at a relatively slow pace. This was something Zhao Ziyi could feel somewhat relieved about. He had managed to deal with zombies in the city center before. Even if his chi blood value was far from sufficient now, it didn't matter. He could still handle these creatures. In Zhao Ziyi's heart, he always remembered that although these zombies were formidable, they weren't unbeatable. So no matter how tense he felt at this moment, he had to face them. I'm going to get out and check the situation. You stay in the truck and keep trying the ignition. Figure out where the problem is. After leaving these words, Zhao Ziyi quickly got out to inspect the vehicle. There was absolutely no room for error now. Even with zombies approaching, Zhao Ziyi could not afford to give them any opening. The truck suddenly breaking down at such a critical moment threw everyone into a panic. Perhaps others were thinking that abandoning the vehicles and fleeing on foot was also an option, but no matter what, Zhao Ziyi would never choose that path. Zhao Ziyi understood these things, which was why it was quite difficult for others to leave when they wanted to. There were many supplies stored in the cargo holds. Zhao Ziyi was very clear on this. If they were snatched away by others, it would make him ache for a long time. Food had long been a persistent problem for Zhao Ziyi. If even these 5 truckloads of goods were lost, he doubted they could ever be recovered. Zhao Ziyi had always known how to handle such matters, but others couldn't understand. At a time like this, these people could hardly grasp what was going on in Zhao Ziyi's mind. If you want to flee, I won't stop you. But these 5 truckloads of supplies absolutely cannot be abandoned. Zhao Ziyi stated bluntly. He could understand the fear gripping everyone, but people tended to overcomplicate things. He shook his head then continued, I don't know what you're all thinking, but I hope you won't act rashly. Even if my storage ring could take all these trucks inside, it wouldn't solve anything. Even if I stowed away all the trucks, those zombies could still catch you directly. Zhao Ziyi had already recognized how troublesome this situation was, so now he had greater demands of everyone. Rather than fleeing on foot from this dangerous place, it was better to quickly fix the truck and then leave. Does anyone here know how to fix vehicles? Zhao Ziyi shouted to the crowd. In such a critical moment, the fact that no one had come forward to help for so long made him feel somewhat irritated. No one could figure these things out. However, at this moment Zhao Ziyi was still quite annoyed, mainly because dealing with all these matters would become extremely troublesome. The number of zombies was indeed overwhelming, and if Zhao Ziyi had to hold them off alone, it would likely be quite difficult. Under normal circumstances, Zhao Ziyi would have found it easy to deal with these zombies, but unfortunately at this moment things had become troublesome. His blood energy was too low, utterly insufficient to withstand the attacks of so many zombies. Captain, there are a few people in our team who know how to fix cars, but in this squad there really isn't anyone. Huang Zhang, realizing that Zhao Ziyi was getting anxious, dared not delay and spoke up hastily. After learning this, Zhao Ziyi remained expressionless. In his heart he knew exactly what these people were capable of. Unfortunately, he had always been assertive and decisive, so he couldn't stand anyone making underhanded moves in front of him. Right now Zhao Ziyi had no time to nitpick, nor did he care whether these people were useless. However, when he truly needed help, not a single one of this crowd could be of use, which did make him feel disheartened. Forget it, just stay in the vehicle. Zhao Ziyi waved his hand helplessly, a trace of impatience in his tone. Frankly, he was quite unwilling to accept this from these people. Initially, Zhao Ziyi had no reason to help anyone, but at this moment, he figured others would be unwilling to help them either. Huang Zhang and the others could only obediently shut their mouths, as they had the self-awareness to understand why things had come to this pass. Perhaps others had always been able to understand why things had become this way. Zhao Ziyi's abilities, though formidable, were by no means omnipotent. Not a single one of you knows anything, just eating without contributing. In blunt terms, you're all a bunch of trash. Zhao Ziyi cursed silently in his mind, but even so he had no way to solve the current problem. Getting angry was no solution at all, so Zhao Ziyi had to adjust his perspective slightly. At the very least, he must never act rashly in anything. If anyone thought of causing trouble for him at this moment, it would be nearly impossible. These people were well aware of how formidable Zhao Ziyi was. If they provoked his anger, he would never let them off easily. The fact that none of the team members knew how to fix a car was in itself a trivial matter, but to Zhao Ziyi, it was enough to reveal a larger problem. If they couldn't even handle such a small task, then in the future any significant responsibility certainly couldn't be entrusted to them. If they couldn't manage something so simple, they were likely doomed. It seems I can't rely on these people for anything. They're too unreliable. Zhao Ziyi couldn't help but complain inwardly. He had always known that these matters were quite important, but unfortunately at this moment he still couldn't directly entrust these people with important tasks because their abilities were far from sufficient. If they possessed adequate strength, Zhao Ziyi would certainly choose to rely on them, but unfortunately it wasn't that simple. The zombies were about to charge over. Zhao Ziyi felt frustrated, but frustration couldn't delay the urgent matter at hand. So he quickly chose to deal with the situation, hurriedly lifting the hood and starting to repair the vehicle. In the past, Zhao Ziyi had often encountered vehicles breaking down midway, so he had long developed a sense of preparation. He often taught himself or consulted repair workers. There were mechanics on Hushin Island, so such skills were relatively easy to learn, but truly mastering them required a bit more experience. Zhao Ziyi was well aware of this, and as for how others might handle such matters at this point, there was still no way to deal with them. Zhao Ziyi's repair skills had always been fairly decent, but compared to professional mechanics, he was still relatively amateurish. That was why he had asked everyone earlier, hoping to find someone with such expertise. If there were actual repair workers among them, they would never have let Zhao Ziyi take charge himself. No one would want to do that in such situations. Actually, Zhao Ziyi's abilities weren't exceptionally powerful, he simply wanted to leave first. For anyone else, solving this problem was quite difficult, so at this point it would likely become even more troublesome. At least others wouldn't readily agree to such a thing, so if anyone wanted to leave directly, it would become very complicated. Some people were rather annoying in their hearts, but unfortunately at this moment, it would still be troublesome. If no one could help Zhao Ziyi repair the big truck, ultimately, it wouldn't matter much anyway. Zhao Ziyi had always known that this matter was rather complicated. If handled directly, others would likely find it difficult at this point. Zhao Ziyi wasn't sure whether others would do something unfavorable, but he couldn't change things in such a short time. Unfortunately, if he wanted others to help now, it would still be difficult. At this moment, Zhao Ziyi had no tools, so even if others had something they disliked, it wouldn't affect their thoughts. Zhao Ziyi had to take the initiative to work. If he had never operated before, it would likely be troublesome at this dangerous moment. I only remember some repair methods, but unfortunately those methods can't always fix other large trucks. I still can't face these trucks properly. Zhao Ziyi murmured, standing outside, without speaking too loudly. If others heard him, it would likely become even more tedious. In truth, even at this moment, Zhao Ziyi was most reluctant to lose his temper without cause. He had always hoped to make them truly more earnest, yet he would not consent to this request directly. Unfortunately, those who could accomplish such things would naturally not come to him for help. He was not nervous now, yet the massive wave of zombies approaching behind him was truly terrifying. If he were to be seized by these undead, escaping the ensuing trouble would be exceedingly difficult. Zhao Ziyi had always pondered many matters, but at this moment, he did not dwell on too many thoughts. I don't know if it's troublesome, but right now I just want to fix this big truck as soon as possible. Zhao Ziyi muttered ceaselessly in his heart. This situation could indeed be resolved. At least there was still some room for maneuver. A thin sheen of sweat began to appear on Zhao Ziyi's forehead. This did not necessarily indicate nervousness, but he was concerned that the survivor members might be attacked. If he could not repair the large truck promptly, he himself would feel deeply distressed. He had no tools at hand, but Zhao Ziyi clearly recalled that long ago he had packed a toolbox into his spatial ring at an auto repair shop. At this very moment, it could be put to immediate use. Meanwhile, the zombies began to accelerate. They paid little heed to Zhao Ziyi's presence, but they were all ravenously hungry. If they intended to attack him, the zombies had no other means at their disposal. Ho ho ho! The zombies lowered their heads, appearing listless as they surged forward to assault Zhao Ziyi. Zhao Ziyi paid them no further heed. He estimated that the zombies were still a distance away. If they were to charge, it would take about a minute or two. Zhao Ziyi wasted no more time. He was well aware that the situation was extremely critical. If the zombies cut him off, the entire situation would instantly become very passive. Because he understood all this, clearly no one could directly respond to his words, mainly because he had not considered too many factors. Putting down his tools, Zhao Ziyi immediately looked up and shouted to the squad members on the vehicle. All squad members, listen up. No more staying inside the vehicle. Everyone get out and evacuate immediately. As soon as the words fell, a horde of zombies launched their attack on Zhao Ziyi. But this situation was not a major problem for him, as everyone knew clearly how to handle it. Before the zombies could reach him, a large group of survivor members jumped out of the vehicle in turn. This situation was extremely perilous. A single misstep could lead to being caught by the zombies. To avoid such an awkward outcome, many survivors became quite proactive. If Zhao Ziyi wanted everyone to leave, there was no need for such worry. He had always treated everyone well, at least offering some small benefits. In his eyes, this situation was fairly ordinary. The main issue was that Zhao Ziyi did not take this seriously. Even if the zombies could rush up in the first moment and bite him, it would be nothing. To him, it was still ordinary. He knew exactly how to resolve this situation. Without Zhao Ziyi's attention, the zombies would have charged forward directly. Now, continuing to repair the large truck was probably no longer possible in time. Zhao Ziyi saw this clearly, and with this realization, he would not simply choose to leave. All of you leave quickly. You don't need to worry about the things in the big truck. Just get out of here now. Zhao Ziyi said this calmly, but his tone revealed a hint of urgency. If he were alone here, Zhao Ziyi would not need to worry about these things, because he himself could easily evade the zombies' attacks. Such matters were relatively easy for him to accept. Huang Jiang saw that Zhao Ziyi, despite being in such danger, showed no intention of fleeing. This situation was quite troublesome for Zhao Ziyi. Frowning, Zhao Ziyi had always regarded such matters as important. If he left directly, it would become very troublesome for everyone. So at this moment, he was not worried about these things at all. With no one to help him, Zhao Ziyi would absolutely not leave casually. This was precisely why he was the captain, while others had not yet attained such capability. Earlier, everyone had elected Zhao Ziyi as captain not only because of his outstanding abilities, but also because they believed he possessed a sense of responsibility. This quality was the most important to them, for without it, they might never have a chance to rise above. You withdraw first. I'll stay here and hold off for a while. Zhao Ziyi said calmly, his gaze fixed straight ahead as he spoke. For everything here, Zhao Ziyi was quite indifferent. But unfortunately, no one else could explain these things to him. He could only let his comrades retreat first, leaving other matters to be considered later. At least there was no need to wait for others to urge him. This situation was important to Zhao Ziyi, and he had always taken it seriously, otherwise he would not have rushed out at this moment. Huang Jiang was slightly startled when he heard the captain's words. Sometimes Zhao Ziyi possessed such a fearless spirit. The moment Zhao Ziyi spoke those words, Huang Jiang was naturally taken aback. There had always been things that could astonish Zhao Ziyi, and this was not merely a fleeting possibility. His mouth parted slightly, clearly stunned by the captain's decision. If Zhao Ziyi was unwilling to leave, no one could possibly persuade him otherwise. Some situations were not particularly difficult for Zhao Ziyi, but resolving this matter directly would prove troublesome for others. Yet everyone present would forever bear in mind Zhao Ziyi's actions today. His brows remained tightly knitted. Zhao Ziyi, saying nothing more. There was no need to dwell on matters that could already be resolved. These zombies cannot harm me. There is no need for any of you to worry. Leave quickly. I will hold this position and absolutely nothing will go wrong. Zhao Ziyi spoke with remarkable calm, though revealing such matters could prove disadvantageous if others learned of them. Zhao Ziyi intended to take one more gamble. Success would depend entirely on his luck and strength. He was far from cowardly, nor did he act with fragility. Even in this dire situation, Zhao Ziyi maintained his composure. Zhao Ziyi usually approached every matter with confidence, yet today, he found himself in a deeply unfavorable position. Huang Jiang observed the unwavering certainty in Zhao Ziyi's gaze, an expression that admitted no question. He began to feel the situation growing increasingly difficult to handle, uncertain whether to continue persuading or simply abandon Zhao Ziyi and depart. Pressing his lips together, Huang Jiang remained silent. He understood Zhao Ziyi's temperament well and dared not speak recklessly. Provoking him would only create further complications. Zhao Ziyi acted with fierce determination and could not simply dismiss others' words. Yet leaving directly would prove difficult. As the captain, he naturally bore the responsibility of shielding the others from the zombie threat. Do not burden yourselves with excessive concern. Even if the number of zombies multiplies, it matters not. You need not worry about any of this. Zhao Ziyi explained calmly to the group. Knowing the captain's notoriously fierce temper, Huang Jiang dared not act rashly. He could only stand silently waiting. Should others arrive, they would likely disregard Zhao Ziyi entirely. Yet it was through Zhao Ziyi's recommendation that Huang Jiang had entered Lake Heart Island and joined this team. Seeing Huang Jiang still lingering, Zhao Ziyi glared sharply and snapped. What are you still standing here for? Do you doubt my strength? Get out of here immediately. Stop being a burden. Deep within, Zhao Ziyi harbored genuine concern about whether he could endure. He knew he could not afford to lose focus. If the zombies charged forward, he might not withstand them. His blood energy was insufficient, and even with his abilities, he could not guarantee survival against so many zombies. This was not a last stand. Zhao Ziyi understood the gravity of the situation, yet the lives of his team members mattered more. As survivors dwindled, his priority was not teaching them to fight zombies, but ensuring they knew how to flee. None of them possessed immunity. Apart from his indestructible body technique, Zhao Ziyi held significant advantages over the others, and he was fully aware of this. Others might comprehend Zhao Ziyi's true strength, but he sought no proof before anyone. He only wished to grow stronger. Huang Jiang opened his mouth to say something, but swallowed his words. Noticing Zhao Ziyi's growing impatience, he dared not provoke him further. Raising his hand, he called out to the others, "Brothers, fall back now." The men were uncertain of the captain's intentions, but given it was Zhao Ziyi's direct order, none dared refuse. They feared causing him further worry. The group retreated in haste, leaving Zhao Ziyi alone. Lin Wei had wished to say more, but meeting Zhao Ziyi's resolute gaze, he forced the words back down his throat. Watching his brothers depart, Zhao Ziyi felt an overwhelming sense of isolation. Yet he would never allow them to return for him. He knew precisely how to handle this. If anyone else had arrived here, they would have felt an immediate unease. At this moment, altering the situation would prove exceedingly difficult. Zhao Ziyi had limited stamina for combat. He needed to conserve his blood energy, as most of his techniques were constrained by it. Once the others had evacuated, Zhao Ziyi quickly used his spatial ring to store the 5 trucks before him. He felt a deep connection to these vehicles. These trucks are filled with food. I cannot waste it. I must store it properly. It will prove useful in the future. Zhao Ziyi murmured to himself. There were many things he still did not fully understand about this world. Had he possessed the means to leave directly, he would never have acted this way. After storing the trucks, Zhao Ziyi had other matters to attend to. He could not afford to waste time here. Zhao Ziyi was well aware of what he needed to do. The number of zombies was simply overwhelming, and if he faced them alone, he certainly would not last long. Yet that was Zhao Ziyi's nature. He would hold out until the very end. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Ziyi gazed into the distance, resolved to fight these zombies to the death. In a contest against such creatures, there was nothing particularly troublesome about it. Yet his blood chi value had always been a source of concern for him, so a hint of nervousness lingered in his heart. At least at this moment, Zhao Ziyi had no other choice. Staring at the nearby horde without uttering a word of idle chatter, Zhao Ziyi merely said coldly, "If you have the courage, come at me all at once. I am by no means afraid of any of you." After speaking those words, Zhao Ziyi immediately launched another assault against the zombies. At this point, he harbored no fear whatsoever, for with nothing left to lose, he could finally fight with his whole heart. His hands clenched tightly. The vehicle, now stored away within his storage ring, Zhao Ziyi had no need to consider anything else or worry about other matters. He could now fully commit to fighting these zombies to the death. Striding forward with long, purposeful steps, Zhao Ziyi broke into a run. The zombies swung their arms, stirring a trace of tension in Zhao Ziyi. In principle, he had no reason to worry, yet his blood chi value was far too low. Should he engage the zombies in combat, his blood chi could be drained entirely. If that were to happen, Zhao Ziyi would find himself in an utterly wretched position. Others had always regarded Zhao Ziyi as a formidable and capable man. Yet now, if he were to face danger, or even be defeated by these zombies, it would not merely be a matter of looking embarrassed, it would be truly disgraceful. As the team leader, if Zhao Ziyi were to be injured while confronting zombies, it would be entirely unacceptable. Everyone knew well enough of his strength. If he could not overcome ordinary zombies, the other survivors would have nothing left to say. The moment Zhao Ziyi engaged the zombies, he immediately sensed the disadvantage and frowned deeply. Whenever that familiar sensation of dizziness and pressure in his head appeared, he felt unbearable discomfort. It was an experience he could never grow accustomed to, one that had always, without exception, caused him to faint outright. This is not a good omen. I must end this quickly, or I will surely pass out. Zhao Ziyi muttered to himself. Despite the overwhelming number of zombies before him, he felt a measure of tension. Fortunately, no one was closely watching him, so in his eyes it made no difference. Whether he succeeded or failed, it would hardly affect anything. At the very least, he would not be attacked by others. These zombies were quite formidable, so from the beginning Zhao Ziyi had not been entirely at ease. The attacks of zombies had always been his greatest concern. It was only because he had not yet encountered any particularly powerful ones that he felt relatively relaxed. Should he face stronger zombies, he would be trapped in an extremely disadvantageous position. If such a situation truly arose, Zhao Ziyi would be entirely alone with no one to aid him. Even though he possessed a trump card hidden within his storage ring, it was precisely his last resort, and he rarely resorted to it. Once he unleashed it, every zombie here would have to perish. There would be no possibility of leaving any of them alive. The number of zombies is still somewhat excessive. In the past, I would never have harbored any fear. But now everything is entirely different. Others assume I have always been so powerful, yet that is merely their wishful thinking, not my own belief. Zhao Ziyi thought silently to himself. This kind of pressure was immense for Zhao Ziyi, which is why up to this moment, he generally refrained from launching direct attacks upon others. Had he done so, few would have had any means of countering him. In truth, Zhao Ziyi's combat prowess was quite formidable, a fact well known to many. Some zombies in particular seemed to understand just how fearsome he was, having experienced it firsthand. Yet at this moment, Zhao Ziyi's blood chi value was far too depleted, leaving no one with any means to alter the situation. Otherwise, he would have long since departed. Indeed, leaving this place was not particularly difficult for him. But in the eyes of others, his strength remained impressive. Otherwise, he would never have been able to assemble such a team. However, Zhao Ziyi would never claim these achievements as his own merit. He never sought praise or recognition. Deep within his heart, he remained humble, and even in such perilous times, he would never casually speak such words. This was because Zhao Ziyi firmly believed that one must earn the genuine trust of others in all matters, otherwise things would indeed become exceedingly difficult. These countless zombies still cannot directly attack me at this point. It is not because I am particularly powerful. To be honest, Zhao Ziyi himself is far stronger than I am. I hold this belief in my heart, yet others have never been willing to acknowledge it. Zhao Ziyi murmured silently to himself. Yet even so, Zhao Ziyi would never admit just how formidable he truly was. But having slain so many zombies, to be honest, these were all genuine events. Since they were undeniable facts, no one else had any means to escape this place. Had it been another person, they likely would never have grasped such a reality. At this moment, Zhao Ziyi was not overthinking things. Deep within his heart, he simply wanted to relax himself slightly, for only then could he face the zombies without being so tense. Yet all of this was far too simplistic. Slaying zombies was never an easy task. If one could simply deal with them, others would be able to unleash such attacks at will. It was precisely because Zhao Ziyi's vitality was alarmingly low that he lacked confidence within his heart. Therefore, at this point, he still had no way to directly eliminate these zombies. However, even with such strength, one would likely still be unable to handle the zombies directly. These zombies are truly formidable. Even if their abilities are exceptionally powerful, it seems impossible to directly eliminate them all. If we could leave at this moment, perhaps we could still resolve these zombies. Zhao Ziyi murmured these thoughts to himself. Others had no way to directly assist Zhao Ziyi, so he could only rely on himself to handle these zombies. Thus, even without such overwhelming power, it did not matter. Zhao Ziyi turned toward the zombies and declared, "Just how formidable are these zombies? I would like to see for myself." Witnessing the zombies appearing before them, Zhao Ziyi still hoped to accomplish something remarkable. However, as he raised his weapon, the zombies immediately surged toward him. With no choice but to retreat, Zhao Ziyi switched to another weapon and, wielding his purple martial soul-cleaving blade, launched a fierce assault against the horde of zombies. These zombies were quite powerful, yet even so no one could directly counter Zhao Ziyi. He raised his weapon and slaughtered the zombies before him with relentless fury. Regardless of whether any zombie could approach him, Zhao Ziyi attacked without mercy. But at that moment, a white mist filled Zhao Ziyi's vision, rendering his entire body weak and limp. Within his heart, he silently thought, "Trouble. Something is about to go wrong." Before the words had even finished echoing, several zombies immediately launched their attack upon Zhao Ziyi. He was swiftly knocked down. It was unthinkable that someone as formidable as Zhao Ziyi would be defeated by zombies. Fortunately, no one witnessed it, otherwise his standing would have been questioned by others. In truth, Zhao Ziyi had not been defeated by the zombies, nor could he have been knocked unconscious. He always understood the importance of such matters, otherwise no one would have been able to assist him at this moment. If not for this thought in his heart, Zhao Ziyi would likely have had to resist the zombies entirely alone all along. Standing silently in place without considering anything else, Zhao Ziyi could clearly perceive that his heart understood the thoughts of others. To make Zhao Ziyi accept these opportunities directly, he still had no way to deal with this group of zombies. His vitality was nearly depleted to zero. In truth, Zhao Ziyi himself did not know what would happen to him once his vitality reached zero. This was a situation he had never encountered before. Throughout, Zhao Ziyi had always considered slaying zombies to be no difficult matter. However, his vitality now deeply troubled him. Even at this very moment, he still could not worry about such things. Zhao Ziyi knew precisely how to handle these matters. Facing so many zombies, he remained utterly composed, primarily because he understood clearly that these zombies could not harm him. Even if these zombies possessed sufficient combat power, Zhao Ziyi would still not fear them. If you have the courage, charge at me all at once. Regardless, I will never falter. Zhao Ziyi muttered, remaining remarkably calm despite the massive horde of zombies. Had it been any ordinary person, they would have been terrified beyond measure at this moment. But this person was Zhao Ziyi, and such tactics generally had no effect upon him. Unable to use his laser gun, Zhao Ziyi could only rely on his purple martial soul-cleaving blade to continuously slaughter the horde of zombies. Yet even if the number of zombies was overwhelming, it still did not trouble Zhao Ziyi in the slightest. The corners of his mouth curled upward slightly. Because Zhao Ziyi understood these things so clearly, encountering such a massive horde of zombies did not fill him with any fear. Zhao Ziyi continued his assault upon the zombies. Even if his vitality was entirely insufficient, it was not overly troublesome. Because there were certain matters that required handling, and because Zhao Ziyi was observing these things, he was still unable to break through directly. It was precisely because his mind was filled with so many thoughts that even at this moment Zhao Ziyi would not yield. Fortunately, Zhao Ziyi possessed the advanced Vajra indestructible body. Even if the zombies managed to bite him, it would hardly matter. At most, his clothing would be torn, but Zhao Ziyi would feel no pain whatsoever. Instead, those zombies would find themselves at a severe disadvantage. Clutching their mouths, which had nearly bled, those zombies displayed expressions of excruciating pain. Without a moment's hesitation, one could tell it was entirely due to Zhao Ziyi that these zombies had ended up in such a wretched state. Zhao Ziyi's brow furrowed. He was deeply concerned about the current situation. If there truly were no other way to repel them directly, he would be in a difficult position. The crux of the matter was that in such a short span of time, it was nearly impossible for Zhao Ziyi to resolve this battle no matter what. If Zhao Ziyi wanted to simply flee, he knew it would still be exceedingly troublesome. By everyone's assessment, he had reached a point of utter passivity. Yet Zhao Ziyi had always believed that remaining passive was far worse than taking the initiative, so his thoughts were consumed by the very problem everyone needed to resolve at this critical moment. He was trying to lock onto the meteorite. No one else could have known how to handle these zombies after Zhao Ziyi had fainted. Though his body was unconscious, his awareness still persisted. To protect himself, he had fought desperately against the zombies nonstop. Unfortunately, even with his consciousness intact, Zhao Ziyi could do little more at this point. The zombies relentlessly attacked Zhao Ziyi. Even though he had no means to block their assaults, he felt that if he could find a direct way to resolve this, it wouldn't be so difficult. At least he wouldn't remain in such a helpless position. Even if I fall here today, it matters not. I can still fight you to the death. Understanding this, I find it quite straightforward. Zhao Ziyi spoke those words with quiet calmness, voicing his inner thoughts. In truth, had it been anyone else, there would have been no possible way to deal with so many zombies in such a brief moment. These zombies may indeed possess considerable combat strength, but even if they grow stronger, it means nothing to me. You cannot harm me. Zhao Ziyi said this with a calm demeanor. Yet even though Zhao Ziyi felt not a trace of pain, being surrounded and attacked by so many zombies still made him feel deeply uncomfortable. If he wanted to break free at this moment, it would take considerable time. Should he wish to leave directly, he would likely need help from others. Just as Zhao Ziyi found himself in this dire situation, shouts erupted from not far away. Zhao Ziyi heard them clearly. These voices sounded very much like those of survivors. For some reason, zombies could not speak naturally, so the fact that Zhao Ziyi heard these words meant they were spoken by humans. If there were truly humans nearby, this was excellent news for Zhao Ziyi. He would no longer need to live in constant fear. With so many allies, even if he were temporarily restrained, it would make no difference. He would not have to endure this passive beating any longer. Indeed, a group of survivors was gathered not far away. They had noticed the large number of zombies surrounding a lone human. Originally intending to avoid trouble, they were about to leave when they heard Zhao Ziyi shouting boldly at the zombies. Even if Zhao Ziyi's body was beaten down, his spirit remained unbroken. To the survivors, this was deeply admirable. After a brief discussion among themselves, they unanimously decided to rescue him. They even witnessed Zhao Ziyi being bitten several times by the zombies. Only his clothes were slightly torn, yet he showed no signs of suffering. This gave the survivors considerable hope. After witnessing this, they felt only a flicker of curiosity with no lingering doubts. The question of why he acted this way was to them of little importance. It would have been perfectly fine for them to leave at this moment, for Zhao Ziyi would not blame them. Yet among these survivors none knew Zhao Ziyi personally, for they were not from Huxin Island, nor were they under Lin Wei's command. These survivors belonged to an entirely separate group. It seemed they had been staying in Qingguan all along, for the city center had become far too dangerous, and most people had migrated to settle in Qingguan. Even if no one came to help Zhao Ziyi, it would hardly matter to him. Dealing with these zombies was, relatively speaking, an effortless task for him. However, these survivors were well aware that Zhao Ziyi was quite the formidable figure. Otherwise, he would long have been devoured alive by the zombies. The fact that he had held out until this critical moment proved he was indeed a capable individual. Zhao Ziyi had never relied on anyone, yet at this very moment, without help he might truly fall here. Zhao Ziyi had always conducted himself with measured restraint, never causing anyone worry. Yet now he genuinely needed someone to share his burden, or else a dire situation would unfold. Without help, Zhao Ziyi would likely be trapped here to death. Yet inwardly he was not particularly resistant to this, for even being surrounded was not a catastrophic concern. With so many zombies launching attacks, Zhao Ziyi was fully confident he could break free. He possessed that certainty. The nearby survivors had already spotted Zhao Ziyi, yet he remained unaware of them. It seemed all of this was fated, for Zhao Ziyi was gradually losing consciousness. He was simply too exhausted. Even lying unconscious on the ground, unable to fight back, being viciously bitten by the zombies still caused his spiritual energy to continuously diminish. Zhao Ziyi found this quite puzzling, yet even with his confusion, there was nothing he could do about it. Such was the cruelty of reality, essentially unchangeable. Brother Dedong, we should go rescue that kid, otherwise he'll likely be trapped to death over there. A thin, small-bodied lackey suggested this to Dedong. In truth, Zhao Ziyi was no relation to them, and had no reason to intervene. But Zhao Ziyi was trapped here solely to fight zombies, and the outcome would likely be as they imagined. He stood no match against so many zombies alone. Just as Dedong hesitated, they suddenly spotted someone charging toward them from not far away. The person carried weapons in both hands, with additional weapons strapped to their back and waist, fully armed and equipped. Zhao Ziyi could also sense the commotion and realized the person was clearly Huang Jiang. It turned out that after settling his brothers, Huang Jiang remained uneasy about Zhao Ziyi, so he gave Lin Wei a few final instructions. I'm entrusting my brothers directly to you. I hope you'll help them. Once the danger passes, bring them all to the shore in the city center immediately. There are many survivors there, and the conditions are quite good. Hearing Huang Jiang say this, Lin Wei felt something was off and hurriedly asked, That goes without saying, but aren't you coming with us? Shaking his head, Huang Jiang said plainly, I still need to find the captain. I have a feeling the captain alone simply cannot hold out against so many zombies. Despite the dangers ahead, Huang Jiang was determined to fight. That was their captain, not some ordinary person. In Huang Jiang's eyes, no one else deserved such loyalty. If not for Zhao Ziyi's existence, almost no one else would have had reason to stay. Moreover, if Zhao Ziyi had not brought Huang Jiang to Lake Heart Island back, then Huang Jiang would likely still be lost to this world. Such matters remained vivid in Huang Jiang's memory, as if they had happened just yesterday. No matter what, I must stay with the captain. Otherwise, if anything happens to him, I will never forgive myself. Huang Jiang murmured these words. Seeing his determination, Lin Wei realized further resistance was pointless. Thus at this moment, Lin Wei simply let him go. Perhaps others thinking about such matters would not know how to handle them, nor how long such situations might persist. But Zhao Ziyi understood this well enough. Either follow their captain and leave together, or live with guilt for the rest of their life. Rather than spending his days in regret, Huang Jiang chose to follow Zhao Ziyi into battle. So now he surged into the zombie horde like a figure descending from the heavens. This seemingly reckless act caused the nearby survivors to stare in disbelief, wondering if the man had lost his mind. Huang Jiang charged into the zombie horde and opened fire without hesitation. When it came to marksmanship, Huang Jiang certainly had the right to speak. By now his shots were nearly never missed. He fought zombies with ferocious intensity, and the horde had no chance to resist. Most were eliminated in an instant. Yet for the zombie horde this made little difference. No matter how skilled Huang Jiang was, the horde suffered negligible losses. None of the zombies could reach him, for he was fighting at range. But the zombies were countless, while Huang Jiang's ammunition was limited. Huang Jiang was not Zhao Ziyi, so he lacked the help of a super survival system. Thus, when the zombies encountered Huang Jiang, it hardly mattered to them. They felt the losses were insufficient to warrant aggressive action. For a moment, the nearby survivors were dumbfounded. They could not believe this man was so fierce, killing zombies without fear, while his bullets flew ceaselessly. For other survivors, such a scene was nearly impossible to withstand, and even onlookers felt a shiver of dread. For this very reason, the survivors could not bring themselves to charge out and help. They wanted to see how strong Huang Jiang truly was, and how long he could hold out. If he could eliminate so many zombies single-handedly, he would indeed be remarkable. However, Huang Zhang was merely an ordinary survivor, one who had experienced things beyond most people's comprehension and possessed rich experience. Thus, he killed zombies without blinking. Yet even so, this did not guarantee his survival. These zombies are formidable, but I think that man has some real skill. Otherwise, he would have fallen by now. Someone remarked calmly from a distance. Everyone watched Huang Zhang's every move clearly. He was still unharmed, holding the line almost entirely on his own. The situation was still favorable. Although Zhao Ziyi had fainted, his earlier attacks on the zombies had been so ferocious that most of the firepower remained focused on him. Only a small number of zombies were drawn to Huang Zhang. But such an ordinary occurrence meant hardly any zombies could get the better of him. Yet Huang Zhang's ammunition was limited. Unlike Zhao Ziyi, he lacked a super survival system and could never possess an infinite laser gun. But even without such weapons, Huang Zhang's assault was in no way diminished. Huang Zhang's onslaught had always been ferocious, to the point where he never even considered whether the zombies might bite him. From the very beginning, Huang Zhang had sensed that Zhao Ziyi alone could not hold out, but for the sake of the others he had to wait until the main force had relocated before rushing back to assist him. Zhao Ziyi was now completely unconscious, continuously bitten by the zombies. Fortunately, his indestructible body allowed him to remain as if nothing had happened. Especially when the zombies bit him, they seemed to suffer a great backlash, of fact that was plainly evident. Because of all this, Huang Zhang remained relatively calm at heart. He had always believed that without Zhao Ziyi's help he would still be wandering and drifting at this very moment. Thus he owed his life to Zhao Ziyi, and this time he was determined to repay that debt. Even if I have to give my all today, I will bring the captain out with me. But there are simply too many zombies here. Even with 20 or 30 more men, breaking through would be impossible. Even if I fall here, it doesn't matter one bit. This is all my choice, Huang Zhang said calmly. These words were not meant for anyone else to hear. They were Huang Zhang's way of bolstering his own courage. The continuous slaughter of zombies was beginning to numb him, yet despite all this he still refused to dwell on anything else. He had always been composed, and so even at this critical juncture it made no difference. Huang Zhang was a fierce man, a label given to him by the nearby survivors. He was simply too ferocious, single-handedly taking down 20 or 30 zombies without batting an eye. It seemed almost unbelievable, yet it was indeed the truth. For Huang Zhang it was nothing remarkable, but to others it was utterly astonishing. If it were me charging in, I wouldn't survive even a few minutes. Someone murmured this, but it sounded more like sarcasm, so no one bothered to pay him any heed. Yet everyone knew full well what Huang Zhang was capable of. At this point their impression of him as a daring and relentless fighter had deepened, especially the way he slew zombies. Truly exceptional hitting with unerring accuracy. To achieve such a feat in this situation was something no one else could replicate. Huang Zhang stared ahead, acutely aware of what he was doing. Otherwise, the relentless killing would have numbed him completely. But none of this mattered to him. If he were to fall here, he would simply count it as his own misfortune. Having slain so many zombies and being able to fall alongside Zhao Ziyi, Captain Zhao, this was truly worth it. Huang Zhang burst into laughter and shouted, "Listen up, you zombies. Today killing one of you is breaking even, and 2 means I've made a profit." With that, Huang Zhang's assault grew even more ferocious. No zombie could withstand his attacks. His fierce strikes sent wave after wave of them reeling backward. It was a scene of one man holding the gate against 10,000 foes. But such a situation could not last forever. Huang Zhang was keenly aware that his ammunition was running low, nearly spent. These bullets would eventually run out completely. If the zombies came straight for him without ranged weapons or any other backup, he would be left in a very passive position. At this point, he was already out of options. Damn it. Without these bullets, I'll have to fight these zombies in close quarters. And if it comes to that, there's absolutely no way I can take them all on. Huang Zhang muttered to himself, well aware of his own limits. Even with all this self-awareness, it was still useless because Huang Zhang had seen too much of this kind of thing. When someone truly tried to fight the zombies, the others would just gang up on Zhao Ziyi. It was precisely because of these thoughts that Zhao Ziyi had exhausted all his blood energy by now. Yet even without that blood energy to sustain him, it would not cause too much trouble. These zombies are too numerous, but even so it doesn't matter. I can still cut them down just the same. After firing his last bullet, Huang Zhang drew a weapon from his waist, a simple but sharp-looking machete. Gripping it firmly, he charged straight at the zombies, shouting as he carved through them, "Today I'll fight you bastards to the death. Let's see who's stronger." Once his bullets were all gone, Huang Zhang had no choice but to swing his machete, wildly slashing back and forth through the sea of corpses with desperate abandon. But the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. Even if he managed to avoid being bitten, his stamina would inevitably run out. Some survivors in the distance watched the scene with detached expressions. Every move Huang Zhang made was clearly visible to them, yet such behavior meant nothing to these onlookers. Huang Zhang's zombie-slaying ability had never quite matched Zhao Ziyi's, but his skill was still there. Earlier Zhao Ziyi had reprimanded him, leaving a deep impression. No matter what he wanted to do, he must never endanger the lives of his brothers. If his comrades were harmed, it would be a grave sin. Zhao Ziyi was fully aware of this, and so it was at this moment. Zhao Ziyi probably would not have been able to hold out until this very moment. Huang Jiang had always been determined to rescue Zhao Ziyi directly. To his surprise, Huang Jiang proved quite formidable at dispatching zombies. On occasion his kills were ferocious and relentless. Yet he possessed no supernatural vitality, and his physical stamina was limited. Before long Huang Jiang was left gasping for breath, utterly exhausted. Huang Jiang had always approached such matters with equanimity, never placing undue weight upon them. Knowing that these trials were not the defining measure of his fate, he remained unharmed even at this critical juncture. The zombies began to shift their attention toward Huang Jiang, converging upon him with murderous intent. At this perilous moment a group of onlookers nearby witnessed the scene with crystal clarity. Dedong murmured to himself, "If we do not act now, that fierce warrior will surely be devoured alive." Out of righteous duty to stand idle when a hero cries out is the gravest of errors. Today I shall risk everything. With that Dedong turned and bellowed to his companions, "Who amongst you is willing to join me in this rescue? Speak up. Do not cower like a turtle, silent and useless. Will anyone come to our aid? Speak now." Hardly had his words fallen when several men rose to their feet. Seeing them take the lead, the rest quickly followed, shouting in unison, "We are willing. Let us clash with these undead and see who proves stronger." Hearing these words, Dedong knew they came from sincere hearts and could not help but feel satisfied. Giving a slight nod, he said nothing further, drew 2 pistols from his waist, and launched himself forward like a coiled spring released. As he charged, he roared loudly, ensuring the zombies would take notice of him. Dedong's bold action galvanized many of his companions who mirrored his approach. In an instant, over 30 men raised a thunderous roar that shook the very air. This commotion proved vital. The zombies soon turned their attention toward the newcomers, but before they could mount an attack, rapid gunfire erupted from nearby positions. The sound of gunshots, bang bang bang, served not only to relieve the pressure upon Huang Jiang and Zhao Ziyi, but also to slaughter countless undead. Such an unexpected turn of events was beyond anyone's imagination. Though the zombies were formidable in combat and numerous in number, their greatest weakness lay in their excruciatingly slow movements. No matter how fierce they appeared, they could scarcely withstand the relentless assault of armed humans. Dedong led his brothers in a fierce assault against the horde. Their arsenal was considerable. Some even wielded light machine guns, unleashing sustained bursts of fire upon the advancing undead. Before long, nearly all the zombies surrounding Huang Jiang and Zhao Ziyi had been eliminated. Yet the horde proved far vaster than anticipated. Before the first wave could be fully cleared, subsequent waves surged forward, granting them not a single moment's respite. Dedong, displaying a measure of strategic awareness, murmured to himself, "It seems they intend to overwhelm us through sheer numbers. With our leader absent, we must preserve an escape route and call for aid only when all other options are exhausted." Dedong's caution was well-founded. They were rescuers, not aggressors, yet they had wisely maintained a fallback position. Only fools would charge headlong into direct confrontation with a zombie horde. Their preparedness suggested a formidable backing behind them. Without hesitation, Dedong and his men rushed to Huang Jiang and Zhao Ziyi's side, emptying their weapons in a final barrage. Dedong had previously instructed everyone to avoid engaging in battles unprepared for, and under no circumstances should one persist when in mortal danger. Though all understood this rule, an unwritten code ran even deeper in their hearts. When a brother faces peril, one must rescue him regardless of personal cost. This was non-negotiable. Huang Jiang and Zhao Ziyi were in truth strangers to Dedong's group. Their willingness to intervene stemmed solely from a sense of chivalric duty. Zhao Ziyi and Huang Jiang had already dispatched considerable numbers of zombies, otherwise Zhao Ziyi would never have survived this long, only to be trapped alongside Huang Jiang. The primary difficulty lay in their insufficient numbers. Yet the mere courage to charge into a zombie horde with so few was enough to earn Dedong's profound respect. Dedong led his men to Huang Jiang and Zhao Ziyi's position. The surrounding zombies had been nearly cleared, but fresh waves were slowly converging from all directions. Before long, they would be completely surrounded. Frowning, Dedong issued a hasty command. "All units, listen closely. Evacuate this danger zone immediately. A second wave of zombies will arrive shortly." "Brother Dong, what shall we do with these two?" an attendant hurriedly asked. Earlier, Huang Jiang had been overwhelmed by exhaustion and seized by zombies. Fortunately, his physique was remarkably resilient. He refused to let any zombie draw near, and thus remained unbitten even now. Yet even such strength could not sustain him indefinitely, and Huang Jiang had fainted. For the same reason, Zhao Ziyi had also collapsed. Both men were remarkably capable against zombies, and even at this critical moment Zhao Ziyi could still have fought. However, their stamina had gradually depleted until both succumbed to unconsciousness. Dong recognized their utter exhaustion and immediately ordered, "In that case, carry them all away at once." Upon hearing Dong's words, some of the surrounding brothers grew visibly tense. In truth, Dong was not their true leader. The real boss behind these men was a gang lord from before the apocalypse. They had all followed him faithfully, but when the catastrophe struck and survivors flooded in, everything changed. As the head of this gang, their leader decided to rescue people, and thus the organization gradually grew in size and strength. In their view, bringing complete strangers into the gang would only invite suspicion from others, a risk they deemed entirely unworthy. Seeing everyone fall into deep thought, Dong immediately frowned. He could read the unspoken calculations in their hearts. After all, if they had truly selfless intentions, they would have acted by now. For a long time, Dong and his 30-odd brothers had been scavenging in this fortified town. The gang was simply too large, so the boss had chosen to divide and operate separately, sending them out to establish their own bases. If any emergencies arose or help was needed, they would return to headquarters. As long as the request was reasonable, the boss would step in without hesitation or expectation of reward. It was precisely because of these conditions that Dong thrived in the town. When he first arrived with 30 brothers armed only with crude wooden clubs, they were hardly formidable weapons. Against zombies, such tools required many strikes just to bring one down. Understanding how difficult survival had become, Dong spared no effort to improve his brothers' lives. Making the most of limited resources to lift their circumstances was to Dong a matter of considerable importance. Now his brothers were quietly troubled, uncertain of what to do. After all, the 30-something men did have a base, a so-called stronghold. But Zhao Ziyi and Huang Jiang were both unconscious. Seeing them in such a state, Dong grew anxious. Though in truth they had simply collapsed from exhaustion, he could not help but suspect they had suffered some hidden injury. At the gang headquarters, there were dedicated medics. Some were seasoned barefoot doctors with years of experience, their medical skills profound, primarily practiced in traditional Chinese medicine. Others had arrived after the apocalypse, seeking refuge and livelihood within the gang. Only those with proper education and medical knowledge earned the boss's trust and favor. Regardless, the headquarters was far better equipped than what their 30 men could offer. Dong spoke up, "Both of them are unconscious, and we do not know what has happened. In my opinion, the safest course is to take them back to headquarters where they will be properly cared for. There are plenty of brothers at headquarters who can protect them until they regain consciousness. With only 30 of us, we might barely keep ourselves safe, let alone carry 2 more as burdens." Hearing Dong's explanation, everyone fell into deep contemplation, yet most agreed that his words held merit. Seeing their resolve begin to soften, Dong pressed on, "Trust me, saving these 2 will prove invaluable. Think about it, has anyone in our ranks ever faced a zombie single-handedly and survived such prolonged combat?" His words struck a chord, and all nodded in agreement. One even chimed in, "Brother Dong speaks the truth. The headquarters has water, electricity, and food, ideal for their recovery. If we keep them with us, they will only suffer needlessly." With that settled, they lifted Zhao Ziyi and Huang Jiang onto their backs and set out together toward the headquarters. Their gang was called the Yan Huang Gang, led by Xiao Yan, a man of both literary grace and martial prowess. Beyond his capabilities, his character and moral integrity were extraordinary, inspiring genuine loyalty in all who followed him. That was why Dong, without a moment's hesitation, chose to lead Zhao Ziyi and Huang Jiang directly to the headquarters. The Yan Huang Gang was the largest organization in Fujian City, with a history spanning over a century. Every gang leader had borne the surname Xiao, a lineage evident to all who observed them. Xiao Yan, the current leader, was magnanimous and exceptionally capable, deeply cherished and respected by his brothers. When the apocalypse struck, the gang not only survived intact, but continued to grow. Many survivors flocked to join them. Once dismissed as nothing more than opportunistic troublemakers, the gang had swelled to nearly 10,000 members. Before the catastrophe, the gang had consisted of roughly 2,000 men, almost entirely male. But after the apocalypse, Xiao Yan actively welcomed refugees and even provided for their families, allowing the organization to expand steadily. Yet with such a large population came considerable challenges. Many daily necessities required Xiao Yan's personal attention. To address this, he organized the members into smaller units, each comprising 30 to 100 people scattered across various locations throughout Fujian City. This served 2 purposes: to ease the pressure on headquarters and to conduct guerrilla operations against zombies, actively eliminating scattered threats. There was yet another advantage: the continued absorption of survivors. Xiao Yan knew this strategy would yield remarkable results. At first, many were uneasy with the arrangement, but Xiao Yan led by example. Even at headquarters, he kept only 100 men, demonstrating his commitment and earning their genuine respect. Now the headquarters had flourished once more, growing from 100 to over 1,000 members. Most were strong, capable men, fully armed, a testament to Xiao Yan's decision to absorb the local militia. With such formidable backing, almost no zombie dared to provoke the Yan Huang Gang. Previously, Zhao Ziyi had single-handedly eliminated most of the zombies in the city center, causing many zombies to dare not confront him directly. Now the zombies at the city gates similarly kept their distance from the Yanhuang gang at every turn. Those zombies still possessed a certain degree of consciousness, knowing what to provoke and what to avoid. Xiao Yan understood this as well, yet he did not give up because of it. Instead, he continued to expand his team. Though the entire city of Fujian had lost water and electricity, Xiao Yan had enough talented people at his disposal. That is to say, even at this point, he could still direct these experts to restore water, electricity, and even food supplies. Their life was quite comfortable, so much so that one might doubt whether this was truly the apocalypse. But Xiao Yan was never a man of idle pleasure. Even after improving their quality of life, he continued to consider other matters. In his view, food was a massive problem, just like water resources. One day both would inevitably run out. After pondering so many things, Xiao Yan simply decided to find sustainable methods at least to maintain a steady supply of food and absolutely ensure that it was never allowed to go to waste. Xiao Yan always contemplated a great deal, and so at this point he instructed certain researchers to cultivate new crop varieties for planting. He even assigned a large number of people to plant and raise livestock. Currently, they had begun to produce a modest yield, barely enough to sustain daily needs, though sometimes they still had to rely on scavenging for survival. For Xiao Yan, these resources were far from sufficient. He was always brimming with ideas. Even at this moment, the thoughts in his mind surged like an endless tide, too numerous to count. In truth, Zhao Ziyi had also harbored many ideas in the past. Xiao Yan was merely a man in his early 30s, not much different in age from Zhao Ziyi. Moreover, many of Zhao Ziyi's past strategies coincided remarkably with Xiao Yan's own thoughts. At this very moment, Zhao Ziyi and Xiao Yan, two individuals with strikingly similar mindsets, were drawing closer to each other. Perhaps it was fate's arrangement that allowed them to meet by chance. At this moment, Dedong brought Huang Jiang and Zhao Ziyi to the headquarters. Xiao Yan had gone out to handle some affairs, so the gang's second-in-command Tai Bao came out to greet them. Seeing Huang Jiang and Zhao Ziyi unconscious, Tai Bao frowned and demanded of Dedong, "What's the meaning of this, boy? Why have you brought them here?" Ordinarily, Dedong might not have feared Xiao Yan, for Xiao Yan was always courteous and refined. But when encountering Tai Bao, the second-in-command, he became somewhat timid. Tai Bao was notorious for his explosive temper, yet his abilities were outstanding. Otherwise, he would never have risen to this position. The second-in-command's stern questioning nearly stunned Dedong, but he managed to keep his wits and quickly replied, reporting to the second-in-command, "They are heroes who slaughtered zombies. They dared to fight a horde of zombies alone, and in the end they were surrounded due to overwhelming numbers. Even after exhausting themselves to the point of fainting, they still tried to kill zombies. Our brothers couldn't bear to watch, and out of a sense of honor, we all stepped in to rescue them." Hearing Dedong's explanation, Tai Bao roughly understood the whole situation. He had always greatly admired heroes and brave men, especially in such chaotic times as the apocalypse. Heroes were all the more necessary, otherwise things would become very troublesome in the future. He nodded slightly and said, "So that's how it is. So you simply brought them here, is that correct?" At this point, it would be unreasonable to stop them any further. So Tai Bao said flatly, "If that's the case, I have nothing more to say. The boss isn't here today, so this matter still requires the third-in-command's decision." The third-in-command was no ordinary person. She was Xiao Yan's younger sister, Xiao Waner. She was not your typical girl. Though young, she had practiced martial arts since childhood and was proficient in almost every weapon from blades and spears to staves and clubs. Xiao Yan cherished his sister deeply and would never allow anyone to bully her. But in truth, very few could match Xiao Waner in combat. Now, though she was only in her early 20s, Xiao Yan was anxious to see her married off. The Xiao family adhered to ancient traditions. An ancestor had decreed that daughters must be married before the age of 25, a rule that had always troubled Xiao Yan. Although Xiao Yan was generally very open-minded in his actions at this juncture, he still chose to respect the rules left by his forebears. Yet even though Xiao Yan often worried about this, Xiao Waner acted as if it were none of her concern. This was simply because her standards were extraordinarily high. Hardly any man could catch her eye. Xiao Yan even went so far as to consult fortune-tellers to divine her fate. The fortune-teller had said that Xiao Waner must find a man with a rebellious bone in his head. Such a person would be a hero of the apocalypse. There was no need to worry about when he would appear at the appointed time. Her destined one would naturally come to her. Xiao Waner had never cared about such matters. She was often scolded by her brother for not behaving like a proper young lady. She should read more books, learn dance, or practice embroidery and needlework. But she never paid much attention to these things, mainly because she had absolutely no interest in them. At present, Xiao Waner was leading a group of brothers to practice shooting in the backyard of the villa. The Yanhuang gang's headquarters had been established in the former city control center, so the surrounding villas were naturally requisitioned by the gang. This place had originally been without water or electricity, but Xiao Yan brought in a large team of technical experts to renovate the facilities, instantly transforming it into a fully equipped haven. Almost everything was available. By now Xiao Wan'er seemed indifferent to all these provisions mainly because she viewed such comforts with a sense of detachment. Otherwise, she might have already found a suitable husband by this time. The fortune-telling physician had once told Xiao Yin that Xiao Wan'er's ideal husband would be an exceptionally formidable person capable of assisting Xiao Yin with numerous affairs. Such words not only greatly comforted Xiao Yin, but also made Xiao Wan'er feel that her future beloved would be a legendary hero of unmatched prowess, filling her heart with warmth. Now Xiao Wan'er heard someone calling for her, learning that someone was injured and needed her to come and resolve the matter. Xiao Wan'er immediately frowned, initially reluctant, and said indifferently, "Shouldn't this be left to the doctors to handle? What does it have to do with me?" Third leader, this person seems to have a considerable background. I heard he's a very formidable hero. A lackey said this to Xiao Wan'er, his tone seeming to boast. Xiao Wan'er was not used to such words. She furrowed her delicate brows and said displeasedly, "In this day and age, anyone dares to call themselves a hero. If you ask me, the only one worthy of the title hero is my brother alone." Before she finished speaking, the lackey hurriedly continued, "Third leader, you don't know this, so you don't understand how formidable that person is. He fought his way through the zombie horde 7 times in and 7 times out. Those zombies were no match for him." Later, another person appeared, seemingly coming to the rescue, but being heavily outnumbered, he fell there as well. Listening to this introduction, Xiao Wan'er remained unconvinced throughout, thinking such talk was too far-fetched. She said indifferently, "Stop bragging to me here. Just take me to take a look at that person and see how formidable he really is." At that moment, Huang Jiang had already regained consciousness. He was not seriously hurt, just dizzy from overexertion, and now gradually recovered. However, even at this moment, Zhao Ziyi remained unconscious, which seemed strange to others, but Huang Jiang found it rather ordinary. By rights, he should wake up too. It can't be that one wakes up while the other shows no response. Some gang members couldn't help muttering quietly. The phenomenon of Huang Jiang waking while Zhao Ziyi remained unconscious was too strange, inevitably arousing curiosity among others. Others pressed fingers to their lips and whispered, "There's no need for you to worry about these things. The person will wake up eventually. The doctors are examining him now. Oh, I think it should be fine." The people of the Yanhuang gang were always very warm-hearted, so seeing the current condition of Zhao Ziyi and Huang Jiang, they were quite worried. As for Huang Jiang's awakening, they certainly wouldn't rush over to interrogate him at first, but at this moment, they were also unwilling to let him undergo too much questioning. At first, it was necessary to let him rest for a long time. If they immediately bombarded him with questions, the consequences might become troublesome. If such troublesome matters kept nagging at them, these people would likely find all these things quite annoying. Tai Bao had just quickly summoned some doctors, including barefoot doctors skilled in traditional Chinese medicine and professional physicians versed in Western medicine. They gathered around Zhao Ziyi, continuously diagnosing his condition. If Zhao Ziyi really encountered some serious trouble, it would likely put others in a difficult position. Many people frowned seeing that Zhao Ziyi still hadn't regained consciousness and worried that things might take a turn for the worse. Some gang members even feared whether Zhao Ziyi had been bitten by zombies, which would likely lead to infection. If that really happened, they would definitely resort to extreme measures. If anyone was bitten and infected by a zombie, the ultimate solution would be to eliminate that person, which would save everyone's lives. This matter had always been of great importance in their minds. If they still didn't take it seriously at this point, they would eventually encounter serious trouble. "You all better leave here quickly. If this guy really gets infected, everyone's safety could be threatened." Just then someone blurted out these words inadvertently. This statement had no basis, but it sounded plausible. Some people were always very serious about such matters, especially those who had no relation to Zhao Ziyi. Staying near this stranger, they felt a hint of hostility toward him. Although everyone was a survivor at this point, it was barely believable that Zhao Ziyi had taken on a huge horde of zombies alone. But to say that he could calmly appear here after facing such a horde was almost impossible to accept. Tai Bao never feared such things. Hearing someone say that, he immediately glared and snapped, "You shut up. Don't spread rumors here. Whether he's infected or not, we just need to check if he has any wounds." With that said, many doctors were closest to Zhao Ziyi. As doctors, they had to be near him. But if Zhao Ziyi was truly infected, the most endangered would be those treating him. Hearing those words just now, they immediately felt a hint of tension. Some physicians lacking strong mental fortitude even began to tremble. The person who had spoken earlier quickly shut up after Tai Bao's rebuke. In fact, they were smart enough to know what to say and what not to say. By this moment, the physicians were very carefully examining Zhao Ziyi's body, worried that he had truly been bitten by zombies. Regarding the infections from zombie bites, Xiao Yin had already ordered research from the very beginning, and he even wanted to uncover who was the mastermind behind it all. The fact that someone could unleash an apocalypse was truly terrifying. However, such matters could not be easily investigated, so even at this point, everyone still had no idea how to deal with the zombies. But the apocalypse had already lasted for over half a year. During that long period, Xiao Yin and the others should have been able to develop a concrete solution, yet they had still not found a way to overcome the infection of victims. In many cases, these things left people feeling quite passive, but everyone needed to make some preparations in advance, otherwise things would indeed become unbearable. The words of that person earlier made sense. So many doctors gathered around Zhao Ziyi and conducted a comprehensive examination of him. Huang Zhang had just woken up, but his physical condition was still quite robust. Even though he had fainted earlier, he was recovering gradually, and some doctors also conducted a full examination of him. Upon arriving at the headquarters, the first thing was to undergo disinfection. Huang Zhang and Zhao Ziyi had already gone through this process when they first entered. But now Huang Zhang had just regained consciousness and needed to be disinfected again. This procedure had to be repeated as it was quite important. If others wanted to leave this place, they would likely need to undergo disinfection as well. The disinfection tools and steps followed a dedicated systematic process, so no assistance was needed. After being disinfected again, Huang Zhang felt refreshed. Although it was a bit awkward at first, he gradually got used to it. Zhao Ziyi remained unconscious, but fortunately the doctors found no wounds on his body, which proved that he was not infected. The third master is here. Make way, everyone. A lackey announced loudly to the crowd, while making others clear a path. A beautiful young girl with a vibrant stride quickly came to Zhao Ziyi's side. Upon seeing Zhao Ziyi's handsome face, her heart fluttered for a moment. Xiao Wanner looked at the unconscious man before her. His sharply defined features seemed to radiate an irresistible charm, inadvertently capturing her attention. Xiao Wanner had never felt such a sensation before, but at this moment everything seemed wonderful and strange. Cough cough. Is he the hero who faced the zombie horde alone? Xiao Wanner asked calmly. Those around her naturally dared not be negligent, and they echoed. Yes, he is quite capable. He alone dealt with a horde of zombies, but unfortunately his stamina wasn't enough, or else he wouldn't be lying here now. Hearing such remarks, Xiao Wanner merely nodded slightly, without any other reaction. If zombies needed to be killed, it would likely have to be done by other brothers, since Zhao Ziyi was truly unconscious now. As for Zhao Ziyi's actual strength, almost everyone had different opinions, and their views on his abilities were completely divergent. Alright, there's no need for further talk. Since you all consider him a hero, then quickly revive him. Lying unconscious forever is not a solution. Xiao Wanner said indifferently with a frown. She was not satisfied that Zhao Ziyi had not yet been revived. The other doctors hurriedly examined Zhao Ziyi again, but they could find no flaw in his body. Oddly enough, they sensed something miraculous. His body was surprisingly sturdy. When touched, it felt somewhat soft, but with a bit more force it felt like striking an iron plate. The physicians couldn't help but find this extremely strange. Clenching his fist, Huang Zhang was puzzled by this phenomenon, but since it had already happened, there was no need to hide it. At this moment, seeing Xiao Wanner issue orders to everyone, he couldn't help feeling curious. Who is that girl? It seems they are somewhat afraid of her. Huang Zhang pulled a nearby gang member aside and quietly asked, then couldn't help adding, with such a grand display, she seems quite formidable. Huang Zhang had always been discerning, but seeing how decisively this girl handled matters, he was rather astonished by her style. Throughout his life, Huang Zhang had always been fair and impartial, but at this moment, encountering Xiao Wan, he secretly admired her. She was indeed impressive. After he asked, the lackey explained to Huang Zhang, this is the third master of our Yanhuang gang. She is an extraordinary figure, almost no one can match her. Now that the first master is away on business, the gang is mostly run by the third master. Frowning, Huang Zhang found it hard to believe the lackey's words. He couldn't imagine that the third master was a woman, and with the second master Tai Bao also stationed at the gang, it was unbelievable that such a gentle and delicate-looking girl could be the third master of a gang with over 10,000 members. But the lackey had no reason to lie, so Huang Zhang was inclined to believe him. Seeing Xiao Wanner's appearance, he initially found it hard to accept that such a beautiful girl could hold such a high position. Huang Zhang murmured, she must have some exceptional qualities, or she wouldn't be this capable. Another lackey chuckled, you're just out of the loop. She's the first master's own sister. Think about it, the big boss has no other family. This younger sister is his most beloved one. How could he not promote her to the third in command? As soon as the words fell, another gang member hastily explained, what you said is pure nonsense. The big boss's attendant is not that kind of person, and he would never do such a thing. It was all due to the third in command's personal abilities, though otherwise how could he have accomplished these things? In fact, this statement was quite fair. Upon hearing this argument, sure enough, someone would directly choose to speak in such a manner. Hearing this, Huang Zhang also found it quite reasonable, so he nodded, accepting the fact. Unaware of how long he had been unconscious, Zhao Ziyi gradually regained his consciousness, able to perceive sounds from the outside world, and even strongly felt that many people were touching him all over. He slightly furrowed his brow. The moment he had this reaction, the crowd of doctors around him grew excited and hurriedly shouted, he's awake. Finally awake. Xiao Wanner heard the news and inexplicably felt a surge of emotion, so she leaned in with concern to take a look. When Zhao Ziyi slightly opened his eyes, the first things he saw were a strange environment, unfamiliar people, and a stunningly beautiful woman. Zhao Ziyi murmured, "How did I end up here?" Xiao Wan'er had sharp ears and heard him clearly. She immediately smiled and replied, "This is the headquarters of the Yanhuang gang. Don't be afraid. We're all good people." Having said that, Xiao Wan'er didn't continue further, for she could see that Zhao Ziyi looked weak and exhausted. Truly killing zombies must have worn him out. Huang Jiang quickly stepped forward and said to Zhao Ziyi, "Captain, you're finally awake. Thanks to their help, we might not have made it out of the encirclement otherwise." With that, Huang Jiang pointed to Dedong standing not far away and continued to introduce him. "This is Dedong. Without him, this time would have been extremely dangerous. Thank you for saving me and my brother. I, Zhao Ziyi, will surely repay this debt of gratitude in the future." Zhao Ziyi said this weakly. In truth, he was not injured, but his vitality level had only just escaped the warning threshold. Even though it hadn't dropped to the minimum, his current vitality was still dangerously low. Zhao Ziyi needed rest to become as vigorous as before. Without a long period of sleep, even he would feel exhausted. So Zhao Ziyi said calmly, "Thank you all for taking such good care of me. But I'm really fine. I just haven't slept in a long time. Could I sleep until I wake naturally?" Hearing Zhao Ziyi's words, even if others didn't understand, Huang Jiang certainly did. Back on Heart Lake Island, Zhao Ziyi had been extremely drowsy and slept for nearly 2 days before waking up. However, when Zhao Ziyi woke up, he was full of energy, as if recharged, which led many to secretly speculate about his origins. Huang Jiang dared not overthink. He could also see that Zhao Ziyi was truly extraordinary. So he chimed in, "Our captain is too tired. I'd appreciate it if everyone could step out for now. Sorry to take up your time, and thank you all for taking care of him." These words were quite polite, and everyone accepted them. The doctors turned and left. Zhao Ziyi's body was fundamentally fine, and after the examination, all his indicators were excellent, even better than ordinary people. His physical condition was simply top-notch. Since there was nothing else to do, the doctors dispersed, and the gang members went about their own business. After all, Zhao Ziyi was just an outsider. They didn't need to keep worrying about him. In the spacious living room, only Huang Jiang, Zhao Ziyi, and the 2 leaders of the Yanhuang gang remained. Tai Bao asked Xiao Wan'er, "Wan'er, what do you think we should do?" Tai Bao was slightly older than Xiao Wan'er, and by seniority, she could call him uncle. But even if he were a dozen years older, it didn't matter. Everything here was still decided by Xiao Wan'er. Tai Bao knew the rules well, so he didn't prattle on, and simply waited for Xiao Wan'er to give orders. Despite her youth, Xiao Wan'er possessed a demeanor reminiscent of her elder brother. She said calmly, "Let them stay at the headquarters for now to recuperate. After all, those who kill zombies are comrades in arms. We should help each other." Just as Zhao Ziyi was about to close his eyes, he heard Xiao Wan'er's words. He initially wanted to refuse because he knew clearly that his large team was waiting for him in the city center, and any mishap would be troublesome. But then he reconsidered. He had finally encountered such a powerful and vast organization. If he didn't seize the opportunity to win them over, he would waste it. With this thought, Zhao Ziyi fell into deep contemplation. Zhao Ziyi had always hoped to gradually expand his own team, but it seemed difficult now. He had thought his group was one of the strongest in Fujian City, but he never expected so many survivors to be here. After waking up, Huang Jiang had given him a rough introduction, and Zhao Ziyi now had a general understanding of the Yanhuang gang. A team of over 10,000 people was no joke. The power of such a massive force was unimaginable. Zhao Ziyi harbored no ill intentions. Even if he couldn't directly recruit this enormous group, he could at least learn something from them. Zhao Ziyi didn't want to stand his team up, but given the circumstances, he believed his squad members would understand. "Then thank you, third in command, for taking us in. My brother and I will have to trouble you for a few more days," Zhao Ziyi said calmly, his face revealing no expression, as if no one could fathom what he was thinking. Huang Jiang had originally wanted to leave at that moment, but he always felt that Zhao Ziyi's words had their reasons. Following the captain would never lead to a mistake. Xiao Wan'er nodded. Her first impression of Zhao Ziyi was quite favorable. Handsome, well-mannered, and after a brief conversation, she found him mature and steady. Although she appeared to be in her early 20s, she possessed an aura that was rare to find in others, as though she had experienced things that most people would never encounter in decades. Xiao Wan'er was gradually growing somewhat interested in this person, but at this moment, she naturally had no intention of saying more. She simply nodded and spoke calmly. "Then you should continue resting. I won't disturb you further." After speaking those words, Xiao Wan'er turned on her heel and prepared to leave. Iron Leopard said nothing more, merely following silently in her footsteps. Huang Jiang looked at Zhao Ziyi's thoroughly haggard and frail face and said, "Captain, you should sleep quickly. I'll keep watch right beside you and wake you if anything comes up." Without much response, Zhao Ziyi merely offered a faint nod before closing his eyes. Before long, he drifted back into slumber without realizing it. "The big boss is back. Everyone come out quickly." A henchman suddenly burst in from outside, shouting directly at the assembled gang members. Everyone held great respect for their gang leader Xiao, and so naturally, they wanted to pay their respects now that he had returned. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a large crowd rushed to the entrance. Although the headquarters members were scattered in various locations, the numbers were still considerable. Xiao Yan's status within the gang was second to none, so as he first appeared, many people naturally lined the way to welcome him. Zhao Ziyi knew it must be their big boss returning, but even so he remained entirely indifferent. His true interest lay elsewhere, and he continued to rest with complete composure. "Captain, how about we go out and take a look? After all, we are their guests after all." Huang Zhang couldn't help but suggest this, feeling that basic etiquette should be observed. With his eyes still closed, Zhao Ziyi said indifferently, "There is absolutely no need for that. If you want to see what he looks like, you may go take a look now. But I am far too exhausted and simply have no desire to move any further." With a wave of his hand, Zhao Ziyi rolled over and fell back into sleep. Huang Zhang felt utterly helpless, yet there was nothing he could do about this captain of his, so he quietly turned and departed. Nearly all the gang members outside had gathered. Xiao Yan strode forward with long, purposeful steps, and as he walked he asked Iron Leopard beside him, "Did anything happen during the past few days I was away? Do tell me about it." "Nothing particularly major, but some gang members brought over 2 individuals earlier. They were brave enough to risk their lives against zombies, so I considered them kindred spirits. After obtaining approval from the third boss, I permitted them to remain at headquarters." Iron Leopard spoke with utmost respect, yet Xiao Yan did not regard it as anything particularly significant. The reputation of the Yanhuang gang had grown increasingly prominent, and naturally many people were eager to join. Xiao Yan paid it little mind. This was an entirely ordinary matter. If it were anyone else, they likely wouldn't have devoted much thought to human resources either. To put it plainly, the Yanhuang gang currently had no shortage of manpower. Even with the worst food supplies, they could still sustain this large gang. Adding 2 more people was hardly a significant matter. Xiao Yan continued walking forward and said casually, "This sort of thing is for you all to arrange. Over the next few days I'll take some brothers out to recruit. Though things outside are chaotic, I believe there are certainly plenty of survivors." Although manpower was already abundant for the Yanhuang gang, it had not yet reached a state of complete saturation. In fact, such resources were almost infinitely beneficial with no real limit. The more people they had, the larger the overall force could become, a matter of common sense. Xiao Yan always focused primarily on revitalizing the gang, yet in the end there were still many matters pressing upon his shoulders. Xiao Yan didn't say much facing these gang members, but everyone within their hearts understood very clearly. Xiao Yan had sacrificed far too much for the Yanhuang gang. Even his own youth and love had slowly been consumed here. Iron Leopard naturally knew how difficult it was for their gang leader, but he still needed to respond. Hurriedly he said, "I believe this sort of matter need not trouble the gang leader personally. As the leader, it would be best for you to remain at headquarters and issue commands from there. It is precisely because things outside are so chaotic that I recommend you avoid going out unless absolutely necessary." Knowing that these words came from a place of care, Xiao Yan appreciated the sentiment. However, he had never believed that becoming a gang leader would place him above others. It was precisely because Xiao Yan needed to see the Yanhuang gang grow stronger that he could not afford to idle at this moment. If he showed even the slightest sign of laziness, the other gang members certainly wouldn't approve. Shaking his head, Xiao Yan stated plainly, "As the gang leader, I must set a proper example. Otherwise, which of my brothers would sincerely follow me? The Yanhuang gang has what it has today primarily because of everyone's trust. Without that, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today." Xiao Yan's calm words left Iron Leopard somewhat transfixed. No wonder he could become the leader of such a large gang at over 30. In this chaotic world, even if such a position could be inherited across generations, without genuine ability, one would not be able to maintain their standing. Xiao Yan understood this principle profoundly, which is why he spoke these words at this moment, leaving Iron Leopard quietly filled with admiration. A gang leader is indeed a gang leader. His awareness is truly different from others. Iron Leopard thought silently to himself. He had never been one to flatter others, and even now he would never openly praise Xiao Yan. But Xiao Yan could still perceive the different gleam in his eyes, a certain light that was somewhat distinct, at least proving that what Xiao Yan did could earn the recognition of others. After becoming gang leader, Xiao Yan had to carefully consider everything he did, fearing that even a minor decision could spark major disputes. With more and more people under his command, trivial matters were inevitably unavoidable. This was precisely why Xiao Yan had decided to create more positions of family heads. Besides Iron Leopard and Xiao Waner within the Yanhuang gang, there were also a 4th boss, 5th boss, and others. Their status was relatively modest, but their capabilities were somewhat outstanding, which is why Xiao Yan had promoted them. Such a promotion was not without merit. At least Xiao Yan could become the current leader, and his position remained so secure thanks to the strong support of these brothers. In the past, there were those who looked down on Xiao Yan for inheriting his father's mantle, thinking he merely had luck on his side. Some always sought to oppose him, which was unwise. Yet Xiao Yan outwardly showed no dissatisfaction, turning a blind eye to such matters. Privately, Xiao Yan did not directly quell such rumors, but let them run their course. Many advised Xiao Yan to expose the instigators and punish the rumor-mongers, but he outright refused. To kill a man, one must first destroy his spirit. This truth Xiao Yan had deeply learned in his youth, taught by his father. At this moment, changing the status quo would require considerable time and effort. Later, through his own conduct, Xiao Yan indeed reformed many bad practices of the Yanhuang gang, making it the foremost gang in Fujian City. He even absorbed and merged other gangs, elevating the gang's status further. Those idle rumors gradually faded away, all thanks to Xiao Yan's efforts. Recalling these events, Xiao Yan's gaze grew distant. He was reminiscing about the past. But one must never look back, a fact he knew well. Not far away, Huang Zhang walked out of the living room. The headquarters had many living rooms, and the one where Zhao Ziyi sat was merely one of the guest reception rooms. The headquarters estate had numerous villas, too many to count. After the apocalypse broke out, Xiao Yan chose to relocate the gang's headquarters, prioritizing safety above all. The terrain here was relatively high, making it easy to defend and hard to attack. Even if a horde of zombies launched a massive assault, Xiao Yan would not be intimidated. Behind the headquarters stood many defensive installations built by Xiao Yan's orders. Though within half a year they couldn't be fitted with top-tier equipment, they were more than sufficient to deal with zombies. Huang Zhang could see Xiao Yan clearly at such a close distance. Xiao Yan appeared rather refined, tall, with an upright posture. Had the people around not been so devoted to Xiao Yan, Huang Zhang would never have guessed he was the leader of the Yanhuang gang. He looked more like a middle school teacher, wholly disconnected from the image of a gang boss. Others had harbored similar thoughts all along, but at this point considering anything else was unnecessary. To everyone this matter still seemed debatable, but because Huang Zhang felt this way, others had nothing more to say. Xiao Yan didn't notice anything unusual in Huang Zhang's gaze, continuing forward until he entered the headquarters living room. The others dispersed, each having their own tasks to attend to. They couldn't spend all day revolving around Xiao Yan. Just as Xiao Yan stepped into the living room, an urgent alarm blared from the rear mountain. Its suddenness made Xiao Yan frown instantly. It's probably zombies attacking us. There's never been this situation before. Why is the alarm sounding now? Tai Bao frowned, asking curiously. To Tai Bao's confusion, Xiao Yan had no direct answer. Others might not respond immediately, but Xiao Yan said bluntly, probably didn't shake off the tail as zombies followed us. Tai Bao found this explanation reasonable and nodded slightly. He said nothing more, quickly ordering the brothers to assemble. Xiao Yan added, no rush yet. There are brothers stationed at the rear mountain. Let's first go check the situation. Whatever happens here, don't panic. Keep the brothers ready for battle. The rear mountain must not fall, and the front gate must not be compromised either. Nodding in agreement, Tai Bao quickly said, all as the leader commands. I'll arrange the men right away. With that, he strode out briskly. Others hadn't reacted at first, but Xiao Yan's mind remained clear. He issued countermeasures in an instant, earning silent admiration from those around. After Tai Bao ran out, a large group of gang members promptly assembled. They were highly disciplined, indeed of a different caliber. These men were veterans, quick to respond in such situations. Seeing everyone had picked up weapons ready to go to the rear mountain, Tai Bao shook his head and calmly told them, no need for that. Stay put for now. Facing this sudden crisis, Xiao Yan's measures were quite sound. At least he didn't lose his composure in such a short time. Had he panicked, the gang could not have lasted this long. The reason for this arrangement was Xiao Yan's concern that it might be a premeditated attack. Keeping some people on standby ensured the situation wouldn't spiral out of control. If the front lines were still stable, but internal chaos arose, that would be highly detrimental. With unexpected trouble, he remains this calm. Seems leader Xiao has real skill. Huang Zhang thought to himself. Only now could he begin to appreciate Xiao Yan's methods, which earned his recognition. No small feat. Huang Zhang had always held high standards, and few knew his true identity. Without exaggeration, Huang Zhang and Xiao Yan were of similar standing. However, Huang Zhang had already shed this identity, though otherwise by now he would still be abroad continuing this line of work. In Huang Zhang's view, this trade was not particularly difficult, yet he had never been able to gain recognition from others, which seemed to pose a rather troublesome predicament. By this point, if Huang Zhang were to exert a little effort, he might still have a chance to reclaim his former standing, but such pursuits no longer held the same novelty for him. Standing quietly on the sidelines, Huang Zhang was merely a guest. At most, he would reluctantly lend a hand only when they were truly in dire straits and unable to cope. Nevertheless, although Huang Zhang's abilities were still quite outstanding compared to a master like Zhao Ziyi, he was perhaps utterly insignificant in his presence. Yet Zhao Ziyi had always been modest. Despite his extraordinary prowess, he never belittled or looked down upon anyone, a trait alone that earned him the trust of many. At this moment, Zhao Ziyi was still resting soundly on the bed in the living room, with hardly anyone able to disturb him, appearing quite comfortable and at ease. Zhao Ziyi never forced anyone, so earlier Huang Zhang had not asked the team leader to do anything else. Going out to greet Master Xiao Yan was a polite gesture, not an obligation. Zhao Ziyi desperately needed sleep, If his blood energy value could not be replenished, he would likely collapse before he could react to any external events, remaining utterly indifferent. This could not be blamed on Zhao Ziyi. His will was strong, but his strength was limited. After all, his capabilities had their bounds, and at this point all he wanted was a simple rest with no other high demands. Now that such a loud alarm was sounding outside, Zhao Ziyi remained motionless inside the room. Not because he was cold and heartless, but simply because he lacked the physical strength to deal with these matters. Moreover, if these people could not even handle a small matter after rescuing him, then there was no need for Zhao Ziyi to intervene at all. If they could not solve the problem without Zhao Ziyi, it only meant their abilities were too lacking. In truth, Zhao Ziyi could still hear the commotion, but he had never intended to get up. At that moment, restoring his blood energy was the top priority. Lying still on the bed, he did not consider much else. Even if a large horde of zombies were to invade, it would not matter to him at all. Zhao Ziyi always viewed such matters with great detachment. Even now, if zombies were to burst in directly, the blood energy he had recovered would be enough to hold them off for a while. After some thought, Zhao Ziyi decided not to offer help. He silently mused to himself, let them gain more experience outside. Besides, to be honest, I have no connection with these people. There's no need for me to exert myself to help. At worst, I can just leave, it won't be a big deal. But this thought was immediately overturned. Shaking his head and sighing, Zhao Ziyi continued to ponder, still I can't think that way. There are actually many things I need to help with. After all, they rescued me from the zombie tide. I should at least repay their life-saving grace. Just as Zhao Ziyi was about to do something, he clearly heard Tai Bao's words from outside. The fact that everyone was instructed to stay put and not act rashly immediately indicated that something was amiss. If it was just a minor situation, a few extra hands would have been enough to resolve it completely. But unexpectedly at this point, everyone was ordered to be fully armed and await further instructions. Such an order might not seem unusual at first glance, but upon careful reflection, one could directly sense that something was truly wrong. If the scale of the zombie horde became uncontrollable, even the front of the headquarters could come under attack. If that happened, Zhao Ziyi would naturally realize the gravity of the situation. Even though Zhao Ziyi had experienced a great deal at this moment, he might still be completely bewildered. His vision was somewhat limited, lacking the foresight of Xiaoyan. Fortunately, Zhao Ziyi had some experience and could immediately detect the anomaly. Zhao Ziyi murmured, if a truly powerful zombie monster appears, I'm afraid I'll have to deploy the Legion members from the ring. All along, Zhao Ziyi had been reluctant to use the Legion members mainly because he had his own considerations. If even such a simple truth eluded him, then there would be no need for him to remain here any longer. The Legion members had sensed the danger when Zhao Ziyi encountered trouble, but he had never released them, so even after he fainted they did not appear. Looking back now, it seemed somewhat regrettable. Yet everything seemed like fate's design. If Zhao Ziyi had deployed all his Legion members, they could have easily wiped out a large wave of zombies. However, even if they could handle the immediate crisis, it would be useless. The principle that distant water cannot quench a present thirst was clear to everyone, and Zhao Ziyi deeply understood it as well. Regarding the current situation, Zhao Ziyi had probably not considered it deeply. Unfortunately, if he had Xiaoyan's experience and resources coupled with his own existing strength, his achievements would no longer be so simple. Zhao Ziyi had always had clear goals. In fact, his ambition was quite high. Apart from gathering all survivors, he also wanted everyone to unite against the zombies. In this way, the peaceful days of the past could eventually be restored. Zhao Ziyi was uncertain when this ordeal would end, yet he steadfastly advanced along this path, a truth he knew all too well. Without dwelling on extraneous thoughts, Zhao Ziyi continued to rest on the bed. He genuinely needed respite. Without even a sliver of time to recover, restoring his vitality would be nothing short of a fantasy. Outside, a crowd had gathered primarily under the supervision of Tai Bao. Xiaoyan felt relatively at ease with Tai Bao, who was an adopted son of Xiaoyan's late father, and shared a brotherly bond with Xiao, Yan, though Tai Bao still maintained a clear sense of hierarchy. In Tai Bao's view, certain matters were best handled with clarity. He had been utterly loyal to Xiaoyan's father, and now naturally he was just as devoted to Xiaoyan. Tai Bao harbored no great ambitions. For him, improving the gang's fortunes and ensuring many people could live happy lives were more than enough. There was no need to consider anything else. Apart from Tai Bao's loyalty and competence, another crucial reason Xiao Yan trusted him so much was the severe shortage of talent. To be precise, there were hardly any individuals capable of managing the overall situation. As for the fourth, fifth, and subsequent leaders, Xiao Yan had never truly felt at ease with them. Even if these people were mature in handling affairs, it was utterly useless. To Xiao Yan, this was self-evident. What he needed were not merely mature individuals, but leaders who could truly govern others. Among the 1,000 brothers at headquarters, the only one Xiao Yan could trust was Tai Bao. As for the other leaders, if they were tasked with trivial matters, Xiao Yan could be confident they would resolve them without his intervention. But when faced with truly difficult issues, none of them possessed the formidable strength to handle them. This was not Xiao Yan belittling them. It was in fact the undeniable reality. The alarm is still sounding, which means the situation is probably quite serious. If necessary, we should send a few brothers to scout the situation first. The back mountain might be dangerous. Tai Bao couldn't help but offer this reminder. The safety of the gang leader Xiao Yin was of paramount importance, far surpassing anyone else's. But even at this moment, Xiao Yin remained reluctant to dwell on such matters. Waving his hand, he said calmly, "I don't think that's necessary. It's just an unnecessary move. You stay here with the brothers and handle any situation on your own judgment." After saying this, Xiao Yin continued, "Sometimes you don't have to always follow my orders. You need to rely on your own understanding. If those zombies break in, the consequences will be disastrous. So you must decide these matters yourself." In essence, Tai Bao had the final say. Although Tai Bao could be hot-tempered at this moment, he would never act recklessly. He had always been fair and just in handling numerous affairs, and when someone spoke such words, he would not utter a single objection. After finishing his words, Xiao Yin left headquarters alone and headed toward the back mountain to see what was happening there. In fact, the back mountain had always been the gateway to headquarters. If it were lost, the situation would become extremely passive. It was precisely because Xiao Yin understood this connection and was still uncertain about the best course of action that he ordered everyone to stay put and not act impulsively. Huang Zhang watched Xiao Yan's gradually receding figure, clearly lost in thought. He had many things to consider. If he didn't follow now, no one would know what was happening in the back mountain. Xiao Yin had always been ignorant of the actual situation in the back mountain, but in his view, aside from a zombie attack, there was likely nothing else. In any case, at this point, Xiao Yin had found no trace of other survivors. Moreover, the Yin Huang gang had not offended anyone, so naturally, they would not be attacked without reason. At the back mountain, there was a guard team composed of survivors, and Xiao Yin had always had great confidence in them. The reason Xiao Yin dared to go without a single soldier was that he counted on the combat effectiveness of those team members. They were not the kind of people who could be taken down with one punch, and Xiao Yin had long placed great emphasis on the defense of the back mountain, constantly reinforcing it. Both overt and covert posts were heavily guarded, making it nearly impossible for outsiders to infiltrate. At this moment, the alarm still hadn't been lifted. Xiao Yan's brow furrowed, realizing that something had indeed gone wrong in the back mountain. Otherwise, by the time those people finished handling the situation in the back mountain, the alarm would have stopped. Yet the alarm continued to blare for a long time, gradually making Xiao Yan feel that something was amiss. Huang Zhang's heart was in turmoil. He didn't know whether he should follow Xiao Yan. In truth, he was worried about Zhao Ziyi. Leaving the captain behind would be disloyal. But his curiosity about the situation in the back mountain was overwhelming. Although Huang Zhang was merely a guest now, that didn't negate anything else. At this moment, Huang Zhang's brow furrowed deeply. He was torn, unsure of what decision to make. Just then, he went straight to the living room where Zhao Ziyi was staying. Huang Zhang directly asked Zhao Ziyi, "Captain, if I go to the back mountain to check the situation right now, would you agree?" Initially, Huang Zhang was reluctant to disturb him, but at this critical juncture it seemed unavoidable. These matters had always been complicated, and Zhao Ziyi was now extremely drowsy. Huang Zhang wasn't sure if the captain was asleep, but even if he were, with such a major incident unfolding, he doubted Zhao Ziyi could simply sleep through it. His eyes remained closed, yet Zhao Ziyi still spoke calmly, slowly. "If you are truly curious, you may go and take a look. It's fine. I certainly won't stop you. But if you wish to leave here, you should explain it to them first. These matters are very complicated. Leaving requires thorough disinfection, and returning will require another round. Such a tedious procedure. I hope you can endure it. Even someone like Xiao Yin, the gang leader, still has to go through 2 rounds of disinfection. This is simply a matter of equality for all, regardless of one's status. There is no double standard." Zhao Ziyi understood this well, and so up to this point, he had always refrained from directly answering. After hearing the captain's persuasion, Huang Zhang's mind began to churn with thoughts once more, yet none of these ideas could alter his resolve. He was too eager to follow the gang leader to the rear mountain and see what was happening. If something went wrong there, Huang Zhang thought he could lend a hand. His strength might not be formidable, but taking down a few zombies was still within his capability. Huang Zhang had always possessed good stamina, and he had long wished to make a difference. If Zhao Ziyi were to forbid him from undertaking any missions now, Huang Zhang would likely feel quite dejected. At this point, even if Huang Zhang were not by Zhao Ziyi's side, it probably wouldn't matter much. After spending some time together, Huang Zhang was certain that the brothers of the Yin Huang gang were reliable. Whatever Zhao Ziyi needed, they could largely help him fulfill. Moreover, Huang Zhang was not a person who relied heavily on others. Faced with this sudden situation, his first thought was to leave and go to where he was truly needed. Even if no one actually needed him, he still had to put in some effort. With this thought, Huang Zhang continued speaking to Zhao Ziyi. "Disinfection is something that must be done anyway, and I'm not worried about such trivial details. I just want to ask you, Captain, after I leave, will you need anything?" Since the very beginning, it was Huang Zhang who had accompanied Zhao Ziyi. If Huang Zhang were to leave now, Zhao Ziyi might feel a little unsettled, though this was merely Huang Zhang's own assumption. For Zhao Ziyi, such a matter was trivial, hardly even a thing. Zhao Ziyi kept his eyes closed resting, yet he could still converse with Huang Jiang. He said calmly, "You're overthinking. I don't need anyone's help when I sleep. Since you want to go ahead. Just remember to stay safe." Having said that, Zhao Ziyi fell silent. He could feel his stamina gradually recovering. He could not afford to speak more lest he fail to regain his strength. Sometimes, even lying in bed, Zhao Ziyi could not fall asleep, which prevented him from recovering quickly. However, now he could clearly sense his blood energy value recovering as fast as it did during normal sleep, a phenomenon that caught him slightly off guard. "I'm very sleepy. If you want to go on your own and close the door for me." Zhao Ziyi left these words without any fuss. He was not exactly driving anyone away, but he was simply too exhausted and desperately needed rest. If someone kept chattering by his side, there was no way he could get adequate rest. He understood this all too well, so he spoke directly at this moment. From the very start, Zhao Ziyi had been unwilling to engage with anyone, but he still owed Huang Jiang for his kindness. Without Huang Jiang, Zhao Ziyi might not have been able to stay here at all. However, Zhao Ziyi had known from before that, when he slept, no matter how much noise there was outside, he absolutely must not go out. Restoring his blood energy was the most important thing. Huang Jiang also understood the gravity of the situation. After glancing at Zhao Ziyi, he immediately left the place. At this moment, he knew very well what he should do about all these matters. After nodding, Huang Jiang left immediately. He had always harbored many plans in his heart, so no matter who encountered such a sudden change, they would still feel a bit nervous. But for Huang Jiang, even if this change was severe, it didn't matter. At this moment, he was not the only one facing it. All the brothers of the Yanhuang gang were beginning to confront this change together. Thus, the faint tension in Huang Jiang's heart gradually dissipated. He slowly walked out of the living room, gently closing the door behind him to prevent the noisy sounds outside from disturbing Zhao Ziyi's sleep. Huang Jiang had always had this feeling. Zhao Ziyi was not truly fond of sleeping, but rather he genuinely needed a certain amount of stamina, which could only be replenished through rest. Even though Huang Jiang did not know that Zhao Ziyi possessed the super survival system, at this point other things were no longer that important to Zhao Ziyi. I wonder if it's really a zombie invasion. If it is, I'll need to grab more weapons and equipment. During my previous encounters with zombies, I've already exhausted all my bullets. So if I have to fight them now, I'll probably have to resort to close combat. Huang Jiang muttered to himself. After thinking it over, Huang Jiang still hoped to scrounge some weapons and equipment from the Yanhuang gang brothers, but since he was a newcomer, he doubted they would agree. After all, he was only volunteering to go check the rear mountain. It wasn't an assignment from anyone else. Thus, such matters were always somewhat awkward to speak of directly. Huang Jiang, though forthright by nature, found himself at this moment struggling to articulate the words. Huang Jiang had faced numerous trials with equanimity, yet at this juncture, he remained oblivious to many truths. If Huang Jiang had directly asked Zhao Ziyi for a weapon, he would likely have received one without hesitation, for Zhao Ziyi's storage ring held an abundance of arms and equipment. However, at this moment, Zhao Ziyi was resting to replenish his strength. If Huang Jiang barged in again and disturbed his slumber, Zhao Ziyi would undoubtedly be displeased. Huang Jiang's greatest flaw was his tendency to become excessively hesitant and indecisive in every undertaking. Thus, after a fierce internal struggle, Huang Jiang resolved to venture alone to the rear mountain. If zombies truly attacked, he could either rush back to report the situation, and obtaining weapons would then be a simple matter. If time was too short, he could simply draw his large blade and charge into battle against the zombies. Unfortunately, Huang Jiang's expertise lay not in close combat, but in ranged attacks, much like firearms. Perhaps if something truly happens, they might still hand me a weapon directly, so there's no need for me to worry. Huang Jiang murmured this to himself, his mindset relatively calm. The alarm still blared, so he could not afford to waste time idling here. He promptly set off. As always, there were guards stationed at the headquarters' main entrance. Thus, Huang Jiang could not simply walk out the front gate, for he would surely be stopped. With this in mind, he began to search for any possible back exit. If a back door existed, it would be a great convenience for anyone. At least then Huang Jiang could leave directly. Unexpectedly, after circling the vicinity of the headquarters, Huang Jiang found it heavily fortified on all sides, resembling a prison. This made him realize just how high the security level was. After all, it was the apocalypse, so Zhao Ziyi placed great importance on every facility. If even these arrangements were not in place, no one would have faith in him. Huang Jiang had always been well aware of these matters. So when someone wished to leave aside from the main entrance, there was no other path. He was quite clear on this point. He had no choice but to pass through the main gate. The guards recognized him, and as a familiar face allowed him through without issue. "Are you going out alone on a mission?" Some guards did not know Zhao Ziyi, so they questioned Huang Jiang. He had always known how to handle such situations, but had it been someone else dealing with it, would have been far more troublesome. Fortunately, no one recognized Huang Jiang as a newcomer, otherwise he might not have been allowed to leave. After a brief moment of thought, he calmly said to them, "I've been assigned to follow the chief. It wouldn't be safe for him to go out alone." Hearing this explanation, the guards did not hesitate. They knew the chief preferred to act alone, but the other leaders always worried, so it was common to send brothers to secretly protect him. The guards were accustomed to this, so they simply nodded and let Huang Jiang pass without further comment. Then go quickly. The chief is already heading toward the rear mountain. The guard kindly informed him. Huang Jiang remained calm, and even after successfully leaving, he did not dwell on anything. Nodding, Huang Jiang left a brief remark. Thank you. I'll set off now to find the chief. With those words, he felt as if he had gained freedom and left the place with a sense of relief. He rushed toward the rear mountain at a brisk pace, eventually catching sight of Chief Xiaoyan's figure in the distance. Huang Jiang did not wish to disturb the chief, so he silently followed behind. From the very beginning, he had planned to treat matters with appropriate urgency, otherwise handling them would become complicated. With this in mind, Huang Jiang chose to trail behind Chief Xiaoyan, remaining utterly silent. Xiaoyan was focused solely on reaching the rear mountain as quickly as possible, paying no attention to anything else. After a short while, Huang Jiang followed Xiaoyan to the rear mountain battlefield. To his astonishment, the hills were swarming with zombies. A full-scale invasion was underway. Seeing the chief arrive in person, fourth leader Peng Li rushed over to report, "Brother, there are too many zombies here. The brothers have been suppressing them with firepower and relying on basic defensive measures to keep them at bay. But they'll break through eventually. The situation is grim." Xiaoyan nodded calmly, unfazed by the situation. He had always been extremely cautious when venturing out, so it was unlikely that zombies would ever catch up to him. But these zombies were surely being directed by someone. If they had stumbled upon the headquarters by sheer accident, there would have been at most one or two ordinary zombies like this, not the current situation where the mountains were covered with them. It was truly terrifying. Yet Xiaoyan had always been protective of his brothers. Even if some of his men had carelessly led the zombies back, he would still choose to trust them unconditionally. After all, killing zombies was nothing new to them, and with so many zombies at their doorstep, if they could eliminate them all, it would be a great accomplishment for the Yanhuang gang, and even for all the survivors. Xiaoyan roughly estimated the number of zombies to be around 2,000 to 3,000. Indeed, it was quite a lot, but even so, he had never been one to back down. If these zombies intended to attack them, Xiaoyan would naturally counterattack as needed. However, both he and fourth elder Peng Li were well aware of the situation here. Only 500 brothers were stationed at this location, and merely resisting the zombie assault would already prove difficult, let alone anything beyond that. You don't need to worry about too many things just yet. Let's first see what those zombies intend to do. Xiaoyan said this calmly, though everyone knew full well that the zombies' current actions clearly signified a full-scale invasion. Huang Jiang furrowed his brow. He had always been serious-minded when it came to matters of importance, but at this moment the situation had not yet reached such a critical point. After hearing everything, Huang Jiang felt that the matter was still worth deliberating. If no one could directly come to his aid, he would have no choice but to charge out on his own within such a short span of time. A massive wave of zombies surged forward. Xiaoyan knew the situation was extremely dire. If the zombies broke through the rear mountain defense line, aside from dispatching a cleanup squad, they would have no choice but to abandon the headquarters base. For Xiaoyan, this was not something he could simply give up on. This headquarters base had cost him so much effort and dedication. If they abandoned it now, many items and supplies would be nearly impossible to relocate in such a short time. Xiaoyan was fully aware of this, which was why he chose to keep fighting the zombies to the very end in such a short span of time. I simply refuse to believe those zombies are all that formidable. If they cross paths with me, they'll have absolutely no way to withstand my strength. Zhao Ziyi, resting in the living room of the headquarters base, silently thought to himself. He had always remained utterly composed regarding such matters. Zombies were everywhere after all. The real question worth pondering was how to eliminate them all. In Zhao Ziyi's mind, killing zombies had never been a difficult task, though certain risks were inevitably involved. So many things were difficult to fully comprehend, especially now when everyone more or less had some expectation of what was to come. Although Zhao Ziyi didn't say much aloud at this moment, he couldn't help but feel deeply concerned in his heart. No matter what difficulties arose, Zhao Ziyi would always face them with equanimity. After all, even though he appeared indifferent on the surface, if the gang truly suffered heavy losses from a zombie invasion, it would undoubtedly be an immense blow to Zhao Ziyi as well. After mulling over these matters, Zhao Ziyi didn't say much else. Instead, he directly addressed the super survival system. Activate the real-time surveillance feature for me. I'm genuinely curious to see what's happening out there. Zhao Ziyi had always paid close attention to such matters, and even now he still regarded them with great importance. If it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't have such strong resolve. It was precisely because Zhao Ziyi cared so deeply that he could truly understand all of this at this very moment. The super survival system naturally proved to be exceptionally capable. At this critical juncture, no one else would have been able to handle the situation, yet the system could still easily resolve the massive horde of zombies. Unfortunately, Zhao Ziyi's blood energy value had always been his most vital asset. If it were to run low at this critical moment, Zhao Ziyi would undoubtedly find himself at a great disadvantage. After contemplating all these things, Zhao Ziyi felt that he needed to devote even more attention to the matter at hand right now, otherwise it would be terribly unfair to everyone involved. Zhao Ziyi had always understood these things well, but at this critical moment it seemed the opportunity might slip away. The system is conducting an all-around search. Please be patient, host. The super survival system reminded him calmly. Immediately after, the system quickly located the situation at the rear mountain and relayed the scene back to Zhao Ziyi, allowing him to witness the conditions there with his own eyes. Zhao Ziyi could directly perceive these changes. Zombies were moving across the mountains in every direction. Seeing this scene before him, Zhao Ziyi immediately frowned, clearly dissatisfied with the situation. Zhao Ziyi had always been meticulous in everything he did, and at this moment, there was likely no one who could step in and help deal with the onslaught of so many zombies. Almost in an instant, Zhao Ziyi suddenly sensed an immensely powerful aura emanating from within. Even though he wasn't at the scene, he could still clearly feel that overwhelming force. Something seems off. With this many zombies, it might be quite difficult to handle. But right now I really don't have much physical strength left. Otherwise I would definitely go out and lend a hand. Zhao Ziyi muttered to himself. He had been intensely attentive to the shifts in these matters from beginning to end. But no matter how much attention he paid, it would amount to nothing, because Zhao Ziyi knew deep down that if one truly wanted to resolve a matter, one must lead by example and take action personally. Let us wait a little longer. These zombies are unlikely to disperse so soon. The gang here is relatively well established, and I wish to see whether we can hold off the zombie horde without my intervention. Zhao Ziyi said this in a calm tone. By now he was no longer particularly concerned about the zombie attacks. At most there would be some losses, but compared to other matters this was relatively easy to handle. If the other zombies were to launch a full-scale assault, they would likely have collapsed by now. It was precisely because everyone understood this truth that such awareness had taken root. As the zombies surged toward the rear mountain defenses, a trace of tension flickered across Zhao Ziyi's face. He feared they might overrun the position. In his view, these matters were indeed significant, yet no one had come to warn him. Regardless of the zombies' strength, it made little difference. Even at this point, resolving the situation cleanly would be troublesome for Zhao Ziyi. Others had lost all initiative, and if it were up to him, he would have no choice but to rely on brute force. Yet for Zhao Ziyi, handling such matters was not particularly difficult. Along the way, he had encountered numerous zombies and dispatched each one without mercy, never showing the slightest leniency. Let us observe and see what this gang leader is truly capable of. If Xiao Yan can weather this zombie tide, we will at least understand the combat strength of these creatures and gauge Xiao Yan's true power. Zhao Ziyi thought this over calmly in his heart. Zhao Ziyi had always understood that walls have ears. At this moment, he could not openly intervene. Even if he encountered exceptionally powerful zombies, he might face considerable difficulty. Yet even if the challenges were great, it would not matter. Zhao Ziyi was a decisive man. If the zombies were formidable, he would strike directly. If they proved unbeatable, he would not recklessly push himself. At this moment, Zhao Ziyi could clearly see numerous zombies clamoring at the rear mountain positions. Yet their noise was meaningless to him. Instead, it struck him as deeply strange, and his brow furrowed. He murmured, "What are these zombies trying to accomplish? Why have they suddenly converged on the rear mountain defenses, fully aware that guards are stationed there? Clearly this is not as simple as it appears." At the same time, it was not only Zhao Ziyi who recognized the situation. Xiao Yan also understood precisely what he needed to do. If Xiao Yan were to send the main force from the headquarters forward, thousands of fighters could rely on the defensive line to hold back the zombie horde. However, such a move would be highly imprudent. Even if the rear mountain defense could be secured, the areas ahead of the headquarters would be left completely undefended. If that scenario came to pass, the consequences would be terrifying. Many zombies were attacking the rear mountain defenses, and even if those lines were breached, only part of the base would be lost. But if the front of the headquarters fell, nearly every base would be wiped out in one stroke. Xiao Yan analyzed the situation with careful judgment. He had always approached such matters with seriousness, and he would not be easily deceived. Xiao Yan would never fall for such tricks. He immediately opened fire on the zombies and roared to his men, "Hold your positions. Do not let a single zombie advance half a step past the defensive line for the next half hour. Hold firm." With that, Xiao Yan grabbed a nearby man and ordered, "Run back to headquarters immediately. Tell the second in command and the others not to move troops without my authorization. No one is to leave their post without my permission. Hold the line at all costs. Any mistake could be fatal. Just tell them this is my order as gang leader." The messenger hesitated. "Gang leader, the zombies here are overwhelming. Cannot you spare some of our men to reinforce us?" The messenger naturally hoped for reinforcements. With more brothers at his side, the situation would be far less dire, and they would not be so tightly constrained by the current crisis. Xiao Yan waved his hand dismissively, having no time to explain. "Enough talk. Just do as I say. Run now. Do not delay the mission." Noticing the man's worried expression, Xiao Yan felt his tone had been too harsh. He softened his voice and continued, "The rear mountain defenses are sturdy, and with our hundreds of brothers holding the line, we can barely withstand the zombie assault. However, the situation at other positions is far from optimistic. We must consider the broader picture." With the gang leader explaining personally, the man finally understood. He nodded, appreciating Xiao Yan's careful reasoning. The zombies had become intelligent, and at this moment such thoughts were only natural. Xiao Yan understood this all too well. He could not recklessly redeploy his forces. If all the members of the Yanhuang gang were summoned, the consequences at the current moment would be dire. "Do not worry about anything else. Hurry back and deliver my message to the second in command." Xiao Yan spoke calmly. Faced with such situations, he remained unfazed, whereas others confronted with so many threats would likely feel some tension. With so many zombies present, ordinary people would likely have no idea what to do. Xiao Yan had always held himself to high standards. Even facing so many zombies, he felt a hint of tension. If the zombies charged directly, everyone would inevitably have their own thoughts, though others in similar situations would react differently. Zhao Ziyi had never encountered Xiao Yan before, so the two of them had never had the chance to converse face to face. Had they met, they might well have found many common topics to discuss. Xiao Yan gazed ahead, always clear about how to handle the current situation. If there was no way to escape at this point, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous loss for him. When encountering other zombies, others would likely have no idea how to cope. There was still a trace of unease in his heart. Yet by now others still had no alternative thoughts. Had it been possible, Xiao Yan would have known how to slip away. Dealing with so many zombies had always made him somewhat tense, but this feeling was unique to him. Others would likely react quite differently. Even though Xiao Yan harbored various thoughts when facing so many zombies, he would never voice them directly. But now he naturally still held his own thoughts within. Without additional zombies, Xiao Yan would likely be able to handle the situation on his own. "You all continue to hold this position. If you notice the slightest problem on any front, you must report it to me immediately, otherwise I will have no time to prepare." Xiao Yan said this directly to his men. As for Huang Zhang in the distance, he had never paid much attention to him from beginning to end. Even now, Xiao Yan remained capable of facing so many gang members. Even in a situation where zombies were everywhere, he still managed to appear relatively composed, for he had always had a clear understanding of how to handle such matters. "I can see that handling this is rather tricky, but I believe as long as I am here, everything will be fine." Xiao Yan said this with considerable confidence. Despite the scene of zombies covering the mountains and fields, he always maintained a relatively calm state of mind. As everyone clearly learned that a large group of zombies had appeared at the back mountain, second in command Tai Bao never said a word. However, third in command Xiao Wanner began to feel somewhat nervous inside, mainly because she had always understood well how such situations should be handled. Xiao Wanner immediately furrowed her brows. From the beginning, she had made it very clear to Tai Bao that bringing a few hundred more brothers would be sufficient, though this matter would still be rather troublesome. If the zombies encountered so many humans, everyone would likely feel relatively confident to some extent. Unfortunately, these matters had always been quite complicated. Otherwise, at this point, others would not have been able to voice their inner thoughts so directly. From Xiao Wanner's perspective, her eldest brother was in considerable danger, otherwise she would never have persisted in urging Tai Bao to send reinforcements to the back mountain. "Wanner, it is not that I am afraid of anything, but the gang leader repeatedly instructed me before leaving just now. No matter what happens, I absolutely cannot leave this place. If I disregard his advice, I will certainly not be able to bear the consequences alone." Tai Bao said this calmly. In truth, even now he still felt somewhat distressed. These matters were difficult to persuade, let alone discuss other things. Tai Bao had always been very willing to follow others' advice. Unfortunately, Xiao Wanner now felt he was being overly timid. Otherwise, he could have left this place directly and would never have ended up in such a predicament over something so minor. Under these circumstances, everyone would likely feel very unwilling, and the situation was rather embarrassing. Others would have many thoughts in their hearts, and by now it would be rather troublesome to handle. Actually, there is no need to consider these things at all. If those zombies are truly formidable in combat, then no matter how many reinforcements we send, it would still not be enough. If it were us who went in, I'm afraid these forces would not be sufficient either. Xiao Yan muttered to himself. They had never paid much attention to such matters, but unfortunately, by now no one could help them solve the problem. When suddenly confronted with a massive zombie invasion, everyone would be overwhelmed with exhaustion in their efforts to cope. However, unfortunately, not everyone clearly understood how to handle such situations. If no one had ever dealt with this before, reaching this point would indeed be quite troublesome. "Gang leader, this place is far too dangerous. Why not take a temporary retreat for now?" Hung Li watched as Xiao Yan from beginning to end led from the front, continuously countering the zombies' attacks, appearing to fight even harder than anyone else. Shaking his head, he said nothing more. Xiao Yan explained calmly, "I have never considered myself superior to others in the slightest, so please do not treat me any differently. This is precisely a dangerous moment. If you asked me to hide right now, you would be looking down on me. Since the chief had spoken so plainly, Peng Li of course had no reason to continue persuading the other party not to fight. But now zombies were everywhere across the mountains and fields. If one tried to hide in any corner, they would inevitably have to actually engage those zombies. At this very moment, a large group of zombies appeared not far away. However, in Zhao Ziyi's eyes, these zombies were not particularly noteworthy, so he simply ignored their presence from the start. Zhao Ziyi silently muttered to himself, "It seems that in this situation today, no one can avoid fighting these zombies. I need to sleep quickly, otherwise without any stamina, when it really comes to fighting, I won't have enough energy to hold on." Faced with such a situation, everyone was deeply unwilling in their hearts, but even if they were unwilling, they certainly couldn't say it directly on the surface. Everyone was relatively mature, so when they considered the current situation, they couldn't immediately understand how to resolve such matters. By now, Zhao Ziyi had activated the real-time monitoring function of the super survival system, which allowed him to observe what was happening in every corner. After giving some thought to such matters, Zhao Ziyi did not pay much attention to how they should be handled. However, in everyone's heart, if they wanted to simply deal with these things, it would probably be quite difficult. Suddenly, at this moment, Zhao Ziyi began to realize that the whole situation was not as simple as he had imagined. It was very likely that the zombies had already ambushed every corner. This was definitely the result of a long-planned scheme, otherwise it wouldn't have erupted so suddenly today. In any case, he furrowed his brows. Facing the current situation, no matter how he thought, he couldn't figure out who could have used such means to create this state of affairs. Actually, everyone was quite clear in their hearts about how to solve this, but Zhao Ziyi still felt troubled. If he really had to eliminate these zombies, it would probably take him a long time to do so. Zhao Ziyi knew exactly how to handle this, so he realized that it was impossible to dispatch so many zombies in such a short time. But Zhao Ziyi's current stamina was still too problematic, which was why he kept staying here wanting to rest. However, he wasn't very sleepy, though unfortunately his stamina really couldn't sustain so many battles. If he had possessed abundant stamina, he probably wouldn't have left directly by now. From here I can still see clearly that these zombies must have a plan. Otherwise they wouldn't have chosen to attack the rear mountain defense line right from the start. There were basically no resources to exploit in the rear mountain area, so it was impossible that their target was just that small patch. They must be trying to lure a big fish. Zhao Ziyi said this very calmly, mainly because he had seen many things. It was precisely because he had considered so many factors that by now his judgments were still quite accurate. Precisely because Zhao Ziyi was very accurate in judging things, he would never define anything casually, afraid that he might guess wrong at such a critical moment. So many people were at the rear mountain defense line, a single misstep could cause a large number of people to be implicated, which was highly undesirable. So many zombies are attacking the rear mountain, it's definitely not that simple. Perhaps the zombies have many tricks up their sleeves. Zhao Ziyi, like Xiaoyan, saw through the zombies' tricks. If the zombies had many tricks, it was mainly because they had different thoughts in their minds. By now the other zombies had probably not chosen to directly attack the main headquarters base in such a short time. If this place fell, the consequences would naturally be very severe. I don't believe that by now those zombies can still remain calm. Xiaoyan, Chief Xiao, is not weak in command ability, but unfortunately the second in command here lacks the ability to adapt to changing circumstances. Zhao Ziyi murmured. In fact, he was somewhat dissatisfied with the current changes. At this very moment, Xiao Wanner had been trying to persuade Tai Bao to send more people, but Tai Bao never agreed. In his view, although the rear mountain defense line was in a difficult state, the defense line here was still more important in comparison. If the number of people here became relatively small, then no one would be willing to accept that. When everyone encountered this situation in their hearts, in the end no one was truly willing. The resources here were very important. If the zombies really did attack here directly, then many people here would have no way to resist directly. Zhao Ziyi always believed in his heart that although Tai Bao had some skill, if they really wanted to deal with these zombies, they would probably need someone stronger to handle it. For example, if he himself were to deal with these zombies, Zhao Ziyi had strong confidence that he could handle such a big test. There are still some zombies outside, but they are not very obvious now. However, I have a feeling that this matter is definitely not that simple. The rear mountain defense line is not that important. As long as I can put in a little more effort to restore my blood chi value as soon as possible, I can deal with all these zombies by myself. Zhao Ziyi said this very calmly. Having encountered so many things, Zhao Ziyi still believed in his heart that such matters could not be solved carelessly. It was better to treat them with a bit more strictness, at least at this critical moment. Even the slightest loss could trigger a reversal that would reshape the entire situation. Such a prospect was naturally something Zhao Ziyi was unwilling to accept. Tai Bao, who had been standing guard outside all along, had taken no action, yet he could still sense that something was amiss in the atmosphere. Should danger truly arise, everyone would feel it directly rather than only encountering such troubles at this late hour. As Zhao Ziyi remained entangled in hesitation, he could clearly discern through his vision that something was gravely wrong. A horde of zombies was launching an assault on the base's front gate. If the gate were to fall into peril, Zhao Ziyi would be obligated to render his utmost aid. Yet at this moment, that would be no easy feat. These people were, in a sense, his benefactors. Without their assistance, he might not even have been able to rest here safely at this very moment. There may be some risks ahead. We'd all best stay put. Since the leader has personally sent word for us not to act rashly, we should not make any reckless moves. Tai Bao said this calmly. He had always viewed such matters with equanimity. If someone were to rashly handle things on their own by now, there would likely be no one left capable of resolving the situation. Once such thoughts began to take hold, one could naturally act freely upon them. Yet how this matter should ultimately be handled was still a question worthy of careful deliberation. Tai Bao had always believed that the order given by the leader was undoubtedly correct without considering any other risks. Zhao Waner, at first, even suspected whether this order had truly come from her own brother. However, after pondering for a while and recognizing the messenger's familiar face, that doubt was immediately dispelled from her mind. Even if what you say is true, we cannot simply sit here idle without doing anything. We'd best take some defensive measures immediately, otherwise when the zombies truly launch a full-scale invasion, our front line will be in serious trouble. Zhao Waner made this suggestion directly. Such thoughts had long been brewing in her mind, and she had always possessed a certain foresight. At least she wouldn't be caught so passively at a moment like this. Tai Bao immediately adopted Zhao Waner's suggestion. From the very beginning, the two had never been at odds. If her words made sense, Tai Bao would naturally accept them willingly. Nodding, Tai Bao said frankly, "Since you've put it that way, I have nothing more to say. We're both stationed at this base. How about this? There are plenty of brothers at the front line already. Since there is some risk here, we should naturally make preparations to respond." Tilting her head and thinking for a moment, Zhao Waner asked, "Then how do you suggest we handle this? As for how the manpower should be allocated, I'd like to hear your opinion." At this point, Zhao Waner was quite cooperative with Tai Bao's arrangements. When it came to major matters, she had always respected everyone's opinions. Since her elder brother Zhao Yan had personally gone to the rear mountain to hold the line, everything here would have to be decided by Tai Bao. To be fair, Zhao Yan, as the leader, should naturally remain at headquarters to allocate resources and manpower. However, matters had arisen too suddenly. Had it not been for that, he would certainly not have left at this critical juncture. In truth, Zhao Yan had always harbored such thoughts to some degree. Yet he shared the same mindset as Zhao Ziyi once had. He wanted to see whether these people could hold things together on their own once he was gone. If a faction could only revolve around its leader and could not function without him, that would be profoundly unfair to the leader himself. At least in Zhao Yan's eyes, such a state of affairs was utterly untenable. I have always considered these matters to be of great importance. Now that the leader has departed, everything falls upon my own shoulders to bear. Tai Bao said this calmly. He had never placed much weight on such affairs in his heart, yet some things were best stated clearly in advance. Otherwise, by this point, matters would naturally become exceedingly troublesome. Seeing that Tai Bao still appeared somewhat conflicted, Zhao Waner's delicate brows immediately furrowed. It was clear she was rather displeased. She had always valued such matters deeply, but alas, at this juncture, even if others wished to change the status quo, doing so would prove exceedingly difficult. At the very least, when others wished to leave this place, there would be virtually no one able to lend assistance. Yet Tai Bao was not one to be so indecisive. He was genuinely attentive to these matters. Otherwise, by now, he would never have chosen to remain here. Zhao Yan's departure was, of course, a tremendous trial for them all. Had the leader not left, they would never have realized what their own capabilities could truly achieve. Tai Bao was often straightforward in his actions, but the current situation was fraught with danger. If they truly encountered an adversary, these people might very well be wiped out to the last. Even though the faction now boasted a large number of members, they absolutely could not afford to be complacent. With this thought in mind, Tai Bao sank once more into deep contemplation. Frowning suddenly, Tai Bao murmured, "Given the circumstances, our arrangements should be made with a bit more caution. How about this? Let me go guard the front first, and leave some brothers here at your disposal." Zhao Waner did not care to take advantage of others, especially not her own people. That would be distinctly unfair. Too many circumstances had converged at this moment, and it was hard for anyone to accept. Yet at this time, Zhao Waner simply shook her head and said, "I don't believe I am any inferior to you. The front line is indeed dangerous. Let me go instead." As a daughter of the Zhao family, Zhao Waner believed that no matter the circumstances, she must shoulder this responsibility, otherwise it would be all too easy for others to look down upon her. Having pondered these matters, Zhao Waner resolutely voiced her thoughts. At this moment, simply walking away might have been a decent option, but Zhao Waner was never that kind of person. She had always held deep respect for these people, so now that no ties remained, it hardly mattered. If others wished to find these things, it would generally be quite easy. Yet Zhao Waner still valued them greatly, and she was determined to take countermeasures. If these matters were not so worrisome, then at this moment everything would be extremely troublesome. The dangers ahead are indeed troublesome, but the zombies now are far too formidable. If we encounter such peril with no one else able to resist, even if others could flee directly, it would still become extremely troublesome for anyone. Zhao Wanner spoke these words calmly. She had never been one to say much about so many things. Unfortunately, at this moment, no one else could step in to help directly. The reason Zhao Wanner could say so much was mainly that everyone had these thoughts in their hearts. By now it might still seem somewhat troublesome in everyone's eyes. When others truly needed help, then grasping such matters would begin to make some sense. Otherwise, for anyone wanting to change this situation, it would likely be very dangerous in everyone's hearts. Having encountered these events, unfortunately, no one could hear these things. Yet others still harbored so many thoughts in their hearts. Unfortunately, by now Zhao Wanner would still face a great many things. All along, everyone had believed that what Zhao Wanner did was very important. But if zombies really did appear directly, then they would indeed encounter many troublesome matters. All along, everyone had known that this situation was still very tense. Even if Zhao Ziyi could directly change these things, others could still leave directly. But at this point, Zhao Ziyi would likely find it very difficult to handle the current zombies. The number of zombies here was truly overwhelming. If not for Zhao Ziyi's stamina being too limited, he would have been able to easily resolve these battles by now. It was precisely because of this moment that resolving the immediate situation was most important in Zhao Ziyi's mind. But after all, Zhao Ziyi was merely an ordinary outsider. Even if his abilities were extremely formidable, it would be of no use. Therefore, having done these things by now, he would have no way to cope. These matters are, after all, quite difficult to handle. If the number of zombies is very large, then by now everyone would have these considerations in their hearts. Zhao Ziyi said this calmly, but after he spoke these words, they were naturally of no use. Handling these matters would indeed be somewhat troublesome. After waiting for so long, everyone believed that these matters were indeed quite difficult. Otherwise, by now it would still become very troublesome. If not, others could have dealt with these things directly in such a short time. At this moment, Zhao Ziyi could still understand these matters very well. Even if Zhao Ziyi stayed in the living room, he could still see clearly what was happening outside. All along, Zhao Ziyi had been quite concerned about these things. Even now, it was likely that in Zhao Ziyi's heart he had always known when he would be able to understand such things clearly. But even if Zhao Ziyi did not know how to resolve such things, he still firmly believed in one principle. If he made any move, he would be able to directly resist these zombies. Faced with so many zombies at the beginning, aside from lacking an advantage in stamina, Zhao Ziyi had no other way to cope directly. For the current matters, Zhao Ziyi could still handle them clearly. But Zhao Ziyi did not speak these things directly. Unfortunately, by now others still could not resolve these things directly. Zhao Ziyi still had many such thoughts, but since he was not very familiar with Zhao Wanner, he naturally had no reason to share too many ideas with her. All along, Zhao Ziyi had been quite clear that this kind of thing had no way to be resolved directly. No one could help Zhao Ziyi solve anything. Otherwise, Zhao Ziyi could have directly helped Zhao Wanner with such things. The dangers ahead still exist, but unfortunately no one has any connection to resolve them directly. Even if these dangers possess such things by now, there would still be no one to help us. Zhao Wanner's understanding of the current situation was still quite clear, but even if her understanding was very profound, it would still be of no use. At this moment, in the eyes of Zhao Wanner and Tai Bao, these matters were still quite dangerous. Unfortunately, the things ahead would become very troublesome. When would the danger be resolved directly? How to resolve these things was very important to anyone. But all along, Zhao Ziyi had held such an attitude toward this kind of thing. Now faced with such a situation, it would likely be very difficult. Seeing the current situation, Zhao Wanner naturally felt something was off in her heart. If the arrangements were still good, then everyone would naturally have these things in their hearts. All along, Zhao Wanner had been very positive about this kind of matter. But as the third leader, she was still quite concerned about everyone's safety. So many dangers lay ahead, yet others failed to take them seriously. If Zhao Ziyi were to encounter such a situation, it would undoubtedly be fraught with trouble. He had been gripped by tension all along, and at this very moment no one had been able to directly resolve it. Should Zhao Ziyi attempt to step forward and offer his thoughts, others might well be seized with fear. A horde of zombies gradually emerged in the distance. This sudden change immediately stirred Zhao Wanner and Tai Bao's minds, yet even now the desire to clarify the matter only deepened their anxiety. The appearance of the zombies struck terror into everyone's hearts. Such a thing was truly unsettling, and at times it felt profoundly unfair. Say no more. All I need now is your agreement. There's no need for you to dwell on anything else. Just leave this place. That's enough. Don't overthink it. Tai Bao said this calmly. From the very beginning, he had no other intention. He simply needed the other party's consent. Yet Zhao Wanner kept rambling on, which was truly hard for Tai Bao to bear. At this moment, everyone understood the gravity of the situation. With such peril looming, if those zombies charged directly, it would be an immense trouble for all. The zombies possessed formidable combat power, otherwise Zhao Ziyi would never have been able to simply leave at this juncture. Though each person had harbored a faint calm, when first encountering such a scene faced with so many zombies, even the stoutest heart would find it unbearable. Precisely because everyone knew how critical this was, they had now chosen to act accordingly. In truth, I would never refuse anything. Even if you give an order, I will not deliberately oppose you. But the front line is far too dangerous and also crucial. If even you cannot hold it, I doubt I can withstand it either. Zhao Wanner spoke with clear self-awareness. Yet everyone had always believed that Zhao Wanner was still slightly inferior to Tai Bao. Even though Zhao Wanner could be considered a formidable woman faced with so many troubles, she could not resist in such a short time. Zhao Ziyi had encountered many vexing matters, and others naturally had their own thoughts. However, Zhao Ziyi and Zhao Wanner did not know each other at all, so there was no need for Zhao Ziyi to lend a hand. This girl is quite capable, but at this moment she still cannot hold out. However, even if they cannot resist the zombie attack, I can still break through in such a short time. Zhao Ziyi said this calmly. He had always regarded these matters as significant. Unfortunately, at this point others generally had no objections, though otherwise no one else could have directly stepped in to help. Confronted with so many zombies, Zhao Ziyi's heart inevitably harbored some concerns. Yet now he would certainly find it troublesome. If others could directly lend a hand, Zhao Ziyi would naturally come to their aid. If Zhao Ziyi could truly help Zhao Wanner resolve this situation, everyone would undoubtedly be very satisfied at this moment. However, as to the true extent of Zhao Ziyi's strength, most people were not easily aware. Moreover, at this moment, everyone still harbored some thoughts, though they could not be easily clarified. From the very beginning, Zhao Ziyi could have easily demonstrated his power. Yet now he simply could not explain such matters directly to others. Faced with so many zombies, the people stationed on the front line must resolve this threat as soon as possible. If the zombies truly broke through the defenses or managed to break out, it would be a disastrous blow to the Yanwan gang. At least at this moment, no one could directly rush out and settle the matter. If Zhao Ziyi were to step in, he could surely eliminate these threats. With so many zombies before us, we must quickly decide on a plan. Otherwise, harboring such thoughts without taking action is truly a terrible thing. Tai Bao said this flatly. It was clear that Zhao Wanner was also very anxious. Hearing Tai Bao's words, she had no choice but to compromise slightly. After nodding, Zhao Wanner said calmly, "Since that's the case, I won't refuse you. Take 500 brothers and guard the forward-based defense line. There will be other brothers there as well. But if you need any help, just tell me directly. If the danger still lurks here, then all of us must unite and resist the zombie attack together." Zhao Wanner said this to the brothers around her. The situation was tricky, but they had to work together to withstand the assault and protect the base. However, Zhao Ziyi, not far away, was quite clear about what these people were truly capable of. Even if they could break through in such a short time, everyone would still know exactly how to handle these matters. Yet how each person should handle this matter remained utterly unclear to everyone present. I have no idea what they truly think. But if I speak out now, they will simply regard me as an outsider, which would be quite disadvantageous. Under these circumstances, I might as well leave directly. However, my strength has not yet fully recovered, so departing at this moment would not be a wise choice either. Zhao Ziyi pondered these thoughts seriously in his mind. If he remained ignorant of such matters, things would inevitably become troublesome. In the distance, the zombies stirred restlessly, yet no one could predict what actions they would take next. Even if everyone remained oblivious to these affairs, someone had to step forward, otherwise no one would ever accomplish anything. At the rear mountain defense line, Chief Zhao Yan had been fiercely leading his men to resist the zombies. By now, no one could be certain how the situation would unfold. Since you are willing to support my work so steadfastly, I shall immediately form the first squad with some brothers and lead them to the front line to repel the zombies. Tai Bao said this calmly, never having given such matters serious consideration before. In everyone's heart, the deputy chief was indeed a decisive and swift character, yet in these perilous times such thoughts might not prevail. Even if such notions could be resolved in an instant, taking actual action would still prove difficult. Thus at this moment, everyone's true intentions had to be voiced openly. Tai Bao was never one to abandon anyone, but as the deputy chief, he had to exert extra effort. Otherwise, the entire gang could be annihilated. Irresponsible to his brothers and unbearable to his own conscience. Since the chief has entrusted me with all the brothers of the gang, I must take responsibility for everyone so as to honor that trust. Tai Bao spoke these words without exaggeration. Before him stood the chief's own sister, so his straightforward declaration was entirely appropriate and beyond reproach. Throughout, others had harbored their own private thoughts, but now facing the zombie onslaught, such musings had to be set aside, otherwise the situation would truly become chaotic. To assemble the first squad within such a short time would be a daunting task for everyone. If they intended to dispatch the first squad immediately, that in itself was manageable. Yet truly withstanding the zombie assault in so brief a span would be extraordinarily difficult for anyone. Reflecting on this, each person held their own reservations. But resolving such dilemmas swiftly, perhaps others would find themselves in even greater trouble. Confronted with such relentless attacks, everyone naturally felt uneasy. Yet even this unease could not be addressed in an instant. After facing these trials, each person would arrive at their own conclusions. However, the zombies were far too numerous. Harboring thoughts was meaningless. The true priority was the zombies themselves. All other matters could be shelved for later. In truth, we simply cannot afford to consider all these factors. So we must take the first squad out to test the waters. If the zombies launch an assault on the front line, we can respond in due time. But if no one can devise a strategy, quickly we may well be caught between two fronts. Tai Bao made this suggestion directly to the group. He said this primarily because such matters were of great importance, otherwise he would not have considered leading everyone away so hastily. Yet who would willingly volunteer to hold the front line against zombies remained a question worth debating. Almost no one was eager to rush forward and die, without reason, so at this moment no one dared voice their inner thoughts. If they encountered other zombies, everyone would naturally feel reluctant. Even if truly faced with such a horde, each person's mind would be in turmoil and reluctance would prevail. Unfortunately, once zombies appeared, such feelings were inevitable. No one could simply brush them aside. If others could retreat in time, everyone would willingly follow that course. Zhao Ziyi remained perfectly composed throughout, making no move to help anyone. If he wished to voice his own ideas now, it would inevitably feel somewhat awkward. The first squad's combat strength was indeed formidable, otherwise they would not have been chosen to confront the zombies. Tai Bao, though averse to wasting words, believed that leaving immediately was the best course of action. Having said this, Xiao Wan'er had no desire to add anything more, so she could only watch helplessly as Tai Bao departed. Even if the other party had some destination in mind, she could never discern it. At this moment, everyone was thoroughly agitated. Moreover, it was impossible for everyone to leave this place entirely within such a short span of time. The outside world had grown exceedingly troublesome, yet deep down, everyone harbored such thoughts to some extent. Even if others wished to truly depart from here in such a brief period, no one in this seemingly favorable world would consider these matters particularly difficult. The sheer number of zombies was overwhelming, otherwise they could have left directly in such a short time. For the first wave of troops, the zombies were not an insurmountable challenge, as everyone possessed formidable combat prowess and would not be daunted by such minor setbacks before them. In everyone's field of vision, things might not appear so clear, for these people were still stationed within the headquarters base, relatively secure and comfortable. But for Zhao Ziyi, everything was entirely different. Although he was lying down to rest, Zhao Ziyi could still observe all directions and listen to all sounds thanks to the super survival system. It was precisely because he possessed such a system that by this time Zhao Ziyi had no need to worry about anything. Zhao Ziyi could still clearly see the zombies stirring restlessly, seemingly ready to launch an attack on the front line at any moment. However, the zombies were waiting for an opportunity. Many zombies had gathered unanimously at the front line, but the defense line was still guarded by several hundred brothers. All along, Xiao Yan had not only sent brothers out to kill zombies when appropriate, but he had also treated the base as his own stronghold. Therefore, essential defensive measures naturally had to be well prepared, otherwise it would be impossible to deal with the others. No one wants to encounter such a situation, but since I have come across it, and these people have at least saved my life, once I naturally have to lend them a hand at this moment. Otherwise it would be too dishonorable. Zhao Ziyi murmured to himself. Over so many matters, everyone had always had a certain standard, but by this time others might unanimously consider these things to be significant. The main point was that by now everyone in their hearts was unaware of Zhao Ziyi's immense capabilities. As for the story of Zhao Ziyi single-handedly resolving a massive zombie horde, virtually no one here knew about it. The only person who understood and had personally witnessed the scene was now stationed at the rear mountain defense line, helping gang leader Xiao Yan resist the zombie assault. At such a critical moment, everyone's hearts might still cling to a glimmer of hope. In fact, their quality was quite high. At least they were not a rabble of scattered soldiers. Therefore, by this point, if the leader needed to dispatch them to fight, these people would naturally not hesitate. At that moment, Tai Bao directly said, "The first wave of troops has 500 brothers. Let them come with me to the front defense line. There are about 300 to 400 brothers left here, all for you. If the front or rear is in danger, you must fill the gaps at any time, understood?" As he said this, Tai Bao was looking at Xiao Wan'er. All along, Tai Bao had regarded Xiao Wan'er as his own little sister. Unfortunately, by this time such matters might still become somewhat awkward. Otherwise, in the future, everyone would have such thoughts to some extent. If others truly wanted to lend a hand, such matters could actually be resolved with ease. But now Tai Bao could no longer treat Xiao Wan'er as a little sister. After all, she was the eldest daughter of the Xiao family and the third leader of this gang. Therefore, the distinction in seniority and status had to be made clear. Tai Bao did not directly issue orders to Xiao Wan'er this time, but this was no game. Everything could not be taken lightly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wan'er immediately nodded, and then said, "Now the headquarters base is in danger, attacked from both front and rear. We should quickly notify the brothers scattered outside to return and help. I believe with their assistance dealing with the zombies won't be too difficult." Shaking his head before Xiao Wan'er finished speaking, Tai Bao immediately responded, "They have their own respective tasks. The original intention of the gang leader in dispersing them was to let them branch out and expand. If the headquarters truly encounters great difficulty, even if it cannot hold on, we absolutely must not ask the brothers outside to come back. Hearing Tai Bao's explanation, Zhao Wanner immediately frowned, completely unable to understand why he would say such a thing. For anyone, saying such words was truly excessive. Zhao Wanner was somewhat displeased. By this time she did not want to lose her temper, but in her view sometimes brothers in the gang would come back to seek help. Whenever they encountered difficulties, their first thought was always to turn to the headquarters. But now the headquarters was indeed facing a great difficulty. If they did not seek help from the outside, brothers relying solely on the 2,000 to 3,000 brothers at the headquarters base might not be enough to withstand the assault. Zhao Wanner was about to say something, but Tai Bao immediately interrupted. You don't need to meddle in these matters. This is gang leader Zhao's order, and we must obey unconditionally. Enough. Let's talk about other things later. For now, we must hurry to the front defense line to resist the zombies. Remember what I told you. At ordinary times, Tai Bao might appear to be nothing more than a rough and boorish man, but at such a dangerous moment, he truly made others feel that he was very reliable, at least not the kind of person who would inspire other thoughts at first glance. All along, Tai Bao had not spoken much else, and even at this point others would still harbor such thoughts to some extent. At such a critical juncture, everyone basically had no other ideas. Others had always considered such thoughts to be very important. If no one else could offer assistance, they would have to rely on the brothers within their own gang. By now it was unlikely that anyone outside could lend a hand. Because of this shift in circumstances, some people harbored varying degrees of dissatisfaction. People had always considered such matters troublesome, but at a time this dangerous, outsiders would hardly be able to resolve things directly. After thinking it over, Zhao Wanner made no effort to delay Iron Leopard's mission any further, and she spoke no more words to him. Iron Leopard nodded, perceiving that the other party approved of his actions. Without another word, he immediately led a large group of brothers toward the front lines. The forward defense line had not yet come under zombie attack, but everyone knew this was hardly an insurmountable problem. After Iron Leopard departed with his men, Zhao Wanner quickly addressed the others. Let us not entertain any ill thoughts by staying here. It would be better to leave as soon as possible, but we must all stand united. If the zombies advance upon us now, every one of us must be prepared to resist. Zhao Wanner rallied everyone's spirits, promising that if anyone truly needed assistance, she would step forward without hesitation to help. The others did not overthink it. If they were truly needed, they would have acted immediately without delay. Battle was poised to erupt at any moment, and without decisive arrangements the situation would be dire for anyone involved. Everyone understood this clearly, which is why they spoke these words so directly. Zhao Wanner had always believed they were not people who feared death, but the outside world was far too dangerous. A single misstep could injure everyone present, or even result in total annihilation. It was precisely because of this consideration that everyone took the matter so seriously. Zhao Ziyi watched every scene unfold with perfect clarity, yet he made no move. In his view, there was no need for him to intervene just yet. If they truly could not hold their ground, they would not be worrying so much anyway. No one else was thinking of anything beyond the present moment, but the true depth of what was at stake was known only to Zhao Ziyi, though others could sense it in their hearts. The zombies outside remained restless and unpredictable. If they charged out to force a decisive battle, everyone present would be finished. It was precisely because Zhao Ziyi understood this that he refused to act recklessly. Because Zhao Ziyi knew the true state of affairs so clearly, even in this critical moment, he said nothing and remained quietly resting in the living room throughout. Restoring his vitality was what mattered most to him, everything else was of no concern. The zombie assault was ferocious, and the rear mountain defense line was thrown into considerable disarray. Fortunately, gang leader Xiao Yan was personally holding the line. Anyone else in his position would have faced far greater difficulty. Xiao Yan understood the gravity of the situation well, and everyone present shared that understanding. In the face of such urgency, no one spoke carelessly. Stay calm. The number of zombies is gradually decreasing, and we have plenty of ammunition. Just keep firing at them. There is nothing else to worry about. Xiao Yan bellowed these words to everyone. At this moment, there was no other course of action. From the very beginning of the zombie attack, Xiao Yan had known how dire the situation would become. Yet he was never one to speak much, and facing the current circumstances he found it difficult to accept internally. They silently endured the zombie assault. Even now, in such a dangerous moment, fear gripped everyone. But the zombies' attacks were overwhelmingly fierce, and even if other zombies were to join the fray, the situation could not be resolved quickly. Watching the zombies gradually dwindle, Xiao Yan knew this would not be so simple. Xiao Yan furrowed his brows and muttered to himself, "Zombies would never make things this easy. I refuse to believe they are simply coming to throw away their lives." As these thoughts settled in, Xiao Yan gradually sensed that something was far from ordinary. He must not be deceived by the surface appearance of the situation. With these thoughts weighing on his mind, Xiao Yan immediately prepared to launch a counterattack, issuing rapid commands to his men. Fortunately, the gang leader's authority still commanded respect. No one dared to question him. Everyone understood this principle well, which is why they firmly held their ground against the zombies' relentless assault. Relying on their defensive fortifications, even if the zombies grew restless, it made little difference. Most believed this was relatively manageable, yet they also knew it would not be resolved so easily. Faced with these changes, even if Zhao Ziyi wished to leave directly, others would feel tense. By now everyone's hearts were filled with chaotic thoughts. No one stood beside Xiao Yan, but he needed no one's help. The zombies are growing restless. One careless move, and we will find ourselves in a very disadvantageous position. Given this, it would be best for me to leave here as soon as possible. Xiao Yan spoke calmly. Hardly had his words finished when Fourth Master Peng Li came sprinting over from nearby to report. Gang leader, the zombies have retreated. What? How is this possible? Xiao Yan's eyes widened. His mind raced with countless speculations, yet by now he knew no one would dare speak carelessly. To everyone, the zombies' target was clearly the rear mountain defense line. Yet when they arrived at the scene, no one had anticipated that the zombies would launch a direct assault on the forward defenses. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan immediately gave orders. We've fallen into a diversionary tactic. I must return to the front line at the headquarters without delay. Pausing briefly, Xiao Yan continued to Peng Li. You all remain here. Do not leave your posts without my permission. Anyone who deserts during this time will face severe punishment. If Xiao Yan's guess was correct, the zombies would not be defeated so easily. Yet by this moment, everyone harbored some degree of doubt, finding the situation increasingly troublesome. Feeling a certain discomfort, but knowing that others faced the same predicament today, there was an undeniable awkwardness to the situation. Xiao Yan, determined to protect everyone's interests, could not simply abandon them now. Though the danger was great, it affected all equally. If he were to flee so soon, it would be profoundly unfair. His status as the gang leader could not grant him privilege to escape first. After contemplating these matters, Xiao Yan naturally maintained his composure and judgment in this situation. No one could remain balanced under such circumstances. Even if others failed to fully grasp the gravity of the situation, that was of no consequence. Xiao Yan himself was reluctant to admit the truth. In such a perilous moment, only he as the gang leader could resolve these problems. No ordinary person could accept such a reality. At this point, there was no need for further idle words. The situation had grown extremely tense. If Xiao Yan continued without assistance, or took no action, the consequences would become exceedingly difficult for everyone. Because everyone had come to recognize this truth, even now with the problem still unsolved, this trial would prove difficult for anyone. Resolving the matter clearly was not difficult, and there was no need to let the situation deteriorate so badly. Yet at this very moment, zombies were everywhere, and even attempting to flee would prove troublesome. If these zombies truly possessed such formidable combat power, Xiao Yan would find it hard to believe. Primarily because he never thought the zombies would be so easily defeated. It seems these zombies have developed their own consciousness. Otherwise they would never have devised a diversionary tactic in such a short time. Xiao Yan pondered deeply within his heart, uncertain what changes he should make. Perhaps sometimes transformation could indeed make a person stronger. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. Regarding the numerous situations that had arisen, he had never dared to be so certain. Even now, Xiao Yan did not intend to make things difficult for anyone. Deep in his heart, he always wished to protect every person. Otherwise, such different circumstances might not have emerged. Because the current situation was hard to believe, and as the head of this gang, Xiao Yan naturally would not speak recklessly regardless of what others said. Trouble often stems from careless words. By this time, he had already established this boundary within himself. Xiao Yan said nothing more. His primary task was to leave this place as soon as possible and reach the front line. Even a moment's delay could cause him to lose far more. Throughout his life, this gang leader had always regarded the gang as the most important thing. Otherwise, he would never have spoken such words at this moment. After much thought, Xiao Yan spoke calmly. Actually, this matter is quite easy to resolve. You need not overthink it. If at this critical moment you refuse to heed my words, or simply will not listen, then I suppose I have been too lenient with you all along. Peng Li dared not obstruct the gang leader. Thus he could only watch helplessly as Xiao Yan departed. To ease Peng Li's mind, Xiao Yan added gently, you need not worry about anything else. I will remain near the base and my speed of travel is quite fast. I drive my own vehicle, and if danger arises I will sound the alarm immediately. I will certainly appear at the first opportunity. Hearing these words from the gang leader, Peng Li felt somewhat reassured. Peng Li nodded and said, Boss, rest assured about the rear mountain defense line here. As long as I am alive, no one will destroy it. Xiao Yan had originally driven an off-road vehicle to this location, so if he wished to depart, he would naturally do so by car. Everyone understood the current situation clearly. Arriving swiftly at the headquarters base in his off-road vehicle, Xiao Wanner saw her elder brother return. She hurriedly said, Brother Iron Leopard has already gone to the front line to prepare for resisting the zombies. Is there anything else you need to direct? Gazing ahead, contemplating how to break the deadlock before them, Xiao Yan had been pondering this entire journey. Thus he spoke directly, The number of zombies is truly overwhelming. However, though we are surrounded, we must not allow those creatures to keep us so passive. Nodding, Zhao Wanner naturally understood what her elder brother wished to say. Otherwise, by now they would find themselves attacked from both front and rear. At the moment, the defense line at the rear mountain is relatively idle because the zombies have already retreated, and basically, there are only a few zombies staying there. Even though the situation has become what it is today, none of us can retreat. If those zombies intend to do something, we must prepare countermeasures in advance, otherwise they will catch us off guard. Zhao Yan said this directly to his younger sister. Staring at her elder brother as he explained this, she might still have some thoughts in her heart, but at this point she must give it her all no matter what. Otherwise, this disaster could affect many people, a situation that none of them would want to see. Zhao Wanner nodded slightly and said calmly, "What you said is indeed correct, but what exactly should I do? I still hope you can tell me directly." Zhao Wanner was quite capable in handling matters, but at this moment, she really had no good countermeasure because now the two sides were engaged in battle, and even a slight mistake could cost the lives of their brothers. Hearing his younger sister directly ask for these strategies, Zhao Yan naturally would have told her everything without hesitation at first. But at such a dangerous time, he wanted to train his sister's ability to handle things independently, yet this was definitely not the best moment for that. Zhao Yan had no time to keep her in suspense, so he said straightforwardly, "Of course I can tell you directly, but sometimes I still hope you can think independently. For now you just need to lead the remaining brothers to move the important items here. We must prepare for the worst." Hearing Zhao Yan say these words, Zhao Wanner was startled. All along she had taken these matters quite seriously, having never treated them casually since childhood. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made such efforts at this point. After thinking for a long time, Zhao Wanner quickly asked, "There are many important things, but why can't we just defeat these zombies and instead choose to retreat and flee?" Frowning, Zhao Wanner was somewhat dissatisfied. She had always believed that as long as her elder brother was here, the Yanhuang gang was almost invincible. But now hearing Zhao Yan say such words, she immediately felt that her brother had changed. However, Zhao Yan calmly explained, "Right now I can only tell you that I have a 30% chance of repelling the zombies, but who will have the last laugh remains unknown." Zhao Yan's explanation to Zhao Wanner made her take this change even more seriously. It seemed that some people's actions could not be judged by a single standard. All along it had been Zhao Yan who upheld the vast Yanhuang gang, and at this point others probably had no other abilities. Seeing his sister looking somewhat dejected, Zhao Yan felt uneasy from beginning to end, but such matters were truly unpredictable, otherwise he could have simply left this place directly. It was precisely because Zhao Yan had always believed these matters to be very important that he now held such thoughts in his heart. We must prepare for the worst. It's safer to do so. Don't wait until a real disaster strikes without being prepared. By then it will be too late to regret. Zhao Yan always liked to plan ahead for everything, so over such a long time, even if there were setbacks, his losses were very small. Zhao Wanner would naturally unconditionally obey her elder brother's words, so at this point, she would not speak nonsense. When others wanted to resolve such a situation, she would also lend a hand, let alone when it was her own brother, she would naturally listen. Tai Bao led his brothers to the defense line in front of the base and immediately felt that the front defense line was somewhat dangerous. So everyone seeing this situation might have such thoughts. Tai Bao frowned. To be honest, he was somewhat dissatisfied with the current situation. There were too many zombies now. Even if the zombies outside couldn't charge directly, it didn't matter to Tai Bao. Regarding Tai Bao's actions, others were not clear about what he intended to do. At this moment, Tai Bao mainly wanted everyone to truly understand that they had come to the front defense line. Facing Tai Bao's command, if others were unwilling to obey, then even at this point, no matter what Tai Bao said, it would probably be useless to anyone. There are still some dangers on the defense line now, but everyone should not fight individually to prevent the zombies from taking advantage. That way our strength can be united, and the zombies won't break through our defense. Tai Bao said this calmly. When Tai Bao actually encountered these things, he naturally found it hard to calm down. The number of zombies before him was truly overwhelming. Otherwise, encountering so many zombies would make Tai Bao somewhat nervous. At this moment, everyone's hearts were more or less tense. If Tai Bao hadn't been in this situation, others probably wouldn't have been able to directly deal with so many zombies. So if others really didn't notice these things at this time, seeing that everyone had not encountered real danger otherwise at this point, they might have truly learned something. All along they had lived under Zhao Yan's care, so for these defenders, they had never witnessed a truly serious large-scale scene. Therefore, at this moment, everyone more or less harbored these thoughts, but they had nothing more to say to Zhao Yan. Just as Tai Bao was about to deploy his personnel, a massive wave of zombies suddenly launched an attack. The ferocious assault caught everyone completely off guard. Many people's eyes widened in shock at the dire situation, which posed a tremendous test for everyone, and the circumstances had become quite troublesome. This is terrible. The zombies are charging straight at us. Second in command, what should we do? One of the gang members froze in terror upon seeing the horde of zombies rushing toward them, completely at a loss for what to do. Deep down, Tai Bao felt a flicker of anxiety, though he knew that even the sharpest tension would serve no purpose in this moment. Every person must answer for their own actions, and as the supreme commander here, Tai Bao naturally bore the responsibility of protecting everyone from the zombies. If even Tai Bao were to feel fear, it would be entirely unacceptable. Since such thoughts lingered in everyone's hearts to varying degrees, no one could say much at this critical moment. When faced with such imminent danger, Tai Bao hadn't initially given it much thought, but witnessing the overwhelming horde of zombies charging forward, a genuine sense of tension began to take root in his chest. His throat moved slightly as he struggled to formulate a response, yet at this pivotal moment, everyone recognized the gravity of the situation. Without decisive action, overcoming such an imminent threat would be impossible. At the outset, others had harbored similar thoughts, but when danger struck, Tai Bao found his mind completely blank, utterly uncertain of what to do next. Although my abilities are considerable faced with this sudden emergency, I truly don't know what course of action would be most prudent. Tai Bao's mind raced frantically as he desperately searched for a strategy, hoping to devise something effective in such a short window, yet he knew this approach was fundamentally flawed. Everyone held different perspectives on how to handle the crisis. No one could truly fathom what Tai Bao was contemplating, but he forced a calm demeanor and issued orders to his men: stay composed and continue the assault on the zombies, while taking cover behind the defensive positions. As long as we keep the zombies at bay, we should be safe. Tai Bao had considerable experience with these creatures and believed that maintaining distance would keep everyone safe, but his assessment proved dangerously optimistic given the actual circumstances. Confronted with the overwhelming horde, Tai Bao's eyes widened in shock. He had never encountered anything like this before, and the sheer scale of the threat was completely unprecedented. The staggering number of zombies left Tai Bao momentarily paralyzed, struggling to find a solution when his usual instincts failed him. No one present could have anticipated such a dire situation or known how to respond. Tai Bao had always been regarded as capable and resourceful, easily handling most challenges that came his way, but now his leadership faltered in the face of this overwhelming threat, leaving everyone uncertain of what to do. At this critical moment, no one knew what actions to take, and the failure stemmed from inadequate preparation. Had they planned ahead, they might have known how to effectively combat such a massive zombie horde. These zombies proved far more formidable than anticipated, their overwhelming strength suggesting the presence of a far more powerful force behind them, something Tai Bao and the others could barely comprehend in their current desperate situation. Tai Bao's mind raced with strategic considerations, knowing that if he fought as an ordinary soldier, he could eliminate many zombies alone. But as commander, his responsibility was to oversee the entire operation. For failure to do so would mean the complete annihilation of their forces. Though his followers placed their trust in him as second-in-command, Tai Bao was no flawless leader. The gravity of their situation weighed heavily on him, and everyone present understood the enormity of the challenge they faced. Given everything we've encountered, it's clear this situation demands careful consideration. Otherwise, we'd have handled a straightforward fight by now. The reality is far more complex, and others may not understand what actions I should take. Tai Bao said this in a measured, detached tone. Deep down, Tai Bao had always carried a quiet loneliness. The burden of being seen as capable meant others expected him to have all the answers, and no one could change that perception now. For Tai Bao, such matters had always been nearly impossible to resolve directly. These were tasks Tai Bao had to undertake. It was the responsibility of the second master. Otherwise, by now, no one else would have dared to voice such thoughts. As the second master, Tai Bao pondered these questions, a horde of zombies burst forth. The sheer number of them was overwhelming, and some bore grotesquely distorted features. This sudden and bizarre development caused Tai Bao's brow to furrow. He had always believed such threats should be eliminated swiftly. Second Master, we're struggling to hold them back. The zombies are breaching our defenses. Some gang members cried out to Tai Bao in desperation, stirring fear within him, though he masked it with composure and shouted to rally them. No one needs to fear. We have the main camp at our backs, and even the slightest misstep could prove disastrous. Hearing these words, many in the crowd felt a flicker of resolve. At the very least, they could not afford to lose their defensive line so quickly. Should the defensive line fall, countless brothers behind them would suffer devastating consequences. His stirring words ignited determination within them. They were resolved to defend this front line with their lives. For to lose, it would be an unforgivable failure. The zombie horde was overwhelming, their relentless assaults proving devastatingly powerful. Tai Bao remained at the defensive line throughout, watching the zombies press their attacks, but this situation could not continue indefinitely. Everyone understood the gravity of their situation, yet they had to hold on. Without someone to break the deadlock, things would only grow worse, an outcome no one wanted. Now they needed to change this stalemate as soon as possible. I refuse to believe that even with all of us blocking this position, those zombies could break through. If they actually manage it, then I'll truly be convinced. Tai Bao couldn't help but say. Throughout everyone's minds ran countless thoughts, yet they all believed the second master, Tai Bao, possessed the strength to hold this ground. Otherwise, he certainly wouldn't have attempted to leave so quickly. Each person pondered these matters in their own way, which is why now he was giving orders directly to everyone. Tai Bao had always been measured in his actions, but now the situation was truly dire. Otherwise, the zombies would have already breached their defenses. He had been leading everyone in repelling the undead onslaught, and though his personal strength might not be exceptional, it hardly mattered. In his heart, these matters weren't of paramount importance. Facing so many complications now, Tai Bao knew resolving everything would prove quite troublesome. Furrowing his brow, Tai Bao continued weighing these issues. Everyone could recognize how to handle such situations, yet things remained complicated. Beyond this concern, the zombies shouldn't have been able to breach the defenses so quickly. The base defenses were solid enough to provide relative safety, which was why others hadn't been overly concerned despite the scale of events. Unfortunately, the zombies' assault had been ferocious from the start, something Tai Bao couldn't have anticipated initially. Seeing so many zombies charging directly toward them naturally sparked some tension among everyone. The complexity of each person's situation meant no one had yet conceived of solutions by this point. At the outset, nobody had offered assistance. Now they faced overwhelming odds. Even if others refused to help, it wouldn't matter. Tai Bao knew that without outside assistance, the people here could still barely hold off the zombies before them. Though the zombies possessed formidable attacking power under Tai Bao's leadership, everyone's combat efficiency and output remained strong, enabling them to repel wave after wave of zombie assaults. By now, while the zombies had reached this location in such a short time, other forces could descend and annihilate them at any moment. Everyone recognized the need for contingency plans, for without them, handling such threats would prove nearly impossible. Facing such a massive zombie horde, Tai Bao had initially been deeply anxious. Yet now Tai Bao felt no trepidation, bolstered by a formidable backing. He scarcely needed to consider anything else. Others harbored numerous concerns, and Tai Bao himself had caught a faint premonition, wondering whether he'd be injured, fearing he might come under attack. Just now, Zhao Yin, the great gang leader, had already arrived at everyone's side. This situation showed that Zhao Yin was able to help everyone resist the onslaught of the zombies. Otherwise, by now the others would have no idea what actions they could take. Actually, others had some certainty in their hearts, but unfortunately, by this moment, everyone had not thought clearly from the start. Because they regarded this matter as troublesome, now even if they were unwilling to lend a hand to others, it wouldn't matter. Zhao Yin primarily considered the brothers within the gang. Everyone was fighting bloody battles on the front lines. As the gang leader, he naturally had to stand at the forefront and fight to the death alongside his brothers. It was because Zhao Yin harbored so many thoughts in his heart that by now he would not speak much. He had always held many views, and therefore at this point others believed that handling these matters would become somewhat difficult. Gang leader, these zombies have become so powerful mainly because they haven't encountered our team before, otherwise we would be able to wipe them all out now. Tai Bao smiled slightly and said this directly to Zhao Yin. If others heard it, they would probably think that this second-in-command was flattering. Unfortunately, the others were all fighting the zombies with great effort, having no spare time to consider those things, nor even time to listen to what others were saying. Precisely because everyone regarded this matter as quite important, by now others would probably be able to directly strike out and kill the zombies. In everyone's view, the combat power of these zombies was relatively high. But even if their combat power were excellent, it would make no difference. Throughout, everyone thought this matter would become more complicated. He frowned. At the appearance of so many zombies, Zhao Yin had actually been quite surprised from the start. He had just returned from outside when he encountered this unexpected situation. No matter what, everyone would point fingers at him. But if Zhao Yin were just an ordinary gang member, they would naturally confront him directly. Unfortunately, Zhao Yin was a gang leader, so even if others dared to be angry, they dared not speak out. Tai Bao, however, did not think too much. In his view, there was still room for negotiation. At least by now others could escape directly. But now the number of zombies was simply too great, and they were almost in a disadvantageous state of being outnumbered. This situation had never changed, and even now no one could alter the current predicament. Facing so many zombies, Zhao Yin still remained extremely calm. He had no other choice. As a gang leader, he naturally needed some composure, otherwise he wouldn't be able to control the brothers under him. To eliminate all these zombies at this moment would probably be quite troublesome. At least for others, even to handle them slightly would require a long consideration. At first, Zhao Yin had been completely unwilling to help in such matters, but this situation left him with no other option. If Zhao Yin had not helped the brothers in front resist the zombies' attacks, everything here would probably have fallen by now. At this moment, Zhao Yan's mind was nearly a mess, with no way to sort out even a thread of clarity. It was precisely because everyone was well aware that this matter was quite important that they had not said much by now. In Zhao Yan's view, to deal with so many zombies before them, the first step was to investigate how many zombies there actually were. If they could determine the true number, it would definitely be easier to kill them. This approach might not achieve a very remarkable effect, but for Zhao Yin it allowed him to see how many zombies there were. In that case, even if the zombies tried to leave directly, Zhao Yin would probably be able to catch them. Xiao Yan had always regarded these zombies as quite formidable. It was precisely because he had never let his guard down from beginning to end that he would never think this matter could be easily resolved. In everyone's view, if they wanted to handle it somewhat, at least someone would need to step up and help, otherwise things would truly become very troublesome. In today's society, Xiao Yan rather disliked dealing with very troublesome matters. Generally, he would leave troublesome things to others, but he was not abusing his authority. It was just that as gang leader, if he were to handle everything personally, it would be commendable, but it would be a huge challenge for him personally. Whether his body could endure it or not, by now he probably had no way to withstand the zombies' assault. Mental exhaustion was the key issue. The zombies all let out strange hee-hee cries. Upon hearing this sound, Xiao Yan immediately frowned. He had always detested such sounds. At least if this matter needed to be resolved, it would probably be somewhat troublesome. Xiao Yan said calmly to Tai Bao, "You don't need to think too much about these things. As long as I'm here, you basically won't have to worry." Hearing the gang leader say such words, everyone's hearts felt like they had taken a calming pill, and they would no longer be so tense. But at this point, there was basically no one else who could take over this position. Xiao Yan was quite confident about the position of gang leader. Generally, no one else had the qualifications to replace him in this role. Moreover, Xiao Yan's followers were almost entirely his own bloodline, and anyone with a bit of power in these parts was essentially one of his trusted confidants, all firmly under his control. Thus, Xiao Yan would never suspect that the problem lay among his own people. Since that possibility was ruled out, the conclusion could only be one thing, and in truth, everyone harbored some thoughts about such matters. At this point, Xiao Yan no longer stood on ceremony and said flatly, "Now I can only ask you to investigate for me. Just how many zombies are there in total?" Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Tai Bao was baffled and frowned, asking hastily, "Boss, what do you want to know that for?" Tai Bao had always been slow to grasp Xiao Yan's intentions, so now he merely felt a hint of curiosity, but never resisted any order given by his leader. Seeing that Xiao Yan had no time to explain, Tai Bao did not press further and simply dispatched the task. Those zombies were quite terrifying, each possessing different abilities. So at this moment, there was almost no need for others to attack the defensive line. Xiao Yan still felt nervous, for he did not possess a super survival system like Zhao Ziyi. In fact, Xiao Yan had never even heard of such a system. Had he known of its existence, he would have rushed to help deal with these matters immediately. Handling such matters had always been complicated, mainly because people found it hard to accept such things. In their eyes, resolving these issues would be extremely troublesome, primarily because Xiao Yan facing so many zombies could hardly withstand them. Were it not for his position as the gang leader, he might not have been able to hold on at all. Xiao Yan frowned at the horde of zombies before him. Not only were they hideous and revolting, but their combat prowess was also formidable. Facing their onslaught, he could hardly afford to think about much else. Because he knew deep down how difficult this was, changing the situation would generally be a very troublesome endeavor. Thinking about it, anyone hoping to escape this place in such a short time would find it extremely difficult. But even if it were difficult, it didn't matter. Mainly because facing such a horde of zombies, resolving them from the start was never going to be easy. Xiao Yan's leading from the front attitude made everyone secretly anxious, fearing that any accident might befall the boss. After all, everyone knew that the Yanhuang gang could not do without Xiao Yan. They relied on him heavily. If anything happened to him now, it would easily lead to a state of leaderless chaos. Under the zombies' fierce assault, changing the situation would indeed be troublesome. Mainly because Xiao Yan felt that having so many people here was still exhausting. Since everyone was tired, the zombies were surely tired too. Xiao Yan had to encourage everyone to persevere, otherwise defeat would ultimately fall upon them. He was well aware of this. He had faced countless dangers throughout his life, but through them all he had managed to pull through, so he believed this current challenge was still entirely manageable. Xiao Yan silently thought to himself, "As long as we hold on, we will definitely repel this wave of zombies. I refuse to believe we cannot make it through. I, Xiao Yan, have weathered all kinds of storms. I took over the gang at 13, and over 20 years have passed since. I refuse to believe that our great gang will collapse over such a minor setback. I simply will not accept it." In truth, Xiao Yan still had some trump cards he hadn't used, but at this moment they weren't needed at all. He truly hoped he would never have to use them, for once certain cards are played, they can never be used again. The same applied to his trump cards. That was why he valued them so highly. These trump cards were the gang members scattered in various places. If the headquarters truly fell here, Xiao Yan would either choose to perish together with everyone or escape first and regroup when the time was right. He had a long-term vision for these matters, but at this moment he couldn't afford to be distracted. If he casually lost focus, other losses would occur, something highly undesirable. Facing these current circumstances, everyone had always known how to change things, yet if they truly wanted to make even a slight change, it wouldn't actually be that difficult. The main reason was that Xiao Yan found handling these matters to be relatively troublesome, and as the gang leader, he had too many things requiring his attention. If even such trivial matters required the attention of the great gang leader, it would not only be a waste of his talents, but also a complete waste of his time. After all, Xiao Yin was often busy mainly because everyone felt there were many things that needed to be done. With such thoughts in mind at this point, no one knew exactly how to handle it all. Facing these challenges was quite troublesome, especially for those who chose to take the harder path. In everyone's eyes, if one truly wanted to learn something useful, following Xiao Yin in great endeavors was definitely the right choice. Since Xiao Yin was inherently a person of grand ambitions, he would never entertain any notion of refusal on this matter. By this point, Xiao Yin still felt a certain weariness within his heart, primarily because no one could simply let go of the horde of zombies before them. A massive wave of zombies surged toward Xiao Yin, and it seemed the creatures were growing increasingly intelligent, capable of comprehending even the subtle differences in Xiao Yan's status and position. Xiao Yan's brows furrowed as he gradually sensed a growing sense of powerlessness. At the outset, he had relentlessly wielded his weapons, launching ranged attacks to hold back the zombies. But now at this critical juncture, such counterattacks seemed to yield diminishing returns, suggesting that the situation was far more complicated than mere combat. Xiao Yin had never anticipated the zombies would emerge so swiftly, yet their assault proved devastatingly fierce. Resolving the conflict within such a compressed time frame appeared nearly insurmountable, a reality the group had long recognized. Witnessing the relentless zombie onslaught against Xiao Yin, everyone tensed with alarm, some even charging forward instinctively to shield their gang leader. Yet it seemed too late to intervene. The battle erupted with such sudden ferocity that without Xiao Yan's swift reflexes, escape would have been impossible. Xiao Yin narrowly avoided injury, but his underlying strength remained intact. Despite the overwhelming zombie horde, he maintained his composure and continued to respond methodically, a testament to his remarkable psychological resilience. Confronted by the zombies' assault, Xiao Yin found himself increasingly powerless. The intractable situation before him naturally stirred that same sense of helplessness within him. Each person harbored their own thoughts, yet at this moment, there was no energy left to dwell on anything else. One misstep could mean capture, so self-preservation drove them to focus solely on repelling the zombie horde. A profound sense of powerlessness weighed heavily upon them, for none could predict what the next moment might bring. Everyone understood what needed to be done, yet if they failed to eliminate the zombies entirely, they would become helpless victims trapped in an impossible situation. It was precisely because this truth was so deeply understood that they refused to simply surrender to despair. The complexity of their circumstances had always made resolution difficult, and now, in this critical moment, their minds raced with countless calculations and possibilities. Xiao Yan's determination at this moment transcended personal survival. He sought to preserve the lives of others as well. This sense of responsibility resonated deeply with the group, for if they couldn't embrace such sacrifice, now convincing others to continue fighting the zombies would become an insurmountable burden. Zombies are inherently ferocious creatures, and none of you can afford the slightest carelessness. Even a moment of complacency could lead to devastating consequences. Xiao Yan stated this directly. Xiao Yan's warning was meant to keep everyone vigilant, yet the group now understood this was far beyond mere carelessness. They were nearly depleted of strength, and without reinforcements, defeat seemed inevitable. The zombies they faced were remarkably formidable. Without such power, they couldn't have been contained this long. Xiao Yan recognized he possessed the strength to handle this horde, and it was this conviction that drove him to speak his plan aloud. No one dared contradict Xiao Yan now. As their gang leader, he commanded respect, at least in this moment when his seriousness was undeniable. Had he not been so resolute, others might have hesitated to advance. What seemed manageable to them had become a daunting challenge given the sheer number of zombies before them. Faced with such an overwhelming horde, Xiao Yan had never wasted words. Everyone understood the impossibility of clearing them all at once. While a temporary reprieve might be achievable, truly defeating this many zombies remained an enormous challenge. Even now, a lingering tension persisted among them. Xiao Yan immediately declared, "Zombies grow tired too, so we must persevere. We'll split into 2 teams and rotate combat duties against this horde. Our weapons and ammunition are plentiful. I refuse to believe we can't wear these creatures down through attrition." Hearing their leader's words, everyone shared similar thoughts, yet executing this strategy within such a narrow window remained daunting. The sheer terror these zombies inspired meant no one could simply march in confident of overwhelming them. Xiao Yan's speech resonated deeply with the group, for they understood this crisis demanded more than a facile solution. Therefore, at this moment, no one else would choose to attack the zombies, but for Xiao Yan, this situation would never unfold in the same way. Facing so many zombies, Xiao Yan still felt a certain tension deep down. If there were no countermeasures in place, everyone would find themselves unable to act on their own by now. The number of zombies was simply overwhelming. A single glance was enough for Xiao Yan to know they could not handle it, yet no one in the group knew how to deal with this crisis. In situations like this, help from others was never guaranteed. Xiao Yan would have simply disregarded such concerns before. But at this point, if he failed to take action, the others would grow resentful. For Xiao Yan, resolving these matters would prove troublesome, and even those with comparable strength would struggle to manage by now. When facing something like this, none of you should panic. We still have strength here, but handling this situation properly will likely prove quite difficult. Zhao Yan spoke calmly. The sheer number of zombies was staggering, and clearing them all would be an immense challenge for anyone. His sharp gaze cut through the tension. To Zhao Yan, this threat had always been secondary, yet the others recognized its gravity. Otherwise, they wouldn't have moved so decisively. Such an overwhelming force could not be resolved at the outset, but now the weight of the situation had settled firmly in everyone's minds. You've always valued such matters, or you wouldn't be speaking so freely now, Zhao Yan remarked calmly. Though he had become their leader, untangling these complications would remain difficult. For so long, no one had managed to formulate a clear strategy. By now, the zombie assault had grown ferocious. While some found such threats manageable, the sheer scale made it nearly impossible for anyone to dismiss. Each person harbored their own doubts and interpretations of what this crisis truly meant. Faced with such a horde, even as the head of a major faction, Zhao Yan's strength had to be unmatched. Otherwise, others would never have accepted him so readily. You may grasp the surface of this, but I understand its true nature. Even the strongest among you would find this nearly impossible to resolve. Hold your positions here for now. Leave the rest to me. Zhao Yan spoke with quiet resolve, knowing full well that none of them could truly comprehend what lay ahead. If they could simply escape this place, the situation might become manageable. It was precisely because everyone understood the stakes that they grasped the urgency so clearly. No one could face such an overwhelming force alone. But the circumstances demanded resistance. Without it, they would all fall here. Faced with such a massive wave of zombies, even Zhao Yan might find himself powerless. As he surveyed the horde, he knew this would not be resolved easily. The complexity of this situation weighed heavily on him. While dispatching zombies required only a moment, his presence here offered little practical advantage. The sheer volume of complications made it impossible for others to grasp the full scope so quickly. Their desires for resources were understandable, yet Zhao Yan, despite his position of authority, could offer no solutions to their mounting problems. Zhao Yan had always felt helpless when confronted with such intractable problems. Now, as the reality of their situation settled in, he experienced that same powerlessness acutely. It was terrifyingly real. Despite the zombie horde before him, Zhao Yan understood clearly how to proceed. The others lacked his willingness to confront such threats directly, and without that resolve, none could have anticipated the severity of their predicament. The situation was undeniably troublesome. Though the zombies attacked with ferocity, holding them back seemed nearly impossible. Even now, when resistance was most needed, no one could simply eliminate the horde. Do not panic. No matter how fierce these zombies may be, we will not be overwhelmed. Zhao Yan spoke with calm authority, knowing the others could not match his capability. While they remained ignorant of the true nature of this threat, he understood the complexity that lay ahead. Under these circumstances, if anyone else had been in this situation, resolving it in such a short time would have been nearly impossible. The task was so daunting that any ordinary person would have needed considerable time to even begin to sort it out. Perhaps in the minds of others the proper course of action remained unclear, yet none of them truly knew how to contend with the relentless tide of zombies before them. The sheer number of zombies already gave them a formidable advantage, and for the defenders this threat loomed all the more terrifying. Chiefly because no one could say for certain how long this ordeal would last. If everyone's expectations were set too high, then even at this very moment, bringing the situation under control would prove immensely difficult. But now Zhao Yan had personally come to the defense line. Ordinarily, zombies would never have been able to breach these fortifications in such a short span of time. Nevertheless, the sheer multitude of them remained a pressing concern. The central question was how to eliminate them all, an answer that no one present truly possessed. Deep down, everyone had always been uncertain of the proper approach. If Zhao Yan himself could not deal with the zombies, then at this juncture the situation would become rather awkward, especially since everyone was keenly aware of what needed to be done to handle them. The zombies' attacks were undeniably ferocious, but by this point dealing with them had grown far from being a simple matter. At first, none of them knew how to proceed. Perhaps in everyone's minds there was a clear notion of what had to be done against the zombies. Yet after all this time, seeking alternative strategies to turn the tide would ultimately prove troublesome, and certainly not without considerable difficulty. Zhao Yan's brow furrowed at once as he surveyed the scene. Even if Tai Bao were unable to handle such a horde of zombies, ascertaining their exact number in such a short time would be impossible. Such data might have mattered initially, but it had long since become irrelevant to Zhao Yan. So at this moment, he paid it no heed. From the very beginning, Zhao Yan had instructed everyone to keep the zombies at bay. After all, his experience in dealing with them was considerable. If the zombies could be prevented from closing in, then the risk of infection for anyone would remain extremely low. It was precisely because everyone understood this principle that at this critical juncture they chose to launch a direct assault against the undead horde. Yet even if Zhao Yan harbored no fear in his heart toward these zombies, that alone would not suffice. While he could readily mount an offensive at a moment's notice, the sheer magnitude of the zombie horde made the defenders seem woefully outnumbered. Despite the many brothers stationed at the front line, they appeared pitifully inadequate in comparison. No one could truly comprehend how to deal with such overwhelming circumstances, which inevitably led to a growing sense of unease. In their view, bringing this matter to a clean resolution would indeed prove troublesome. Even if the zombies managed to break through, Xiao Yan would lead his brothers in a furious counterattack. Under no circumstances would he allow the undead to advance even half a step toward them. However, Xiao Yan's thinking was far too simplistic. These zombies appeared to possess a semblance of human consciousness. Even if they could not immediately breach the defense line, they would seek alternative approaches rather than rashly launching a full-scale assault. This much was becoming increasingly clear to him. It seemed the zombies had indeed formulated such a strategy, for at this moment the ferocity of their assault intensified dramatically. Their offensive capabilities were formidable, and what they might do next was anyone's guess. No one could possibly devise a countermeasure in such a short span of time. Faced with such a vast swarm of zombies, Xiao Yan's heart was anything but calm. Yet as the leader of a major faction, he knew that even if his subordinates were on the verge of panic, he had to maintain a composed facade. At the very least, he could not allow chaos to take root within their ranks. With his brow furrowed, Xiao Yan remained silent at first. As long as he maintained a clear sense of purpose regarding the situation, others would be unable to resolve matters so easily on their own. What are these zombies truly capable of? Make no mistake, they are formidable indeed. But just how formidable I cannot say with certainty. Yet their ferocious assault is certainly difficult for me to withstand. Xiao Yan said this in a detached tone, yet in truth, faced with the overwhelming horde, his heart was already racing with anxiety. So much so that at this moment, he scarcely knew what words would be fitting to say. Chieftain, what are we to do now? If we end up losing all our brothers, that would be a terrible waste. But these zombies are undeniably fierce. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to turn the battle so decisively in such a short time. A clan member reported to Xiao Yan in this manner. No one was willing to accept the grim reality of so many zombies bearing down upon them. Yet this was indeed a fact, so by now everyone was fully aware of how such matters should be handled. Each person clearly understood the proper resolution, and if some could directly face these zombies, they might be more willing to accept the situation. Unfortunately, settling this matter would still leave a faint sense of unease. Dealing with these zombies required unconventional methods, otherwise by now no one would have a clear idea of what actions to take. Everyone knew what needed to be done, but facing a swarm of zombies at this moment, the creatures themselves seemed to handle the Yanhuang gang members with effortless ease. Even if the brothers of the Yanhuang gang understood how to resolve this, when faced with so many zombies at this point, others might initially feel nervous. However, at this moment, no matter what was said, everyone could eliminate these creatures in the first place. Zombies are nothing to fear, so don't be scared, everyone. Tai Bao saw this thought gradually taking hold, and since everyone had come out for this mission, encountering so many zombies made the situation rather complicated. Many zombies could not possibly face such a horde, but at the start no one would have expected such disappointment. They never failed to disappoint in that regard. Just as Tai Bao finished speaking, a large wave of zombies broke through the defenses, shocking the other brothers, and leaving them dumbfounded by such a bold move. At first no one could have known how these situations came about, but the defenses were indeed too weak. Even if some could eliminate the zombies initially, it would be impossible to wipe out such a massive swarm in such a short time. Long ago, others could understand how far the zombies could appear, yet no one could withstand them in such a brief period. Your attacks are indeed fierce, but no matter how many zombies there are, there's no need to worry. Xiao Yan said this calmly, but even as he spoke, he had no idea what circumstances required or what actions were needed. No one had ever known what measures to take, so at this point Xiao Yan still had to lead everyone in resisting the zombies. Unfortunately, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming, and they managed to breach the defenses in such a short time. These defenses had been built by Xiao Yan together with everyone, but now no one had managed to figure out what was really going on. Precisely because everyone knew how complicated it was to understand this matter, Xiao Yan was unwilling to waste any words at this moment. Perhaps everyone knew that encountering such a situation would bring some trouble, so even after the zombies broke through the defenses, there was still a hint of comfort in their hearts. With these thoughts, no one knew exactly what actions to take. Tai Bao was relatively close to the surrounding defenses, so he had a strong grasp of the situation. It was even he who reluctantly reported the news that the defense line had been breached. In fact, Tai Bao had foreseen this long ago, but Xiao Yan had always stayed by his side, giving him an inexplicable sense of confidence and security. Unfortunately, these feelings were of no use now. For Tai Bao, if he couldn't handle these matters, then dealing with them would become extremely troublesome for the group. Since everyone clearly understood how to manage this, Tai Bao refrained from saying anything unnecessary. At this moment, Xiao Yan's heart suddenly chilled to a significant degree. Even with the help of the super survival system, others could not offer any solutions for Xiao Yan. But Xiao Yin could see the current situation clearly and understand what had led to this tragedy. After deep reflection, he was unwilling to cause more casualties, so he ordered an immediate retreat across the entire line. The situation was now critical. Some brothers could not withstand the encirclement of the zombies, and some unfortunate ones were seized and bitten on the verge of infection. Some fought back desperately, leading to deaths and injuries, while others became terrifying zombies. These brothers were of excellent quality, and if they turned into zombies they would only become even more troublesome. It was precisely because of this understanding, knowing how formidable the zombies truly were, that it was nearly impossible for them to surround the group in such a short time. At least no one else could achieve such a feat. Xiao Yin watched as a huge wave of zombies successively breached the defenses, meaning the base was on the verge of falling. Faced with this, he reluctantly ordered a retreat. All the brothers of the Yin Huang gang quickly fell back toward the headquarters camp, for it seemed everything here was about to be lost. Wanner still has some brothers over there. Can we see if they can continue to hold off those creatures? Tai Bao, unwilling to give up, suggested this to Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin wasn't entirely disheartened, but some things must be experienced. After all they had been through, such thoughts were inevitable. When the zombies broke through the defense line, in that instant Xiao Yin lost much of his fighting spirit. He grew reluctant to kill zombies, and he harbored no resentment toward his people. They were skilled but too few in number. Xiao Yin never shirked responsibility, and as the leader of the gang, he couldn't shift blame onto others. That would be unacceptable. Shaking his head, Xiao Yin sighed. Forget it. Once the zombies breach the line, there's little we can do. Don't send the brothers to their deaths. From his tone it was clear he had become disheartened, though otherwise he wouldn't have spoken such words. After so much, by now everyone was at a loss. Xiao Yin grew increasingly disheartened. It wasn't his intention, but even if he wanted to secure a better future for everyone, it seemed nearly impossible. Their fate rested on their own determination. All the Yinhuang gang members fought the zombies with great vigor. Not one showed signs of passive resistance. This brought Xiao Yin some satisfaction. After all they'd faced, anyone would find a way to cope, though others might not know how to resolve their own problems. Frowning, Xiao Yin had never held much hope of defeating the zombies. In the past, their numbers and strength were far inferior to the Yinhuang gang, so Xiao Yin could rely on their might to eliminate them. But now that seemed impossible. From the start, no one knew how to handle such a situation. The problem was relatively simple to solve, but no one knew under what circumstances it could be resolved. Without such capability, these circumstances might never be overcome. At this critical moment, Zhao Ziyi opened his eyes fully on the living room bed. He couldn't hesitate any longer. The zombies had claimed too many lives, and these gang members meant a great deal to him. If I want to become the overlord of the apocalypse, I need these people to back me up. If they all turn into zombies, I'll end up a leader with no followers. Zhao Ziyi calmly thought to himself. After all that had happened, his mind had become composed and resolute. After resting for most of the day, his health points had recovered by several hundred. Though not much, Zhao Ziyi estimated it was just enough to deal with these zombies. Otherwise, he wouldn't have woken up at this moment. Zhao Ziyi immediately opened the living room door, ready to head toward the front line. Xiao Wanner was still unaware of the situation at the front line. However, she was willing to follow her brother's advice. Earlier, Xiao Yin had arranged for Xiao Wanner to lead the remaining brothers in quickly moving the important supplies, lest their years of hard work be wasted. Leading a few hundred brothers in hurriedly moving materials, Xiao Wanner then saw Zhao Ziyi walk out of the living room. Upon seeing Zhao Ziyi, Xiao Wanner gave no orders, only feeling a slight surprise. Earlier, many doctors had examined him and only advised rest. So now seeing him appear, Xiao Wanner remained as calm as an ancient well. What are you doing here? Why are you moving things? Zhao Ziyi was well aware of their actions. He had been watching from the start. But now he had to pretend he knew nothing, so he asked. In the past, it wasn't difficult for Zhao Ziyi to take action, but now any move he made was under scrutiny. He couldn't ignore everything that was happening, yet he had to respond logically. So his question was perfectly reasonable. Xiao Wanner knew the saying, the guest should respect the host. But the situation now was entirely different. There was no good way to deal with the zombies, so the best option was to flee as soon as possible. What actions to take would have to be decided by everyone's will. After all that had happened, no one else had any good ideas by now. She shouldn't have been thinking about such things at a time like this, but not thinking at all would be disrespectful to Zhao Ziyi. At least Xiao Wanner found his voice pleasant, its magnetic tone undeniably masculine. Zhao Ziyi didn't notice her admiring gaze, knowing that the situation at the front line was critical. Without understanding the situation, everyone would be at a loss. People in their hearts might have some inkling of such matters, but they could not yet confirm the news that the defense line had indeed been breached. Before anyone had time to voice these matters, Zhao Ziyi had to leave here quickly. At this moment, Xiao Yin and his companions were facing an extremely dangerous situation. If Zhao Ziyi did not intervene, Xiao Yin would likely be done for right here. He turned around and was about to head straight outside, but was immediately stopped by Xiao Wanner. Xiao Wanner herself did not know what the other party's intentions were, but the actions she took were indeed without any fault. Why are you stopping me? Don't you know I'm going to save someone? Zhao Ziyi frowned, and said to Xiao Wan'er calmly, having encountered so many things he was naturally quite certain in his heart that the other party would not think too much. Unfortunately, Zhao Ziyi now had many thoughts in his mind, otherwise he would not have been about to head straight to such a dangerous place at this point. Shaking her head, Xiao Wan'er said directly, "I won't let you go to your death. The zombies are fiercely attacking the defense line outside right now. If you go to the front line now, you'll undoubtedly be throwing your life away, let alone saving anyone." Hearing such words from Zhao Ziyi actually felt a slight urge to laugh at first. However, others had not directly dealt with such matters. Xiao Wan'er, facing this situation, ultimately still had a trace of tension in her heart. But if Zhao Ziyi truly wanted to leave, Xiao Wan'er would almost certainly refuse at the first moment. Facing so many zombies at this point, there was basically no chance of victory. In fact, Xiao Wan'er did not know Zhao Ziyi's true strength. If she had known that Zhao Ziyi was the hero who single-handedly eliminated a large wave of zombies, she would probably have pestered him, continuously begging him to help her elder brother. But by this point in Xiao Wan'er's view, Zhao Ziyi was still someone who needed help. Therefore, if she were to send Zhao Ziyi out directly, it would basically be asking for trouble. "No matter what, I will absolutely not let you go out. Outside is truly very dangerous. You are alone and have no weapons. How could you possibly deal with so many zombies?" Xiao Wan'er said indifferently. Although Xiao Wan'er knew that the man before her had faced a large wave of zombies before it had ultimately ended in failure. Even though she did not know the details of the situation, in her view, if such a matter was to be handled properly, no one else should be allowed to go and mess things up. "Just let me go? Actually, I don't want to keep hiding it from you, but your elder brother is really in great danger right now. If we don't save him in time, I'm afraid you may never see him again." Zhao Ziyi put on a stern face and said to Xiao Wan'er very seriously. In fact, in Xiao Wan'er's heart, she had never placed much importance on these matters. Perhaps by now it was estimated that others would not lend a hand either. Xiao Wan'er was still quite concerned. Although they had basically met by chance, this did not affect their relationship. Given all that had happened, these people's hearts had always harbored some thoughts more or less, otherwise they would not have made so many moves. Zhao Ziyi was not a fool. He could naturally see that the other party had developed some feelings for him. However, at this critical moment, Zhao Ziyi could not possibly accept such feelings directly. Not only must he give the other party enough respect, but also at this point others' hearts were unable to express too much. Now that the zombies were invading and force, matters of romance naturally had to be put aside. At least one could not think too much about them. For the current situation, generally speaking, others would not say much. At least that was truly how Zhao Ziyi saw it. With so many zombies encountered, even Xiao Yin and his brothers could not hold the front line. Such matters required much experience to reach today's level of achievement, otherwise at this point there would be no need to do anything else. In everyone's heart, there was still a definition of such matters. So if Xiao Yin were truly captured or killed by the zombies, the Yanhuang gang would instantly become a leaderless organization. Then some very terrible things would likely happen. This was naturally expected to occur. It was almost certain that one could foresee how such a situation would be handled. Knitting her brows, in Xiao Wan'er's view, it was probably a bit uncertain to resolve this matter quickly. At least in everyone's heart, they did not know how to defeat so many zombies in such a short time. Xiao Wan'er, staying here, was almost constantly anxious for her elder brother. If Xiao Yin were truly harmed by the zombies, Xiao Wan'er would be devastated. Having grown up under her elder brother's protection, Xiao Wan'er would be very distressed at this point. From beginning to end, Xiao Wan'er had been unable to handle the current situation. If they truly failed, the only outcome for Xiao Yin would be destruction, which would undoubtedly be a huge loss for the vast Yanhuang gang. Xiao Wan'er had always been very dependent on her brother. So now if someone could save Xiao Yin, Xiao Wan'er would unconditionally follow whatever they asked her to do. "What exactly did you mean just now? Could it be that my elder brother's front line has really been breached?" Xiao Wan'er frowned and said somewhat doubtfully to Xiao Yin. Facing so many zombies, everyone's hearts were still somewhat tense. It was precisely because everyone understood this matter clearly that upon hearing Zhao Ziyi's words, Xiao Wan'er immediately, without another word, prepared to leave. Dealing with a large wave of zombies was a very difficult task. However, even if it meant going through fire and water, as long as the interests of the gang members were harmed, Xiao Wan'er would naturally go all out to protect them. Deep within everyone's heart, they knew Xiao Wan'er was a responsible leader, so she did not feel overly panicked when these events unfolded. At this moment, Xiao Wan'er was earnestly dissuading Zhao Ziyi. No matter what he said, she regarded his words as mere excuses, and she was unwilling to believe them. Even now, everyone believed that as long as the head leader stood at the front line, the defenses would hardly fall. Xiao Wan'er had come up with a rather promising idea, but at this point it was difficult for others to offer assistance. When confronted by waves of zombies, no one could fully grasp the situation. For a long time, no one had been certain how to handle such matters, though some wished to understand more clearly. You need not overthink things. Simply stay and rely on your own strength to overcome this difficulty. That alone will suffice. Xiao Wan'er said this calmly. In her mind, such matters had always seemed complicated, and whoever could resolve this crisis would be regarded as extraordinarily capable. The reason Zhao Wanner refused to let Zhao Ziyi leave was partly due to her concern that his strength was insufficient. Perhaps because she did not fully understand him, she kept her true thoughts concealed. Otherwise, by now others would have already resolved all these troubles on their own. The second reason was that Zhao Wanner valued this matter greatly. Had she not, she would have taken the initiative to assist. Meanwhile, the zombies were relentlessly assaulting the frontal defenses as though they understood that breaching the main line would render all other obstacles trivial. Such matters had always been held in high regard, which is why everyone harbored a faint hope. Nobody wished for their efforts to be in vain. Otherwise, they would have acted decisively long ago. Zhao Wanner continuously held Zhao Ziyi back, preventing him from acting recklessly. To Zhao Ziyi, this situation carried considerable weight, and the circumstances at present were relatively favorable. With a stern expression, Zhao Ziyi said bluntly to Zhao Wanner, "It seems you still fail to grasp how crucial this matter is. If you continue to obstruct me at such a decisive moment, and something goes wrong, you alone will not be able to bear the consequences." Hearing Zhao Wanner's words, others felt a flicker of concern. Yet since they had not yet encountered any real danger, Zhao Ziyi's warning fell largely on deaf ears. The corners of Zhao Wanner's lips curled slightly upward as she replied dismissively, "There is no need to frighten me. I myself am unaware of what has transpired at the front lines. How could you possibly know more than we do?" Zhao Ziyi understood that no matter how much he spoke, the thoughts entrenched in everyone's minds would not easily shift. This was precisely why they had adopted such a resolute stance. If Zhao Wanner encountered such a situation, she would not overly concern herself with trivialities. Now, as Zhao Ziyi attempted to deal with the Zhao Wanner before him, he found it exceedingly difficult, almost impossible, to resolve the matter. "Even if I were to argue until the sky fell, I would never let you leave." Zhao Wanner spoke in her usual calm tone, though she knew Zhao Ziyi might perceive her as unreasonable. At such a critical juncture, if she could not resolve this issue, others would undoubtedly struggle as well. Zhao Ziyi's brows instantly knitted together as he retorted sharply, "Are you deliberately targeting me? Does it benefit you greatly if I cannot leave this place?" Upon hearing Zhao Ziyi's words, Zhao Wanner felt a subtle surprise. To most people, resolving so many complications seemed an impossible task. Such thoughts persisted in everyone's minds, for they understood the gravity of the situation. It was only at this moment that Zhao Ziyi spoke those words. Noticing the slight awkwardness on everyone's faces, Zhao Ziyi realized his tone had indeed been too harsh. Otherwise, such a minor matter would not have escalated into such trouble. The primary reason was that nobody truly understood what might transpire. Had they known, they would never have allowed Zhao Ziyi to be so scrutinized over such details. The very reason for such meticulous deliberation was Zhao Ziyi's extraordinary attention to detail. Without it, they would never have reached this point. Faced with the current circumstances, Zhao Ziyi believed that others were entirely unqualified to lecture him. Yet what was Zhao Ziyi's true identity? Frankly, no one knew for certain. Even now, his background remained unclear to most. After hearing Zhao Wanner's words, Zhao Ziyi understood that she would never permit him to leave. Realizing this, he knew exactly what he must do. He gave a slight nod and said calmly, "It seems you are forcing my hand. If that is the case, do not blame me for being ruthless." Hearing these words, Zhao Wanner instinctively felt a trace of tension. Upon seeing Zhao Ziyi's expression, she felt even more afraid and at a loss. Seeing that the other had no further intention, Zhao Ziyi remained remarkably composed. Yet being constantly obstructed by Zhao Wanner at such a critical moment had begun to irritate even him, despite his usually patient nature. If they were not so troublesome, Zhao Ziyi likely would not have been prevented from leaving until now. Zhao Ziyi said solemnly, "I advise you to step aside. I am not staying here for anything other than to save lives. If you delay my rescue efforts, I will hold this against you." After speaking those words, Zhao Ziyi was about to leave. However, Zhao Wanner remained unmoved by his words. She exchanged a glance with several gang members nearby, who immediately understood and rushed toward Zhao Ziyi to capture him. Zhao Ziyi frowned upon seeing the gang members' actions. "I did not intend to fight you, but this is truly annoying. You keep delaying me. I wonder what your true intentions are." Zhao Ziyi said this with dissatisfaction, and as he finished speaking, he prepared to take real action. In his heart, he was uncertain about what specific steps he should take in this situation. If others possessed abilities like Zhao Ziyi's, there would be no need to worry. Unfortunately, by this point, no one knew how to handle such matters. Zhao Ziyi furrowed his brows and saw the gang members charging at him. He shifted slightly to the side, causing them to lose their balance as they lunged forward. The sudden move surprised them. They could not believe Zhao Ziyi's strength was still so formidable. After much deliberation, no one knew how to handle such situations. Perhaps there were some solutions in people's minds, but they seemed unachievable. When they encountered Zhao Ziyi, the gang members fell to the ground due to inertia, looking utterly disheveled. At first, people had thought Zhao Ziyi was a decent young man who dared to face numerous zombies alone, courage that few could match. But by now, few others could directly aid Zhao Ziyi. Though his strength was considerable, the front line was undeniably perilous. One misstep could collapse the entire situation. To prevent such an outcome, people desperately tried to dissuade him. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Zhao Ziyi's mind was consumed solely by resistance, completely unmoved by anything else. A slight smile touched Zhao Ziyi's lips as he said calmly to the group, "If you wish to capture me, come and try. Let us see what your true strength is. If you truly manage to capture me, it would only prove one thing, that my strength is insufficient. In that case, I would naturally stop insisting on going to the front line. But if none of you can defeat me, continuing to block me would be futile." No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhao Ziyi waved his hand toward the gang members before him. This bold gesture immediately stirred a flicker of anger in their hearts. They felt despised, and at a time like this they had no idea how to respond. Perhaps others did not know how to handle such matters, but at this moment, even without a solution, they could not simply let Zhao Ziyi act as he pleased. The reason I have so much confidence now is primarily because I have sufficient trust in my own abilities. I do not look down on anyone here, so I hope you can understand this point. Zhao Ziyi explained, calmly, speaking this way mainly because he did not want to cause unnecessary misunderstandings. After all, he had encountered such situations before. The main issue had been Zhao Ziyi's way of speaking, which had led to persistent misunderstandings. Now that he had become the brigade captain, he always spoke with appropriate restraint in any action or encounter. This showed significant personal growth. Otherwise, at this moment, others would not have refrained from making unnecessary remarks. Regarding Zhao Ziyi's actions, others felt a touch of surprise. They could not imagine that Zhao Ziyi would do so much to protect the Yanwang gang. Although Zhao Ziyi still harbored some selfish motives, what everyone saw now was his persistent desire to contribute to the gang, which stirred feelings of gratitude in their hearts. But now they had to stop Zhao Ziyi's actions. These moves were far too dangerous. If they did not halt this young man soon, who knew what would happen if someone as capable as Zhao Ziyi went to such a perilous place? Nearly everyone had their own thoughts on the matter. No one wished to say more on this point. By now, rather than continuing his conversation, Zhao Ziyi might as well engage in a real fight, which would at least allow them to test each other's abilities. Others had many thoughts racing through their minds regarding all this, though what exactly they were pondering remained unclear. Even at this moment, they still harbored a slight admiration for Zhao Ziyi, but this feeling was minimal, and other matters would not be resolved so easily. Others had always remained calm, so at this moment they were unsure what actions to take. Otherwise, by now no one could truly know what actions would genuinely earn another's trust. It was precisely because Zhao Ziyi possessed such formidable strength that others now deemed him a person worthy of reliance. At this moment, he could have easily defeated everyone present and fled directly without any need to remain. But Zhao Ziyi was not that kind of man, as such thoughts were utterly inconceivable to him. Zhao Ziyi furrowed his brow. He had always remained composed in the face of turmoil. Even now, no matter what others said to him, he would not speak recklessly, only offering a brief defense at most. The rest was beyond their imagination. Deep down, he held a set of principles that guided him, and it was these standards that kept him so exceptional. Since you all insist on blocking my way, I won't say much more. Whether you can stop me depends entirely on your own strength. Zhao Ziyi said these words calmly. He had been reluctant to speak from the beginning, but now he was truly becoming serious. Otherwise, at this point, such a situation would hardly exist. Several gang members then lunged at Zhao Ziyi again. Their main intention was not to beat him, but simply to subdue him. In truth, none of them wished to lay a hand on him. In everyone's eyes, Zhao Ziyi was a decent person. His actions, even now, appeared flawless. But at this moment, no one knew exactly what to do. If they understood the situation, they could have resolved it effortlessly. Precisely because everyone was aware of their own actions, a hint of tension lingered in their hearts. Otherwise, they would not have come directly. Facing so many zombies without changing his expression proved Zhao Ziyi's formidable strength. Otherwise, he would not have been able to leave this place. Zhao Ziyi then said calmly, "Is that all the skill you have? Anyone else who wants to stop me, come and try." Everyone present had witnessed Zhao Ziyi's impressive agility. Such swift footwork was beyond the reach of others. Now admiration stirred in each heart. Even if Zhao Ziyi himself could not read their thoughts, it mattered little. The situation had come to this mainly because no one knew how to handle it properly. Otherwise, they could have directly assisted Zhao Ziyi. In Zhao Ziyi's heart, he had never been certain what actions to take. Perhaps by now he had a vague idea of what he could do, otherwise he would not have acted so boldly. Amidst all that had happened, Zhao Ziyi still wondered whether he should explain everything to them. Even now, no one knew if they could truly stop him. In fact, stopping Zhao Ziyi was entirely for his own good. From the beginning, Xiao Wan'er had not wanted him to throw his life away. Otherwise, he would have had time to reach the front line. It was because everyone understood that the matter needed to be handled carefully that no one dared to think otherwise. Facing so many zombies, no one knew how to cope. But fortunately, they had been fortunate enough to encounter Zhao Ziyi at this moment. Now he had to step forward to help them. In truth, Zhao Ziyi had been unwilling to fight these gang members from the start. But they were too obedient to Xiao Wan'er, and thus had been delaying his important affairs. He acted only out of sheer necessity. You're being a bit bothersome now, but I know you mean well. Otherwise you'd have let me go to my death. However, I hope you trust my strength. Those zombies are absolutely no match for me. Zhao Ziyi said calmly. Then he leaped into the air, rising nearly 4 meters from the ground. Everyone around gasped in astonishment. They had no idea he was hiding such remarkable skill. This move was something Zhao Ziyi had just thought of. His blood energy was extremely limited now. Rather than waste it here, he would save it all for dealing with the zombies later. Thus his thoughts were many at this moment. The reason he had so many thoughts was mainly because Zhao Ziyi did not know exactly what to do. If he had come up with some good ideas, he would have naturally used them to help everyone by now. I never expected him to be so powerful. But having only jumping ability is probably far from enough. However, for an ordinary person, they simply would not be able to jump like that. I had heard before that this person could single-handedly handle a huge wave of zombies on his own. But if that is the case, then in the end it has absolutely nothing to do with us. Xiao Wan'er thought silently to herself. In her opinion, Zhao Ziyi truly did possess some abilities, but she could never quite see through him. So by this point she was still unwilling to fully believe in him. But at this very moment, everyone was truly having their eyes opened. Zhao Ziyi knew that if he simply defeated everyone present, everyone would harbor some resentment toward him, and such a thing was absolutely unacceptable. With that in mind, Zhao Ziyi came up with a new idea. Zhao Ziyi was a young man full of ideas, which is precisely why at this point, he was using this method to make everyone truly believe in his strength. If Zhao Ziyi had not shown himself off like this, people would still have no idea how to deal with him by now. But how powerful Zhao Ziyi truly was, everyone already had some vague sense in their hearts. None of them would be able to handle him properly. Because Zhao Ziyi saw this as completely unacceptable, he became more proactive in his actions. Otherwise Zhao Ziyi would never have gone to such lengths to explain himself to everyone. Xiao Wan'er watched in utter astonishment, but this kind of scene did not surprise the others. Then Zhao Ziyi displayed another skill. Now he was using his sprint to circle around everyone, and almost no one could track his movements with the naked eye, because his speed was simply too fast. Zhao Ziyi was not considering anything else now. At this point he nearly lacked nothing. If you said Zhao Ziyi lacked money or women, that would be entirely wrong, because as the battalion leader he had all of it. Besides, on Lake Heart Island he had his 2 wives. So he paid no particular attention to such things. Once someone did not care much about these things, they would naturally turn their attention to fame and wealth. In truth, Zhao Ziyi still harbored some selfish desires. He wanted to rely on his own strength to make everyone truly accept him. Otherwise, with so many gang members under his command, if he could not hold on to this opportunity, he would have lost everything for nothing. He understood this clearly. If he truly missed this chance, waiting for another opportunity would require an enormous amount of time. Such a thing was simply unacceptable. Zhao Ziyi's strength was indeed formidable, but Xiao Wan'er was still obstructing him at this point, mainly because she was worried he might be caught by zombies. The zombie's strength was real, so if Zhao Ziyi encountered them, it would likely be quite troublesome. After witnessing Zhao Ziyi's strength with her own eyes, Xiao Wan'er could no longer find words to say. She stared at Zhao Ziyi's actions in disbelief. Then Zhao Ziyi calmly said to her, "I wonder if you would let me leave this place. As long as you agree, I can simply leave." After saying this, Xiao Wan'er did not try to stop him. She then spoke plainly, "Since you wish to leave, I will not keep blocking you. Besides, I am not that strict. If you want to go, then go." She waved her hand and directly agreed to let Zhao Ziyi go. Now Zhao Ziyi was no longer considering anything else, so he planned to head straight for the defensive line ahead. Thinking of all these things at the beginning, no one had any way to handle the situation. If he had intended to leave this place in such a short time, it would have been an effortless matter for Zhao Ziyi. But now he had no desire to leave so quickly. Then Zhao Ziyi said calmly, "Right now I still need your help. If you truly want to defeat these zombies, you will all need to help me." Everyone present had no idea how to respond to Zhao Ziyi. But what he said was indeed reasonable. However, at this point, basically no one else could directly defeat Zhao Ziyi. Based on this realization, everyone understood what Zhao Ziyi would likely do next. What exactly Zhao Ziyi needed everyone's help with, he could not explain it clearly from the very beginning. Because everyone considered this matter important by this point, they still had their own thoughts about so many things. Because they did not know what they should do right now, no one could directly solve this difficulty. The reason they were thinking of so many things was mainly because there were so many thoughts in everyone's minds. Zhao Ziyi saw that everyone was somewhat reluctant. Just then news arrived immediately that the gang leader Xiao Yan had been defeated. It turned out that Xiao Wan'er had been paying close attention to the situation all along, so after hearing this news, she was willing to choose to believe in what was happening. Upon hearing this news, Xiao Wan'er felt as though a thunderbolt had struck her heart. Though others may have harbored countless thoughts about what had transpired, if she truly wished to leave, she could have done so by now. Yet she would not stay here for much longer. Xiao Wan'er had always been willing to help her elder brother. By this point, no one could possibly alter the situation so swiftly. Perhaps everyone believed it was only right to assist the sect leader, but things were gradually growing strangely off course. Zhao Ziyi noticed the uneasy expressions on everyone's faces and spoke bluntly. You need not worry too much. I genuinely require your assistance now. If you refuse, that is fine as well." Hearing these words, each person began to form their own thoughts. Zhao Ziyi then said calmly, "Whether you choose to follow me to rescue the sect leader depends entirely on what lies in your hearts." Only when Zhao Ziyi spoke thus did he stir everyone present. Deep down they understood what he meant, yet none truly knew what actions he would take next. Yet an outsider like Zhao Ziyi was acting so resolutely. With the sect leader in peril, no one would dare to stand in their way. If an outsider was willing to risk everything for the sect leader, then as members of the Yanhuang gang they too should be prepared to sacrifice themselves for righteousness. At this moment, none of them entertained any other thoughts. From the beginning, Zhao Ziyi had always been decisive in his actions, and even now no one hesitated to follow. "I will go with you. For the sect leader, let us fight these zombies to the death." Someone roared loudly. After all that had happened, no one would speak recklessly at first. Yet even now there were still those willing to charge forward alongside Zhao Ziyi. Xiao Wanner stood frozen, unable to dissuade anyone. She cared little for their individual thoughts. Even at this moment, she still hoped Zhao Ziyi would intervene and rescue her brother. To say it plainly, Zhao Ziyi had become their last hope. If anyone wished to escape quickly, they would say nothing more. Xiao Wanner understood this truth all too well. She gave a slight nod. Facing the horde of zombies, everyone knew how critical this moment was. Xiao Wanner could not simply leave, yet no one knew how to proceed. "Even now I can only beg you. Please rescue my elder brother. If you truly help me, I will do anything you ask." Xiao Wanner spoke these words openly before everyone, turning directly to Zhao Ziyi. He nodded and replied calmly, "Rest assured. I will give it my all." Hardly had he finished speaking when Zhao Ziyi turned and shouted to his companions, "Those who wish to follow me to slay the zombies and rescue the sect leader, do not hesitate. Let us move now." Zhao Ziyi led his men swiftly to the frontline defenses. Faced with the overwhelming horde of zombies, fear gripped their hearts, yet it mattered little. Zhao Ziyi knew well that everyone understood the gravity of the situation. Because they did not overthink, he too remained silent, saying nothing unnecessary. He cast a sharp glare at the other party. Though Zhao Ziyi harbored certain thoughts in his mind, he had not yet formed a clear plan. After all that had occurred, even now no one knew how to handle this crisis. No one could fathom all the variables at play. Perhaps to others this was beyond comprehension. It was precisely because each person carried these burdens in their hearts that they were now willing to follow Zhao Ziyi in doing something meaningful. Otherwise they would never have withstood his resolve. Zhao Ziyi had always valued these matters deeply, otherwise he would never have acted so decisively. Perhaps others understood precisely how to handle such situations, knowing what to do by following Zhao Ziyi's lead. If they could not manage it themselves, the complications would only grow. Everyone understood this, and none would speak carelessly. Having waited so long, even if Zhao Ziyi wished to leave with the other party, it would make no difference now. Because everyone understood this so clearly, even if Zhao Ziyi had no means, it would hardly matter to him. It was precisely because each person grasped the situation correctly that they held their own standards, without which they could never have spoken these words. Encountering so many zombies, Zhao Ziyi had felt somewhat nervous at first, but even if he had wanted to leave directly, none of them would have known what to do. No one was certain how to handle these zombies. Perhaps their combat prowess was truly formidable, but by this point, even if the zombies could defeat these people, it would make no difference to Zhao Ziyi. Zhao Ziyi was uncertain how to proceed. Initially, defeating these zombies would have been effortless for him, but now, without anyone to assist, the situation had become considerably more complicated. Thus, with so much weighing on his mind, Zhao Ziyi gradually formed these thoughts, primarily because he remained unsure of how to navigate such matters. In the past, Zhao Ziyi had never encountered such a situation, so even at this critical moment, others remained unclear about how to resolve so many complications. Perhaps others believed Zhao Ziyi was quite capable, but after waiting so long, he had always known what actions to take. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stepped in to address these conflicts directly. Precisely because others understood so much, Zhao Ziyi could not simply intervene at will to resolve things. Zhao Ziyi remained torn between rescuing Xiao Yan, the gang leader, and eliminating all the zombies here first. To him, once the zombies were dealt with, the situation would lose its urgency in others' eyes, yet everyone continued to struggle with how to navigate these complications. "Since you are all willing to follow me, there is no need to stay here any longer. Go find where your leader is. The rest does not concern you." Zhao Ziyi spoke calmly, clearly observing the subtle shifts in everyone's expressions. Initially, they had been eager to help upon hearing about Xiao Yan's plight, but now the situation had grown too complicated, which is precisely why Zhao Ziyi had made these arrangements. It was precisely because everyone cared about Xiao Yan's safety that so many had gathered over this extended period. Without that motivation, there would likely be no one left, and people would have viewed these events with far less urgency. Even if they did not fully understand how to handle them, the situation would not have seemed so insurmountable. Everyone should listen to Brother Zhao. He has considerable experience dealing with zombies, so taking his advice now would certainly be wise. Someone spoke casually, and their words carried weight. Otherwise, people would not have been able to leave here so quickly. Sometimes what I say may not be entirely accurate, so you will need to put in some effort now. Otherwise, I will not be able to handle this situation directly. After hearing Zhao Ziyi's words, everyone began to form similar thoughts in their minds, even though at this moment none of them were entirely certain what actions to take. Perhaps someone wanted to rescue Boss Xiaoyan so quickly, but such a task would never be straightforward. Even for Zhao Ziyi, handling it effortlessly would be impossible. You could not possibly understand all of this. If you could not rescue the boss directly by now, I would not have had so many considerations. Zhao Ziyi spoke calmly, then added, if you find it difficult to locate the boss in such a short time, there is another path available for you to choose from. Upon hearing Zhao Ziyi's words, everyone felt a sense of surprise, though it hardly mattered. Even if no one could rescue the gang leader, handling the situation would not be particularly difficult for anyone. Since we cannot directly find the gang leader right now, this is the only path forward for us. Let us defeat these zombies together and reclaim our defenses. Zhao Ziyi shouted loudly to everyone present. Such words, despite their limitations, still carried a measure of inspiration, yet at this moment no one was entirely certain how to proceed. Perhaps others had accumulated so much experience, but by now they remained uncertain about how to resolve things clearly. Everyone harbored a multitude of thoughts, and for that reason Zhao Ziyi was unwilling to delay matters of greater importance. He kept his own concerns locked away, knowing that if he had spoken them aloud, his mind would have only grown more entangled. Because Zhao Ziyi's thoughts ran deep and numerous, the mission to reclaim the defense line had become paramount. In everyone's eyes, his words carried weight now. Yet when it came to actually retaking the positions overrun by zombies, even at this moment no one truly knew how to proceed. The gang leader's fate remained uncertain, and so a palpable tension hung over the group. After all, they had come here for Xiaoyan's sake. Without him, not even Zhao Ziyi's words would have drawn them here. The environment here was far too perilous. The defense line was nearly entirely overrun by zombies, with them lurking at every turn. Taking another step forward risked the zombies seizing the team members outright. Though the gang members numbered considerably, they paled in comparison to the endless horde of zombies. Zhao Ziyi had always fought alone, and now others had no idea what commands to follow. Even he felt an undercurrent of nervousness beneath his calm exterior. Despite everything he had endured, he was still only in his 20s, and no amount of experience could fully prepare one for a moment like this. As long as we find the gang leader, the rest of it, I believe, will cease to matter. A gang member spoke calmly, and even now, surrounded by so much uncertainty, everyone's mind swirled with unspoken thoughts. Even at this point, others felt powerless to act. For where exactly Xiaoyan had fled, even Zhao Ziyi himself could not say with certainty. If Zhao Ziyi were to activate the enhancement features of his super survival system, he might very well locate Boss Xiao directly. But doing so would drain his stamina severely. His vitality was already critically low, and any misstep here would be unforgivable. None of them could quite reconcile what they were seeing. The idea that Zhao Ziyi possessed abilities bestowed by a super survival system was something no one could easily accept, a transformation too extraordinary to comprehend. Zombies are everywhere now. We must do our best to eliminate every one of them in this area, or drive them off. Doing so will protect our brothers from harm, and we have the strength to pull this off. The task may seem daunting, but if you simply follow my lead, there will be no problem. Zhao Ziyi addressed the group directly. He knew precisely what needed to be done. Though he usually avoided unnecessary words, he could speak when the moment demanded it. Before the endless tide of zombies, Zhao Ziyi's expression remained unmoved. His mind raced with countless thoughts, yet he could not piece them together. The situation was far too complex, and in so little time, he could not possibly untangle every thread. The sudden zombie assault weighed heavily on Zhao Ziyi's mind. They had never attacked like this before, only striking now the moment he had fallen unconscious. If this were mere coincidence, Zhao Ziyi refused to believe it. So many events had unfolded, and Zhao Ziyi needed to find the hidden threads connecting them all. This was not only for the benefit of the Yanhuang gang. It was for himself. His burdens were already mounting, and if left unchecked they would pile up like a mountain. Despite everything pressing upon him, Zhao Ziyi maintained an unwavering composure. And it was precisely this calm that earned the genuine respect of those around him. Brother Zhao, your words make sense, but our weapons alone cannot sustain a prolonged fight against zombies. If they manage to close in and grab us, we are all finished. Another gang member spoke up quietly, and Zhao Ziyi's words stirred mixed feelings among the group. But at this point, no matter how many doubts lingered in their hearts, there was little else to be done. Zhao Ziyi was the one leading them into battle, and it was his burden to solve these problems. Sitting idle would only make matters worse. A trace of nervousness flickered within Zhao Ziyi. This was his first time commanding others in direct combat against zombies. A single misplaced order could result in total annihilation. These people had come because he had asked them to. If even one were to fall, Zhao Ziyi would never forgive himself. Even with the super survival system at his disposal, there was no easy solution. The system would not simply resolve everything at a whim, and at such a critical juncture, everyone understood how perilous the situation had become. The zombies surrounding them were far too numerous. Finding the gang leader Zhao Ziyi could no longer wait. Originally, they had gathered to help rescue the gang leader, but now they found themselves fighting zombies instead. Regardless, there was still a sense of disappointment lingering in everyone's hearts. However, Zhao Ziyi was only looking out for everyone's benefit. If they could eliminate so many zombies in such a short time, then even if the zombies had grown much stronger, it would be of no consequence. Even though the horde of zombies was overwhelming, Zhao Ziyi's prowess was no ordinary feat. With just a single ultimate technique, he could dispatch them all. Thus, there was no need for excessive worry at this moment. It was precisely because Zhao Ziyi possessed a super survival system that gave him the strength to face this crisis. This advantage allowed the others to speak with confidence, though Zhao Ziyi would never casually reveal such power to them. None of them truly understood why Zhao Ziyi had become so formidable, but as long as he remained powerful, following him was the right choice. At this perilous moment, no one felt the need to dwell on the reasons behind his strength. Despite the tension coursing through Zhao Ziyi's heart, the genuine expressions on everyone's faces brought him a quiet sense of satisfaction. The core issue was that no one knew how to handle such situations. With so many crises piling up, their minds would inevitably be cluttered with worries and complications. If things had truly reached this point, none of them would be in their current state. Each zombie possessed considerable power, and without any means of resistance, they would have been completely overwhelmed by now. Their determination to find the gang leader meant they couldn't afford any mishaps. Should an accident occur, it would surely shock anyone, yet no one could have predicted what might happen in such a short time. Whatever thoughts each person held, they could all voice them directly to Zhao Ziyi by now. I know what's in each of your hearts. If you have any thoughts, you can speak them to me directly. There's no need to hold back. I'm not the kind of person who would stop you from doing what you want. Some wanted to find the gang leader right away, while others wanted to rescue their brothers first. Since your goals differ, we'll split into two groups. Those who want to save the gang leader can go on their own. If you'd rather rescue others first, follow me. Is that acceptable? Zhao Ziyi said calmly, his brows slightly furrowed. His words earned immediate support from many. At this moment, everyone might not have known exactly what to do, but with someone leading them, their potential could be unleashed in such a short time. Though they couldn't explain why things had turned out this way, which seemed almost miraculous, there was no need for surprise. Just then someone suddenly shouted loudly, "That looks like the gang leader." "Yes, it's definitely him." The person pointed at a man not far away. He was holding a weapon and continuously shooting at the surrounding zombies, but the horde kept growing denser. Untangling this situation seemed increasingly complicated, and figuring out what needed to be done would be quite troublesome. No one could easily grasp how to handle such a mess. Zhao Ziyi's brows furrowed slightly. He wasn't sure why, but he found himself reluctant to let Zhao Ziyi appear directly, for his presence might temporarily dampen everyone's fighting spirit. A truly alarming prospect. Most people wouldn't know what to do in such circumstances, so there was no reason to overthink it at this point. For such a long time, these zombies hadn't been seen before. It was unexpected that they would appear in such numbers now. For Zhao Ziyi, handling this situation would be somewhat troublesome. At least dealing with it quickly would require a significant amount of blood energy. However, his blood energy was currently quite depleted, far too low to consider much else. Zombies had never been something to overthink, and even now, everyone's concerns hadn't grown this intense. But seeing the gang leader Zhao Ziyi had given them a glimmer of hope. Deep down, Zhao Ziyi's reluctance stemmed from his own personal feelings. It was Zhao Ziyi's presence that eased everyone's tension, demonstrating just how significant his influence was on the group. I never expected someone like this to exist at a time like this. His charisma is so powerful that he continues to inspire the brothers. It's truly remarkable. Zhao Ziyi said this calmly. Meanwhile, aside from discovering Zhao Ziyi, the other brothers were also being located one after another. The second and third masters were engaged in fierce battles against the zombies, though no one could predict how long such combat could sustain itself. Even for someone as capable as Zhao Ziyi, others would find themselves somewhat constrained at this point. In the beginning, no one could simply handle these matters casually, especially when facing so many zombies. The zombies' strength was considerable. Any misstep could easily prove fatal. Considering the current situation, Zhao Ziyi had to show his capabilities, otherwise things would become increasingly unfavorable, potentially leading to the loss of his comrades. Facing countless zombies, everyone harbored various thoughts even at this moment. Even Zhao Ziyi could not simply order the group to charge out, as such an action was far too dangerous. It would inevitably put anyone in a passive position, so finding a better approach was crucial. All of you step aside. Leave these zombies to me. Zhao Ziyi spoke calmly. Amidst so many incidents, others also had abundant thoughts at this point. No one could have anticipated so many things. Perhaps encountering trouble now would make everyone feel embarrassed, but it was truly time for Zhao Ziyi to lead them in accomplishing something significant. Many who heard Zhao Ziyi's words were initially slightly surprised. At this moment, Zhao Ziyi intended to personally kill the zombies. The current situation could not be resolved by Zhao Ziyi in such a short time. Zhao Ziyi looked at the massive horde of zombies before him. To be honest, he was somewhat nervous. Despite all he had been through, his mindset remained unchanged. However, Zhao Ziyi still had the super survival system to help him withstand so many zombies, mainly because the system had granted him the advanced indestructible diamond body, so at this point Zhao Ziyi was essentially unharmed. In truth, no one knew what Zhao Ziyi intended to do. At this moment, he was still clear on how to rescue the leader. Zombies roamed everywhere, and if they appeared directly, the situation would be complicated. Everyone understood how to handle such matters, but others knew that dealing with this was somewhat troublesome, mainly because they were not sufficiently familiar with Zhao Ziyi. Therefore, no one would recklessly speak. Precisely because everyone thought of this when others tried to approach Zhao Ziyi, he simply said, "All of you should take cover for a while. I might startle you greatly." Hearing Zhao Ziyi's words, everyone found his speech rather strange. But how to handle this matter others probably did not understand. They had never known how Zhao Ziyi could easily eliminate zombies, so now they could face so many zombies with ease. Initially, Zhao Ziyi knew that this matter was quite complicated. Therefore, at this moment, almost no one else could resist Zhao Ziyi's attack. The situation was still very dangerous. Since everyone understood that this was complicated, it was important for others to figure out what to do. "Brother Zhao, what exactly are you planning? Do you intend to fight all these zombies alone?" Some gang members said this to Zhao Ziyi, calmly, somewhat curious about what he was about to do. They felt that this matter was very important, and explaining it made it clear that it was dangerous. However, Zhao Ziyi was worried that other brothers might get hurt, so he chose to act in this way. Even at this point, no outsider could interfere with Zhao Ziyi's affairs. Having gone so far, others would not recklessly say anything else. Zhao Ziyi stated calmly, "The number of zombies is truly too great. Unfortunately, there are too many, so we should not overthink. Even if the zombies can defeat us all, it makes no difference to me." In the end, facing so many zombies, even if Zhao Ziyi could not handle them at this moment, it would not affect him in the slightest. Everyone knew how powerful the zombies were, but Zhao Ziyi would not say much when encountering them. He would still face the zombies with composure. Clenching his fists tightly, he never wasted words with anyone. So at this moment, Zhao Ziyi seemed to need to rush forward and deal with the zombies before him. The zombies' combat power was after all formidable. Killing an enemy with a single blow did not cause any hesitation for these zombies. Yet Zhao Ziyi's pressure inexplicably surged. With so much power, it should be easier to eliminate the zombies. Thinking of all this, Zhao Ziyi would not continue to waste words with others. Zhao Ziyi chose to fight the zombies to the end, but it was troublesome to determine how many he could eliminate. For him, handling so many zombies alone would take a long time. Therefore, waiting for such a long time, Zhao Ziyi felt it would not be easy to manage. Zhao Ziyi frowned. He had never been clear about how far he should go with these matters. Still, he felt that many people present were relatively fortunate, at least having Zhao Ziyi to help them at this moment. Others would not pay attention to these things. Upon seeing the zombies, Zhao Ziyi immediately pulled a laser gun from his pocket. It seemed that all zombies were somewhat afraid of bullets. Even if they were all zombies, they would still be severely beaten once they encountered bullets. Thus, facing these zombies, everyone felt somewhat embarrassed. No one knew how many zombies there were, but the sheer number made everyone feel that events were unfolding too quickly. Without waiting for any hesitation, Zhao Ziyi kept firing at the zombies, eliminating a large number of them in a short time. No one knew when this matter would be resolved. "You zombies have come here for no reason. It seems you are all tired of living. I'll just send you on your way first. As for what you zombies intend to do in the future, that's up to you." Zhao Ziyi said this calmly. With so many zombies appearing on the scene, he didn't need to think too much about anything. Even if he encountered such a massive horde after waiting for so long, he could still easily dispose of them. These zombies were utterly impossible for Zhao Ziyi to eliminate completely. Even at this moment, dealing with them had become quite troublesome. After so much time, everyone knew that Zhao Ziyi's strength was remarkable, though otherwise he would never have appeared in such a dangerous situation. If Zhao Ziyi felt frightened facing so many zombies, that would naturally be understandable, because in everyone's heart this kind of situation was truly troublesome. If others wanted to resolve this matter by now, they would find it exceedingly troublesome. If the zombies really charged over in such a short time, Zhao Ziyi would still have his own ideas to change many things. However, even now no one knew when these matters could truly be settled. Zhao Ziyi did not make rash guesses. In his view, these matters had always been very troublesome. If there was no way to resolve them even now, then it would be utterly useless. Perhaps everyone knew when this would be resolved, but handling it had always required a long time, so by now no one would be too clear about what others needed to think. People had never known how to handle this matter. Even now, Xiao Yan had no ideas in his heart, mainly because this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Otherwise, Xiao Yan could easily have resolved so many things. This was mainly because Zhao Ziyi knew clearly that no one had any interest in these matters, so by now no one could say much. Because everyone understood so many things by now, people were unwilling to say more. The main reason was that the thoughts in their hearts were quite rich. What they were thinking about actually had no bearing on the matter. At the beginning, no one knew what preparations were needed to handle this matter. However, everyone's preparations were relatively ample. Even by today, no one would fully understand what they needed to do. Zhao Ziyi gave no one any chance. At this critical moment, he hardly hesitated. In his heart, he only knew that if he killed all these zombies, everything would basically be fine. If the zombies still couldn't be eliminated in such a short time, then Zhao Ziyi's heart would still harbor some thoughts. Mainly because no one knew how to handle this matter. Otherwise, by now Zhao Ziyi would have his own ideas to easily resolve so much work. The number of zombies was too many for Zhao Ziyi, but dealing with them wasn't that troublesome. Even now, people still had many thoughts in their hearts. The reason everyone thought so much was mainly because by now everyone had lost their patience, and even their stamina was insufficient. If Zhao Ziyi unleashed his ultimate move, even many of the zombies present would likely be wiped out in one go. But at this moment, Zhao Ziyi would not do such a thing, mainly because everyone knew in their hearts that handling this matter would still be relatively troublesome. Because everyone knew in their hearts that handling these matters was troublesome, after waiting for so long, Zhao Ziyi directly spoke the words he had always wanted to say. Unfortunately, by now no one understood how troublesome these matters would become, because no one had such a personal realization at this moment. Zhao Ziyi never hesitated in his actions. So at this moment, he didn't say anything to others and directly chose to kill the zombies. Even if the zombies' combat strength was quite formidable, it didn't matter at all. In everyone's eyes, the reason the zombies' combat strength was so strong was actually because everyone had their own thoughts. Otherwise, by now Zhao Ziyi could have directly chosen to kill the zombies. The bullets he fired dealt considerable damage, capable of dispatching a horde of zombies in an instant. By now Zhao Ziyi could kill with a single strike. His experience dealing with the undead was extensive, and even in the present moment, he remained utterly unfazed. Zhao Ziyi's most powerful ability was the Vitality Sphere, but using it consumed his life force too rapidly. Even now he risked being defeated outright, for his life force had grown dangerously low. At such a critical juncture, no one had the luxury of overthinking. Everyone understood that dealing with so many threats required immediate decisive action rather than hesitation. Zhao Ziyi raised his weapon. Even at this moment, others would not have entertained so many thoughts. Faced with so many zombies, an ordinary person would likely have been paralyzed by indecision. Yet in such dire danger, nearly everyone was unwilling to take the initiative. People always harbored their own thoughts, but by now few could afford such luxuries. Even so, Zhao Ziyi possessed his own strength. However, the gang's numbers were far too great. For Zhao Ziyi, clearing out so many zombies with ease was proving rather difficult. Yet even when confronted with so many opponents, Zhao Ziyi felt no real trouble. In truth, people's minds were always full of thoughts, but the unfortunate reality was that realizing them all at this moment would prove exceedingly troublesome. Zhao Ziyi had never been one to deceive others. Turning to the gang members, he said honestly, "Even in these perilous times, I must admit I have limited confidence. Prepare yourselves accordingly. If I make any mistakes, criticize me directly." Despite everything Zhao Ziyi had done, he did not need to expend excessive physical effort. Yet he understood clearly how long it would take to eliminate these zombies. Even now he felt that handling so many matters would remain extraordinarily tedious. Because everyone understood this truth, no one spoke rashly at the outset. But Zhao Ziyi, being genuinely sincere, earned the trust of those around him. When he was open and honest, others too began to harbor genuine thoughts. No one could voice all their thoughts aloud. After speaking his piece, Zhao Ziyi naturally had no intention of lingering to exchange further words. He had far more important matters to attend to personally, and even at this critical moment, he knew handling everything would remain quite troublesome. Since everyone understood how thorny these matters were, Zhao Ziyi would never have spoken recklessly at the beginning. Moreover, in such dangerous times, no one knew precisely what should be said or done. No one was certain how best to handle the situation. Yet whatever others said, Zhao Ziyi could effortlessly resolve it all. His inner strength was formidable, and even now he felt these matters required no concern. The emergence of so many zombies was in truth not closely tied to Zhao Ziyi. Yet if he had not taken the initiative, no one else would have stepped forward to fight. It was precisely because Zhao Ziyi understood these changes so clearly that he chose to act. Slaying zombies was not particularly important to Zhao Ziyi. Whatever occurred around him, he would likely remain indifferent. He continuously dispatched the surrounding zombies with his laser gun. The creatures let out agonized wails, yet others failed to grasp the value of such actions. Perhaps they could not see the benefit, so they remained silent. Zhao Ziyi never hesitated when killing zombies. Faced with a horde, he still had the means to eliminate them swiftly. Yet resolving these matters thoroughly would require considerable time. Even now, facing such a massive wave of zombies, Zhao Ziyi initially found it difficult to accept. So many thoughts flooded his mind, yet facing the zombies, Zhao Ziyi felt no fear. On the contrary, his courage in slaying them only grew stronger. Having experienced so much, many things now seemed difficult for Zhao Ziyi to handle. This was mainly because everyone harbored various questions they wished to ask, and Zhao Ziyi was the type who answered every inquiry. Thus, he couldn't help but feel that certain matters were growing more complicated. Fortunately, at this moment no one would speak recklessly, so Zhao Ziyi could feel somewhat reassured. I no longer care what others are thinking. I will strike at the zombies directly. Continuing to use bullets is far too slow. It's time to unleash my ultimate technique now. Zhao Ziyi pondered silently. Perhaps from the very beginning he had harbored his own thoughts about these events, but unfortunately no one could simply believe such matters outright. Since everyone considered such matters dubious, they would not waste Zhao Ziyi's time. At this moment Xiao Yan had already been injured, not bitten by a zombie, but having twisted his ankle while fighting them. Moving now would feel severely restricted, yet this meant nothing to Zhao Ziyi. Xiao Yan learned of Zhao Ziyi's situation and could not believe that the Yanhuang gang would need outsiders to help in their time of crisis. His heart was tangled with conflicting emotions, leaving him uncertain of what to do. Perhaps others understood Zhao Ziyi's circumstances, but after waiting so long he still would not directly eliminate the horde of zombies before them. Perhaps this was precisely why things had come to this point, because of Zhao Ziyi. He frowned immediately. Facing so many zombies, Xiao Yan knew it would be difficult to handle them all. He also realized it was unrealistic to expect Zhao Ziyi to unleash his ultimate technique at this moment, since everyone understood how challenging this situation was. With Zhao Ziyi's vitality at such a low point, if others refused to act, no one could possibly deal with so many zombies alone. The zombies surged toward Zhao Ziyi, attacking relentlessly. They could not recognize who he was, which is why they dared to assault him without restraint. Yet at this point no one could afford to dwell on such thoughts. The key was that everyone had a clear understanding of these matters. Otherwise they would have achieved victory long ago. Zhao Ziyi ceased using the laser gun and decided to take a risk, charging directly at the zombies. No one could predict exactly how things would unfold. Holding his breath, Zhao Ziyi remained as calm as possible under any circumstances. If a zombie bit him, the consequences would not be severe, but he would still be affected, possibly even restrained by the infection. With his hands at his sides, Zhao Ziyi never hesitated or wasted time. At this critical moment he had to act, or others might misunderstand. He would never have provoked the zombies initially, but since they had openly attacked here, he needed to respond. How exactly he should proceed was something these people needed to consider carefully. His eyes were wide open, and even now everyone could not help but think of various matters, things that would naturally prove troublesome to handle. Just as everyone remained frozen in shock, Zhao Ziyi seized the moment and struck without hesitation. Beyond his energy sphere technique, Zhao Ziyi possessed other ultimate moves. Remembering this, he began chanting under his breath, Kamehameha. The moment the words left his lips, a beam of light erupted from his palm. Everyone scrambled backward to evade, but it was already too late. Fortunately, Zhao Ziyi had aimed solely at his enemies, so the zombies bore the brunt of his attack rather than the people. Zhao Ziyi's Kamehameha wave proved devastating, obliterating a massive horde of zombies in an instant. Before Xiao Yan and the others could even blink, the zombies before Zhao Ziyi had been eliminated. However, the technique's range was limited, so he could not afford to act recklessly at this moment. Zhao Ziyi had confidence from the start that he could handle these zombies, but now he began to doubt whether he truly possessed the strength. He had never made hasty decisions, and even now he would not attempt anything without certainty. These were choices he had made deliberately, and because he understood the principles so clearly, he was now giving it his all. Zhao Ziyi never hesitated when facing danger, but others might have doubted whether these principles were truly valid. Unfortunately, what he had done was indeed somewhat wrong. At the beginning, no one understood why these things happened, and no one was prepared for such events. Had they been ready, perhaps everyone would have had the confidence to resolve the battle directly. Of course, the reason Zhao Ziyi could stand here without worry at this moment was because he possessed the super survival system whose powers had been supporting him. Without the super survival system's assistance, Zhao Ziyi would not have been so bold, and he might not have survived to this day. The apocalypse was far too chaotic. Without any resources to sustain himself, surviving for a lifetime was nearly impossible.